Chapter 1. Greetings, everyone. I am Uchiha Kai for my current hobbies. It seems I possess none, but my aspiration for the future is resolute. I shall become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf Village, dedicating all my strength to this village. Within the confines of the Ninja Academy, a 7-year-old boy, seated at the back of the classroom, stood up with an air of arrogance and boldly proclaimed his dream to his classmates. All eyes in the classroom turned towards him, including the gaze of a young instructor, seemingly in his 20s, positioned at the front. After a brief moment of silence, an eruption of laughter followed, with some classmates even excitedly pounding their desks in mirth. The teacher, standing at the podium, exhibited a slight hint of disdain, yet, as a teacher of the Ninja Academy, he quickly masked it with a faint smile and gestured for the boy to sit down. He then addressed the other students, saying, Kai's ambition is indeed commendable. Dreams are worthy of recognition. Now let the next student introduce themselves. I am Yamanaka Kawa. I have no hobbies, and my dream is to become the strongest in our clan. I'm called. One by one, the students began their introductions, promptly returning to their seats after speaking. Uchiha Kai rested his head on the desk, observing each introduction, yet he paid no heed to their words. Not a single syllable registered in his mind. That previous introduction was so cringe-worthy, I could practically feel the goosebumps forming. But I suppose this is the necessary rhythm for development, isn't it? Kai mused to himself. He could distinctly sense the teacher's subtle disdain for the Uchiha clan, but it seemed indifferent to him now. In the world of ninjas, especially carrying the Uchiha surname, survival demanded attention to detail and cleverness. Today marked the first day of enrollment at the Ninja Academy. No lessons were to be learned, only introductions, followed by the assignment of tasks for the next day, after which all students were dismissed early. Standing at the school gate, the scene before him mirrored his memories perfectly. That a colossal tree loomed, its massive branches cradling a swing. A figure swayed back and forth on the swing, eyes closed, relishing the sensation of weightlessness as it ascended and descended, while memories surged forth in his mind. At the age of 7, he had already spent 7 years in this world. Who knows the reason behind it? He simply awoke here, transported into this realm. A promising youth, he never anticipated that everything would begin anew. To find himself in the ninja world was one thing, but to be born into the Uchiha clan was another matter entirely. This year marks the 54th year of Konoha, and Uchiha Kai was born in the 47th year, making him 2 years younger than Uchiha Itachi. However, he is 4 years older than the future protagonist, having a soul that does not belong to this world. Uchiha Kai possesses a profound understanding of the trajectory of the Naruto universe. Not only is he aware of the overarching direction, but he is also remarkably familiar with the specific time frames of forthcoming events, which send shivers down his spine. Whenever he senses impending occurrences, Kai, were you waiting for me here? As he swayed on the swing, a voice reached his ears. He opened his eyes, placed his feet on the ground, and came to a halt. Who else would I be waiting for if not you? How was your first day at the Ninja Academy? Uchiha Kai leapt from the swing and, with a broad grin, approached a chubby boy of similar age. Uchiha Yamashita. In Kai's eyes, although Yamashita was merely a child, his character was something he greatly admired and cherished. They lived as neighbors, their homes in close proximity. In response to Kai's inquiry, Uchiha Yamashita offered an awkward smile, scratching his head in embarrassment before speaking. Kai, I think it might be better for me to study within the Uchiha clan. Here I don't know anyone, and more importantly, I am unfamiliar with so much. Plus, Hina just turned 3. If I'm here all day, there will be no one to take care of her. Uchiha Hina, Yamashita's younger sister, lost their father during the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War. He inadvertently triggered an explosive tag and was carried back lifeless. Their mother, unable to bear the loss, succumbed to illness shortly after, leaving behind a 5-year-old boy and his 1-year-old sister. Uchiha Kai's circumstances were not dissimilar. His father, known as a perennial genin, had his fate altered by a chance encounter that awakened his Sharingan, leading him to the battlefield at the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. Consequently, Kai had never met his father since birth. His mother, too, vanished when he was merely 4 years old, likely meeting a tragic end. Yet, despite their shared adversities, a significant distinction separated their fates. Uchiha Kai was wealthy. Although his father was a mere genin, his mother, not of the Uchiha lineage, operated a weapon shop on the streets of the Uchiha district. While not the wealthiest in the village, she bequeathed Kai a substantial inheritance, for Uchiha Yamashita. The situation of this family is entirely different. They rely solely on the meager earnings from his father, a chunin of the Uchiha clan, to sustain their household, resulting in very little left for them. The tragic irony is that after his father's demise, The compensation was seized by his uncle, leaving the siblings in a dire state of hardship. Despite this, Uchiha Yamashita has never once contemplated abandoning his sister. No matter how challenging their circumstances, he ensures that she leads a life of comfort. It is precisely for this reason that Kai holds deep admiration for him and, leveraging his family's considerable wealth, generously supports the two siblings daily. Gradually, Uchiha Yamashita developed an unwavering trust in Kai. His feelings are primarily rooted in gratitude. Without Uchiha Kai, it is likely that the two siblings would have perished under the harsh realities of their clan. The Uchiha clan, while a family, resembles more of a village within a village, divided into two categories: the elite ninjas. Anyone capable of awakening the Sharingan earns ample respect and affection within this community, fostering brotherly bonds among them. Conversely, those lacking this ability find themselves relegated to a status even lower than that of a dog. This stark reality underscores the clan's martial-centric values. Yamashita, I didn't realize you were still troubled by such matters. With that, Uchiha Kai casually draped an arm over Uchiha Yamashita's shoulder, pulling him along as he cheerfully suggested, "If you're worried, why not leave Hikari in Aunt Yun's care? She has little to do at home anyway." "What? That's out of the question. Aunt Yun is your hired help. It's far too inappropriate to ask her to look after Hikari." Though he protested, Yamashita's face betrayed a glimmer of hope, tinged with bashfulness. "Why should we be so formal with each other? For now on, focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy without fretting about home." Suddenly, Uchiha Yamashita came to a halt, his head bowed in silent contemplation of Kai's words. When he finally raised his gaze, tears cascaded down his cheeks, flowing freely like a burst dam. Hey, what's going on?" Uchiha Kai promptly released his hold. A look of surprise etched on his face as he questioned Yamashita. "We've already burdened you with so much over the years. Even the 2,000 Ryo for my enrollment in the Ninja Academy came from you. But rest assured, I will strive diligently in my training, and one day, even if it costs me my life, I will repay your kindness." Uchiha Daisan wore a serious expression, tightly, clenching his fist before him, and loudly addressed Kai. "Perhaps we should reconsider. Our current priority should be to focus on our training and strive to enter the ranks of ninjas as swiftly as possible. Look at Uchiha Itachi. He graduated in his first year of school and is likely already on the verge of becoming a Chunin. With such an impressive family background, coupled with his relentless effort and exceptional talent, it stands to reason that we too might achieve a rapid graduation, leaving us with the task of diligently mastering the knowledge at hand. Isn't he still not a Chunin yet?" "What do you mean not yet? His strength has already reached that level. It's merely that the village has yet to formalize it. But fret not. I believe that you, Daisan, will undoubtedly prove to be no less capable than Uchiha Itachi in the future." "Haha, is that really true?" "Absolutely true." As Uchiha Kai and Daisan walked shoulder to shoulder, they engaged in cheerful banter. There are two ways to enter the Ninja Academy. The first is to pay a tuition fee of 20,000 Ryo. While not exorbitant, it poses a considerable expense for an average ninja family. The second method is through special admission, personally designated by the Hokage or senior officials of Konoha, allowing one to forego any fees. However, in Konoha, the avenues for learning extend beyond this single academy. Each clan possesses dedicated spaces for the study of their unique ninjutsu. Nevertheless, those trained in such environments often serve merely as the clan's elite, lacking deeper emotional connections. The Uchiha clan also maintains such facilities, yet their approach is singularly focused on rapidly enhancing strength, though participation is not mandatory. Thus, the two chose to attend the Ninja Academy. For Uchiha Kai, this choice stemmed from the belief that many aspects could be more easily concealed in this environment. What is the caliber of this year's students? In a spacious, clean, and orderly office, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, sat with a pipe clenched in his mouth and slightly disheveled hair. He lightly tapped the ash from his pipe while observing the individual standing before him. "Hokage-sama, all the detailed data is compiled here for your review. This time, the applications include members from various clans. The Hyuga clan has 3 young applicants, the Uchiha clan has 2, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have collectively registered 4. The remaining applicants are predominantly from civilian ninja families." The speaker, wearing sunglasses and a black headscarf, exuded an air of composure, appearing to be around 20 years old. The elderly man seated there was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened momentarily, followed by his inquiry. "Ebisu, how are the two from the Uchiha clan faring?" The Uchiha clan possesses only a couple of geniuses. The rest are utterly lacking. The two who enrolled today have yet to master even the basics of chakra, completely oblivious to the fundamental knowledge of chakra absorption. It seems unlikely that the Uchiha clan will produce more than two individuals like Uchiha Itachi. Ebisu scoffed, adjusting his sunglasses and speaking with palpable disdain. Since you've stated it so plainly, if you aspire to become an elite teacher, diligent effort is essential. Every individual represents the elite of our Hidden Leaf village. In the years to come, the safety of the entire village will rest upon their shoulders. Thus, your responsibilities as an instructor will also be quite significant. I shall set these matters aside for now and review them thoroughly later. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a calm tone, revealing no overt inclination. Ebisu had gleaned the information he saw from the third Hokage's words regarding the nurturing of the Uchiha clan. His next task was merely to adopt a hands-off approach. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he bent slightly and remarked, "If there are no other matters, Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything else, feel free to summon me at any time." Understood. As the office door closed, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, emptying the ash from his pipe in one swift motion. Gently placing the items on his desk, he cast a glance at the materials Ebisu had left behind. Initially disinclined to look, curiosity ultimately compelled him to open the bag and examine its contents one by one. That the earlier documents held little allure, appearing rather mundane, until he stumbled upon a sheet detailing the aspirations of a certain individual. The old man couldn't suppress a chuckle. To become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan, what an admirable ambition. Let me see if you possess the potential to achieve that lofty goal. From the moment they entered the Ninja Academy, the students began their daily routine of departing in the morning and returning at night, repeating this cycle. Nonetheless, at least they were afforded 2 days of respite each week. Kai. Bang! In an instant, the swirling snow blanketed the ground, transforming it into a pristine white canvas. Uchiha Yamashita, in a flurry of urgency, burst through the front door, shouting as he ended in the courtyard. A woman appearing to be around 30 years old gently swept the accumulated snow, creating a path. Noticing the hurried approach of Yamashita, she set down her broom and greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Yamashita has arrived. Hello, Aunt Yin." Diasichin abruptly halted his steps, standing there with utmost seriousness, bending down heavily to greet the woman before him. "After finally managing to enjoy 2 days of rest, why aren't you at home sleeping soundly? Why venture out so early in the morning?" Yin stepped forward, gently brushing off the accumulated snow from Dshns' shoulders as she inquired. "I came to find Kai. You know, Yin, I have successfully begun to refine my chakra. I have truly begun to refine my chakra." Uchiha Dshn exclaimed with excitement, grinning widely as he spoke to Yin. "Dshn, you are indeed remarkable. Such wonderful news. I imagine little Kai will surely celebrate this momentous occasion today. However, she is still asleep, so it would be best not to disturb her just yet. I will go buy some delicious food, and at noon, we can enjoy a splendid meal together. Be sure to bring him along too." Aunt Yun wore her gentle smile, displaying no overt surprise. After all, what was there to be astonished about? Starting to cultivate chakra at the tender age of 7 was considered rather late for a ninja. Indeed, that fellow Kai was something else. He was commendable in many aspects, yet refused to allow anyone into his room. Dajan slightly restrained his earlier enthusiasm, pouting as he expressed his gratitude to Aunt Yun. He quickly stepped back and bowed once more, saying how much he appreciated her care for Ring. He continued, stating that once he became a ninja and earned money, he would buy a plethora of delicious treats for her. How he looked forward to that. While he spoke, Aunt Yun affectionately ruffled Dajan's hair. Although she was merely a servant from the Uchiha clan hired by Uchiha Kai, both in Kai's eyes and in the eyes of Dajan and his siblings, she had already been regarded as family. Aunt Yun had no children of her own, and her husband had perished in the Third Shinobi World War. Thus, she treated the affairs of Dajan and his siblings as though they were her own. Inside the house, Uchiha Kai was currently suspended upside down from the beams, his feet resting on the rafters while his body dangled downward, arms wrapped around the beam. The floor below was strewn with sheets of white paper, each densely inscribed with text. Everything lay spread out on the ground, and this fellow was hanging there, admiring his masterpieces. There was something that felt slightly imperfect. Yet he could not quite discern what aspect was amiss. He murmured to himself, then withdrew the chakra from his feet. In the next moment, he plunged toward the ground. Just as his body was about to make contact with the floor, he gently supported himself with his right hand, executing a smooth aerial rotation before landing soundlessly on the ground. He casually picked up a sheet of paper from the floor, sat down, and meticulously studied the content. I have already organized the 12 hand signs for ninjutsu creation in an ABC grouping format. Even breaking down the ninjutsu from the ceiling scroll in such a programmed manner should not pose a significant challenge. Why then can I not create it in the way I desire? Kai sat on the ground, inhaling deeply, his eyes closed as he pondered the root of his troubles. Indeed, as he had mentioned, the Book of Seals was something he had perused years ago. This tome could be regarded as one of the highest secrets of Konohagakure. Yet 3 years prior, at merely 4 years of age, Kai had stealthily ventured into the Hokage's office to examine its contents. As a traveler from another world, he was not devoid of any peculiar enhancements. Upon his arrival in this realm, initially engulfed in bewilderment, he was jolted into clarity, realizing it was not merely a dream. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, while others awakened their Sharingan with a single tomo, even the prodigies among them might begin with a double tomo. However, for Uchiha Kai, such rituals seemed unnecessary and overly cumbersome. Remarkably, at just 2 months old, he manifested the Manjiki Sharingan, astonishingly emerging into this world. Such an occurrence was unknown even to the mountains, let alone his deceased parents, who remained oblivious to this phenomenon. Moreover, by the age of 1, he had already recognized his chakra, which was typically scarce among the Uchiha clan. From the broader perspective of the ninja world, their chakra reserves were considered below average. Nevertheless, the moment he became aware of the immense chakra energy within him, he was astounded. Despite the absence of the anticipated system that often appears in novels, he had at least confirmed his own circumstances. He possessed vast mental prowess. Though his physical age was merely 7, his soul had experienced decades. Thus, in terms of mental strength, he was an extraordinarily formidable entity. This was why he could awaken to the realm of the Manjiki all at once. At 4 years of age, amidst chaos in Konohagakure, with the Nine Tails unleashed, the very day when the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki was born, Kai, having surmised the village was in turmoil and all guards were focused on the Nine Tails, effortlessly bypassed the numerous Umbu stationed outside the Uchiha compound. He covertly infiltrated the Hokage's office, which was devoid of any personnel, perhaps to the higher echelons of the village. The notion that someone would dare to steal the Book of Seals seemed implausible, yet such matters were never entirely secure. Little did anyone anticipate that the Book of Seals indeed contained genuine seals. Had it not been for Kai's meticulous caution prior to opening it, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to the onslaught unleashed by the Book of Life. He hastily perused the contents within, swiftly closing it again. However, the method of attack it generated could not be replenished. Moreover, aside from glimpsing the first 2 entries of the sealed tome, the remainder remained shrouded in enchantment, utterly inaccessible. Yet, this incident marked the singular flaw he had inadvertently left in his life-esque journey. The Uchiha clan may have its shortcomings in various respects, yet it boasts a remarkable asset akin to a library. This sanctuary houses a vast array of books, and astonishingly, even the scrolls of ninjutsu are openly displayed within its confines. No restrictions are imposed on any member of the Uchiha clan wishing to explore its treasures. Even a child devoid of any prowess is free to peruse its contents, with no one to deter them. Naturally, the majority of individuals residing there are of C rank or lower. With the wealth of knowledge before him, the remaining time was dedicated to the study and deconstruction of ninjutsu, systematically arranging all hand signs in alphabetical order to discern any anomalies. Alas, it appears that in attempting to create such a formidable method of attack without practical experience, one remains oblivious to the source of the issue at hand. Kai gradually placed the paper in his hand onto the ground. Following this, he suddenly stood up and swiftly approached the door, forcefully pulling it open, only to be greeted by a fierce gust of wind. Amidst this, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded down, sweeping away the scattered manuscripts that lay on the floor. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Kai hastily slammed the door shut once more. Lo and behold, it was snowing. A shiver coursed through him as he turned to his bedside, donned a thick cotton coat, wrapped a scarf around his neck, and picked up a white mask from the bed. However, this time he chose not to open the door but instead secured the bolt behind it. Subsequently, he leapt through the window, vanishing from the room in an instant. The world outside was transformed into a snowy wonderland within a single night. The entire Hidden Leaf village and its surroundings had been enveloped by the heavy snowfall. Every tree was adorned in a silvery coat, with some branches bending under the weight of the snow. Amidst the swirling snow, a figure darted swiftly through the forest. Aside from the faint footprints left in the fresh white snow, the rest of the area appeared unchanged. Yet, before long, the relentless wind and snowfall quickly obscured those traces once again. Shadow clone technique. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Uchiha Kai raised his right hand and called out lightly. In the next moment, a puff of white smoke enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 identical versions of himself emerged. These clones then hastened off in different directions. Transformation technique. While the original continued onward, one of the clones remained behind, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Perched on a branch, it formed a hand seal and instantly transformed into a bird, resting atop the treetops. The Death Forest. Beside the village of Konoha lies the largest forest, which simultaneously represents the most vulnerable point in the village's defenses. This forest, viewed as a vast labyrinth, rarely sees visitors unless circumstances demand it. However, members of the Umbu continue to guard the area connecting the village to the ominous Forest of Death. Fortunately, one of their own, a member of the Uchiha clan, stands watch. The Uchiha clan, residing at the outermost edge of the village, has notably left the section adjoining the Forest of Death unprotected. In their overwhelming confidence, the Uchiha have long dismissed any threat of attack from that direction, believing no one would dare to assault their clan directly. This situation effectively grants Kai a natural barrier. Actions that would otherwise be impossible can be carried out within the depths of the Forest of Death, where, as long as one avoids drawing too much attention, detection is unlikely. With nimble steps and remarkable speed, Kai traverses the forest, soon arriving at the banks of a small stream. The flowing water remains unfrozen, while the shallow puddles nearby have completely succumbed to frost. The snow on the ground, shielded by the towering trees above, is relatively sparse. In fact, beneath the denser foliage, the landscape retains its original state, untouched by snow's embrace. Perched upon a branch, even though he knows no one would venture into this secluded area, Kai remains vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Satisfied that all is clear, he gracefully leaps to the ground. Let's give it a try. Raising his hands, he swiftly begins to weave hand signs at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Water release, infinite bullets. Suddenly, a water sphere, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, materializes before him. With a forceful thrust of his right hand, the sphere erupts, launching a barrage of water droplets into the distance. The projectiles race forth like bullets, and in the blink of an eye, a great tree is perforated by a multitude of tiny droplets, creating a substantial hole. Impressive power. Water release, infinite bullets. Once again, Kai rapidly forms hand signs, conjuring another water sphere and meticulously scrutinizing each detail. After a dozen attempts, he finally halts. The trees before him bear the marks of his assault. One has even toppled, precariously supported by another nearby trunk. This technique, characterized by fixed positioning and an immobile attack, manifests an arc of assault that spans a radius of 50 meters, capable of targeting either solitary foes or groups alike. The advantages include a swift attack speed, formidable attack strength, and an extensive range. However, the drawbacks lie in its immobility, excessive number of hand seals, and prolonged sealing time. After analyzing the concept of the ninjutsu he had created, Kai let out a resigned sigh and ultimately proclaimed it to be a worthless technique. As Kai felt a grip tightening around his throat, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged through him, compelling him to consider activating his Manjiki Sharingan to eliminate this adversary instantaneously. Yet, he understood that should he truly activate it, failing to dispatch both foes in an instant would undoubtedly seal his fate. Suppressing the urge to lash out in anger, he found himself unable to utter a single word due to the confidence that had been stripped from him. Brother Shursui, this individual must belong to our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's slow approach, Shursui momentarily lowered his guard and released his grip on Kai's throat. Cough, cough. Relieved, Kai began to gasp for air, punctuated by violent coughing fits. If I recall correctly, you should be from the civilian district, am I right? What brings you here? Itachi inquired, towering over Kai with an air of authority. I merely took a wrong turn and unwittingly ended up here. I mean no harm. Step back. If you dare approach this place again, I shall end your life. Shursui interjected coldly, not allowing Kai to finish his statement. Such a chilling demeanor would be unthinkable even towards outsiders, let alone among kin who might share familial ties spanning generations. It was shocking to experience such disdain from his own clan. Brother Shursui, I am not your brother. Do not address me as such. Despite enduring such humiliation, Kai nonetheless rose to his feet, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he called out. Yet, before he could finish his words, Uchiha Shursui interrupted him once more. His brow furrowed in disdain as he remarked, "If memory serves me correctly, your name is Uchiha Kai, is it not? Indeed. You were given the opportunity to study within our clan's domain, yet you chose to spend your own funds to attend the Ninja Academy instead. After more than half a year at the school, it is astonishing that you have yet to grasp even the fundamentals of chakra. When did our Uchiha clan produce such a worthless individual like you?" Uchiha Itachi spoke with a tone equally as harsh, his disdain appearing even more pronounced than that of Uchiha Shursui. Kai feigned a demeanor of despondency, quietly lowering his head, choosing not to linger on matters further, and turned away, striding directly towards the nearby path. What a waste. Even after the person had departed, Uchiha Shursui remained behind, disdainfully muttering a curse. Within the Uchiha clan, they were undoubtedly figures of great prominence, elevated above the masses. One was the youngest and most illustrious prodigy of the Uchiha, while the other was the son of the clan's leader, having graduated from the Ninja Academy in his first year and awakening his Sharingan to the formidable Tsutomu. They were quintessential embodiments of success in life. It is quite understandable for them to look down upon those in the impoverished districts, whose highest achievements barely reached the status of a CHN. Kai did not dwell excessively on the matter, observing as the two individuals turned and resumed their journey toward the training ground. He rolled his eyes, pouted slightly, and let out a soft sigh, his mind momentarily conjuring the thought, "No wonder you rascal, met your demise so early." Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he soon found solace, a faint smile curving the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, in the very spot where they had just been, atop the treetops, a black crow perched regally at the summit of a grand tree. Notably, the crow had activated its Tsutomu Sharingan, its gaze fixed intently upon the happenings of the entire training ground. Uchiha Shursui incessantly demonstrated his body flicker technique, while also tirelessly imparting knowledge to Uchiha Itachi. This entire scenario did not escape the watchful eye of the crow. Bang! Upon witnessing all of this, the crow instantly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Yet, during its disappearance, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi directed their gazes toward the treetop. "Did you sense something?" Uchiha Shursui inquired. "There seemed to be signs of chakra activity over there." Uchiha Itachi responded with a serious expression. "Do you think it was that little brat from earlier?" "Impossible. I specifically used my Sharingan to examine him. Although he possessed chakra, it was exceedingly weak, nearly negligible." Uchiha Itachi replied. After all, from the very moment he first spotted Kai, he had been utilizing his Sharingan to ascertain whether the boy was employing a transformation technique to approach them. However, the final conclusion revealed that the chakra within him, though present, was pitifully feeble. Little did they know the tremendous effort Kai had exerted to alter this reality. Having dispelled his shadow clone, Kai now strolled leisurely along a path blanketed in silvery white snow. Each breath released a visible mist, particularly pronounced in the stillness of the air. The surrounding hues had coalesced into a uniform brilliance, the dazzling reflection causing Kai to instinctively squint as he walked. As the clone returned, two sets of memories seamlessly merged. His mind instantly recalled Uchiha Shursui's teachings on how to utilize the body flicker technique. That fellow is quite clever, he thought. To conceive the idea of using a shadow clone to facilitate rapid movement to each clone, thereby creating a technique that intertwines all clones. Normally, this would traverse the chakra realms he had created. It seems the Flying Thunder God technique operates under a similar premise, does it not? Kai Weiwei pondered for a moment, her mind inevitably beginning to contemplate the specifics of this method. The ability to swiftly traverse to a location designated by her chakra could undoubtedly be deemed a form of instantaneous movement characterized by remarkable speed over short distances. That scoundrel Uchiha Itachi likely would never master it. Kai offered a brief and sardonic remark, acknowledging that such a matter requires formidable competitiveness and exceptionally refined chakra control. In terms of chakra mastery, Uchiha Itachi undoubtedly stands as a paragon of strength. However, at the level of mental fortitude, he certainly does not reach such heights at present. It would be worthwhile to delve deeper into this, as it indeed constitutes an extraordinary method of escape. With a grin, Kai continued to stroll leisurely with his hands tucked into his pockets. As for the chakra response within his own body, he had mastered a certain technique since the age of 4. When Kushina, the wife of the 4th Hokage, was still alive, This individual frequently gifted him various items. Ultimately, he managed to glean some knowledge of sealing techniques from her, which he then tailored to his own circumstances by applying specific seals to himself. The intention was rather straightforward. Given that the Byakugan and Sharingan were capable of perceiving chakra within the human body, and these abilities were remarkably abundant throughout Konoha. Yet, should his modest capabilities be discovered, he might very well be apprehended by the Umbu for human experimentation. As Kai ambled along the path leading to the Uchiha clan's quarters, he pondered various thoughts when he noticed a group of children surrounding a young girl crouched on the ground, relentlessly mocking her with boisterous laughter. Not far off, another child was ambling toward that direction. Was it a boy with yellow hair? A girl with black hair? The most alarming part was that she was being referred to as a Byakugan monster by the crowd. Kai couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Despite being aware of all the circumstances, he never anticipated encountering such a situation himself. It was utterly absurd, truly a case of absurdity knocking at the door, although he found it hard to believe that the other party was present on this road. A smile quickly spread across his face. He strode forward, observing the group of youngsters who were mocking him, and shouted out loudly, "What mischief are you little rascals up to?" They appeared to be no older than 3 or 4 years, and he towered over them significantly. Regardless, confronting 3 little ones shouldn't pose much of a problem. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" One of the children retorted, clearly displeased. "Oh." Kai flashed a smile and approached the individual before him, deliberately adopting a fierce demeanor. Leaning closer to the person's ear, he whispered, "I am of the Uchiha clan." "What?" Upon hearing this name, the little fellow visibly panicked. For the majority of ordinary villagers in Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan was akin to a nightmare. Especially after assuming roles in the security forces, the actions of the Uchiha had incited widespread resentment within the village, often leading to the apprehension of individuals for both trivial and significant matters, only to release them after considerable torment. This likely laid the groundwork for the clan's eventual demise. Thus, when the name Uchiha was uttered, the young one immediately faltered, hastily beckoning his 2 companions to flee the scene. "Are you all right?" Slowly crouching down, Kai gently patted the young girl's shoulder with a smile. "I am fine." As she lifted her head, the tears on her face were still quite evident. He had encountered members of the Hyuga clan a few times, and even with repeated exposure to the Byakugan, it remained somewhat unsettling. However, the girl was undeniably adorable. With her black hair framing her delicate features, and the tears on her cheeks evoked an irresistible urge to comfort her. "What a charming little girl you are. But you must belong to the Hyuga clan, right? What brings you here?" Aye. It seemed she was at a loss for words. Yet, Kai found himself greatly intrigued by this girl. The Grand Princess of the Hyuga clan, the future protagonist's wife, Hinata Hyuga. She was the cherished dream of many hearts. "Haha. You truly are delightful. How about you become my wife from today onward?" Kai suddenly blurted out this unexpected proposal. Hinata, momentarily dispelling her earlier fright, widened her eyes in disbelief. Perhaps at her age, she did not fully grasp the concept of marriage, but she likely held some vague understanding. "You scoundrel! What are you doing?" The blonde-haired boy, who had been standing a short distance away, was taken aback by the remark and quickly rushed over to stand beside her, demanding an explanation. "Hey, who are you?" Kaming knowingly questioned the little one. "What shall you do, dear sir?" "I am none other than Naruto Uzumaki, and bullying such a petite girl is quite unbecoming." Naruto exclaimed loudly. Kai smiled calmly, and then reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. However, in that fleeting moment, a colossal being in a dimly lit space suddenly opened its eyes, exuding an aura of terror. Upon sensing the situation outside, it became evident that this was indeed a formidable entity. At this moment, even if one had the courage of 8 men, they would not dare to confront this creature. After all, it was easy to imagine how many eyes were watching this scene from every corner. "So, you are named Uzumaki Naruto. Quite an impressive little fellow." With a grin, Kai chose not to dwell on the matter too much. He had no desire to stir up unnecessary trouble or to be scrutinized by others, whether intentionally or otherwise. "Never mind. I shall go and find something to eat." Just as he mentioned food, a loud growl emanated from Naruto's stomach, causing him to awkwardly lower his head. Well, fate has brought us together. Let us go. I will treat you to ramen." "Is that for real?" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "What do you mean for real? You should help him up and let us go get something to eat, then see him safely home. It's clear he must have wandered off and ended up here." Kai gestured towards Hinata Hyuga, who remained crouched on the ground, and with a hint of reluctance, addressed Naruto Uzumaki. "Leave it to me. I am quite familiar with this village, so I can ensure she gets home safely." Naruto replied with unwavering confidence. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated personally escorting her, at least to cultivate a sense of goodwill. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as he had no desire to engage with the members of the Hyuga clan. After all, in just a few years, he would need to devise a plan to leave this village swiftly. If the night of clan annihilation were to arrive, it would be too late. "Very well. The rest is in your hands." Kairu slightly nodded, then turned around and continued walking towards the direction of Konoha village with his hands tucked into his pockets. Hinata suddenly spoke up, her face still flushed with shyness, yet at least Kairu had shifted his gaze to her. The little girl, after standing up, bent down and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all so much. What is there to thank for? Come on, let us hurry to eat ramen." Ramen. As they walked along, Naruto Uzumaki had his hands stuffed in his pants pockets, lifting his head high and striding forward, all the while chattering incessantly. "Should we intervene?" Kai led the two little ones, swaying gently as they made their way towards the heart of the village. Many shops were shuttered at this hour due to the heavy snowfall. Kai walked ahead, with Naruto Uzumaki striding alongside him, while the bashful Hinata trailed modestly behind. However, lurking in the shadows were several figures donning masks, unmistakably members of the Umbu from Konohagakure, perched upon the rooftops. One individual, adorned with a fox mask, turned to his companion and inquired, "What is there to report about this?" "During the evening debrief, we merely need to relay the itinerary. Reporting on these mere children is of little consequence," remarked another, whose mask resembled that of a tiger. "But that one is from the Uchiha clan." He added, "I am aware. He is a first-year student at the Ninja Academy, a waste from the Uchiha clan who has yet to even manifest chakra. Thus, we need only observe. There is no need for such seriousness." "Understood." Upon this, apart from one individual who attentively monitored the trio's every movement, the others merely idled away their time. Ichiraku Ramen. This establishment is undoubtedly situated in the most prime location within all of Konohagakure. It stands at the intersection of two main T-shaped thoroughfares, easily visible from afar, making it exceptionally prominent. There are no competing shops adjacent to this one, which alleviates any competitive pressure. Regrettably, it is merely a small stall, though the awning extending outward does offer some protection from the elements. Diners perch upon high stools, leaning over a counter that extends into the eating area. There are 5 seats in total, accommodating only a handful of patrons at a time. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Today, I shall treat you," Kai generously announced to Naruto and Hinata as he glanced at the menu hanging against the wall. "Really? Then I would like a large bowl of ramen. With some squid rolls, if that's all right?" Naruto asked cautiously. "Very well. And what about you?" Kai looked at Hinata and inquired. "I can do it." "Still shy?" She responded in a timid voice. With a resigned sigh, Kai leaned against the counter. His height was just about level with the counter, requiring him to slightly tiptoe to glimpse inside. "Ah, welcome. I didn't expect to have little guests today. What would you like to eat?" Inside the counter stood a man who appeared kind and approachable, likely around 35 years of age, his smile radiating warmth. "Hello, sir. Could we please have 3 large bowls of ramen, with all the toppings included?" "Thank you." Kai leaned directly on the counter and said, 3 bowls. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen was somewhat taken aback, then leaned over the counter to glance down, only to find 2 even shorter figures. "Oh, Naruto is here too." The owner of Ichiraku clearly recognized Uzumaki Naruto. He offered a simple greeting with a smile, perhaps thinking that if both of these little ones were perched on the counter, they might not be able to reach. Therefore, he promptly fetched a small dining table from the side shed inside the establishment. He also brought out a few smaller stools specifically for them. "Please wait a moment. You can sit here for now," the owner of Ichiraku said with a smile before turning and hastening back into the kitchen. Before long, 3 large bowls of ramen were placed before each person, all containing the same generous portions. However, the toppings nearly overflowed, creating a delightful peak in each bowl. One could easily discern a variety of meats, squid, and some meatballs among the abundant toppings, which indeed appeared quite lavish. "How sumptuous. I've never had anything like this before." At this point, Uzumaki Naruto was surprisingly excited, tears welling up in his eyes. "Let us eat quickly. On such a cold day, if we don't eat soon, it will get cold." Kai, without any pretense, was the first to grasp his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Although Hinata was still somewhat shy, She gently picked up her chopsticks and started to savor her meal. "I'm so full," exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, having devoured an entire bowl, while patting his stomach in satisfaction and letting out a contented burp. What was quite surprising was that the young lady from the Hyuga clan managed to finish her bowl entirely, leaving not a morsel behind. As for Kai, his bowl still contained a substantial portion. His appetite was not as formidable. After all, at such a young age, consuming an entire bowl would likely leave him feeling as if he might burst. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, big brother." Naruto suddenly thought of this and curiously inquired of Kai. "My name? I am Uchiha Kai. However, it seems that our paths may not cross again in the near future. This encounter is a fleeting bond. So, allow me to treat you both to a meal, and should fate allow us another meeting, I would be more than willing to extend another invitation." With a simple smile, he then stood up and inquired of the Ichiraku owner about the total cost. "All right, young patron, that will be 1,200 ryo. What? How can it be that expensive? That's enough for a month's worth of living expenses." Upon hearing such an exorbitant sum, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "Here are 2,000 ryo, keep the change. As for the little Naruto consider it my treat for him to dine twice more." Kai casually handed over 2 banknotes to the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, stating nonchalantly, "No problem. He can come by whenever he likes." To his surprise, the owner responded, "I did not expect such generosity from a young guest. We happen to have a promotion going on, and here are 3 discount coupons for you. We hope to see you again." As he spoke, the owner retrieved 3 cards from behind the counter and handed them to Kai. However, after merely glancing at them, Kai tossed the coupons in front of Naruto, saying, "I have no use for these. Perhaps you can take them another day?" "Oh." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but silently placed the cards into his pocket. "My name is Hinata. Thank you so much for your hospitality today, Kai. Having already left Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata politely inclined her body slightly towards Kai, her tone shy as she spoke. Without waiting for a response from either of the two, she turned and ran towards her approaching clan members. Kai gazed upon the scene before him, his heart betraying none of the emotions that swirled within. He regarded the moment as merely a diversion, a trivial affair in the grand scheme of his existence. "Little rascal, I must take my leave," he remarked casually, patting Naruto on the shoulder before turning away and departing. Naruto, left standing in place, felt an urge to call out, yet hesitated. His hand raised, but his words lost in uncertainty. Ultimately, he could only watch as Kai's figure receded into the distance, silently remaining where he stood, speechless. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, the teacher, Ebisu, stood at the podium earnestly elucidating the fundamental principles of ninjutsu. His discourse was fervent, bordering on incessant. However, when he turned to survey the attentive crowd, he spotted one student, sprawled across his desk, sound asleep amidst the sea of earnest faces. Frustrated by the sight of the chalkboard filled with dense notes, he swiftly seized a piece of chalk and hurled it forcefully toward the slumbering figure at the back of the room. "Uchiha Kai, if you wish to sleep, why not do so at home? Why come to the Ninja Academy? Since your arrival, you have consistently dozed off in class. Pray tell, what have you learned? You have yet to master even the basics of chakra. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to expel you." Ebisu bellowed, his voice laced with fury. "Teacher Ebisu, I believe allowing such a slacker to remain is of little consequence. He merely occupies a seat." The classmates chimed in, laughter echoing through the classroom. As for Uchiha Kai, he groggily lifted his head, rubbing the spot where the chalk had struck. Faced with this chaotic scenario, Ebisu, feeling utterly exasperated, suppressed his mounting anger. Inhaled deeply and struck the desk with his book, demanding silence to resume the lesson. As he turned back to the blackboard, he couldn't help but internally lament the emergence of such a lackluster individual from the Uchiha clan. Regardless of the laughter and remarks from others, Kai remained utterly unfazed from beginning to end, exhibiting not even a hint of superfluous expression. He was entirely indifferent to their opinions of him. As he observed that the gazes of those around him had shifted away, he continued to rest his head on the table and drifted into slumber. He was of the same age as Uchiha Daisuke and had entered the Ninja Academy concurrently, the sole distinction being that they were assigned to separate classes. The reason for his daytime slumber was akin to that of an owl, as he was entirely nocturnal. During the day, he appeared lethargic and listless, but at night, he sprang into action. He swiftly secured the door from inside and then moved stealthily through the window. The heavy winter snow had already melted. Although the weather was not particularly warm, it was not as frigid as on snowy days. Deep within the death forest, The author employed the same tactics as before, sending out shadow clones that transformed into various animals, soaring into the distance. The chakra of all the clones, including his own, was predominantly concealed, ensuring that it did not flow freely. Even under the gaze of the Byakugan, it remained in an extremely subtle state. In the world of ninjas, creatures imbued with chakra were remarkably abundant, and the presence of even a trace of chakra within one's body was considered quite normal. However, most individuals deemed such actions beneath them, as few clans in the entire ninja realm possessed the ability to detect such conditions. The Hyuga clan, in particular, remained a source of concern for Uchiha Kai. Lightly equipped and with no clouds in the sky, a full moon illuminated the ground below, casting a unique charm over the area he frequently visited. A clearing had emerged on either side of the stream. While the space was not vast, it was undoubtedly secluded from most activities. Alright, let us review the previous content and assess the efficacy of what has been created this time. Placing his small backpack on the ground, Uchiha Kai stood still for a moment, stretching slightly. He then quickly brought his hands together in prayer, and his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, he was not foolish enough to expend his ocular power in this location, as it would undoubtedly deplete his vision. The purpose of activating the Manjikyu was solely to closely examine the flaws in the ninjutsu he was about to create. As he recited the sequence of hand seals inscribed on paper, he found them somewhat unfamiliar, resulting in a slower pace than desired. Fortunately, the number of hand seals was limited, and even at a leisurely speed, he completed them within 2 seconds. Once all the hand seals were completed, Kai's gaze shifted to the distance, and he swiftly crossed his hands together, softly proclaiming, "Ninjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion." As the ninjutsu was unleashed, Kai, through his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, beheld an astonishing scene before him. At a distance of several meters, a network-like formation enveloped the entire area, with chakra points manifesting every few centimeters, all interconnected. The extent of this range could be directly influenced by the amount of chakra he infused, allowing for an expansive coverage of the designated area. Simultaneously, he could adjust the distribution of these chakra points according to his desires. Explode. With both hands pressed together forcefully, all the densely clustered chakra points erupted instantaneously. The amount of chakra input was rather meager, resulting in a rather subdued explosion. After all, Kai's intention was straightforward: to assess the practicality and efficacy of the ninjutsu. The destructive power and range were no longer in need of testing. This was quite satisfactory. It felt rather promising. For large-scale attacks, this should suffice. Although he had yet to witness what the actual impact would be upon landing, at least within the confines of Konohagakure, such an attack had no chance of striking the ground. Nevertheless, it was prudent to prepare in advance, ensuring that the years spent in training would not be in vain. Boom. Just as he reveled in his success, a clone in the distance suddenly detonated, transmitting all that it had observed back to Kai's consciousness. Closing his eyes to absorb the images witnessed by the clone, he discerned a figure wearing a mask. Yet the forehead protector clearly indicated that the individual hailed from the village hidden in the clouds. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key detail was that the individual appeared to be cradling a small child. Was this a mistake? Why had they come here? Kai abruptly opened his eyes. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. He was aware of the arrangements made concerning the lumber industry in Yuin village, as this had been orchestrated over a month prior, finalized only during the daytime. However, he was taken aback by the turn of events that unfolded by nightfall. What perplexed him further was the reason behind the intruder's venture into the forest of death, progressing deeper within its confines. Shouldn't such matters have been resolved by the Hyuga clan? Alas, what did it matter to him? Swiftly gathering his backpack from the ground, he meticulously checked for any traces left behind. Finding none, he slung the backpack over his shoulder and was about to depart when a sudden thought struck him. His gaze shifted towards the direction from which the individual from Yuin village had retreated, and in an instant, he sprinted towards that path with remarkable speed. Yet, as he ran, the figure from Yuin village glanced back repeatedly, seemingly fleeing from something. Navigating through the forest, each landing was deftly secured upon the branches, indicating that this individual was at least a chunin, exhibiting a commendable level of vigilance, albeit lacking in situational awareness. With a resounding thud, seizing the opportunity when the figure turned, Kai struck with precision, landing a powerful kick squarely upon the individual's face. The sheer force of the blow sent the assailant careening backward, plummeting toward the ground. The child he had been holding slipped from his grasp. And just as the child was about to meet the earth, Kai leaped onto a nearby tree with astonishing speed, catching the child before they could fall. "Brother Kai." The voice was faint, yet the suddenness of the event sent a chill down Uchiha Kai's spine. To his surprise, the little girl recognized him. In the next moment, Kai swiftly employed a transformation technique, altering his appearance, confident that the individual from Yuin village had not yet discerned his true identity. "You have mistaken me for someone else." Kai wore an expression of exasperation, casually conjuring an excuse to brush off the situation. However, the ninja from Yuin village, who had just fallen to the ground, had already regained his footing and discerned the presence of the two. Yet, it seemed that this individual had no intention of engaging in battle. Upon realizing their presence, he promptly sought to make a hasty retreat. Still wished to flee? With one arm wrapped around Hinata Hyuga, Kai swiftly moved to stand before her, forming hand seals with a single hand. As the crackling lightning surged forth, he shouted, "Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear." In an instant, a shimmering blade of lightning, roughly 10 meters in length, pierced through the adversary's right arm. As Kai slightly raised his hand, the severed limb fell to the ground. In a flash, he appeared before the foe, delivering a powerful kick to the chest. The force of the blow, compounded by the injury, rendered the opponent motionless on the ground. "Hinata," a voice echoed, barely 5 seconds later. A figure rushed in with remarkable speed, launching an immediate attack on Kai. However, Kai had no intention of engaging. He swiftly retreated, raising his hand to halt the onslaught, exclaiming, "Do not misunderstand. I merely saved her. It was that man who attacked." With that, he gently set Hinata down before leaping several meters away. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, hurriedly approached to assess his daughter's condition. Upon confirming her safety, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel an intense surge of anger at the sight of the fallen enemy, blood pooling around him. "Do not kill him." Bang! The words had barely left his lips when it was too late. Hayashi dashed forward, piercing his foe's chest with a decisive thrust. Alas! Kai helplessly shook his head. "Who are you?" After resolving the situation with the visitors from Yunin village, Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow and inquired towards Kai. "I saved your daughter. Is this the attitude you choose to adopt?" "The conduct of the Hyuga clan is indeed disheartening. I apologize. I acted impulsively just now. I hope you can forgive me." Hyuga Hizashi lowered his head while cradling his daughter. The earlier statement was accurate, regardless of the circumstances. It was indeed the other party who had rescued his daughter, and addressing them with such demeanor seemed rather inappropriate. "Who I am is of little consequence, but it appears you are embroiled in a serious predicament. The Umbu will likely arrive in about 3 minutes. I suggest you contemplate how to address the situation at hand. Without a reasonable course of action, your Hyuga clan will undoubtedly face repercussions." Kai had no desire to involve himself in such matters. He merely issued a brief warning. "Hold on." As he prepared to depart, Hinata Hizashi hurriedly interjected, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Indeed, as long as an agreement could be reached with the Hyuga clan, he could seize the opportunity to escort the Uchiha siblings, Deizhan and his sister, out on the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre. Kai came to a halt, contemplating the matter at hand, and promptly turned back. He leaped to a distance of approximately 10 meters from Hinata Hizashi, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked that there remained roughly 2 minutes and 40 seconds before the arrival of the Umbu. "I wouldn't mind lending you a hand, but you must promise me one thing." "What is it?" "In the future. What I mean is, in the unfortunate event that the Uchiha clan faces annihilation, I need you to ensure the safe passage of 2 children from the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. However, you need not worry. There will be no burden on you, as I will personally bring those 2 children to you. They are merely from the civilian district, thus posing no threat to the village. What do you think of this condition? The Uchiha clan facing extinction? I am merely speaking hypothetically. No problem. I accept your condition, considering it a debt of gratitude for saving my daughter. But what do you mean when you say our Hyuga clan might encounter trouble?" Hinata Hizashi had acted impulsively moments ago, but once he regained his composure, he quickly contemplated the implications and was curious to see how the individual before him would respond. This person hailed from the village hidden in the clouds, and the 2 villages were currently negotiating a collaboration. Their intention should be quite clear. Abducting Hinata was merely a means to acquire the Byakugan. Given that they have already suffered casualties, it is likely that the village hidden in the clouds will exploit this incident to their advantage. They probably never anticipated needing an alliance with Konoha, otherwise. This situation would not have arisen, would it not? Ko inquired leisurely. After all, it seemed there was still a modicum of time. Even though the moment of departure was already ample, Hyuga Hizashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, could somewhat surmise the purpose of this visit from the hidden cloud village. However, he questioned, what trouble would killing him bring to my Hyuga clan? Trouble? Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he was resolute in his desire to leave this place and refrain from becoming entangled in these matters. Ultimately, he remarked that it was inevitable that the village of Yunin would, under the pretense of war, demand retribution from your clan for the life taken, specifically, the life of the one who murdered him, which happens to be you. Presently, there is no escape. The Umbu have already infiltrated this forest of death. You may escape unscathed, but your brother's fate remains uncertain. However, solutions do exist. It merely hinges upon the price you, as the Hyuga clan leader, are willing to pay. A price? I propose to assist you in resolving this predicament in exchange for the cells of Shinja Hashirama from your esteemed Hyuga clan. How could that be possible? Where would the Hyuga clan procure such a thing? Hinata Hizashi inquired, furrowing his brows. His curiosity about the identity of the individual before him grew, and he discerned that the person was employing a transformation technique. Furthermore, based on the chakra exhibited, this individual must be extraordinarily powerful. Thus, why resort to such a method? Your clan has allies within the root, and that scoundrel Danzo possesses an abundance of such resources. You must find a way to extract them. There is no urgency in utilizing them. Simply retrieve them. When time permits, I shall visit you to discuss this further. With a calm demeanor, Kai opened his mouth to speak, promptly adding that in 30 seconds, the members of the Umbu would arrive. Very well, I assure you. I shall do my utmost to assist you in this matter. Hinata Hizashi, acutely aware of the imminent arrival of their adversaries, swiftly summoned his abilities. Rasengan, forming a sphere with a single hand. This technique was a form of formless ninjutsu. He then deftly moved to the lifeless body of the fallen ninja from the Cloud Village. He pressed the sphere firmly against the grievous wound inflicted by Hinata Hizashi. In an instant, the once sharp incision transformed into a gaping hole. One could claim they were merely taking a stroll, as long as they steadfastly denied any wrongdoing. The Cloud Village would not dare assert that they had sent someone to apprehend Hinata. The evidence bore no relation to the Hyuga clan. All that was needed was denial, and thus, they could look forward to their next encounter. As Kai spoke, in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The risks he undertook were considerable. If he did not hasten his departure before being noticed, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. What use was immense power if it could not safeguard him? It would not be long before such occurrences attracted the attention of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he must return at once, ensuring that no mistakes were made and no traces were left behind in the process. Indeed, as soon as Kai's heel had barely left the ground, within less than 10 seconds, a dozen individuals swiftly appeared, each clad in ninja combat attire and masked. Hinata Hizashi chose not to depart, instead standing quietly while embracing Hinata Hanabi. Upon the arrival of these members from the Umbu, they momentarily paused, casting glances at the fallen ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. Subsequently, it seemed that the leading figure, upon noticing only Hinata Hizashi standing there, approached him with a tone tinged with inquiry, demanding an explanation regarding the matter at hand. Ridiculous. What explanation do you expect from me? This incident has nothing to do with our Hyuga clan. Surely, you can see for yourselves? The wounds on him are not of our doing. I merely happened to bring my daughter here and coincidentally witnessed the battle between two individuals. I was taken aback by how swiftly one of them departed, and by the time I stopped, you had already arrived. So, do you truly believe this has anything to do with our Hyuga clan? Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow and retorted sharply. Even now, the most prominent family in Konohagakure, the Uchiha clan had not yet vanished, and in terms of numbers and strength, the Hyuga clan undoubtedly possessed the greatest presence. Given that the members of the Hyuga clan were among the most numerous of all clans, the requirements to activate the Byakugan were far simpler than those for the Sharingan. And coupled with the long-standing practice of the main and branch family system, the entirety of the Hyuga clan had essentially been subordinate to the words of their clan leader. Hinata Hizashi, I apologize. Upon our arrival, we found only you present here. Therefore, we instinctively attributed the situation to you and overlooked other possibilities. I hope you can understand. Clan leader Hinata, if possible, we also hope you can cooperate with our investigation moving forward. The leader, donning a dog-headed mask, politely addressed Hinata Hizashi. Very well. I must say, Encountering such a situation while merely out for a stroll is indeed quite unsettling, Hinata Hizashi remarked, turning to depart. Yet, such a statement would likely be met with disbelief even from a dog. Who could believe that the leader of the Hyuga clan would venture into the depths of the Forest of Death for a leisurely walk? A location several kilometers away from the village, with no path leading to it? However, at present, there was no substantial evidence, and even if there were, not a single individual dared to impede the progress of the Hyuga clan leader. Bring the body back for a thorough examination to ascertain what truly transpired. The leader commanded loudly, as it was impossible to discern how the killing had occurred in this pitch-black environment. Third Hokage, shouldn't you provide our hidden cloud village with an explanation? We approached you, Konohagakure, with sincerity to form an alliance, yet here we are, facing the death of our own on your grounds. If this matter is left unresolved, it seems that the village of Konohagakure will have no choice but to engage in conflict with Konohagakure. In the Hokage's office, a robust figure loomed, his strength a mystery. With both hands pressed firmly on the Hokage's desk, he leaned forward, glaring fiercely at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, the third Hokage remained silent, seated calmly, the pipe in his hand never faltering, enveloping the room in a haze of smoke. However, he was not alone. Seated beside him were three elderly men, each casting their gaze upon the irate representative from Konohagakure. Confronted with Konohagakure's aggressive demeanor, the third Hokage spoke slowly, assuring them that an explanation would be provided. However, as the investigation had yet to be completed, they would need to wait for clarity. In the meantime, he suggested they take the opportunity to rest. What more needs to be investigated? It was Hinata Hizashi who was killed. Does this require further inquiry? You must present his body before us, or we shall declare war. The Konohagakure ninja declared vehemently. Let it come. Do not presume that we in Konohagakure fear you. Seething with suppressed rage, Danzo, who had been sitting quietly, abruptly rose. Slamming his right hand on the table, he pointed an accusing finger at the representative from Konohagakure, making his stance unmistakably clear. From a standpoint of assertiveness, Danzo certainly outshone the third Hokage. One was a leader engrossed in internal strife, while the other acted impulsively and without foresight. No wonder Konohagakure found itself in such perilous circumstances. Is this the attitude of your village? The Konohagakure ninja inquired sharply. Danzo, you remain seated. The third Hokage admonished, taking a deep drag from his pipe before exhaling slowly. We will certainly provide an explanation. However, no evidence currently substantiates that it was indeed Hinata Hizashi who was killed. Thus, we must await a definitive conclusion. If Konohagakure cannot endure this, then let there be war. May I inquire as to why your people were found deep within our death forest? Shouldn't you provide an explanation for that as well? The third Hokage's question rendered the Konohagakure representative momentarily speechless. It was hardly plausible to assert that they were there in pursuit of the Hinata clan's young princess, was it? Then we shall await your response. The Konohagakure representative finally said, clenching his fists in fury, gritting his teeth before departing the Hokage's office. The audacity of Konohagakure was intolerable. Their brazen behavior in the Hokage's office warranted a proper confrontation, one that would surely teach them a lesson. Even the initiation of the Fourth Great Ninja War would be of no consequence. Upon seeing that the opposing party had departed, Danzo rose in fury, exclaiming loudly, the Third Great Ninja War has only just concluded, and we have yet to recuperate. How can we possibly engage in another conflict? The third Hokage, with a visage of resignation, then inquired how they ought to handle this matter. If mishandled, it could indeed lead to significant trouble. The current focus lies upon the results of the autopsy. Should it be confirmed that Hayashi Hyuga was responsible, I shall promptly assign the burden to the Hyuga clan, thus absolving ourselves of any further involvement. As for how the Hyuga clan chooses to address the situation, that remains solely their affair. The elder, who had remained quietly seated, calmly expressed such sentiments to the third Hokage. I share that sentiment. Yet if no traces linking the Hyuga clan can be found on the body, then this matter may not be as easily resolved as one might hope. The speaker was Kurama Shikaku. These few individuals are indeed of elder status, closely advising the Hokage. Typically, significant decisions are made collectively by the four of them before being disseminated. After considering the advice of the two, the third Hokage hesitated for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. At that very moment, a knock echoed upon the door of the Hokage's office. Before the third Hokage could utter a word, Danzo bellowed with ire, enter. Upon entering, an Umbu operative, donned in a distinctive mask, knelt on one knee, presenting a document. The autopsy results are in, Lord Third, he reported. Indeed, there are no discernible marks on the body that would suggest involvement of the Hyuga clan, nor any indication of Hayashi Hyuga's chakra. However, the nature of the wounds is peculiar. The control of force is exceedingly precise. There are two distinct injuries, one of which completely severed an arm, yet there are also signs of scorching, indicating damage caused by lightning release. Yet, thus far, it seems no such jutsu is recorded within the village, resembling Kakashi's Raikiri, albeit with significant variations in nature. The lightning-inflicted wounds did not affect the surrounding area, which remains a point of confusion for us. The other wound is located at the chest, creating a massive perforation. This too raises questions, as the only technique capable of inflicting such damage would be the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. The residual traces of chakra are apparent, yet we have yet to identify any individual who matches this type of chakra. The operative earnestly reported, having examined the situation comprehensively. However, even among those skilled in assassination, the nature of these inflicted wounds has sparked considerable curiosity. After all, until now, such a novel application of ninjutsu had never been witnessed, unless Kakashi had developed an advanced version of his Raikiri. However, that individual had always remained in the Umbu, making it unlikely that such actions could be attributed to him. Are you certain? Danzo inquired, his brow furrowed and tone serious. Indeed, Lord Danzo. Very well, leave the matter and return for now. The third Hokage tapped the ashes from his pipe, his countenance remaining composed as he spoke. Yes. With that, the individual swiftly exited the Hokage's office. Once the door closed once more, a hint of uncertainty finally surfaced on the otherwise tranquil face of the third Hokage. What shall we do now? Danzo questioned. What do you mean by what to do? I believe we should directly implicate the Hyuga clan, Mito Minion boldly suggested without a moment's hesitation, presenting his thoughts and opinions. That is unacceptable. The Hyuga clan is currently the largest family in our entire Konoha village. If we unjustly place the blame on them, the repercussions could be as significant as those caused by the Uchiha clan. I believe it would be wiser to find someone else to take the fall. After all, this is merely a matter of misdirection, and handling it this way would be considerably simpler. As Nara Shikamaru stood up to express his perspective, he directly countered Mito Minion's proposal, asserting that such an approach was exceedingly perilous. Unless it could be unequivocally established that Hyuga Hayashi was responsible, placing the blame on the Hyuga clan would be implausible. Moreover, should they proceed in such a manner, not only would the Hyuga clan face dire consequences, but it could also precipitate even greater turmoil. The individuals present were acutely aware that even a mere exchange of words could jeopardize the hard-won peace, potentially leading to the disintegration of the entire Konoha village due to the actions of these few, with the Uchiha clan already stirring unrest. Should the Hyuga clan encounter problems as well, the village's strength would be severely compromised. Let us proceed with a casual investigation, selecting someone from the prison to resolve this matter for the time being. We can address the subsequent inquiries later, the third Hokage ultimately concluded, deeming this approach the most rational under the circumstances. Danzo held no significant objections to this plan, as his objectives were crystal clear. Regardless of any implications toward the Hyuga clan, this issue was not as paramount as it might appear. Not to mention, there was currently no evidence to target Hayashi Hyuga. Hyuga clan, have you awakened? Today, you are permitted to rest. Tomorrow, resume your training with urgency. In the room, Hinata Hyuga sat quietly, her attention drawn to the sounds emanating from the bed. Turning her head, she noticed her father, Hayashi Hyuga, gazing at her with a curious expression. Despite her silence, Hayashi's curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired about the identity of the person from the previous night. I don't know. Hinata replied promptly, without hesitation. Hayashi, having no desire to delve deeper into the matter, turned and left the room. As Hinata lay in bed, closing her eyes, the events of the previous night replayed vividly in her mind, particularly the face of Uchiha Kai, which was indelibly etched in her memory. However, she understood that these memories would likely remain her secret, hidden from the world. Time passed swiftly in the tranquility of daily life, and before she knew it, 2 years had slipped by, seemingly without significant change. The routine at the Ninja Academy was both monotonous and tedious, compounded by the relentless teasing from peers. Yet, Kai remained unfazed, exhibiting an attitude of indifference despite being labeled as the underachiever. He made a conscious effort to fade into the background, often resorting to sleep during class. Even now, As a third-year ninja, his abilities were limited to utilizing chakra. The more advanced techniques, such as the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, or substitution technique, were still foreign to him. Ultimately, he cared little for appearances, focusing solely on what he deemed necessary. Hey, you're here again. On a dimly lit path before dawn, Uchiha Kai was jogging with a steady rhythm, the sweat on his forehead indicating he had covered quite a distance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed past him, accompanied by a fleeting figure. Noticing Kai's presence, the figure halted their run, and once Kai caught up, they matched each other's pace. With a thumbs up, the figure greeted him enthusiastically. After all, their names were indeed the same. Might Guy, the fervent training enthusiast of Konohagakure, belonged to the highest echelon of dedication. Kai-senpai, you're up early. Uchiha Kai greeted with a smile. Wow, you seem to have started even earlier than I did. I thought you'd only last a day or two, but here you are, going strong for a month. Truly commendable. Might Guy was far from being like Uchiha Kai, who spoke with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of any signs of fatigue or distress. For Uchiha Kai, whether it was ninjutsu or chakra, none of it posed a significant challenge. Even without any extraordinary enhancements, his keen intellect and remarkable memory would allow him to excel to a commendable degree. However, it was the art of taijutsu that truly mattered, a foundation upon which all physical prowess depended, while chakra could provide support. If one's innate physical condition could not keep pace, then all efforts would be in vain. Initially, he had not anticipated encountering Might Guy while striving to enhance his physical capabilities. Yet, fate had orchestrated their meeting. Senior Kai, my stamina is nearly depleted. Perhaps you should run ahead, Uchiha Kai gasped, his pace slowing beneath him. In stark contrast, Might Guy maintained his stride alongside Uchiha Kai, even resorting to running backward while observing the young lad, who appeared no older than 8 or 9. With his chin in hand, he inquired with a mix of seriousness and curiosity, how long have you been running around the village? This should be your 3rd lap since departing from the Uchiha clan. Damn, am I becoming too lazy? I've resolved to rise earlier and commit to my training. Nevertheless, your tenacity is commendable. I've yet to ask why you are so fervently pushing yourself to improve, Might Guy expressed, a hint of regret and self-reproach in his demeanor, before shifting to a more inquisitive tone. I possess chakra, yet I have never been able to master ninjutsu, not even the most basic techniques, always falling behind in class. Thus, I aspire to keep pace with my peers. I've heard that you, Senior Guy, became a ninja through taijutsu, and I wish to be like you. Uchiha Kai declared earnestly, swallowing hard. Upon hearing these words, Might Guy felt a surge of emotion, reminiscing about his own past when he too had been at the bottom of his class. With a modicum of chakra, yet no ability to learn the ninjutsu of others, he had ultimately relied on sheer determination to reach his current standing. It was indeed a commendable aspiration. If you are willing, I shall guide you in your training from this point forward. Really? Uchiha Kai exclaimed, momentarily exhilarated by Might Guy's offer. He subsequently halted, bending slightly, and after catching his breath, he added, I will need your assistance moving forward, Senior Guy. Do not overthink it. Training is arduous, particularly in the realm of taijutsu. Might Guy flashed his signature brilliant smile as the two continued their run. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, since I have decided to teach you training, I shall also present you with a gift. Tomorrow, your first objective is to run 10 laps around the village, and we shall convene in the woods at the edge of the village. Might Guy was not particularly concerned about which clan Uchiha Kai hailed from. To him, the Uchiha before him bore a striking resemblance to his own childhood, marked by relentless effort. Over the course of 2 months, he had witnessed Uchiha Kai's resilience and determination. During this time, Might Guy took the initiative to inquire about Uchiha Kai at the Ninja Academy, driven by a natural curiosity, as he often encountered the young boy. The information he received mirrored Uchiha Kai's own words. He was the bottom of his class, remarkably lacking in skills. Were it not for his Uchiha lineage, one might easily mistake him for an ordinary civilian ninja. Kai was momentarily taken aback, but as he continued to run, a smile crept across his lips. I will trouble you with this, Teacher Guy. Tomorrow, I will definitely run 10 laps around the village without missing a single one. Oh, this is what youth is all about. Let us ignite the flames of our youth. Tomorrow, I have decided to run 20 laps to celebrate, exclaimed Might Guy, grinning broadly. The duo, one tall and one small, consisted of the youthful Might Guy, who was just in his 20s, and the 9-year-old Uchiha Kai. Their names bore a striking resemblance. which could appear somewhat peculiar to outsiders. After all, such an endeavor could hardly be concealed from anyone. It was a blatant act of running around the entirety of Konohagakure. Might Guy had already established himself as an elite Nin of the village and a paragon of taijutsu within the entire ninja world. When it came to physical combat, it was unlikely anyone could surpass him. Although this rigorous training regimen might seem daunting for Uchiha Kai, this phase was not conducive to further exploration of ninjutsu or chakra training. The primary reason for not having considered this aspect earlier was due to his body still being in a growth phase. The absorption and exertion involved could impose significant strain on his physique. However, at this age, he would not be as adversely affected. With the vast chakra within him, coupled with supplementary training, his physical constitution would undergo a qualitative leap in a remarkably short period. The following day, "Teacher Guy, can we take a break?" Early in the morning, while most were still lost in slumber, the two of them were already laboriously running along the road. Uchiha Kai, in particular, was nearly at his limit, his eyes bulging in a desperate attempt to avoid detection. Prior to their run, he had deliberately sealed most of his chakra to prevent any unusual occurrences. However, such intense physical exertion nearly caused him to lose control and unleash his Sharingan. "This is indeed youth, little Kai?" Might Guy seemed unfazed, only slightly out of breath. Upon hearing Uchiha Kai's plea, he waved encouragingly while giving a thumbs up. Uchiha Kai felt he could barely take another step. After all, when they set off, Might Guy had tied 20-pound weights to each of his arms and legs. Under the circumstances of sealing his chakra, even the burden of 80 pounds was nearly insurmountable. The thought of completing 10 laps was utterly implausible. "Keep pushing, little Kai. I believe in you. After all, you are stepping boldly into the realm of youth." Running in reverse. Yet even so, Uchiha Kai could not keep pace with Might Guy. Each step he took felt exceedingly burdensome, as if he might collapse at any moment. However, amidst this struggle, Uchiha Kai discovered something remarkable. Through this relentless physical exertion, he could not only push his limits, but also catalyze an extraordinary enhancement of his mental fortitude. Along this arduous journey, there were several instances when he nearly lost control and activated his Sharingan. After all, while chakra can be sealed, the Sharingan cannot be restrained. With each heavy step, he clung to a singular belief, urging himself to run just 2 more steps. Sustained by this conviction, by the time he reached the end, he felt as though he had become a mere shell of himself, devoid of thought, simply allowing his body to function autonomously. Eyes closed, he leaned forward, his legs instinctively moving ahead. Circling the village of Konoha, the distance approached approximately 30 kilometers. Not to mention, with his chakra sealed and an additional weight of 80 kilograms. He was running 10 laps. "Guy, have you made up your mind?" Might Guy, having completed his own 20 laps, now sat atop the Hokage rock alongside his old friend Kakashi Hatake. Each held a bottle of drink. Kakashi had set aside his mask on the ground and had noticed Uchiha Kai's recent dedication to physical training, reminiscent of Guy's own youthful vigor. Curiosity prompted him to inquire of Guy, "So, what is your decision?" "Indeed, I made my choice yesterday. If he can run 10 laps around the village, I will take him under my wing as his teacher. However, this morning, I decided to increase the challenge by adding an additional weight of 80 kilograms. As you can see, the persistence of one's willpower is the most vital quality, never yielding to youth. More importantly, have you noticed the attire he is wearing?" Guy grinned broadly. Kakashi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him at those words. After all, any sane individual would likely shy away from the skin-tight attire favored by Guy. Yet, Kakashi understood that in the context of weighted running, such clothing was indeed the most beneficial for the body. "But are you not concerned that he is from the Uchiha clan?" Kakashi inquired calmly once more. "What of the Uchiha clan? In Konoha, you, Kakashi, are also of noble descent, while I am merely a commoner. Yet our bond remains strong. Thus, I do not concern myself with his origins." Although Might Guy continued to laugh and speak, Kakashi had never seen his friend so earnest before. He was acutely aware of his friend's character. Ultimately, he could only let out a resigned sigh, pick up the beverage beside him, take a hearty sip, and then rise to his feet, stating, "I must take my leave now. There have been many matters in the village over the past couple of days. If you have no pressing concerns, I suggest you lend a hand as well." "Oh," Kai responded simply, not even shifting his weight. Watching Kakashi leap down from the Hokage rock, his heart remained unperturbed. Has the time come? Suddenly, he thought of the young Uchiha Kai, and with a faint smile, Might Guy rose and strolled leisurely towards the small grove on the village's edge. At present, Uchiha Kai was no longer running. He was merely laboring forward step by arduous step. The passage of time was a blur, and he had likely long succumbed to a state of unconsciousness. Yet, the mechanical motions of his body compelled him to press onward. In front of the small grove, Might Guy had presumably drawn a white line before setting out, and he stood there, awaiting. Within his line of sight, he gradually discerned a figure approaching, moving with such painstaking slowness that it seemed almost on the brink of collapse. However, as the silhouette drew nearer, Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. Uchiha Kai was enveloped in a cloud of white steam, his head bowed, his body moving forward autonomously. Each step left a distinct footprint on the ground. Though the path was not paved with stones, its hardness was formidable enough to leave an unmistakable impression. The sheer force of each step was astonishing. On the very first day of special training, he had already unlocked the 8 gates. And I have yet to commence his instruction. Might Guy gasped, incredulous. When he had unlocked the first gate, it had taken him 2 to 3 months of rigorous training. He recalled how, during his own childhood, his father had initiated his first special training with weight-bearing exercises, running 10 laps around the village. Bang! Just 10 meters from the finish line, perhaps his body could no longer sustain the effort, and he fell heavily to the ground. Might Guy was about to rush over to assist him when Uchiha Kai staggered to his feet once more, taking 2 or 3 steps forward before collapsing again. Yet, the finish line was tantalizingly close. He attempted to rise twice, each time failing, and ultimately began to crawl towards the endpoint. Witnessing this, Might Guy clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. Drawing a deep breath, he shouted, "Little Kai, youth is right before you. The finish line is within reach. Keep going." Rather than rushing to support him, he stood at the finish line, his body trembling with excitement as he encouraged Uchiha Kai. Whether it was instinct or the echo of his call, Uchiha Kai gripped the ground with both hands, slowly inching forward. Even as blood began to flow from his fingers, an indomitable will propelled him forward. Ultimately, at the moment his right hand grazed the white line, his body could no longer endure, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, Might Guy swiftly crouched down, unhesitatingly hoisting Uchiha Kai onto his back, and rapidly traversed the forest towards an unknown destination. Upon awakening, with a sudden jolt, Uchiha Kai sat upright, yet the excruciating pain that coursed through his entire being overwhelmed his senses in an instant. The intensity of the agony forced a cry from his lips. "Brother Kai, you're awake," Uchiha Hinata exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her off the ground at the sight of Kai regaining consciousness. She hurriedly fetched a glass of water and personally brought it to Kai. "How did I return?" Kai reclined once more, gazing at the familiar surroundings. Was this not his own room? Even turning his head caused an excruciating pain to radiate from the muscles in his neck. Curiously, he inquired of Ing, "Your brother brought you back, and it appears that Teacher Kai has already arranged for your leave." Ing replied in a sweet, childlike voice. "Oh, how long have I been asleep?" 2 days. It has indeed been 2 days. Kai now feels an overwhelming sensation of immobility throughout his entire body. The excruciating pain coursing through him makes even breathing a torment, as he is acutely aware of the agony radiating from his chest muscles. "Ling, you may go out and play for a while. I shall rest a little longer." Kai took a deep breath and addressed Ing. "All right, if there's anything on your end, just call for me." He then performed the reverse sealing technique. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised his hand, channeling chakra and pressing it forcefully against his chest. In an instant, the chakra within him surged forth, providing a momentary respite from the intense muscular agony. Furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the bed. Earth release, underground navigation. With his voice barely leaving his lips, his right hand pressed against the ground, which instantaneously transformed from solid earth into a quagmire, causing him to vanish beneath the surface. However, in the subterranean realm, at an unknown depth, there existed a sprawling expanse, nearly the size of his room, equipped with an array of facilities, though devoid of windows, rendering it entirely enclosed. The surrounding area was inscribed with various crude runes, all indicative of sealing techniques. As he descended, Kai could not suppress a pained cry. He staggered onto a bed fashioned from earth, inhaled deeply, and lay back, forming hand seals for lightning release. In the next moment, his body was enveloped in a rapid flicker of lightning. The intense stimulation compelled Kai to cry out once more. Yet in this secluded space, No action he took could be perceived by the outside world. Even the loudest sounds could not penetrate beyond. Crucially, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan rarely turned its gaze toward the Uchiha clan, lest it be construed as a provocation. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, the Hyuga clan would refrain from employing such methods. Consequently, Kai's presence in this hidden underground haven afforded him a considerable degree of safety. The lightning chakra served to invigorate his cells, promoting rapid relaxation. However, this process was not without its risks, necessitating meticulous control over the chakra's release to avoid the peril of self-electrocution. This method was inspired by his recollections of the situation in the hidden cloud village, crafted to establish a more suitable training regimen for himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not possess the extraordinary regenerative abilities of the protagonist, thus compelling him to seek alternative means. Little Kai, it appears your recovery is indeed quite rapid. Now, let us continue to ignite the flames of youth. Today's objective remains to run 10 laps around the village with an 80-kilogram weight before engaging in further training. By the next day, Uchiha Kai seemed to have completely overcome his previous tribulations. Today, there was no need to attend the Ninja Academy, so I decided to venture over to Might Guy's place. The starting point, marked by a white line I had drawn a few days ago, remained distinctly visible. It is indeed time to embrace youth. Thus, I shall commence. Uchiha Kai flashed a grin, inhaled deeply, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, dashed forward. Might Guy, witnessing this, momentarily froze before swiftly matching his companion's pace. This time, the run was markedly different. Kai's endurance had evidently surged. Previously, completing 10 laps would take an entire day and could leave one utterly exhausted. Yet only 3 days of rest had allowed Uchiha Kai to finish the first 5 laps without even breaking a sweat. His speed remained consistent with prior efforts. This formidable training aptitude seemed almost innate, as though he were born for the art of taijutsu. Might Guy's eyes widened in amazement at the unexpected magnitude of Kai's improvement. The progress was far beyond his expectations. After 10 laps, though utterly fatigued, the time taken was at least 3 hours less than the previous day. Despite being drenched in sweat and breathless, he still retained a commendable spirit. In the small grove, after a couple of days of respite, Might Guy sprang into action, having somehow procured several massive tree stumps. He hoisted one with a single hand and leaped into the air, forcefully driving the stump into the ground. Each stump was at least 50 centimeters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters in length, yet only a little over a meter remained above ground after being embedded. The ensuing training would consist of delivering 2,000 punches to the stumps. Should he fail to accomplish this, 1,000 push-ups would follow. Such is the essence of youth. Might Guy beamed, revealing his bright white teeth as he declared, "No problem." Uchiha Kai, seated nearby, sprang to his feet in a fluid motion, clenched his fists, and began to assault the stump with remarkable speed. As dusk approached, he was still diligently performing push-ups, even when his body was so fatigued that he struggled to rise. He gritted his teeth and persevered. It was truly astonishing that from the Uchiha clan emerged a fool who could not utilize chakra, yet a genius in physical combat. One could only wonder why such potential individuals continually arose from their lineage. The small grove was situated near the village's outskirts, and their relentless training had drawn the attention of many passers-by. Might Guy, well known throughout Konohagakure, had established his reputation, even without the ability to perform ninjutsu. No one in the village would dare to underestimate him. Despite his seemingly simple yet powerful prowess, he commanded respect. Yet, how many individuals can truly persevere through such formidable trials? Indeed, who could argue otherwise? However, this matter should not occupy our thoughts. The Uchiha clan is set to convene tomorrow, and this gathering is of paramount importance to us. Those scoundrels seem poised to instigate a rebellion. Therefore, we must swiftly attend to our own affairs. The man adorned with a fox mask lamented to his companions before several figures abruptly vanished into the woods. Ah, how delightful! Beneath the cloak of night, Uchiha Kai reclined upon a vast boulder, gazing at the myriad stars above and listening to the soothing sound of flowing water nearby. This serene ambience enveloped him in a sense of profound contentment. With his body sprawled in a relaxed manner, he lay on the stone, his wide eyes savoring the gentle caress of the breeze and the melodic rush of the river below the cliff. The fatigue of the day seemed to evaporate in an instant. 9 years have passed. Only 2 more years until that fateful event? Suddenly struck by a thought, Uchiha Kai sat upright. 2 years? Tomorrow marks the Uchiha clan's gathering. Could it mean that scoundrel might meet his end today? And right here by the river? The realization hit him like a bolt, yet he was uncertain of the precise timing of this event. Furthermore, he could not ascertain the exact location along the Southie River. Rising to his feet, he peered through the moonlight towards the river ahead. Behind him lay the territory of the Uchiha clan, while the expanse before him connected to the outskirts of Konoha, traversing the entire forest of death. This indicated that the area of potential occurrence was likely quite limited. As for the Uchiha clan's assembly, it bore no relevance to Uchiha Kai. They summoned only those of nin rank and above, disregarding the genin and ordinary citizens from the common districts. Shadow clone technique. With a determined focus, Kai swiftly conjured a clone. As the clone materialized, it transformed into a raven and other avian creatures, each taking flight to perch at intervals along the riverbanks. The ultimate evolution of the Byakugan necessitates the amalgamation of all the ocular powers. What would transpire if the ocular powers of all Sharingan users were combined? Having executed the earlier actions, Uchiha Kai now needed only to patiently await the arrival of a significant catch. There was no need for him to remain vigilantly watchful. He continued to recline there, contemplating how he might procure some Sharingan when the Uchiha clan faced annihilation 2 years hence. His concern over the dispersed clones stemmed from the subtle shifts in the original narrative, reflecting the presence of elements in reality that instilled fear within him. Uchiha Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan, Kodo Amitsukami. This ability to obliterate one's own memories and forcibly alter one's thoughts is, for Kai, an exceedingly terrifying and insurmountable phenomenon. However, the method for liberation is rather simple. One could merely remove their own eyes in advance, could they not? As this thought crossed his mind, Kai couldn't help but grin. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Experiencing such an atmosphere in the world of ninjas is indeed a rare luxury. Taking a deep breath, he extended his arms once more, as if immersing himself in a realm apart from reality. An hour later, the bird form of his shadow clone began to show signs of drowsiness. Although utilizing latent could invigorate cellular activity and stave off fatigue, the exhaustion from the day's endeavors remained firmly entrenched within. As midnight approached, succumbing to sleep was only natural, even in the guise of a bird. His eyelids struggled to remain open, teetering on the brink of slumber. Yet, just as he was about to close his eyes, a sudden noise pierced the stillness. Instantly alert, the bird's head swiveled towards the source of the sound. A shadowy figure staggered along the southern riverbank, clearly injured, swaying unsteadily. It soon collapsed against a large stone, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. It was Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, another clone sensed the rapid approach of an individual from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi had swiftly departed from the Uchiha family estate, his speed remarkable. Positioned in the middle, Kai deduced without hesitation that this meeting had likely been prearranged. With a minute and a half remaining, it seemed ample time. Having calculated the probable encounter, the clone instantly transformed into a plume of smoke, transmitting all observed details back to the original's mind. Lying there, Uchiha Kai was nearly asleep himself, but upon receiving the information, he sprang to his feet in an instant, disappearing from his position in the blink of an eye, directing himself towards Uchiha Shirsue. As he approached from a distance, Kai paused, hands tucked into his pockets, strolling leisurely along the riverbank. Upon hearing the coughs, he dashed forward, feigning surprise as he inquired, "Who is it?" Gradually closing the distance, he was taken aback when he recognized the face of the individual before him, exclaiming, "Brother Shirsue, what has happened to you?" As he spoke, Kai swiftly made his way towards Uchiha Shirsue. Even now, upon encountering his fellow clansman, Uchiha Kai, Shirsue still wore an expression of disdain. However, severely injured and unable to move, he leaned against a large rock, weakly inquiring, "What are you doing here at this hour?" This is not the time for such discussions. I must hasten to bring you back to the clan. What has happened to you?" As he approached, the distance between them was but 2 or 3 meters. Despite knowing Shirsue lacked any significant strength, his eyes remained in the state of the Mangeki Sharingan, a clear indication of his heightened vigilance. "Get lost. Do not linger here," Shirsue coldly rebuked, refusing Kai's kindness as he struggled to rise to his feet. "Brother Shirsue, allow me to fetch help." Kai's face was marked with urgency, and as he turned, he inadvertently stumbled over a stone, falling to the ground. Yet, sensing that Itachi would arrive within a minute, he vanished at the very moment he collapsed. Initially, Shirsue had paid little heed to Kai, but upon witnessing his sudden disappearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Just as he began to react, a piercing sound reached his ears. Thud! A bolt of lightning penetrated his chest. Shursui, known for his quick reflexes, found himself at a disadvantage due to his grave injuries, having not anticipated Kai's sudden disappearance. You scoundrel! We've crossed paths 7 or 8 times, and you've scolded me 6 of those times. Since you are destined to perish, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leaned close to Uchiha Shursui's ear, whispering softly. The latter's mouth fell agape, his expression one of disbelief. Yet, even in the face of impending death, he immediately unleashed the formidable power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Having reached this juncture, how could one allow this individual to continue? Turning around, my right hand swiftly brushed past the opponent's face, and Uchiha Shursui fell to the ground without uttering a single cry. It is regrettable, but even one is sufficient. The technique employed was derived from Kakashi's Chidori. It possesses many merits, yet its sound is excessively loud. Space-time manipulation. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested abruptly, and I immediately harnessed the power of my right eye. In an instant, my right eye radiated a deep crimson at its center, surrounded by 4 swirling scythes. As the power of the right eye surged forth, I vanished from my original position in the blink of an eye. Had this individual not been of the Uchiha clan, I would have likely obliterated every trace of his consciousness. However, given that he is Uchiha Shursui, no one would be able to probe into the memories of this corpse. Even if such information could be obtained, Danzo from the Hidden Leaf Village would never permit an investigation into these matters. Just as I departed, Uchiha Itachi arrived at the scene, drawn by the sound. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shursui lying in a pool of blood, his face smeared with crimson, he appeared as though he had ceased to breathe, standing there in disbelief and despair. His entire body began to tremble, and he suddenly fell to his knees. After a prolonged moment, he hurriedly lifted Shursui, his mouth agape yet unable to emit a sound, tears cascading down his cheeks. Gazing at the gaping wound in Shursui's chest, his eyes widened in horror, and his hand gripping Shursui's clothing tightened with all his might. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, his once vivid eyes began to shift in color. The original 3-tomo Sharingan swiftly transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern. Had I been privy to this scene, I would have been utterly astounded, realizing that I had altered little in the original narrative. Aside from acquiring an eye, the remaining events unfolded as they were destined to. Utilizing the capabilities of my right eye, I returned to my residence in mere moments, descending into the underground chamber below. Upon my return, I could not help but clasp my eyes shut, wincing in agony as I covered my right eye. It was excruciating. Kai expressed his frustration. It seems that it would be wise to minimize usage in the future. Otherwise, what if one were to jeopardize their eyesight? Kai murmured to himself, reflecting on the power of these eyes, which had been thoroughly studied years ago. His right eye commanded the ability of spatial manipulation, essentially granting him the power to escape. It bore resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique, yet possessed an absolute distinction. With his current strength, he could teleport approximately 2 kilometers without a specific target. However, when devoid of a destination, he merely needed to ascertain the direction of his departure, and in the blink of an eye, he could vanish from his original location. For Kai, this ability was merely a means of survival, which rendered him unhurried about leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. As long as he wished, he could depart from this wretched place at any moment. As for the power of his left eye, it was indeed a unique enhancement bestowed by the Uchiha clan. In contrast, this eye governed the force of time, enabling him to foresee events occurring within the next minute and allowing him to rewind his own experiences by up to 1 minute. This ability was truly a boon. Even if he were to be ambushed one day and suffer a fatal blow to the heart, as long as he reversed the timeline before the fatal conclusion, he could continue to live unscathed. When it came to anticipating his opponent's abilities, he merely needed to activate his Sharingan during combat. Regardless of the adversary's attack, he could instantly discern the circumstances of the next second. Naturally, until he reached the eternal stage, Kai would refrain from overexerting this power. For one could never tell when his eyesight might fail him. Such a risk was not worth the cost. After a moment of contemplation, Kai extended his right hand, observing the bloodied object within it, his entire hand smeared with crimson. The sight was indeed somewhat nauseating. Was this the kaleidoscope of the Kodoe Tsukumi? It appeared rather unremarkable. With a faint smile, he raised his left hand and formed the necessary seals for the Earth release, underground voyage. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved a scroll from beneath his pillow. He then placed the eyeball at the center of the circular runes on the scroll, channeling his chakra with his right hand and declaring, "Seal." In an instant, the eyeball vanished, leaving a prominent seal inscribed upon the scroll. After closing the scroll, he hastily wiped his hands clean, and despite the exhilaration within him, his physical exhaustion proved overwhelming. He soon collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber within less than a minute. Early the next morning, Uchiha Yamashita hurriedly rushed to their location. At that moment, the three were enjoying breakfast, and upon the sudden arrival of Yamashita, Kai, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What has you in such a flurry? Surely, you haven't had breakfast yet. Come, sit and join us." "Oh," Yamashita did not decline, promptly pulling up a chair and taking a seat. He grabbed a piece of flatbread and took a hearty bite, all the while exclaiming, "You won't believe it. Something monumental has occurred. Brother, please refrain from speaking while eating. You're making a mess everywhere." Uchiha gazed at her elder brother with a look of exasperation. Noticing his sister's disdain, Uchiha Dashin promptly covered his mouth. "Eat slowly. There's no need to rush. What has you in such a flurry?" Aunt Yin maintained her gentle smile as she rose to pour a glass of milk from the kitchen for Dashin. She placed it before him, suggesting he take a moment to drink before continuing their conversation. Dashin hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, his eyes widening as he cautiously announced that a significant event had transpired. The prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, had died the previous night. What? Aunt Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression betraying disbelief. While she outwardly appeared to be an ordinary caretaker, she was, in truth, a ninja, albeit one of modest rank. Crucially, she was an unwavering supporter of the Uchiha clan's resistance against the village, harboring deep-seated resentment towards it, especially since her husband had been sacrificed as cannon fodder during the Third Shinobi World War. However, her limited abilities rendered her powerless to effect change. Despite her inability to attend clan meetings, Aunt Yun was well aware of the clan's intentions. Yet, with the demise of Uchiha Shursui, all hopes were likely to dissipate into nothingness. What a pity, Kai responded simply. Whether Uchiha Shursui was alive or dead held no significance for him. He continued to indulge in his meal, entirely indifferent to the unfolding events. "Kai, are you not astonished?" Deshawn inquired. "Of course I am astonished. But what use is that astonishment? Brother Shursui was undeniably one of the most formidable members of our clan, renowned on the battlefield as the instantaneous Shursui. If even he has fallen, then those behind this must be far more powerful than we can imagine. What can we possibly achieve with our limited strength?" As Kai spoke with an air of nonchalance, he lifted the milk cup to his lips and drained its contents in one swift motion. After gently placing the cup down, he rose and declared, "All right. Another arduous day of training awaits." Despite residing in the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, the path to school invariably led him past the outskirts of the clan's assembly area. Today, the atmosphere among the Uchiha was particularly somber, with individuals seemingly engulfed in grief, many walking with their heads bowed in silence. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Fugaku confronted the third Hokage. "Sir, might you provide an explanation today? How did Shursui meet his end? Surely, you can offer some clarity on this matter." As the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's fists were clenched as he gazed at the third Hokage seated before him. Surprisingly, Danzo was also present, an unexpected sight given the circumstances. The day prior, Shursui had just passed away, and yet Danzo appeared with his head wrapped in bandages. "Fugaku, what brings you here today? The death of Shursui has affected us all deeply. But why direct your inquiries at the third Hokage?" Danzo questioned, his brow furrowed, though his curiosity was piqued. Having merely wounded Shursui,
he found it improbable that Shursui could have perished. His early arrival was motivated by a desire to gauge the unfolding situation.
If Shursui had survived and disclosed the truth to Fugaku, it could ignite a fierce conflict. Yet, he was taken aback to learn of Shursui's sudden demise, which brought him a sense of relief. The fatal wound on Shursui came from Kakashi of Yorumbu, did it not? There can hardly be another in the village who possesses such a technique, Fugaku remarked icily, a hint of disdain in his voice. The distinctive nature of the Chidori attack, with its extensive area of lightning release damage, made it readily identifiable. The renowned jutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village were few, and thus, one could easily discern the source of the injuries. Impossible. Kakashi was on duty at the Hokage Tower last night, accompanied by many others who never left. How could he have killed Shursui? Moreover, based on Kakashi's abilities, he could not possibly have been Shursui's match. The third Hokage, despite acknowledging Shirsue's death, was unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. However, observing Fugaku's expression of inquiry suggested that Shirsue might have indeed fallen to the Chidori. Let us ascertain the truth, surely. We can summon Kakashi for a confrontation, Fugaku stated, having no desire to engage in prolonged dialogue. It is acceptable to call Kakashi. But are you certain the wounds on Shirsue are indicative of the lightning release Chidori? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Presently, it was impossible to discern the exact nature of the problem at hand. It was unequivocally true that Kakashi had been at the Hokage building yesterday. Thus, from where did this predicament arise? Setting aside whether Kakashi could indeed contend with the adversary, the entire situation felt profoundly perplexing. What could possibly remain uncertain? The scars inflicted by the lightning release Chidori were particularly conspicuous. Could one still question the judgment of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku was teetering on the brink of fury, his words laced with severity and indignation. Tomorrow, I shall ensure that everyone convenes to confront this matter directly. We mourn the death of Shirsue, and we deserve an explanation for these events. Therefore, you should return for now, and when we gather again tomorrow with a clearer understanding, we shall address this together. The third Hokage slowly rose, momentarily deflecting the issue. I trust that Lord Hokage will ultimately provide us with a satisfactory response. His tone was rife with an undercurrent of menace. After uttering his words, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. Only two individuals remained. The third Hokage cast an unsatisfied glance at Danzo, yet inquired with a calm demeanor, I presume this matter also bears your influence, Danzo? What does it have to do with me? We have known each other for many years. The complexities of this situation do not require my elaboration. Whether it pertains to you or not, I hope this matter concludes here. I shall exercise my own judgment regarding the Uchiha clan, so I expect you to remain forthcoming for a while. The third Hokage's ability to articulate such sentiments indicated a profound understanding of Danzo. However, despite suspecting that this affair might be linked to him, he maintained a facade of indifference, eschewing thoughts of punishment. As for Uchiha Shirsue, it mirrored what Guy had surmised. Whether it was the third Hokage or Danzo, there existed an unspoken accord among them, as none seemed inclined to probe the depths of his mind. After all, he possessed an overwhelming amount of sensitive information, be it concerning Konoha or the Uchiha clan. Regardless, such intelligence could never be disclosed to outsiders. Kakashi, you seem rather displeased today. Perched atop the Hokage rock, Might Guy had just arrived and casually tossed a bottle of drink to Kakashi as he settled beside him. Observing the expression on Kakashi's face, he curiously inquired, You must be aware of Uchiha Shirsue's demise? Indeed, I am well aware of this matter, Kakashi replied. The crux of the matter lies in the cause of his demise. According to the confirmation of the third Hokage, I was summoned to ascertain that the reason behind Uchiha Shirsue's death was, astonishingly, my own creation, the lightning release. Chidori. How could this be? Might Guy was, of course, taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Can you feel the incredulity? I too am astounded. Since the inception of Chidori, I have entrusted it to no one. The key point is that the assailant not only killed Uchiha Shirsue, but also managed to depart the scene with remarkable composure, indicating an exceptionally high level of skill. However, I cannot fathom the identity of such a person, one who can master Chidori and possess extraordinary speed. Kakashi's mind raced through the elite shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet he could not identify anyone who matched this profile. Possessing incredible speed and formidable strength, even Shirsue's various wounds bore witness to different times. Yet, such an individual, even when gravely injured, would not be easily resisted. In this vast village, there seemed to be no one who could fit this description. This situation was indeed perplexing. As you mentioned, the person who satisfies both the criteria of incredible speed and mastery of Chidori seems to be you, Kakashi, doesn't it? Guy inquired. His gaze fixed on Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi had provided an answer, having witnessed the use of Chidori. In merely a few seconds, when he passed by, not only was the opponent's figure absent, but even their chakra was undetectable, indicating that their speed had reached the level of instantaneous movement. Do you think I possess such speed? Kakashi rolled his eyes, his expression one of exasperation. The most pressing issue at hand is the current situation. Although the Uchiha clan may not pursue the matter, and the Hidden Leaf Village may not investigate thoroughly, the majority will inevitably conclude that Kakashi is to blame. This burden seems to have been thrust upon him. Even if he were to shed it, the lingering stench may persist. This is the fundamental reason for Kakashi's discomfort. Observing his close friend's distress, Guy found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he solemnly remarked that it felt as though a storm was brewing. The fact that you can articulate such thoughts is truly surprising. Kakashi immediately retorted playfully. Shortly after, as if struck by a thought, he curiously inquired about Uchiha Kai. It is still uncertain, but he is indeed an outstanding individual, resilient and persistent. I imagine he may even surpass me in the future. Oh, to receive such high praise from you? You will understand in due time. With a slight grin, Kai marveled at the coincidence of two individuals sharing the same final character in their names, now unexpectedly united. My Guy had never experienced such emotions before. Whenever the name Uchiha Kai was mentioned, an overwhelming joy surged within him. In the village of Konoha, there existed an elite jonin willing to take on the role of a mentor, as long as the student maintained good relations with the school. Daily attendance was not a requirement. Occasionally attending to grasp the foundational cultural subjects sufficed. Uchiha Kai embodied this approach. Even when Might Guy embarked on missions, he primarily relied on his own dedication to physical training. This not only honed his body, but also cultivated his mental fortitude, a critical aspect for the Uchiha clan. Every day, he set personal goals, running 10 laps around the village, a task that had become far from basic. Perhaps the initial months were filled with immense challenges. But after a year, adaptation rendered the 10-lap run merely a warm-up exercise. The weight he bore had increased nearly tenfold from an initial 80 kilograms. Yet, even with this burden, completing 10 laps around the village took merely 2 to 3 hours. His speed was astonishing as he ran. The dust kicked up in his wake, danced in the air. 5,000 punches. In the forest, countless wooden stumps lay shattered. The impact of his fists created visible afterimages, striking the stumps with a rapid succession of sounds. Completing 5,000 punches took only 2 minutes, yet the stump bore a massive hole from the force of his blows. Truly, what a fearsome individual. As Might Guy set off on his mission, he was well aware that Uchiha Kai would not slack off. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he entrusted the matter to Kakashi before his departure. Throughout the entire process, Kakashi remained hidden, meticulously observing the 11-year-old boy. Kai had indeed grown taller, but more notably, his physical prowess had escalated to an extraordinary level. "Brother Kai," a tender voice called out. Following the sound, a figure emerged cautiously from the outskirts, glancing behind as if fearing discovery. "Hinata Hyuga? What brought her here?" Kakashi pondered aloud, perched atop a tree, confusion etched on his face. "Ah, my little wife has arrived." Kai paused for a moment, a faint smile gracing his lips as he greeted the others. In an instant, Hinata Hyuga's face flushed crimson, and even Kakashi, sitting at a distance, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He simply could not fathom how the younger generation could engage in such antics. Was this something one could casually utter? If that old fool, Hiashi Hyuga, were to find out, he would surely be furious. Here was a man in his 20s, lacking even a girlfriend, while this young lad had already mastered the art of courtship to such a remarkable degree. Embarrassment washed over him, and he closed the book in hand, swiftly rolling over and leaping away. "Kai, I brought you something to eat," Hinata said shyly, her head bowed, seemingly flustered as she timidly offered her bento box. Truly, he was grateful. Kai did not hesitate, extending his hand to accept the offer. He then remarked, "I am not particularly hungry at the moment. Perhaps you could take a seat for a few minutes while I complete my 5,000 leg kicks? After that, I would be delighted to join you for a conversation." Hinata replied with a gentle smile. Kai placed the lunchbox on a nearby wooden stump, then effortlessly moved to the largest stump nearby. The speed of his leg kicks, while not as swift as his punches, was nonetheless remarkably quick. Each kick against the massive stump reverberated with a palpable force, accompanied by faint sounds reminiscent of air bursts. Hinata sat quietly, observing him, her arms resting on her legs, her chin cradled in her hands. "Kai and I am quite curious about something. Why do you possess such immense strength yet choose not to display it?" Hinata had long harbored this question but had never found the courage to voice it. Although she had been in a semi-conscious state during their earlier encounters, the sights she witnessed were enough to leave her in awe. At the tender age of 3, she may not have comprehended the significance, but as she matured, her curiosity about such matters deepened. It was perplexing to her that someone so powerful would refrain from showcasing their abilities. "Oh, you mean that?" Kaiwei smiled gently, simultaneously tapping the surface of the wooden stake with her hand. Immediately, a surge of chakra began to radiate outward. The earth release technique essentially harnesses the tremors of the earth to detect whether individuals are present in the vicinity. Once it was confirmed that no one was around, she began to speak. There are many things you may not comprehend, but when you consider the strength of an individual, what does it truly mean to be strong? Perhaps one might think of someone like the Hokage. Yet, to put it bluntly, such a figure may appear insignificant when compared to true powerhouses. I aspire to be like the first Hokage. Perhaps only by reaching that level can one be deemed genuinely formidable. Strength transcends mere physical prowess. It encompasses the ability to safeguard those we cherish and to protect what we hold dear. Such individuals embody true strength, whether it be through sheer power or unwavering determination. Both are integral facets of strength. Little Hinata, you too shall evolve into a formidable presence in due time, and with your impending enrollment in a few months. Do you have any plans for the future? As Kai ate, he inquired about the Hyuga clan's cuisine, which seemed to surpass the flavors of the Uchiha clan. Hinata hesitated for a moment before replying. I don't seem to have any grand aspirations. Indeed, it felt somewhat premature to discuss such matters at this point. What about you, Kainai? She asked, her adorable eyes wide with curiosity. Me? I merely wish to live a good life. I harbor no lofty ambitions. This dream of mine may very well be a mere indulgence, he replied. Then, I aspire to earn a great deal of money, and afterward, to savor the culinary delights of the world. At this juncture, Kai paused, setting down his food container, and spoke earnestly. Perhaps what I truly desire is freedom. A kind of liberation that allows me to follow my own thoughts without constraints, to engage in the pursuits I yearn for, to witness the sights I have never seen, and to experience landscapes I have never felt. This may very well be the deepest longing within my heart. Freedom, is it? That is indeed a splendid ideal, Hinata remarked, her mind drifting back to her father's rigorous training, particularly the indoctrination regarding their clan. There was a time when she had never contemplated the essence of freedom. Yet, envisioning the scenario Kai described, where everything could align with one's own intentions, wasn't that also a pursuit she yearned for? A life unshackled, unbound, capable of discarding all constraints. But are you aware of the price that freedom demands? Kai rose and inquired. Hinata did not respond, merely shaking her head slightly. As a child of merely 6 or 7 years, she was undoubtedly unaware of the price one pays for so-called freedom. However, Kai wore a serious expression, stepping forward with utmost gravity before vanishing from her sight in an instant, only to reappear as he delivered a powerful kick to the wooden post he had been training with moments earlier. Bang! The sound of the violent impact echoed as the massive tree stump shattered into pieces. The cost of freedom lies in diligently training when one cannot yet grasp it, exchanging all of one's time for future liberty, and wielding one's strength to claim everything for oneself. In this world, power reigns supreme. All must be resolved through might. Otherwise, where does freedom exist? I understand now. From this moment forward, I shall strive even harder. Hinata stood up, smiled, and raised her hand to clench her fist, thereby expressing her determination. Ah, you understand nothing. What freedom do you desire? In the future, become my little bride, and I shall protect you. In that case, you too shall attain freedom, unbounded by anyone, rendering your efforts unnecessary. Kai was initially quite earnest, yet in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a different demeanor. I must return to my training. Hinata pouted. For every time she visited, Kai invariably uttered such words. This young girl seemed to have grown accustomed to this routine. Over the course of more than a year of training, Hinata had lost count of her visits. Sometimes she came once every half-month, and at other times, merely 2 or 3 days would pass before her next arrival. In the earlier visits, Mike Guy had shown curiosity, but eventually, it became a familiar occurrence for him as well. It has been less than a year. Observing the petite figure of the girl as she departed with her lunchbox yesterday, weaving through the trees, indeed evoked a sense of insecurity. With several months remaining until the commencement of their academic year, it also signified that it was less than a year since the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Calculating the time, there should be approximately 8 months left. The exact date loomed ahead, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this timeline was unlikely to alter. Kai exhibited no signs of panic. It had been 2 to 3 months since he last attended the Ninja Academy. After all, such matters merely required a formal request. As for whether he would return thereafter, it truly mattered little. He seemed devoid of the motivation to continue his training. Approaching a towering tree, he sat down with a thud at its base. Leaning back against the sturdy trunk, his hands cradling the back of his head, gaze fixed upon the drifting clouds above, he gradually closed his eyes. Brother Kai, is it truly acceptable for me to wear this? In the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, even as they reached the threshold. Uchiha Hinata surveyed her attire with a hint of bashfulness before inquiring. Indeed, it looks splendid. Today marks your first day of school. You must strive to make a good impression. Kai looked her up and down, then affectionately ruffled Ying's hair while smiling and saying, "This is truly excessive. Why did you not ask me?" Deshawn, seemingly a bit envious as Ying's elder brother, inquired. "If you don't want to ask, then so be it." She made a playful face and pouted. "All right, enough of this nonsense. The school term is about to commence, and we no longer have much time. Let us set off at once." Kai placed his hands in his pockets and patted Deshawn on the shoulder. At least from his perspective, today promised to be a lively day. After all, it marked the beginning of a new school year, a time when unexpected individuals often appeared. As they approached the school gates, the atmosphere indeed buzzed with excitement. Those who were seldom seen were all present today. From a distance, he could already discern the leader of the Uchiha clan, as well as the illustrious Uchiha Itachi, renowned as the most formidable among the youth of their lineage. Beside them was a younger boy, nearly the same age as Ing, yet his haughty demeanor was rather irksome. The members of the Uchiha clan, perched high above, never deigned to look down upon others. They regarded the world through their nostrils. Kai, big brother. Before they even reached the school entrance, a small boy with golden hair spotted their group and hurried over, a wide grin plastered across his face. He stood before them, tilting his head upwards to call out to Kai. "Naruto, it's been a while. I suppose you're starting school today as well?" Kai tilted his head, surveying the other person, and inquired, "I was personally recruited by Lord Hokage, so I shall begin attending school here today. This individual, who may become your classmate in the future, is named Ing. Remember to support each other. You two might even be in the same class. Regardless, you will undoubtedly be classmates of the same cohort." Kai placed his hand gently upon Ying's head and amiably introduced Naruto Uzumaki, saying, "Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become the Hokage. I am delighted to be your classmate." Naruto grinned widely, bowing politely, his manners seemingly acquired from an unknown source. As no one had formally taught him etiquette, while not perfectly refined, his gesture was commendable. "I am equally pleased to meet you," Ing responded graciously, also bending slightly in return. "This is not the time for lengthy conversations. We should hurry along. The session will commence shortly, and today will not involve any lessons. After our introductions, the day's events are likely to conclude. Please make your way to observe the class allocations." Kai gazed towards the entrance of the school, a smile gracing his face as he waved his hand. After all, the little wife he cherished was now following in her father's footsteps, arriving at this very place. From a distance, she began to wave gently, as if fearful that Kai might overlook her. "We'll head over first, but remember to pick me up at noon," Ing exclaimed, quickly darting a few steps forward before turning to address Kai and Dasha. "Rest assured, I shall come to fetch you," Dasha replied earnestly. However, all the students had already entered. Today marked the commencement of the first grade at the Ninja Academy, while other classes would not commence for several more days. Despite the students having already gone inside, the parents lingering outside had scarcely departed. Just as Kai and Dasha prepared to turn back, a voice suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a familiar figure approaching, Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, it was unclear when he had departed. Facing the approaching Uchiha Itachi, Kai smiled faintly and inquired, "What brings the esteemed heir of the Uchiha family to me?" Upon hearing this, Itachi's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, though he did not overtly display his displeasure. "I would like to have a word with you, if you have a moment," Itachi asked. "Of course," Kai readily agreed, turning to pat Dasha on the shoulder. "You head back first. Today Ing finally starts school. Have Aunt Yin prepare some delicious food for lunch." "Oh, all right," Dasha replied, looking somewhat bewildered. Although Itachi was of the same clan, it was indeed quite surprising that this typically lofty heir would seek out individuals like them. "Very well, Itachi-san, what is it you wish to discuss?" Without glancing back at Dasha's retreating figure, Kai posed the question directly. "Then let us walk and talk," Itachi replied, hands clasped behind his back. While he did not present himself with an air of arrogance, there was an undeniable sense of gravitas about him. Kai followed closely behind him, curious to discover the reason for this unexpected visit. Having spent so many years within the Uchiha clan, their exchanges had scarcely amounted to a mere 10 sentences. What depth of emotion warranted communication or dialogue? As they journeyed back to the Uchiha territory, the usually taciturn Itachi suddenly broke the silence, remarking on Kai's favorable reputation. Although he lacked the ability to fully harness chakra for ninjutsu, he had been lauded as a prodigy in taijutsu. Even Might Guy, his mentor, acknowledged his considerable talent. It was likely that within a few years, he could reach impressive heights, a fact that surprised many within the Uchiha clan. Should I be pleased or honored by such praise? Kai inquired, taken aback by the compliment. Itachi paused, turning to him with a penetrating gaze. What do you mean by that? Kai sighed, expressing his own frustrations. I wish I could wield ninjutsu, awaken my Sharingan, and prove my worth as a member of the Uchiha. The crux of the matter is that I cannot. Thus, I am compelled to seek alternative paths to survive in these tumultuous times. This is not a matter of talent. Taijutsu demands relentless training and unwavering perseverance. There is no such thing as innate talent. Apologies, Itachi interjected, astonished at his own admission of regret, perhaps chastened by the younger man's perspective. He quickly shifted the topic, asking Kai for his thoughts on the will of fire. In the places where leaves drift, the will of fire ignites. But will this flame, or these leaves, ever reach the Uchiha clan? Kai retorted calmly. What do you mean? Itachi probed further. I aspire to become Hokage. It is my dream and my ideal. Do you think, Lord Itachi, that this is a mere fantasy? I yearn to protect this village, yet in my current state of weakness, can I truly fulfill this wish? It is possible. As long as your heart is dedicated to the village, everything becomes attainable, including the position of Hokage. According to Might Guy, your current strength rivals that of a genin. Hence, I have come to discuss with you the possibility of ending your studies at the Ninja Academy and officially becoming a ninja. What do you think? Itachi proposed. Is such a thing truly feasible? Kai was instantly intrigued. It was unexpected that such matters were not conveyed by Might Guy himself, but rather by that Uchiha Itachi fellow. This revelation indeed took him by surprise. So, do you wish to proceed or not? Perhaps by the end of the year, but for now, it is not feasible. Once one becomes a ninja, one must undertake missions, and there is still much I have yet to learn. Once I have acquired a sufficient understanding under Master Kai's tutelage, I will naturally choose to embrace the path of a ninja. At that point, I shall contribute my strength to this village. However, I am quite aware of my current circumstances. Kai spoke directly, stating that since a decision had been made, there was little left to discuss. Itachi Uchiha sighed and, in an instant, quickened his pace, soon vanishing from Kai's side. Throughout the encounter, Kai remained perplexed about what Itachi truly wished to convey or what his intentions were. However, regardless of the circumstances, the true conclusion of all matters would soon come to light. As dawn broke, it was yet another ordinary day. The first task upon waking was to run around the entire village of Konohagakure. After circling nearly the entire Uchiha clan, Kai found himself near the grove where Might Guy was training. To his surprise, he spotted another young individual. From a distance, Kai felt a sense of disbelief. The attire of the two today was rather perplexing. While there was nothing amiss with their fitted clothing, their overall appearance was quite amusing. Good morning, little Kai. Might Guy called out, waving enthusiastically at the approaching Uchiha Kai. Good morning, Teacher Kai. Upon reaching them, he halted, observing the individual who bore the same hairstyle and attire as Might Guy. A quizzical expression crossed Uchiha Kai's face as he inquired whether this was Teacher Kai's son. Oh, that is not to be said lightly. I do not even have a wife yet, so how could I have a son? Guy replied with a grin, giving a thumbs up. This is Rock Lee, who will be your junior from now on. He promptly introduced Lee, stating, since you've chosen to follow me, it's time for you to catch up with your training. Rest assured, Teacher Kai, I will train diligently and swiftly, Rock Lee proclaimed with fervor. Indeed, their personalities mirrored one another closely, suggesting a familial bond. The future 12 young warriors had already been imbued with their destined prowess. Despite his somewhat naive demeanor, one could not deny that Rock Lee possessed the essence of a potential strong contender. Teacher Kai, unless there are other matters at hand, I shall continue my run. We can discuss the rest after I finish. Uchiha Kai smiled broadly, feeling indifferent towards Rock Lee. After all, it was likely that their paths would not cross significantly in their lifetimes. Today, let us take a break from the rigorous training. I'd like to assess your progress with the 8 Gates training, and then we can have a sparring session, allowing Lee to experience it firsthand. Might Guy spoke directly, soon revealing a broad grin that showcased his gleaming white teeth, followed by his iconic exclamation, "This is youth." In the heart of the forest, he inquired, "Little Kai, may I first see how far your training has progressed?" Might Guy's exuberant personality shone through as he continued to smile and ask, "First gate of the 8 gates, open." Upon unlocking the first restriction, there was not much change in his demeanor, yet the veins on his forehead bulged dramatically. Second gate, rest gate. Open. Instantly. A cyclone formed around him, and a formidable force began to emanate outward. Life gate, injury gate. Open. Fifth gate, Duong gate. Open. As he successively opened up to the fifth gate of the 8 gates, steam began to rise from his body, tinted a vibrant blue. His immense power was gradually unfurling, reaching what seemed to be its zenith. So quickly to the 5th gate. Might Guy appeared genuinely astonished, yet he quickly masked his surprise with another broad grin. 5th gate, Duong gate. Open. Mimicking Uchiha Kai, Might Guy too unlocked the 5th gate's restriction, and blue steam erupted from him as well. Meanwhile, Rock Lee had already distanced himself, observing this scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Come on, little Kai. Let me see how your training has fared over these 2 years. Might Guy beckoned, encouraging Uchiha Kai to initiate his attack. I'm coming, Teacher Kai. As the words left his lips, Uchiha Kai surged forward with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, leaping into the air before delivering a powerful downward kick. Might Guy swiftly sidestepped, and upon impact with the ground, a massive crater formed within a few meters radius. Rock Lee's eyes widened in disbelief at such overwhelming force. This guy. His strength is almost monstrous. Might Guy too was taken aback, astonished by the destructive power of such a simple attack. Teacher Kai, you're distracted. Just as Might Guy was marveling at Uchiha Kai's prowess, another attack was unleashed, as Kai executed a mid-air kick aimed directly at Might Guy's head. Realizing there was no time to evade, Might Guy raised his arm to shield himself, eager to gauge the extent of Uchiha Kai's current strength. Boom. At the moment when their powers collided, the ground beneath Might Guy could no longer withstand the tremendous force and caved in. Even he was propelled backward by the sheer intensity of the impact. However, for someone as formidable in taijutsu as Might Guy, such an assault was likely inconsequential. He leapt forth, landing steadily on the ground. Uchiha Kai, not granting his opponent any time to react, surged forward at astonishing speed once more. Might Guy became earnest in his response, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of swift taijutsu, the sound of their clashes resonating through the air. The trees in the forest, which were already modest in size, began to topple one after another. Some trees were even cleaved in two by an unseen force before they could fall. The sheer magnitude of this power left Rock Lee, who was observing the scene, utterly exhilarated. Stop. After several minutes, the battleground was utterly ravaged. The ground was riddled with deep craters, and every tree in the vicinity lay felled. Such a commotion quickly drew the attention of numerous Umbu operatives, who feared that something catastrophic had transpired. Among them was Kakashi, who, despite being on a mission, could not part with his book. Upon confirming that the combatants were Might Guy and Uchiha Kai, he observed their duel with keen interest, albeit while still fixated on his reading. He was equally astonished by the remarkable progress that Uchiha Kai had made in merely 2 years, reaching such a terrifying level of taijutsu skill. As the battle neared its climax, Might Guy suddenly shouted, and both fighters landed firmly on the ground. In comparison to Might Guy, Uchiha Kai still had quite a distance to cover. Despite utilizing similar levels of strength, Might Guy showed no signs of fatigue, while the rapid exertion left Uchiha Kai gasping for breath upon landing. I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. I still fall short compared to you, Uchiha Kai said. His head bowed in shame. Upon hearing this, Might Guy could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. What a statement. Well, you haven't even shed your weights yet, and yet this is truly impressive. Might Guy waved his hand dismissively. Although astonished, he maintained a facade of composure as a teacher. Such a situation could not help but evoke reflection. In just 2 years, the growth had been astounding. How formidable would he become in another decade? Is this a joke? One of the Umbu agents beside Kakashi remarked incredulously. It's somewhat hard to comprehend. I senti it. Can you fathom that this individual once languished at the bottom of the class? It is astonishing to realize that now, through sheer prowess and physical techniques, he could likely dominate the entire grade. Although Kakashi's remarks are merely conjecture, there is certainly no embellishment in his words. At the tender age of 11, when most are merely contemplating the path to becoming a genin, Uchiha Kai has already exhibited physique skills that would render even average chunin ineffectual opponents. While they express their astonishment, Maito Guy experiences genuine exhilaration. This is a person he has trained, who may one day surpass even himself. An overwhelming sense of pride fills his heart. In such moments, an indescribable affection arises. You, my young pupil, I feel there is little left for me to teach you. I have imparted the methods for the remaining 3 gates. The extent of your mastery now rests solely on your determination and perseverance, yet I am confident you will excel. They sit side by side on a fallen tree, Mato Guy at the center, flanked by Uchiha Kai and Rock Lee. As Mato Guy gazes at the young Uchiha, the emotions within him are unmistakable. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Without your guidance, I could never have achieved this success. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly repay your teachings. Uchiha Kai takes a deep breath, rises slowly, and approaches Mato Guy, just as Mato Guy wonders what he intends to do. Uchiha Kai suddenly bows deeply, speaking with utmost respect. Ah, why say such things? You are making me quite emotional. I have done nothing. All of this is your own hard work. He awkwardly scratches his head, but as the conversation progresses, he feels a lump in his throat, and tears well up in his eyes. Teacher Kai, your words are profoundly touching. Indeed, these two, clad in identical attire, find themselves embracing in tears over a simple exchange. While they may not fully comprehend the sentiment, they realize that such moments may never come again. How about I treat you to lunch? Let us go for barbecue today. As a warm welcome for Rock. It is rare to encounter such an exceptional teacher as you, so please, order whatever you desire. Uchiha Kai generously offers. Aren't you training today? Might Guy inquired with curiosity, emphasizing the importance of balancing work and rest. Hence, he decided to forego training today, opting instead to explore this place and engage in meaningful conversation. He suggested inviting Kakashi-sensei, as a larger gathering would undoubtedly add to the merriment. No worries. We must indulge in a hearty meal today, and there's no need for you to cover the expenses. Your teacher has earned a fair share. Might Guy grinned broadly, giving a thumbs up. Unbeknownst to them, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events and the subtle changes in Uchiha Kai's expression. I extend my gratitude to Kakashi-sensei for joining our gathering. Although our interactions have been limited, your guidance has been invaluable. Perhaps, had I not borne the Uchiha surname, our rapport might have flourished even further. Once again, I express my thanks to Guy-sensei for his continuous mentorship, and I warmly welcome the addition of Rock Lee. Holding a beverage, he sat alongside Kakashi, while Might Guy and Rock Lee occupied the other side. Their attire, hairstyles, and overall appearances mirrored each other, creating a striking resemblance. As Uchiha Kai addressed them, he remarked, I am delighted you have chosen such a commendable teacher. Although Guy-sensei may appear carefree and unrestrained on the surface, he is indeed a man filled with passion and ideals. He favors spicier dishes, such as curry rice and curry udon, displaying little discernment in his culinary preferences. However, one should be cautious, as he has a sensitive stomach and cannot consume too much cold food. Should he indulge excessively, it may lead to discomfort. Remember this, for if I were to depart one day, the responsibility of caring for Guy-sensei would fall to you. His words, though simple, evoked a profound emotional response from the two seated opposite him, their hands clasped together, heads bowed, tears cascading onto the table. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai, feeling as though he were overhearing a farewell speech. Little Kai? Brother Kai? The two opposite him were utterly moved, tears streaming down their faces, leaving Kakashi bewildered by their emotional display. Nonetheless, they were undeniably individuals of deep sentiment, capable of being moved to tears by mere words. Come now, this is a restaurant, and numerous eyes are upon us, Kakashi softly reminded, as the attention of many patrons had turned towards their table. Although their gaze posed no real threat, the ensuing awkwardness rendered the meal tasteless. Without further ado, let us commence our feast. Uchiha Kai swiftly downed the beverage in his cup and, seated there, picked up his chopsticks to deftly select a piece of meat from the grill, dipping it into the sauce before him. After all, having resided in this village for so many years, he inevitably harbored a modicum of affection for this place. He had experienced both the warmth of camaraderie and the chill of indifference. Yet, in this vast world, is there truly any corner where the outcomes differ, regardless of one's location? Here, a mere feast of grilled meat could evoke such abundant laughter and joy. Within the confines of Konoha village, his acquaintances were few, but upon arriving in this world, he found them all gathered here. Departing from this place would lead him to an unfamiliar realm, an understanding that brought with it a sense of helplessness. No place exists solely in light. Shadows inevitably accompany brightness. This is the essence of reality, one that all must confront. Kai, what is it that prompts us to gather so early? School is not yet over. The teacher may take issue with this, queried Uchiha Yamashita, his tone laced with urgency. Indeed, Kai and what is happening? At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kai sat on the swing beneath the grand tree, observing the flustered Uchiha Yamashita and Uchiha Hikari as they rushed out, unexpectedly posing such inquisitive questions, particularly Uchiha Yamashita, who frequently cast glances back toward the ninja academy, clearly anxious that a delay might incur the displeasure of their instructor. I summoned you for a reason. Come along with me. Kai stood up from the swing with an air of indifference, casually uttering a remark before turning and leading them in another direction. Although Uchiha Yamashita was not as exceptional as one might imagine, even now, as a fifth-year ninja, he could hardly be considered the lowest in his class. Yet he certainly did not stand out as particularly remarkable. He could only be regarded as a rather mediocre ninja, adhering to the conventional standards of his craft. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to envision that upon the conclusion of their 6 years at the Ninja Academy, he would seamlessly transition into becoming a lower-ranking ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Both of them were brimming with curiosity, yet as they observed Uchiha Kai beginning to depart, they held their tongues and simply followed in his wake. Where are we? Why have we come here? They found themselves in a seemingly remote dwelling, constructed entirely of wood, with a limited area and a modest interior space that appeared rather cramped. It was anyone's guess how long it had been since anyone had entered this place, as the interior was thick with dust. Apart from a solitary bed, there was nothing of substance to be found. The windows were in a state of disrepair, and the cobwebs clinging to the ceiling had likely been there for countless years. Upon entering, the footprints left on the floor were starkly visible against the dust, particularly noticeable when the door was pushed open. It felt as though with just a bit more force, the entire door could be dislodged. The wooden floor creaking underfoot with a distinct sound. Sealing technique, isolation seal. With a swift formation of hand seals, he pressed down forcefully upon the ground. And in the next moment, a transparent hue enveloped the room. Even with the Byakugan, one could not perceive anything occurring within these walls from the outside. Although the house was dilapidated, it was situated in a relatively bustling part of the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit toward the back. Perhaps the ninja family that once resided here had long since vanished. The prolonged vacancy had rendered the place a mere shell of its former self. It was likely that within a few years, due to the ravages of nature, this wooden structure would inevitably collapse. While the identities of those who might have lived here remained a mystery, the area now stood as a remarkably secluded enclave, nestled in the heart of the bustling district. It nonetheless went unnoticed by passers-by. Kai, Akari exclaimed, her eyes widening as she regarded Uchiha Kai, who suddenly seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Now, let me explain why I brought you here. In about an hour, the ninja school will dismiss for the day. Therefore, you must pay close attention to what I am about to say. Under no circumstances are you to leave this room until tomorrow, when I will personally come to collect you, provided all goes according to plan. I would like to inquire in advance if you are willing to leave the Hidden Leaf Village to embark on a new life beyond its borders? Uchiha Kai inquired. Though he was eager to learn the responses of these two individuals, and in a certain sense, his relationship with Uchiha Deshan was relatively amicable. However, should the others express a definitive desire to remain in Konohagakure, he would personally escort them back to the Uchiha clan. The fate that awaited them was all too predictable. Yet it was not Kai's concern. What has transpired? Uchiha Deshan asked. Tonight, the Uchiha clan will face total annihilation, which signifies that none will survive. Thus, I wish to inquire whether you are inclined to stay with the Uchiha clan or accompany me in departing from Konohagakure. What nonsense is this? Uchiha Deshan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at Kai's words. To him, such an occurrence seemed utterly impossible. The Uchiha clan was an immense family. How could it be so easily extinguished? Who possessed such formidable power? Belief in these events rests with you. If you trust my words, then remain here until tomorrow morning to hear the pertinent news. Even confined to your rooms, you should be able to discern it. Simply wait until dawn. If nothing transpires, then I shall concede that I was mistaken, and I would welcome such a scenario. But does reality ever unfold as we envision it? Should that time arrive, Konohagakure will no longer harbor any members of the Uchiha clan, and all we can do is seek a way to escape this village. Observing Uchiha Kai's grave demeanor, Uchiha Deshan, who had always had unwavering faith in his words, found his expression shifting. Nonetheless, he grasped Kai's arm tightly and, with a serious countenance, inquired, I trust you, and I have always believed in you. However, you must at least reveal how you came to know of this matter. Since you wish to know, I shall share the truth with you. Kaiwei smiled softly and sighed, then gradually closed her eyes. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly sprang open, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan before the two young ones. "Is this the Sharingan?" Uchiha Daishin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even taking a step back in shock, he swallowed hard, while Uchiha Ing, who had remained silent, was so startled that she instinctively covered her mouth. This is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a rare ocular ability of the Uchiha clan. How many truly understand the extent to which it can evolve? This is merely one of its forms, and in due time, I shall unveil more to you. As for the 1 to 3 Tomo Sharingan you are familiar with, that is merely a basic evolution of its initial state. If circumstances allow, I will find a way for you to awaken it in the future. This ocular power enables me to perceive a multitude of truths, which is why I have brought you here. You need only to remain for a single night, and you shall witness the events that are destined to unfold. Kai spoke earnestly, taking a step forward to gently pat Uchiha Daishin on the shoulder. Both Uchiha Daishin and Uchiha Ing, who had been standing by, were utterly at a loss for words upon witnessing this scene. They could only widen their eyes in silence. Daishin, in particular, was bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief and fear, as a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. This moment was something he had never envisioned, nor dared to contemplate. His understanding of the Sharingan had thus far been limited to the 3 Tomo form. As for the kaleidoscopic variant, he had never even heard of it until now. Kai, with trembling lips and wide eyes, was uncertain where to place his hands as he extended them. "As long as you remain here, I assure you that nothing will happen to you. Remember, no matter what occurs tonight, you must absolutely not venture outside. Do you understand?" Kai once again reminded and inquired. Uchiha Daishin seemed uncertain whether he had absorbed the information. Yet he mechanically nodded. Even now, he remained ensnared in his earlier thoughts, utterly astonished, struggling to articulate his current sentiments. When Kai turned his gaze towards Hikari, the little girl nodded vigorously, akin to a garlic masher. She held no doubts regarding his earlier words, irrespective of whether the Uchiha clan would face extinction. Given the present circumstances, they needed to trust what Kai had asserted. "I shall return for you tomorrow. Provisions have already been prepared." With this declaration, Kai retrieved a small scroll from his pocket. Although the ground remained dusty, upon unfurling the scroll, a prominent seal was inscribed in its center. Squatting down, he channeled his chakra directly into it. Instantly, a multitude of items materialized before the group, including clothing, blankets, and even 2 packed meals. "Remember, under no circumstances must you leave this room, otherwise none may save your lives." He reiterated, regarding their fates, it was a matter left to chance. For he could not accompany them indefinitely. If they could not manage this modest task, it merely signified that their fates were sealed. As the door to the room swung open, he raised his right hand, summoning 2 shadow clones. The moment he stepped outside, the clones morphed into their likenesses. Thus, they strolled nonchalantly onto the street, making their way towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As the dilapidated door closed behind them, the 2 individuals within the room disregarded the dirt on the floor, promptly sitting down. Uchiha Daishin remained seated for several minutes, lost in contemplation. He sat there, bewildered, while Hikari appeared less affected by the turn of events. Although astonished, her greater shock stemmed from the notion of the Uchiha clan's potential annihilation. She paid little heed to Kai's possessions. There were still many questions left unanswered, and Daishin suddenly recalled something, but as he stood up, he hesitated and quickly retreated. Obediently resuming his seated position, gazing at the items strewn on the floor, he felt that even hunger was insufficient to compel him to eat. What he longed for was to wait until nightfall, peering through the door's crack to ascertain whether the outside world would truly unfold as Kai had described. Would the Uchiha clan be obliterated? "Brother, what troubles you?" Hikari asked, observing Daishin as he vacillated between standing and sitting in a daze. "Nothing," he replied. "Remember what Kai just said. If the Uchiha clan is truly to be annihilated tonight, then it is likely that our lives will not last much longer either. We shall remain here for just 1 night, so let us refrain from speaking and quietly sit in this place, understanding the gravity of the situation." Dshn reiterated Kai's words, fearful that his young sister might act impulsively and venture outside. If an entire clan could be eradicated, their 2 lives were certainly at risk. "Understood. I will not go anywhere today. I will stay here with my brother," Ing responded, rising to take her place on the blanket, awaiting the arrival of dusk. The silence within the room was only broken by their breaths. Yet there remained nearly an hour and a half until darkness fully enveloped them. This waiting period felt stifling for both of them. They dared not utter a word, lest they disturb those outside. However, this quietude did not last long. As soon as twilight descended, the sound of swift footsteps began to echo from above. It was evident that ninjas were rapidly approaching, and their numbers were significant. DSHN lifted his head, acutely sensing the situation, and, concerned that he might be frightened, he moved closer to her and gently embraced her. According to earlier assessments, all members of the Uchiha clan had returned. Aside from Sasuke, everyone else was present. "You are responsible for the clan's territory. I will take charge of the civilian area," ordered the Uchiha leader. In a secluded corner of the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Itachi's expression was grim, blood tears streaming from his eyes, his demeanor seemingly devoid of vitality. Before him stood a figure clad in a full mask, revealing only one eye, with hands clasped behind their back, draped in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, exuding an air of chilling menace. "Oh, no problem. It should conclude shortly," the masked man replied calmly, as if addressing a trivial matter. "In that case, let us commence," Itachi stated coldly, and with that, he departed the location, reappearing in the civilian area. Most of the Uchiha clan resided in this vicinity, with nearly 900 members in total, of whom at least 500 lived in this region. Although the majority of these residents had not awakened the Sharingan, with the most having only attained 2 tomo. For Uchiha Itachi, his objective was clear: none would be spared. With a long blade in hand, he moved swiftly, initially encountering individuals who bore smiles upon their faces. Though perplexed as to why this individual would arrive at their residence wielding a knife, there was little trepidation within. As the scion of the Uchiha clan, he was heralded as the most formidable among the younger generation of the clan. Many fantasized about the possibility of Itachi Uchiha ascending to become the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Yet, what they encountered today was not the paragon of their dreams, but rather a being of demonic caliber. "Young Master Itachi, you have arrived." Upon the opening of the door, Itachi Uchiha, knife in hand, slightly bowed his head, his expression one of utter indifference. The elderly man who had opened the door exhibited an exuberant warmth upon recognizing Itachi, poised to extend an invitation for him to enter and converse. However, Itachi abruptly utilized a body flicker technique, appearing directly within the courtyard. In an instant, the old man clutched his neck, blood gushing forth between his fingers, collapsing heavily to the ground, bewildered by Itachi's actions. Grandfather, a child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, playing in the courtyard, prepared to rush forward at the sight of the fallen elder. Yet, a shuriken soon pierced through his chest. "Itachi, have you lost your mind?" A man, wrapped in a scarf, emerged to investigate the commotion. But upon witnessing the scene before him, he stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld Itachi slaying his own son. With a roar of fury, he brandished a kitchen knife. Yet his strength was pathetically inadequate against Itachi. Shadow clone technique. With a cold lift of his hand, 2 clones materialized, each brandishing a knife, swiftly dispersing into the surrounding areas. Within mere minutes, the cacophony of cries began to erupt throughout the civilian district. The pervasive scent of blood soon permeated the entire area. How ruthless! To unleash such brutality upon his own kin, individuals lacking any means of defense, even infants not yet able to walk, could be eradicated with such ease. Truly, a terrifying entity. At the pinnacle of the rooftop, a clone of Uchiha Kai, transformed into a bird, observed the scene with quiet intensity. Everything unfolded before his eyes, as if in a vivid tableau. The crows were not solitary. Dozens circled above the Uchiha clan's domain. The horrifying slaughter displayed in all its gruesome detail. The Uchiha compound. In stark contrast to the civilian district, this place was alive with chaos. Though aware of the precise timing of the clan's massacre and the identities of those involved, he remained perpetually intrigued by how they could extinguish the entire Uchiha clan in a mere half-hour. At last, the truth has become apparent. The masked figure before me requires no effort of his own. For those members of the Uchiha clan who possess slightly diminished strength, the pure white entity swiftly emerges from the ground, infiltrating their bodies and compelling them to take their own lives by slitting their throats. Such speed is truly astonishing. It seems that the time has come to confront this matter. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Uchiha Kai exhaled heavily through his nostrils and gradually rose to his feet. However, before him lay 3 lifeless bodies, ominously arranged side by side within the confines of the room. These were the handiwork of Uchiha Itachi, who had cunningly utilized his clones to seize the lives of 3 individuals of similar age and physique amidst the chaos of slaughter. With no one else around, It was certain that Yunyue would return home by nightfall. Although a sense of sorrow lingers, it is accompanied by an unavoidable resignation. This woman excels in many respects, yet her heart harbors an overwhelming hatred. To keep such a situation close or attempt a rescue would undoubtedly pose a considerable danger. Kai had no need to engage in such perilous endeavors, for the so-called emotions held little substance. As he entered the courtyard and cast a backward glance at the place he had called home for over a decade, a sigh escaped his lips, revealing a faint, bitter smile. That fellow Uchiha Itachi would likely arrive in less than a minute. Thus, the moment Kai leapt forth, the entire house erupted in a tremendous blaze. Simultaneously, a voice commanded, "Do not move." The masked man of the Uchiha clan had eliminated everyone present, leaving a gruesome scene of corpses strewn about, blood flowing like a river. The deceased, who were presumably gathered for a clan meeting, numbered at least in the hundreds within this single area. Yet, conspicuously absent among them was Uchiha Fugaku. Once the masked man had dealt with all present, he placed his hand upon the eye of one of the fallen. Just as he prepared to act, Uchiha Itachi appeared. His expression icy and indifferent. His eyes ignited with the power of the Sharingan, exuding an aura that was chillingly formidable. Ah, quite swift. Have you already taken care of your side? The masked man halted his actions, rising to his feet, regarding Itachi with a tone laced with intrigue. Not yet. It will take a few more minutes. However, you must not disturb anything here. I have other uses for their eyes. If you truly desire them, I can spare you 5 pairs. Itachi stepped forward, his voice still imbued with an icy resolve. Perhaps out of some other consideration, the masked man chuckled lightly, retreating a step and replying, "Very well." In such a tense moment, he was mindful of the possibility that others from the Hidden Leaf Village might suddenly arrive, causing him to remain vigilant, his focus primarily on the periphery. Had he been perceptive enough to sense the aura emanating from Uchiha Itachi, he might have discerned the underlying tension. After the masked man stepped back, Itachi surveyed the multitude of corpses before him. Though he understood the brutality of this world, the first whiff of such a sanguine scent stirred his stomach uneasily. Nevertheless, he suppressed the nausea welling within, inhaled deeply, and approached the first corpse in solemn silence. With a gentle sweep of his right hand, he brushed across the face, revealing a pair of eyeballs now cradled in his grasp. Just in time. Uchiha Itachi's plan was set in motion, for his clone remained stationed nearby. After all, one would not rush to this place immediately after committing the heinous act of slaughtering one's entire clan, if they possessed even a modicum of conscience. This reflects a person's mentality. One would at least linger at the scene for nearly a minute before making their way here. This implies that this particular doppelganger could only manage to gather so many watchful eyes within a maximum span of 5 minutes. Meanwhile, at the moment Uchiha Itachi took the life of the last remaining individual, he could no longer suppress the torrent of emotions surging within him and collapsed to the ground in tears. Though he had long sensed that someone was observing this tragic scene, he found himself devoid of the emotional capacity to investigate who it was. To personally take the lives of so many of his kin weighed heavily on Itachi's conscience, and the guilt overwhelmed him, leading to his emotional breakdown upon slaying the final victim. This mirrored exactly what Kai had initially anticipated. Itachi remained in place for merely a minute, using his sleeve to wipe away his tears before gradually rising, his expression returning to its previous state of cold indifference. At this moment, the entirety of Konoha was already in disarray. Even ordinary citizens had begun to notice the commotion emanating from the Uchiha clan. After all, Kai had set his own home ablaze, and the inferno's towering flames illuminated half the village, even though the Uchiha clan resided at a considerable distance from the village. Yet, this intense light still captured the attention of many. As for the Hyuga clan, they were situated far to the east, while the Uchiha clan resided in the west. Despite the significant distance separating them, most members of the Hyuga clan were now perched atop rooftops or had activated their Byakugan to observe the unfolding events. Hyuga Hayashi furrowed his brow, though he refrained from using his Byakugan, simply directing his gaze towards the Uchiha clan's direction. The blazing flames, coupled with the swift approach of Umbu ninjas, indicated that something monumental had transpired. "Chief, shall we not involve ourselves?" inquired one of the individuals beside Hyuga Hayashi with a tone of curiosity. When the Uchiha clan was annihilated, my demand was to send 2 children away from Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi's thoughts suddenly drifted back several years. Although 2 or 3 years had elapsed, that conversation remained vividly etched in his memory. Send 2 children away from Konoha. The Uchiha clan was annihilated. Years prior, someone had already foreseen this outcome. Who exactly was that person? Hyuga Hayashi murmured to himself. Throughout these years, he had posed this question to his daughter on multiple occasions, yet each time, the responses he received were met with denial. This implied that Hinata had not disclosed to him who had actually rescued her. Patriarch, the individual beside Hinata Hisashi, immediately reminded him again upon noticing his lack of response. No need. Today's matter has no bearing on our Hinata clan. Everyone should return and rest well. The Hinata clan shall undertake no missions tonight. Even if the Hokage himself were to issue an order, the entirety of the Hinata clan will rest today. Hinata Hisashi spoke with a grave expression. Patriarch, if we do this, won't the Hokage have objections? If the Uchiha clan were truly annihilated today, do you wish to witness our Hinata clan reach such a fate? As the head of the Hinata family, Hisashi shot a frigid glare at the individual beside him. The overwhelming aura compelled the person to step back hastily. Taking a deep breath before bowing respectfully and responding, yes. How long will you continue to gather here? I have not harmed your parents, I merely restrained them. Are you prepared to take action on your own now? Observing the clone of Uchiha Itachi swiftly and continuously collecting the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the masked man could no longer contain his impatience, though his tone remained amicable. My true self will handle it personally. My task is merely to gather these items. Do you have an objection? The clone raised its head, ceasing its actions, and regarded the masked man with an icy stare. No. This matter does not concern me. Since the remaining true self will take care of it, it is no longer my affair. However, I believe we should expedite this process, allowing us to vacate this cursed place entirely. The masked man waved his hand dismissively. You may leave first. I will handle matters here and will seek you out afterward. The Itachi clone stated. Very well, since you have said as much, what more can I say? The masked man replied nonchalantly, glancing around to see that the situation had been mostly resolved. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, which had begun to flow from the square into the drains, trailing a considerable distance. The masked man turned, and suddenly a vortex appeared before him. And in the next moment, he vanished within it. Confirming the departure of that individual, the Itachi clone continued to collect the eyes at a leisurely pace, noting that there were not many left on the scene. Yet, it could sense that the true Uchiha Itachi would soon arrive. After a brief pause, the clone transformed into the likeness of the masked man. This should suffice, I believe. With a smile, he bent down and placed his hand over the eyes of the person lying on the ground. A swift flick of his wrist revealed 2 eyeballs in his grasp. He unrolled a scroll and pressed the eyes onto it, causing them to vanish in an instant. The most logical place for preservation was indeed within the sealing scroll. After all, even after a decade, what was stored inside would emerge unchanged, as though freshly retrieved. What are you doing? After concluding the massacre in the Commoner district, Itachi Uchiha rushed to the scene, only to be met with a grotesque display of scattered corpses. His expression darkened with anger, particularly upon witnessing the masked man's actions. What is there to be concerned about? Regardless, someone will take them next. Why bother with who exactly took these items? His tone mirrored that of the masked man, conveying an unmistakable air of depravity. When he lifted his head, the kaleidoscope in his Sharingan momentarily clouded Itachi's judgment, despite being meticulous by nature. The overwhelming pressure of the situation dulled his senses, making it nearly impossible to detect the presence of another's clone. Your parents are inside the house, already under control. It's up to you now. I shall depart first, and I hope you can handle things here swiftly. The inner clone reminded Itachi, having likely collected the last item. At that moment, Itachi's expression turned grim. He paid little heed to anything else and turned towards his family's direction. Having gathered so much, there was no need for Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Pressing further might risk exposure. With a chuckle, the clone standing still patted the scroll behind him and vanished in the next instant. Meanwhile, in the outer regions of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kai observed the situation from afar. The masked man's clone suddenly appeared, respectfully handing over the scroll to Kai before dissipating into smoke. Throughout the encounter, whether taking on Itachi's visage or that of the masked man, it was all merely a manifestation of Uchiha Kai's own clone. Then, the original raised his hand, transforming into a more unfamiliar form. He produced a pure white mask, sighed, and gazed towards the Uchiha clan, lamenting, "It seems there will no longer be an Uchiha clan." With that, he silently donned the mask and, in a swift leap, began to move rapidly in another direction. The members of the Hyuga clan received their orders. Despite the lingering curiosity about the ultimate outcome, the current command is indeed compulsory, compelling everyone to return home and rest. While each individual harbors a keen interest in the unfolding events, their participation is strictly prohibited. In truth, it is not solely the Hyuga clan that is excluded. Nearly all prominent families within the Hidden Leaf Village have received identical mandates to refrain from involvement with the Uchiha clan's affairs and to abstain from any village matters that night. Even if the village were to face destruction, it would bear no consequence for these clans. Isolating himself from all others, Hyuga Hizashi sat alone in the hall. A cup of tea beside him, his expression remarkably serene, as though he awaited someone. He tilted his head back, stretching his neck. And as the leader of the Hyuga clan, he was acutely aware that something monumental had transpired with the Uchiha clan that evening. This was a concern shared by every prominent family. Would the impending disaster descend upon their own lineage? Should that day arrive, how would they navigate the aftermath? As he pondered, a figure suddenly materialized within the hall, donning a mask and exuding an unfamiliar aura. Hyuga Hizashi was not overly surprised. Instead, he addressed the newcomer with a weighty tone. "Ah, you have arrived." It seemed that the Hyuga patriarch still remembered their agreement from years past. Uchiha Kai, equally composed, inquired. "It appears you recall our pact from years ago. I certainly remember how you saved my daughter, thanks to your timely reminder." The Hyuga clan was able to avert significant losses. As Hizashi spoke, he gradually rose and took a couple of steps toward the masked Kai. As the largest clan in the Hidden Leaf Village, he was well aware of the discussions that had taken place between the Hokage, Danzo, and the emissaries from the Cloud Village. Had they not been unable to secure sufficient evidence, the eventual outcome would likely have remained unchanged. Although Hyuga Hizashi's brother had ultimately perished, the timeline of events had been delayed by nearly a year, indicating that while certain things remain immutable, others can indeed be altered. "My purpose for coming today should be clear to you," Uchiha Kai continued. "As I previously stated, I bring only 2 inconsequential children, which I trust will not pose a burden to your clan. I wonder if the Hyuga patriarch is still willing to adhere to our original agreement?" Kaden inquired with an air of calmness that is only natural. "However, I am quite curious about one matter. How did you come to know that the Uchiha clan would face annihilation several years ago? And what is your true identity?" He continued, "This matter holds little significance, and as for my identity, it is even less relevant. The heavens are vast, and the road stretches far. There shall be no more Uchiha clan in the future. Unless unforeseen complications arise, my dealings here shall remain separate from Konohagakure. My purpose in coming here is merely to remind the Hyuga clan leader to adhere to the agreement made years ago. As for those 2 children, they are currently positioned at the outskirts. Tomorrow, I shall ensure they arrive directly at the gates of Konohagakure. The Hyuga clan need only escort them beyond the reach of the Umbu's surveillance. As for the remainder, I shall personally guide them away from this place of turmoil." As Kai spoke, he expressed his belief that, after weighing the pros and cons, the leader of the Hyuga clan would indeed honor their commitments. Beyond this, I wish to inquire your thoughts on how the Hidden Leaf Village might respond to our Hyuga clan in the days to come. Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback that such a topic was broached with an outsider. If others were to discover this, the level of astonishment would be unfathomable. Since the conversation had ventured this far, I do not mind elaborating further. With the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Hyuga clan naturally ascends to become the largest clan in the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village and beyond. Such power inevitably breeds apprehension in others. The 3rd Hokage is not as benevolent as one might imagine. In the midst of the swirling leaves, it is not my will that prevails, but rather the decay of withered branches. To ensure the Hyuga clan does not become a target, it would be wise to refrain from assuming control of the Leaf Village's security forces. Should the 3rd Hokage insist on entrusting this hot potato to you, pass the responsibility onto the ordinary ninjas, with management authority reverting directly to the Hokage. If the order is issued under coercive circumstances, you might consider leveraging the Hyuga clan's withdrawal from the Leaf Village as a demand. At that juncture, it is likely that all prominent clans would respond in kind for their self-preservation. With the Uchiha clan's demise this evening, you could also seize this opportunity to eliminate the roots of this issue. This is my counsel to you, esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan." Kai's assertion is rooted in the pre-established narrative. It is crucial to recognize that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan is a significant factor leading to the eventual downfall of the 3rd Hokage. During such turbulent times, when every clan is engulfed in trepidation, how could they genuinely commit themselves to the welfare of Konohagakure? Each individual harbors their own internal scale of judgment. The Uchiha's demise incited a profound sense of indignation among them, which led to their passive acquiescence. Perhaps this was perceived as the most favorable arrangement for all involved. However, It simultaneously served as a pivotal reason for the disintegration of unity among the clans. In response to Kai's reasoning, Hinata Hyuga had already contemplated this matter, having spent considerable time here reflecting on strategies for addressing the forthcoming challenges. The manner in which Kai spoke was almost perfectly aligned with his inner thoughts. This led Hinata Hizashi to become increasingly curious about the true identity of the masked man before him. How could he possess such intimate knowledge of everything? Thank you for your answer. I assure you that the Hinata clan will abide by our agreement and will ensure the safe passage of the two individuals you entrusted to us beyond the surveillance range of Konoha. However, how do you plan to leave? Hizashi inquired. Please do not trouble yourself, clan leader Hinata. I have my own means of departing from this place. Tomorrow. I shall await the response from the Hinata clan 10 miles outside the boundaries of Konoha, so I shall not impose further this evening. Kai nodded and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Who could this person be? Hinata Hizashi stood in contemplation, pondering the individual's formidable strength and their uncanny awareness of all events. As if they were perpetually ahead of time. It felt as though this person had personally experienced the unfolding of subsequent occurrences. Such an individual exuded an eerie aura. As dawn broke the following day, the village of Konoha was engulfed in turmoil. News had spread like wildfire that the Uchiha clan had been utterly annihilated, leaving only Itachi Uchiha's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, as the sole survivor. In a single night, nearly 900 members of the clan had perished, with no one left alive except for this young child. In a dilapidated room, two young ones sat huddled together, having spent the night in fear. Fatigue was etched across their faces, dark circles forming around their eyes, for who could possibly find rest under such circumstances? They could faintly hear the commotion outside. A cacophony of voices confirming the grim reality. The Uchiha clan had indeed been exterminated, with not a single soul spared. Ah, it seems you two did not fare well yesterday. A voice suddenly pierced the tension that had enveloped them throughout the night, and in that moment, Kai Uchiha materialized within the room. The weight of their anxiety was instantly lifted. Ing sat momentarily stunned before springing to her feet, tears cascading down her cheeks. She rushed into Kai's embrace, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! We were truly worried you might have perished as well." While Deshawn did not weep as openly as Ing. Tears welled in his eyes, a testament to their shared worry. Though their night of dread bore no tragic outcome, the moment Kai's presence brought them solace. A noticeable shift occurred in Deshawn's gaze. "Brother Kai, it's such a relief to see you unharmed." Ing cried, then lifted her head to gaze at Kai, inquiring if it was true that the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. "Indeed, they have been destroyed," Kai replied somberly. Itachi Uchiha, along with another, took matters into their own hands, leading to the demise of everyone, save for one exception, Itachi's own younger brother. Kai spoke candidly, revealing that Aunt Yun had also passed away, leaving only a few of them from the Uchiha clan. "Soon, I shall seal the chakra responses within both of your bodies. Particularly you, do not exhibit excessive emotional fluctuations. Take a moment to observe your current predicament." Kai spoke as he picked up a dust-covered mirror from the table. After blowing the dust away, he held it up to the mountain. The moment Deshawn caught sight of his own eyes in the reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. A mesmerizing Sharingan. Ing was momentarily taken aback as well, but soon began contemplating their escape from this place. "Brother Kai, we cannot linger here. We must not remain in this village. Otherwise, we shall all perish. Allow me to seal the chakra responses within both of your bodies. Today, all eyes are focused on the already extinguished Uchiha clan, and there will be a significant relaxation of vigilance regarding external matters. Therefore, you will need to make your way to the entrance of Konoha. The members of the Hyuga clan will escort you out. Once we have exited the village's surveillance range, I will lead you to another location." The Hyuga clan? While I could comprehend assistance from other families, Deshawn felt incredulous. Why would the Hyuga clan aid them in their departure? This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with, nor should you inquire or seek information from anyone. Several years ago, I made an agreement with the leader of the Hyuga clan. All you need to do is leave this place. And what about you? Deshawn frowned reluctantly, rushing forward to grasp Kai's arm with urgency. Do you really have the leisure to worry about me now? I have ensured your survival through the turmoil surrounding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and I can certainly navigate my way out of this chaos as well. Do you truly believe this place can confine me? So rest assured, I shall depart once you have left. We will meet outside. After all, leaving you two fools behind might very well lead to your demise from starvation on some unforeseen day." Kai rolled his eyes and made an expression of exasperation. He spoke with an effortless ease that momentarily lightened the atmosphere. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to hold little significance for them. Even if the clan were to be annihilated, what would it matter? After all, within that family, their status had always been at the lowest tier. Aside from the bittersweet feelings of Aunt Yun, who had cared for them, there seemed to be little emotional connection from anyone else. In fact, many would not utter a word until their final moments. I understand now, Kai. Regardless, I truly thank you this time. Uchiha Dashi inhaled deeply, stepping back and bowing deeply in gratitude. Ing mimicked his actions, stepping back and bowing deeply as well. As Kai had mentioned, given their current age and circumstances, it was unlikely they would survive long outside the village. We have known each other for so long, growing up together. Why say such things? Thus, he instructed them to head to the village gates, where the Hyuga clan would escort them away. Understood. Dashi responded, displaying an attitude akin to that of an obedient subordinate. Perhaps for Kai, he simply regarded them as good children. Yet for Dashi, it felt as though their relationship had undergone a significant transformation from that moment onward. As they walked through the streets, the wind felt particularly strong today, as if mourning the souls of the Uchiha clan. The weather was not particularly warm. In fact, it was slightly chilly, prompting the two to wrap their faces tightly with scarves. Their clothing had been changed, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary civilians. Uchiha Dashi held his sister's hand tightly throughout their journey. The townsfolk lining the roads, whether moving or seated and chatting, were largely engrossed in discussions about the Uchiha clan. The number of ninjas on the streets seemed to have increased, with those darting across rooftops more conspicuous than usual. At that moment, the Uchiha clan likely had no idea how many remained there. Nevertheless, the destination and direction for the two siblings were unmistakable. They were headed towards the village gates. Typically, two chunin would be stationed at the entrance for supervision and registration, and today was no exception. In contrast to their usual nonchalance while stationed at the booth, both had unexpectedly stepped outside today. Their innate curiosity compelled them to uncover what had transpired within the village, as they yearned to join in the excitement. However, reality dictated that they remain where they were. The two children stood not far from the entrance, as Konoha had yet to issue a lockdown order. Even so, not many individuals could be seen at the entrance. Are you the issuers of the mission? As their gazes were intensely fixed on the doorway, for figures suddenly descended beside them. They were unmasked, yet the discernible glint in their eyes revealed their affiliation with the Hyuga clan. The issuers of the mission? This was the information Kai had conveyed to them before his departure. If they encountered any members of the Hyuga clan, they were to assert that they were indeed the mission's issuers. Without a moment's hesitation, Dashin promptly affirmed, "Indeed, we are the issuers of the mission." With their identities established, it was now imperative to fulfill the escort task. One of the Hyuga clan members, having confirmed their identities, immediately began addressing the other three. Understood. They responded in unison, showing little concern for the identities of those before them. After all, it was their clan leader who had personally designated them for this mission, with the sole requirement being to escort them to a location far from the village at all costs. Consequently, they were not permitted to inquire about any identities or information during the course of the task. Although a trace of curiosity lingered, as executors, they could only comply with such orders. The escort mission for the Hyuga clan now necessitated an exit from the village. At the entrance, the peaceable leader of the Hyuga clan began conversing with the guards. However, upon observing the two young individuals, one of the guards hesitantly inquired if they had received the Hokage's approval. The Hyuga clan does not require the Hokage's consent to undertake missions. Why delve into such details? Nevertheless, how much do you know about the matters concerning the Hyuga clan within the village? What has become of the Uchiha clan? The inquisitiveness of the guards compelled them to seek answers to this pressing question, showing little concern for the Hyuga clan's unilateral acceptance of missions. After all, in such a vast village, everyone was well aware of the Hyuga clan's affairs. They frequently engaged in various enterprises and often departed independently. Such matters were hardly within their purview of concern. However, seizing this opportunity to indulge in gossip was something another individual yearned for. They're all dead. Every last one of them. Itachi Uchiha annihilated the entire clan, leaving only his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, alive. Thus, it seemed the Uchiha clan had been extinguished. The Hyuga clan member responded succinctly. He then gestured to the three individuals behind him and the two young ones. How ruthless. To think that so many from the Uchiha clan could be eradicated in a single night. Such a person deserves condemnation, the guard remarked in disbelief. Yet his sentiments toward the Uchiha clan mirrored those of the majority. though one may harbor a sense of disdain towards them. The annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan evokes a twinge of sorrow. A few members of the Four Symbols clan, accompanied by two young ones, departed the village with an air of audacity, raising little suspicion along the way. As they journeyed, they took turns utilizing their Byakugan to survey the situation ahead. About 2 miles from the village, one of them suddenly remarked on the significantly diminished presence of Umbu personnel surrounding the area. Given the calamity that had befallen the Uchiha clan, it was only natural that everyone would be preoccupied with the aftermath. After all, the impending task involved verifying the number of survivors among their ranks. Regardless, this matter bore no consequence for them. Their focus remained steadfast on fulfilling their mission and delivering the target to its destination, after which they would have no further association with the affair. Such is the way of ninjas, particularly those capable of leadership. The individual, in his late 20s, spoke with a singular focus on the mission, dismissing any trivial matters as irrelevant to them. After expressing his thoughts, he cast a glance at the two young ones, his curiosity about their identities momentarily subdued by the weight of duty. Within the village, what precisely transpired? Why did these events unfold? With the Uchiha clan eradicated, on a rooftop, Might Guy clenched his teeth and fists, yearning to rush forth and ascertain the situation. Yet, Kakashi stood before him, obstructing his path. Observing the tears streaming down Guy's face, Kakashi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. He comforted him, saying, "Guy, we must not involve ourselves in this matter. Although we are unaware of the exact developments, reports will emerge in due course. There remains a possibility that little Kai might still be alive." Despite his words, Kakashi harbored little belief in such an outcome. He was uncertain of Itachi Uchiha's true capabilities. However, the notion that one individual could obliterate an entire clan seemed implausible without external assistance. The fact that an entire clan could be extinguished only underscored the gravity of the situation. Knowing it was a deadlock, he nonetheless attempted to reassure his companion. This was a futile endeavor, as every member of the Uchiha clan was inevitably entangled in this tragedy. Might Guy might not possess great intellect, yet he was discerning enough to grasp that they had no right to intervene in this affair. Kakashi, the sole survivor of his own family, was equally bound by his role in the Umbu. Nevertheless, the family that participated in the construction of the entire Hidden Leaf village can be regarded as a noble presence within its confines. Thus, regarding this matter, his stance aligns with that of other prominent clans, to observe quietly, refraining from involvement in any affairs. This is precisely why he finds the time to sit here and watch Might Guy, fearful that this individual may succumb to rage due to the death of his apprentice. However, some truths are universally acknowledged, and Might Guy is certainly aware of them. Yet, the fury within him is beyond articulation. The bodies of all the deceased members of the Uchiha clan have been lined up in a row, whether from the clan's territory or the civilian district. They now lie in this location at Uchiha Square. The rows of corpses nearly cover the vast expanse of the square. Each body is draped in white cloth, having endured the passage of a single night. Nevertheless, the pervasive stench of blood provokes nausea among the newly minted ninjas, or those who have never encountered such a scene before. This spectacle, one must admit, is hardly something one would expect to witness in times of peace. Even during the Third Great Ninja War, the death toll in the Hidden Leaf village was merely over 3,000, and that was over the span of 2 to 3 years. Yet, in a single night, the number of those lost within the Uchiha clan is staggering. Amidst this, some express profound dissatisfaction regarding the situation. Danzo, the corpses have already been inspected, revealing those who had awakened the 2 and 3 Tomo Sharingan. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku, whose eyes remain intact, all others have had their eyes taken. This incites immense rage within him, after all the effort he expended. He finds himself with nothing to show for it. Surrounded by ninjas, he must temper his emotions, unable to express his ire too overtly. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has not made a single appearance here. He seems indifferent to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the old man has begun to summon the heads of various clans. On the very day following the Uchiha's demise, he has convened them to discuss the allocation of the security forces. Lord Third, is it not imperative to address the Uchiha clan's obliteration before contemplating which family should assume control of the security forces? Is it not premature to consider such matters? Before the third Hokage could voice his thoughts, Hyuga Hayashi took the initiative to express his opinion. I concur with the thoughts of the Hyuga clan leader. I too concur. The responsibilities of a Hokage are exceedingly burdensome, leaving little room to manage numerous affairs. If possible, I would prefer the duties of the security forces to be entrusted to the Hyuga clan. I wonder how you perceive this. The third Hokage cast his gaze towards Hyuga Hisashi and inquired, I regret to inform you that the Hyuga clan shall not accept such a task. What if it is imperative for the Hyuga clan to undertake this responsibility? The third Hokage pressed again. The situation regarding the Uchiha clan is already evident. Presently, the bodies of the Uchiha clan have yet to be buried, and now you, Lord Third, are hastily attempting to pass this burdensome task of the security forces onto us. The Hyuga clan. To avert a similar fate befalling us as did the Uchiha, if you insist on proceeding in this manner. The Hyuga clan will have no choice but to withdraw from Konoha. Hisashi's stance was particularly resolute this time, given how far events have progressed. There is no need to fear the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I believe we should adhere to the earlier suggestion of allowing the civilian ninjas to manage this matter. With jurisdiction residing under the Hokage, Nara Shikaku, the strategist beside the third Hokage, commented. However, it is worth noting that he is also one of the many clans within Konoha, as circumstances have unfolded. It is essential for all clans to unite to prevent the misfortunes of the Uchiha clan from befalling them. What do you truly mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the gathered assembly. If this is merely a matter of jurisdiction concerning the security forces, the Hyuga clan has no objections to express. Therefore, we shall not engage further in this discussion. If there are no other matters, we shall take our leave. Hisashi rose, clearly disinterested in prolonging the conversation on this topic. Following suit, the heads of the other clans silently stood as well. Now, it was the third Hokage who found himself somewhat flustered. If, in the end, the clans truly stand united, then not only his position as Hokage would be jeopardized, but even the Sarutobi clan would not fare as well as anticipated. The entire village relies on these clans for support, and if they collectively choose to withdraw, it would be an unequivocal blow to the village. Sit down. This matter is a result of my insufficient consideration. I will reflect upon your opinions moving forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded with resignation. He had anticipated that the path ahead would not be smooth, but he had not envisioned the challenges to be so formidable. As he observed the tensions beginning to ease, he promptly declared the issuance of a notice, designating Uchiha Itachi as an S-rank rogue ninja. Is this how it concludes? What role did the root play in this scenario? We cannot possibly believe this matter. Could it be that only another Uchiha could annihilate the entire clan? Shouldn't the Hokage provide a reasonable explanation for this situation? Hinata Hisashi inquired once more. Having reached this point in the discussion, he no longer cared about preserving appearances. The root organization was not involved in this affair, but I shall revoke Danzo's elder privileges. This ought to serve as an explanation for everyone. That old rascal, truly deserving of the title of Hokage for the longest duration. His decision-making amidst choices is remarkably swift. This development has left various clans somewhat bewildered. Those who needed to speak and act have already done so, and now we shall observe how the situation unfolds. Regardless, this incident serves as a grave lesson for all clans. The unity among them will surely be unprecedented from this day forth, all to prevent themselves from becoming the next Uchiha clan. On the outskirts of Konoha village, this location was now 10 miles away from the surveillance area. The Umbu ninjas within the village would not venture here. The members of the Hyuga clan cautiously surveyed their surroundings, and once they confirmed there was no one else, they handed a scroll to Yama, stating, "This is now entrusted to you. Our mission is completely concluded. As for the remaining journey, it is up to you to navigate. By the way, what are your names?" After the leader handed the item to Yama, one of the members immediately inquired out of curiosity. Silence. Did you not read the ninja manual? The leader retorted angrily, and then commanded, "Mission complete. Everyone return at once." Holding the scroll and watching the retreating figures of those individuals, Yama was utterly bewildered. He never anticipated departing Konoha in such a manner. This was indeed a mode of departure he had never envisioned before. "Brother, what is this thing they gave us?" Akari asked curiously. "This should be for Kai." Yama sighed, turning to glance in the direction of Konoha, and then remarked wistfully, "From now on, we shall refer to him as Lord Kai. We can no longer address him as we did before. Do you understand? Why? Everyone else is gone. Only a few of us remain alive. Were it not for Kai, do you think our fates would differ from theirs?" Yama clenched his fists with closed eyes, feeling for the first time how feeble his strength was, and experiencing a profound sense of helplessness. "Oh, I understand." Akari nodded in response. What are we discussing? As soon as Ing's voice faded, a familiar sound resonated in the ears of both individuals. Master Kai. Ing turned to glance, and there, perched upon a large stone not far away, sat Kai. The sight instantly stirred excitement within the two of them. Kai leapt down from the stone, a smile gracing his face as he approached and affectionately ruffled Ying's hair. What a delightful way to address him, calling him brother suits perfectly. After gently ruffling the other person's hair, Kai softly raised his hand and tapped their head, inquiring, Lord Kai. From this moment onward, I shall unwaveringly adhere to this title. Were it not for your intervention, my sister and I would likely have perished in this turmoil. Henceforth, feel free to command me. I, Uchiha Daishan, would unhesitatingly place my life on the line for your sake. Uchiha Daishan clenched his fists and bent slightly, clearly expressing his resolute stance. Why fret over such trivialities? We are, after all, good friends. Among the Uchiha clan, you are indeed our only companions, and I have come to regard you as family. Therefore, it is imperative that we navigate this storm together. Let us not dwell on unnecessary sentiments. We must forge ahead in life, for who knows what challenges await us. Let us embrace the journey that lies ahead. Kai gently patted the shoulder of Daxian, a gesture that conveyed a semblance of approval towards the fellow. However, having coexisted for such an extended period, he had never contemplated regarding the other as subordinate. This artifact, after all, was bestowed by the Hinata clan. Daxian grinned, lifted his head, and promptly extended the scroll in his hand towards Kai. Fortunately, they still remembered. It was time to hasten their departure from this place of turmoil, though their destination remained uncertain. Kai casually took the scroll and tucked it into the backpack he carried on his back, which already held two others. He then rested his arm on Deshan's shoulder and spoke to the two with a tone that suggested ease. Where are we headed next, Brother Kai? Ing inquired curiously, tugging at Kai's sleeve as they walked. Where to? I haven't given it much thought. However, we should aim for a more stable location. For now, our priority is to earn some money. We must think of something. Yet, I seem to have forgotten about that. The money we have on hand will barely suffice for our living expenses for a month. As Kai spoke, he released his embrace around Dashia's shoulders and swiftly took 2 steps forward. Feeling the gentle breeze caress his face and gazing at the scenery before him, he spread his arms wide, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "This is the essence of freedom." Kai, are you all right? Ing questioned, sensing that something might be amiss with him. It was a miracle they had narrowly escaped death, yet he still seemed capable of uttering such words amidst the lingering trepidation. Am I all right? What could possibly be wrong? We are now utterly free. It is time for us to embark towards the horizon of freedom, to behold the wonders of this world, and ultimately seek a place devoid of ninjas where we can settle down and pursue our studies diligently. Kai suddenly turned around, raising his hand to point at the two individuals, his expression abruptly becoming solemn. He declared loudly, I will train both of you from this moment onward. So be mentally prepared. Even if you yearn for freedom, it is imperative to possess your own strength. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will certainly give my utmost effort. Deshan immediately stood tall, lifting his nose and shouting, Do not address him as Lord Kai. Yes, Lord Kai. Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. Yet he was reluctant to dwell on such trivial matters. Once again, he felt the refreshing breeze from the outside world as several young children embarked on their journey. Hey, Lord Kai, what are we doing at the casino? The place was a cacophony of noise, teeming with a diverse crowd. The expansive casino was nearly at full capacity, with throngs of people filling every corner. Each gaming table was surrounded by a dozen spectators. Even those who had never set foot in such an establishment could deduce its nature from the enormous sign emblazoned with the character for gambling. Uchiha Kai had already executed his transformation technique, morphing into a robust, brawny figure. His impressive musculature and exaggerated height evoked a sense of trepidation. Striding confidently into the casino with the two little ones by his side, his bare-chested appearance seemed rather incongruous. Upon entering, all eyes were momentarily drawn to him, but this attention was fleeting as the crowd quickly returned to their gambling pursuits. What was the purpose of coming here? Naturally, it was to earn money. As Kai spoke, he promptly retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donned them upon his face. In this manner, the subtle shifts in his gaze were entirely concealed from view. Striding confidently, he circled the casino, where the vigilant security personnel fixated their attention upon him, wary of any potential movements. After a cursory understanding of the rules, he approached a simple dice game, where the mechanics were straightforward. One could wager on either high or low, or predict the precise number rolled. The odds for guessing the number stood at an impressive 25-1, while betting on high or low merely offered even odds. Most patrons at the table opted for the latter. With his imposing stature, he effortlessly created a pathway as he positioned himself beside the table. Place your bets. Place your bets. The reveal is imminent. Kai produced a stack of banknotes from his pocket and, upon reaching the table, boldly placed the entire sum on the number 13. Kai, this represents our entire living expenses. Ing exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Should they lose, it would surely mean dire straits. What is there to worry about? Trust in my fortune. Kai, unfazed, calmly addressed Ing. Haha. Coming here and hoping for luck. Being big does not guarantee fortune. A nearby gambler jeered loudly. It's happening. The dealer exclaimed, lifting the dice cup, and then casually announced, 13 points. This fellow seemed oblivious to the preceding circumstances. Noticing that the number of bets on the smaller side was evidently greater, with hardly anyone wagering on the larger side. Just as he was contemplating a substantial win and retrieving all his funds, Kai gently tapped the table and, with a fierce expression, inquired, "What's the matter? I still have a 13 here." At that moment, the dealer finally took notice, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated such extraordinary luck. Impressive. This luck is truly remarkable. A direct hit at 25 times. How much will that cost? The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. There is a total of 50,000 taels here. If calculated at 25 times, that amounts to 750,000 taels. Kai required no assistance in his calculations. He calmly retrieved his principal amount and, with a composed demeanor, addressed the dealer. The sum in question could scarcely be deemed exorbitant, likely falling well within the dealer's jurisdiction. Without further ado, he extracted a thick stack of bills from a nearby box and, placing it before him, pushed it towards Kai with a small shover. Next round. The dealer proclaimed loudly, viewing the previous incident as merely a stroke of luck for Kai, an accidental hit, as it were. Both Dashin and Ing were left astounded. They had initially intended to grasp the substantial sum, yet before they could even reach for it, Kai boldly wagered the entirety once more on the number 13. Hey, Lord Kai, how could there possibly be a 13? Dashin exclaimed, unable to suppress his trepidation. Indeed, how could the same number appear again? Quickly, take the money and leave. We must secure our winnings. Everyone, please refrain from speaking. The dealer, unable to bear the situation any longer as it jeopardized his own performance, quickly commenced shaking the dice cup, which he then slammed down onto the table. It seemed no one else was inclined to place bets. So the moment had come to reveal the outcome. The dealer, with a smug expression, gripped the dice cup tightly before abruptly lifting it. However, upon seeing the numbers displayed on the dice, his eyes widened in disbelief. 2, 2, 5, 6? He thought he must have misread or miscalculated, even resorting to counting on his fingers to ascertain the total. Upon arriving at the final result, he turned with a sullen expression to look behind him. A gentleman clad in respectable attire, portly and rotund, approached at a leisurely pace, sensing the dealer's demeanor and deducing the unfolding events. You scoundrel. You win, you take. You lose, you pay. This is the rule of our casino. What are you playing at? Without hesitation, he delivered a slap to the dealer and then yanked the man back, stepping up to scrutinize the betting table himself. 13. Incredible, it truly is 13. How much will this cost? As the casino owner announced the numbers, those gathered around the table gasped in astonishment. Even patrons from other tables began to flock over, intrigued by the commotion. It was only then that the casino owner took note of the considerable sum placed on the number 13. His eyes widened in horror, nearly popping from their sockets, as he gaped in disbelief. Chengwei, a total wager of 800,000 taels has been placed, and at an odds ratio of 125. Your total payout amounts to 20 million taels. Calmly, Kai remarked. At this moment, the expressions of Dashin and Ing were hardly any better than that of the casino owner. Both wearing faces of sheer terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that their remaining funds amounted to a mere 50,000 taels. Under normal circumstances, this would barely suffice for a week's expenses, yet in the blink of an eye, it had dwindled to such an extent. If they refrained from extravagant spending, it seemed plausible that these funds could sustain them for half a lifetime. Hand over the money. While the casino owner was astonished, his gambling spirit remained commendable. A chest filled with cash was promptly retrieved from the back. The chest was brimming, and as for counting the funds, Kai had no intention of engaging in such matters. Dashin, take the money and leave. Kai believed in knowing when to withdraw. Such endeavors should only be pursued occasionally. Should one find themselves relentlessly exploiting a casino, unforeseen consequences may arise. It was far wiser to retreat while ahead. Upon hearing this command, Dashin swiftly approached and grasped the heavy box with a broad grin. Ing, not one to hold back, eagerly seized the 800,000 taels from the table. The trio then turned and exited the casino under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It is worth noting that the casino owner displayed commendable restraint, refraining from sending anyone in pursuit, unwilling to offend for such a trifling sum. Once they stepped into a narrow alley and confirmed the absence of onlookers, Kai immediately reverted to his original demeanor. Observing the box of money Dashin carried, a smile crept onto his face. Lord Kai, you are truly remarkable. When we find ourselves short on funds, shall we not visit the casino? Before Dashin could finish his thought, Kai swiftly delivered a punch to his head, his expression one of exasperation. This power is derived from the Sharingan. Too many eyes could lead to blindness. Were it not for my financial predicament, I would not resort to such methods. Despite his words, Kai was intrigued by a particular matter. Why, when utilizing the power of his left eye to foresee events within a minute, did he feel nothing at all? The previous experience had been marked by intense discomfort during his inaugural use of spatial power. Yet, in recent times, employing the Manjiki Sharingan had been devoid of pain, almost to the point of feeling negligible. Although he found it difficult to articulate, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Regardless, it was preferable to reserve the Sharingan's power for future use, allowing him to safeguard his eyesight until a solution could be found. While it was now evident that utilizing Hashirama cells could transform the Manjiki Sharingan into an eternal one, the critical issue remained that he lacked the knowledge to conduct such research. This was, indeed, one of Kai's significant weaknesses. Brother Kai, can you still use the Manjiki Sharingan for gambling? Is it possible to see through the cards? Indeed, Lord Kai, the Manjiki Sharingan is truly formidable. The siblings were instantly filled with curiosity, leaning forward to inquire further. Why are you both so invested in this matter? Focus on your training. When you awaken your own Manjiki, you will understand. Kai curled his lips and, with a grin, remarked, We've indulged in vegetarian fare for over a month now. Given our newfound wealth, we should relish a sumptuous meal. What do you desire? Feel free to order anything. Each of you can also acquire a few sets of clothing. As for the remaining funds, we shall find a suitable place to purchase a home and settle there. Subsequently, I can devote ample time to training you too. Hurrah! I crave barbecued meat. I too wish for barbecued meat. Not a problem. We have plenty of money, so indulge yourselves. However, if we spend so lavishly, it seems we shall soon find ourselves devoid of funds. Won't we? Ing inquired curiously as they walked. What is there to worry about? Once the money runs out, we can simply devise another means to acquire more. Kai nonchalantly ruffled Ying's hair and spoke. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years had quietly slipped away. Time had passed so swiftly that they scarcely felt its passage. Within an expansive estate, the area was almost ludicrously vast. The courtyard housed not only artificial mountains but also flowing rivers. The house itself was constructed with exquisite craftsmanship. However, on the road surrounding this residence, 3 individuals were running with great exertion. At the forefront was a strikingly handsome man clad only in a tank top and shorts, his feet adorned with sandals. Uchiha Kai. 5 years had elapsed, and he was now 16, his charming visage and demeanor having transformed entirely from what they once were. His youthful countenance had shed all remnants of naivety, revealing a face that appeared as if sculpted by the hands of a master. His features were sharply defined, with large eyes, a prominent nose, and a cascade of black hair that fell gracefully. Even from several dozen meters away, one could sense the charisma he exuded. Following closely behind him was a towering figure, DSHN, whose height surpassed Kai's by a head. Though he possessed a certain rugged handsomeness, his physique appeared significantly more robust than Kai's. He sported a buzz cut and similarly defined features, embodying the image of a muscular man, bare-chested and clad only in shorts. He ran along the path with little regard for appearance. As for Ing, the once small child had blossomed into a 12-year-old girl, clad in a tank top and shorts, which seemed to be the customary attire for the trio. She sported a ponytail that lent her an air of vitality and competence. Kai, is it possible to forego the lightning release body refinement today? DSHN inquired as he continued to run. What are you thinking? Just look at how much time has passed. I've given you years, and your current weight-bearing capacity has only reached a mere 1,000 gene. This is truly insufficient. The powerful refinement can enhance your mental fortitude. Moreover, it will also ease your mind and body. In a month, we must increase your weight to 1,200 gene. With daily tasks persisting, morning sessions for physical training and afternoon for ninjutsu. This regimen cannot be altered. As Kai sprinted effortlessly, he casually remarked, "Brother Kai, we are out of money." In response to Uchiha Kai's words, Ing, who was trailing behind, quickly replied, "Acquiring more items is not an issue. But the crux of the matter is that this endeavor is exceedingly costly. Not to worry. We shall visit the casino this afternoon. You are overthinking it, my Lord Kai. Just a few days ago, I heard that all the casinos have united to prohibit your entry. As a gambling city, it seems you are the first to receive such treatment." Deshawn chuckled, revealing his amusement. "How could that be? Brother Kai, how can it not be? Over the past few years, we have spent an exorbitant amount of money, particularly on acquiring these instruments. The total expenses have likely exceeded 1 billion Rio. You frequently gamble, each time bringing out tens of millions, which has led to the current reluctance for anyone to allow you into their establishments." Ing replied, exasperated. Whether in the training of physical techniques or ninjutsu, a significant commonality prevails. They all require substantial funds. A large estate demands money, as does an abundance of clothing. Thus, their current lifestyle has become akin to that of nobility. Yet, it is precisely this lavish existence that has caused their finances to dwindle at an alarming rate. "How much money do we have left?" Kai suddenly halted his steps and turned to inquire of Ing. After all, this young girl now held the reins of finances. Even he, Uchiha Kai, was unaware of how swiftly his resources were depleting. With over 1 million Rio remaining, sustenance was certainly not a concern. However, acquiring other necessities posed a significant challenge. Ing, alongside Dushan, also paused and remarked that in the past, having such a sum of money meant one could remain carefree. They could indulge in comforts without a second thought regarding financial matters. But times had changed. The cost of even a single item now consumed tens of thousands of Rio, if not more. How rapidly wealth dissipates. Kai, with his right hand resting on his chin, sighed and remarked, "Of course it's expensive. Brother Kai, your custom-tailored outfits cost nearly 1 million taels, and you have at least 100 sets in your room. Just that alone is quite a hefty expense." Ing rolled her eyes and pouted, offering her critique. "Ing, do not speak carelessly. That money belongs to Lord Kai. He can spend it however he pleases," Dushan admonished. Though they now coexisted as equals and enjoyed a harmonious partnership. Yet, deep down, Dushan harbored different thoughts. "Well, if we lack funds, we lack funds. If those casinos won't let us in, we shall simply seek another venue." He spun around twice, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Kai flashed a grin and earnestly addressed the two. "Since this place won't do, let us venture out and orchestrate a grand scheme elsewhere. Then we need not worry about financial matters." "Venture out? Can we truly leave this place?" Staying here was indeed pleasurable. Although ninjas occasionally appeared, they were not numerous. The environment was relatively comfortable, with mountains and water, and life was quite convenient. The surrounding area was populated by ordinary folk, posing no threats. Even the ninjas who came here were of average strength. Though still within the land of fire, it was a considerable distance from the Hidden Leaf village. Living here, devoid of safety concerns, was undoubtedly enjoyable for them. However, prolonged residence in one place often breeds monotony and boredom, and an occasional excursion could provide a sense of fulfillment. "Lord Kai, do you mean to seek out casinos outside?" Dushan inquired with curiosity. "Casinos? Why seek out a casino? We shall directly confront individuals and extort them instead, targeting those who are both wicked and wealthy. I believe I know of one such person." Thus, he suggested they prepare and set off for the land of waves. In his mind, Kai envisioned a certain individual, indeed, the kind who is both affluent and unscrupulous. In his recollection, this person's wealth could easily rank among the top 10 in this realm. With such abundant riches, he would no longer need to fret over financial concerns. A journey to the land of waves, perhaps? The prospect of indulging in a plethora of seafood sparked a surge of excitement in Ing, who eagerly inquired. However, even if such a trip were to materialize, it would be a matter for tomorrow, unrelated to today. Thus, the training regimen for today must be promptly completed. Therefore, let us commence with weighted running without delay. Kailima raised his hand and shouted loudly, prompting the remaining 2 individuals to follow him. Their expressions heavy with despair as they began to run. Each stride stirred up clouds of dust, and the ground trembled subtly beneath their feet. Under Kai's rigorous training, the proficiency of these two had seen marked improvement, despite their potential being only moderate within the Uchiha clan. With the right training methods, they could easily rival those with exceptional talents. As dawn broke, the heavy gates slammed shut, and Dashin secured the key in place. He then turned to face the horse-drawn carriage before him. Just as he was about to board, Kai abruptly halted him, insisting that he remove his burdens. Otherwise, he would surely exhaust the two horses. Oh, Dashin immediately understood, bending down to lighten his load. While the items seemed insignificant, the moment they hit the ground, the impact cracked the floor beneath. Indeed, he felt considerably relieved. After this, he settled into the front of the carriage, gently flicking the reins, which prompted the horses to gradually move forward. The carriage was rather conventional, featuring a side door, with the frame constructed of steel and the rest made of glass. Inside, curtains could be drawn to shield against the outside light. The interior could comfortably accommodate 4 people, offering a relatively spacious environment. Perhaps due to their early rise, Kai and Ing sat side by side in the rear, propping their legs on the front seat, and after adjusting their postures, they promptly dozed off. Only Dashin remained, burdened with the arduous task of driving the carriage while vigilantly observing the surroundings. Earth-style, earth-flow city wall. The carriage traveled steadily along its path, encountering no issues whatsoever. However, upon reaching the region where 2 majestic mountains converged, a sudden transformation occurred. Just the second day into their journey, they found themselves faced with unforeseen circumstances. The surroundings were indeed quite pleasant, adorned with lush greenery and blooming flowers, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, as they advanced leisurely, disturbances arose in the distance, followed by an earthen wall emerging abruptly to obstruct their way. Towering mountains flanked them on either side, and soon a group of about a dozen individuals appeared from behind, each wielding knives and sporting sinister grins. Before long, 2 or 3 shadows landed atop the earthen barrier, their faces obscured by masks, making it impossible to discern their expressions. What was evident, however, was their formidable prowess, confirming their identity as ninjas without a doubt. After a long wait, they finally encountered some minor adversaries. Yet, considering the carriage's appearance, it seemed to suggest a degree of wealth, likely ensuring their survival for several days. One rather unsavory-looking individual atop the wall brandished a hook resembling a rope, squinting as he commented with a smirk. Regardless of their wealth, let us deal with them swiftly. Another man positioned in the center, visibly impatient, furrowed his brow and interjected. Lord Kai, we've encountered a situation. May I test my current abilities? There should be 1 J Nin, 2 Ch Nin, and 2 Jinin among them. I have trained diligently but never had the opportunity for practical application. I humbly request your permission. Politely, the mountain turned to the glass and inquired of those behind him. I too wish to partake in this experience. Hikari could no longer contain her eagerness and sat up, looking earnestly at Kai. Go ahead, and make it quick. However, once the Sharingan is activated, leave no survivors. Kai remained leaning against the wall, his eyes remaining closed. With the assistance of his staff, he had long since sensed the presence of the group. However, he deemed their strength to be woefully inadequate, concluding that it would be a worthwhile exercise for the 2 individuals to hone their skills. Understood, Lord Kai. All right, Brother Kai. One jumped down from the carriage while the other opened the door and leapt out simultaneously. Eliminate them, commanded the leader of the group, standing atop the earthen wall, his tone nonchalant as he waved his hand. I will handle those in front. You take care of the ones behind. Deshawn instructed his sister. He was well aware that those lingering at the back of the carriage were mostly ordinary individuals, posing no real threat. The only ones who could endanger them were the ones in front. Very well. After years of rigorous training, he saw them as perfect sparring partners, allowing them to experience the grueling nature of their hellish training. As he spoke, free from the burden of weight, he swiftly darted to the top of the earthen wall, executing a powerful kick. Initially, he had assumed that the individuals on the carriage were merely commoners, for ninjas would not choose such a mode of transport. Caught off guard, the leftmost lower ninja had no time to evade and was sent flying by a single kick, crashing heavily against a tree trunk and falling motionless to the ground. They're ninjas. The others immediately heightened their vigilance upon witnessing the scene. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. The middle ninja, standing there, reacted surprisingly quickly. As he retreated, he began to form hand seals with remarkable speed, quickly pressing his hands against the ground. Just as Deshawn was about to leap down, he felt himself unconsciously sinking into the swamp that had formed beneath his feet. However, with a simple exertion of force, he swiftly freed himself and leapt into the air. In an instant, he appeared before the middle ninja, opting to forego ninjutsu, and delivered a decisive kick to his chest. The immense force sent the ninja hurtling backward. Perhaps fate was particularly cruel, as he collided with a broken branch upon hitting the tree, being impaled from his back to his chest. He could not even utter a final cry of despair, desperately reaching out for assistance. Yet before he could lift his head, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it! The upper ninja, witnessing the demise of two of his teammates, felt a surge of discontent. With swift hand seals, he unleashed the fire-style, fire dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, and before it even touched the ground, it swiftly transformed into two colossal fire dragons that surged towards the mountain. However, such an assault was sufficient for him, despite the agonizingly slow pace. He swiftly sidestepped, causing the two fire dragons to crash into the rocky wall ahead. The resulting explosion echoed with a powerful boom, dislodging rocks from above. Retreat. We must leave this place. He realized that after two failed attacks, it was evident that the opponent possessed formidable strength. Moreover, there was someone inside the carriage who had yet to reveal themselves. Regardless of the opponent's true might, continuing this confrontation under the current circumstances would be unwise. Trying to escape? The three-tomo Sharingan flared to life as the mountain man unleashed his chakra, preparing to attack. He lifted his foot and vanished from his position. His speed significantly enhanced compared to before. Navigating through the dense forest and rocky terrain at such velocity posed the risk of crashing into a tree without the aid of the Sharingan to alter his trajectory. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the fleeing Jonin, who widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing the Uchiha's gaze. With a subtle furrow of his brow, the mountain man swiftly formed hand signs. In an instant, several small fireballs materialized beside the Jonin. Ninjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion. He retreated rapidly as the fireballs detonated with a violent explosion. The previously formidable Jonin was left with no opportunity to react, his form charred beyond recognition. Even divine intervention could not save him now. Having dealt with this adversary, the mountain man pressed on without hesitation, weaving through the trees as he pursued the others. Each movement was a flash of lightning, and the few fleeing ninjas had no chance to react as they were struck down in mere moments. Their fates were sealed with a single strike. As for the ordinary bandits, their demise was even more assured. Minutes later, Hikari, how did it go on your end? The two returned to the carriage, and the mountain man, eager to boast of his exploits, was met with Hikari's disdainful expression. You took that long. I've been back for quite a while. Can you compare? Our opponents were entirely different. The towering mountain spoke in silence, and soon after, he began to reflect on the events that had just transpired, as if to review his recent combat experience. Aside from the ninjutsu techniques imparted to him by Kai, which indeed possessed formidable power, he could only manage to unleash a handful of small fireballs, albeit in a compressed form. After all, the chakra within his body was not of an overwhelming quantity. Producing a mere dozen or so was already commendable, given that they had already arrived. Was there truly a need for concealment? A voice emerged from within the carriage, as the two siblings continued to discuss their battle outside. Kai, with an air of nonchalance, uttered a remark that momentarily left them both taken aback. Almost immediately, the carriage door creaked open, and Kai descended leisurely. Clad in a white checkered shirt paired with a casual blazer, he appeared notably more dashing today. Upon stepping out of the carriage, his gaze was cast towards the front right. Is someone still here? Deshawn exclaimed in surprise, as both of them instinctively assumed a combat-ready stance. This was something they had failed to notice earlier. Even with the Sharingan activated, they had overlooked the presence of others in this vicinity. Their immediate instinct was to question whether these individuals were allies of the bandits they had encountered previously. Kai's gaze remained intently fixed on the area ahead. Yet he had yet to discern who his adversaries were. He could only sense an extraordinarily vast chakra gathering in that direction, indicating the undeniable presence of someone there. You've been noticed, Mr. Itachi. A calm voice resonated, and two figures suddenly descended onto the path before them. The garments adorned with a black background and crimson clouds were all too familiar to Kai. The crux of the matter, however, did not lie in their attire, but rather in the identities of the two individuals. One of them, standing prominently, was none other than Uchiha Itachi. It had been over 5 years since they last met, and now Itachi exuded an aura of palpable frailty. His slightly emaciated form, coupled with a lackluster expression, painted a picture of decline. Nevertheless, there was no disputing his formidable strength, especially with the presence of another formidable figure by his side, Kisame, the Sharingan. To his astonishment, he encountered such a phenomenon while passing through this place. Back when he annihilated the Uchiha clan, who were they? Itachi took 2 steps forward, having initially approached out of curiosity regarding the commotion. However, he had not expected that the first sight upon arriving would be the manifestation of the Sharingan. Initially, he believed that the opponent had acquired the eyes of their Uchiha clan. But it was only upon witnessing the moment the Sharingan closed that he realized another truth. They were undoubtedly members of his clan. Yet, considering their current ages, it suggested that at the time of his clan's demise, they must have been at least 11 or 12 years old. However, he had no recollection of anyone capable of awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan. Itachi. Ing instinctively exclaimed the name. Although she had not witnessed Itachi's obliteration of the entire Uchiha family firsthand, he was undeniably a ruthless individual. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the person before her, and an involuntary sense of dread began to creep into her heart. So you survived the massacre. Tell me, who are you? Itachi's expression twisted into a grimace, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his Sharingan appearing particularly terrifying. It seems to be you. It has indeed been a long time, young Master Itachi. Kai displayed little vigilance, wearing an expression of indifference. He even inched closer to them. However, upon hearing this address, Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed instantaneously, and he began to ponder the identity of this young man before him. To his surprise, encountering Mr. Kisame here was truly unexpected. Do you know me? It was now Kisame who appeared somewhat bewildered. How could this young man possibly recognize him? It was their first meeting. Yet the manner in which he spoke suggested a familiarity that belied any fear of them. You are Uchiha Kai? Itachi's frown deepened as he sifted through his memory, recalling nearly every member of the Uchiha clan, and the only one fitting this visage was indeed Uchiha Kai. Tentatively, he inquired, to which Kai responded with a calm smile and applause. Who would have thought? Young Master Itachi possesses such a remarkable memory to remember a person as insignificant as myself. I had thought we would never cross paths again in this lifetime, yet here we are. It is unexpected, yet somehow, it feels destined. I don't know about that. Young Master Itachi, silence. Do not address me in such a manner. Uchiha Itachi, rather than launching an immediate attack, directed his fury at Kai with a sharp reprimand. Huh. Itachi, what? Do you believe you are unworthy of such a title? Although I harbor no significant feelings regarding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, one must acknowledge that the lives of all 873 clan members are a stark reality. Even those innocent infants met a tragic fate at your hands. TSK. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for you. Kai, with a leisurely demeanor, offered a subtle mockery. This is no longer the time to linger in the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he had resided here for several years, the presence of Itachi Uchiha evoked no fear within him. Even if the two before him were to attack simultaneously, what difference would it make? Before I take action, I have a curious question to pose. Itachi loosened his clenched fist, inhaled deeply, and gazed at Kai as he continued, on the night of the massacre. How did you manage to survive? Ah, Itachi Uchiha, surely, you do not believe that all matters lie within your grasp? Perhaps you ought to open your eyes and truly comprehend who I am? A faint smile graced Kai's lips as he gradually raised both hands, subsequently clenching his fists with determination. Although one could not discern the extent of his chakra, in the next moment, he was enveloped by an overwhelming surge of energy. Such an immense chakra force caused even Kisame to widen his eyes in disbelief. Aren't you incapable of utilizing chakra? Itachi inquired, visibly astonished. Thus, it is said, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. Kai calmly retracted the release of his chakra, finding no objection in engaging in a brief conversation with this long-lost acquaintance. With a gentle tap of his toes upon the ground, an instant later, a square stone pillar emerged behind him, standing approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in height. Calmly seated, Kai crossed his legs and continued to address the two individuals before him, stating, I have never revealed to outsiders that I am unable to utilize chakra. I merely indicated that my chakra reserves are somewhat limited. Were it otherwise, do you believe I could have survived the fateful night of my clan's annihilation? Nonetheless, I find great contentment in this tranquil life and wish for no disturbances. Therefore, in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan should be considered extinct, save for your foolish brother. These three exhibit no interest in the glory of the Uchiha clan. However, since we have the rare opportunity to meet today, let us regard one another as mere passers-by henceforth. The Uchiha clan has already been eradicated. Your existence in this world is unwarranted. As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi prepared to unleash the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Mr. Itachi, be cautious. Just as Uchiha Itachi was poised to attack, Kisame suddenly interjected with a warning. Yet, it was unnecessary for Kisame to alert him, as Itachi had already sensed the impending danger and swiftly maneuvered to the right. At the very moment he shifted, a fireball materialized at his previous location, which, rather than exploding, rapidly expanded into a circular shape before contracting once more. The fireball radiated a strikingly vibrant red hue, its diameter extending to approximately 2 meters, leaving a deep, elliptical crater in its wake. Had he not moved in time, this singular assault could have instantly incinerated Uchiha Itachi. Your reflexes are commendable. This attack was merely a cautionary gesture. We harbor no intentions of engaging in combat. However, should a confrontation arise, I would not mind indulging in a spirited exchange with young Master Itachi. As Kai spoke, a slight smile graced his lips. Yet his demeanor remained devoid of any superfluous expression, at least until he finished his statement. Once his words concluded, his countenance began to grow icy as he continued. How many more times can you utilize those eyes? The moon reading technique is not beneficial to everyone. Such formidable illusions require mental fortitude to sustain. When another's mental strength overwhelms yours, your moon reading will yield merely adverse effects. You should consider yourself fortunate for not employing that technique. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you both to another realm. After uttering these words, his expression shifted once again to one of indifference. He then turned, addressing the two members of the Yamashita siblings, who remained in battle stances. Why the meticulousness? Let us go. Oh, Yamashita appeared utterly bewildered. To him, Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly an invincible entity. The reality was that without Kai's presence, the two of them would certainly be thoroughly defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Yamashita paused for a moment, maintaining his composure, then hurried to the front of the carriage, swiftly taking a seat. He glanced back to see his sister already inside the carriage, then gently waved the reins to continue their journey. The previously obstructive earthen wall had now formed an opening sufficient for passage, and they paid no heed to the expressions of Uchiha Itachi standing to their right. In light of the current situation, Uchiha Itachi had not dared to make a move from beginning to end. His mind was inundated with questions. However, as the other party spoke those words, his thoughts instantaneously transported him back to that fateful day when he annihilated his clan. The internal struggle, compounded by the guilt he felt upon witnessing the survival of the Uchiha clan, weighed heavily on him. More significantly, he was struck by the realization that the other party was acutely aware of his ocular abilities. Perhaps it was not merely fear that he felt, but an overwhelming uncertainty about how to proceed, or rather, a reluctance to act. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? Kisame inquired, noticing Uchiha Itachi standing there in a daze, unable to contain his concern. I'm fine, Itachi replied, taking a slow, deep breath before turning to Kisame and asking, what do you think of that guy's strength? Terrifying. The ghost shark promptly provided his response. However, Uchiha Itachi could only shake his head in resignation. The primary reason was that during the initial assault from their adversary, his Manjiki Sharingan had discerned an alarming detail. They were enveloped by an overwhelming amount of energy identical to that of their assailant. This implied that similar attacks had long since been directed towards them both. They had not even realized when it had occurred. Their opponent had not performed any hand seals. Yet they were undeniably surrounded by at least 100 energy attacks capable of obliterating everything within a circular radius. This was precisely why Uchiha Itachi refrained from engaging. However, after their departure, those attacks gradually dissipated, indicating that their foe had never intended to engage them in combat. Mr. Itachi, that individual earlier must have been from your Uchiha clan, correct? I thought they had all been eradicated. Why are 3 of them still alive? The ghost shark inquired, genuinely perplexed. I am uncertain myself. Reflecting on past events, despite his reluctance to recall the actions of that fateful night, memories began to forcefully resurface in Uchiha Itachi's mind. Why had he spared the lives of those 3? His thoughts immediately corrected themselves. When he had approached their location, a sudden blaze had erupted in Uchiha Kai's house. Still, he felt a twinge of unease. Once the flames subsided, he specifically checked to confirm the presence of 3 corpses inside the dwelling. which had alleviated his concern. After all, they were merely 3 individuals of average strength, hardly worthy of excessive attention. In retrospect, it indeed seemed strange. Why had he not killed them if their bodies lay within the house? Coupling this with the current circumstances, who were those 3 corpses? Ultimately, encountering living members of the Uchiha clan today had not entirely left Uchiha Itachi astonished or enraged. A significant part of him felt a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. Yet, in the presence of Uchiha Kai, the concealed desire to eliminate them still lingered deep within him, primarily out of concern that they might target him, or worse, Uchiha Sasuke. But before the battle had even commenced, he had already been unilaterally overwhelmed. And the realization of how much he had learned in the process compelled Uchiha Itachi to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. Let us depart. After a brief pause, Uchiha Itachi silently resumed his forward march. The ghost shark trailed behind, unsure of what to say. Yet, after only a few steps, curiosity got the better of him. Are we not going to eliminate them? There are still tasks to be accomplished, and I believe it prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Itachi Uchiha remarked, not even glancing back. And without a moment's thought, he declined. He had yet to unravel certain matters, particularly the simplest of inquiries. How did 3 individuals manage to survive the fateful night of the massacre? How did they escape the heavily guarded Konoha village? Who assisted them in their departure? What is the true extent of Kai Uchiha's abilities? Could it be that he had been concealing his strength from the very beginning? The weight of these questions bore down upon Itachi, leaving him increasingly bewildered and struggling to comprehend the intricacies of it all. The carriage continued its journey along the relatively smooth path, having distanced itself by a kilometer or so from the previous site. Within the carriage, Hikari could no longer contain her curiosity. She shifted her body to fixate intently on Kai. There were countless questions she yearned to voice, yet she was at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that he lounged there, legs propped on the front seat, eyes shut as if on the verge of slumber. Kai, was that truly Itachi Uchiha we encountered just now? Why do we not eliminate him and avenge the entire Uchiha clan? Hikari ultimately succumbed to her inner turmoil and posed her question. Does the fate of the Uchiha clan concern you in any way? Kai did not open his eyes. Instead, he calmly inquired. At the very least, he had slain Aunt Yun, and for that singular act, he was beyond redemption. Kai finally opened his eyes and turned to the slightly irate Ying, saying, I can save you all, and if possible, I can certainly bring Aunt Yun out as well. Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Even Dashin, who was driving the carriage, perked up his ears to listen. If Aunt Yun were to emerge with us, it was likely that none of us would have survived to this point. Her demise would indeed bring me sorrow. However, there is something you all must understand, a matter I have never disclosed before. Aunt Yun could be considered a ninja, albeit a low-ranking one. Yet, she is among the most militant within the Uchiha clan, harboring deep resentment towards both the village and the Uchiha family. Thus, bringing her along would undoubtedly disrupt our chance for a peaceful existence. For your safety, I must silently accept the predetermined fate of the Uchiha clan. As for the lives of others, they hold no relevance to us. Regarding Itachi Uchiha, I harbor no disdain, as long as he does not act against us. I am indifferent to his identity. Furthermore, eliminating him could provoke considerable trouble, which is unnecessary for us. Kai elucidated that although the siblings were still profoundly grateful to Aunt Yun, the passage of time had dulled their emotions significantly. After all, the events of the past had transpired many years ago, and the deceased had long departed. The reason Uchiha Kai refrained from engaging in any conflict with Itachi was his desire to maintain the status quo. Should Sasuke, who had come from the future, seek him out, given his current abilities, it would surely lead to a protracted chase. Although Ing did not fully grasp the implications of Kai's words, she understood the sentiment was for their mutual benefit. Overwhelmed, her nose tinged with emotion, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she leaned into Kai. Outside, the burly driver, Deshaun, inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his own unbidden tears. Reflecting on their shared past, the siblings had always relied on Kai. From financial assistance in their youth to preparations during their clan's annihilation, he had carried the burden of their lives. Not only had he patiently guided their education, but he had also afforded them a carefree existence. After calming his somewhat suppressed emotions, Deshaun chuckled softly to himself before cracking the whip, causing the horses to gallop with renewed vigor. Konoha village appeared unchanged from several years prior, remaining remarkably similar. The only stark absence was the lack of any Uchiha presence on the streets. Yet, the overall visage retained its former charm. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now sporting a considerable amount of gray hair, remained as he always had, leisurely seated with a pipe in hand, gazing intently at the round crystal ball before him. His attention was so absorbed that his countenance grew increasingly flushed. Through his gaze into the crystal, he discerned scenes from a bathhouse. Just as he was engrossed, a bird suddenly fluttered outside the window, prompting Sarutobi to tap the ash from his pipe and gently place it on the table. Rising, he opened the window, yet the bird showed no inclination to depart. Seizing the bird, he examined it closely, retrieving a small note from a ring attached to its leg before releasing it into the sky. Upon glancing at the note's contents, the usually composed third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. His brow furrowed, and he promptly called out, "Someone come." "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" A masked figure entered the room, kneeling before the third Hokage. "Summon Danzo to come here." "Yes." The individuals from the shadowy side received their orders and swiftly departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, picked up the small piece of paper once more, scrutinizing its contents. He could not help but murmur, "Is it possible that members of the Uchiha clan still live?" Before long, Danzo, leaning heavily on his cane, forcefully pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. Entering this space felt akin to returning home. Danzo had transformed. His left arm swathed in bandages, with similar wrappings adorning his head and right eye. Although he was uncertain why Sarutobi had summoned him, he strode directly to a nearby chair and, appearing unfazed, inquired, "What did you call me here for?" "In the past, you were responsible for tallying the deceased members of the Uchiha clan. Did you notice anything amiss during that process? Or rather, do the numbers of the deceased align with your records?" Sarutobi questioned. Who could possibly remember such details? Danzo replied, "But take a look at this." The third Hokage handed the note to Danzo, then retrieved his pipe, filled it with tobacco, and lit it, taking a puff before continuing. "This is the information I wish for you to examine." Danzo glanced at the note, and his expression mirrored the disbelief previously exhibited by the third Hokage. "Are you certain about this information?" he asked cautiously. "There is absolutely no doubt about the news. Which is precisely why I summoned you to verify the correlation between the corpses of the Uchiha clan and the personnel records," the third Hokage affirmed. Such a situation was previously unimaginable. After all, the village was heavily guarded. Even if there were survivors, measures would have been taken to eliminate them. Yet now, the very notion that individuals might still be alive and able to leave the village unscathed was something they had never contemplated. Danzo furrowed his brow in contemplation. They had meticulously verified the death toll of the Uchiha clan numerous times, and he had initially thought the third Hokage had summoned him for another matter. The revelation that members of the Uchiha clan were still alive outside the village was unexpected. The previous concealment had stemmed from a fear that the third Hokage might use the issue as a pretext. However, it now seemed unnecessary, prompting Danzo to respond. "According to our records, there should have been 878 Uchiha individuals. Yet, the number of corpses located was only 873. Initially, we presumed that some had been destroyed during the process. However, given this new information, it appears that the figures align. If I recall correctly, this Uchiha Kai was the young man who trained in taijutsu under Might Guy and exhibited remarkable talent, correct? If such is the case, the identities of the other two individuals should not be difficult to investigate. One is of a similar age, while the other is a mere 12 or 13 years old. I believe that within half a day, we could ascertain who they are. However, I find it unnecessary to delve into this matter. Should the contents of this letter be true, their next destination is likely towards the land of waves. I shall immediately dispatch someone to resolve this predicament." With a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Danzo rose abruptly, intending to leave. At that moment, the third Hokage slowly stood up, pressing his hands heavily upon the desk. Hearing the commotion, Danzo halted in his tracks and turned to the third Hokage, inquiring, "Do you have something to say?" "See to it that it is handled thoroughly. Rest assured, I will ensure it is dealt with decisively." The third Hokage's demeanor was not much better. Upon learning that members of the Uchiha clan were still alive, his feelings shifted dramatically. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, as long as Uchiha Itachi lived, the entirety of Konoha would hesitate to act against him, but the outside world was another matter entirely. It is evident that this information must have been relayed by Uchiha Itachi, lamentably only detailing their numbers and the name of one Uchiha Kai. Moreover, it indicated their direction without mentioning any specifics regarding their strength. After all, how much information could such a small piece of paper convey? The land of waves borders the land of fire, with merely about 500 meters of sea separating them. The distance is not great, and the land of waves is essentially just an island, directly adjacent to the land of fire. Uchiha Kai and his companions opted for a horse-drawn carriage for their journey, undoubtedly to conserve chakra. After all, if no energy is expended, there can be no talk of saving. The sole drawback is the sluggish pace, covering only a little over 100 kilometers in a day's travel. For ninja, at full speed, such a distance could be traversed in approximately an hour. Even with rest along the way, a ninja team could advance at an impressive speed. Lord Kai, we have reached an impasse ahead. We may need to proceed on foot from here. As the carriage came to an abrupt halt, Daesan drew back the curtain at the front and spoke to the others. Their path ahead was completely obscured by trees and underbrush. However, one could already sense the briny scent of the sea in the air. The humidity in the atmosphere was significantly higher than in other regions. Have we arrived already? Sitting up and stretching lazily, he appeared completely bleary-eyed. Kai had been journeying almost in a state of slumber along the way, as his usual leisurely life was a distant memory. Although he had settled in one place, his daily existence revolved predominantly around training. Even when he refrained from training himself, he was still responsible for the training of two others. Consequently, each day unfolded with a considerable intensity and fulfillment. This is precisely why they opted not to employ the swift methods of ninja movement, but rather chose to travel by carriage. Evening initially shared this sentiment, as it afforded them the opportunity to rest and enjoy a peaceful respite during their travels. Engaged in such rigorous training every day, it was a rare delight to experience a moment of tranquility. After all, they were not pressed for time. There was no necessity for a hurried lifestyle as they had imagined. As they opened the carriage door, the two descended from their respective sides. The road appeared to reach its end, yet the tracks left by previous vehicles suggested otherwise. Illusion. Kai immediately sensed something amiss. The road ahead was ensnared by an illusion, deliberately crafted to compel them to halt. It was truly exasperating to encounter so many troubles within just a few days of setting out. Kai let out a deep sigh. The two individuals, Dasha and another, appeared utterly bewildered, yet Kai called out loudly, "Is anyone there? My lord Kai, what is the meaning of this?" Dasha inquired, but Kai chose not to respond. Instead, he gestured for silence, followed by forming a hand seal with one hand. A slight smile graced his lips as he abruptly extended his palm forward and declared once more, "It seems there is no one here." Since there is no one, Kai extended his hand and clenched it with sudden force. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted throughout the entire forest area. The crimson orbs retracted inward, and in the blink of an eye, the once verdant woods transformed into a scene of desolation. What was previously a grove of towering trees had now become a flat expanse of ground, marked by numerous indentations. The attack did not produce any explosive sound. The only evidence of its impact was the silent dispersal of shockwaves. There were still a few survivors. Their prowess appeared formidable. Following the onslaught, four masked figures remained to their right, although one among them was in dire straits, having lost his right arm entirely. As for the casualties of the earlier attack, it was likely that only they were privy to the true extent of the devastation. Such a formidable strike. Dashan's eyes widened in astonishment. This technique had been taught to him by Kai, yet his own ability to wield it was woefully inadequate. He had not anticipated that the execution of such a terrifying display could emanate from Kai's hands. Ing also bore an expression of disbelief. The two siblings had always intuitively understood the immense strength Kai possessed, yet they had never experienced it firsthand. This encounter made it glaringly evident, as Kai unleashed such a colossal attack with seemingly no toll on himself. Despite their astonishment, Dashan quickly recognized that these individuals might be coming for them. However, he had been completely oblivious to this earlier. Immediately, he shifted into a state of alertness. He could hardly believe how swiftly news had spread. It seemed that Konoha truly held them in high regard. Kai spoke leisurely, then turned to the individuals ahead and inquired, "You must be from the route, am I correct?" Retreat. The masked figures, realizing the futility of further engagement, were already keen to distance themselves from him. It had become abundantly clear that they were no match for him. With this understanding established, their only task was to return and report, leaving little else to attend to. Were they truly preparing to depart? Kai gently lifted his foot, and before it could touch the ground, he vanished from his original spot, only to reappear directly in front of them. The group, taken aback, was struck with sudden astonishment. Yet Kai remained unfazed, calmly inquiring whether they required an explanation. Wind release, he mused, contemplating that perhaps it was best to forego any further dialogue, as it was evident that his adversaries had no intention of conversing and were poised to strike without hesitation. Kai naturally comprehended the intentions of this group. Since they could not obtain any information, it was unnecessary to seek it. With a sigh, he swiftly maneuvered through their midst, his speed suggesting he was about to release them. However, upon returning to the carriage, a gleaming dagger now rested in his hand. Standing beside the carriage, he gently sheathed the dagger. Compared to the shuriken, he favored this weapon, as it was far more practical in his grasp. Yet, at the moment the dagger was sheathed, the individuals at the rear remained utterly motionless. After a brief interval, one of them gently touched the area around his neck, silently removing the mask from his face. A faint bitter smile emerged at the corner of his lips. Soon after, blood began to seep from his neck, and as Kai opened the carriage door, several of them collapsed to the ground in unison. Get in, the next battle is entrusted to you. Unless an extraordinary circumstance arises, I shall not intervene again. Kai lifted his foot and boarded the carriage, plopping down with a thud. During this process, he spoke aloud. Understood, Lord Kai. Deep within, Deshawn felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. The rigorous training he had endured had not yielded significant advancement. Although Kai had personally sparred with him in previous battles, the prolonged experience of being subjected to defeat had left Deshawn feeling somewhat reclusive. As for Ing, the young girl could only manage a wry smile as she sat in the carriage, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. The location was not far from the coast. After the initial wave of attacks, the path ahead became distinctly visible, and one could also clearly see the coastline in the distance. Brother Kai, you haven't asked what we are doing here, Ing inquired curiously, glancing at Kai, who lay with his eyes closed. We are here to earn money, of course. There's a wealthy individual in the land of waves. But let us hope he is still alive. Kai closed his eyes and began to contemplate the current timeline. If all went according to plan, they should still be able to make it. However, having lived in a secluded place devoid of any ninja presence for so long, he realized that his understanding of the outside world was woefully inadequate. My Lord Kai, we are not far from the seaside, without a connecting bridge. It seems our carriage must remain here, Daxian remarked, observing the long descent that led directly to the shore. His gaze swept the area, noting the absence of any bridges. And as he moved forward, he spoke over his shoulder. It matters not. The distance is not great. In truth, one could see the island of the wave country from their vantage point. Although it was some distance away, the sizable island was quite discernible. Excuse me, may I inquire about the whereabouts of Cardo? Upon arriving on the island of the wave country, he noted that, from an external perspective, the island appeared rather small. Yet, upon stepping foot on its land, it revealed a surprisingly pleasant environment. The surroundings exuded a sense of comfort. Regrettably, it seemed that life here revolved almost entirely around the sea, making the lifestyle rather monotonous, with scarcely any lively areas to be found. Upon reaching a village, it felt like a rare occasion to encounter another person. With a gentle smile, Kai approached the man of the household and greeted him. The man, observing Kai's stylish attire, could easily deduce its significant value, likely belonging to some noble lineage, and surmised a connection with that fellow Cardo. However, he dared not resist too vehemently and politely replied, I'm afraid I'm not sure. The man, intent on leaving, promptly turned and re-entered his home, slamming the door shut. This left the three onlookers utterly bewildered. Uchiha Kai possessed considerable practical skills, yet he was profoundly lacking in perceptive abilities. In this regard, he was woefully inadequate, able to detect only those hidden within a range of 200 to 300 meters. While he could employ both earth and wind release techniques to sense further distances, these were effective solely against other ninjas. After all, the chakra of a ninja could resonate with one's own, revealing their presence. The situation was entirely different with ordinary individuals, who could discern one from another using these methods. On such a vast island, locating a single person proved to be quite the challenge for the trio. Based on his recollections, Cardo should have been a well-known figure on the island of the land of waves. They had intended to casually inquire about him, yet the outcome was unexpectedly disheartening. My Lord Kai, shall I go in and ask? Yamashita stepped forward assertively, addressing Kai. What are you doing? We're simply here to find someone, not to stir up trouble. If he is unwilling to respond, we can just inquire with another person. Kai rolled his eyes, his expression one of utter disbelief. It was unclear from whence such thoughts had arisen to prompt such words. Brother Kai, who exactly is this Cardo we are searching for? As the three turned to depart, preparing to seek out others, Ing inquired curiously as she walked. After all, since the outset of their journey, they had only understood that they were here to acquire wealth, or perhaps to seize it from others. Yet thus far, they remained oblivious to the identity of their target. In light of Ying's expressed confusion, Kai did not respond directly. Instead, he offered a subtle smile to his companion. Subsequently, the trio inquired at nearly every household they encountered. However, the reactions they received were strikingly uniform. Each individual displayed a palpable sense of resistance. Some simply shut their doors, refusing to engage, while others remained silent. And a few even brandished weapons, prepared to defend against them. In the end, despite questioning a multitude of people, they gleaned not a single piece of useful information. The entire day felt like a complete waste of time. Yet, even in the face of such widespread refusal, Kai maintained a commendable disposition, displaying neither anger nor dissatisfaction. As they approached the next household, a thought suddenly crossed Kai's mind. With a beaming smile, he walked towards the residence. Kai, have you found a solution? Dashiang inquired earnestly. Having grown up together, they were quite familiar with one another. Dashiang, particularly noting the slight uplift at the corners of Kai's mouth, felt certain that he had conceived a plan. It seems like I figured it out. Really? Ing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, but she soon hesitated, shyly asking, could we perhaps eat first? We haven't had a bite since this morning, and I'm quite famished. No problem. Kai rubbed his head. While the three of them had already arrived at the front of the house they had observed, the dwelling was rather unremarkable, for life in the land of waves was characterized by a uniformity of living conditions. The slightly dilapidated house stood with two children playing in front. The main door was ajar, allowing wisps of fragrant smoke to drift from the courtyard. Greetings, little ones. Kai approached with a warm smile, crouching down to observe the two little ones engrossed in playing with pebbles, greeting them in a gentle tone. Is there something you need, young brother? The little girl appeared somewhat timid, evidently having been so absorbed in their play that she had not noticed the figure drawing near. It was only when Kai lowered himself and offered a greeting that their attention was suddenly drawn to him. As she caught sight of his smile, the little girl quickly pushed her index finger aside, sitting on the ground and gazing at Kai with a hint of fear as she inquired, I'm truly sorry to interrupt your play. I seem to have lost my way after wandering for a whole day. It appears I cannot find my destination. Might you know the location of someone named Dazuna, the gentleman responsible for bridge construction in this country? Dazuna, grandfather? What is it that you do? The little girl asked once more. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, her clothing tattered and even bearing holes at the knees. The little boy, likely just 2 or 3 years old, seemed blissfully unaware of any dangers from the outside world, content to sit quietly and observe the scene. My sincerest apologies. Yes, indeed. It is Dazuna. We hail from the capital of the Land of Fire and have heard of Mr. Dazuna's exceptional construction skills. We were hoping to enlist his help in building a more substantial residence in the capital. Kai continued to smile gently as he retrieved a substantial stack of money from his pocket, which appeared to amount to no less than 100,000 taels. For a family of their standing, such a sum would likely represent the entirety of their fortune, a sum that could not possibly be amassed without the sale of their very assets. It was conceivable that the little girl had never encountered such a vast amount of wealth in her lifetime. The woman, busy in the kitchen, seemed to have heard the commotion outside and curiously stepped out to investigate. However, upon witnessing the opulent attire of the three individuals, her immediate reaction was one of trepidation. She instinctively pulled her 2 children behind her in a protective manner. Mother, he is inquiring about the whereabouts of Grandpa Dazna, and they hail from the capital of the Land of Fire. They wish for Grandpa Dazna to assist them in constructing a house, the little girl explained, peeking her head out to address the woman. Are you not from the Cardo? The young woman asked, her face betraying a mixture of fear and concern. Cardo? Surely you refer to the wealthy merchants of the Land of Waves? This is our first visit to your country. Although we have heard of Cardo, we are indeed not affiliated with them. Our purpose here is solely to seek Mr. Dazna. I became lost upon entering the Land of Waves, and only know that he resides by the sea. I had thought this place was not very large. Yet traversing it seems to require considerable effort. Kai patiently elucidated, subsequently presenting a stack of money in his hands, stating, "Our time is rather precious. Therefore, should you wish to conserve our time, consider this modest sum as our token of gratitude." Perhaps apprehensive of the women's trepidation, he took a step forward, placing the money upon a nearby stone, then retreated a couple of steps to alleviate their wariness. The women's gazes were almost entirely fixated on the money, their breathing involuntarily quickening as they swallowed hard. Licking her slightly parched lips, one of them uncertainly inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" Indeed, perhaps it was the allure of wealth that spurred her, for the woman hurriedly approached, swiftly grasping the money in her hands. She then raised her hand, gesturing towards the distance, and said, "The location of Dasna is just ahead if you continue walking straight from here, approximately 3 miles away. The large bridge has been constructed for several dozen meters, and along the seaside, you should not have to walk far to catch sight of it. His home is situated right at the bridge's head. Furthermore, he is the sole resident in that area, making it quite easy to find." The woman spoke truthfully, divulging all that she knew without any concealment. "Thank you." Kai smiled politely, inclining his body in a courteous bow. He then turned and began to walk in the direction indicated by the woman, with the two siblings following closely behind. "Mom, does this mean we won't have to go hungry anymore?" "Yes. Tomorrow, I'll buy you some sweets." The cheerful chatter of the family in the back room echoed out. However, for the three already on their way, the content of that conversation was of no concern. It was astonishing that the citizens of a nation could live in such conditions. If all this was attributed to Cardo, it seemed rather unrealistic. The kingdom of Bo was entirely surrounded by serene seas, and relying merely on seafood should suffice for a decent livelihood. The tranquil waters posed no danger whatsoever. As for their means of subsistence, that was not something Kai needed to worry about. Following the direction pointed out by the woman, the trio advanced directly along the shoreline. Although there were no formal paths, the beach area provided a direct connection to the distance beyond. In no time, they spotted the silhouette of a grand bridge extending dozens of meters away. "Is that for real?" Ing exclaimed, pointing towards the distant bridge. Despite the considerable distance, its form was unmistakable, extending clearly for dozens of meters. However, she immediately took a step back, glancing at Kai. "Aren't we supposed to be looking for that person named Cardo? Why are we suddenly searching for that old man whose name starts with Da?" After inquiring with so many people without success in locating Cardo, it seemed more prudent to scout the area ahead rather than wait idly for an opportunity. "I don't understand," Kai replied. "You'll comprehend once we turn back." As they conversed and walked, they enjoyed the refreshing sensation of the sea breeze. Yet, the coastal air carried a distinct, somewhat fishy odor. For those unaccustomed to life by the sea, such a scent might be quite off-putting. After traversing the beach, they left a clear trail of footprints in the sand. The distance was merely 2 or 3 miles, and even on foot, it was not a great distance to cover. Upon reaching the bridge's entrance, they marveled at the wooden structure. Although it was just a segment, or perhaps merely a beginning, its exquisite craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Truly, the work of a skilled artisan. At that moment, as they admired the scene before them, Ying's stomach audibly protested. "Kai, can we please find somewhere to eat first?" The firefly pouted, appearing utterly devoid of energy, and inquired, "Well then, let us proceed to his abode. However, I implore you to refrain from uttering my name. One would surmise they are likely present at this hour, wouldn't one? Who is it? Why bother knowing so much? Let us be on our way." As Kai spoke, he led the two individuals toward the solitary house that stood in the distance. This area was indeed characterized by the presence of only that one house. Half of it was constructed over water, while the other half rested on land. True to his reputation as a master in the field of architecture, the house he built appeared exquisitely designed, with a surrounding walkway that seamlessly connected to the road. If one were to say that this elderly gentleman lacked wealth, the craftsmanship of his residence would certainly merit commendation. "Pardon the intrusion. I wonder if anyone is home?" As they walked along the wooden path and approached the door, they refrained from knocking, instead politely inquiring within. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the door swung open, revealing a young child who appeared to be no more than a few years old. Following closely was a young woman, undoubtedly the child's mother. "My apologies. May I inquire what brings you here?" the woman asked. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. We are merchants from the capital of the Land of Fire. We intended to explore the fisheries of the Land of Waves, but upon our arrival, we found ourselves somewhat lost. We have not had a drop to drink since morning, and were wondering if it might be possible to enjoy a meal here." Polite inquiries were made by Kai, who promptly stated that we are able to cover the expenses. It turned out that they were guests from afar, so they were warmly invited inside. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately smiled and graciously beckoned the three individuals to enter the dwelling. At this moment, the aroma of food wafting from within the house was irresistible. It was an invitation that could hardly be declined, for the very purpose of their visit was indeed centered around this matter. How troublesome. Kai politely bent down, exuding an air of gentlemanliness that slightly surprised the woman. The two siblings behind him mimicked his gesture, and under the woman's guidance, they entered the house. Before stepping inside, they removed their shoes and placed them at the entrance, then ventured into what could be deemed the living room in their socks. Upon entry, Kai couldn't help but internally scoff, realizing that indeed, they were here. However, it was not unexpected, as the timing aligned perfectly. Within the room, there was more than just the woman. Several others were seated, engaged in conversation while awaiting their meal. The most conspicuous among them was Kakashi, adorned with a mask and sporting a shock of white hair. He wore the ninja headband from the Hidden Leaf Village, and beside him sat three young individuals. Initially, the sudden arrival of guests did not pique their interest, but when they laid eyes on the newcomers, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he promptly rose to his feet. Apologies, these esteemed individuals are original merchants from the capital of the Land of Fire, here to investigate matters concerning marine products, but unfortunately became lost. Thus, they will join us for lunch. The woman explained politely after leading them in, aware of Kakashi and the others' presence. Oh, merchants from afar. Since you have arrived, you are indeed our guests. Please, take a seat. Despite the youthful appearance of the newcomers, their attire was undeniably striking. The elderly gentleman seated at the innermost part of the room immediately stood up to courteously invite them to sit. He was adorned with glasses, had a beard, and his hair appeared quite unkempt, yet his age suggested he was indeed Dasna. I truly apologize for the intrusion. I did not anticipate such a gathering today, Kai expressed, slightly abashed. No need to worry. A larger company makes for a livelier atmosphere. Dasna chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, showing no concern for Kai's apology. Meanwhile, Kakashi's gaze remained fixated on Kai. As for the other two, he had never encountered them, after all. The number of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village had exceeded 20,000, and with so many Uchiha clan members, most remained unknown to him. It was unrealistic for Kakashi to have met them all. Kakashi-sensei, is something the matter? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, noticing Kakashi's peculiar demeanor. His attention then shifted to Kai, whose visage seemed familiar yet had faded into obscurity over the years. Kakashi, too, suspected he might have mistaken someone. After all, the Uchiha clan was completely annihilated on that fateful night, and among the list of the deceased was the name of Uchiha Kai. In such a vast world, it is quite normal to encounter one or two individuals with similar appearances. My name is Dasna. May I inquire how to address you, young sir? Upon seeing the three individuals seated before him, Dasna immediately beamed with a smile and inquired. I am called Moon. This is Dai-san, and the other is my younger sister, Hikari. Once again, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you, Mr. Dasna, for your warm hospitality. Kai placed his hands upon his legs in a meditative posture, and with a courteous inclination of his head, he responded, Ah, so it is you, brother you. There is no need for such formality in this place. However, you mentioned that your endeavors are in the seafood industry. It is rather surprising, as our nation, the land of waves, does not have a significant presence in this sector. Dasna remarked, This is precisely why my family has sent me to investigate. We have traditionally collaborated with the land of water, but recently, they have imposed restrictions on aquatic products and inflated the prices considerably. Thus, I thought it prudent to explore the closer proximity of the land of waves. Today marks my first day here, and I did not anticipate encountering a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kai directed his gaze towards Kakashi and offered a slight smile. The young man, you, bears a striking resemblance to a little fellow I once knew. Curiosity piqued, he continued, I am quite intrigued. How did you discern that we are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired. Of course, it was this. Kai gestured towards his forehead protector, indicating its significance. It's quite simple. I have had dealings with the Hidden Leaf Village. A couple of years ago, I ventured there for a C-rank mission, which involved having ninjas safeguard a shipment of ours into the capital. Thus, I am well aware of the identities of your esteemed ninjas. His words flowed with such nonchalance that both Deshawn and Ing found themselves wide-eyed in astonishment. The ease with which he spun such a tale, coupled with its smooth delivery, almost led them to believe his assertions were indeed true. Had they not been living alongside Kai, given the topic of identity remained unaddressed, they pondered the veracity of his claim regarding undertaking a mission in the Hidden Leaf Village. One could only speculate how many missions a village might handle in a year. Perhaps even Kakashi, the elite jounin, could not fathom the extent. The specifics of any particular mission's assignment would likely elude him even further. Therefore, even a casual claim such as this carried a significant degree of credibility. Oh, I see. However, does the Land of Fire not have individuals engaged in the fishing industry? Why, then, have you chosen to come to the Land of Waves? Kakashi, despite having heard so much, still maintained a measure of caution in his inquiry. Simply put, it is a matter of cost-effectiveness. Kai spoke candidly, subsequently elucidating that in the Land of Fire, as living conditions have markedly improved, the availability of labor at affordable prices has dwindled significantly. In contrast, the Land of Water remains somewhat insular, having maintained a degree of disconnection from the outside world, which has effectively stifled various developments. Thus, establishing a collection of marine products here may prove to be far more economical than hiring workers within the Land of Fire. From a perspective of limited quantity, it may be more advantageous to remain in the Land of Fire, as it eliminates shipping costs. However, in cases of larger volumes, the cost-effectiveness becomes substantially more pronounced. For us merchants, the pursuit of profit is paramount. Is it justifiable to exploit others for the sake of profit? One glance at this arrogant individual reveals him to be Uchiha Sasuke, his visage undeniably deserving of a reprimand. Sasuke, do not speak carelessly, Kakashi quickly interjected. Smiling apologetically at Kai, I hope you will not take offense. Of course. However, it seems this young fellow is not particularly well informed. Since we have already met, perhaps it is fate. I am more than willing to share a bit more. Kai also maintained a smile as he gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, while the others, including Dasna, were filled with curiosity about what this individual might articulate. Kai spoke leisurely, asserting that to comprehend the essence of a merchant, one must first understand what a merchant truly is. Our objective is to engage in the acquisition of goods, which are transported from one location to another for the purpose of sale. In this context, what we can offer to the people of the Wave Country could potentially enable each individual to attain prosperity, rather than enduring the dire circumstances that some families currently face, struggling to secure their next meal. Once they acquire the skills to manage their own enterprises, they will naturally possess the ability to reject the terms we propose, signifying that they can survive independently, without reliance on others. This encapsulates the essence of commerce, initially assisting this impoverished nation in becoming self-sufficient while simultaneously obtaining what we desire. Consider the present moment. What can you, a mere young ninja, accomplish? If offered a sum of 100,000 Rio to take a life, would you accept? It is likely that you would refuse, as you possess sufficient wealth, rendering such a risk and responsibility unnecessary. However, what if the offer were to rise to 1,000,000 Rio, or perhaps 10,000,000 Rio, or even 100,000 Rio? Your reluctance does not negate the existence of others who would willingly accept such offers. There are those who would readily accept sums exceeding 10,000 Rio, and naturally, there are individuals willing to take on contracts for 1,000 Rio. This phenomenon illustrates the disparity of eras. Do you understand? Kakashi no longer harbored doubts regarding the identity of his interlocutor. After all, Kai's explanation was remarkably straightforward. The tasks you hesitate to undertake are readily embraced by others, primarily because they lack the wealth you possess. Mere survival compels individuals to struggle relentlessly in this world. In such circumstances, even the smallest of benefits can entice someone to act. What is even more astonishing are the two siblings from the mountain. What Kai articulated utterly shattered their perceptions. When had the person they had consistently followed become so adept in the realm of commerce? What was he even implying? Naruto wore a perplexed expression, yet hesitated to voice his inquiries aloud, opting instead to quietly consult Kakashi beside him. I have learned much, indeed, just as Mr. Moon suggested. If it is at all feasible, we earnestly request your assistance for the citizens of our Land of Waves. As long as the price is not excessively low, I believe many of our people would be willing to accept. Dasna faced Kai with a serious demeanor, seemingly devoid of any doubt regarding his merchant identity. It must be said, Kai's strategy was quite effective. Judging by his attire, He truly resembled a merchant. His extravagant clothing exuded an air of trustworthiness. Oh, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed guests. During their conversation, Dasna's daughter-in-law, the woman who had just welcomed Kai and his companions, approached with dishes in hand. She graciously placed them on the table and turned to fetch additional courses, ultimately presenting a large bowl of rice before them. Once they had eaten their fill, Dasna inquired, "Might we stay here for a few days? It would be prudent to fully understand the situation regarding the seafood of the land of waves before we depart." Kai sat there, inquiring of the elderly gentleman beside him, while promptly retrieving a thick stack of money from his pocket. With both hands, he respectfully placed his hat before Dasna and proclaimed, "We can certainly cover the corresponding expenses. 500,000 taels. This sum is undoubtedly substantial." A pang of sympathy coursed through Ing, yet he refrained from voicing his feelings. "I apologize. Is there something inconvenient?" Observing Dasna's momentary stupor, Kai curiously inquired. "No, not at all. It is perfectly acceptable for brother you to stay here for a few days. As for the expenses, I believe it is unnecessary to be so formal." Just as Dasna was about to push the money back, Kai immediately waved his hand in refusal, stating, "During our conversation, I have already listened and hold great admiration for your actions, Mr. Dasna. However, if you feel this arrangement is inappropriate, consider this sum a donation for the construction of the bridge in the land of waves." Really? If the money were purely for Dasna, the elderly man might indeed feel a tad embarrassed to accept it. Yet, if it were designated for the bridge's construction, it carried a different connotation altogether. Regardless, the bridge was to be built by them, and the expenses incurred would be considerable. With 500,000 taels, they would be able to make significant advancements in many areas. "Then I shall not be polite. You may stay here for the next few days. I will arrange for a room for you shortly, though it is rather modest. I hope you do not mind," Dasna said with a broad smile. Now feeling entirely at ease accepting the money. "Mr. Dasna, you are too courteous. If possible, I hope you can assist us further with seafood in the future. However, I am merely here to investigate for a few days, to assess the local seafood situation and determine whether it meets the needs of our family, as well as to review the specific pricing arrangements. Therefore, I apologize for any inconvenience during my stay." Kai spoke once more with politeness, and his demeanor significantly enhanced the old man's fondness for him. However, throughout their conversation, including their mealtime, Kakashi, this cunning fellow, was persistently observing them. Over the course of more than 5 years, appearances had transformed remarkably. Although traces of his former self lingered in his features, they evoked a sense of familiarity without offering definitive recognition. The Uchiha clan's annihilation rendered the notion of a deceased person returning to life utterly implausible. "Brother Kai, why must we reside here? And why spend such a substantial sum? If we fail to procure money this time, we shall be left to eat dirt upon our return." As their lunch concluded, Kai casually concocted an excuse to step outside and assess the situation. He then led the two siblings away from the locale. Upon their departure, skirmishes had already erupted on the bridge. The conflicts among the ninjas bore no relevance to them. Their purpose for coming was straightforward. Securing funds was paramount. The remaining matters held no significance for them. Hence, they had no intention of intervening or assisting anyone. "How many days shall we stay? I hadn't contemplated our length of stay, but as for the financial aspect, worry not. If all goes well, we should be able to seek him out by tomorrow." Kai remarked that he had unwittingly distanced himself several miles from the bridge. Nevertheless, he lingered upon a stone by the sea, gazing towards the distant structure. Despite the considerable separation, the bridge came into view, shrouded in an ethereal mist. Although the specifics of the battle remained obscured, remaining here granted him insight into the impending events. With a deep breath, he invoked the wind release, wind sense. Closing his eyes, he formed a simple seal with his hands, and in an instant, a fierce gust surged towards the bridge. During this process, he could clearly perceive the overall situation on the bridge, as well as the individuals imbued with chakra energy in the surrounding area. "I found it." Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. According to the information gathered at lunch, Kakashi and his team had only just arrived to undertake their mission today. As for the time required for the target to personally arrive at this location, it would take at least another fortnight, if not longer. They certainly did not possess the luxury of time or inclination to wait for such an extended period. "Have you found him? Lord Kai, is it the one named Cardo?" Dasha inquired from behind. "Close enough." Kai did not rush to his feet at that moment. The bridge was alive with activity. However, during this instance of perception, he discovered another group of individuals, 3 people, who appeared to be a small team, lingering near the Dasna household. On his way there, he did not rely on his senses to locate the place. Hence, he was unaware that others had been stealthily hiding in the vicinity. Nevertheless, it was reasonable to assume they were also dispatched from the Hidden Leaf village, primarily to safeguard the precious Naruto Uzumaki from being abducted. Is everything all right over there, Zabuza-sama? In the dense woods, within an inconspicuous little house. A figure clad in black attire, simply braided hair, and adorned with a ninja village forehead protector knelt by the bedside. At first glance, one might struggle to discern their gender. Upon witnessing the man lying on the bed slowly awaken and open his eyes, a look of concern immediately crossed their face. It appeared that this task was indeed fraught with difficulty. Zabuza, reclining on the bed, took a deep breath, revealing a profound expression. He rubbed his chest where pain lingered, then gazed down at the bandages wrapped around him and sat up, declaring, "Next time, it will surely succeed. I believe in you, Zabuza-sama." Indeed, the next endeavor will undoubtedly succeed. So let us go together next time, Haku. Yes, Zabuza-sama, Haku replied, hastily rising to pour a glass of water from the nearby table, promptly bringing it to Zabuza. This time, it was essential to rest adequately for a while. After a couple of days, they would seek out that fellow, Kato, to explain the situation. Little did they expect to encounter the copy ninja Kakashi this time. It seemed that fellow would need to be compensated generously. Zabuza wore a grave expression, gripping the cup tightly, leaving the water Haku had brought untouched. Ignoring his injuries, he stood up to stretch his shoulders. Eyeing the formidable sword propped against the wall, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he grasped the hilt of the blade. "I doubt Kato will pay up," Haku remarked as he stood beside Zabuza. "Humph. If he refuses, I would not hesitate to eliminate them." This sentiment was indeed commendable. However, "I wonder if either of you could kindly inform me of Kato's whereabouts?" Zaibujan raised his mighty blade, pointing it towards the entrance, and as his words fell, another voice emerged from outside. The dwelling itself was a modest structure, roughly crafted from timber and planks, its interior not particularly spacious, let alone soundproof. Suddenly startled by the noise from outside, Zaibujan furrowed his brow and swiftly opened the door. At that moment, 3 individuals stood at the threshold, whom Zaibujan regarded as mere youngsters. He felt no malevolence emanating from them, nor did he sense any release of chakra energy. "Who are you?" Bai rushed out from within, positioning himself protectively in front of Zaibujan, his expression grave as he assumed a combat stance, directing his inquiry towards Kai and his companions. "We shall not divulge our names, nor do we harbor any interest in your identities. What I seek to know is the whereabouts of Cardo, or rather, where he currently resides. After all, we have inquired extensively, yet not a single soul has been forthcoming with information, which has proven quite vexing for us." Kai, with a gentle demeanor, spoke to Bai as if he were an amiable elder brother. "Why waste words with them? Eliminate them," he commanded directly. How utterly uninteresting. Engage him for a moment. It would serve as good practice. However, you are prohibited from utilizing chakra. Your opponent is a ninja wielding an ice shield, so be mindful of that. His most formidable technique is the magic mirror ice crystal, which ensnares individuals within a reflective barrier. Its limitation lies in its immobility. Therefore, as long as your speed and reaction are sufficiently swift, this attack should pose no threat to you. As Kai issued instructions to Ing, he simultaneously divulged information regarding the opponent. It would have sufficed to remain silent, yet once spoken, his words left Bai, an individual oblivious to the distinctions between genders, utterly astonished. Despite the seemingly unimposing presence of the 3 individuals, they possessed a remarkable awareness of their own capabilities and the most effective combat stances. Dajan, observing the situation, believed that battles should adhere to principles of fairness. Momochi no Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was merely a weary soul striving for financial gain. Currently injured, as long as this individual refrained from interfering in their conflict, there was no need for concern. However, should he choose to engage, the resolution would be swift and lethal. Kai calmly addressed the towering mountain once more. The reason for his words was quite simple. He intended to instill a measure of psychological pressure on his opponent even before the battle commenced. If one can discern the combat style of their adversary, what significance does the confrontation hold? In a scenario where both parties are evenly matched, Possessing knowledge of the opponent's tactics can almost guarantee an invincible position. Who exactly are you? The expression on Momochi Zabuza's face finally shifted from disdain to one of grave seriousness. The absence of a ninja headband on his opponent signified one undeniable truth. He was certainly not a ninja. After all, even rogue ninjas typically wear the headbands representing their respective villages, serving as a symbol of identity. While there are instances of individuals foregoing such adornments, they are exceedingly rare. I have already stated that I do not wish to engage in combat with you two. I merely seek the whereabouts of a certain individual. Is that truly too much to ask? Kai inquired. Since you have managed to find me, it is evident that you are aware that Cardo is my employer. In such circumstances, how could I possibly betray him? However, the true extent of our abilities can only be ascertained through a confrontation. We have reached this juncture. If we do not act decisively, we shall remain in this stagnant state. Very well. However, we are not far from the Hidden Leaf Village, and I presume you do not wish to attract trouble, just as we do not. So what shall we do? As Kai pondered, by suddenly formed hand seals with remarkable speed, followed by a fierce thrust forward, launching several ice spikes directly at him. The attack was indeed formidable. Yet before the icy projectiles could reach Kai, Ing instantaneously teleported in front of him, leaping into the air and shattering all the ice spikes with a single powerful kick. You shall combat me. Since Brother Kai has already made arrangements, we harbor no intention of taking your lives, so please engage with me. Ing gazed earnestly at Bai, though the earlier ambush had stirred a hint of anger within her. Ice release, Bai acknowledged the battle. However, just as he completed his seals, even before he could articulate his next words, Ing sprang forth with tremendous force, leaving only an afterimage behind as she charged towards this androgynous adversary with astonishing speed. Upon nearing, she executed a swift kick, forcing Bai to evade defensively. The interruption of his ninjutsu was palpable. But just as Bai's instinct had exposed a vulnerability and prepared to retaliate, her upward kick came crashing down with immense weight. Boom. Luckily, Momochi Zabuza swiftly grasped Bai's clothing, pulling him back just in time. Ing's descending attack collided with the ground, creating a violent impact that left a deep crater, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Such force, if it were to strike a person, would certainly result in severe injury, if not death. Seizing the opportunity, Bai rapidly performed hand seals once again. Ice release, 1000 kill water needle. With a sudden thrust of his right hand, thousands of ice needles coalesced around him, all aimed directly at Ying's position. Faced with this unexpected and potent assault, Ing swiftly retreated in rapid succession. However, the ice needles seemed to pursue her relentlessly, freezing the ground beneath her as they fell. As the ice needles drew perilously close, Ing summoned her strength and leaped into the air. Fire release. No, Brother Kai forbids me from using ninjutsu. As she began forming seals, she recalled Kai's instruction for her to confront the opponent using only her physical prowess. Understanding this was a means for her training, she resolutely abandoned the use of ninjutsu. In midair, she began her swift descent, accelerating towards Bai upon reaching the ground. Just as she approached him, her silhouette suddenly split into three, with 3 Ing's converging on Bai from different directions. Magic mirror ice crystal. With outstretched arms, she began to conjure mirrors around her. The mirrors facing inward served as an attack, while those flipped outward formed a defensive barrier. Bang! The few silhouettes that separated momentarily in midair swiftly coalesced once more. Following this, they employed the initial technique again, plummeting rapidly to augment their offensive might. A single kick landed squarely on the uppermost ice crystal, producing a sound that, while not excessively loud, heralded the impending chaos. Subsequently, the surrounding ice crystals began to shatter gradually. As for the figure encased within the ice, white, the force of the assault drained the color from his face, and a trickle of crimson could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Throughout this encounter, Momochi no Zabuza remained steadfastly watching, ever vigilant against potential threats from the mountains and Kai. Halt! Upon witnessing White's defeat and the prevailing circumstances, further aggression seemed utterly futile. Kai abruptly halted the advancing attack, calling out to Ing, "I apologize, Zaibujan. I admit defeat." Both parties came to a standstill, and in an instant, Ing began to retreat behind Kai. As for Bai, a young man who bore an exquisite resemblance to a delicate maiden, he bowed his head in remorse and offered his apologies to Zaibujan. "You possess formidable strength. I can divulge Kato's whereabouts. However, I am curious as to why such powerful individuals seek him out. Tao Dizai Bujan paid no heed to the already defeated Bai, his expression cold and unyielding. He took a couple of steps forward and, fixing his gaze upon Kai, inquired, "What is your intention in seeking him?" He was indeed intrigued to gauge Kai's capabilities, yet an instinct warned him that this young man was not someone he could contend with. Moreover, he undoubtedly belonged to a category of terrifying entities. What purpose do you have in seeking him? At the moment Kai was posed with the question, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he solemnly replied, "I am out of money." "What?" Zai Bujan's lips twitched slightly. But recalling the formidable strength of the other party, he inquired, "Are you planning to accept a mission from Cardo?" "Not interested. Instead of taking on a task from him, it would be far more efficient to simply abduct him. I have heard that he is quite wealthy, among the elite in the world, so it stands to reason that he possesses considerable riches. Besides, he is not engaged in virtuous endeavors. Eliminating him would mean all that wealth becomes mine." Kai, with the demeanor of a lifeless fish, spoke nonchalantly about his intentions to rob others, as if those possessions were inherently his own. Upon hearing this, Zabuza widened his eyes in disbelief, surprised that such audacity could exist. It is a grave transgression for a ninja to lay hands on civilians. This principle is sacrosanct among their kind. How could a rogue ninja utter such words? Did he truly believe in the righteousness of it? After years of warfare, how many innocents have perished at the hands of ninjas? The number is likely beyond counting. And has anyone ever shown concern for such matters? It was astonishing to hear such lofty rhetoric from Zabuza, leaving Kai utterly speechless. "What is the payment for this task?" Kai inquired, observing Zabuza's moment of distraction. He found himself rather favorably inclined towards this individual. Thus he patiently posed the question again. 5 million Rio. Zabuza replied earnestly. "How about we join forces? I could share 50 million Rio with you." This proposition would likely be a daunting challenge for heroes in any realm. It was indeed peculiar that someone like Zabuza, with his demeanor, would willingly accept a mission. It suggested a desperate need for funds. Kai seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Despite his injuries, Zabuza was exerting considerable effort. If he chose not to participate, what would Kadu's intentions mean for him? "I agree," Zabuza responded, his expression remaining impassive. "This is splendid. It saves us the trouble of inquiring about your whereabouts and seeking you out. You can simply lead the way." Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke. After finishing his words, he leisurely approached Bai. T.D. Zaman, still uncertain of Kai's intentions, immediately grew wary. To his surprise, Kai turned to the young man, whose appearance resembled that of a maiden, and requested, "Could you please provide me with 2 ice blocks? I wish to examine the structural ratio of the ice release technique." Bai was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to Zaman, and perhaps receiving a hint from the latter's expression, he began to prepare. Wait a moment. Kai hastily intervened, gently closing his eyes before suddenly opening them wide, revealing the mesmerizing 3-tomo Sharingan. Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively took a step back. Even White, though unaware of the unfolding situation, could sense the immense power radiating from Kai, stirring a slight trepidation within him. At that moment, Kai spoke with determination. "All right, let us commence." Through his 3-tomo Sharingan, he discerned the intricate process of chakra gathering within his opponent's body, while also possessing the ability to replicate their techniques. However, this particular skill held little significance for Kai. What truly piqued his curiosity was the underlying principles and proportions of the ice release. As White meticulously formed a diamond-shaped ice shard in his hands, he courteously presented it to Kai. The instant it was grasped, a glowing sphere of chakra coalesced at the center of his palm, causing the ice shard to hover within the luminous orb. Minutes passed, and Kai's expression contorted increasingly, his lips twitching in agitation. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, his other hand clenching into a fist. The others, witnessing Kai's grimace, sensed his mounting fury, though the specifics of the situation remained elusive to them. Seeing this, White quickly positioned himself protectively in front of Zabuza. "Lord Kai, what has transpired?" Deshawn inquired, his face a canvas of bewilderment, genuinely perplexed by the events unfolding. It was rare for Uchiha Kai to exhibit such a countenance, causing concern to ripple through the onlookers. "This is the ice release. This is the ice release," he shouted fervently, exerting force as he prepared to shatter both the glowing sphere and the ice shard contained within. Kai exhibited a countenance of profound anguish before abruptly pivoting to grasp Deshawn's shoulders, exclaiming, "I have experimented for over a year, and I never anticipated that this wretched creature could be so effortlessly subdued." Deshawn, rendered speechless, could only echo his bewilderment, while Bai and Tao Di Zaibujan appeared even more astounded. One couldn't help but wonder if Kai harbored some grave affliction. "Kai, are you all right?" Ing inquired with curiosity. "Of course, I am perfectly fine," he replied, raising his right hand and subsequently closing his eyes. At that moment, a confluence of water and wind chakra manifested at the center of his palm. With meticulous care, he commenced the intricate fusion of these elements, and before long, a shard of ice began to materialize in his grasp. Darun Bujan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Tao Di Zaibujan felt as though his inner world had crumbled in an instant. When did the bloodline limit become so easily attainable? Kai the ice! Ing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her excitement surged. "Truly, Kai is remarkable. I never anticipated he could summon such a creation," Deshawn muttered under his breath. "Oh, haha. From now on, we shall never again need to fret about quenching our thirst with cold drinks during the sweltering summer heat." Kai gazed at the ice cube in his hand, his lips curving into an exuberant grin, his laughter resonating with palpable excitement. "Surely, you would not exert such effort merely to enjoy a cold beverage during summer?" Zabuza found this notion utterly incredulous and, filled with curiosity, inquired further. "What else could it be? This object possesses feeble offensive capabilities, yet its utility is undeniably vast. The sweltering heat can be quite unbearable. However, with this ability, future days should be considerably more enjoyable. I must admit, I truly envy you for having such a remarkably useful companion by your side. He is merely my tool." In response to Kai's praise, Zabuza cast a sidelong glance at Haku and promptly altered his tone. "Why not sell me your tool?" Kai gazed at the other person, momentarily rendered speechless, and then calmly inquired. Zaibujan cast a glance at Bai, who was, of course, observing him as well. After a brief hesitation, Zaibujan remarked that he had no particular interest, yet he was indeed intrigued by him. It had always been said that the Uchiha clan had been entirely eradicated. "You must be one of their kin, correct?" Earlier, he had encountered a young member of the Uchiha clan, and now, unexpectedly, another had appeared. Quite a surprise. Huh. Surprising occurrences abound. The fates of certain individuals are, after all, beyond control. Yet discussing such matters now serves little purpose. It will not be long before darkness descends. Should we not embark on a journey to behold the visage of our benefactor? Kai was not entangled in this matter. He directly inquired of Zabuza. Given that Lord Zabuza was currently injured, it would suffice for Deshawn to carry him and guide the way. Understood. Without allowing Bai to finish his sentence, Kai promptly rejected the idea. He turned to give Deshawn a brief command, just as the latter stood before Zabuza, who declined assistance, insisting they should proceed if they were in such a hurry. However, he added a word of caution. Kato was accompanied by numerous ninjas, some of whom might already possess the strength of Jonin, and in his current state, he could hardly contribute much to the battle. When have you ever needed to fight? Such arrogance. Hikari rolled her eyes, her expression tinged with disdain. Indeed, it was him. On the bridge, Kakashi released the messenger hawk he held, opening the information transmitted from the village. Upon considering the three merchants from Chengdu, he immediately discerned their true identities. Kakashi was astonished. At first glance, he felt he recognized them. However, with so many from the Uchiha clan perished, even the name Uchiha Kai had appeared among the deceased. How could he possibly resurrect so suddenly? Stunned, he rose with a furrowed brow, realizing he had been ordered by Konoha to eliminate him. Recalling a previous conversation, "Kai, let us dine together at noon." On Hokage Rock, Kakashi observed the melancholic expression of Might Guy and gently inquired, "What troubles you?" "I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I have other matters to attend to." Might Guy, shrouded in gloom, rejected the invitation without hesitation and leaped off Hokage Rock, leaving only Rock Lee standing behind. Kakashi, still unaware of Kai's circumstances, was about to inquire further when Lee interjected, "Kakashi-sensei, every year on this day, Teacher Kai is like this." He must be reminiscing about Senior Kai. Upon hearing Lee's words, Kakashi recalled that this day marked the anniversary of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Returning to the present, he gazed up at the sky, furrowing his brow as he pondered, "Kai, what would you do in the face of such events?" "Deshawn, it seems we disembarked from this side, didn't we?" Gazing at the luxurious edifice perched halfway up the mountain, reminiscent of a grand palace, I noticed that despite the early onset of night, the interior was already aglow with brilliant lights. Such a magnificent structure is truly breathtaking. Wealth certainly has its advantages. Yet Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. Turning his gaze towards the distant seaside, he raised a finger to point in that direction, addressing Dashin with a question. Ultimately, the three of them shared a moment of bewilderment. The very spot where they had disembarked was directly connected to this place. With merely a glance, one could have easily perceived their surroundings. It was astonishing that, after exerting so much effort, they found themselves in the same location. It indeed seemed as though they had come from that direction. Dashin's lips twitched in response. They were, after all, the most astute among them. Yet none of the three had taken heed. Had any one of them simply cast their eyes about, they likely would not have had to exert such effort. The matter could have been resolved much earlier, perhaps even before noon when they first arrived. Have you been here before? Asked T-Daiz no Chiri. Never been. Are you certain that Cardo is here? Kai's expression instantly turned cold. It was inconceivable to divulge that he had previously visited this place, albeit with a lack of discernment. Indeed, he was here, yet the guardians were numerous, and that cautious fellow Cardo had set up numerous hidden sentinels. Zai Bujan had already issued a reminder. During his inaugural visit, Zai Bujan had begun to observe the surroundings, remaining vigilant against that individual while fulfilling his mission, harboring concerns that Cardo might pose a threat to them after the task was completed. As they gazed upon the opulent residence, their group circumvented a small earthen slope and approached the steps. The height of the steps connected to the villa ahead, and the illumination flanking the stairs appeared remarkably gentle. However, it was evident that the outer perimeter was replete with security personnel, each adorned in sleek black suits. There were no fewer than 100 patrolling officers wielding batons. As for the ninjas, they were to be eradicated without exception. The outer threats would be managed by me, while the internal ninjas would be dealt with by Deshawn. Yet, for the ordinary individuals within, we must strive to keep them alive. After all, we remain oblivious to Cardo's true appearance. A mistaken kill would be quite regrettable. As Kai spoke, he raised his right hand, forming a single-handed seal, then slowly extended it forward. Water style, infinite barrage. In the past, Kai had considered this technique to be utterly worthless, as it could only affect a fixed radius. However, the current scenario was markedly different. At a height of approximately 10 meters above the ground, water spheres appeared every 50 meters or so. Once he confirmed that the entire perimeter of the villa was adequately covered, Kai clenched his fist with great determination. In the next instant, all the water began to release droplets rapidly, shooting outwards like bullets. This method of attack was particularly effective for its precision, transforming the entire area into a desolation at an astonishing speed. The greatest advantage of this assault was its utter silence, rendering it a rather discreet approach. Witnessing Kai unleash his power for the first time, Zabuz's eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals collapsed to the ground. Within 30 seconds, the scent of blood permeated the entire region, with crimson liquid beginning to trickle down the steps. The perimeter had been thoroughly dealt with. As Kai spoke, he lifted his feet and began to ascend the stairs. The others followed closely behind. Tao, observing the marks left on the ground from the recent assault, noted that even the marble slabs were riddled with countless holes. This illustrated the indiscriminate nature of the previous attack. Consequently, it also represented its most significant flaw. Within the area of impact, there would be virtually no living beings, as the assault effectively enveloped the entire region in a circular formation. Each massive water orb covered an area with a radius of 50 meters, allowing for a concentrated attack that could quietly eliminate anyone within that range. Particularly tragic were the individuals sprawled on the ground, each pierced by multiple wounds. As they ascended further, the pungent scent of blood intensified, becoming almost acrid. Blood trickled down the edges of the steps, and upon witnessing this scene, Bai appeared somewhat apprehensive. Nazo also furrowed his brow as he gazed at the expressionless youth before him. Truly, this is opulence. Pushing open the grand door, they beheld a brilliantly lit hall. Undeniably a masterpiece of architecture. The grand chandelier hanging above, one could easily surmise, was of exorbitant value. Who are you? As Kai cast a glance around, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The sentinel stationed behind the door immediately raised his voice, questioning the situation. Peering through the ajar door, he was compelled to curse the decision that allowed strangers to enter, only to behold a scene of carnage outside, where bodies lay strewn across the ground. Although the darkness rendered the blood less conspicuous, the pungent scent of it surged into the hall as the door swung open. "Stop them!" shouted the doorman, a figure clad in a black suit. The once tranquil hall reverberated with the hurried sound of shuffling footsteps. In a mere blink, Dasha, wielding two double-edged daggers, dispatched the two guards, sending them crashing to the floor. "Bye. You two, lend a hand," commanded Dasha, urgency lacing his tone. "Brother Kai, I'm joining in," Ing exclaimed, unable to restrain herself from charging forward upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Outside, there were hundreds gathered, and to his astonishment, the vast mansion harbored a multitude of individuals. Moreover, a contingent of ninjas was present, a rarity in the land of waves, a nation devoid of such warriors. Even if these mercenaries had been procured with wealth, their abilities were woefully inadequate. Nonetheless, they were undeniably more formidable than the average person. Kai and Zabuza proceeded with a leisurely pace, advancing further. Ahead of them, a chaotic melee unfolded among three individuals. However, within the confines of this villa, the majority were merely ordinary folk. Though Kai had previously instructed the commoners to attempt to capture their foes alive, it was evident that those clad in black suits, bearing brutish visages, were not the true Kato. Thus, there was no need for leniency. With swift and decisive strikes, the adversaries fell, their demise occurring even more rapidly than the slaughter of poultry. Amidst this turmoil, some ninjas remained preoccupied, their hands engaged in inappropriate acts while anxiously observing the approaching figures. Ultimately, before they could even unleash their techniques, blood erupted from their throats. I find myself pondering why, when possessing ninjutsu, one would resort to such close-quarter combat. Zabuza noted that both Daishan and Ing relied almost entirely on physical prowess, employing daggers for swift resolutions. In such circumstances, one could simply unleash a powerful ninjutsu technique. In clashes between skilled opponents, a mere second could determine the victor. For instance, if you were to engage me, the time you take to perform hand seals could be your undoing. Thus, one might question the necessity of ninjutsu, which could indeed expedite the resolution of conflict. However, this approach allows them to hone their combat techniques more effectively. Calmly, he spoke, but immediately afterward, his expression turned serious as he looked at Zabuza and asked, "You should know Kato, right?" "Yes. You must quickly locate that fellow. We cannot afford to be mistakenly killed." "Understood." Although Zabuza did not consider them partners, they were, after all, in the same predicament. Thus, he nodded earnestly. Just as he took a step forward to seek out Kato, two figures leapt down from above. They appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. The leader, arms crossed and a slight smirk upon his lips, wore an expression of disdain. "Zabuza, it seems you have yet to complete Lord Kato's task, and I did not expect you to dare betray your master. If this word gets out, who would ever entrust you with a mission again?" The leader inquired, his tone dripping with contempt, even though he was well aware that Zabuza was a jonin. Zabuza paid no heed, but just as he was about to respond, the man lowered his arms and placed them in his pockets, saying, "But it matters not. Today, you shall all perish here." As his words fell, two of the 4 or 5 individuals behind him charged forward, while the remaining ones began to swiftly form hand seals. Fire style, fire dragon technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. 3 consecutive attacks emerged, demonstrating remarkable control. It was evident that the 3 had likely been teammates before arriving here. With the enhancement of the wind style, the power of the fire style escalated significantly. Water style? What use is water now? At this moment, should we not retreat instead of exerting such effort? Observing Zabuza's stubbornness, it was clear he intended to confront them head-on. Kai grasped the hem of his clothing and abruptly pulled him outside. Boom. Just as the two exited, a tremendous blaze erupted from their previous location, engulfing the entire doorway and sending debris flying in an instant. Fire release, firefly explosion. The moment they hit the ground, Kai swiftly formed hand seals. As he unleashed his power, a series of small fireballs surged into the house, albeit in limited numbers this time. Before the occupants could react, he clenched his fists, and in the next heartbeat, a silent explosion erupted once more. Even the opulent villa suffered the loss of several corners, particularly the front area, which seemed on the verge of collapse. The absence of load-bearing columns caused the upper structure to emit creaking sounds. This strike was so potent that it even rendered the smoke from the previous attack entirely vanquished. Upon re-entering, only 4 or 5 massive craters remained on the ground. Apart from one foot still adorned with a shoe, there were no other traces left behind. Hyvala could hardly believe that this fellow had perished so easily. Gazing at the solitary foot teetering on the edge of the deep pit, clad in a black shoe paired with pure red socks, Zabuza couldn't help but muse. "Do you recognize him?" Kai inquired with curiosity. Once a jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, his prowess was commendable. Yet he never anticipated meeting his demise in this very place. As he spoke, a sense of relief washed over him for not having faced Kai directly. After all, he would have likely succumbed to the recent onslaught. Not to mention, even the earlier assault utilizing water droplets would have proven insurmountable for him. It was astonishing how such elemental techniques as water release and fire release could be wielded with such artistry. Upon their entrance, the battle on the side of the great mountain had already reached its conclusion. The ninjas lay defeated, while the remaining ordinary folk, gripped by terror, cowered on the ground, clutching their heads. No one was concerned about their plight, as they posed no threat and thus warranted no further attention. "You all should find a place to cleanse yourselves properly shortly," he remarked. Kai stood before the imposing figures of the mountain and the firefly, their garments utterly soaked with blood. The sight of their faces and hands was almost too gruesome to behold. I couldn't ascertain whether this blood belonged to others, but its sheer horror was palpable. "Where's Cardo?" asked Zabuza, his expression as frigid as ice, as he confronted a man sprawled on the ground. "In the bedroom." "In the bedroom," the prostrate man stammered, not daring to lift his gaze, as he pointed towards the direction of Cardo's chamber. In such a vast villa, locating an individual among numerous rooms would be arduous for an ordinary person, yet for them, it posed little challenge. Having determined their course, a group of 5 commenced their march towards that direction. However, Zabuza was the last to depart, his hands weaving intricate seals as he walked. Water release, water clone. In an instant, he conjured a duplicate from his side, passing his sword to this avatar. Moments later, a chilling sound echoed from the second floor of the grand hall. Even those ordinary individuals who had surrendered could not escape the inevitable embrace of fate. In a dimly lit room, devoid of light save for the moonlight streaming through the glass, a man of dubious character, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, huddled in the shadows, with a young girl, seemingly no more than a teenager, crouching beside him. The sounds of footsteps outside grew increasingly pronounced, each step resonating like the harbinger of death drawing near. The woman inside the room had begun to cover her mouth in terror, her fear rendering her speechless as she curled into a corner. This tense atmosphere did not endure for long. The footsteps abruptly ceased. Just as the man wore a lecherous grin, believing the intruders had departed, the door to his room was suddenly thrust open with tremendous force. Smack! The sharp sound rang out, and the lights illuminating the room flickered to life, revealing the figures within. The woman, wide-eyed with fear, disregarded her state of undress and instinctively darted for the exit. Thud! Upon reaching halfway, Kai raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and a surge of chakra pierced through the man's skull like a bullet. "Who are you?" the naked old man in the corner exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. "We meet again, Mr. Cardo," Zabuza remarked coldly as he strode into the room, fixing his gaze upon the exposed figure. "Toby Zabuza? How could it possibly be you?" Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Cardo's voice had already begun to crack as he shouted. "It is with great regret that we meet for the first time in such a manner, Mr. Cardo." With a courteous and elegant demeanor, Kai placed his right hand gently upon his chest and inclined his body slightly, embodying the essence of a true gentleman as he spoke. "We have already arrived. Is such formality still necessary at this juncture?" It was increasingly difficult to comprehend this fellow Kai. Having already dispatched the adversaries, what purpose did such exquisite etiquette serve now? "We are here to seek assistance." Thus, the requisite decorum must not be overlooked. A faint smile graced Kai Weiwei's lips as she took a few steps forward, ultimately settling herself onto the bed, which still bore a faint aroma. Perhaps out of a hint of distaste, she casually pulled the sheets aside. "Who exactly are you?" she inquired. "If you do not make your intentions clear, I shall refrain from speaking further. You mentioned seeking my assistance. State your request, and as long as it is within my capabilities, I shall oblige without hesitation." Kadu, brimming with an inexplicable confidence, stood there unabashedly. Though Ing was but a young girl, she did not exhibit excessive shyness. Nonetheless, she turned and exited the room. "I have heard that you possess considerable wealth, and thus I wish to borrow a small sum. What is your opinion on this matter, Mr. Kadu?" Kai smiled politely and inquired, simultaneously tossing a garment onto the bed. Cardo, undoubtedly a person of considerable wealth, had likely encountered numerous grand situations before. Initially, he might have felt a sense of fear in the face of such circumstances, but gradually he began to reclaim his composure. Adorning himself in a robe, despite its simplicity, he maintained an air of arrogance and inquired, "Very well, how much do you desire?" "Since Mr. Cardo has already expressed his willingness, I presume you would not mind showing us your treasury?" Kai stood up leisurely, raised his finger towards Cardo, and gestured with his hand as he inquired. There is no need for such formality. Simply speak, and I shall provide. Cardo, however, was not naive enough to fall for such tactics. The astute mind of a businessman was thoroughly employed. He promptly suggested, how about 1 billion taels? Upon hearing this figure, the eyes of the two individuals, who had been impoverished for far too long, widened in astonishment. Such an immense sum was something they had never even heard of, let alone seen. They had exerted tremendous effort, yet according to their agreement, this time they were to receive only 50 million taels. In comparison to that colossal number, their gain seemed utterly insignificant. It had always been said that Mr. Cardo was the foremost tycoon in the world, considering we have traveled from such a distant place. What are your thoughts? Kai remained nonchalant as he inquired, but in the blink of an eye, his gaze transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a formidable aura immediately enveloping the entire room. Not only did Kato feel this overwhelming pressure, but even Zabuza sensed the immense weight of it. Yet, standing behind Kai, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. I am not here to negotiate with you, if I so desired. I could simply take the time to scour both the surface and the depths alone. However, such an endeavor might come at the cost of Mr. Kato accompanying your young lady to explore an alternate realm. Alternatively, might it be more prudent for Mr. Kato to personally escort us, thereby conserving some effort? Kai once again opened his mouth to speak. The inexplicable pressure, combined with the formidable strength gleaming in the opponent's eyes, caused Cardo to swallow hard. The pride he had painstakingly built just moments ago was abruptly shattered. Faced with the choice between wealth and life, he undoubtedly prioritized his own existence at this moment. Given the opponent's decisive demeanor, it was clear that such words were not mere threats. I will lead you. His hands trembled, and the once imposing figure of Cardo, the short old man, now appeared far less formidable. Stumbling out from within, he tightened his bathrobe before guiding a few individuals out of the room. Having remained inside, oblivious to the outside world, he sensed impending danger but was unaware of the true situation. However, upon stepping through the door and witnessing the scene below, Cardo's eyes widened in terror once more. He was taken aback to find that everyone had perished. This was an unforeseen development. Cardo's room was on the 3rd floor. Yet he was astonished to discover a small door at the side of his chamber. Upon opening it, he was met with a pitch-black interior. Nevertheless, as he switched on the light, a narrow staircase extended downward. The length was no less than 50 or 60 meters, indicating that the treasure vault was situated at least several meters underground. Following his lead, several individuals began to descend the stairs. When the light at the bottom illuminated the space, they found themselves in a relatively large chamber. Yet, it was devoid of any contents apart from an opulent door at the forefront. The intricate reliefs adorning its surface appeared to be crafted from gold. However, the interior remained a mystery. Cardo entered the password on the side panel, a testament to the advanced technology of the era. Approaching the door, he turned the massive handle twice. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, unexpectedly, he pressed the central red button with force. The door began to rotate at an astonishing speed. Brother Kai, it seems that fellow has entered, Ing exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment. She had not anticipated that someone could slip through right before her eyes while they remained outside. That scoundrel has tricked us all, Daxian exclaimed, ready to unleash his fire technique to melt the door. However, after the attack, the door remained unchanged, its surface as cold as ever. Interesting, he mused. Kai never anticipated that Cardo would resort to such tactics. Clearly, he had left himself a way out from the very beginning of the design process. What shall we do now? Asked Momochi no Zatsu. Truly, I never intended to kill you. You brought this upon yourself. Kai's eyes gradually transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan. While the formidable Iron Gate could effectively block ninjutsu attacks, it was ineffectual against perception, despite his relatively modest sensory abilities. Perceiving through such a heavy iron door posed no challenge. Space. Utilizing the power of his right eye, Kai merely blinked, disappearing from his original position in an instant. Zabuza and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. However, upon observing that the siblings from the mountain showed no change in their expressions, the two could only remain silently in place, awaiting the outcome. With a series of mechanical clicks, the heavy iron door began to creak open. The scene that unfolded before their eyes left everyone utterly speechless. As for Cardo, he lay lifeless on the ground, utterly defeated. So much money. Dajan's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he hesitated to take a step forward. Swallowing hard, He stammered in a daze. Zabuza, too, was witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time. The sheer volume of money would likely require them a year or two just to count it all. Though Zabuza felt a twinge of envy, he could only smile wryly and shake his head when faced with someone like Kai, saying, "As long as we stick to our agreed portion." His tone was notably gentle this time, and Bai nodded in agreement with a slight smile. The room at that moment was a veritable treasure trove. The expansive space, at least a couple of 100 square meters, was lined with shelves brimming with an array of precious items. Some artifacts were so rare they had never even been seen before. In the center of the room, not only was the rear piled high with gold coins, but the cash stacked in front was unfathomable, easily amounting to trillions, if not more. What are we still standing here for? Let us go in. As Kai observed several individuals still standing in a daze, he promptly beckoned to them. Meanwhile, he began to explore the items displayed upon the shelves. The majority of these treasures were crafted from gold, undoubtedly of considerable value, and among them lay some rare artifacts, along with numerous unfamiliar objects. Brother Kai, with so much wealth, we shall never have to worry about money again. Ing exclaimed with palpable excitement, her small face aglow. She then leaped directly onto the pile of cash, lying atop it. It was noteworthy that this mound of currency stood at least 1 meter high, and measured 2 meters in both width and length. Each bill bore a denomination of 1,000, which indicated an immense total surpassing 1,000 billion. The gold coins behind were even more impressive. Lord Kai, it seems there is an abundance of items here. The scrolls we brought may prove insufficient, Dushan remarked, having conducted a cursory assessment of the scene before producing 3 or 4 scrolls and presenting them to Kai. Indeed, it appears we are lacking. Kai did not deny it. And then, glancing at Zabuza and the other two, he smiled faintly and remarked that Mr. Zabuza could take a bit more. However, if possible, would you like to join us? Or perhaps not. We shall only take the agreed portion, and we have no particular thoughts regarding the remainder. As for partnering with you, we have no intentions in that regard. Zabuza resolutely declined without any hesitation. Ah, what a pity. Let us disregard the agreed sum of 50 million. After all, we had not anticipated such a substantial amount at the time. I shall grant you 200 million instead. So you need not continue to struggle with your charming little brother and can find a stable place to live. The world of ninjas is not one you can easily navigate. Your lack of strength is your greatest weakness. Kai indeed holds a favorable impression of these two. At the very least, he does not wish for their premature demise. Therefore, thank you. As for the matter at hand, there are no grand aspirations. Yet this individual conducts himself with remarkable propriety. He is unwilling to take even a dime more, having already consented to a sum of 200 million. However, it appears that this group is so impoverished they lack even a single scroll. Fortunately, there are some chests present at the scene. Each of the two individuals took 2 chests of riches and departed under the watchful gaze of the 3. Whether they desire it or not is their concern. But as for the remainder, my Lord Kai, it has already been neatly packed. Although the scrolls could not be accommodated, what remains is not substantial, and I shall carry the rest. In less than half an hour, the entire treasury has nearly been emptied. As for the scrolls, they need not be mentioned. A large backpack, approximately 1 meter in diameter and at least 50 to 60 centimeters wide, remains on the ground. One can easily surmise the weight of such an object without much contemplation. We do not seem particularly pressed for time. Let us take a moment to explore whether there are any other valuable or intriguing items within this room to take along. After packing everything, we shall rest here comfortably. You may indulge in a refreshing bath, and we shall set off at dawn tomorrow. As the gentle breeze caressed the sky, accompanied by the heft of his backpack, the vast treasure trove was left with only the unmistakable presence of Kato's lifeless body. Why had they not returned? On the bridge, having received the news of the day, Kakashi found himself unable to sleep. Sitting there, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Dizuna household. He had initially hoped that Uchiha Kai and his companions would return, yet as time passed, they remained absent, although uncertain of the events that had transpired. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. With knowledge of their identities, it was clear that they had no connection to the so-called marine produce. Their encounter seemed merely coincidental. The pressing question was, what purpose did these 3 individuals have in the land of waves? After pondering for a considerable time, he still could not fathom their intentions. As the clock approached midnight, Kakashi stood, ready to depart. Yet, instinctively, he noticed a figure on the distant sea. Zabuza Momochi? Kakashi was taken aback. Although the distance obscured clarity, The silhouette beneath the moonlight was unmistakably him. It appeared he was attempting to traverse the sea from the direction of the Fire Country. Uncertain of the circumstances, Kakashi leaped from the bridge, landing deftly on the water's surface, and swiftly began pursuing Zabuza. Lord Zabuza, someone is following us. After finally reaching the shores of the Fire Country, they too caught sight of the figure on the water. No need to worry, let us go. Zabuza sighed in resignation, knowing that if the pursuer was earnest, they would soon catch up. After all, both of them carried 2 boxes each, and under such circumstances, they could not run swiftly. It matters not. Let us see if that fellow truly follows us, Zabuza decided, veering off in a diagonal direction to run faster. However, before they had covered even 2 miles, the scene before them, illuminated by the moonlight, brought them to a halt, rendering them speechless. The trees across this expansive area had all transformed into a singular sight. What should have been a forest bore the unmistakable marks of a ninjutsu assault. Lord Zabuza, there's a scent of blood. After stopping, Haku warily scanned their surroundings. The sanguine aroma in the air required no further reminder from him. Zabuza, observing the traces on the ground, was suddenly flooded with memories of the recent battle they had just endured. The attack executed by Kai at the entrance left behind marks reminiscent of the one before us. Before they could exchange a few words, Kakashi, who had been trailing behind, suddenly leaped ahead of the two. However, this was no longer the time to ponder their intentions. The scene before them was indeed astonishing. Through the reflective points, Kakashi swiftly descended to the ground and retrieved an object, a Konoha ninja headband. Despite the charred marks evident upon it, Kakashi recognized it at a glance. Was it from the umbu or the root? Furrowing his brow, Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, murmuring softly. He had not paid attention to the identity of the person who had been following them until now, but standing before him, Zabuza would undoubtedly discern the opponent's identity with ease. Kakashi, I am quite curious as to why you're trailing us. Zabuza inquired, his expression tinged with wariness. As usual, Haku positioned himself protectively in front of Zabuza. Yet this time, he seemed to harbor no such intention, abruptly pulling Haku back and approaching Kakashi instead. At this moment, it appeared that defeating Kakashi would not pose much difficulty for the two of them. We shall see what you intend to do. I did not expect you to have survived yesterday. It seems the credit belongs to that young girl beside you? Kakashi questioned. Young girl? Haku was momentarily speechless. We will no longer obstruct your mission. After all, the one who issued the task is deceased. Thus this mission has naturally concluded for me. We are departing now. Do you wish to engage in another battle? Zabuza declared, placing the 2 boxes behind him and adopting a fighting stance. What did you say? The issuer of the task is dead? Kakashi found it hard to believe, sensing that this was merely a smokescreen. Indeed, everyone from the Cardo Guild has perished. Zabuza replied nonchalantly. Did you kill your own employer? Do not jest. We would never resort to such actions. But it does not imply that others would refrain from doing so. Although he had been involved, Zabuza had not slain Cardo himself. Why should he bear that burden? Such a reputation, if it spread, could lead to significant trouble. Was it Uchiha Kai and his companions? Kakashi, piecing together the information, suddenly connected the dots. He had been curious about what Uchiha Kai and his 2 companions intended to accomplish in the Land of Waves. If this were the case, everything began to make sense. The objective of Uchiha Kai and his companions was driven by financial gain. I am sorry, but I have no obligation to divulge such information. If you wish to know, you must investigate it yourself. Should you desire to fight, then let us engage. If not, we shall take our leave. Peachland, no longer wishing to entangle himself in those matters, found himself intrigued by Uchiha Kai. However, given the circumstances, it seemed that the situation was not unlike his own. A person both ruthless and astute, such a character was one he preferred not to engage with a second time. Observing Kakashi's lack of action, he turned and, with a box in hand, addressed by, saying, "Let us depart." Only Kakashi remained, standing amidst the aftermath, unable to address the scene before him, yet mindful of the impending matters that required consideration. With a careful survey of his surroundings, Kakashi pocketed the ninja headband he had found earlier and swiftly dashed towards the direction of the Dasna household. Ultimately, their mission was ostensibly concluded. The puppeteer behind the chaos lay dead, and even the operatives had vacated the premises. Thus, lingering in this place served little purpose. Nonetheless, although the mission had reached its conclusion, the messages from the Hokage of Konoha were far from over. Uchiha Kai had arrived in the Land of Waves, and should the opportunity arise, the directive was clear: Eliminate all Uchiha. This was the mission's outline. Whether to act upon it was one matter. Yet Kakashi still yearned to meet that individual. In the dilapidated villa, it was likely only their trio of peculiarities that would engage in such audacious acts. The stench of blood, lingering from the deaths of 100 or more, permeated the air. Astonishingly, they had managed to find a night of rest in such a place. Bathing was perhaps out of the question, which was understandable, but the ability to sleep indicated a formidable mental fortitude. As dawn broke, the three of them bore their respective burdens. Having concluded their plundering of the vault, the villa still held a plethora of valuables, including ornaments and other treasures. The young girl, Ing, even rifled through the deceased, ensuring no one was overlooked. In truth, the monetary gain was not substantial, yet idleness was unappealing. Dajan carried the heaviest load, while Kai also bore a sizable parcel. These items were indeed weighty, yet for them, it felt akin to lifting mere sheets of paper, albeit with a slight inconvenience. Lord Kai, allow me to carry the items in your hands, Dajan offered, noting that the burden was light enough, and his left hand remained free. Upon exiting the villa, the trio exhibited no haste, leisurely traversing the path. As they approached the coastline, Dajan promptly addressed Kai. There's no need to rush. We are not far now. Let us hope our cart has not been stolen. Kai remarked that the carriage had been left unattended for over a day, and its current status was uncertain. This expedition had indeed been exceptionally fruitful. Henceforth, financial concerns would no longer plague us. I yearned to acquire an opulent bed and indulge in life's pleasures. Ing had already begun to envision the forthcoming lifestyle. At this juncture, Kai expressed a tinge of regret, noting that the chairs from their locale appeared quite splendid, yet regrettably, they were simply too cumbersome to transport. Otherwise, he would have gladly lugged back their chairs and furniture. With such a fortune amassed, one could always commission replicas upon return. Dashin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Cardo was undeniably a connoisseur of the finer things in life. The furnishings within the house were extravagantly luxurious, particularly those on the third floor, each likely worth no less than 1,000,000 taels in the market. However, as Kai pointed out, they were indeed impractical to carry away. One might ponder whether, upon returning, we should enlist the help of 2 skilled cooks. This would allow us to train without the encumbrance of meal preparation. As Kai pondered this, he suddenly inquired. After all, the matter of cooking had predominantly fallen to Ing. The 2 men had scarcely ever engaged with such tasks. Typically, they opted to dine out whenever possible, and they were fortunate that the streets were not too distant. I believe we can manage, Deshawn declared. No way, Ing immediately retorted, puffing up her cheeks in irritation, and then glaring at the 2 of them. Do you think my cooking is unpalatable? Not at all. It's just that we wish for you to have more time for cultivation. I refuse. Cooking is one of the few pursuits that allows me to unwind while eating. Thus, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Ying's thoughts were almost entirely focused on this. Compared to the grueling training, she preferred to seize the opportunity during these brief interludes to indulge in leisure. Finding a couple of servants for such a large house would not pose a significant challenge. After all, cleaning could be conveniently labeled as training, even though it was undeniably a tedious task. Delegating such responsibilities was not an issue. One cannot possibly attend to every single detail personally. Well then, let us defer this discussion until our return. We set off today, and it will be at least 4 or 5 days before we are back. With one hand grasping a package and the other affectionately ruffling Ying's hair, Kai spoke as the 3 individuals walked across the surface of the sea. Despite traversing the ocean, it felt no different than walking on solid ground. The trio continued their jovial conversation, enjoying each other's company. Their current location was precisely aligned with the 2 opposing ends of the island where Dasna resided, one at the northeast and the other at the southeast. Moreover, both positions were among the closest to the land of fire. The cart remained, as did the 2 horses. They had yet to disembark, and from a distance, the horses could be seen grazing on the verdant grass. Before departing, they had deliberately released the horses from their restraints, leaving them untethered. Thus, concerns about the potential theft of the horses or the cart lingered. Given the substantial wealth they now carried, even the most basic of items seemed trivial to them. Not even 10 horses would hold significant value. However, possessing a cart would certainly ease their journey, sparing them the burden of lugging cumbersome items back. Indeed, it was quite a surprise that both the horses and the cart remained, a fortunate circumstance considering the desolation of the area, which seldom saw visitors. Deshawn had been stooping low, but at these words, he promptly lifted his head, noticing the horses and the cart. They had traveled a considerable distance, and daylight had fully broken, although the sun had yet to make its appearance. Nonetheless, the surroundings were becoming increasingly clear. I will fetch the horses. Deshawn gently placed the items he was holding on the ground, causing a noticeable tremor, as the large package contained primarily gold coins and artifacts, weighing no less than 700 or 800 pounds. He then turned to approach the grazing horses. However, just as he stepped within 5 meters of them, he suddenly retreated with urgency, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Observing her brother's demeanor, Ing quickly dropped her belongings to the ground. In contrast, Kai maintained his usual calm demeanor, opening the cart's door and tossing the package inside. Kai, it has indeed been a long time. Who would have anticipated that it was Kakashi who had appeared, and he was not alone? Naruto and 2 others had accompanied him as well. Lord Kai, there are 3 more not far ahead in the trees. The great mountain served as a reminder. In light of the circumstances, Kai approached and realized that Kakashi and the others were present. After all, his sensory abilities were rather limited, and the other 2 were not much better off. However, this situation indeed placed them in a rather passive position. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Kai did not rush to respond. Instead, his mind wandered, contemplating the necessity of finding a particularly skilled teammate with exceptional sensory capabilities in the future. Otherwise, at such close proximity, a sudden thrust from the opponent could pose a significant threat. Kakashi-sensei, have you mistaken the person? Aren't they called Suki? How could it be Kai? Naruto Uzumaki inquired, his forehead creased with confusion. The other 2 youngsters also wore expressions of bewilderment. They had been summoned before dawn, only to find themselves waiting for these individuals. Though they had shared a meal, they were not well acquainted, yet they were familiar with each other's names. Even if you do not respond, I know you are Uchiha Kai, although I am unaware of how you survived back then or how you left the village. Could you enlighten me about your purpose for coming to the Land of Waves? Kakashi, who seemingly knew everything, still yearned to hear Kai's explanation. However, the most astonished was Uchiha Sasuke, who had been standing quietly to the side, seemingly unfazed. He had initially thought they were to execute a mission, but upon seeing the group, that excitement dissipated instantly. The name of the opponent was of little consequence. What mattered was that they bore the Uchiha surname. Kakashi-sensei, what did you just call him? Sasuke asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier, even Naruto had disregarded him, let alone engage with Sasuke. Turning around, Kai placed the bundle that the great mountain had left on the ground into the center of the cart, then slowly dusted off his hands and calmly directed his gaze toward Kakashi. The 2 shared a long moment of mutual contemplation, after which Kai sighed softly. Taking a deep breath to straighten his attire, he placed his right hand over his heart, politely bowed, and called out, Kakashi-sensei. Witnessing this, the vigilant DSHN and Ing were momentarily taken aback, subsequently lowering their defensive stances. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura Haruno's eyes darted between Kakashi and the bowing Uchiha Kai, her lips twitching as if her brain CPU had overheated. From the moment Naruto heard Kakashi refer to the individual as Uchiha Kai, he was rendered speechless. His eyes widened, and in a matter of moments, they brimmed with tears. His lips and hands trembled slightly as he whispered, Are you really Brother Kai? It is indeed you. After so many years apart, you have grown, and now you seem to tower over me. Though I am unaware of how you have spent these years, it would be good to reconnect. Yet why have you not reached out to your master? Kakashi stepped forward and gently patted Guy's shoulder, his tone lacking reproach, instead resembling that of a concerned elder. Master, I am no longer a teacher. Before our last meal together, Guy stood up and solemnly bowed to Might Guy, exclaiming the word master loudly. This utterance brought Might Guy to tears at that moment. In the world of ninjas, the term teacher is commonly used. The title master is reserved for special circumstances. For most, the term master holds a weight akin to that of a revered mentor. I apologize, but I cannot do that. I barely escaped from that calamity, using nearly half my life to survive, and I found every possible way to leave the village safely. As an elite jonin of Konohagakure, the situation of the Uchiha clan is something that requires no elaboration. Kakashi-sensei must be somewhat aware of it. Therefore, it is perhaps better for everyone if certain matters remain unspoken, allowing us to treat each other as strangers. While this may contain a hint of falsehood, it is, in comparison, the most persuasive and reflects the genuine predicament I once faced. There is sincerity in the desire to become strangers to one another, to no longer recognize each other, to live the carefree and joyful life they lead. and to sever any ties with the world of ninjas. Although reality often diverges from our wishes, I have always believed that I have never committed any truly outrageous acts. Kakashi's expression grew somewhat grave as he inquired about returning to the village to clarify matters. At least, what should I say? Should I return and inform them that I just killed over 40 people from Konohagakure? Or mention something else? I have never contemplated having any connection with Konohagakure. However, I am well aware of how you received this information. It is not that we cannot coexist with the village, but rather that the village cannot accommodate us. With that said, I hope you can convey this message. Even now, we harbor no hatred towards Konohagakure. Should there be a next time, I would not hesitate to personally bring ruin to that place. Calmly, Kai uttered the most ruthless words. The necessary conversations had been had, and the requisite meetings had taken place. Continuing to converse further held little significance. He turned directly to Dasha, instructing him to fetch the horses and prepare for their departure. Understood, my lord, Dasha replied. Without paying heed to the matter at hand, he slowly made his way towards the grazing horses. However, just as Dasha approached, and the atmosphere remained tranquil, 3 vigilant figures lurking in the distance suddenly sprang into action. A burst of fire jutsu caused 2 horses to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The moment the acrid smoke appeared, it became evident that those horses were irrevocably deceased. How utterly outrageous! Kai was undoubtedly struck by a sense of speechlessness. Even Kakashi was taken aback by their sudden aggression. Who were they? Haruno Sakura inquired with curiosity, fully aware that no one would respond to her question. Kakashi, proceed with the orders. As the 3 figures leapt into action, they swiftly approached Kakashi, their faces concealed by masks, undoubtedly members of the Konoha. It seemed they had received the same orders as Kakashi. However, unlike him, they were likely unaware of the events that transpired the previous day. Lord Kai, I have seen them, exclaimed Yama, his face contorted with rage, yet he refrained from taking any rash actions. Kai merely waved his hand with simplicity, then smiled and remarked, "Isn't this also a form of cultivation? Onward." Halt. It remains unclear how Kakashi and his companions communicated. Following the command issued by one of the masked individuals, the other 2 immediately surged forward. Their speed was indeed impressive. However, halfway through their advance, the trio abruptly came to a halt. Kakashi swiftly pushed the forehead protector from his concealed left eye to his forehead, revealing a fully open Sharingan, its 3 tomo fixated intently. Kai seemed to remain motionless from beginning to end, yet the 3 elite ninjas clutched their throats one by one. After a prolonged pause, blood gushed forth violently. These individuals would likely never comprehend what had transpired until their last breath. The 3 young ones brought by Kakashi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The one standing at the forefront, Naruto Uzumaki, appeared to have forgotten how to breathe. To them, such an attack felt utterly insurmountable. Lacking the ability to grasp the enemy's power, they recklessly acted on their own, and the situation in Konohagakure was truly deteriorating. It was hard to fathom how they could even aspire to join the Umbu with such inadequate strength. Remember my words. Should there be a next time, I shall personally annihilate the entire village of Konohagakure. As Kai spoke, he calmly prepared to depart. Although there were no horses, Ing obediently entered the carriage first. Just as Kai was about to step inside, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Kai truly paused his steps, while Dajon furrowed his brow, fixating on the little fellow. "Pray tell, how did you manage to survive at the hands of that individual? Was not the entire Uchiha clan annihilated? How do you persist?" Sasuke bellowed, before uttering such words. "Should you not have pondered the reason for the massacre of your entire clan? Why is it that you, the sibling of the instigator, remain unscathed here? If death were to befall anyone, should you not have been the first to perish? Yet, reality tells a different tale. There are many truths you will come to comprehend in due time." Kai spoke, a faint smile gracing his lips as he ascended into the carriage. At the moment the door was closed, the towering figure of Dashi approached the front of the carriage. With a mere lift of his hand, the entire vehicle was effortlessly hoisted, and as he turned, the carriage commenced its journey with a gentle pull. It is noteworthy that the combined weight of the carriage, along with its cargo and passengers, exceeded 2,000 pounds. Yet, in Dashi's grasp, it seemed as light as a child's toy. Kakashi did not pursue further. Even with the use of his Sharingan, he could not discern how those 3 Umbu had met their demise. Years had passed, and Uchiha Kai was no longer the person he once knew. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, while Kakashi remained furrowed in concentration, his expression grave. Although the other party's speed was not particularly swift, he did not dare to chase after them. From a pragmatic standpoint, he had not intended to engage in any conflict. He merely sought to meet and ascertain the situation. Naruto Uzumaki appeared somewhat dejected. The moment he heard that name, he had already been reduced to tears. In his memories, Uchiha Kai was the first to show him kindness, yet he felt powerless to discuss the fate of the Uchiha clan. Deep down, he yearned to retain Kai, but despite the lengthy wait, he struggled to find the words to express himself. Even if he was somewhat naive, he was not foolish to that extent. Amidst his solitary musings, no one knew the details surrounding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, they found themselves impotently standing still, heads bowed in silence. The most incensed among them was undoubtedly Sasuke Uchiha. He too stood rooted, fists clenched, his gaze fixed intently on the receding carriage. The impact of the words exchanged had struck him profoundly. Everyone is dead. Why do you still live? As the brother of the instigator, why do you continue to exist? Reflecting on the previous exchange, Sasuke's fists tightened in rage, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The calmest of the group was Sakura Haruno, who remained unaware of the other's identity. However, after their extensive conversation, she understood that the three individuals were indeed members of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi-sensei, is that really Brother Kai? Naruto inquired, breaking the lingering silence after a lengthy pause. Yes. But Brother Kai, he doesn't know ninjutsu, does he? Even at this juncture, Naruto's heart brimmed with immense confusion. I don't know, but he is undoubtedly Uchiha Kai. When Kakashi uttered these words, his gaze intentionally shifted towards Uchiha Sasuke. It is likely that this individual had no recollection of who Kai was, not even a fleeting impression of someone from his clan. Sasuke probably harbored no memory whatsoever. Such is the nature of training. Suddenly, both arms exerted a tremendous force, with fingers embedding themselves into the wood of the cart's front. Dashin, pulling the cart, became increasingly exhilarated, his speed escalating with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of over 100 meters. It is crucial to note that, given the bumpy terrain and such rapid pace, the occupants of the cart were enduring a rather harrowing experience. After an indeterminate distance, Dashin finally came to a panting halt. At the moment they stopped, the cart's door was abruptly shattered by a kick, and Ing stumbled out, still somewhat dazed. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, she leaned against a nearby tree and succumbed to nausea, retching. Kai displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Fortunate that his strength was sufficiently formidable, he grasped the wooden armrest beside his seat to prevent himself from being jostled about in the tumult. My Lord Kai, look at me. I can run so much faster than a horse. Dashin chuckled, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bang! You fool! Ing charged over, delivering a forceful punch directly to Dashin's head. The sheer impact sent him sprawling onto the ground. Not yet satisfied, she proceeded to kick her brother's head in frustration. It was only when she paused that she noticed a sizable bump forming on her forehead during the rapid jolting. The young girl had collided with the roof of the vehicle numerous times, which explained her fury. After enduring the blow, Dashin sprang back up as if nothing had occurred, wearing a silly grin as he gazed at his sister, entirely devoid of remorse. Let us take a moment to rest. Kai observed the demeanor of the brother and sister, then squatted down and gently tapped the ground, resulting in 3 stone pillars emerging at the roadside. Remarkably, this method proved to be significantly swifter than a galloping horse, covering over 100 kilometers in merely 1 or 2 hours. What typically required a journey of 1 to 2 days had now been accomplished in an astonishingly brief span. The pivotal aspect was that traveling within a carriage was far more exhausting than running on foot. Kai, do you think Konoha village will send someone to pursue us? Rin, seated beside Kai, inquired with piercing clarity after the earlier sensation of dizziness had dissipated. The jovial expression of Yamashita swiftly transformed into one of gravity, as this matter held considerable significance for them. Indeed, it is likely they will continue to dispatch pursuers. Kai spoke nonchalantly, appearing remarkably composed. However, upon witnessing the dejection of the 2 individuals, he immediately raised his hand to gently rest it on Ying's head, offering words of comfort, assuring her not to worry. He continued, stating that unlike a few years ago, they now possessed sufficient strength to safeguard their tranquil lives from any disturbances. Thus, he encouraged them to simply relish life moving forward. Yet, despite his comforting words, their recent outing had inadvertently revealed their whereabouts. While it was unlikely they would be discovered in the short term, Prolonged investigation could expose them. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage's expression was one of profound distress, akin to that of someone who had consumed something foul. Present in the office were Mito Gate-in, Haru, and Danzo, 3 elder advisors. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, each occupant lost in thought. The third Hokage continuously puffed on his tobacco pipe, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this point. Even Danzo, known for his incessant chatter, had succumbed to a rare silence. How were they to resolve this predicament? Over 40 operatives dispatched from the Root faction had been slain, and the 3 Jonin accompanying Kakashi had been swiftly eliminated. The situation appeared to have spiraled beyond their control. What are your thoughts on how we should proceed? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on the other 3. Although Kakashi and his team had yet to return, information had already been relayed, detailing the circumstances, particularly the astonishing speed of Uchiha Kai, which even the Sharingan could not track. The 3 Umbu-Jonin had perished in the blink of an eye. Such formidable prowess left the 3 present too intimidated to claim they could match it. I conducted an investigation. That individual had not yet become a ninja when he left the village, yet he now possesses such overwhelming power. Perhaps we could find a way to bring him back. If he could continue to serve the village, it would indeed be beneficial for us, suggested Haru, her audacity evident in her proposal. She had just spoken of assassination attempts, yet now she contemplated inviting him back to the village. Anyone with a semblance of reason would likely reject such an idea. Having robbed one of the world's few billionaires, it was evident that he now possessed an immense fortune. Why would he return to Konoha to undertake missions? If one had just escaped an assassination attempt, would they willingly return? Mito gaped and turned to the elderly woman, then directed his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, "Given the current circumstances and the formidable strength of our adversary, I believe we should classify him as an S-rank rogue ninja. This would serve as a notification to other villages that any future occurrences are not our concern. As long as he poses no threat to us, there is no need to concern ourselves. No, that is unacceptable. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent, and if we can continue to dispatch assassins, we must find a way to eliminate them directly. Danzo must be extremely displeased after suffering such significant losses. Thus, this old fool is indeed incapable of abandoning such a half-hearted endeavor. Who do you propose we send? The village's elite combat strength is limited. Do you believe it is worthwhile to deplete our forces for the sake of one individual? Furthermore, it is evident from the information that he never even activated his Sharingan. He has demonstrated remarkable prowess solely through ninjutsu and taijutsu. We must remember, they are from the Uchiha clan, whose true strength lies not in these 2 aspects, but in their eyes. Mito's words ring true. The essence of the Uchiha clan's power resides in those eyes. Currently, their capabilities outside of their ocular prowess are already inferior to ours. One can only imagine the magnitude of their potential should they unleash the power of their eyes. I cannot permit members of the Uchiha clan to roam freely. Their current lack of animosity towards the village stems from their insufficient strength. Since they harbor trepidation, they are not a cause for concern, hence we must proceed to eradicate them. Danzo insisted on his stance. No, we absolutely cannot allow any further trouble for the village. We must silence. Listening to the quarrel between the 2, the usually silent third Hokage finally erupted, slamming his palm forcefully onto the table and shouting loudly. Following that, with a look of exasperation, he declared that the matter would proceed as per Mito's suggestion. Uchiha Kai would be designated as an S-rank rogue ninja, and this would be communicated forthwith. From now on, all his actions would have no connection with Konoha. Hayashi, this matter is thus settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not even afford Danzo the opportunity to respond. After contemplating for so long and considering the opinions of these individuals, it was clear that there was no necessity to establish an enemy at this juncture. Based on previous investigations and subsequent developments, the third Hokage remained perplexed as to how these individuals had departed. After pondering, he raised his gaze to the group and inquired about how the Uchiha clan had managed to leave the village all those years ago. Has there been any investigation into this matter? An investigation has indeed been conducted. However, many years have elapsed since then. According to the recollections of those who stood guard at the gates, 3 scenarios presented themselves during that time. The morning after the night of the massacre, members of the Hyuga clan escorted 2 children away. However, considering the historical relations between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, such an occurrence seems unlikely. The remaining 2 scenarios involved individuals blending in with merchant caravans, hiding among the traders or within their cargo. This possibility is the most plausible, Tuanzong remarked. Yet it must be acknowledged that this individual possesses remarkable intelligence, swiftly eliminating the most significant possibilities. However, one cannot help but surmise that anyone in his position would likely entertain similar thoughts. Historically, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, while not outright antagonistic, have long existed in a state of chilling indifference towards one another. Thus, it is utterly implausible that the Hyuga clan would offer any assistance to the Uchiha members seeking to depart. There is no need to dwell on this matter. Let us proceed with our predetermined course of action and promptly disseminate this information. The third Hokage is weary of further deliberation. The resolution for each village typically adheres to this protocol. Ninjas who abandon the village and refuse to return are categorically labeled as rogue ninjas, and such matters are generally left unresolved. The intent is to convey to other villages and individuals that any attacks or incidents instigated by those who have left the village bear no relation to Konohagakure. Although Tuanzong harbored some discontent, the dissent of others was palpable. Even with the ability to mobilize the root, the combat power at his disposal would pose no threat to their adversaries. The dispatch of over 40 individuals, none of whom returned, speaks volumes. At long last, they have returned. It is uncertain from where they procured a new cart, and even the large bundles within have mysteriously vanished. After all, the journey could yield an abundance of items employed by ninjas, including sealed scrolls, making it effortless to stow such objects. Not to mention, the cart itself. Having amassed considerable wealth, purchasing a few of these items requires little effort. The roads remain, as usual, predominantly composed of gravel. Upon catching sight of the three prominent characters spelling Duan Street from a distance, I could not help but exclaim in awe. They now reside within this area. There are hardly any ninjas here, or perhaps they seldom visit. However, one can confidently assert that this locale undoubtedly belongs to a flourishing region of the Land of Fire. The primary reason for choosing to dwell here was the abundance of casinos, which offered the simplest means of acquiring funds in their early days. Duan Street is a vibrant hub that encompasses dining, entertainment, and leisure, situated not far from the capital of the Land of Fire. If one were to categorize it, it could be seen as an extension of the capital itself. Most large-scale entertainment facilities are located here, creating an integrated area for eating, drinking, and shopping. This very aspect led them to ultimately settle in this vicinity. Their residence is situated a kilometer or two from the street, resting at the foot of the mountain, which presents the advantage of being home to just the three of them. Consequently, their daily training revolves around running in the shadow of the majestic mountain. Whenever possible, they also opt to train around the entirety of Duan Street. The vibrancy of the street can be felt from afar. Merely lifting the curtain on the side of the carriage reveals a bustling scene before them. The distant sounds of the street's commotion are unmistakably audible even here. My Lord Kai, should we take a stroll through the street before heading back? The mountain opened the glass in front and turned to inquire of Kai, who was gazing out at the scenery through the glass. I'm hungry. Let's eat first. I adore the udon noodles they serve inside. It's been ages since I've had them, and I truly miss them. Ing exclaimed, drooling at the thought, before turning to embrace Kai's arm and, in a playful tone, asked, Brother Kai, shall we go eat? Kai displayed a look of helplessness. Ing indeed possessed the features of a beauty, with her exquisite black hair and straight bangs, making her appear undeniably charming. Her large eyes, adorned with long eyelashes, complemented her lovely visage. While it remains uncertain how she will evolve in the future, her beauty is already quite pronounced, albeit still tinged with a hint of youthful innocence. Nevertheless, when compared to her peers, she has already reached a level of maturity that is commendable, evidencing that the years of training have not been in vain. Receiving instructions from within, Dashin ceased to dwell on other matters. As the carriage crossed beneath the sign of Short Street, a familiar sense of liveliness enveloped them once more. Although the three of them predominantly focused on training, they had often frequented this street. Upon returning home, the residence was neither particularly upscale nor exuded an air of extravagance. This was why, during their time in Cardona, Kai had even contemplated bringing back the furniture. It was fortunate that the distance was considerable, or he might have truly acted on it. Despite being somewhat distant from the street, there was a silver lining. When they purchased this parcel of land, the price was surprisingly reasonable, and the area itself was quite spacious. The two siblings in the hall were already brimming with anticipation. Upon their swift return, they immediately unsealed the scrolls. summoning all the contents within. Just the first scroll had yielded a heap of items in the living room. They had hardly scrutinized any of these items before. Anything that seemed remotely valuable was promptly packed away. The purpose of this endeavor was to discern which items held greater worth, while also assessing the total value they had brought back. Kai, would you like to join me in experiencing this? Ing inquired, pointing to the pile of items on the floor, watching as Kai ambled over leisurely. I'll leave this task to you. I'm off for a nap. Kai waved his hand and said, all right, I will call you before dinner. Ing, undeterred, immediately smiled and turned to sit on the ground, beginning to sort through the various items scattered about. Among these treasures were golden artifacts adorned with jewels, including teapots and cups, essentially a veritable cornucopia of delights. Each piece was crafted from gold, and particularly the handles of the cups, embellished with exquisite red gemstones, seemed to radiate a captivating brilliance. Indeed, Kato had a flair for indulgence. It was surprising that even golden armor had been fashioned. Yet, it seemed rather impractical. DSHN lifted a set of golden armor, which appeared quite majestic and impressive, but its utility seemed negligible. I reckon it would serve well as a decorative piece in the hall. Upon witnessing this, Ing raised her head and glanced towards the corner of the hall. Though she had once been quite affluent, the hall had remained sparsely adorned, furnished only with a few sofas and pieces of furniture. However, placing the golden armor in that corner would undoubtedly enhance its grandeur. You have a point. DSHN lifted the armor high, scrutinizing it before confirming his plan. He gently set the armor aside and resumed his examination of the other treasures before him. This is quite splendid. I could display it in my room. He casually picked up an eagle-shaped casting, undoubtedly made of gold. No, these items belong to the household. They must not find their way into my personal space. After all, with so many items available, surely it wouldn't be amiss to keep something beautiful in his room? DSHN questioned with a look of feigned innocence. Household items are meant to stay within the household. It is absolutely forbidden. He was met with a gentle wagging finger. Ultimately, DSHN had to relinquish that notion. Ing was not one to engage in mindless tasks. She meticulously categorized everything, conducting a thorough inspection while counting the items. With a notebook in hand, she diligently recorded her findings. It was commendable how detailed the young girl was in her efforts. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a locked box, which did not seem empty. DSHN, unsure of how, unearthed a black box within the pile. The box was undoubtedly exquisite, crafted from wood with a metal lock. I recall this. It seems to be an item I spotted in the nightstand of Tato's room. So well wrapped that it must be quite valuable. I simply had to take it. Ing received the box from Dashin's hands, but after only a brief examination, she promptly yanked off the lock. Had there been a moment of hesitation, Dashin, seated on the opposite side, would not have felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Upon opening the box, 2 glass vials filled with liquid came into view. One vial was clear, while the other was a striking blue, both appearing rather appealing, accompanied by an instruction manual. Gently placing the box on the ground, Ing opened the manual, prompting Dashin to lean in, eager to discover its contents. What a scoundrel Kadu is. I never imagined he had such peculiar tastes. Dashin remarked with a calm demeanor as he read the explanatory text. Indeed, what a rogue. It was astonishing that someone so affluent would indulge in such unsavory concoctions. Frustrated, Ing crumpled the paper in her hand and intended to throw the box out the door. Observing this, Dashin swiftly snatched the box back, rolling his eyes and muttering that it must still hold some value. There's another identical box here. Ing, noticing a black box amidst the assortment of items, eagerly cleared away the other objects and retrieved it. Assuming it contained similar contents, she directly tore off the lock. However, the items within were evidently different. While there was indeed another manual, she merely glanced at it before tossing it to Dashin, declaring, 2 bottles of perfume, which seem rather nice. That old lecher must possess such taste. You can have them. Oh, Dashin exclaimed as he examined the contents. He found the distinction between perfumes trivial, yet the bottles in the 2 boxes bore some resemblance. The only difference was in the colors. The perfume vials exhibited a subtle red hue, while the 2 potions were entirely dissimilar. Removing all 4 vials, he carelessly discarded the boxes aside, placed together on a shelf. The colorful bottles would likely present an aesthetically pleasing sight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai returned to his room, initially feeling quite fatigued. However, upon lying on the bed, his wide eyes remained alert, devoid of any inclination to sleep. Even with his eyes closed, his mind remained exceptionally active. After struggling for some time, he sat up in exasperation, appearing remarkably different in his pajamas compared to his usual suited appearance, which seemed like an entirely different persona. Slipping on the slippers that lay on the floor, he approached the desk diagonally opposite his bed, where he gazed at the various materials he had long been studying and formulating. It had been quite some time since he had delved into the study of ninjutsu. Kai gazed at the substantial stack of papers on the table. Despite the overwhelming fatigue weighing upon his body, his mind remained astoundingly alert, rendering sleep elusive. With no other recourse, he randomly selected a document to examine. Spirit communication. Kai gazed upon this peculiar object. Over the years, he had conducted considerable research, and each summoning had yielded an assortment of bizarre entities. These beings, summoned almost entirely at random, were of no significance since they had not entered into any contracts. The elements of the summoning arts were ostensibly designed to ascertain specific locations, allowing for the direct summoning of creatures from those coordinates. But what would transpire if these elements were inverted? With this thought, he swiftly took up a pen and began to sketch upon a blank sheet of paper. Before long, an entirely new diagram of the summoning arts emerged flawlessly before him. Quite promising. Let us see what delightful trinkets I can summon. He formed the necessary seals, bit his finger, and used his blood as a medium for the summoning. Yet, in the next moment, as a radiant light enveloped him, Kai suddenly recalled an important consideration. His eyes widened in realization, and in an instant, he vanished. It was at this very juncture that he understood the implications of employing the summoning arts in reverse. This was, in essence, reverse summoning, a direct transportation to the location of the entity. How ironic it was that, despite his considerable intellect and extensive research, he had stumbled into a significant blunder. Who could fathom where he had been summoned? Kai felt as though he had plummeted from the heavens, the velocity of his descent utterly beyond his control. With a resounding splash, he seemingly collided with an unseen object, only to plunge immediately into the depths of a lake. Surging to the surface, he instinctively expelled the water from his mouth. Steadying himself, he pressed his hands upon the lake's surface and stood upright. As he gazed at the viscous liquid trickling from his hands, he rubbed them together, the slimy texture evoking a wave of nausea within him. It seemed as if he were entirely ensconced in this gelatinous substance. Nevertheless, the locale resembled a lake, albeit one with a slightly altered hue. How utterly foolish. Kai wore an expression of profound anguish, as if the term foolish was a reflection of himself. A mere attempt at a ninjutsu nearly led to his own demise. In the realm of shinobi, such an occurrence would likely render him a pioneer of folly. Although the viscous substance continued to drip from his body incessantly, fortunately, it bore no peculiar scent. Standing upon the surface of the lake, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Beyond the nearby trees, a dense fog enveloped the landscape, obscuring visibility and even hindering his sensory perception. What manner of place was this? Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief. He then raised his hand, took a deep breath, and formed the hand seals for wind release. Just as he was about to unleash the technique, intending to discern the nature of his surroundings, a sudden voice echoed in his ears, seemingly emanating from right beside him. A chilling sensation coursed through him, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Kai was taken aback, immediately leaping away with a look of vigilance, even activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan in an instant. After all, he was still unaware of the nature of this bizarre place, fearful of inadvertently bringing harm upon himself, thus prompting such heightened precaution. "I apologize if I startled you." A sweet voice resonated once more. Following the direction of the voice, Kai swiftly discerned its source. However, upon seeing the figure, he was rendered utterly speechless, standing there in a daze, a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. Emerging from the lake was a head adorned with blue hair, fair skin, and large, captivating eyes intently fixed upon him. Most strikingly was the adorableness of the individual. Indeed, quite enchanting. I'm truly sorry. I'm the one who should apologize. I accidentally stumbled upon this place and didn't expect you were bathing. My sincerest apologies." Kai had been staring for quite some time, and when he suddenly came to his senses, his hair stood on end. It was not out of fear, rather, it was sheer embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that such an unexpected occurrence would lead him to this peculiar place? He swiftly turned to leave, but just then, a voice called out once more, asking how he had arrived there. Stopping in his tracks, with his back turned to the speaker, Kai felt utterly mortified. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, swallowed nervously, and replied, "While researching a ninjutsu technique, I accidentally ended up here. I truly did not intend to intrude while you were bathing. I had no idea such a situation would arise. I hope you can forgive me. And I would also appreciate it if you could enlighten me about this place and how I might find my way out. Kai spoke rapidly, as if that were the only means to alleviate his own embarrassment. However, the young woman in the lake appeared utterly unfazed by his manner. Her hands resting on the water's surface, her chin propped on her arms. Though her expression was one of serene calmness, her gaze upon the figure before her radiated a profound joy. In response to Kai's earlier hasty inquiry, the girl gradually emerged from the water, her form completely bare against the lake's surface. She then began to glide toward him with deliberate grace. There is no way out from here. I have lingered in this place for over a millennium, and I am quite curious as to how you arrived, she spoke in a measured tone. In an instant, Kai's brow furrowed. Sensing her approach, he momentarily assumed she had donned her garments. A mere glance over his shoulder left him momentarily paralyzed, his lips twitching involuntarily. What is your name? He inquired. Uchiha Kai, she replied. Did you truly say you have been here for 1,000 years? Kai observed the seemingly indifferent demeanor of the girl, who appeared utterly unaffected even in her state of undress. Nonetheless, he diverted his gaze elsewhere and, filled with curiosity, inquired. Indeed, I have resided here for a millennium. By the measure of sunrises and sunsets, it must have been quite some time, wouldn't you agree? With long, sky-blue hair cascading gracefully to her waist, matching azure eyebrows, and large, glistening eyes, her fair visage belied the fact that she had lived for over 1,000 years. Yet, in terms of appearance, she seemed no older than 13 or 14. What is your name? Kai asked. A name? I seem to lack one. She replied. Could you perhaps don some clothing? The significance of names seemed trivial, as he remained uncertain about her true nature and whether she posed any threat. If she were to attack, he would hardly have time to react. Like what you are wearing, the girl said, waving her hand, and instantly, she was clad in a nightgown identical to Kai's. This was merely a result of chakra illusion. In essence, she remained unclothed. Although he understood the reality of the situation, her current appearance alleviated some of the awkwardness. As they gazed at one another, for the girl, Uchiha Kai was the sole individual to have ventured into this realm over the span of 1,000 years. What is this place? Surely, you must know, she queried. Kai inched closer and inquired, is this the place? This area has no name, but if one must label it, you may refer to it as the Wet-Bone Forest. Nanny? Kai's eyes widened in astonishment for a brief moment, but he quickly regained his composure and inquired, the Wet-Bone Forest? Shouldn't there be a colossal slime creature here? Bang! As soon as Kai's words fell, the girl instantly became irate, delivering a powerful kick directly to Kai's chest. The tremendous force propelled him through the air, skimming over the surface of the lake. However, it seemed the girl had no intention of relenting. She swiftly teleported above Kai, delivering another punch to his chest that sent him crashing against the shore. Kai himself was perplexed as to why a mere sentence could provoke such intense agitation in this woman. Yet, the fierce aura that had once enveloped the girl, who had similarly reached the shore, seemed to dissipate entirely. Nevertheless, her expression remained icy, and with her striking blue eyes looking down upon Kai, she declared, I am indeed the slug you referred to. Despite the overwhelming impact of her words, it would be misleading to assert that Kai was entirely unscathed. He had not anticipated that she would launch a sudden and direct assault. Immediately after her declaration, she waved her hand, and a surge of energy struck Kai, instantaneously mending his injuries. Kai leapt up abruptly, his expression contorted in surprise. With his back turned to the young lady, his astonishment was palpable. He had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, one that had truly caught him off guard. I am not a slug. If we were to categorize by species, I would indeed be a land snail. The young girl spoke once more, her countenance transforming into one of endearing charm as she approached him with delicate little steps. She wore a look of deep concern, tenderly apologizing, I am truly sorry. I should not have hurt you. In an instant, Kai was overwhelmed by a feeling akin to wanting to cry without tears. Such an adorable little girl had abruptly transformed into a fierce lowly, and now, having reverted to her previous state, he couldn't help but wonder if her prolonged stay here had induced a form of mental schism. Nevertheless, he turned his head, smiling gently at the girl before him, yearning to reach out and tousle her hair. Yet, midway through the gesture, he withdrew his hand hastily. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he remarked, It's quite all right. Although I am unsure of the circumstances, It seems I may have inadvertently offended you. I truly shouldn't have referred to you as a snot. He had intended to say slimy creature, but recalling her earlier violent demeanor, Kai quickly felt himself shrink back. This was not merely a matter of strength. He still had not grasped the essence of his current situation. Moreover, he had no desire to engage in conflict with such a charming little girl. After a considerable passage of time, you are the first individual to grace this place with the ability to converse with me. Prior to your arrival, I had remained in slumber at the bottom of this lake, and I never anticipated that someone would finally come to share a conversation with me. The solitude of this place is profoundly isolating. When she stumbled forward, the little lowly appeared exceedingly exhilarated, but as the conversation progressed, her head drooped, revealing a visage of despondency. Initially, he felt a tinge of sympathy, yet she suddenly lifted her head, wearing a peculiar smile as she declared, "It seems that I shall not be so lonely in the future. After all, anyone who arrives here cannot leave. I have been here for over a millennium, so no one will ever depart from this place." Although the surroundings are quite pleasant, and with such a lovely little lowly accompanying him, it might not be so bad to remain here. However, the image of her earlier slimy appearance caused Kai to widen his eyes in disbelief as he exclaimed loudly, "I have no intention of staying here. Besides, you cannot leave either." The little lowly pouted, her hands resting behind her, exuding an air of indifference. Gazing at her adorably innocent expression, Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he was not as disheartened as he had anticipated. "You speak such grandiose lies. I know at least Senju Hashirama and Senju Tsunade have traversed the Whetbone Forest, so how could it be that no one has visited in a millennium? Surely, you must have ventured out at some point." Kai leaned forward and inquired. He found himself rather unconcerned about the sudden transformation of the large slug into a human. After all, in his recollections, whether it was the dragon's cave or the enchanted misty wood filled with toads, their bosses always assumed a human form. Therefore, this peculiar occurrence hardly warranted any significant curiosity. His previous impressions had not provided much information regarding the slug from the Whetbone Forest, merely stating that it had never summoned its full body. However, the true appearance of this entity had never been witnessed by anyone. Thus, the abrupt metamorphosis into such an adorable, lowly-like figure was a stark contrast to the other two bosses from the major sanctuaries, which indeed took Kai by surprise. Nevertheless, one could not overlook that this was a being of bug-level significance. He certainly hadn't anticipated encountering it. Regardless, this unexpected venture seemed to hold no detriment. Serendipitously arriving at this location had sparked his initial intent to experiment with necromancy and see if he could summon something intriguing. It seemed fate had propelled him directly here. In response to Kai's query, the little lowly did not rush to reply. Instead, she continued to stroll leisurely, hands clasped behind her back. After covering a considerable distance, she turned her head to observe Kai, who remained rooted in place, and with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired, "What are you dawdling for? If you wish to know the answer, then follow me." Kai wore a perplexed expression, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to follow. His curiosity about the intentions of the girl was piqued. However, after a brief stroll, the little girl came to a halt, as a dense fog enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. There she stood, and with a sudden, vigorous breath, she unleashed a powerful gust of wind that swept through the vicinity. As the mist dissipated, the scenery that unfolded before him was nothing short of breathtaking. Why did they stop? Curiosity sparked within Kai as he inquired, "But we cannot pass through." The petite girl raised her hand and gently extended it forward, causing a translucent barrier to materialize before their eyes. This appeared to be a confined space, though the manner of its creation remained a mystery. Over a millennium ago, an attempt to pilfer a morsel had inadvertently ensnared him in this dismal place, a confinement that had persisted for 1,000 years. However, the natural energy within this realm could seep outward, and simultaneously, the spiritual essence could disperse. Thus, during this prolonged solitude, a spiritual entity was conjured, coalescing with the natural energies outside, while the area beyond this barrier was referred to as the Whetbone Forest. As for the small columns and the little Tsunade you mentioned, they occupy the realm of the outside. No one can enter this space, and those who reside within cannot escape. Observing the dejection on his companion's face, Kai initially intended to offer a word of solace, but he was quickly struck by an alternative thought, asking, "If outsiders cannot enter, how did I manage to come in?" Indeed. The little girl seemed momentarily flustered, her eyes widening as she regarded Kai. If one can enter, then surely there must be a means to exit. Thus we need not remain trapped here. With a broad grin stretching almost to his ears, Kai appeared invigorated by the thought. Gazing at the barrier before him, his mind raced, and in an instant, he conceived a brilliant idea. After all, this place afforded a view of the outer regions, allowing him to pinpoint his target with clarity. Perhaps, he could indeed find a way out. Can we leave? The little girl murmured. Of course. Then will you take me with you? Don't you like it here? Kai inquired, curiosity piqued. Staying in one place for 1,000 years is hardly enjoyable. I've visited the world of ninjas a few times, and I yearn to savor those delectable dishes. However, as a spiritual entity, the slugs cannot partake in any flavors, so I too long to escape. Stop playing the victim. Kai rolled his eyes at her pitiful demeanor. Despite her youthful appearance, she was undoubtedly an ancient being, which made her current act of vulnerability seem rather absurd. Yet, as the conversation progressed, an intriguing notion struck Kai. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "You claim to be a slug. So surely you can teach me how to harness natural energy? If that is the case, I could escort you out as a trade. What do you say?" Although arriving here was purely coincidental, encountering this little girl was equally unexpected. Nonetheless, the unexpected outcome was remarkably fortuitous. It would be a shame not to make the most of this opportunity. The crux of the matter lay not in the mere escape, but in the potential of this young lady's abilities. With her capacity for self-healing and restoration, she embodied the perfect support. If he could persuade her to accompany him, irrespective of her inherent strength, simply having her by his side would allow him to unleash his formidable powers without reservation. No longer would he need to fret over depleting his resources. As these thoughts ignited excitement within him, he could hardly contain his eagerness to whisk her away. Really? Her expression was a canvas of confusion, her innocent demeanor palpable. Please don't tell me you can't. In Kai's mind, such thoughts suddenly emerged. If that were indeed the case, then how could it be possible? It seemed that he truly did not know. The little girl still wore a naive and innocent expression, as if this topic had directly breached the confines of his knowledge. How could you not know? As for Senju Hashirama, how would I be aware? That was something he practiced on his own. I believe it involves a mixture of two proportions, each accounting for half, in order to achieve fusion. Then, naturally, one can enter sage mode. While I merely assist from the sidelines, guiding the absorption of excess natural energy to prevent any mutations in the body from an overload of such energy. Thus, you may also attempt this. As you absorb more natural energy, I will help guide it forth. The only method the little girl could conceive was indeed this one. As expected, Kai sighed, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, inquired about how to perceive the natural energies from this side. Must it be akin to taking a bite like that great serpent in the dragon's cave? A serpent? Have you visited the dragon's cave? Impossible. I merely possess a wealth of knowledge. Reflecting on the situation in Miyamu Mountain, one might consider that perhaps a different approach is all that is needed here. This lake is a manifestation of naturally condensed energy. As for the so-called other two sacred sites you mentioned, their natural energy likely pales in comparison to the abundance found here, which exceeds 100-fold. All you need to do is immerse yourself in the waters of the lake, and you will inevitably sense the immense natural energy. The rest will be a matter of absorbing and integrating it. I shall merely guide the excess portion out for you. The little girl twirled her hair, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as she spoke. It seems you currently lack a name. Shall we not bestow one upon you? Kai pondered. Even without awaiting a response from the other party, he immediately began to contemplate. After just a few fleeting seconds, he suggested, "How about you be called you? I believe that name suits you quite well." After much deliberation, he had merely recalled the name he used during his journey to the kingdom of Bo. Nonetheless, it undeniably fits. You? Quite charming indeed. The little girl readily accepted, flashing a delightful smile at Kai. If one were to discuss the cultivation of natural energy, staying here offers an unparalleled enhancement. Having arrived less than 2 hours ago, it is too soon to determine how well the two have acquainted themselves. However, you, eager to venture out, was even more impatient than Kai. She could hardly wait for him to commence his training in natural energy, as that would hasten her escape from this dreadful place. In the waters of the lake, Kai sat upon the surface of the lake, eyes closed, beginning to attune himself to the natural energies that enveloped him. This required him to fully immerse his body in the water beforehand, and after emerging, he would commence absorbing the overwhelming natural energy information. Bare-chested and clad only in a pair of sleep shorts, he found himself with a large slug resting on each shoulder. Although the initial sensation was indeed repulsive, these creatures were, in truth, indispensable for his practice of harnessing natural energy. Despite Kai's meticulous control over his chakra, the sheer magnitude of the natural energy surrounding him was daunting. Any fleeting thought of absorption could lead to his demise in an instant. The slugs served to mitigate this danger, preventing an overwhelming influx of natural energy. Taking a deep breath, he felt the natural energy from the spiritual realm swiftly surge into his body. However, the quantity retained within him was minimal, as most had been absorbed by the slugs resting on his shoulders. Under such circumstances, the energy entering his body was well within his control. By managing his chakra levels, maintaining a balance of 50-50 between himself and the slugs, he could master many aspects of this process. In this desolate place, so barren that even birds could not venture here, one enormous slug lingered aimlessly, devoid of purpose. The surroundings were void of any structures, not even a soul. The space was shrouded in a perpetual twilight, reminiscent of a cloudy day in the ninja world. However, the cycle of day and night still mirrored that of the ninja realm, suggesting it belonged to a smaller dimension within that world. After spending several days in this place, he initially approached the study of natural energy with enthusiasm, believing he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Yet, within mere hours, he realized something amiss. What was he to eat here? Ultimately, he confronted the disheartening reality: grass, leaves, tree bark. Under such conditions, the prospect of cultivating natural energy seemed futile. Staying much longer could lead to starvation. On the third day, unable to withstand the gnawing hunger, he reluctantly sampled the available sustenance, only to be met with a nauseating experience. Yet, reflecting upon it, it was perhaps a slight improvement over what he had imagined the protagonist enduring while residing in Mayaboka Mountain, eating insects. Circling the confined space, he noted that while the area was not particularly vast, it was predominantly consumed by the lake. The surrounding region was enveloped by an invisible barrier, rendering escape impossible. Kai, what are you aimlessly wandering about for? Did you not promise that once you learned to harness natural energy, you would take me away from here? The moon unexpectedly emerged from an unknown source, illuminating the surroundings as I raised my voice to inquire of Kai, who was wandering aimlessly about this place. Am I not already searching for it? Kai expressed his disdain, wishing fervently to escape this dreadful place. Yet, the advantages of remaining here were manifold. Enduring a little hunger was a minor inconvenience he reluctantly accepted. Opportunities to arrive at such a location in life might come only once. So Kai was not overly anxious to depart hastily. The natural energy, though already harnessed through the collaboration of those two gluttonous beings, could be integrated with his chakra, provided there was no rejection, allowing him to enter a normal sage mode. Subsequently, absorbing natural energy would pose no peril, regardless of the circumstances. This experience had truly bestowed upon him a remarkable fortune. Although lacking in common knowledge, he pondered the extent of his current capabilities. The fusion of sage chakra naturally spoke volumes about his power. Now, his primary objective was to explore what else this space contained and to uncover the origins of such a peculiar realm. The barrier formed an absolute circle, seemingly a product of nature itself, which added to its eerie quality. Have you found a way out? You suddenly approached, grasping Kai's arm with urgency, though uncertain of success. After several days of research, it appeared that they had no choice but to attempt that singular method. Kai spoke, though his response lacked clarity. Nevertheless, he mentioned that he would attempt it in 2 days, suggesting that I should remain immersed in the lake for another 2 days. Only after fully mastering the natural energy could we proceed. The body of an immortal is indeed categorized by levels, particularly regarding the chakra utilized in their mystical arts. Some can access it instantaneously, while others require prolonged accumulation of power. In stark contrast to the chosen one of this world, Naruto Uzumaki, who accessed natural energy in a mere pool at Mayaboka Mountain. The abundance here is almost absurd. At the very least, I can bask in the glow of the protagonist's aura. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in this peculiar place. The thought of potentially bringing an immortal back with me made Kai's lips curl into a grin. As for the matter of exiting, although I am uncertain whether my abilities could breach this barrier, I believe it should not pose a significant challenge. If all else fails, I can linger here a bit longer, graze on some herbs, and surely discover a way to escape this desolate locale. How much longer will you take? You inquired, seated atop the lake's surface, gazing at Kai submerged in the water. How long do you think it will take? Did we not agree on 2 days? Let me first thoroughly integrate the natural energy before we discuss anything further. As Kai lay amidst the tranquil waters of the lake, his once ebony hair had transformed into a striking shade of blue. A black inverted triangle adorned his forehead, while two dark lines traced down his cheeks, culminating in an unusual facial pattern. This was Kai in a state of natural energy, exhibiting a remarkable transformation. I recall that Tsunade possesses a certain technique known as the Een Seal. Perhaps I could procure this from her, allowing me to store natural energy within it. Ready for immediate use in battle, Kai began to contemplate that, currently residing here, transitioning from a normal state to that of a celestial being would require approximately 3 seconds. However, should he remain in the outer realm, where the natural energy is considerably sparser, it would likely take nearly 5 seconds to achieve the same. In duels between experts, a mere 5 seconds could be swiftly diminished to a heartbeat. Nevertheless, this speed is relatively commendable. The remaining task is to thoroughly familiarize oneself with this newfound power. As long as he practices adequately in the external world, seamlessly entering the celestial state should pose no challenge. Isn't your celestial mode already perfected? You have mastered the natural energy, so what are you still doing here? You tugged at Kai's hair, displaying an utterly pitiful demeanor. By the reckoning of day and night, Kai had been here for at least 4 days. Thus, this little girl had genuinely reached a state of impatience. While he had indeed grasped the concept, the execution remained somewhat unrefined. In such circumstances, how could he adequately ensure her protection upon venturing outside? Gazing up at the moon, Kai spoke with a tone reminiscent of an elder brother's tender concern for his younger sister, leaving you utterly bewildered. Was it not absurd for a celestial being to require protection? Suddenly, an image of a frog sprang to mind, prompting her to express her distaste and declare to Kai that she could wait an additional 2 days. This place is a barrier. Do you intend to leave from here? Having been in this location for 5 or 6 days, Kai had spent the majority of that time submerged in the lake water, aside from nibbling on a few leaves. Although the effects of his stay were somewhat beneficial, they were far from pronounced. Remaining here any longer would surely lead to starvation. Consuming only 2 meals over 3 days, those meager leaves barely sustained him, merely ensuring he did not succumb to hunger. Having prepared as much as possible, it was time to contemplate an escape. This was the sole vantage point allowing a glimpse of the outside world. Although it connected to the wet bone forest, exiting from that direction was considerably simpler. During this period, Kai had come to grasp a fundamental truth. By maintaining his celestial form for an extended duration, his body would gradually acclimate to this state. With diligent practice upon his return, he could eventually attain a momentary state of transcendence. Now, the pressing concern was how to effectuate his escape. The transparent barrier stood before him, the only obstruction between him and the wet bone forest, the sole impediment to his progress. The only method that Kai can currently conceive for his departure is to utilize the power of his right eye to traverse directly. During his few days here, he has even attempted to employ reverse summoning. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he possesses no summoning object in the ninja world. Who knows how he might cross over? In response to the question posed by you, Kai gazed steadily across and remarked, "Indeed, it is from here that we shall exit. Therefore, I will embrace you and attempt to see if we can make our way out from this place." Kai remarked, "Yet you, the great slug," expressed a hint of disdain. "You have lingered here for over a millennium, traversing this place countless times. How could one possibly navigate through such a formidable barrier? Are you prepared?" Kai inquired, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, fixating intently on the grand tree within his sight. Only by establishing a precise location could the power within his eyes facilitate their departure. Although unsure of the method, you, upon witnessing the change in Kai's gaze, chose to trust him and enveloped him in a firm embrace. Space. Kai directly unleashed the power of his right eye. At that very moment, he instinctively covered it. A sharp pain surged anew, and due to the excessive strain, a trickle of blood began to seep from his right eye. However, the minor injuries inflicted upon his eye were almost negligible. Kai was perplexed as to why he possessed such immense mental strength. Yet a mere spatial leap could inflict such significant damage. Meanwhile, Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her disbelief evident. Her mouth agape, she found herself at a loss for words. Kai gently opened his left eye and confirmed that he had indeed arrived beside his target tree. He glanced back to observe the situation within, only to be met with an expanse of misty emptiness. He had truly emerged. Kai had indeed confirmed his suspicions, which implied that as long as there was a clear target location, he could wield his power to disregard any obstacles. He had attempted this before, but under those circumstances, using ninjutsu was the only feasible means to achieve that step. Kai, you really did it. You truly emerged. You exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned and embraced Kai tightly. Yes, I have indeed emerged, Kai replied, gently ruffling Yu's hair while keeping his right eye closed. Despite the considerable effort exerted, they had not directly entered the realm of ninjas. Rather, they found themselves in the wet-bone forest, a mere barrier away from the space they had just occupied. However, once they reached this place, the method to exit was astonishingly simple. The previous area, hindered by a spatial barrier, had rendered escape nearly impossible. Thus, here, the only way to leave was through reverse summoning. The two remained beneath the great tree, allowing their excitement to linger for a while. The wet-bone forest was significantly larger compared to the previous space, with an absurd level of humidity in the air. A viscous liquid could be felt on the trees and various surfaces, and the ground was nearly entirely covered. Additionally, the ubiquitous slugs roamed freely, serving as manifestations of Yu's fragmented psyche, akin to shadow clones, merely products shaped by natural energy. You, now that we have departed from here, where do you wish to go? They leisurely relaxed, unknowingly arriving at an area filled with large stones. This ground was notably flat and was the only part of the wet-bone forest not coated in that sticky substance. Having successfully emerged, the most pressing matter was to effectively engage the sage before them. I want to explore and indulge in delightful delicacies, relishing the freedom that has eluded me for millennia, Yu said, grinning broadly. But upon glancing back, she felt a twinge of disappointment as she added, yet I can't be gone for too long, otherwise. The summoning could never bring those spirit-formed slugs into the ninja world. Why not learn shadow clones? I can teach you ninjutsu. Then you could create a clone to stay here, ensuring both sides remain unaffected. Really? Yu asked, her excitement palpable. It seemed plausible, considering that the utilization of natural energy was nearly identical to that of chakra. Thus, with a bit of control, she should be able to master it in about half an hour. Kai examined the moon, contemplating the ancient creature that had existed for over 1,000 years. Its mastery over natural energy must have reached an exceptionally refined level. Thus, learning to create a shadow clone should pose no challenge. Since you have made such a statement, I would appreciate your guidance moving forward, Moon remarked earnestly. Kai raised his right hand and subsequently demonstrated a technique, followed by the appearance of an identical doppelganger beside him. After completing this display, he suggested, you may give it a try. Simply channel some of your power outward, and you will be able to manifest a tangible clone. Is it truly that simple? Yu initially thought it would be quite challenging, but after observing just once, she suddenly grasped the concept and inquired. It indeed isn't overly complicated. Shall I attempt it next? Kai remarked. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when, to his astonishment, she raised her hand and followed up with a question about the need for such exertion. Almost immediately, she seized his left index finger with her right hand. Just as Kai was pondering her intentions, she demonstrated extraordinary strength, effortlessly pulling his finger down and casting it to the ground. Kai's mouth twitched momentarily, and he paused in surprise before loudly inquiring, what on earth are you thinking? Huh? Yue's forehead creased in confusion, but in the next instant, the severed finger astonishingly began to regenerate with remarkable swiftness. Not only that, but the finger that had been discarded on the ground also transformed at an incredible pace. In no time, it was as if a miniature version of Yu was standing right there. Impressive. This phenomenon transcended mere duplication. It was indeed a manifestation of substance. It then struck him that this girl was, without a doubt, a bona fide booger. She possessed extraordinary healing and restorative capabilities. Yet the ingenuity to create a doppelganger in such a manner was truly remarkable. Haha, I'm heading out now. I'll leave everything here in your capable hands. But fret not, I shall return with delectable treats. You couldn't help but laugh heartily at the little one, gesturing emphatically as he spoke. I'll be so lonely staying here by myself. Could you perhaps take me along? The diminutive Yu, looking adorably earnest, articulated this sentiment, already demonstrating an independent consciousness. Having such an unreliable original was indeed a source of discomfort. Kai gazed at Yu, particularly at the diminutive version of her, which evoked a deep sense of compassion within him. He approached gently, crouching down, and placed his hand upon her head, inquiring whether she would be inclined to enter into a pact with him. Fear not, for I can summon you at will to partake in delightful feasts. In such instances, upon your release from the summoning, you shall return to this very spot instantaneously. What do you think? This notion indeed struck you as quite favorable. In comparison to the tedious task of delivering items back and forth, the prospect of being summoned would not disrupt the operations of the Wetbone Forest, while simultaneously alleviating much of his burden. Is there a need to sign any documents then? Shall I inscribe my name upon a scroll? Kai turned to the moon and inquired, what on earth? Observing this reaction, Kai was rendered speechless. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what those scrolls required for summoning were all about. Nevertheless, if they were absent, so be it. Now, could you enlighten me on how to establish a summoning contract? Simply leave our marks upon the summoning sigil. Oh, I see. Kai summoned the spirit summoning array, then bit his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall. Simultaneously, the miniature moon also dripped a drop of viscous liquid towards the center. The moment the array transformed entirely into crimson, it signified the establishment of a spirit contract. What are you doing on my arm? With everything meticulously prepared, all that remained was to depart. Yet, at that moment, Kai unexpectedly seized Moon's arm and, with the gathering of chakra, imprinted a mark upon her skin. Faced with Moon's puzzled expression, Kai, feeling exasperated, replied, "You can use reverse summoning to reach that person named Tsunade. The real question is, how do I exit? I need to leave a summoning mark on you, as I will also require reverse summoning to return. Otherwise, how can I leave this place?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Moon responded nonchalantly. This woman seemed as if she were a blank canvas, devoid of any marks. Having lived for a millennium, she appeared to be a naive and innocent being. However, she was not entirely ignorant. At the very least, she understood how to operate reverse summoning. Eagerly, she began to gather sage chakra, anticipation brimming in her expression. And in the next instant, she vanished from her spot. "I shall depart as well. Once I prepare for my return, I will summon you." Kai spoke briefly to the miniature moon and then began to concentrate on reverse telepathy. Meanwhile, in another location, the atmosphere was exceedingly lively. Before each person lay a set of dominoes, as a large group of men gazed with utmost respect and barely concealed smiles at the woman seated at the forefront. As the first man nonchalantly flipped over 2 cards without even glancing, he merely cast a fleeting look before beaming and respectfully addressing the woman. "I didn't expect it to be 9 o'clock already, Princess Tsunade. Senju Tsunade." With her long, blonde hair tied into a ponytail and clad in a green outfit embroidered with a prominent character for Gamble, she appeared no older than a woman in her 20s. Her overall appearance remarkably exquisite, particularly her figure. Among these men, none dared to harbor even the slightest lewd thoughts. If there were ever someone they favored to gamble with, Tsunade was undoubtedly their prime choice, regarded as the ultimate prize, perpetually losing and never winning. Following suit, the other men began to turn over their cards as well. To them, it seemed that victory was assured regardless of how they played. There was no need to check their own scores. Tsunade was the sole woman among them who not only touched the dominoes, but also rubbed them in her hands. The first card was inconsequential, but when she rubbed the second card, her expression tightened. At the moment the 2 cards were revealed, everyone in the room was taken aback, even Tsunade herself. "Lady Tsunade, you actually drew the king." The girl standing behind Tsunade, cradling a small piglet, widened her eyes in astonishment. Others leaned forward in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's a straight flush. A straight flush. Quickly, bring the money." Tsunade remained unfazed, though she was surprised to find herself winning. What began as a mere hand turned into a series of consecutive victories. The men were now sprawled over the table, some even pulling out their last coins from their pockets. The ever-loyal Shizune, who had been beside Tsunade, was now so excited that she set the piglet aside and began to whirl around, collecting the money until several boxes had piled up before them in no time. "This is too strange. Shizune, gather our things, we are leaving." Without even rubbing the cards in her hand, she simply flipped them over to reveal yet another king. Faced with this sensation of winning, Tsunade felt neither excitement nor joy. Instead, she wore a face full of worries, seemingly oblivious to the fortune she had just won. Turning around, she shouted directly towards the excited Shizune. Although Shizune appeared somewhat bewildered, she did not oppose and quickly shut all the boxes. With both arms clutching 2 boxes and one hand carrying another, it seemed she had indeed won quite a bit today. Just as Tsunade and her companion stepped out the door, the woman suddenly sensed something amiss. In the next moment, a summoning seal appeared beside her. followed by a puff of white smoke, and Suki materialized there. While her spiritual form had manifested numerous times, it was her first time arriving in this world in her true form. As she surveyed her surroundings, Suki, initially in a state of confusion, soon broke into an excited grin. Especially upon seeing Tsunade's astonished expression and Shizun's dazed demeanor, Suki paused for a moment before exuberantly calling out, "Little Tsunade." With that, she leaped towards Tsunade, wrapping her arms around the woman's neck. Up until now, Tsunade had felt an oddly familiar aura emanating from her. Yet she was certain she had never encountered this girl before. "Who are you?" Shizun asked curiously, finally snapping back to reality. "This aura, a slug?" Tsunade murmured, recalling how the girl had just called her Little Tsunade. The firm summoning contract with the Wetbone Forest only further confirmed that the girl before her was undoubtedly a slug. However, this particular form of the slug was one Tsunade had never seen in her decades of life and numerous summoning attempts. "Stop!" Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, forcibly pulling Suki down from her embrace. Examining her closely, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she asked, "Are you a slug?" "Indeed. But from now on, you shall call me Suki. I have a name too." Suki replied proudly, lifting her head and crossing her arms, still observing Tsunade's astonishment. "Slug lady?" Shizun's eyes widened in disbelief. "You must be the little Shizun, right? Although I haven't been summoned in over a decade, I can sense your aura." Suki pointed at Shizun, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Tsunade, who was still in shock and unresponsive. "Are you truly a slug?" Tsunade inquired. "Indeed. I have already stated that my name is now Suki. Please refrain from calling me a slug." The gathering crowd around them began to swell, with even those from the casino peering out in curiosity. "Lady Tsunade, it seems this is not the appropriate venue for conversation. Shall we find another place to talk?" Though filled with confusion, Shizun felt a twinge of social anxiety as the gazes of those around her converged, prompting her to address Tsunade. Boom. Just as Shizun finished speaking, a plume of white smoke erupted nearby, and a figure clad in pajamas materialized before the group. "Kai." The moment Suki spotted Kai, she instantly turned and leapt towards him in a surge of excitement. "Could you possibly keep your distance, you snot-nosed brat?" she thought, as she wrapped her arms around Kai's neck and locked her legs around his waist, clinging to him tightly. In her exhilaration, she began to daydream about the freedom that lay ahead, entirely neglecting Kai's discomfort as she enveloped him, nearly suffocating him with her exuberance. Bang! "Do not call me a snot-nosed brat." Suki bared her teeth and delivered a playful punch to Kai's head. The appearance of one was already surprising, but to have another follow in quick succession left even Shizun, and Tsunade as well, pondering what on earth was transpiring. Or rather, what had transpired that left them utterly bewildered. "Kai, I'm hungry. Hurry and take me to eat. Just as you promised, I want to feast on grilled meat. I crave all kinds of barbecued delicacies." Suki exclaimed, arms stretched wide in excitement. "But could you perhaps let go of me first before we discuss that?" Kai wore an expression of disdain, forcibly yanking you off himself. However, donning such an outfit was undeniably awkward, especially when appearing unexpectedly in broad daylight amidst a throng of onlookers, which undoubtedly tarnished his image. He glanced around, intending to ascertain his surroundings, yet found the environment surprisingly familiar. "Kai, didn't you promise to take me out for a meal? I'm nearly starving." Having escaped the bustling crowd, the two strolled along the street. The short street was indeed lively, lined with an array of restaurants, hotels, and casinos, with numerous stalls flanking both sides of the road. As you continued to grasp his arm, Kai raised his finger to indicate a nearby barbecue restaurant, claiming it to be the most authentic in the area. "However, I must return home to change my clothes first. Would you like to go ahead without me?" "Home?" you exclaimed. "I live just next door." Kai had not anticipated that Tsunade would arrive at Short Book Street. Her return had been remarkably smooth. "I didn't realize your home was so nearby, Kai. How about I accompany you back?" you inquired, her excitement evident. "Aren't you supposed to be going to eat?" "No way. What if you decide to run off?" you pouted in response. The two engaged in lively conversation as they walked ahead, while the other two trailed behind, looking utterly perplexed. Shizun, carrying numerous bags, observed their retreating figures and turned to Tsunade with a puzzled expression. "Lady Tsunade, what exactly is going on with them?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, her own thoughts still in disarray. However, one thing had become clear. You was undoubtedly a slug, that much was certain, given the aura she emitted and the summoning mark she bore. Yet, she also felt a significant curiosity about Kai. Who was he really? If the slug had manifested in this form, It implied that he had descended into the ninja world in a sage state, a scenario that was nearly unheard of. Considering the three great holy lands' mutual constraints, she had visited the Wetbone Forest several times, yet she had never encountered this particular visage before. Kai-sama, it's been quite some time since we last saw you here. I wonder what brings you and your companions today. Upon arriving at a barbecue restaurant, a woman with striking red hair and alluring attire hurriedly approached. The moment she spotted Kai, her face broke into a wide grin. But upon noticing you clinging to his arm, she paused momentarily before her smile widened even more. Is this your girlfriend, Kai-sama? Don't misunderstand. I would never have a girlfriend like her. Kai expressed his disdain, promptly adding that he needed a room for 7 and would return to change his clothes. Lord Kai, you look splendid as you are. I've never seen you dressed like this. It seems the two others accompanying him are also his friends. So please let them in at once. The proprietress beamed with enthusiasm, her smile uncontainable, resembling a naive benefactor. Please, my two guests, have some water. Your provisions are being prepared and will be served shortly. Rather than a private room, it resembled a partitioned area in the bustling hall. A square table accommodated 2 persons on each side. The partitions, standing at about 1 meter high, offered minimal privacy, allowing one to see the nape of the neighbor's neck. The expansive barbecue establishment was undeniably lively. Bring me a few bottles of wine, Tsunade commanded assertively. But Lord Kai is not yet 18, so he cannot drink. I will. As she uttered this, Tsunade realized that the proprietress seemed quite familiar with Kai. Rising, she draped her arm over the woman's shoulder and inquired, Are you well acquainted with someone named Kai? You mean Lord Kai? Aren't you friends? The proprietress asked, astonished. Well, we've just met. But I am curious about his background. Tsunade produced some money from her pocket, adeptly navigating social niceties. After slipping it into the woman's pocket, she gazed intently at her and asked, How very generous. The proprietress showed no sign of reluctance, promptly seating herself at the table opposite them. Retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. After exhaling a plume of smoke, she remarked, Everyone here knows Kai. After all, he is the only person to have won all the casinos, leading to restrictions against him. He was the first after the establishment of Short Street. I am not privy to his earlier information. He arrived here 5 years ago with 2 others, one of similar age and a little girl who seemed merely 6 or 7 at the time. Suddenly, they appeared here. And regardless of the circumstances, they were quite affluent, winning tens of millions in mere half hours at every casino. Over the years, they must have extracted at least several billion. Even the house they currently reside in was purchased through my introduction. What I wish to know is, who are they? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. That remains a mystery to us. Although Kai appears to be merely a child of 10, his demeanor and conduct suggest he is a seasoned veteran. His every action likely surpasses even those of our age. The most crucial aspect is to be ruthless. Indeed, he is a remarkably formidable young individual. Although he appears youthful, there have been instances where he has engaged in robbery, 3 occurrences in total. On one occasion, this young lad coldly took the lives of nearly 20 individuals in broad daylight. Hence, it is no surprise that when people encounter him, they refer to him as Lord Kai. With the conversation reaching such a point, the red-haired proprietress sensually licked her lips and leaned forward, remarking on how this young fellow has become increasingly refined in appearance. Were it not for her age and marital status, she mused, she might have been tempted to pursue him. Very well, I understand. Please fetch me a few bottles of wine. Although Tsunade did not acquire the information she initially sought, she has nonetheless gleaned some insights. Kai, a figure shrouded in mystery, exudes an aura of remarkable strength despite his tender age. Even Tsunade, seasoned as she is, would not underestimate him in this regard. However, the multitude of questions arising in this brief moment is indeed overwhelming. Is this truly your home? It appears quite splendid. After a few days away, and without having greeted anyone, he finally stands at the threshold of his abode. In response to the inquiry posed by the moonlit night, Kai merely nods gently. As he approaches the grand entrance, poised to open the door, it suddenly swings open with a resounding force. Kai, brother. The Shan and Ing rush out, with Ing particularly overwhelmed, her tears cascading as she clings to him. Honestly, Lord Kai, could you not have given us a heads up before departing? Deshan's expression is one of exasperation, with dark circles under his eyes attesting to the sleepless nights he has endured, likely due to worry. Observing the two, Kai feels a pang of guilt. After all, since leaving Konoha, They had never been apart for such an extended period. Wherever they went, they typically journeyed together. It is only natural for them to be concerned after his abrupt and prolonged absence. I apologize. It was an unexpected departure. Kai gently patted Ying's back and said, "Where have you been, brother Kai? You didn't even say goodbye. We were nearly worried sick." Ying descended from Kai's embrace, weeping like a wilting pear blossom. Her tears cascading down her face like a river that had burst its banks, showing no sign of abating. "It won't happen again, at the very least. I shall bid you farewell before I depart." Kai raised his hand and gently ruffled Ying's hair, speaking with a tone of affectionate indulgence. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Kai raised his hand and intertwined his pinky with Ying's, thus making a promise. Upon witnessing Kai's gesture, Ying wiped her eyes with her sleeve and finally noticed the young girl beside him. "This was you, an exceptionally formidable individual." Kai introduced Dashin and Ying, then turned to Ying and said, "Dashin, Ying, these two are my family. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yu." A name bestowed upon me by Kai. The little worm, despite the absurdity of introducing herself, went so far as to embrace Kai's arm in a display of familiarity. Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and her lips twitched as she clenched her fists, filled with an urge to confront this woman. "All right, enough. Ying, please take her to change into one of your outfits. You both should tidy yourselves up. We will be heading out for barbecue shortly." As Kai spoke, he took a whiff of his own scent and promptly stepped through the grand doorway. On their return, the company consisted of 2, but upon their next arrival, it had expanded to 4. Moreover, upon entering the threshold, they beheld Tsunade and another already seated and indulging in their drinks. Kai leisurely took a seat directly opposite them. Ying had initially intended to sit beside Kai, but before she could act on this impulse, Yu had already settled into that space, firmly grasping Kai's arm. This scene ignited a surge of frustration within Ying. However, given the presence of others, she could only silently accompany her brother from the opposite side. After changing into a new outfit, Yu appeared particularly charming. Her sky blue hair, complemented by a neat fringe and a delicate visage, paired with a white short skirt, rendered her an enchanting sight. "At last, you have arrived. I was on the brink of inebriation," Tsunade exclaimed as she reclined against the table, propping her head with her right hand while leaning toward Kai. Her gaze then gradually shifted toward Yamashita and Ying, having already been informed of their presence prior to their arrival. "These two are my family, Yamashita and Ying." Kakashi introduced himself once again, while Tsunade merely waved her hand in a casual greeting. After Kai spoke, he raised his hand to signal, and immediately the waiter began to bring over plate after plate of the already sliced grilled meat. They even specially placed 2 or 3 racks nearby, divided into 6 tiers, each adorned with an assortment of grilled meats. The platter of grilled meat before them was indeed quite substantial. "I sincerely apologize for the delay, so let us proceed to enjoy the meal." Kai's current attire strikes a remarkably casual note. He dons a blue checkered casual shirt, while his choice of bottoms remains unremarkable, featuring black athletic shoes that complement his black trousers, presenting an overall polished appearance. "Brother Kai, are these two?" Ying inquired in a hushed tone, though her whisper was not so soft as to evade their ears. "I am Shizune, and this is Lady Tsunade." Shizune explained with a smile, her eyes narrowed in mirth, as the two stood at a close proximity, separated only by an angle. "Familiar? I feel like I've heard that name before," Ying pondered, a fleeting recognition eluding her grasp. "One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Lady Tsunade possesses the finest medical ninja in the entire world," Dyson elucidated to his companion beside him. "How surprising. I didn't expect this little one to know me." Tsunade exclaimed with a hearty laugh directed at Dyson. "I've only heard tales, and to encounter such a legendary figure today is truly an honor." Dyson replied with polite admiration. "Could you possibly cease your chatter? Is anyone able to inform me if this meat is ready to eat?" Yu interjected, her stomach already rumbling with impatience. She gazed longingly at the sizzling meat resting on the grill, unable to restrain the drool pooling on the table. "Just a moment longer. However, I am curious. You are, after all, a snotty creature. Shouldn't you adhere to a vegetarian diet? Why do you appear so eager at the sight of meat?" Kai inquired with a gentle tone, but when he nearly uttered slimy creature, the instantaneous change in Yu's expression compelled him to retract his words. "I also consume meat. You know? It's just that I have never had the opportunity to indulge, so this time, I must savor it to my heart's content." With hands outstretched, saliva dripped in anticipation. Gazing at the uncooked meat, the girl was eager to dive in, but her hand, having reached out, inadvertently struck the table with her chopsticks. Eating with chopsticks? How cumbersome. You immediately donned a woeful expression. Would you care to join me for a couple of drinks? Drinking alone is exceedingly lonely. Tsunade, feeling the lively atmosphere, lightly tapped the table with the bottle and addressed Yamato and Kai. Oh, never mind. We are still under 18, so we shall not partake in drinking. Kai gazed at the voluptuous woman before him. In truth, for the majority of individuals, Tsunade undoubtedly epitomized the quintessential standard of beauty. With a splendid physique and striking features, she represented the ideal that many aspired to, devoid of considerations regarding age or temperament. Little Tsunade, is that drink of yours delightful? Moon observed Tsunade relishing her beverage with such gusto that curiosity stirred within her, compelling her to wish to sample it. Go ahead and indulge in your feast. It is already prepared. Kai promptly placed 2 pieces of meat on the plate in front of you. If presented with a choice between wine and meat, the girl, faced with a wine she had never tasted before, would undoubtedly prefer the roasted meat before her. The delight in Yu's exaggerated expression was immediately apparent. As she took her first bite, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Such an unrefined display even elicited a look of utter disbelief from Kai, who sat beside her. The others, however, found the scene quite entertaining. It was only when the plates beside them began to stack high that a sense of regret started to settle in. Remarkably, almost all of this feast was consumed by you alone. The remaining few could only sip water while watching the mountain of meat pile up in front of this woman, who continued to eat voraciously. This meat is delicious. I want more, you exclaimed, pointing as she chewed. Kai, though exasperated, could only wait for the waiter to prepare more. My lord Kai, the total for this meal comes to 12 million taels. To be fair, let us round it down to 10 million taels, the red-haired proprietress said, casually taking a puff of smoke and leaning closer to Kai with a playful smile. Upon hearing this figure, Kai's face fell into a state of disbelief. Although he possessed considerable wealth, he had never imagined that a single meal could cost so much. Nevertheless, he resignedly handed over the sum to her. As they exited the establishment, the remaining few were already waiting outside. Slug Sage, do you wish to join us? Tsunade inquired, glancing at you, who was rubbing her belly. Although you had not been summoned by Tsunade for many years, she was well aware of the circumstances. Considering the future, she thought that following Tsunade might mean enduring hunger more often than not. So she quickly turned and waved her hand, saying, no thanks. I came out with Kai, so I'll stick by his side. You can stay with me, but you must be prepared to work. Kai approached, standing before the moon, tilting his head as he spoke. What? The moon immediately placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Kai with an air of authority. Before he could respond, Tsunade interjected. If that is the case, we shall remain here for the time being. Though I wonder if you have any vacant rooms available? Really? Little Tsunade, Kai's house is spacious enough for each of us to have our own rooms. The moon exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Tsunade's intention to stay. I have yet to agree. What are you consenting to? Then it's settled. I will reside here as well. Henceforth, I trust you will extend your care towards me. As Kai contemplated his refusal, Tsunade immediately concurred with this sentiment, displaying no semblance of dissent in her expression. Lord Kai, we are genuinely concerned that Tsunade, this woman, may disrupt the tranquility of our lives moving forward. After all, members of the Uchiha clan have resided here for many years, despite the occasional turmoil. Their existence has been quite comfortable. However, should this woman intrude, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on them. It is possible that it could even provoke individuals from the Hidden Leaf village to encroach upon their previously serene lives. Even Deshawn, a fellow who typically prefers physical exertion over intellectual contemplation, has recognized this potential issue. Moreover, Ing, who serves as the steward of this household, has long been fixated on Kai. Ultimately, their expressions collectively conveyed 1,000 reluctant sentiments regarding the prospect of having them stay. If they wish to stay, so be it. Arrange it when you return. If this were in the past, Kai would have indeed been apprehensive about such matters. After all, endless disputes would only invite unwarranted calamities. Yet, the present circumstances are entirely different. Should he so desire, Kai now possesses the fortitude to face any adversary without trepidation. At least for now, there is little in the shinobi world that instills fear within him. Although reluctant, Ing let out a resigned sigh and responded, understood. Then I thank you. Tsunade replied grandly, her gratitude resonating as though it were merely Kai's obligation. Is this your home? Upon returning to their residence, The urgency to change clothes and take a shower had prevented them from initially exploring the vast living room. Yet now, with a gathering of individuals present, the scene before them was simply astonishing. "Did you do this?" Kai turned his head to gaze at the towering mountains and inquired. The two siblings immediately lowered their heads, Withing feeling particularly embarrassed as she remarked, "I never anticipated guests would arrive at our home." Tsunade observed the scene before her, which was undoubtedly a splendid spectacle. To one's astonishment, after merely a few days of absence, the living room had transformed remarkably, adorned with 2 rows of towering wooden shelves. Each shelf was meticulously crafted into numerous compartments, housing an array of exquisite golden artifacts. Notably, the rightmost section of the room showcased an ostentatious display of golden armor. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of discernment that this was a blatant exhibition of wealth. Were one to appraise these golden items at standard market value, the sum would likely exceed 20 billion taels. Such opulence. Surely, these treasures could settle any debts owed by Lady Tsunade. In contemplation, Shizune began to calculate with her fingers. Initially basking in the delight of winning a substantial sum earlier that day, she now felt that her winnings paled in comparison to the wealth on display. "Moon, allow me to show you to your room, and then you can decide on your preferred style. There's ample time before evening. Any dissatisfaction can be promptly rectified this afternoon." To alleviate the awkwardness, Ing, feeling responsible for these arrangements, took Moon by the hand and, without waiting for consent, began to lead her towards the outer area. "Lord Kai, I shall attend to the cleaning now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me," Dajan politely announced before swiftly disappearing from view. The vast living room now contained only the 3 of them, presenting a unique opportunity for Tsunade. As for the dazzling array of golden artifacts, she felt no envy. Her initial surprise was simply at the extravagance of one individual's lifestyle. However, her curiosity was piqued by other matters. "Kai, who exactly are you?" Tsunade inquired, her expression turning grave. Upon hearing this, Shizune instinctively stepped back a few paces, beckoning the pig that had been trailing behind her, and turned to head towards another part of the courtyard. Consequently, the spacious living room was left for the 2 of them to engage in conversation. Kai had long anticipated that this woman would pose such a question. He settled himself onto the sofa in the living room, a space he had not graced for several days. The softness of the cushions provided a particularly delightful sensation. Though the decor on either side appeared somewhat gaudy, the exquisite aesthetic was undeniably commendable. Crossing his legs, Kai gestured with a hint of nonchalance and said, "Please, take a seat." He hoped for a clear explanation, and he was equally eager to learn how she had ventured into the marshbone forest. What was the situation concerning the slug sage? "I am willing to answer, should you choose to inquire. Even if I were reluctant, what could you possibly do?" He regarded Tsunade, who had sat obediently, and in a calm yet direct manner, he inquired, "You?" The woman abruptly clenched her fists, furrowing her brow. Exuding an air of authority, Kai was reluctant to dwell on the matter, instead offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Who I am is of little consequence. It will neither affect you nor the village hidden in the leaves. I am merely a person seeking a tranquil existence. Therefore, I hope that as the forthcoming 5th Hokage, you will refrain from disturbing my peaceful days." "What 5th Hokage?" Tsunade responded, momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion as she gazed at Kai. I've said too much. I sincerely apologize, but I have nothing further to disclose. If you wish, you may stay here for a while longer. However, you are always welcome to leave at your convenience. You insufferable man, you always leave your sentences unfinished, which is incredibly infuriating," she exclaimed, raising her fist and abruptly standing, launching a punch directly at Kai. Boom. "Honestly, you woman, do you not realize that everything here is quite expensive? Can you afford to compensate for any damage you might cause?" Kai merely extended his palm, dispersing the force of the incoming attack with remarkable ease. The entire room trembled momentarily, yet fortuitously, none of the possessions before him sustained any damage. What immense power! Tsunade felt an involuntary shock coursing through her. Though she had harbored some suspicions, it was only upon direct contact that she could truly perceive the formidable strength residing within him. "Kaidono." In response to the conflict that had just erupted, Yamashita rushed in without hesitation. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, he immediately assumed a combat stance. After all, during their meal, he had learned of the other's identity as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a being endowed with absolute might. Should a confrontation arise at this moment? If he did not exert his utmost effort, he feared he would stand no chance against such an opponent. Initially unperturbed by Yamashita's sudden entrance, Tsunade's demeanor shifted as she beheld his eyes, her brow furrowing in surprise. Was he of the Uchiha clan? Retracting her hand, she scrutinized Yamashita closely while gradually directing her gaze towards Kai, inquiring whether this implied that he too belonged to the Uchiha lineage. Indeed. However, what significance does the Uchiha name hold for us now? We merely bear the surname. The Uchiha clan itself was long obliterated by Konoha. Kai remained in the same emotional state as before, showing not a hint of fluctuation. Sitting there, she gently tapped her fingers on the adjacent tea table and then addressed Dashin, instructing him to prepare some tea. "My lord Kai," she said, "it is of no consequence. Please do not mind." Kai naturally understood the implication behind the mountain's words. "Lady Tsunade, the sofa is quite comfortable. Shall we sit and converse for a while?" Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he observed Deshawn, who had turned to prepare the tea. He then shifted his gaze back to Tsunade and inquired. It was indeed surprising. He never anticipated that, until now, there were still other members of the Uchiha clan in existence. Still reeling from the astonishment, Tsunade found it somewhat hard to believe. It seemed that there were not many things capable of surprising him, yet this was undoubtedly one of them. Is it not quite a poignant realization? Kai reclined on the sofa, retrieving an orange from the coffee table, peeling it as he gazed across the room. He remarked on the once mighty clans that dominated the ninja world, now reduced to mere remnants. The illustrious Senju clan, which once basked in glory, now found itself dwindled to just her. The Uchiha clan, long regarded as the most formidable in the ninja realm, could now be counted on a single hand. Ultimately, it was remarkably ironic. Each word he spoke cut deeply. Who would dare utter such sentiments in front of Tsunade in Konoha? Yet, this was an undeniable truth. The once great Senju clan had withered to a solitary existence. This signified that upon her death, the Senju lineage would face complete extinction. While some may have chosen to live in obscurity, the name Senju was on the brink of vanishing entirely from this world. It was said that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by Itachi Uchiha. How then did they survive? Tsunade, devoid of her earlier arrogance, inquired with a sense of melancholy. When many encountered us, their first question was invariably the same. Despite the Uchiha clan's demise, why do you still persist? Yet, how many were privy to the underlying truths? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was hardly unexpected. Even had that fateful day not arrived, similar events would inevitably have transpired. There was little merit in discussing it further. What are your thoughts on the current state of Konoha? Despite her disappointment in that place, Tsunade regarded Kai with solemnity, remembering that it was her grandfather who had established the village. I hold no particular views. I am no longer a citizen of Konoha, so there is no need for concern on your part. As long as Konoha does not provoke us, we shall coexist peacefully. Beyond that, I am indifferent. However, before you ascend to the position of 5th Hokage, I hope you refrain from revealing our whereabouts to Konoha. Should they approach with hostility, each attack would deepen my animosity toward that place, and I fear that one day, such resentment may spark thoughts of annihilating that village. Observing the young man before her, who spoke with unwavering calmness, Tsunade sensed no hint of jest in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, contemplating why she should burden herself with such concerns in her current state. Leaning against the sofa, I gazed up at the ceiling, and in an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. As time unfolded, it became evident that Kai belonged to the Uchiha clan. Had this been several decades ago, the Senju and Uchiha clans would have undoubtedly been in a state of enmity. Yet now, Tsunade chose without hesitation to reside here. Kai and the others did not object. They continued their training regimen as they had before, showing no signs of avoidance. Each morning, even while still in a state of drowsiness, the three of them embarked on their weighted runs. Initially, Tsunade and the others found this surprising, but over time, they naturally grew accustomed to it. For Tsunade, the short street felt like a paradise. Aside from returning here to sleep, she spent nearly all her time in the casino. However, given her luck, the outcome of her endeavors was all but predictable. Kai, lend me some money. During dinner in the courtyard, Tsunade suddenly slammed her hand on the table, startling everyone with the force of her action. It was unexpected for her to speak so boldly. Lady Tsunade, Ino whispered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet Tsunade paid her no mind. A mere glance was enough to silence Ino's further remarks. Have you lost all your money again? Yuki remarked, her expression betraying an air of certainty. For this was not the first time such an event had transpired. Kai continued to eat without revealing any emotion, while beside him, Ing expressed her discontent. She spoke up. Lady Tsunade, during your 4-month stay here, you have borrowed funds on 22 occasions, accumulating nearly 500 million ryo. I wonder how you intend to repay this amount. What is there to worry about? I am certain I will win next. Tsunade retorted. So lend me another 10 million. I shall recover my losses tomorrow. Did you not say the same last time? Deshawn muttered, munching on his food. Even the wealthiest families might struggle to sustain such extravagance. To lose 100 million ryo in a month is staggering, considering that the annual military budget for his village, Konoha, is barely 300 million ryo. To lose an entire year's funding in just 3 months is simply outrageous. This must be the last time. I have a strong premonition that I will win tomorrow, Deshawn insisted, mercilessly exposing her previous claims. Yet, all decision-making power rested with Kai, leaving them both to voice their dissatisfaction without any intent to refuse. Is it feasible? Please, provide an answer. Tsunade displayed no inclination to negotiate the loan. What if you are unable to repay, Lady Tsunade? Kai gently set down his chopsticks. A faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Go ahead, speak. He exuded an air of nonchalance, as if utterly unconcerned with the matter at hand. How about this? I shall offer you 100 million, presenting you with 2 choices. Should you fail to repay the debt, you can either disclose the method of your shadow sealing technique to me, or offer your body as recompense. What do you say? Kai had even envisioned the scene of this woman spending her life tidying the courtyard and preparing meals for him. Regardless, this woman possessed extraordinary artistic talent. If placed in this context, it would not be long before she could earn back the investment. The moment these words were uttered, all eyes turned towards him, reflecting astonishment. Even Yu, who had been incessantly munching, paused her actions, her mouth agape in disbelief at the unexpected intensity of Kai's preferences. What is the matter with you all? Kai curiously turned his head to observe their expressions and inquired, Is what you said truly the case? Tsunade immediately responded with a hint of excitement. Initially, she had no idea how much money Kai possessed. When she first borrowed money, it was merely a casual request, considering the valuable items displayed in his living room. Thus, she boldly asked for 20 million. To her surprise, he did not hesitate for a moment and granted her request without delay, perhaps out of embarrassment. She only asked for a few million in subsequent instances. However, that meager amount was likely insufficient even for a woman who had never tasted victory. Now, unexpectedly, the other party proposed such a demand. It was merely a in seal, something trivial to concede. Kai, what on earth are you thinking? Ying's face flushed bright red, resembling that of a monkey's rear, and she felt a surge of indignation. Kai wore a bewildered expression. I support you, Yu exclaimed, raising a thumb, already envisioning the two of them together. Thus, it was settled. However, I firmly believe that I would emerge victorious the following day, as you suggested. With 1 billion at stake, I must triumph. Tsunade was almost impatient, eager for the funds to commence an all-nighter. No way, Ing exclaimed, rising abruptly. Her lips pursed as she gazed at Kai. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists, expressing her dissatisfaction as she reiterated that while she could provide the money, if he truly desired her body, she would oblige. At this point, her face flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. The room fell silent once more. Dajan's mouth gaped open, the food he was eating tumbling out. Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard something monumental. As for Kai, he finally grasped the implications of her words. He had not anticipated that they would interpret his suggestion in such a manner. His notion of repayment through labor was misconstrued. The depth of their understanding left him utterly confounded. What on earth are you thinking? Kai's lips quivered as he gazed blankly at the petite girl standing before him. Setting aside the fact that Ing was gradually blossoming into a beautiful flower, even at such a tender age, her words were beyond his comprehension. He had always regarded this girl as a younger sister, never entertaining any inappropriate thoughts. Lord Kai, though Ing may be somewhat younger, considering your relationship, such a notion is not entirely unacceptable. Dashi pondered while chewing, simultaneously articulating his thoughts. Kai was taken aback by the fact that the thoughts of this group had diverged so drastically. Observing the expression on Dashin's face, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him down to the ground, as if he were so firmly entrenched that he could not be dislodged. Their thinking was utterly flawed. Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation and remarked, Kai, have something to eat. Ing promptly picked up a pair of chopsticks and delicately placed a piece of meat into Kai's bowl. However, confronted with such a scenario, Kai gazed at the young woman before him, unable to suppress his inner monologue. Why on earth are you blushing? This matter was settled. He demanded the money by early morning. Tsunade was utterly indifferent to such conditions. To her, acquiring the funds was paramount, regardless of the circumstances. The remaining issues could be resolved in due course. In the dead of night, you lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find respite. Thoughts of their conversation during dinner swirled in her mind. She elevated her pillow and drew back the curtains, gazing at the moon outside. Little Tsunade had never had a boyfriend. What if she and Kai? As she muttered this to herself, a mischievous grin crept across her face, revealing a rather perilous expression. Without hesitation, she sprang up, slipped on her slippers, and swiftly opened the door to her room. Dressed in a flowing white nightgown, illuminated by the moonlight, her hair cascading down, she appeared almost ethereal as she glided toward the living room. In the pitch blackness of the room, you began to search the shelves, her movements deliberate and swift. After a considerable time, she finally spotted 4 bottles on a shelf and quickly grabbed a transparent one, scrutinizing it closely, murmuring, "This must be it." The terror etched on her face was unmistakable. Just as she prepared to leave, the living room light suddenly flickered on. Startled, you hastily concealed the bottle within her embrace. "You? What are you doing here?" DSHN, having turned on the light, regarded her with curiosity. Caught in her moment of triumph, she had completely overlooked the possibility of being discovered. I came to get some water." You awkwardly turned her back, resembling a girl caught in a misdeed. "Oh, it seems there's no hot water left. You should head back to bed. I will bring some to your door shortly," DSHN replied, without a hint of suspicion. After all, they were allies, at least in Yu's case. He still harbored significant reservations regarding Tsunade and Shizu. "Thank you so much," Yu exclaimed, eager to make her escape. Once back in her room, she exhaled deeply, peeking through the window to confirm that DSHN had turned off the light. Only then did she recline on her bed, savoring the moonlight. Yet, unwelcome thoughts began to invade her mind with alarming rapidity. Even lying there, he gazed with his round eyes. Before long, a gentle knock echoed at the door, followed by the sound of something being placed at its threshold. At the edge of the window, you peered out, observing the retreating silhouette of the mountains. In a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up, disregarding the water bottle already resting at the door, and slightly opened the door, closing his eyes to swiftly sense the presence of those around him. As an immortal, certain abilities could be effortlessly harnessed at will. With utmost stealth, he approached Tsunade's door, first concealing his aura to render himself virtually invisible. He reached out, his hand brushing against the doorknob, yet without opening the door. He swiftly slipped through the crack into the room. The woman's sleeping position was indeed somewhat awkward, yet you paid it no mind. Extending his hand, he unleashed a surge of power that enveloped Tsunade before she had the chance to react, causing her posture to shift as she slightly opened one eye, only to succumb to slumber once more. How is this to be used? Should I drink it? Observing the transparent glass vial in his hand, you stood at Tsunade's bedside, lost in contemplation. If all else fails, perhaps 1 bottle each will suffice. A sly grin crept across his face as he leapt onto the bed, deftly pinching Tsunade's mouth to pour the entire contents of the vial into her. Though a trickle escaped, now was not the time for such concerns. As he gently lifted his hand, Tsunade was suspended in the air, enveloped in his power. Recalling his prior experience in the living room, he executed a swift movement, returning to retrieve another vial filled with blue liquid. Employing the same method, he made his way to Guy's room. Unlike Tsunade, this woman indulged in her meals to the point of inebriation, often drinking herself into a stupor. With her strength as an immortal, she would remain utterly oblivious to his presence as he entered the room. After all, in this place, no one would be alert to external dangers while others slept. Kai's demeanor transformed entirely. Though he quietly entered the room, the moment the woman revealed her sinister smile, his eyes snapped open. Realizing that his scheme was on the verge of failure, Yu was struck with fear, prompting him to muster all his strength, his body lunging onto Kai in an instant. A torrent of chakra enveloped Kai, who, after a brief period, gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. "That scared me to death," Yu exclaimed, patting his chest to steady his frayed nerves. Almost immediately, that lewd grin reappeared on his face as he slowly retrieved a vial of blue potion from his pocket. With reckless abandon, He pried Kai's mouth open and, aided by the chakra, poured every last drop of the potion into his body. Once this was accomplished, Yu raised his hands and pressed them firmly onto the bed. In the next moment, Tsunade, who had been in her own room, suddenly manifested in the space. Haha, I can only assist you up to this point, Yu remarked, observing the two before snapping his fingers. With the sound, he vanished without a trace, and the force enveloping them dissipated entirely. You bastard. A furious roar echoed through the early morning, followed by a tremendous explosion. The dawn had barely broken when Deshawn and Ing had already risen, their daily routine long ingrained in them. Though initially curious as to why Kai had not joined their training, they soon set off on their own, considering his formidable strength. By the time this turmoil unfolded, the siblings had already distanced themselves over 10 kilometers from their residence. Not to mention the roar. Even the thunderous explosion was entirely inaudible to them. Meanwhile, their home had transformed into a completely different scene. Hearing the cacophony, Shizune, clad only in her pajamas, rushed out to investigate, only to be met with the sight of Tsunade, wrapped in a towel, her face contorted with rage. As for Kai, he was leaping away, quite exposed, while his room lay in ruins, a casualty of Tsunade's wrath. You bastard, I will kill you, Tsunade shouted, one hand clutching her towel as she leaped into action, disregarding her appearance, concentrating all her chakra at the tips of her toes. Upon witnessing the scene, Kai initially intended to offer an explanation. However, the current circumstances compelled him to swiftly vacate his previous position. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated once more, as the ground where he had stood moments ago was reduced to a colossal crater, approximately 10 meters in diameter, with temperatures soaring to several degrees. Even the nearby earth had begun to fracture. Observing such a ferocious assault, Kai found himself utterly speechless. Had that strike connected with him, it would undoubtedly have left him in tatters. Hey, this matter has nothing to do with me. Without further ado, the moment an explanation was offered, an attack swiftly ensued once more. You scoundrel, may you meet your demise. Tsunade, not even pausing to hear the explanation, felt her eyes redden with fury. She offered no opportunity for her opponent to clarify, launching into another rapid assault. It could be said that nearly everyone on the bustling street was jolted awake by this commotion. No one was aware of what had transpired. Yet the tremors beneath their feet continued to manifest in rapid succession. Kai, exposed and vulnerable, could only flee incessantly, ultimately becoming the victim of the situation. Why should he endure such unwarranted hostility? Contemplating this, Kai found himself increasingly unable to tolerate the circumstances. The sixth gate, the gate of view, opened. In an instant, blue steam erupted from his body. Though Tsunade was engulfed in rage, she was aware of the existence of this phenomenon. Momentarily taken aback, she tightened her bath towel and charged forward once more, ready to engage in battle. Kai harbored no intention to harm his opponent. Thus, even in their clash, he merely sought to deflect the other's attacks. What had transpired? Jingyin stood frozen, engulfed in confusion, gazing into the distance at the two individuals who had inexplicably engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the instigator, Yu, rose leisurely from his resting place, already clad in fresh attire. Balancing a plate of pastries, he nonchalantly savored his treats while observing the skirmish. Kai's bare form was indeed quite remarkable. How could he be so unfazed at such a moment? You must intervene and stop them, Jingyin exclaimed, turning to Yu in exasperation. Let them fight. If they do not, a rift may develop between them, Yu replied with an air of indifference. How can you say such a thing? What if something goes awry? Fear not, with me present. There is no cause for concern. As long as they do not perish, I can ensure their return to safety. After half an hour, perhaps wearied from the altercation, Tsunade returned to the courtyard, seated in a chair, still wrapped in a towel, tears streaming down her cheeks. As for Kai, the room lay in ruins, and he had somehow changed into a new outfit. However, witnessing Yu leisurely enjoying snacks and reveling in the spectacle ignited a surge of anger within him. Just as he prepared to confront her, she nonchalantly hoisted a large bag of treats. Upon seeing Kai, she waved and casually remarked, I have some matters to attend to in the wet-bone forest. I shall return shortly. Before anyone could react, Yu dashed away. Lady Tsunade, what on earth has transpired? Though uncertain of the specifics, Jingyin, observing their attire and Yu's earlier mischievous grin, began to piece together the situation, maintaining a cautious distance of 2 to 3 meters. She quietly inquired of the weeping Tsunade, This isn't entirely my fault. You imbecile. Speak another word, and I shall end you. If you dare to share this incident, wherever you may go, I will reduce you to ashes. Kai wished to seize the moment of tranquility to offer further explanations, but to his astonishment, as he had barely uttered half a sentence, Tsunade's murderous glare pierced through him. Her expression was twisted with fury, her eyes aflame, and her fists clenched tightly, all of which conveyed an unmistakable message that one more word from him would seal his fate. Ahem. Words failed him, and he found himself choking back his thoughts, unable to suppress a couple of coughs, while quietly muttering, "You old hag, having taken such advantage, how dare you harbor such notions?" "What did you say?" Tsunade, indifferent to whether he heard her or not, observed the little brat babbling on and immediately rose to her feet, exuding an air of dominance. No. You should go change your clothes first. But rest assured, I will certainly bring you before you, so you can give her a proper thrashing. Kai swiftly extended his hands, simultaneously retreating 2 steps. Tsunade understood that this matter had little to do with Kai. After all, before slipping into a state of drowsiness, she had also glimpsed the silhouette of the moon. "Shizune, let us depart." Tsunade wiped away her tears, her anger still simmering. Yet, she chose not to dwell on trivialities with Kai. Turning towards her room, she had donned her attire and emerged within a minute. At that moment, Shizune stood dazed, surprised by Tsunade's prompt reappearance. Hastily, she retrieved the wandering pig from the ground and hurried to keep pace with her companion. After all, everything that was to be acquired here had already been obtained, and the sum of 100 million was now sealed within the scroll. Kai gazed at the receding figures of the two until they vanished beyond the gate. Then he exhaled heavily, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Moon, you scoundrel." It was only when he found himself alone that the fury within him erupted. Simultaneously, overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. After all his efforts to preserve his chastity, he never imagined that his first experience would be with a woman in her 50s. As if that were not enough, the 600 million he had foolishly invested now seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lord Kai, Brother Kai, after concluding his morning exercises and returning to his residence, he found his sister kneeling beside him, her face a portrait of despondency, compounded by the sight of their collapsed home. The siblings hurried to his side, bewildered by the chaos that had unfolded. They initially suspected an attack, even fearing for Kai's safety. What had begun as a moment of relief swiftly transformed into a knot of anxiety lodged in their throats, their expressions tightening with growing concern. Kai lifted his head, tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart burdened by an overwhelming despair. "Brother Kai, what on earth has transpired?" Ing inquired anxiously. "Indeed, Lord Kai, what has happened?" Dashin echoed, equally concerned. However, upon observing that Kai appeared unscathed, their earlier worry transformed merely into impatience. The house had collapsed, but that was of little consequence. They possessed ample wealth. One such dwelling, or even 10,000 would suffice. "I am no longer pure." Tears streamed down, not merely a lament without tears. "What?" The two were momentarily taken aback by the utterance. "Brother Kai, what on earth is the matter? And where has you gone?" Given the commotion, it was reasonable to expect that the gluttonous you would already be in the courtyard, reveling in the excitement. Yet, her absence suggested that something had transpired during their training session. That scoundrel. The mere mention of Yu's name ignited a furious rage within Kai, who longed to summon his powers and storm into the haunted bone forest to deliver a resounding blow to that woman. A surge of chakra emanated from him, lifting the very tiles from the ground. Dasha instinctively pulled him back swiftly. After a moment of venting, Kai gradually composed himself, tempering his emotions. What had happened had already occurred. Lamenting it was of little consequence. "Have someone repair my room. I have no further business here. I must step out. You all are in charge of this situation." Huh. The two were enveloped in confusion upon witnessing Kai and the state of the house. They hadn't expected such words, deepening their bewilderment. However, observing Kai's demeanor, they refrained from probing further. Dasha nodded in a daze, and Kai turned to depart from the scene. That old hag. Kai stood in the river, his head barely above the water, scrubbing his body relentlessly. As he washed, he gritted his teeth, despite her undeniable beauty and alluring figure. The thought of her age sent a jolt of revulsion coursing through him, as if an electric shock had surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to bristle with fury. In the vicinity of Tsunade, the two individuals unexpectedly resumed their old profession. Shizune remained by Tsunade's side, having surmised what might have transpired, particularly considering its connection to the moon. Yet, observing Tsunade's current demeanor, Shizun felt compelled to maintain a distance, even hesitant to approach. Perhaps it was the formidable aura emanating from Tsunade that deterred anyone from challenging her, resulting in one solitary individual seated before a slot machine. Casually inserting a coin, they forcefully struck the red button, and as the screen above whirred to life, it ultimately showcased 3 sevens. Coins cascaded down from above, a veritable deluge. Notably, several large boxes of coins had already accumulated nearby. The entirety of the casino's gaming machines had been thoroughly cleaned out. Even with eyes closed, victory seemed assured, and this only served to amplify the woman's ire. With another furious slap upon the machine, she was met once again with the result of 3 sevens. The winnings had piled high, leaving the casino owner seething with indignation, yet unable to voice his frustration, standing at a distance with tears in his eyes, silently praying she would choose to play elsewhere. "Shizun, go exchange the money," Tsunade exclaimed in anger, rising to her feet. Her fury unabated as she faced the mountains of coins on the floor, though she had amassed a substantial fortune at the slot machines. The final conversion revealed it was not as bountiful as she had envisioned. Nevertheless, for Tsunade, this indicated that unimaginable occurrences were on the horizon. Upon stepping outside the casino, the proprietor beamed behind her, fearful she might turn back. Over the months, everyone in Short Book Street had come to recognize this plump cash cow, her reputation preceding her even before her arrival. Little did they anticipate her extraordinary luck today. As Tsunade stepped into the open air, a palpable sense of unease enveloped her. She began to comprehend why she had been on a winning streak. Regarding Kai, although she remained simmering with slight anger, her age rendered her less concerned. Arriving at a seemingly long-abandoned house on the outskirts of Short Book Street, Tsunade followed her instincts. Eroded by the elements, the structure appeared precarious, with even the surrounding walls teetering on the brink of collapse. "You can't just hide away. Come out and show yourself," Tsunade shouted loudly, causing Shizun to nervously glance around, yet she found no sign of anyone. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly appeared atop the surrounding wall. "Long time no see, Tsunade." "Orochimaru." Shizun's face instantly betrayed her unease as she whispered his name. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, her brows furrowed as she regarded this former comrade, her demeanor as frigid as her words. "He, still as temperamental as ever." Orochimaru lightly leapt down from the wall, maintaining a cautious distance of several meters from Tsunade. "Enough with the pleasantries. Tell me why you're here." Tsunade pressed again. "I need your assistance in treating my hands. I believe you are the only one in this world who can help me." "Your hands?" Tsunade observed Orochimaru's bandaged hands, which hung limply at his sides. Despite being unaware of the circumstances, she responded firmly, "I want help. I have no interest. What if I offered the revival of Rope Tree and Dismemberment as a price?" Orochimaru delivered this proposition with a heavy gravity, his expression suggesting he had Tsunade firmly in his grasp. As Tsunade prepared to depart, but suddenly halted, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk, revealing his satisfaction. This was the trump card he had prepared for this visit. He was convinced that Tsunade would not refuse. And indeed, reality aligned with his expectations. As Tsunade stopped, her eyes widened in shock, and memories began to flood her mind. "Hey, Orochimaru, you're here enticing someone who, despite being over 50, behaves like an immature fool of 17 or 18. Surely, you have nothing worthwhile to achieve here?" Just as she was lost in reminiscence, and Orochimaru reveled in his triumph, a voice suddenly captured their full attention. Originally, Orochimaru had come alone, but another figure appeared on the rooftop, instantly heightening their vigilance. A bespectacled man unexpectedly leapt from the opposite side of the wall, launching an attack towards Kai. Kai had been present since the very moment the two parties first encountered each other, naturally absorbing all that was said. His presence here was no mere coincidence. As the adversary's assault drew ever closer, Kai maintained a faint smile and remarked, "If you truly possess such power, why not resurrect the pharmacist Nanao first, wouldn't you agree?" This statement was directed at the individual launching the attack. Thus, when the assault was imminent, the opponent abruptly withdrew his hand, standing on the rooftop with a look of astonishment. "Who are you?" inquired the speaker, Yakushi Kabuto, whose appearance was strikingly recognizable. With a mere glance, Kai immediately identified him. "What business do you have here, you scoundrel?" Tsunade asked, her irritation palpable. "What do you mean by asking what I'm doing here? I merely stumbled upon this place by chance, but it seems fortuitous, sparing you, foolish woman, from being deceived again. Cairo smiled nonchalantly, her toes gently shifting as she gracefully descended to the ground, her hands tucked into her pockets. Mr. Orochimaru appears to be in good spirits, and his hands seem untroubled. However, when it comes to matters of the soul, this woman is utterly incapable of offering assistance. Judging by the circumstances, it seems he has fallen victim to the Shiki F gene technique. Yet, I am intrigued as to why the Shiki F gene did not completely ensnare his soul. It appears that the caster was left with no alternative in the end. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for possessing one of the most formidable sealing techniques, the Shiki F gene, and few individuals have mastered it. This sealing jutsu, which exacts a toll on the caster's life, is likely documented in the sealing scrolls of Konohagakure. Mastery of such a technique would presumably rest with the third Hokage. Given Mr. Orochimaru's current state, I dare say that old man must have already perished. Kai leisurely scrutinized Orochimaru, posing an inquiry that elicited a furrowed brow and an expression of astonishment from him. Not only did Orochimaru display such a reaction, but Tsunade was also rendered momentarily speechless, while even Kabuto, positioned above, found it difficult to comprehend. The faces of the onlookers were agape, their astonishment palpable. As the subject of the conversation, Orochimaru was acutely aware of the implications behind the words spoken. Yet, how could he discern such matters in the present moment? "Who are you?" Orochimaru inquired once more, echoing his previous question. His curiosity was piqued. He was eager to uncover the identity of this individual and the source of their knowledge. "I am Kai, Uchiha Kai." Kai had no reason to conceal the truth, for Tsunade was already aware of it. Even if Orochimaru were to find out, it mattered little. Before the other party could express curiosity, Kai promptly continued. "The technique of the corpse demon seal cannot be resolved through medical ninjutsu. However, I happen to know a method to counter it. I wonder if Mr. Orochimaru would be interested in striking a deal?" Bang! As Kai's words faded, an assault was hurled toward him. However, in the face of such an onslaught, he merely shifted his stance slightly. Tsunade's fist collided with the adjacent wall. Although the structure was not particularly sturdy, it was, after all, constructed from stone, and her strike shattered the entire wall into rubble. "If you dare to tell him, I will kill you," Tsunade questioned, her brow furrowed and her expression seething with anger. Lady Tsunade, are you jesting? Do you truly believe I have any connection to you?" Kai's words had begun to take on a distinctly frigid tone. Not only that, but as he abruptly turned his head, his eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope. Coupled with the immense chakra energy, the ground beneath him could not withstand such force and instantly cracked. This terrifying visage even compelled Orochimaru to retreat a few steps. Though taken aback by the revelation that members of the Uchiha clan still survived beyond the two he was familiar with, what astonished him even more was the kaleidoscope Sharingan, which he had not expected to be anything other than Itachi's exclusive possession. The Uchiha clan truly exuded an aura of dread. Orochimaru, with a sense of awe, stepped forward, now eager to discern the nature of the transaction Kai intended to propose. "What exactly do you seek to accomplish?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed upon Kai. She too seemed to sense the magnitude of his power, not merely in the heat of battle but even prior. She had conversed with the moon regarding Uchiha Kai. The other had merely uttered a simple yet foreboding warning, stating that this individual was indeed formidable, and that even her grandfather might not be able to contend with him. Though she found this somewhat exaggerated, she could not dismiss the wisdom of the Sage of Toads. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, Tsunade felt an urgent need to intervene. If it were indeed true that the third Hokage had sacrificed his life to seal Orochimaru's hands, it would signify that the Orochimaru before her posed a grave threat, one that could endanger the entire village. "What do I wish to achieve?" Kai smiled gently as he approached Orochimaru. Upon nearing him, he turned his head and remarked, "I seek but one thing, though it bears no connection to the village. I harbor no intentions regarding Konoha. As for what Orochimaru may do to that village in the future, it is of no concern to me." Orochimaru, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Are you truly aware of how to heal my hands?" Kai replied, "If you doubt my words, there is little I can do. However, I can reveal this. In all the world, I alone possess the knowledge to lift the Shiki FN. If you are unwilling, I would not hesitate to obliterate this final means. Tell me, how long can your body endure?" Kai inquired with a smile that was not quite a smile, stepping back a pace as he spoke of the possibility of modifying the art of spiritual transformation, suggesting that one could attain immortality through the exchange of bodies. One could not help but commend Orochimaru for his ingenuity. The moment he uttered those words, it was akin to delivering a staggering blow. Indeed, few were aware of Orochimaru's true capabilities. Yet, to his astonishment, his opponent managed to discern the crux of the matter with but a single glance. As Orochimaru stood in shock, Kai chose a relatively elevated section of the collapsed wall to settle upon, continuing his discourse. He acknowledged that methods to sustain eternal life were scarce. However, he deemed Orochimaru's approach as one of those rare methods, albeit with a significant drawback: the substantial damage inflicted upon the soul. Any practitioner of illusionary arts could potentially vanquish him with ease. This, he surmised, was Orochimaru's most significant vulnerability. Observing Orochimaru's current physique, Kai speculated that this body might endure for no more than 3 years, and it was likely nearing its limits. Without his hands, one might attempt the transformation once or twice, but he assured Orochimaru that after the third attempt, a sacrifice of the soul would be required for rebirth. At that juncture, should he encounter a soul even slightly stronger than his own, Mr. Orochimaru would likely find himself deprived of any chance to enter the Pure Land. How do you know all this? Orochimaru mused, having always prided himself on his verbal prowess. Yet, every word from his adversary struck directly at his vulnerabilities, revealing an understanding of himself that seemed to surpass his own. Faced with such revelations, compounded by the display of power he had just witnessed, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for how to respond. I apologize. I find you to be exceedingly perilous. Forming an alliance with you offers me no advantages. If possible, I would prefer to collaborate with Tsunade, as I have known her for decades, and I trust in her abilities. Orochimaru outright rejected the proposition, not out of disbelief, but rather due to the overwhelming sense of danger this individual exuded. Partnering with someone of such a nature posed an untenable risk for the ever-cautious Orochimaru. Will she truly cooperate with you? Kai chuckled derisively, turning to gaze at Tsunade, and continued, since Sarutobi Hiruzen has already perished, he will undoubtedly ascend as the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Do you truly believe he would assist you? As for the 2 individuals you mentioned who might aid in her resurrection, for you, Orochimaru, such a feat is utterly unattainable. Not to mention that you are now devoid of hands. The technique of Edo Tensei does not genuinely resurrect the deceased. It merely summons their souls from the Pure Land. Of the 2 methods of resurrection known across the world, you have yet to master either. The first is held within Sunagakure, and to be precise, it resides with but one individual. The second, as you are likely aware, is the ultimate power of the Rinnegan. However, both methods require the sacrifice of one's own life during their execution, which is a level Orochimaru has yet to attain. Of course, if you merely wish to summon them for a conversation or reminisce, that poses no issue. One cannot claim that Edo Tensei is entirely useless. Both resurrection methods necessitate the presence of the soul in the living realm. For those who have long departed, it indeed requires Edo Tensei to bring them forth. Even this much is known. Yakushi Kabuto was at a loss for words to adequately express his astonishment at the little fellow before him. Setting aside the question of strength, the knowledge he possessed would likely elevate him to near-divine status in this world. Speak. What form of collaboration do you seek? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, as though he had reached the end of his rope and could only gamble on the question. Lady Tsunade will become the 5th Hokage? Inquietude stirred within Shizune, who stood aside, indifferent to the transaction between Orochimaru and them. Yet the words from Kai had piqued her curiosity. Orochimaru, our deal is... Kai abruptly halted mid-sentence, for he had observed Tsunade, that woman, clenching her fist, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Here lie 2 vials. If you can achieve a complete fusion of the cells within them without eliciting any rejection, then I shall reveal the answer to you. Kai paid no heed to Tsunade, for his intentions had been meticulously planned many years prior, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Presently, only Orochimaru possessed the capability to realize such ambitions. Among the 2 vials presented, the first contained the cells of Hashirama, initially provided by Team Hinata, while the other was composed of his own cells. Thus, his current desire was for Orochimaru to amalgamate these 2 types of cells. Hashirama's cells. The white vial immediately revealed its contents to Orochimaru. What on earth are you planning, you little brat? Tsunade inquired, her fury rekindled. You will come to understand in due time. Rising to his feet, Kai assumed an imposing stance. Indifferent to whether the individual before him was the 5th Hokage, he turned to Orochimaru and continued. Might I inquire how long it will take for you to yield a result? We have been researching for decades. I am confident a definitive outcome will be available quite soon, Orochimaru replied. Let us set a deadline of 6 months. I shall personally visit the Sound Village at that time. Should you fail to present a satisfactory result, our agreement will be rendered null and void. I will not hesitate to eliminate you, Orochimaru, along with anyone by your side, to keep this secret concealed. Kai cast a cold, piercing gaze in response. Rest assured, Lord Kai, yet I find myself increasingly intrigued by the method you mentioned that could potentially lift the curse of the corpses. Orochimaru finally allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, his long tongue flicking across them. However, this ghastly visage was far from comforting. His pallid face evoked a profound sense of revulsion. 2. It appears we have indeed acquired something remarkable today. In that case, let us depart. Orochimaru courteously bowed in the direction of Tsunade before turning to speak directly to Yakushi Kabuto. Is what you spoke of regarding resurrection truly authentic? Yakushi Kabuto first nodded in affirmation to Orochimaru, then fixed his unwavering gaze upon Kai. This is indeed the case. The resurrection technique from Konohagakure is classified as forbidden. Known as self-life rebirth, it is unlikely you will gain access to it. After all, under the hands of that elderly woman in the village, with your combined strengths, you would likely be swiftly defeated by others. Kai spoke candidly, I understand. Do, taken aback by Kai's profound knowledge, bowed deeply, marveling at how much he knew, even about such clandestine matters. After expressing his astonishment, he followed Orochimaru as they turned to leave this place, heading towards the distant woods. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing? Are you aware of the nature of Orochimaru? Tsunade's fury reached a boiling point, yet paradoxically, she began to calm down. Frankly, she harbored an overwhelming desire to eliminate the individual before her. Setting aside the events of the previous night, merely engaging in a transaction with Orochimaru, both formidable figures could potentially wreak irreversible havoc on Konoha, were it not for her own helplessness in the face of their power. Tsunade would certainly not stand here conversing with Kai. In response to her simmering rage, Kai merely shrugged nonchalantly, then turned his back to her, casually waving his hand, stating, I have no interest in understanding the nature of Orochimaru, nor do I wish to. This matter bears no significance to me. Our relationship is solely based on mutual benefit. Once our transaction fulfills my desires, I will indeed share with him the means to lift the Shinigami sealing jutsu. Do not regard me as some altruistic figure. I possess neither a grand vision nor a sense of compassion. My initial aspiration was merely to live in peace, untouched by disturbances. Yet in this world, without strength, all is but empty talk. How do you possess such knowledge? You even know about hidden matters. I am curious about what else you are aware of, Tsunade inquired. I know everything. He averted his gaze, maintaining a calm expression as he turned away, vanishing in an instant. If one desires something, then Orochimaru is indispensable. The research on Senju Hashirama's cells has occupied Orochimaru for decades. In terms of the depth of this research, few in the world can rival him. Should he ultimately achieve his anticipated goals, the vastness of the world would be at his fingertips, allowing him to wander freely wherever he pleases. Lady Tsunade, where shall we proceed next? Kai had departed for quite some time, and as he observed Tsunade still frozen in place, Shizun approached her and quietly inquired. Tsunade did not respond immediately. She remained standing there until, after a prolonged silence, she let out a heavy sigh and declared, Let us head back. We can finish the meal later. Oh, Shizun was at a loss for words. After all, witnessing Tsunade in such a despondent state was unfamiliar to her. Aside from the moment she saw Kato's tragic demise, Tsunade had always maintained a cheerful demeanor. Emotions and atmospheres can influence one another, with Tsunade displaying her current disposition. Shizun could only lower her head in melancholy, mimicking the same demeanor as the pig beside her. Within the restaurant, the two of them sat with expressions of shared desolation. Perhaps due to their frequent visits, the owner, without needing to take their order, promptly brought over several bottles of wine, respectfully pouring one into their glasses. Dear guests, life is fraught with disappointments. There will always be ups and downs, joys and sorrows. One should not dwell too far ahead nor linger too long in the past. Let today's grief end here. Tomorrow may present a different dawn. The restaurant owner, appearing to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, bore a face lined with wrinkles, but no facial hair, dressed in clean attire. From the moment they entered, he had been observing them, accustomed to their daily visits to the tavern. The name Big Fat Sheep was known not only among gamblers, but also to the restaurant owner. Typically, even when losing millions in a day, patrons would still come to dine, grumbling yet displaying a facade of relief. However, today's atmosphere was markedly different. After offering a few words of consolation, the owner quietly asked, "For today's special, shall I prepare the dishes you favor and add a complimentary cherry blossom fish?" "Thank you." Shizen managed to muster a faint smile and expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Tsunade simply lay her head on the table. No one could discern the expression hidden beneath the table, but the sound of water dripping onto the floor was audible. Shizun, standing nearby, felt equally distressed. Her head bowed in gloom. Just then, 2 additional patrons entered the restaurant. As the front desk staff prepared to greet them, a white-haired individual waved his hand dismissively. From a distance, he had already spotted Tsunade. Having just arrived, he had sensed her presence and was able to locate her with precision. Initially intending to surprise her, he instead found Tsunade in a state of despondency, with Shizen sharing the same sorrowful expression. The newcomer, self-assuredly moving to the seat across from them, was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Beside him sat a young lad, none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Despite the passage of several months, this fellow seemed to possess little potential for growth. Unaware of the subtleties in conversation, he remained oblivious to the emotions of others. "Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect to see you here." Tsunade greeted Jiraiya, who was seated nearby, her demeanor reflecting neither surprise nor astonishment. Even after so many years apart, there lingered a sense of familiarity between them. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, lowering her gaze to wipe her eyes with her sleeve before raising her head, instantly regaining her commanding presence. "Ah, it's been so many years since we last met. I came specifically to see how you've been faring," Jiraiya replied, a broad smile adorning his face. At that moment, Naruto's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as Tsunade raised her gaze. "Join me for a drink," she declared, grabbing a cup from the side without considering whether Jiraiya wished to partake. She filled his cup and placed it before him, then raised her own, clinking it against his before consuming its contents in a single gulp. "You've certainly improved your drinking prowess over the years," Jiraiya remarked, slowly inhaling deeply. With no pretense, he lifted his own cup and downed its contents. Once he set his cup down, his demeanor turned serious, and he solemnly stated, "The village wishes for you to return as the 5th Hokage." "Huh, it seems everything is indeed under your control," Tsunade remarked with a wry smile, only to quickly furrow her brow and declare, "I refuse." Jiraiya appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his expression remaining unchanged. Only a fool would wager their life for the village. "Thus, I have no interest in this so-called 5th Hokage position." Tsunade boldly expressed her disdain once more. "You, an old woman, dare to mock my grandfather and the 4th Hokage before me? I care not whether you are a woman. I shall not hesitate to take you down." Naruto's adolescent bravado flared as he attempted to leap onto the table to confront Tsunade. However, Jiraiya, with a calm demeanor, swiftly seized Naruto by the collar and returned him to his seat. Tsunade observed, not feeling angered by Naruto's antics. Instead, she found a reflection of her brother and former lover in him. Yet, as the image of that man flashed in her mind, her expression grew stern once more. Suppressing her internal fury, she disdainfully remarked, "It's truly unfathomable that at your age, one could evade the crisis of annihilation and depart from the village with such composure, while you present yourself in this manner. So, tell me, what is your dream?" "I want to become Hokage." Naruto Uzumaki chose to disregard the previous remarks and boldly declared his aspirations. "Huh." Tsunade let out a cold chuckle, promptly adding that he must strive diligently for his dream. "Who were you referring to just now? It must be Uchiha Kai, right?" Jiraiya interjected unexpectedly. "It appears you are aware of him?" Tsunade inquired, filling their cups once more with sake, her demeanor calm yet inquisitive. "That individual is quite a perilous character. Have you encountered him?" "Not only have I encountered him, but I also resided with him for several months. He is currently in Short Book Street, not far from here," Tsunade replied. "Kai is here as well." Naruto's spirits lifted instantly as he leaned forward eagerly. "Kai, indeed. He was the first to invite me for a meal, showing no concern for my status. I saw him a few months ago while on a mission in the Land of Waves, but he seems to have changed significantly since then." Initially, Naruto spoke with fervor, but his enthusiasm waned as he lowered his gaze. Jiraiya sat there, eyes gently closed, his expression unruffled, though one could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. "Pardon the interruption, but your meals have arrived." A young server approached, gracefully balancing a platter of exquisite dishes. After warmly greeting them, she placed the dish in the center of their table. Instantly, all conversation ceased, and the group halted their activities. During the meal, silence reigned supreme, with only Jiraiya and Tsunade quietly raising their cups to toast and sip their drinks. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. Later that evening, Tsunade mused, Orochimaru came by. Didn't he? The darkness had enveloped the surroundings, save for the faint flickering of lights nearby. Sitting upon a quiet staircase, Tsunade held a bottle of sake. Already in a state of mild inebriation, Jiraiya plopped down beside her, inquiring, He did, just before your arrival. You must have struck some sort of deal. Jiraiya remarked with a calm demeanor, yet his expression hardened as he continued, If you betray Konoha, even after decades of friendship, I will show you no mercy. Let it go? I am not in a position to negotiate with him. I cannot assist with his situation. The souls taken by the Reaper Death Seal are beyond the reach of any ninjutsu. How do you know this? Did Orochimaru inform you? Jiraiya asked, taken aback. He had anticipated that Orochimaru would seek out Tsunade, for she alone possessed the ability to heal his hands. To my surprise, Tsunade made such a remark. Me? Are you not aware of what kind of person Orochimaru is? How could he possibly utter such words? As she spoke, Tsunade once again fell into a state of despondency, remarking that it was Uchiha Kai. Just a glance from him had revealed the entire sequence of events. With merely a single look, he discerned the issues at hand. Not only that, he even reverse-engineered the ninjutsu, declaring that the third Hokage had already passed away. Once again, it's him? Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Indeed. He was now quite eager to meet him. It appeared he had struck a deal with Orochimaru, seemingly related to my grandfather's cells. The terms of the transaction involved Orochimaru assisting him in researching cell fusion, which was likely linked to another vial that also contained cells. If I am not mistaken, it pertains to himself. However, do not entertain thoughts of seeking him out, for that lad's power is exceedingly formidable. Within the entire ninja world, there are perhaps very few who could rival him. Tsunade could naturally surmise Jiraiya's cautious thoughts. Having resided alongside Uchiha Kai for several months, she had come to understand him to some extent. Although he harbored no ill will towards the people of Konoha, he was indeed a person who would resort to any means to achieve his goals. How have you been all these years? After a lengthy discourse, Jiraiya suddenly shifted the topic. His expression softened as he looked at Tsunade and inquired. Yet, on these dimly lit steps, even if they were so close, it was unlikely one could discern the changes in each other's expressions. Not to mention, Tsunade was still in a slightly tipsy state. Quite well. Upon uttering these 3 words, memories from the morning flooded back to her mind, as she unconsciously clenched her fist once more, leaning against Jiraiya on the other side. In the dead of night, this was the place. Beneath the moonlight, Jiraiya stood atop the roof, gazing down at the courtyard below. Even without intense illumination, one could clearly see the expression on his face, a visage filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to eradicate everyone present. Ah, it is Lord Jiraiya. Truly a rare sight. Who would have thought he would grace our humble abode today? Just as Jiraiya meticulously scrutinized every corner, a voice suddenly emerged from the side, causing him to jump back in surprise. He leaped to the ground 100 meters away, halting with a vigilant gaze directed at the source of the sound. In the moonlight, a shadow now quietly sat on the rooftop. Inside, Kai donned a hoodie, casually draped a coat over it, and below, he wore nothing but athletic pants and white shoes. This ensemble undoubtedly epitomized utter leisure. You must be Might Guy, am I correct? It's surprising that you recognize me, Jiraiya exclaimed, and without hesitation, he bit his finger, pressing his right hand onto the ground while loudly proclaiming, summoning jutsu. In the next instant, accompanied by 2 billows of smoke, 2 smaller toads materialized upon Jiraiya's shoulders. Little Jiraiya, what is it that compelled you to summon us at this late hour? The male toad, Fukasaku, inquired, still somewhat groggy. Old man, it appears that our young Jiraiya has indeed found himself in a predicament, remarked the female toad, Shima, displaying an entirely different demeanor. She immediately sensed the circumstances nearby and spoke with heightened vigilance. What kind of trouble has our young Jiraiya gotten into this time? Fukasaku's expression, previously dazed, began to shift towards seriousness. The opponent indeed seemed formidable. However, as they had yet to engage, assistance from both sages would be required. Jiraiya wore a grave expression, prompting the 2 toads to adopt a more earnest stance. As they clasped their hands in unison, streaks of tears began to form on Jiraiya's face. Sage mode. Kai sat unmoved on the rooftop, refraining from interrupting them. Instead, he observed with keen interest a solitary figure accompanied by two frogs. One couldn't help but wonder what brought Lord Jiraiya to this place. Calmly, Kai inquired, "Having betrayed Konoha and choosing to ally with Orochimaru, a person like you deserves nothing but death." As Jiraiya spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Summoning technique, 5 right gates." This could be deemed Jiraiya's most formidable trump card. One toad expelled wind nature chakra, while another released a viscous liquid, and Jiraiya himself unleashed flames from his mouth. At the moment of their convergence, this super S-rank ninjutsu erupted with unparalleled ferocity. Initially, he anticipated a preliminary exchange of blows, yet was taken aback by the immediate deployment of such a devastating technique. Should he fail to defend against it, the ensuing attack might engulf the entire residence. For those within, be it Deus-Han or Hikari, the outcome would be all but inevitable. Furrowing his brow, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. However, in that instant of awakening his power, time seemed to come to a standstill. In an instant, Kai found himself within Ying's room, and the very next moment, he whisked the young lady away to the mountainside. With a resounding boom, the entire area was transformed into a vast chasm in the blink of an eye. A fierce blaze raged above, rapidly spreading in all directions, engulfing nearly everything in sight with the intensity of the adversary's assault. However, just as the dwelling vanished, Kai swiftly transported the two others to the summit nearby. At that moment, the great mountain lay in slumber, drooling. Ying, sensing the commotion, gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Kai's arm wrapped around her waist, she momentarily believed she was still in her own room. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, but as her gaze shifted downward, she beheld the wreckage of her home. "Kai, older brother," she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Stay right here and do not get involved." Kai placed the two individuals on the ground, his expression imbued with an unprecedented gravity, coupled with an unparalleled fury. "I merely sought a tranquil existence, never intending to alter any pre-existing course. Why can't even this semblance of peace be preserved? Do you truly intend for someone else in the Hidden Leaf Village to extinguish it?" Kai leaped from the mountain, and at that very moment, two clones appeared atop the peak. However, the instant his body touched the ground, the hair of the clones transformed from black to blue. The Sage Mode emerged. With a mere flick of his wrist, Kai dispelled the clones and simultaneously entered his Sage transformation. This technique mirrored what had been depicted in the original narrative, emulating the opponent's mode. Upon entering Sage Mode, his perception intensified to an astonishing 200-fold within the surrounding area. Even the minutest ant was discernible to his keen eyes. Jiraiya, this time, has truly encountered a formidable predicament. At this moment, Shinzaka's expression turned grave. He had grasped the situation. His adversary had instantaneously transported the two individuals from within the dwelling to the mountaintop. This transcended mere speed. It ventured into the realm of spatial manipulation. "I understand," Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback by such an overwhelming display of power. The adversary had not overlooked any detail of their gathering. Moreover, judging by the opponent's demeanor, it seemed they too had attained Sage Mode, potentially surpassing his own mastery of the technique. "Have you contemplated your demise?" Kai coldly inquired. Once again, "I have not offended anyone." Tsunade's engagement with him stemmed from extraordinary circumstances, yet he was taken aback by the reasoning presented by this individual. Senjutsu, hairpin thousand needles. Jiraiya, however, chose to disregard his opponent's words, instead charging forward with remarkable speed. His already lengthy hair extended even further, launching a concentrated assault directly towards Kai. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. In an instant, he evaded the incoming attack, relocating several dozen meters away. Accompanied by a jarring sound, Jiraiya found himself momentarily dumbfounded. He could clearly discern that the jutsu wielded by Kai was undoubtedly an evolution of the Rasengan. It was astonishing that something which had eluded both the fourth Hokage and himself had been developed by another. "Jiraiya, the attack range is extensive. Retreat swiftly." Shima, perceiving the breadth of the assault, shouted urgently. Jiraiya had already grasped the situation. Yet, he was utterly astounded when a rooster was launched directly from Kai's hand. Summoning technique, Rashomon. Realizing evasion was futile, Jiraiya quickly crouched down, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. In the next moment, 3 ominous gates radiating a dark luminescence emerged before him, reminiscent of the gates of hell. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion reverberated. It must be noted that this was an attack Kai was most reluctant to employ. Not only did it produce an excessively loud noise, but the ensuing sound was even more pronounced. For someone who favored subtlety in combat, such methods were not particularly appealing. The intent behind it was merely to give Jiraiya a good look. The powerful explosion erupted, and the three Rashomon gates, which had once stood before Jiraiya, shattered in succession. The first crumbled instantly, the second faltered shortly thereafter, and by the time the third faced the onslaught, cracks had already begun to form. Fortunately, it managed to absorb the brunt of the attack. Day in and day out, it was always about the village, the village, the village. I have never wished to experience that wretched place, harboring little resentment. Who is truly responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? I have refrained from discussing family matters. After finally finding peace in this quiet life, you persistently disrupt it, Jiraiya. Kai roared with fury, a violent aura emanating from his being as he declared, "If you cannot stop me today, then believe this. Within a month of your demise, I shall personally ensure that the entire village of Konoha pays for your burial. At that time, I will leave not a single soul behind." With a swift series of hand seals, he unleashed the technique, Senjutsu, fire release, firefly explosion. His chakras surged forth, fully erupting in a display of power. Under the enhancement of natural energy, all the fireballs transformed into genuine firefly lights. The vibrant green orb spread across a 1-kilometer radius, preparing to serve as a funeral pyre for the entire village of Konoha. His right hand clenched into a fist with a decisive motion. In the end, Kai indeed favored such an assault. The sound was hardly noticeable. It was merely a slightly intensified shockwave. It was as if a colossal tempest had unleashed its fury, sweeping outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ground resembled a battlefield of the damned. Except for the small area beneath Kai's feet, the rest of the vicinity had transformed into a vast chasm, as if a gigantic lake had been conjured instantaneously. As the dust began to settle, one might exclaim, I had thought those two frogs would lead you to my Boku mountain. To think you remain here, still alive, what a surprise." Kai gazed down into the deep pit, where Jiraiya lay quietly at the bottom, while the two toads had likely retreated back to Mount Maiboku, having been jolted by the impact. After all, summoning beasts, when injured, uncontrollably return to their original locations, much like shadow clones. This may very well be the reason Jiraiya was unable to return. His attire was tattered, and his body lay there, a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. The moonlight gradually enveloped the earth once more, casting an eerie stillness over everything around. Jiraiya was barely clinging to life, yet Kai did not rush to intervene. He leapt down from his position, approaching Jiraiya with measured strides. "I have never harbored the intention to harm anyone, nor have I ever wished to engage in unnecessary actions. My greatest desire has always been to preserve a moment of tranquility. If it were possible, I would rather not enhance my own abilities. Yet, bearing the Uchiha surname, our existence in this world has rendered us targets. Now, one can comprehend why Uchiha Madara aspired to unify the entire shinobi world, or even sought to obliterate it entirely. The formidable genes we possess are not our fault. They have been provoked by your kind. What purpose does this tumultuous shinobi world serve? I have always wished to remain aloof from the affairs of Konohagakure. Would it not suffice for us to coexist in peace? Alas, it is too late for such sentiments. Since you have managed the 1st and 15th, let me now take charge. The distance remaining is approximately 10 meters. Kai gently raised his hand, subsequently lifting it above his head. At that moment, all of his chakra converged entirely upon his palm. The act of forming a Rasengan was astonishingly effortless, devoid of any need for hand seals. The fire attribute chakra coalesced into a spiraling sphere, compressing all its might to the utmost degree. While utilizing such a devastating attack to bid farewell to a life might seem a tad excessive, it nonetheless served as a testament to Kai's respect for Jiraiya before him. Meanwhile, the latter began to slowly close his eyes. "Perverted sage, Kai, cease your actions." Two voices swiftly echoed from a distance above the deep pit. Following this, Tsunade leapt into action, positioning herself directly in front of Jiraiya. Not only she, but even Naruto Uzumaki rushed over with utmost speed. Despite being breathless, he extended his arms in a protective gesture. "Kai, spare Jiraiya." Tsunade's tone bore a hint of desperation. After all, Kai had previously informed her that as long as there was no attack within his designated range, all would remain tranquil. Should that rule be violated, he would not only eradicate the intruder, but would also lay waste to the entire Hidden Leaf village. From the very moment she sensed the commotion, Tsunade had sprung from her bed, hastily checking Jiraiya's room. Upon confirming that only Naruto was present, An unsettling realization dawned upon her. Kai, how could you inflict such grave injuries upon the perverted sage? This is utterly unforgivable, Naruto exclaimed, his heart brimming with indignation at the sight of Jiraiya in such a state, perhaps in a tumultuous conflict about how to respond. A surge of boiling red chakra began to manifest around him. The Nine Tails? You truly dare to manifest. As the gentle breeze caressed the clouds, Kai spoke. During his battle with Jiraiya, he had not once employed the Sharingan. Yet, in this moment, he abruptly opened his eyes wide, and the Mangekyo Sharingan emerged with startling clarity. Observing the tail that gradually materialized behind Naruto Uzumaki, a subtle smile began to grace the corners of Kai's mouth. Kai, Tsunade reiterated, this matter rests upon Jiraiya's shoulders. We assure you that we will provide an explanation and an apology, but please, spare Jiraiya. Spare him? Kai retorted. If I were to let one go, perhaps two could follow, but amidst the multitude of ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, who, I ask you, will grant me mercy? In a fit of rage, Kai's veins bulged, and he hurled his attack skyward. Boom! The night instantaneously transformed into day, as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens. The clouds above swiftly dispersed under the explosive aftermath, creating the illusion of a vast gaping hole in the sky. In that moment of release, Kai maneuvered past Tsunade and delivered a powerful punch to Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen, sending him flying over 100 meters. Upon crashing to the ground, he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Tsunade was about to erupt in anger, but Kai calmly interjected, stating that if he did not act, Naruto would soon fall under the influence of the Nine Tails. With a hint of curiosity, he crouched down beside Jiraiya, remarking that if this foolish woman could conquer her hemophobia, she might survive. Should she fail, she would pay the price for her recklessness. Standing upright, Kai turned to Tsunade, granting her a moment of reprieve. Yet he insisted that all losses be compensated. I understand, Tsunade replied, resigned to her circumstances. However, upon lowering her gaze to Jiraiya, her already pale visage drained of color entirely. Lady Tsunade, seemed to always be a beat behind. Upon arrival, she was startled by Jiraiya's condition. Kai, having reverted his hair back to its original color and relinquished sage mode, departed the scene with an air of indifference. Whether Jiraiya lived or perished was of no concern to him. The reason behind his restraint was not due to fear of Tsunade or Konoha, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous Naruto Uzumaki. Had it not been for this circumstance, Kai would not have hesitated to annihilate them all. As for Naruto, Kai regarded his current strength with disdain. Even with the power of the Nine Tails, he remained unimpressed. However, the individual lurking behind Naruto was a different story. As the chosen one of this world, often referred to as the prophesied child, the true significance lay in the sage of six paths concealed behind him. At this juncture, Kai did not believe himself capable of contending with the sage of six paths. There was no need to establish such a formidable adversary for himself, which was why he chose to withdraw. Otherwise, the sage would undoubtedly devise a way to retaliate against him. Have you awakened? The sky outside the room had brightened considerably, and as Jiraiya lay in bed, he opened his eyes, his mind devoid of any lingering concerns. However, reflecting on the events of the previous day, he quietly elevated his pillow slightly for support. Tsunade, who had been inexplicably present in the room, noticed the commotion and inquired with a calm demeanor. Oh, you're awake. It seems you haven't perished after all. Jiraiya sighed with a hint of melancholy. I had warned you beforehand. Why act so recklessly? Why did you go over there? As tears began to flow unbidden from Tsunade's eyes, she recalled the severity of Jiraiya's wounds. His blood nearly drained from his body. Overcoming her hemophobia, she ultimately relinquished her inner turmoil and hastily commenced treatment for Jiraiya. Had she delayed even a moment longer, he might have truly departed for another realm. Having kept vigil throughout the night, her taut nerves finally began to ease with the sounds emanating from the bed, though they could not see each other. Jiraiya sensed Tsunade's emotional turmoil. I'm sorry, he uttered, pausing as words failed him, ultimately reducing his sentiments to a single apology. I had previously told you that in this entire shinobi world, few stand a chance against him. Why did you not heed my warning? Do you not realize that had you not conquered your fears, you would have perished? Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, rising to shout in frustration. Sorry, Jiraiya repeated, still grappling with the realization of his utter defeat. He had not anticipated losing so thoroughly, unable even to graze the hem of his opponent's clothing. The overwhelming strength was frightening. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara had not instilled such dread in him. Uchiha Kai's agility, coupled with his terrifying chakra and the assistance of sage techniques, demonstrated a formidable power that left Jiraiya in awe. Though he may not have reached Madara's pinnacle or his unparalleled defense, the sheer magnitude of this power was breathtaking. He recalled the moment he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a colossal sun appearing in the sky. Who among humanity could withstand such an assault? As his opponent had stated, should he desire to obliterate Konoha, a single attack would suffice. The ultimate form of the Rasengan had transcended all previous expectations. Each strike was delivered from an extraordinary distance. How could one possibly engage in combat under such circumstances? I have discerned his weakness. Should there be a next time? I vow I shall not succumb again, Jiraiya lamented. Weakness? Tsunade wiped her tears and curiously repeated her question. He possessed an astonishing speed, which seemed to stem from the powers granted by the Manjiki Sharingan, enabling him to execute long-range, formidable attacks. However, it appeared that his close combat abilities were rather lacking, revealing a critical weakness. You scoundrel, spare me the nonsense. Tsunade approached the bed, gazing at Jiraiya, whose body was completely wrapped in bandages. Initially, she thought he might have had a clever idea, but she was taken aback by his words. Had he not been in such a state, she might have been tempted to land a punch on him. Are you aware of his other abilities? Jiraiya was caught off guard by the sudden inquiry. Tsunade was not surprised by his expression. Taking a deep breath, she turned to the table and continued, I fought him yesterday morning, but he didn't take it seriously. Even so, I could not land a single blow. He has mastered the 8 gates, and now he can at least open the 6th gate. I spent over 4 months there, and their training was extraordinarily intense, which likely means that few could surpass Uchiha Kai in close combat. More importantly, he can summon the full form of the Sage of Slugs. What did you say? Jiraiya was taken aback, resting his right hand on the bed as he tried to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain that tore through his body. Blood seeped through the bandages once again, but the pain merely caused him to grimace slightly. The horror of this revelation was akin to being able to summon Gamamaru, the Sage of Toads, directly. The abilities of the Sage of Slugs need not be elaborated upon. You must already know that he possesses formidable self-healing and restorative capabilities, making him an unparalleled support. As long as there is breath in a person, he can restore them to their original state in a short time and replenish their lost chakra. Now, he has also mastered the perfect Sage mode. Under such circumstances, how can one even hope to fight? As for Uchiha Kai, it is known that the power of his right eye corresponds to spatial abilities, allowing him to leap through space, disregarding any obstacles, a power far more terrifying than the Flying Thunder God technique. Regarding the strength of his left eye, according to the Sage of Slugs, it is an even more formidable force, though its exact nature remains unknown. Although Uchiha Kai has completely resolved your reckless attack this time, compensation is required, currently set at a staggering 1 billion. Since you are wealthy, just return the money later, all right? Tsunade spoke nonchalantly, introducing this matter to Jiraiya. The earlier revelations prompted Jiraiya to reassess the individual he had fought yesterday with newfound seriousness, but upon hearing about the compensation, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this extortion? Jiraiya, filled with dissatisfaction, inquired, robbing? Tsunade, equally exasperated, replied, you obliterated his entire house without a second thought, and he hasn't even calculated the damages yet. Are you aware of what treasures lay within those walls? If Jiraiya had any knowledge of such matters, it would be truly astonishing. Upon realizing the sudden presence beside him, he had instinctively unleashed his ultimate technique, completely disregarding everything else. After all, it is nothing short of extraordinary for someone to approach him so stealthily. Tsunade, well acquainted with his nature after decades of friendship, understood this all too well. His living room was adorned with various gold artifacts, the worth of which alone must have exceeded a staggering 1 billion ryo. Additionally, he possessed a collection of 120 garments, each valued at over 500,000 ryo. Not to mention the property itself. Thus, the financial ramifications were considerable. Your single attack has annihilated everything, and you expect me to bear the cost? Tsunade inquired. I will. Jiraiya replied, utterly at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he undeniably belonged to the ranks of the exceedingly wealthy. While he may not rival Kato, he certainly qualified as a man of substantial means. Listening to this fool, Tsunade's expression gradually shifted to one of understanding. Earth release, she uttered, surveying the site that had now transformed into a profound pit. Kane appeared to be remarkably undisturbed internally. Deshan and Ing had already approached his side. Deshan even fell to his knees in remorse, weeping profusely. After all, It was only when the greater explosion resonated that he finally awoke to the gravity of the situation. Gazing upon the ruins of what was once his home, he lamented his inability to safeguard all that he cherished. In response to Deshawn's self-reproach, Kane refrained from offering any words of consolation. Instead, he crouched down, formed intricate hand seals, and pressed his palms against the ground. Subsequently, a colossal stone pillar abruptly rose from the very site he had once inhabited. As the pillar reached an impressive height of several dozen meters, the emergence of what lay within elicited a faint smile from Kane. Everything remained intact, albeit with some losses. After all, if necessary, we can always rebuild. When Kai caught sight of the large black box, he gently patted Dashin on the shoulder and spoke. Finding solace in this gesture, Dashin lifted his head and naturally noticed the enigmatic black box. His previously despondent expression began to soften gradually, with tears glistening in his eyes. He smiled and said, "I thought we had lost everything." This large black box had been specially crafted for them, artfully dubbed a safe, and it housed nearly all of their assets. "What are you still standing there for? Go and bring that box over." Kai gazed at the slightly eased expression of Deshawn and promptly nudged him with his foot, saying, "Oh." The previously despondent individual instantly became animated and swiftly charged forward, delivering a punch to the towering stone pillar. Following this, he exerted all his strength, effortlessly lifting the hefty iron mass. This object weighed no less than 2 tons, and when it was initially crafted, both Deshawn and Ing had found it utterly incomprehensible. However, reflecting upon it now, it was evident that everything had indeed unfolded as Kai had anticipated. Once the item was positioned before Kai, he crouched down, placing his hand upon the surface of the safe. With a rotation of his right hand, his chakra directly engaged the interlock mechanism. Upon hearing a resounding click, he forcefully pulled the handle to unveil the safe. Inside, the space was rather confined, nearly entirely enveloped by iron blocks. Nonetheless, there were 7 or 8 scrolls arranged side by side, with the topmost layer containing merely 3. The rest primarily consisted of wealth acquired from Kato. The destroyed items were merely the tip of the iceberg of this fortune. Whether cash, gold coins, or a substantial amount of gold artifacts, they were predominantly stored here. "Brother Kai, I have always been curious about the purpose of the 3 scrolls above," Ing inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she watched Kai retrieve the 2 meticulously sealed scrolls. After all, when these scrolls were originally placed, all 3 were present, and she had felt a sense of wonder at that time, though she had refrained from voicing it. They contained something of great significance. Kai did not provide a direct response. However, Ing chose not to press further. For the 2 scrolls had existed since their departure from Konoha. The contents within were of little concern to them, and they remained indifferent. Dajan quietly noted that these items were deemed of utmost importance by Lord Kai, and it seemed that henceforth, he would be prepared to safeguard these treasures with his very life. "By the way, Lord Kai, what shall we do next? Shall we relocate? Or should we reconstruct our dwelling here?" Dajan inquired suddenly. After all, the area they inhabited had transformed into a vast chasm, seemingly impossible to inhabit any longer. "Why exert so much effort?" Kai replied. "We had already contemplated rebuilding our home when we came into some money. Given the trials we have faced and the compensation we have received, we possess ample funds to construct a grand abode. Let us merely renovate the previous structure. I have long envisioned a large fish pond at my doorstep, a place to tend to fish leisurely and enjoy the serenity of fishing in my spare time. Therefore, let us proceed with my vision for the renovations." With a grin, Kai remarked that such a vast chasm would undoubtedly serve its purpose. Although Deshawn expressed his confusion, he felt no need to counter Kai's assertion. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble, and with the surge of chakra, a section of the ground rose swiftly, reaching an elevation of approximately 5 meters above the normal surface before gradually coming to a halt. Moreover, tremors began to manifest in other areas, leading to the emergence of numerous stone pillars from the ground, which then began to connect above, forming an expansive bridge deck. In a short span, the foundational portion was completed, while the remaining pit was filled with water. Deshawn and Ing gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Although the house was far from finished, the foundational elements had been thoroughly perfected using these methods. The structure was situated in the central area, with a stone bridge at the entrance, directly linking to the surroundings. While the design had yet to take shape, the process had already become significantly simpler. Now, let us proceed to seek individuals to commence construction upon this foundation. It seems we will need to find a skilled designer to create the most rational and exquisite layout. Kai clapped his hands, for the rough outline had already taken shape, and thus the remaining tasks would not require excessive effort. Observing the current situation, Daxian, who had just moments ago been consumed by self-reproach, seemed to have experienced a slight uplift in spirit. He surveyed the surroundings, and then, with a reassuring pat on his chest, declared to Kai that he would personally journey to the capital to summon renowned craftsmen, with the intent of constructing a more grandiose residence. Indeed, you shall oversee this matter, he continued, and ensure that the area is adorned with an abundance of flowering trees, densely planted, while also arranging for the introduction of fish fry into the waters here for cultivation. This must be accomplished promptly, for we have ample funds at our disposal. Therefore, let us employ more hands, and it is imperative that the project be completed within 2 months. During this time, we can also begin preparing the furnishings, as I have no desire to reside in a hotel for an extended period, enduring that incessant odor which is quite unbearable. Both individuals expressed their opinions, with the execution of the plans entrusted to Daxian. Rest assured, Daxian replied, his grin wide and his conviction unwavering. After all, the distance to the capital was not considerable. Even a round trip could be accomplished on foot within a day. Finally, the matters at hand had reached a temporary conclusion. The construction of the house was underway. In light of recent events, it was time to reflect on the specific circumstances and assess their strengths and weaknesses, as they could potentially face unforeseen adversaries ahead. Daxian, please begin by sharing your insights. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could clearly see the house being constructed below at a rapid pace. The main framework was nearly complete, with only the decorative elements remaining. The collective effort of many had indeed amplified their capabilities, thanks to the financial resources available. Even a standard residence typically required at least 2 to 3 months for construction, let alone their ambition to renovate a more expansive space. The site encompassed nearly 1,000 workers engaged in the endeavor, and the logistics of the construction were far from their concern. Currently, aside from maintaining their usual training regimen, the group spent their leisure observing the progress of the work. Kai's thoughts were not merely whimsical. Rather, they were profoundly influenced by his recent battle with a formidable opponent like Jiraiya. This prompted him to reflect on the ongoing progress of several individuals. Engaging in such assessments was not unfamiliar to him, as it was a practice he undertook annually, albeit without clear benchmarks in the past, leading to somewhat muddled conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, DSHN spoke. Lord Kai, according to your directives, after years of rigorous training, I have managed to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates of BR. This has resulted in a significant enhancement of both strength and speed. Additionally, I have mastered the technique of body flicker as per your requirements. However, the limitations on the frequency and range of its use impede large-scale applications. The crux of the matter lies in the insufficient amount of chakra I possess, which restricts my ability to execute formidable attacks. I estimate that my current prowess is akin to that of a high-ranking ninja. I believe there is no need for me to conduct a review, he continued, as the situation aligns closely with what my brother has conveyed. Despite enduring extensive training, I have only managed to awaken the second tomo of the Sharingan, and my mastery of the body flicker technique leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, I can still perform basic positional shifts. In contrast, my culinary skills have seen remarkable improvement. By the end of his statement, Ing exuded a palpable sense of confidence. Having faced numerous challenges, Ing undoubtedly ranks among the more capable individuals of her age group. Yet, given her exceptional advantages, her current state can only be interpreted as a matter of innate talent. DSHN, on the other hand, has demonstrated commendable diligence, having awakened the 3 tomo of the Sharingan, elevating his strength to that of a high-ranking ninja. After all, neither their parents nor even their grandfather achieved such a level of prowess, marking a significant breakthrough of their bloodline's limits. As for Ing, it seems she has not devoted much thought to the cultivation of ninjutsu. Instead, she appears to prefer the art of cooking, aspiring to become a homemaker in the future. Kai had initially wished to hear their unique insights, but to his dismay, the conversation meandered back to the same points. The sentiments expressed last year echoed those of this year. Whether the two of them felt a significant impact was not of paramount importance, as long as they remained together. Kai felt confident in ensuring their mutual safety. As for himself, he found his abilities lacking in various aspects. His illusionary skills were somewhat deficient, an unavoidable circumstance. Being unskilled in this regard was undeniably a source of frustration. Furthermore, his perceptive capabilities were rather poor. preventing him from achieving the prowess of formidable individuals who could instinctively sense threats within a radius of several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers. In contrast, his awareness extended only a few hundred meters, and in a perilous situation, it would be akin to a master like Jiraiya, closing that distance within the blink of an eye. For him, this was an exceedingly passive position to be in. He resolved to venture out. If fortune favored him, he would seek to find another companion to bring back. Currently, what they lacked among their group was perceptive acuity. When confronted with genuinely powerful adversaries, they often found themselves at a significant disadvantage, unaware of their approach until it was too late. Regardless, it would take some time here, so he began to prepare. I too shall go. As Kai's words lingered unspoken, Ing immediately raised her hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, I followed suit, eager to assist in any way possible, at least offering my strength. Dasha voiced his concern as well. Glancing at the situation below, Kai assessed the time and promptly responded with a smile, very well. After all, we can look out for one another. However, our next destination is the land of rice, which isn't too far from the land of soup. In light of this, let us prepare. Understood. Yes, Lord Kai. Having never contemplated conflict, it does not imply that others will refrain from embroiling you in it. After all, certain matters are more intricate than one might assume. The pursuit of a tranquil existence hinges upon the cooperation of others as well. Tsunade, of the Hidden Leaf Village, returned alongside Jiraiya and the others. Upon reaching the gates, she gazed upon a place she had not set foot in for over 20 years, her heart brimming with nostalgia. Since her departure, she had never envisioned returning, yet here she was, unexpectedly retracing her steps. Memories flooded her mind in an instant. After a prolonged moment, she finally lifted her feet, resolutely stepping onto the village path. The guards flanking the entrance had already knelt on one knee. Despite the passage of over 2 decades, they recognized her at a glance. The entire Hidden Leaf Village buzzed with news of Tsunade's return to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage. Although her return was somewhat belated, the streets, including the vicinity of the Hokage building, were already teeming with welcoming figures. Everyone yearned to behold the visage of the forthcoming 5th Hokage. For those of slightly older years, Tsunade's legacy was well known. While even the younger generation had at least heard tales of the legendary Sannin, each harboring immense admiration. Though the Hokage's office had yet to formally convene a press conference, and no announcements had been disseminated, Tsunade was immediately thrust into the responsibilities of her role upon her return. Upon entering the office, she was met with a daunting pile of work that seemed to have accumulated. As she pushed the door open, she turned to leave. At that critical moment, Shizun firmly grasped Tsunade's arm, saying, Lady Tsunade, this is your forthcoming workload. It has already been over a month without a Hokage, so the initial tasks will be comparatively numerous, but they will dwindle over time. To see such a considerable amount of work amassed in just over a month was overwhelming for Tsunade. The village now needed her to take the reins, and this condition could not persist for long. If the situation continued for another month or two, the village might very well face disintegration. Henceforth, it was imperative that she fulfill the duties expected of her as Hokage. Jiraiya appeared behind them unexpectedly, speaking with an air of righteous indignation. You wouldn't be reluctant to become Hokage just because of such trivial matters, would you? Tsunade inquired. Well, naturally, I have other commitments, Jiraiya replied, his hands clasped behind his head, pouting as if to evade responsibility. Not interested anymore. Tsunade remained resolute in her desire to depart. The mountain of paperwork that cluttered the office would likely take her over a month to sift through. For someone who hadn't put pen to paper in decades, confronting such documents was akin to a death sentence. All right. How about I assist you in handling these immediate matters? Then you can comfortably assume your position as Hokage. Additionally, the Hokage press conference is scheduled in 10 days. You'll need to prepare a brief address. A few casual remarks will suffice. However, you still need to tackle the current workload. Jiraiya forcefully propelled Tsunade into the room, adopting a demeanor of utter despondency as he followed her inside. Initially, he hadn't taken a good look at the interior, but upon entering, he was struck by the overwhelming volume of paperwork that could indeed drive one to madness. Yet, as soon as she settled into the Hokage's chair, Tsunade's attitude transformed dramatically. Shizun informed the archives to retrieve the information on the Uchiha clan, and also the details regarding Uchiha Kai. Upon taking her seat, Tsunade emanated a commanding presence, calling out to Shizun, who stood nearby. No need for that. The files have been prepared during your 2-day absence. The information on this side has already been organized. Konoha designated him as an S-rank rogue ninja months ago, so the documentation has been readily accessible. The stack before you contains all the pertinent details. Feel free to review it. Before Shizen could react, Jiraiya pointed to the pile of documents in front of him. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback, but chose not to dwell on it, promptly untying the string of the file and extracting its contents to peruse. Is this it? Not long after, she had read through the material, her brow furrowing in confusion. Previously, I learned that Uchiha Kai was born in the civilian district of the Uchiha clan and has never attracted much attention. I only know he financed his own entrance into the ninja academy. His parents perished during the Third Great Ninja War, and his family previously dealt in ninja tools, so he must have inherited a fair amount of wealth. He also supported Uchiha Kai's enrollment in the ninja academy. However, he was utterly unremarkable during his time there, a complete underachiever throughout the 4 years at the academy. If he possesses any alternative talent, it lies in taijutsu. Mato Gai, his teacher, should be well aware of his exploits during their time at the academy, as he was the one who taught him the 8 Gates technique. As for the subsequent events, no one truly knows how they transpired. 6 years ago, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and the circumstances surrounding his survival and departure from the village remain a mystery. However, over the past few days, I conducted a brief investigation, and it seems most plausible that he was assisted by the Hyuga clan. If his opponent had not concealed his prowess back then, it would imply that during his years away, he has experienced remarkable advancements in strength. Should he have been hiding his abilities while in Konoha, it can only signify that he is exceptionally formidable. Detailed information is documented within, and it was through this that the third Hokage was informed of his continued existence. Consequently, Root dispatched over 40 individuals, including 8 Jonin, while the remainder were Chunin. Yet, in the end, they all perished silently. Combined with the recent battle, it appears he employed that extremely exaggerated ninjutsu, annihilating everyone in one fell swoop. Following this, news emerged that he had killed one of the world's few billionaires, Kato, and seized all his wealth. This has also been confirmed by Kakashi. Jiraiya sat there, surrounded by mountains of documents that had been delivered, while conversing with Tsunade. It was his first experience of failure, and the defeat was utterly comprehensive. Thus, Jiraiya was particularly focused on Uchiha Kai. Upon returning to the village, Tsunade's primary desire was to rest for a few days. However, Jiraiya, in contrast, immediately began dispatching individuals to organize the materials. Notify me when Might Guy arrives. Tsunade, glancing at the files related to Uchiha Kai, hesitated for a moment before calling out loudly. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Naturally, the task of conveying orders was entrusted to Shizen. After all, there was no need for her to personally shout. There were individuals at the entrance specifically tasked with handling such matters. Fifth Hokage. Shortly thereafter, Might Guy appeared with a serious demeanor. Although he was addressed as such, he had yet to officially assume the role of Hokage, thus the customary formalities were unnecessary. I summoned you for a singular purpose. Tsunade rose. Having not returned in over 20 years, her understanding of the current Might Guy was limited. However, during her journey, she had perused his profile and gleaned some basic information. The fifth Hokage likely wishes to inquire about young Kai, he surmised, without waiting for Tsunade to speak. Even the not-so-bright Might Guy had deduced her intent. It was indeed rare for him to be summoned alone for such matters. After all, even the third Hokage had once sought him out in such a manner. The village of Konoha announced that Uchiha Kai had attained the rank of S-class ninja. Yet at that time, he was engaged in a mission outside the village, only returning 2 months later. Upon hearing this news, Might Guy was utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stood frozen in place, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Honestly, the initial reaction of Might Guy upon receiving such news was one of shock, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. It was unfathomable that they would dare to exploit the memory of his deceased disciple. It wasn't until Kakashi personally explained the circumstances that Might Guy began to grasp the full context of the situation. Kakashi, is it true that Shao Kai is still alive? How did he survive back then? And why hasn't he come to find me? It seemed that they were living quite well now. If nothing was amiss, then that was indeed splendid news. On Hokage Rock, Kai appeared remarkably composed, though tears of emotion streamed from his eyes. Each time he reminisced about their final lunch together, he felt that Uchiha Kai was conveying a multitude of unspoken messages. Yet, he had been oblivious to them at the time, only to later learn about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. This lingering sense of guilt weighed heavily upon Might Guy. He never anticipated returning from this mission to hear the news that Uchiha Kai was still alive. Might Guy found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Thus, the only course of action left was to seek out his dearest friend. He was alive, indeed, and thriving with remarkable strength. Is that so? Kai was not overly concerned. He did not care whether his disciple had turned traitor, nor did he ponder the circumstances surrounding him. His sole satisfaction stemmed from knowing that the other was thriving. Subsequently, the third Hokage sought him out to inquire in detail about Uchiha Kai. Before long, the third Hokage passed away, and now the fifth Hokage had taken charge, summoning him once again. The fact that it was not the entire team meant that the matter was specifically related to Uchiha Kai. Even though Might Guy may not have been particularly astute, he possessed a remarkable clarity regarding certain matters. This is why he was able to respond to Tsunade's inquiries even before they were fully articulated. "Oh, so you are aware," Tsunade remarked, indicating that there was no need to delve into further details. "I wish to understand everything pertaining to Uchiha Kai." She rose slowly, her expression not overly grave. Yet her gaze was earnest as she addressed him. "There is nothing more to say." Might Guy surprisingly refused. Even Jiraiya and Shizune, who stood nearby, were taken aback by his response. However, he quickly added that he had already conveyed everything pertinent and that it had been documented. Surely, all information regarding the files was available. If he were to elaborate, he would mention that he felt young Kai seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee many events. As for anything beyond that, he was unsure. At least, when in his company, Kai was a diligent youth, serious yet obedient, possessing his own opinions, humor, and a boy who followed the inclinations of his heart. "And what about his eyes and chakra?" Jiraiya inquired. "The Sharingan, perhaps?" Kai hesitated for a moment, turning to Jiraiya with a slight smile and remarked, "I have never inquired about such matters, nor am I aware. He has not mentioned anything. As for chakra, Teacher Kai, I am indeed a formidable individual. Were it not for the Uchiha surname, I could undoubtedly surpass any Hokage in the future." Reflecting on when Uchiha Kai had once uttered such words in his presence, Might Guy initially thought the other was jesting. In the beginning, Uchiha Kai had intentionally concealed everything. However, as time progressed, he gradually revealed aspects of his situation to Might Guy, though all his words were merely taken as jokes. "Now, considering it, I, as the fifth Hokage, hereby assign you an S-rank mission, alongside Kakashi's Team 7 and your Team 3, to locate Uchiha Kai and persuade him to return to the Hidden Leaf Village," Tsunade declared loudly, having contemplated this idea since leaving the short street. Although the individual had committed many acts detrimental to the village, Uchiha Kai had never proactively engaged in such deeds. This, to Tsunade, indicated that at his core, he was not excessively flawed. Having learned about the Uchiha clan's massacre not long ago, he understood the situation and, based on his perception of the third Hokage, was well aware of the village's involvement in that process. Everything now aligns. From Might Guy's earlier words, it becomes apparent that Uchiha Kai possesses an uncanny ability to foresee far more than one might expect. Such extraordinary prowess, if utilized within the Hidden Leaf, would undoubtedly bolster the village. I refuse to accept this mission. Just as Tsunade envisioned the scene of Uchiha Kai returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, Might Guy suddenly rejected it with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately furrowed her brows. Yet, Might Guy maintained his demeanor, stating, "I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but I must first attend to other missions. During this period, I will not be in the village. As for Kai, he is thriving outside. Why should he return to the village? If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Moreover, what purpose would it serve to return here with such immense power? Having boundless wealth renders a return here even less significant." Once, Kai professed his love for this village, but that does not mean it can take everything from him. Therefore, I refuse this mission. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Observing Might Guy's expression, Tsunade could only helplessly wave her hand. Who in the entire Hidden Leaf Village could persuade Uchiha Kai to return? It seems that aside from Might Guy, it would be nearly impossible to find another individual. She does not fail to comprehend Gaia's feelings. Moreover, she herself has yet to assume the position of Hokage. She must await the conclusion of the Hokage ceremony, which is when she will finally receive the acknowledgement of her peers. Though she was once one of the legendary Sannin, she has long been absent from the village, and after more than 20 years, many have never even laid eyes on her. Consequently, the sudden emergence of a Hokage may leave a considerable number of villagers feeling discontent. The primary support for her ascension to Hokage stems from her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage. But what does that truly signify? Why has the desire to bring that individual back arisen so suddenly? Upon witnessing Guy's departure and the closing of the Hokage office door, Jiraiya could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. He even began to express a modicum of emotion. For him, Uchiha Kai represented a significant threat. How many elite shinobi remain in the village now? Tsunade bluntly posed the question, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. After hesitating, he replied, "Not many. Those once formidable individuals have either left the village or perished in battle. The current state of Konoha pales in comparison to its former glory, with overall strength having diminished significantly. The number of ninjas has decreased by nearly 10,000 since those earlier days. Now that I am to occupy the position of Hokage, it is imperative to enact corresponding policies that unequivocally prevent the outbreak of war and to vigorously cultivate talent within the village. Only through such measures can Konoha hope to restore its former prosperity. Even so, is it truly necessary to bring that individual back? Uchiha Kai, in reality, is quite amiable, harboring no sinister intentions." Silence. Tsunade interjected, intending to provide clarification. Although she was already aware of the events between Tsunade and the young girl, it was not the girl's intention, and thus, she could not place the blame on her. Over the months of cohabitation, Tsunade had developed a favorable impression of Kai and his companions. After all, he had lent them money on more than 20 occasions, a rarity in the shinobi world. Despite knowing that repayment was unlikely, at most, the girl might grumble a bit. Anyone in his position would likely exhibit a similar attitude. However, before she could finish her commendation, Jiraiya erupted in anger, vehemently forbidding her from continuing. This matter is non-negotiable. His power is simply too formidable. Should he unleash chaos within the village driven by the enmity towards the Uchiha clan, who among us could possibly quell such turmoil? The formidable ninjutsu you have witnessed can obliterate an entire village with but a single strike. How can we ensure the safety of such perilous beings within our midst? Jiraiya stood, his expression grave as he articulated his concerns. From his perspective, his apprehensions were not unfounded. Uchiha Kai possessed unparalleled strength. No one in the village could possibly contain him. His worries were justified, considering the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. And it seemed as though the opposition was aware of everything, with the truth behind that massacre implicating the village itself. Should they harbor such intentions, the dangers posed upon entering the village would be unimaginable. Tsunade, fully cognizant of Jiraiya's sentiments, could only take a deep breath, gesturing with her hand, and closed her eyes, conceding that this matter would be set aside for now. However, it appeared that the internal affairs of the village required thorough reevaluation. I casually perused a few reports earlier and was astonished to find that even the most trivial matters concerning the former guard force were being submitted for the Hokage's personal review. Surely, not even 10 Hokages could suffice to address such minutiae. I was already aware of this issue, which has lingered for several years. Following the extermination of the Uchiha clan, no family has taken over the responsibilities of the guard force. Moreover, this predicament was initially brought to light by the head of the Hyuga clan, who insisted that the third Hokage oversee it. In the absence of any takers, all reports naturally ended up here. Nevertheless, it seems rather impossible to rid ourselves of this hot potato at present, Jiraiya remarked. It must be said, despite his frequent absences from the village, sometimes for years at a time, he remained remarkably informed about the happenings in Konoha. I understand. Tsunade never anticipated that the role of Hokage would be so vastly different from her expectations. This was not merely a position of leadership. It felt more akin to that of a caretaker. Lord Kai, it seems there is little merit in our visit here. INT expected this place to be so dilapidated. As the carriage traversed the road, the sight of the decrepit villages lining either side was disheartening. In some areas, where habitation was still possible, it was already a cause for surprise. After several days of slow travel, it was a chance to appreciate the diverse scenery and observe various people and their circumstances. The land of rice was indeed far worse than I had imagined. The denizens living here, upon encountering them, appeared gaunt and emaciated. Prolonged malnutrition had rendered each one of them hunched as they walked. Having arrived here, we were driven by our own intentions. In such a small nation, sandwiched between great powers, they bore the brunt of every outbreak of war. These individuals harbor an overwhelming attachment and obsession for this place. Otherwise, even if they were to flee to the land of fire or the land of waterfall, their living conditions would not have deteriorated to such an extent. This region boasts the most fertile plains and the finest aquatic resources. However, the distinction lies in its proximity to the land of fire, rendering it seldom a victim of the geopolitical strife among great nations. Some events may be attributed to natural disasters, yet a greater portion is likely of human origin. The state of the villages and towns flanking the roads was not lost on Kai, who felt little sympathy. After all, such matters were neither his concern nor within his control. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal rock plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the middle of the road before them, startling the two remaining individuals who had yet to express their astonishment. Following this, two peculiar figures, their faces obscured by masks, leaped atop the massive stone. The one on the right exhibited an exceptionally robust physique, wielding an object reminiscent of a sledgehammer. Half of his face was concealed by a mask, and his skin appeared a deep, shadowy hue, adorned with various dark spots. The other figure, though somewhat more slender, shared an almost identical complexion and pattern of spots. Lord Kai, I shall deal with them, DSHN proclaimed, moving forward with determination. However, just as he was about to advance, Kai swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "Wait." Moments later, a figure emerged from the carriage, seated inside, and through the glass, their identity became discernible. The skin and the dark spots were merely manifestations of cursed seal power. "Where is Orochimaru?" Kai directly inquired. "Orochimaru?" At that moment, the name struck Yamashita as oddly familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. At the same time, Ing dismounted from the carriage, her heart beginning to race as she observed the two peculiar figures blocking their path. "Who are you?" asked the slender individual standing in their way. "Just inform Orochimaru that I have come to negotiate with him." The audacity of such a statement seemed excessive. How could such insignificant beings presume to engage in dealings with Lord Orochimaru? "Present your heads, and Lord Orochimaru will surely recognize who you are." After the slender figure revealed a sinister grin, he swiftly gestured with his hand. Immediately, the towering brute raised the enormous hammer he wielded and leapt forward, charging directly at Kai and his companions. The presence of these two figures suggested that the Sound Village was not far off. If they were unwilling to engage in civil discourse, then the matter would be left in your hands. Calmly, Kai addressed the towering mountain, which seemed to be eagerly anticipating his words. In an instant, before the massive figure could land, the mountain sprang into action, leaping with remarkable speed to position itself beneath its opponent. With a powerful kick, it struck the adversary squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward from the sheer force of the blow. As the giant crashed against the very boulder they had previously thrown, the frail figure swiftly unleashed 5 or 6 shurikens towards the mountain. However, these projectiles, in accordance with long-held beliefs, posed little threat to anyone. The frail one's intention was merely to divert the mountain's attention while he rushed forward, wielding 2 knives with impressive speed. It must be said that his agility was commendable. Indeed, he was quite adept in his craft. Yet, as he drew near and beheld the 3-tomo Sharingan in the mountain's eyes, instinctively, he attempted to retreat. However, having willingly approached to engage, the mountain had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. In a flash, it appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Although he was sent flying, he managed to land on his feet with stability. "Are you the copy ninja Kakashi?" the frail one inquired, bewildered. Even Kai was perplexed by the logic of this individual. The mountain, too, was taken aback by the question. At that moment, the previously downed giant staggered to his feet, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, and inhaled deeply. The dark spots on his skin began to spread rapidly from his head to the rest of his body, transforming his gray skin into an ominous black hue. In no time, his arms underwent a terrifying and grotesque metamorphosis. The frail one, taking a cue, began to undergo a similar transformation. "Is it really necessary to seek out Orochimaru like this?" Kai wore an expression of utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the thoughts of these dim-witted individuals. Although he was not particularly concerned about the passage of time, it was evident that the two of them, when united, were a force that even Deshawn could not contend with. The slender one clearly relied on speed, while the bulky figure was undoubtedly a powerhouse in terms of strength. Yet, when witnessing Deshawn's fervent enthusiasm, Kai felt no urgency to intervene. The anticipation was palpable. Deshawn exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his face radiated excitement. With his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, every movement of his opponent appeared to unfold in slow motion. The thin one launched the first attack, showing no remarkable transformation, merely a denser array of acne scars on his skin. However, his speed had increased significantly compared to before. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving only the rustling leaves in his wake. Got him. The dagger in the thin one's hand was mere moments away from Deshawn's neck, and he wore a triumphant expression. What is he so proud of? Deshawn frowned slightly and immediately lowered his body. The blade glided just above his hair. As the thin one stood in astonishment, the bulky figure's attack followed suit. To prevent these two from destroying his cart, Deshawn swiftly made his way towards the woods behind them. The bulky figure was easily distracted, wielding his enormous hammer as though it were crafted from wood. Any tree that barely grazed his hammer shattered instantly. One could only imagine the devastation his hammer would unleash upon impact. Let's take one down first, and then enjoy the complexities later. Initially, the thin one intended to pursue Deshawn, but upon sensing the minimal chakra emanating from Kai, he unexpectedly turned and dashed towards him. The dagger in his hand danced menacingly before him, as if he sought to reclaim his earlier humiliation at the hands of these two. How shameless. They had been fighting so well. Yet he chose to launch a sneak attack on us. Kai was overwhelmed with a sense of disbelief. It felt as though an ambush was underway, as he chose to provoke rather than engage in a fair fight. With a swift motion, he yanked the dagger from the adversary's chest. Meanwhile, the gaunt figure had been utterly oblivious to the manner in which the attack had transpired. Just as his blade seemed to graze the skin of his opponent's neck, his body suddenly became immobile. By the time he realized what had occurred, the dagger had been plunged deep into his heart. He gasped, a look of bewilderment on his face as the cursed markings on his body gradually faded away. With a sudden weakness in his legs, he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as the crimson flow from his chest surged forth. Kai had not anticipated that this fellow would suddenly redirect his attack towards him, as if hastening towards the sacred land. As for the colossal figure on the other side, his offensive prowess was undeniably formidable, possessing immense strength. However, his glaring flaw lay in his sluggish mobility. Should the two individuals unite in their assault against the giant, it would undoubtedly leave the giant in a precarious situation. Now, with the absence of agile support, even if the brute's strength were unparalleled, he would ultimately become nothing more than a stationary target. The years of training that Deshawn had undergone were now on full display. His swift movements, coupled with his formidable offensive capabilities, allowed him to unleash a barrage of strikes before the giant could even react. Kai, that guy seems to possess remarkable defensive capabilities. Your attacks do not seem to affect him significantly, Ing remarked, observing the clash between the two. The moment the colossal hammer wielded by the giant struck the ground, a massive crater emerged. The sheer force of the impact was such that it could shatter trees within a several-meter radius. Despite his poor mobility, under the enhancement of the curse seal, his defensive abilities had escalated to a significantly higher level. Deshawn was now in pursuit of the opponent's more vulnerable areas. Kai observed the mountain-like figure attacking with astonishing speed, each assault landing in a manner utterly distinct from the last. In the face of such an enigmatic adversary, evading the onslaught was paramount. Even the mightiest defense must harbor some vulnerabilities. I found it. After a rapid maneuver, the mountain figure landed several dozen meters away, breathing heavily. A smile gradually illuminating his face as his three-tomo Sharingan fixated on the precise center of his opponent's back. Drawing in a deep breath, he exerted immense force beneath his feet, creating a deep crater in the ground, propelling himself forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. He circled around the bulky opponent twice before instantaneously appearing behind him. Just as the giant prepared to counterattack, he delivered a sharp knee strike to the center of the adversary's back. Whether due to the attack's feebleness or a miscalculated target, the bulk was sent reeling 2 or 3 meters away. However, upon regaining his footing, the opponent's fury surged. The mask that had concealed his visage shattered, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that glinted with malevolence, resembling a demon as he gaped with an open mouth. Saliva dripped from the corners, his expression twisted. Limbs splayed on the ground as he locked his gaze on Kai. Even the cursed marks on his body began to undergo a transformation. Second gate of the 8 gates. Heel gate. Open. Bang. With his already swift movements, he activated the second gate, forcibly enhancing his strength. In an instant, he materialized before the giant, raising his leg to deliver a kick that struck the opponent's chin, sending him soaring once more. Earth release. Rock spike. As the opponent descended, Kai swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully pressed his hands against the ground. Whoosh! A sharp rock erupted from the earth, colliding with the descending figure, creating a tremendous impact. The jagged stone aimed directly at the vulnerable defense Kai had discerned, piercing through the back and emerging from the chest. Clap. Indeed. It was a truly exhilarating battle. Kai couldn't help but applaud. Typically, they spent their time together, even during battles, practicing alongside each other. There was never a true sense of life and death urgency, which constituted a significant weakness in their combat experience. Breathing heavily, Deshawn leaned against a tree after releasing the eighth gate state. Although Ian appeared slightly disheveled, he responded to Kai's affirmation with a beaming smile. Brother. Just as Deshawn felt a flicker of pride, Kai gently raised his right hand, gathering lightning chakra at his fingertips. Tendrils of electricity danced around his fingers before he unleashed an attack directed towards Deshawn. Chilled by trepidation, Deshawn turned to look, his heart racing in disbelief as the massive figure he thought was defeated had not perished. Even with a gaping hole in his chest, he somehow managed to rise. Approaching Deshawn from behind. That scared me to death. Ing sighed heavily. Let us hurry to our destination. We should still make it before dark. Kai waved his hand towards Dashin, his expression impassive, as if nothing had transpired, and returned to the carriage. You, how can you be so careless in your actions? If it weren't for Brother Kai's presence, you would have surely perished by now. Ing, devoid of such composure, approached Dashin with her hands firmly placed on her hips, raising her finger to angrily admonish him. Yet, Dashin offered no reply to Ing. Instead, he approached the front of the carriage, bowing politely as he addressed Kai. My apologies, Lord Kai, for the trouble I have caused you once more. Combat is a realm that necessitates the accumulation of experience, particularly in situations such as these. Those ensnared by cursed seals cannot be perceived through the lens of ordinary understanding. Achieving this feat is commendable, and one ought not to be excessively harsh on oneself. Kai lowered the glass of the carriage and leaned out to comfort Dashin, saying, I understand. From now on, I shall strive doubly hard to follow in Lord Kai's footsteps. Dashin wore an expression of guilt, but after a moment of silence, he inquired, My lord, what exactly is the spell seal you just mentioned? Come, take a seat in the carriage. I shall explain it to you during our journey. Kai leaned back, his legs propped up on the seats in front of him as he spoke. The eerie and dimly lit area hardly resembled a habitable space. Surrounding him were massive cultivation vessels, with the only illuminated section being the experimental tables. Within those vessels lay various human tissues, and some even contained whole bodies. Do, how are the results from this batch of experiments? The voice belonged to Orochimaru, who, despite his incapacitated hands, sat expressionless in a chair and inquired about the returning medic. Do, my lord Orochimaru, this batch appears to have failed, likely due to the subject's physical conditions. Thus, we must seek new test subjects. Do adjusted his glasses with a delicate motion, his demeanor markedly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru exhibited little surprise. He rose and approached the experimental table, scrutinizing the papers laid out before him. There must have been a flaw somewhere, but it is of no consequence. We still have plenty of subjects available, he stated calmly, but then turned to inquire about the progress on the Hashirama cells. The progress is quite promising, considering you have been researching this for many years, my lord. By integrating the previous data and utilizing the additional cell sample that Uchiha Kai provided, we anticipate achieving complete fusion within a month. Currently, we need to address the activity level of the Hashirama cells, as their vitality is extraordinarily high. However, since you have studied them previously, it should not pose a significant challenge. That is good to hear. After all, that young man has already arrived. You should personally go meet him to prevent any chaos in our Sound Village. Orochimaru appeared quite satisfied with Do's response. While Uchiha Kai and his companions engaged in battle during the day, the information had already reached Orochimaru. If he could not even grasp the circumstances within his own nation, he would not have survived for so long. He regarded his life as exceedingly precious, managing to live undisturbed despite the myriad of threats against him. Thus, understanding everything that transpired within a certain vicinity was paramount. I understand, my lord Orochimaru. Do responded, somewhat taken aback, but still addressing him with respect. Finally arriving, Kai stepped down from the carriage, weariness etched across his face. The sun had set, marking the end of a long journey. Regardless of the detours, he had indeed arrived. Halt! As they were poised to enter the village, a thunderous shout suddenly resonated through the air. In an instant, a man brandishing a knife leapt before the three individuals, his demeanor exuding wariness and vigilance. "Who are you?" he inquired, his voice laced with suspicion. "We are here to find someone," Dajon interjected, stepping forward with an expression of indifference. Having changed his surroundings, he still felt a lingering excitement from the afternoon's skirmish and yearned for another opportunity to engage. "Humph. Looking for someone? I believe you have come to the wrong place," the knife-wielding man retorted, promptly whistling sharply. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so individuals swiftly converged upon the scene, their faces etched with an air of menace. "What are you all doing?" Just as tensions were escalating, Yukushi Kabuto approached with an unhurried demeanor. "Lord Kabuto." The man who had brandished the knife immediately transformed his expression, bowing respectfully towards Yukushi Kabuto. "These individuals are guests of Lord Orochimaru. I shall handle the remaining matters. You may return to your duties." "Understood." Upon hearing this, the group dared not show any hesitation. "I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. We were unaware that Lord Kai would be arriving. I hope you can forgive our impertinence," Yukushi Kabuto said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed Kai after the others had departed. "It is of no consequence. Since you are here, it indicates that Orochimaru is also present. Given that the hour is quite late, please arrange accommodations for us. After we dine, we shall converse with him tomorrow." Kai stepped forward, entering the village. To label this place as a village is to do it a disservice. It is, without a doubt, merely a humble settlement. While Konohagakure may also be referred to as a village, it undeniably thrives as a bustling and vibrant city. The only distinction lies in the nomenclature. Yet this desolate locale is truly an ordinary place, stripped of any embellishment. The buildings are sparsely arranged, and the total population likely does not exceed 200 souls. As for the number of shinobi, one could barely count 40 or 50 at most. Who could fathom why Orochimaru chose such a forlorn area, where the dilapidated surroundings are permeated with an air of dampness and decay? Even the ground beneath one's feet consists of unrefined dirt paths, mercifully spared from heavy rains, lest they turn into a quagmire. Nevertheless, the earth still appears soft, leaving a footprint with each step taken. The structures seem to have been designed with this very circumstance in mind. Though constructed of wood, they are elevated at least a meter above the ground, allowing for ventilation. The total number of households is likely around 40 or 50, presenting a distinctly languid atmosphere that belies the expectations of a shinobi village. Upon entering the village, Kai began to observe keenly. Despite his somewhat limited perceptual abilities, the expansive area allowed him to discern the situation of each individual with clarity. A little girl with red hair, not having ventured far into the village, though it is not vast by any means. Kai's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a distant little girl with disheveled hair. The vibrant red of her locks stood out remarkably in this place. Nearby, someone was diligently practicing, and as he observed her petite figure, his fists dropped towards the great tree. Unconsciously, Kai began to advance towards her, for she was indeed the objective of his visit. Having recognized his shortcomings after the previous battle with Jiraiya, it was only natural for him to seek someone to fill that role. That red-haired woman ahead was undoubtedly a living radar. "Are you truly interested in such a little girl, Lord Kai?" Kabuto's lips curled into a knowing smile as he inquired. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ing immediately expressed her profound dissatisfaction, stretching her neck and retorting loudly. Her commotion also caught the attention of the red-haired girl in the distance. "This girl seems promising. I should inform Orochimaru to let her come to me." Kai calmly addressed the pharmacist, saying, "It seems you are indeed quite interested. Just tell me, will you?" Kai inquired. "Such matters should be directly discussed with Lord Orochimaru. I possess no authority to make such decisions. I shall speak with her. And if she is willing to accompany me, I believe Orochimaru would consent as well." After exerting so much effort, the objective has always been directed towards one individual. Now that she is within reach, how could Kai possibly let her slip away? Regardless of Yukushi Kabuto's opinion, he continued to stride towards the young girl. Her crimson hair was styled in a simple ponytail. Perhaps due to living in this desolate and damp place, her attire appeared tattered and worn. Although she wore glasses, they could not conceal her delicate features. She seemed to be a year or two older than Hinata, yet the aura she exuded was entirely different. Over the years, Hinata had been educated primarily under Kai's guidance, which encompassed not only training but also fundamental etiquette. Thus, on the surface, Hinata resembled a refined young lady of noble upbringing, cultured and graceful. In stark contrast, the girl ahead looked ragged and unkempt, as though she had escaped from dire circumstances. Yukushi Kabuto halted, intrigued by what Uchiha Kai intended to do. It was not just him. Even Daisuhan and Hinata were perplexed by Kai's intentions. Suddenly appearing in a location and expressing interest in a disheveled girl seemed rather peculiar. The red-haired girl, engaged in her training, naturally noticed the unusual behavior of the group. She paused her actions and quietly observed the approaching figures. With hands tucked into his pockets, Kai donned a dapper suit, exuding an air of undeniable charm. His blue suit was complemented by a white shirt adorned with red stripes. Even with his keen perception, he could not detect the sealed chakra, rendering him, from any perspective, a rather ordinary yet handsome youth. Vortex Karen. Upon reaching a distance of 1 to 2 meters, Kai stopped and called out her name. The red-haired girl was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she timidly inquired, "How do you know my name?" Her curiosity stemmed from the fact that she had never disclosed her surname, Vortex, to anyone. Even those residing in the village only referred to her as Karen. "Very well. I find you quite intriguing. Would you care to join us as a companion? I assure you, it would be an improvement from your current situation, and you would no longer face any bullying. What do you say?" Kai smiled gently and inquired. It was at that moment that Deshawn and Ing, standing behind, suddenly recalled Kai's earlier statement about seeking a companion before departing from his residence. Gazing at the slender yet fairly attractive young woman before them, Ing pondered how she could possibly relate to the notion of companionship. "My Lord Kai, it would seem rather inappropriate for you to leave with someone like Xianglin, who was only brought here by Lord Orochimaru 2 months ago," Do remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. The moment Kai mentioned the individual's surname, Do finally comprehended why Orochimaru had chosen to bring such a girl into their midst. After all, that family undeniably possessed remarkable abilities. "What is it?" Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Do, and with just a glance, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. "I shall convey this matter to Orochimaru." As Kai spoke, a gentle expression suddenly graced his face as he turned his head. He slightly bent down, gazing at the shorter Rin, and patiently inquired, "What do you think?" I still do not know who you are," she stammered. In truth, upon hearing that he wished to have her as a companion, Rin felt a fleeting surge of emotion within her. Even after arriving here, not a single person had shown any inclination to regard her as an ally. She understood that her presence was merely valued for the utility she could provide. "I am Uchiha Kai, currently not affiliated with any village. I can be considered a ninja, or perhaps a free spirit. We seek you, which is why we have come to invite you to join us. If you agree, there will be no one in this world who can thwart your aspirations. What do you think?" "Kaikuin, it seems rather presumptuous to come here and recruit someone, doesn't it?" A familiar, hoarse voice interrupted, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Orochimaru appeared just as he always did, his pallid face devoid of any color. He exuded a strong medicinal scent, which was somewhat disconcerting to those unaccustomed to it. "Oh, Snake Uncle, it is good to see you again." Kai wore an expression of calm indifference, yet Xianglin's demeanor was markedly different. A sudden wave of fear washed over her as she bent down and took a couple of steps back. "It is indeed a rare occasion for Lord Kai to visit me, but it seems we are still quite early for our scheduled meeting," Orochimaru inquired. No sooner had he spoken than another figure emerged slowly from behind him. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru, possessing a face that appeared devoid of blood, revealing a pallid complexion. With white hair cascading down and a chest exposed, he seemed to be around 14 or 15 years of age. Indeed, he had not yet reached that age, yet he expressed a desire to ascertain the progress of Uncle Snake's research. "You have been studying the Hashirama cells for decades. Yet in the end, you have not attained your goals. I trust that what I am about to provide you is sufficiently substantial. Once you have extracted the portion I desire, the remainder shall be yours for thorough investigation. In truth, our exchange is undoubtedly lucrative for you. However, as I have chanced upon someone of genuine interest, I intend to take this girl with me when I depart tomorrow. I wonder if you have any objections to this arrangement." Kai maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, his gaze fixed upon Orochimaru, a figure that instilled fear in many. Yet, in Kai's presence, there was nothing that could incite panic. How audacious to speak to Lord Orochimaru in such a manner. It was utterly disrespectful. Although Orochimaru had yet to utter a word, the expression in Kai's eyes caused discontent among those behind him. In the blink of an eye, they surged forward, unimpeded by any obstacle, even as they were on the brink of death, still daring to make a move. In the face of the approaching assailants, Kai deftly evaded their attack with a swift movement. As he spoke, He mysteriously reappeared before them, his dagger pressed firmly against the throat of one. Stop! Orochimaru's command was ambiguous, leaving one to wonder to whom it was directed. Nevertheless, the pallid figures ceased their attempt to resist. Kai's prowess was indeed formidable. Such mastery of instantaneous movement could only be rivaled by the legendary Shunshin of his time. Orochimaru did not hesitate to express his admiration. Kai sheathed his dagger and gently patted the shoulder of the pallid figure before him. With a disdainful smile, he remarked, "Is it appropriate to compare me to a deceased individual, Orochimaru?" Indeed, he had a point. Orochimaru revealed his signature grin, his tongue flicking across his lips in a grotesque manner that always left Kai feeling unsettled. To his surprise, he had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual. The Kagaya clan was presumed to be extinct, yet here stood one still alive. However, given his current condition, he likely teetered on the brink of death. It was astonishing that he had survived this long despite the bloodline disease. This revelation elicited astonishment from those present, particularly from Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were utterly taken aback. During their first encounter, the other had claimed to know everything, and at the time, they had dismissed it as a jest or mere coincidence regarding his hands. Yet, the current circumstances clearly suggested otherwise. How do you know he belongs to the Kagaya clan? Orochimaru managed to suppress his inner shock and inquired calmly. Kabuto leaned in closer, anxious not to miss a word. The siblings, Oyum and Hikari, exhibited little surprise. Having grown up with Kai, they had witnessed countless extraordinary events, especially in recent years. I have already stated that I know everything. Wouldn't you agree, Kagaya Kimimaro? Kabuto's breathing quickened, and he swallowed hard. Orochimaru's expression mirrored his astonishment. Can you truly know everything? He asked incredulously. Kai paused momentarily, then immediately spread his arms wide, a manic smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, I know everything. I am aware of the past and the future. Not only do I possess the knowledge to restore your hands to their original state, but I also know the path to the realm of immortality. Is this not what you have been pursuing, Orochimaru? Speaking these words was indeed a thrilling experience. Yet such a scenario existed solely within the realm of imagination. It is inconceivable that Kai would adopt such a juvenile approach. Otherwise, he might find himself oblivious to his own demise. However, in response to their astonishment, Kai remarked that he would refrain from discussing the matter for now and requested the young lady in question. In exchange, he offered to reveal the method to cure Kagaya Kuinmaru. Of course, whether they would obtain that item was entirely their concern. Is that true? Kagaya Kuinmaru's eyes widened, as if he had just encountered a beacon of hope. Ever since he became aware of his bloodline disease, his existence had been engulfed in darkness. At the precipice of his life, he could discern no glimmer of light, uncertain of which day he might succumb to this affliction. He had never witnessed any beauty in life, including the present moment, with an intense desire to survive seemingly ingrained within his very being. The instant he learned of a potential chance for life, his will to survive instantly disrupted all his previous thoughts. It appears to be an infallible opportunity. Engaging in a transaction with Kaikuin is indeed a source of immense satisfaction. Orochimaru chuckled softly, leisurely approaching Kagaya Kuinmaru, placing his hand gently upon the young man's head. Taking a deep breath and assuming a serious expression, he reiterated, Very well, since you desire that young lady, I shall grant you this request, and consider it a personal favor owed to you. Now, how do we proceed with your treatment? Orochimaru's inclination to assist stemmed from the fact that Kagaya Kuinmaru had lingered by his side for an extended duration. He had nurtured this young man as if he were his own son, expending considerable effort to sustain his life and well-being. Yet, even with his considerable intellect, he found himself powerless in the face of this predicament, able only to manage the symptoms superficially. The origins of bloodline diseases need not be elaborated upon extensively, do they? Uncle Snake, as a foremost expert in scientific research and medicine, you must surely grasp the essence of such matters. It essentially arises when one's abilities do not align with their physical form. However, this affliction is not unique to Kagaya Kuinmaru. Anyone endowed with extraordinary innate talents may be susceptible to such ailments. Ultimately, the challenge lies in the mismatch between physical prowess and capability. There are two potential remedies. The first involves obtaining a technique known as self-transference from an elderly woman named Chiyo in Sunagakure, followed by the necessity to eliminate Kagaya Kuinmaru and subsequently resurrect him. This would provide a permanent solution to all ailments. The second option is to utilize your existing resources. Hashirama's cells are imbued with remarkable vitality, and by merging them with his body, one could certainly alleviate the condition. This is a relatively inexpensive option, devoid of any significant concerns. However, it is fraught with uncertainties throughout the process. Setting aside the potential for bodily rejection responses, there lies the risk of being overtaken by the interstitial cells. Of course, one must also consider whether one can survive until the day the research on interstitial cells reaches fruition. Beyond these two methods, there exists another alternative, albeit one that carries a greater degree of risk. Ultimately, you are likely familiar with this individual, the once notorious Bairu from the Hidden Leaf Village. Acquiring his curse technique, the ghostly bud, could enable one to merge with interstitial cells, provided you can locate him. Kai harbored no secrets. He disclosed to Orochimaru all the methods he knew that could potentially remedy the bloodline disease. Among these, the research on Hashirama cells was likely the most straightforward for Orochimaru. However, paradoxically, it was also the most intricate. I understand. Thank you for your information. In reality, for Orochimaru, after departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, he did not acquire Hashirama's cells. After all, those were firmly in Danzo's possession, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain such material for study during this period. By the way, shall we engage in another transaction? Kai suddenly had a thought and quickly leaned closer to Orochimaru with a grin. I am quite eager to hear about your proposal. Kaikuin, after all, any transaction with you would undoubtedly be the most advantageous for me. How could Orochimaru possibly refuse such an opportunity? What began as a simple act of bringing back a young girl from the Uzumaki clan unexpectedly turned into a valuable bargaining chip for him. Thus, Orochimaru's face was filled with curiosity, and he was instantly captivated by the conversation. It was no wonder he felt this way. It seemed that Kai possessed an abundance of knowledge. Each appearance of his brought forth tremendous surprises. Such an astute mind, combined with formidable strength, naturally piqued Orochimaru's interest even more. I'm hungry. Let me prepare something to eat first. Kai refrained from answering, for to say everything at once would render it meaningless. Turning his head to look at Ing, he remarked, "You two are of similar height. Take her to bathe, then dress her in fresh attire. She shall henceforth be your companion. So let us avoid any semblance of filth. All cultural and etiquette lessons on her behalf shall fall to you." How intriguing. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Perhaps it was better if he did not smile at all. He gently patted Kimamaro's shoulder and said, "Kai has already revealed the method for your healing. The rest we shall pursue, ensuring they prepare a feast worthy of our village's hospitality." Indeed, Lord Orochimaru. Kimamaro's expression remained as composed as ever, yet his heart surged with excitement. In the dimly lit underground space, Uchiha Kai and Orochimaru walked side by side, with Kabuto and Kimamaro trailing behind as their guardians. The two brothers from the mountains did not accompany them. It was surprising that such a vast laboratory lacked even a single light. One could easily surmise that Orochimaru was simply out of funds. The pungent odor of potions permeated the air, truly unpleasant. Kai couldn't help but rub his nose. Ever since he entered Orochimaru's underground lair, he had been enveloped by an overwhelming damp odor. As he ventured deeper, the scent became increasingly complex, intermingled with a musty, humid aroma and various medicinal fragrances. He truly wondered how these individuals managed to endure such an environment. The village was already renowned for its oppressive moisture, and in this lightless abode, all the odors fused into an almost suffocating atmosphere that could overwhelm any ordinary person. Please do not take offense. This has always been the nature of this place. After all, we are indifferent to the state of our surroundings. If circumstances permitted, I would genuinely hope that you, Kai, could join our team. At that point, it is likely that the entire shinobi world would bow before our formidable strength. Listening to Orochimaru's grandiose visions, Kai felt no inclination to engage. With a roll of his eyes, he remarked, "Joining you is out of the question, but given your dire circumstances, I would not mind collaborating. How shall we proceed? I am willing to sponsor you with 5 billion Ryo to improve your current predicament. In return, all I ask is that you design a particular device for me during your spare time. It is not overly complex, and I will provide you with the necessary principles. What do you think?" Kai inquired. 5 billion taels. That is indeed a remarkably enticing figure. Orochimaru, however, did not rush to respond. For this was merely his second encounter with Kai. He had not entirely lowered his guard. It was his cautious nature that had allowed him to survive thus far. Thus, he neither acquiesced nor outright declined, suggesting instead that they first discuss the transaction prior to their meal, as he often found his initial impressions of Kai to be particularly intriguing. As they engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at a vast underground chamber. This space measured no less than 400 to 500 square feet. However, the various cultivation vessels, of all sizes, connected to the ceiling contained sights that were rather difficult to behold. Perhaps due to the presence of visitors to the master bay, the lights were generously turned on, illuminating the previously pitch-dark area in an instant. The contents of the cultivation vessels became all the more discernible. The focus of this transaction was clear. Now, Uncle Snake, please enlighten me on how to extract the power contained within these substances. Kai approached the relatively tidy workstation, deftly forming 2 seals with one hand before pressing them onto the surface. In the next moment, a scroll unfurled before him with striking clarity. Kai opened the seal, and upon summoning, a pair of bloodied eyeballs were revealed in his hands. These were remnants from the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Even though they had been sealed for an extended period, their appearance remained strikingly similar to when they were first extracted. The residual warmth still lingered upon them. This is the eyes of the Uchiha clan, a pair of Sharingan, specifically the 3-tomo variant. Hence, I am eager to discover how to extract the abilities contained within these eyes. It seems that even Kai possesses mysteries yet to be unveiled. This transaction indeed left Orochimaru momentarily astounded. At such a tender age, he could casually present a pair of Sharingan, an object he had long desired to study. He initially believed that Danzo would possess such treasures, only to find himself disappointed by the mere scraps in Danzo's possession. Gazing at the thick scroll in Kai's hands, one cannot help but wonder, if it were filled with sealed eyeballs, how many would it contain? One must ask, is a trade possible? Kai inquired without a hint of superfluous words. Certainly. However, I am curious about what you can provide. Orochimaru, with a meticulous demeanor, responded. What I can offer is the Hashirama cells, which can be successfully obtained without requiring extensive experimentation on your part. In this scenario, Kagaya's Kinshiki can directly proceed with cell fusion. Moreover, should these cells prove viable, they would be the very embodiment that your uncle, the snake, desires most. By cultivating these cells in conjunction with your own, you would eventually be able to create a suitable vessel. Even upon the soul's entry, it would resonate harmoniously with your essence. What do you think of these terms? Furthermore, as a fellow research enthusiast, Kabuto could not contain his excitement, promptly asking, I am quite curious about the whereabouts of this entity you mentioned, Kai. Could Orochimaru remain unmoved? Ultimately, there was not much stirring within him, as his facial expression revealed everything. As for its location, I shall refrain from disclosing it just yet. However, under this premise, I must inform you of another matter. You, dear Uncle Snake, are simply unfit to inhabit a body akin to Kinshiki's or that of our Uchiha clan. Your soul would be unable to endure it. For instance, should I offer you my body, your fate would be sealed in demise. Thus, creating a suitable vessel to contain your soul is the most rational course of action for you. In the present day, one must employ such tactics to manipulate Orochimaru, withholding the vast knowledge one possesses for revealing it would be utterly futile. Under these circumstances, only then might this individual engage in a meaningful discourse regarding the subsequent issue at hand. Indeed, as anticipated, Orochimaru, the relentless seeker of immortality and ultimate power, instinctively disregarded all information that appeared unbeneficial to him. Instead, he began to acknowledge the conversation, nodding in agreement as he proclaimed, No problem. I shall teach you how to extract power from these Sharingan. In return, you must divulge the ultimate answer. Ah yes, this subject is one with which you, dear Snake Sage, are undoubtedly quite familiar, having encountered it on more than one occasion, namely, the White Zetsu. Kai extended a finger, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Upon hearing the answer, Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly, revealing his intrigue. The entity known as White Zetsu had captured Orochimaru's attention long ago, yet he had been unable to trace its whereabouts, thus neglecting any research on it. He was taken aback that such words were now uttered by his interlocutor. White Zetsu, what exactly is that? Kabuto inquired, a look of confusion and curiosity adorning his face. How do you know? You claim to possess knowledge of everything. Yet capturing White Zetsu is no simple feat. Years ago, I contemplated delving into the structure of White Zetsu, but it remains elusive, leading me to pay little heed to such matters. If you, Kai, could assist me in capturing one, and if it truly resembles what you describe, I would consider myself indebted to you. How does that sound? White Zetsu, you say? Indeed, it is quite a challenge to capture. Nevertheless, rest assured, within 5 years, I shall procure a multitude for your examination. However, should we not first discuss the methods required to achieve this? The essence of Kai's words is rather straightforward, pertaining to the extraction of power from the Sharingan. Possessing such extensive knowledge, particularly from the vantage point of a divine observer, is indeed remarkable. The process of harnessing the power within is far less intricate than one might envision, Orochimaru remarked, acknowledging his current predicament of being without hands. With a mere glance, Kabuto instinctively understood what was required of him. He retrieved a blank sealing scroll from their array of experimental apparatus, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. He then placed the 2 eyeballs into the vacant slots on the scroll. With his hands forming the necessary seals, he softly intoned the incantation for the sealing technique. As a flash of light enveloped the area, the region where his hand pressed transformed into a circle, surrounded by an array of intricate runes. Yet, within the originally blank center, it split into 2, revealing the character for seal. Was it truly this simple? Kai never anticipated that Orochimaru could develop something so deceptively simple. This sealing technique, in essence, holds little significance. It merely emerged during the study of the impure world reincarnation. Its original purpose was solely to seal away power and physical form. However, for the majority of those immersed in the study of ninjutsu, this concept is exceedingly elementary. Orochimaru's revelation completely overturned Kai's previous notions of ignorance. Such matters, if one has never encountered them, are naturally beyond comprehension. How amusing! Who would have thought it was so straightforward? Kai smiled awkwardly, and as for the subsequent process, it no longer required elaboration. It was already understood. Thus, all that remained was to unlock the energy and envelop it with chakra. What a windfall! On the carriage, after departing from the Hidden Sound Village, Kai underwent a complete transformation. Within the confines of the village, he exuded an air of indifference and arrogance. However, once outside the village's boundaries, he took on the demeanor of a playful puppy. Leaning back with his legs propped up on the front seat, he laughed heartily while calling out loudly. In front of the carriage, the mountains continued to guide their journey, and inside, apart from him, Uchiha Kai, there were 2 young ladies. Uzumaki Karen had only recently joined their team, and they were still getting acquainted, merely familiar with each other's names, which rendered the atmosphere rather tense. Ing had begun to cover her ears, nearly driven to madness by this fellow's incessant noise. Having spent so many years together, she had never witnessed Kai behaving in such a manner. "Kai, could you please be quiet for a moment? You've been loud for over an hour," Ing exclaimed. Her fists clenched and a look of exasperation on her face. "Oh, what is the matter? Are you not happy? After all, we have gained a new companion." Kai gazed at Ing with a puzzled expression. "What on earth? I am indeed quite delighted to have companions join us, yet you seem rather atypical today." Ing initially wished to express that her joy was negligible, but upon noticing the overly reserved demeanor of Xianglin sitting across from her, she hesitated, fearing to wound the other's feelings. Thus, she retracted her intended remarks. However, the incessant chatter throughout their journey had become unbearable, prompting her to fix her gaze intently upon Kai. "My sincerest apologies. I did not take your emotions into account. I merely assumed you felt as I do. Yet, I must say, dear Xianglin looks exceptionally lovely today." As Kai spoke, he couldn't help but tease Xianglin, who appeared remarkably different today. Her crimson hair, after a refreshing wash, looked much more vibrant. Although still tied in a ponytail, the contrast to her previously disheveled appearance was striking. It was unfortunate that her glasses did not quite suit her face, likely appearing too inexpensive. A hint of youthful innocence lingered on her visage, and her slightly slender frame, adorned in a gray princess dress, exuded an air of delicacy. "Xianglin, my dear, Kai is not usually this way, so please do not misunderstand," Ing remarked, noticing the blush on Xianglin's cheeks. "Thank you. No one has ever considered me a companion before, so I am truly grateful to you all," Xianglin replied in a gentle tone. Although it was unclear whether Kai's joy stemmed from having gained a companion, the lively atmosphere he created certainly brought her comfort. A little liveliness was far more pleasant than cold indifference. Having never experienced what one might call friendship or camaraderie, Xianglin felt deeply moved. "Now, our little family consists of 3. Once we return, adding you will make it 4, and life together will undoubtedly be much more vibrant." Kai, having shed the earlier cacophony, spoke in a gentle tone. "However, it is not so simple. As my dear brother has stated, your education and other matters will be entrusted to me from now on. Therefore, upon our return, there will be a multitude of subjects for you to learn. But fret not, for we have no pressing engagements ahead." Ing continued in agreement with Kai's sentiments. "Rest assured, I shall strive diligently. For the first time, Xianglin felt a sense of belonging, akin to that of a family. Overwhelmed by the warmth of their kind words, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Although it may be harsh to articulate, I still wish to offer you a choice. Kai's expression grew slightly solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Xianglin. Ying understood that her brother Kai was about to disclose the reason for bringing her back. Thus, she composed herself, adopting a more serious demeanor. A wave of anxiety washed over Xianglin, causing her to involuntarily swallow hard. Kai observed that the other party was adequately prepared before continuing, stating that the reason for selecting them was their perceptive abilities. They possessed formidable strength sufficient for self-preservation. However, the drawback lay in their inadequate perception. Thus, the presence of powerful individuals posed a significant threat. This was precisely why they had chosen them. Nevertheless, rest assured, my previous words were devoid of any falsehood. We shall treat you as family. While it may seem unnecessary to articulate this, I still wish for you to be aware. Should you be unwilling, I can certainly arrange for you to be taken to your desired destination. Indeed, Sister Xianglin, being with us does not require undertaking missions like those ninjas. Our household is affluent, and the grand residence currently under construction is ample. Our daily pursuits revolve around physical training and the acquisition of etiquette and cultural knowledge, which may occasionally feel somewhat tedious. However, we can also venture out for shopping. Brother Kai's strength is truly formidable, allowing us to lead a tranquil life. Ying smiled with her eyes narrowed, speaking in a notably gentle tone. Count me in. Deshawn joined the merriment from outside, exclaiming loudly. In that moment, Xianglin's tears, which she had just managed to suppress, fell anew, covering her face. She choked back her emotions and lifted her head, declaring with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you all. I had assumed your intentions were directed towards my healing abilities, didn't I?" They were still en route, having progressed for 2 days. After all, traveling by carriage does not afford great speed, and they were not in any particular rush. Over the course of those 2 days, familiarity blossomed, and their conversations were filled with laughter and camaraderie. Initially, Xianglin believed that their interest was solely in her medical skills. Even though their intentions had been revealed, she understood her own fate seemed predetermined from the very day she was born. Healing? Ying inquired, her forehead creased with confusion. Are you not aware? Xianglin responded, equally puzzled. Kai had already succumbed to slumber over there, perhaps due to the lack of rest the previous night, or perhaps from the monotony of the journey. In any case, it was not long after boarding the carriage that he fell into a deep sleep. Observing Xiang's puzzled expression, Ying felt a tad embarrassed, yet she promptly declared, "We do not require medical assistance. Although our household consists solely of the 3 of us, with you joining us, we shall be for henceforth. However, there is also a rather gluttonous individual in our midst. Her name is Yu, and she possesses formidable healing abilities. We usually live together, but she departed unexpectedly some time ago. I anticipate her return within a few days." Suddenly, memories of their time together flooded her mind. In an attempt to demonstrate her healing prowess, Yu had intended to use Kai as a subject for her experiment, but the clumsy Deshawn mistakenly believed she had summoned him for another matter. Consequently, she swiftly substituted him with Deshawn, and before he could grasp the situation, she severed his arm with a single stroke. The excruciating pain engulfed him, and before he could utter a scream, Yu reattached the severed limb with a gentle touch. And within moments, the arm was restored to its original condition. Had it not been for the blood on the ground and the torn sleeve, it would have been difficult to fathom that the arm had ever been injured. Though Deshawn was furious afterward, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. Thus, in terms of medical needs, they truly did not require any assistance. I understand. I shall diligently train my perception abilities upon our return, Xiang declared with rare seriousness. Yet, the very next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Thinking she had misperceived, she closed her eyes once more, allowing her senses to expand. Truly, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her extraordinary perceptive abilities seemed innate. In an instant, her awareness began to radiate outward, vastly surpassing the range of Uchiha Kai by 10-fold, perhaps even 100-fold. Confirming her perception, Xiang hastily opened her eyes and exclaimed, "There are several powerful individuals approximately 3 kilometers ahead of us." Ying was momentarily taken aback. This was not a matter of mere hundreds of meters, but rather 3 kilometers, an extraordinary distance that left the young girl somewhat bewildered. Yet where were they? At the border between the land of rice and the land of fire. Although she was uncertain about what was unfolding, Ying remained vigilant and nudged Kai. "I heard you." Kai seemed not to be asleep, as he responded with his eyes closed. He sighed softly and gradually sat up, then shouted towards the outside, "Dashin, hold on a moment." He stepped down from the carriage and stretched luxuriously. Kai harbored no doubt regarding the results of Xianglin's sensory perception. With a single hand forming seals, a sudden gust of wind surged around him. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the chakra carried by the wind. Every location the breeze caressed immediately manifested as a three-dimensional silhouette within his mind. Just as he began to discern the individual Xianglin had mentioned, an unforeseen interruption occurred. His senses were enveloped by a pair of eyes, indicating that his ruse had been seen through by others. These scoundrels. Kai furrowed her brow, and her expression grew increasingly solemn. Although she did not wish to involve herself in certain matters, it seemed as though these issues were inescapable. The technique of shadow clone. As Kai raised his right hand, 3 clones were instantaneously conjured. The moment they materialized, they required no further command. They seamlessly moved aside and sat cross-legged, beginning to harness the natural energies around them. "You all wait here for now. Mountain, ensure their safety while I assess the situation ahead." The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was trivial for individuals of their formidable prowess. With the application of their unique abilities, they could traverse such an expanse in the blink of an eye. Even a powerful attack could cover that distance in a single strike, rendering it far from impossible. Rather than escorting them, it would be more prudent for him to proceed alone, as doing so might invite a multitude of complications. "Why don't I accompany you, Lord Kai? If the 2 of us go, who will safeguard them? I merely intend to evaluate the circumstances and will return shortly." Kai spoke as chakra enveloped his feet, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. He had arrived. A colossal tree lay fallen across the road, with 2 individuals leisurely seated beside it, one bearing an enormous scythe-like weapon on his shoulder. Their attire was identical, featuring a black background adorned with red clouds, a distinctive hallmark of their kind. However, it was not these 2 who spoke, but rather an enigmatic figure perched on a branch above them, though clad in the same colors. One of them possessed a peculiar appearance, his face split into contrasting black and white hues, with adornments on either side of his neck that resembled either decorations or natural growths, reminiscent of a carnivorous flower. As for the other, Kai was more familiar with him, having witnessed his extensive involvement during the massacre of the Uchiha clan. The black and white-faced individual nudged the masked man above him, but the latter remained indifferent. With the path ahead obstructed, there was little reason for haste. Not far away, Kai transitioned from a sprint to a leisurely stroll. His hands nestled in his pockets as he approached them at a measured pace. Even from a distance, he recognized their identities. The masked man gracefully descended from the tree, while the peculiar figure stayed behind. Upon the arrival of their target, the 2 seated individuals reluctantly rose to their feet, their expressions betraying a sense of exasperation. After all, they had only managed to rest for a mere 2 days before being called to action once more. It would be understandable for anyone to feel displeased in such circumstances. Considering the Uchiha clan's annihilation, one could surmise that at the time, you were merely 11 or 12 years old, making it all the more astonishing that anyone could survive the calamity that befell the Uchiha. Your emergence is likely to evoke shock among many. The masked man stepped forward, gazing at Kai as he drew nearer, and without reservation, initiated a conversation. It has been quite some time." Kai came to a halt approximately 10 meters away from the masked man, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he regarded his counterpart with an air of indifference. The simple greeting of "long time no see" left the masked man momentarily bewildered, causing those behind him to exchange puzzled glances. "Have we met before?" the masked man inquired. "Of course. Without you on the Night of Annihilation, do you truly believe that Uchiha Itachi could have accomplished all of this?" Kai smiled faintly, casting a glance upward. "And then there was that fellow. Without you, how could the illustrious Uchiha clan have been annihilated by yet another individual who had only recently awakened the Mangeki Sharingan? Scarcely 2 years prior? Pray, do not jest. How long have you prepared for such an eventuality? You must be aware, lest the Uchiha clan meet such a fate. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best that all has been eradicated. Let us turn the page on this matter, shall we? I am, however, quite intrigued by the intentions of those of you who stand in my way. Do you seek to invite me to join your ranks? To forge a world devoid of all troubles?" The masked man proclaimed loudly, arms outstretched with great bravado. "Look at you, hiding your face in shame. Yet you dare utter such words. Should I refer to you as the masked man, or perhaps as Uchiha Obito, or by yet another name? Regardless, it matters not. Save such declarations for others. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Consider joining that fellow Haydn's cult of the evil god. I suspect you might attract even more followers than he. With a hint of playful amusement, Kai spoke, while the latter was purely intended to tease the masked man. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into silence. The masked man clenched his fists tightly, sensing an unsettling feeling of being seen through in the gaze directed at him. It was as if he were under constant scrutiny, a sensation that sent chills down his spine. Do you know what kind of person dies the fastest? The masked man's tone had turned chillingly cold, his lone visible eye betraying a palpable intent to kill. I understand what you're saying. Knowing too much can lead to a swift demise. However, Kai withdrew another hand from his pocket, and his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As the distant clones dissipated, he seamlessly entered a sage mode. In an instant, his hair turned a brilliant blue, and his aura surged to an extraordinary height, far surpassing its previous state. With a chilling tone, he declared, I am aware of everything, including all the secrets of your Akatsuki organization. Conceal your grotesque appearances before me. Do not disturb my life any further, particularly you, Kurizetsu. If you wish to avoid having your ambitions thwarted, keep your distance from me. I have no interest in your objectives. Otherwise, feel free to test the extent of my power to annihilate Nagato's Rinnegan. With a thunderous boom, it was as if a bomb detonated within the minds of the masked man and Kurizetsu, the one with the black and white visage. Kurizetsu, in particular, was engulfed in uncertainty, questioning how much the other truly knew. Panic began to seep into his heart as he realized he had lost the verbal duel from their very first encounter. The momentum was overwhelmingly against him. Meanwhile, Haydn and Kakuzu exchanged bewildered glances, as the discourse held no relevance for them. Even if their names had been revealed, it mattered little. Countless others already knew them. Kill him. The masked man, now overwhelmed with fear, issued a command, intent on eliminating the source of his trepidation. Yet the crucial point remained. The others had to heed his orders. Haydn and Kakuzu shared a silent understanding, and despite their discontent, they stepped forward. I believe Lord Evil God would take a liking to you. Join my Evil God cult, and I can assure you immortality for your soul. What do you say? Haydn began to promote his sinister cult yet again. Speak another word, and I'll end you. Kakuzu retorted with evident displeasure. What? How am I speaking out of turn? If you join our Evil God cult, you too can enjoy such privileges. After all, we are allies. Haydn grinned, his demeanor remaining surprisingly relaxed. Kakuzu, however, chose to ignore the fool, maintaining a vigilant watch on Uchiha Kai. Despite this being their first encounter, Kai's presence had elicited an unprecedented reaction from the masked man, something Kakuzu had never witnessed before. Though this is our first meeting, allow me to escort you on your journey, Kakuzu stated, as his body began to split instantaneously. In addition to his original form, four shadowy figures emerged, all donned in masks. While they retained a humanoid shape, they bore an unsettling aura that suggested they were anything but human. Land of the Cursed, the ability to possess 5 hearts simultaneously, ensuring one's immortality, is indeed a remarkable skill. As Kai briefly mentioned, just as Kakuzu was astonished by the revelation of such circumstances, the next moment, the 4 hearts that had split away suddenly vanished. How could the true body of Kakuzu remain unaware? His eyes widened, as he experienced for the first time the chilling proximity of death. Another strike. Kai's face bore a terrifying smile as he raised a finger towards the heart of the corner, yet his following words were directed at the masked man. I have already stated that I comprehend everything about you, aware of each of your vulnerabilities. I possess knowledge of all that you know and all that you are oblivious to. I hold no interest in your Akatsuki organization. Should you dare to disturb my tranquil existence again. As Kai spoke, he suddenly shifted instantaneously, though his true form remained in place. Resembling nothing more than a mere phantasm, he materialized beside the masked man and, in a voice that was not particularly loud, uttered a chilling warning. Should there be a next time, I shall resurrect Yin Yilin, alter her memories, and have her by my side. Trust me. I possess the capacity to kill just as you do. Your space manipulation, embodied in your Sharingan, is utterly futile against me. His words echoed like an ethereal presence. Upon their conclusion, he gradually faded away, distinct from the dissolution of a mere clone. The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that someone would unearth his true identity. Yet today, every facet of his existence had been laid bare. This was not merely a fear born of strength, but the profound terror of standing before another with no secrets left to conceal. Kai couldn't help but admire his own prowess in verbal combat. If it came to actual confrontation, The sheer number of adversaries could indeed threaten his very existence. Although he was confident in his ability to retaliate and dispatch several foes, the constraints of time and the malevolent strength of his opponents left him feeling somewhat powerless. Despite lacking formidable power, the Black Duke could still pose a significant threat. This exemplifies the stratagems found in Sun Tzu's art of war, winning without engaging in battle. With psychological warfare being paramount, merely through verbal assaults, he had instilled fear in his adversaries. Consequently, during the heat of battle, they would inevitably exaggerate their own capabilities. Thus, with a substantial psychological advantage, the conflict could easily tilt in his favor. So, what do you say? Shall we engage in a duel? With his right hand directed downwards, Kai performed a motion reminiscent of shaping a ball, but infused with fire elemental chakra intertwined with natural energy. As the chakra continuously coalesced, the fire chakra began to compress gradually. This technique, which he had only deployed once before, during his previous battle with Jiraiya, had the potential to obliterate everything within a radius of several miles in an instant. The vivid crimson hue transformed into a profound azure as the intense chakra condensed, allowing the adversaries to acutely perceive the magnitude of this impending assault. The opponent is too formidable. I am left with but one heart. Thus, I shall first bolster my own body, and I entrust this matter to you, Kakuza declared, turning on his heel without a hint of hesitation, preparing to depart. Despite Haiden's unwavering belief in his immortality, he too sensed the formidable prowess of their adversary's jutsu. In a situation where nothing remained, it bore little distinction from death. It is not that I refuse to assist you, but the enemy is simply too powerful. Their speed beyond my control, so I shall take my leave. Haiden raised his hand to bid farewell to the masked man, swiftly following in Kakuzu's footsteps. This is troublesome. Yet I assure you, upon your return, death will surely await you. The masked man recognized that this was not the opportune moment for such actions. The opponent's strength and peculiar abilities were unlike anything he had ever encountered. With a moment of introspection, he turned to the still-standing Kurizetsu on the tree and commanded, "Let us depart." "Wait. You arrive at your whim and leave just as easily. Do you truly believe others possess no ire?" Kai unleashed the power in his grasp towards the heavens, and instantly, a scene reminiscent of the past unfolded before him. Another sun emerged in the sky. The shockwave followed closely behind, descending like a tempest. This suffocating sensation felt as though the assault could rend the very fabric of the sky itself. "What are you planning to do?" the masked man inquired, clenching his fists in evident dissatisfaction. "Have that fellow leave a message for Bai. I had previously made an arrangement with someone, and I didn't anticipate it would come to fruition so swiftly. This request should pose no difficulty for you, I trust?" Kai inquired with a sense of calm. He was indifferent, not waiting for the masked man's response. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a white zetsu from the ground nearby. Almost instantly, the two figures vanished from sight, leaving only one white zetsu remaining. This entity possessed no independent consciousness and was effectively abandoned. However, to be cautious, as the opponent drew closer, Kai raised a finger, channeling chakra that pierced through the adversary's head. Ultimately, life or death held little significance. All he desired was merely a vessel. "Kai, brother," from a distance. Upon seeing the approaching figure, the three individuals beside the carriage felt an immense relief. Even with the extraordinary sensory abilities of Cheyenne, who had informed them of the situation beforehand, the other two had remained tense until they finally beheld the figure approaching. The moment they recognized him, Ing sprinted towards Kai. In the Hokage's office of Konohagakure, Tsunade sat in her chair, her complexion pale. Everything seemed to gradually fall into place, and the remnants of the chaos left by the third Hokage were nearly resolved. "Tsunade-sama, are you all right?" Ino observed Tsunade, who had retched several times, and quickly brought her a glass of water, her voice laced with concern. As a member of the Senju clan and the most exceptional medical ninja in the realm, Tsunade appeared to be in agony as she sat there, not responding immediately. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed heavily. "I'm pregnant." "Oh, you scared me. I thought something was wrong." Ino exhaled in relief, but her eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly raised her gaze. Swallowing hard, her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "Why you re-pregnant?" "Ah, quite absurd, I assenti it." Tsunade scoffed lightly, revealing her own struggle to accept this unexpected reality. Yet, here it was, manifesting before her. Though she was over 50, in the world of ninjas, particularly for someone like Tsunade, age could not confine the body. Ino stood there, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. After a moment, regaining a semblance of composure, She asked, Tsunade-sama, what do you plan to do? What else can be done? Tsunade replied solemnly, tears trickling down her cheeks. She declared firmly, I will give birth. Nanny? Ino was genuinely taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The Senju clan had dwindled to a solitary member. If the child is not born, then once Tsunade passes away, this clan will inevitably vanish from the ninja world. As a woman herself, Shizune might comprehend this to some extent. However, Lady Tsunade, should this matter come to the attention of other clans, it is highly likely they would leverage it to force you out of the Hokage position. At that point, the village may call that scoundrel back. Furthermore, this matter must not be publicized. We should summon Might Guy. Given his current physical condition, he can only conceal this for 5 or 6 months at most. The Elder Council, particularly that scoundrel Danzo, will undoubtedly have thoughts about it. Since I have taken over the village left by grandfather, I will not allow any exceptional circumstances to arise. Although the two have been away for a couple of decades, they remain acutely aware of the village's situation. While pregnancy is indeed a significant surprise, now that it has occurred, preparations for what lies ahead must commence. I understand, Shizune replied solemnly, yet soon displayed a look of discomfort, questioning, you had already asked Might Guy to handle this matter, but he did not agree. Her words trailed off, and Tsunade instinctively understood what she was implying. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade calmly reassured her, rest assured, this time I will ensure he goes. All right, Shizune replied, turning and striding towards the door of the Hokage's office. When the door to the office opened once more, Might Guy entered. He initially intended to glance back at Shizune, only to be surprised as she promptly closed the door behind her. Hokage-sama. Might Guy greeted enthusiastically. Guy, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I have an S-rank mission for you. Tsunade looked at Might Guy with a composed expression. Ninja have designated rest periods after completing missions, and thus, having returned from a mission just a few days prior, Might Guy could indeed choose not to accept the task. I'm sorry, but Team 3 is currently not capable of undertaking an S-rank mission. Kai firmly declined, and this refusal was not directed at the task's content, but rather at the very essence of the assignment itself. The abrupt conclusion of the recent Chunin exams implied that all members of their class were merely genin. In such circumstances, undertaking an S-rank mission would be tantamount to courting death. But hold on, allow me to elaborate on the nature of the task. There is no inherent danger involved, which is precisely why you have been chosen, Tsunade asserted, rising from her seat, her hands pressed against the desk, leaning forward slightly. Your mission is to retrieve Uchiha Kai. The village will lift his bounty and restore what rightfully belongs to him, thus allowing him to continue his life within the village. I refuse. Kai furrowed his brows, and upon hearing yet again of this task, a flicker of anger stirred within him. What circumstances had led his once brilliant disciple to such a state, and upon returning, what transformation could be anticipated? Thus, Kai was reluctant to undertake such a task. But first, take a look at this. Tsunade, fully aware of Might Guy's reaction, sighed deeply and helplessly pushed a piece of paper to the forefront of the table. Despite his fury, Might Guy seized the paper and examined it closely. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he asked, somewhat dazed, what is this? I am pregnant. What? Kai appeared almost as if he were naturally oblivious, standing there in a daze before turning around and beginning to count on his fingers. What are you calculating? Might Guy inquired. Isn't Tsunade-sama already around 50 years old? This has nothing to do with age. The crux of the matter is that the child is indeed Uchiha Kai's. Nanny? At this revelation, Might Guy was genuinely taken aback. Even Shizune, who lingered outside, was left speechless, covering her face upon hearing the astonished exclamations from within. When they first spent time together, little Kai was merely 7 or 8 years old. Might Guy began to turn around again, counting on his fingers. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived at a conclusion, turning back to Tsunade with a look of disbelief, exclaiming, he is only 17. The complexity of the situation was overwhelming. Although it was not by their own volition, events had unfolded as they did. And this matter was now entrusted to both you and Shizune. Hence, I implore you to keep this confidential and personally lead the effort to bring Uchiha Kai back. I also have a letter for him. He will naturally comprehend its significance. Tsunade spoke with a hint of shyness, aware of her advanced age. Yet she never anticipated that such matters would fall upon her shoulders. With the situation reaching this point, further words seemed futile. Now, she merely wished to observe Might Guy's response. From beginning to end, Might Guy was so astounded that he could hardly contain himself. Yet he could not bring himself to believe Tsunade would deceive him with such words. Still, the very notion was almost too much for him to bear. Clutching the envelope, he mumbled to himself as he walked. Ultimately, he accepted the task, as his previous sentiments were now irrelevant. He simply yearned to see his disciple. He had heard that the other was thriving, yet he was uncertain about the nature of that prosperity. Coupled with the current predicament, he felt utterly thunderstruck. Hey, Kai, what do you have in your hand? Are you about to confess your feelings? Just as Might Guy was traversing a secluded path, a figure suddenly emerged and swiftly snatched the letter from his grasp. Before Kai could react, Kakashi was already attempting to pry open the letter to glimpse its contents. The envelope bore no means of concealment, and just as Kakashi had pulled out half of the letter, Might Guy's eyes widened in realization, leading him to quickly reach out to retrieve it. However, Kakashi appeared to be well prepared, effortlessly leaping to the rooftop. Hey Kakashi, you absolutely must not open that. Might Guy exclaimed anxiously. Should Kakashi lay eyes on it, the consequences would be dire. What is this? Why so secretive? We have been brothers for so many years, surely. It wouldn't hurt to take a glance. Engaged in self-absorbed musings, yet unable to quell his insatiable curiosity, he yearned to once more unveil the contents of the letter. The sixth gate, the gate of view, has been opened. Might Guy, in a flurry of anxiety, feared that Kakashi might truly glimpse the revelations within. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the sixth gate of the 8 gates, emanating blue steam from his body. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Guy's earnestness. Hey, Guy, is it really necessary to take such drastic measures just to sneak a peek? Upon uttering this, Kakashi hastily began to retreat. Without a second thought, Might Guy pursued him at an astonishing speed. On a precipice, Kakashi's eyes widened like those of a dead fish, his mouth slightly agape. His expression mirrored that of Might Guy upon initially receiving the news. You scoundrel, I thought someone had written to you to announce a pregnancy. I never anticipated. Kakashi was utterly taken aback. This matter was no trifling jest. Although the information had been divulged, one must tread carefully, if word got out. Lord Hokage would surely seek our heads. Might Guy exclaimed nervously. The execution of this mission would proceed as previously arranged, with both of their teams assigned to the task. It had been made abundantly clear that aside from Might Guy, no one else should be privy to this matter. Yet here we are. I know. If this gets out, Kakashi struggled to find the right words, uncertain of how to articulate such a situation. After a brief pause, he turned to Might Guy and remarked, Who would have thought that your little apprentice has reached this stage, while you, my friend, remain without a girlfriend? Damn it, Kakashi, you are in the same boat. Kakashi inquired about the timing of their mission. The 5th Hokage has decreed that we set off first thing tomorrow morning. Where are we to find that fellow? At Short Book Street. Might Guy replied with a grin. At last, they had returned. The carriage came to a halt. Rather than rushing back, they had leisurely explored the scenic route before finally heading home. The construction had progressed remarkably swiftly. Kai observed that merely a month had elapsed. Yet the entire structure had progressed to its final stages. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the rapid pace of construction. It appeared that habitation would soon be a reality. Gazing toward the area just 100 meters ahead, he noted that the overall estate was nearly complete. At least from an exterior perspective, it already presented a scene suitable for occupancy. Surrounding the lake he had personally constructed, dozens of workers diligently planted trees, adhering to the agreed-upon plans. This was the moment when Xianglin, just descending, cast her gaze over the site. This will soon be our home. Though much of the previous structure was destroyed, thus, we are rebuilding from the ground up. At this rate, it won't be long before we can move in. Provided an explanation, still odd as she surveyed the surroundings. Come, let us enter and see what the situation is like inside, Kai remarked, following the bridge previously constructed. The entire surface required minimal adjustments, merely a touch of embellishment. The railings on either side had already showcased exquisite patterns under the artisan's skilled hands. Even the surface of the bridge appeared remarkably transformed from its initial state. Gazing inward from this vantage point, the scene remained bustling yet orderly. Lord Kai, you have returned. From a distance, a rotund figure, burdened by his own bulk, rushed forward upon spotting Kai's arrival. Akaf, it has been quite some time. However, what is the current status of the construction? This individual before him could aptly be described as a contractor, overseeing all the undertakings. He merely required the designs as envisioned, and he would execute the constructions accordingly. Akaf was merely a privileged heir, his father being an exceptional craftsman in the realm of construction. Yet, This hefty fellow seemed disinterested in such matters from a young age, instead leveraging his father's resources to establish his own enterprise, which included the construction of this very house. Lord Kai, what you see now is largely in accordance with the plans you previously outlined. Currently, the project is approximately 80% complete, and we anticipate that within a month, it will be ready for habitation. In the next couple of days, the completed structures will begin to be furnished. In fact, we are already at a stage where we could proceed if desired. It is merely the finer details that remain unaddressed. In the coming days, everyone will exert their utmost to resolve these matters, Akaf stated with a beaming smile. It is indeed surprising to have you personally present here. Shall we proceed to tour the premises? Absolutely, no objections whatsoever. Akaf promptly gestured invitingly. The artisans engaged in the finishing touches were part of the original team that constructed the palace, ensuring their craftsmanship could be trusted, albeit with a slightly reduced workforce, resulting in a minor delay of a couple of days in the delivery schedule. Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will diligently ensure every aspect here is executed to perfection. Akaf continued as they moved inward. One cannot deny that a larger workforce accelerates progress. The entire courtyard had indeed been rendered fit for habitation, with the laid tiles exuding an air of luxury. Very well, you may take charge of the arrangements. Kai replied to Akaf, stating that regardless of the circumstances, the amount he had paid remained unchanged. Indeed, he felt a wave of nostalgia for the barbecue restaurant in this area. After a group of individuals concluded their visit to the house they were constructing, they promptly arrived at the familiar barbecue restaurant on Shortbook Street. Ing immediately felt a mouth-watering sensation and remarked, "What do you do besides eating every day? From tomorrow onward, training will transition into a regular phase, and I will personally guide Xianglin during this period of study. As for the two of you, considering the prolonged absence from training, it is likely that you have become somewhat out of practice. Therefore, the upcoming training regimen will be doubled." Kai looked at Ing, who was brimming with excitement, and immediately doused him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water through his words. The little girl, who had just moments ago worn an expression of eager anticipation, momentarily froze. Her rebuttal stifled as the other party had already begun to enter the shop. "Long time no see, my esteemed Kai," greeted the gentle smile of the lady proprietor, her red hair strikingly reminiscent of Xianglin. "Indeed, it has been quite a while. I recently had matters to attend to, and as soon as I returned, I hastened to your establishment." "Ah, but even though you two have been absent, your companion has been visiting daily," the proprietress remarked, raising her hand to gesture toward the far corner. A pile of plates had already obscured the figure of the individual in question. Kai's expression suddenly darkened, and he silently made his way toward the corner. It must be said that the spirit of those who relish their meals is rather exaggerated. There sat an individual, leisurely grilling meat, even humming a little tune as he cooked. He appeared to be thoroughly enjoying his meal, dipping the succulent morsels in sauce. Just as he lifted his chopsticks to bring a piece of meat to his lips, before he could even chew, it felt as if a dark cloud had obscured the sky. The light on his side was completely shrouded, and when he slowly turned his head, he beheld the familiar figure clad in a suit standing there. As he mechanically lifted his head, just as he was about to stand and leave, Kai firmly pressed down on the other's shoulder. "You? It has truly been a long time. Have you finally decided to grace us with your presence again?" Kai wore a fierce countenance, leading one to believe that it would be quite some time before the young lady returned. To his surprise, she was seated here so soon. "Ah, it is indeed you, Kai. It has been a while. Shall we share a meal?" Yu inquired with an awkward smile. You have returned. During your absence, Brother Kai has frequently mentioned you." Ing, unfazed, took a seat directly across from her, without regard for the gazes of others. She promptly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and began to eat. "I am truly sorry, Kai. I promise I shall never commit such a transgression again." Yu instantly adopted a pitiable expression, her eyes forcing out 2 tears that silently traced down her cheeks as she bowed her head. Sighing in bemusement, Kai could only sit quietly beside her, confronted by her display. "You, this is Xianglin, and from now on, we shall all be family." Ing observed the somewhat reserved Xianglin and swiftly pulled him into a seat, enthusiastically introducing him to Yu across the table. The Yu who had just moments ago appeared so woeful suddenly transformed, lifting her head to scrutinize Xianglin, her face breaking into a smile as she exclaimed, "We have a newcomer. Such joyous news calls for a celebratory drink. Oh please, refrain from enticing underage young ladies." Kai abruptly struck the moon on the head with a forceful blow, bowing his head and clutching his forehead. When he finally lifted his gaze, Tears cascaded down Yu's face. With a look of utter sorrow, he silently regarded Kai, tears streaming down his cheeks, as if he had been wronged in some way. Lord Kai, it appears you have hurt him. Deshawn quietly interjected from the side. Hurt. A mere slug feels no pain. Bang. As Kai had yet to finish his words, Yu abruptly kicked him out of the establishment. Though the restaurant was not particularly crowded, the incident resulted in shattered glass and overturned tables in the front row. Oomph. How dare you call me a snot-nosed brat? Yu pouted in dissatisfaction, but upon noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the onlookers, she immediately donned a cheerful smile and gently remarked, Since you're not drinking, let us not dwell on it. Hurry and have a bite. The beef today is truly delectable. Dashin's lips twitched slightly. It was hard to fathom that even in the face of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, after such a grand battle, Kai had not even been grazed. Yet, here he was, effortlessly kicked out. Thank you for your patronage, Lord Kai. The total bill amounts to 15.76 million Rio. As was customary, the responsibility of settling the bill fell upon Kai after their meal. However, upon hearing the amount, he was momentarily taken aback. The proprietress, noticing his confusion, quickly chimed in with a smile. That young lady, Yu, has dined here numerous times. With you, Lord Kai? In attendance, she had been accumulating a debt for her meals. Now that you have returned, it is only fitting that you settle the bill. As she spoke, the woman leaned over the counter, her white shirt partially unbuttoned, revealing a considerable amount of her delicate form. She then continued in a flirtatious tone, I've heard, Lord Kai, that you are currently constructing a house. If finances are tight at the moment, why not accompany me on a date? Consider it my treat. Oh, perhaps not. I fear I might lose control of my primal instincts in your company. I shall deliver the payment tomorrow. Thank you for the hospitality today. Kai's body suddenly trembled, prompting him to hastily depart from the restaurant. The proprietress, leaning gracefully against the counter, flashed a seductive smile, but chose not to utter another word. Although she was only around 30 years of age, her appearance belied her youth, making her seem considerably older than Tsunade. Kai was confident that he could still be considered quite handsome, showing little interest in such an older woman. Haha, that proprietress was truly amusing. However, Kai, you should have asked her out. It's hardly a monumental task, and it could save so much money. If it were me, I would undoubtedly go for it. Yu was practically laughing uncontrollably along the way. Only she would dare to utter such words, completely oblivious to Kai's now sullen demeanor. In fact, going on a date wouldn't be such a bad idea. The proprietress appeared to be merely in her 30s. If you truly managed to win her over, we might no longer have to pay for barbecue in the future. Haha. You continued to indulge in her fanciful musings. Kai might have reached his limit of endurance. This woman has deceived him countless times. Had he known she would end up in such a wretched state, he would never have rescued her in the first place. Kai's previously stern expression suddenly transformed into a gentle smile. He placed one hand on Yu's shoulder, leaving her momentarily bewildered. As he placed his other hand on her shoulder and inquired, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that you seem incapable of dying, right? Yu was still in a state of confusion when Kai abruptly lifted her into the air. Hey, what are you doing, Kai? Come on, he exclaimed, gripping Yu's body and spinning her rapidly in place for several revolutions before releasing her with force, causing her to soar towards the sky. Kai, won't this be dangerous? Xianglin asked with concern. She is not human. She is merely a spirit beast, or perhaps one could say she is an immortal, so she cannot perish. Ying explained from the side. Even so, there could still be issues, right? Don't worry. Trust me, you will be fine. In the darkness of a forest, a campfire blazed as a group of individuals gathered around it. These were the members of the two teams led by Might Guy and Kakashi. However, the two leaders sat far apart, leaning against a distant tree, silently gazing at the stars above. Particularly Might Guy, whose demeanor seemed filled with deep thoughts, occasionally sighing as if burdened by melancholy. Nearby the fire, even Uchiha Sasuke was present, a sight that likely caused Uchiha Kai some distress. Why hadn't Sasuke departed? Little did they know that his presence had already altered the original narrative, creating an atmosphere that felt both harmonious and dissonant. Nonetheless, he maintained his usual aloof demeanor, sitting farther away from the fire than the others. Lee, do you know anything about Uchiha Kai? Asked Niji Hyuga, seated beside Rock Lee. He was filled with curiosity and confusion regarding this mission. Unlike their usual tasks, which required swift movement, they were now leisurely roasting marshmallows by the fire. Despite being an S-rank mission, this one appeared to hold no apparent danger, prompting Niji's curiosity to grow. Furthermore, Might Guy's expression throughout had been rather odd. Rockley nodded, noticing everyone's gaze shifting towards him. He glanced at Might Guy, who lay on a tree branch not far away, before turning back to continue. My knowledge of Uchiha Kai is quite limited. I only know that he was once a disciple of Teacher Kai. Nanny? Hinata Niji and Tintin stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open. It was not only them. Even Uchiha Sasuke displayed a look of surprise. Apart from Naruto Uzumaki, everyone present seemed taken aback. Having trained under Guy for several years, he had never encountered a student as diligent and exceptional as this one. It was said that during his time at the Ninja Academy, he struggled to even harness chakra, ranking at the very bottom. Yet, in terms of physical prowess, he was undoubtedly among the elite. His physical abilities escalated rapidly, and his learning curve was astonishing. Comparing myself to him felt futile. After years of training, I had achieved far less. We had met only once, and shortly thereafter, the Uchiha clan faced a devastating event, leading me to believe he had perished alongside them, as his name was on the list of the deceased. However, it was unexpected to learn he had recently become an S-class renegade ninja. This revelation was a significant blow to Guy, but the specifics of the situation remained unclear. Upon mentioning the Uchiha clan, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as memories of that fateful day flooded his mind, an indelible nightmare that fueled his relentless pursuit of strength. It said that his ninjutsu skills are remarkable and his power formidable? Tintin, seated next to Lee Rock, questioned, bewildered. This must be the reason he concealed his abilities at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi had mentioned some time ago that he seemed to be aware of everything, and indeed, his strength was terrifying. Even Jiraiya had faced defeat without ever engaging him directly. Naruto chimed in, recounting what he had witnessed firsthand. No way. Is that true? Sakura Haruno asked, her disbelief evident. Exactly. He is only 4 years older than us, so it's hard to fathom such immense power. Lee Rock expressed his confusion. After so many years of absence, while it was conceivable that he had grown significantly stronger, it seemed implausible that he could outmatch someone as powerful as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. I can hardly believe it myself, Naruto admitted, but it's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes when I brought Tsunade back. The memory etched in his mind had cast a long shadow over him. Even from a distance, the overwhelming strength he had witnessed left a profound impact. As an attack lit up the night sky, illuminating it as if it were day, Tintin abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, Sasuke, he is also from the Uchiha clan and should be only a few years your senior. Do you have any recollection of him? The moment she posed the question, Naruto and Sakura immediately tensed up. After all, the events that transpired in the Land of Waves remain vividly etched in their memories. I do not recognize him, Sasuke stated calmly, yet his brow quickly furrowed, and with a fierce expression. He proclaimed that he would surely surpass him in the future and return that disdainful gaze in kind. What is happening? Hinata Niji inquired with curiosity. We have encountered him once before. Although it was indeed our first meeting, the opponent's strength was undeniably extraordinary. 3 Umbu Nin fell before him in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying power was truly unfathomable. Sakura Haruno murmured, her head bowed. Ultimately, these individuals were somewhat astonished. What kind of person qualifies as powerful in their eyes? By today's standards, someone like Kakashi is already considered formidable, while Jiraiya undoubtedly ranks among the elite. What are we discussing? Shouldn't we be resting? Kakashi had suddenly taken a seat at the back of the group, the duration of his eavesdropping unknown. However, upon noticing the silence that had enveloped them, he interjected. Kakashi-sensei, what exactly is our mission this time? With someone as formidable as Uchiha Kai, can we truly prevail? Lee Rock asked, his spirits dampened. They had set out without any clear indication of their specific task, only knowing they were to seek out Uchiha Kai. Throughout their journey, they had assumed it was merely a pursuit to eliminate that rogue ninja. Thus, upon learning of the opponent's overwhelming strength, they couldn't help but grow anxious. Lee Rock had always believed that Might Guy's apparent melancholy and expression stemmed from his reluctance to conflict with his own students, which prompted his question. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked why they needed to win. Wasn't this mission about capturing Uchiha Kai? Sakura immediately echoed his curiosity. Well, you've misunderstood. Our mission is indeed to bring him back, but not to capture him. Rather, we aim to persuade him to return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Therefore, there will be no need for combat, though the process may present some challenges. I didn't realize that Kai hadn't informed you. Kakashi glanced towards Kai's direction before continuing to explain. What? You didn't tell us either, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi. It's already late. We should all get some rest. We depart early tomorrow, and we are not far from Shortbook Street. We should reach our destination before noon, so let us not overthink it. Kakashi shifted the topic, then reclined casually, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, his mind swirling with countless thoughts in an instant. After a brief silence, the others leisurely lay down as well. Hey, Moon, you are truly remarkable. In just over 20 days, they had finally moved into the newly constructed residence. The spacious area was more than sufficient not only for their small group, but could easily accommodate 10 more without any inconvenience. Surrounded by such beauty, the only flaw was that the recently planted trees had yet to show any vitality. However, at this moment, observing the seemingly modest saplings, he noticed them growing at an astonishing rate, becoming lush within a short span of time, with even the white blossoms on the trees ready to bloom in the blink of an eye. Kai, witnessing this remarkable scene, couldn't help but give a thumbs up to you. With merely a gesture, you unleashed his power, causing the trees to undergo transformation at an astonishingly visible pace. This is something anyone could achieve. Natural energy can indeed foster the growth of these plants, as long as they are not entirely lifeless. Listening to Kai's praise, you placed his hands on his hips, a proud expression adorning his face. Oh, I see. If you could conceive of this, it is already quite commendable. At the very least, it enhances the beauty of this otherwise monotonous place. Therefore, having just moved in today, I shall permit you to indulge in 2 extra drumsticks. Kai gently ruffled the hair of you, reflecting on the fact that this residential area was, in his eyes, a near-perfect embodiment of his ideals. The expansive body of water lay at the heart of the luxurious residences. A stone bridge, approximately 300 meters in length, connected the residential zone. The once monotonous outer area, now brimming with thriving trees, transformed the interior into a veritable paradise. The crystal-clear lake allowed one to glimpse the bottom with ease, while the fish swimming gracefully within were a common sight. Initially, Kai had merely intended to stock the lake with some fry, yet to his surprise, Arcaf had introduced an abundance of adult fish, some of which measured over a meter in length. The moment they splashed about in the water was truly a magnificent spectacle. My Lord Kai, the midday banquet will soon be ready. Shall we head inside? Just as they were admiring the transformation of the exterior, Xianglin, adorned with an apron and radiating joy, bounced over to them. Dashin, have you prepared the beverages I requested? Kai turned his head to gaze at the towering mountains behind him, and curiosity swiftly overtook him as he inquired. There is no need for preparation. The proprietress of the barbecue restaurant, upon hearing of our impending relocation, generously gifted us several boxes of fine wine last night. Even Akaf, before his departure, presented us with the exquisite wine you had desired, which now rests within. In light of this, let us proceed. Today marks our inaugural day of moving, and we shall celebrate in earnest. With a broad smile, he remarked that the present circumstances closely resembled the idyllic life he had envisioned in his mind. I want to drink at noon, you proclaimed loudly. No problem. I shall accompany you today. Can you handle your drink? You inquired with a hint of disdain as he gazed at Kai. Fool. What does that matter? It all hinges on how much one consumes. You're the fool. In the kitchen, Ing had conjured 5 or 6 duplicates of herself, each busily engaged in various tasks, slicing vegetables, preparing ingredients, stir-frying, and even tending to the fire, all appearing thoroughly occupied. The dining area, adjacent to the kitchen, was adorned with opulent decorations. It featured 2 tables, one of which was a large, rotating round table capable of seating at least 15 or 16 individuals. For this banquet, they had opted for the rectangular table. Even so, accommodating 10 guests would pose no significant challenge. The first dish has arrived, a cherubic voice announced, followed by a child of about 5 or 6 years, who entered the dining room carrying a tray. Little you, I must say, that outfit truly suits you. This child was, in fact, the result of Yu's transformation when departing from the Wetbone Forest. He would often summon the child for various tasks, although most instances involved the child being summoned back in a reverse manner, always returning with a plethora of snacks. Lord Kai, upon my return, I shall bring back 2 cookbooks to study diligently, and perhaps one day, I can personally prepare meals for you. Little you chimed with a sweet, innocent tone. That is indeed something to look forward to. As Kai responded to the words of the little moon, he swiftly struck her hand, which was poised to indulge in a forbidden morsel. Although one was large and the other small, both emanated from the same essence, their thoughts diverged vastly. The larger one was solely fixated on the act of eating, oblivious to all else. Moon, pouting with a face full of grievance, fixated her gaze on the exquisite dish before her, saliva threatening to spill forth. Before long, as the table was adorned with a myriad of delicacies, the sight of such meticulously arranged cuisine rendered everyone momentarily paralyzed, hesitant to lift their chopsticks. With the current culinary prowess displayed by Ying, opening a restaurant seemed entirely feasible. Deshawn, observing this scene, couldn't help but lavish praise upon his sister. Just then, Ying entered the dining hall, removing her apron, and upon hearing Desand's words, she swiftly approached and playfully tapped his head. Open a restaurant? These dishes are meant for Brother Kai. Ying rolled her eyes as she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Uchiha Kai. The moment she caught his eyes fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Ah, the meal is ready. Can we not begin dining? Moon interrupted their delightful reverie, her mouth watering as she inquired eagerly. What's the rush? We have waited diligently for this day. A grand occasion indeed. Let us allow Lord Kai to say a few words first. Little Moon, sitting at the table, was just a head taller than it, embodying the same gluttonous spirit as her original self. Yet, at that moment, she managed to suppress her innate desires and boldly proclaimed, Indeed, Lord Kai. Would you care to share a few words? Xianglin echoed her sentiment. I am in full support. Several voices chimed in, excluding Moon, who remained silent. Her fingers clutching the chopsticks tightly, her eyes fixated on the chicken leg in the center of the platter. Fearful that a mere second's delay might lead to someone snatching it away, she tuned out all other distractions, her consciousness singularly focused on the chicken leg, enveloped by a swirling aura of blue energy. This spectacle left Kai speechless, and the others were equally at a loss for words regarding Moon's fervent demeanor. Given that everyone was gathered together, there was no pressing need for conversation. After all, the usual exchanges had already been made. Yet, before anyone could finish their thoughts, a hand shot forth with astonishing speed, only to retract just as swiftly. The chopsticks remained undisturbed, as if no one present had noticed the swift motion. All eyes were riveted on Moon. As for the chicken leg that was previously on the plate, it has now disappeared without a trace. While her mouth is still in motion, seems to have become aware of the gazes directed at her from all around. She swiftly surveys her surroundings and raises her hands, feigning indifference. However, anyone with even a modicum of perception could easily discern her overstuffed cheeks. Nevertheless, Lord Kai, several individuals have arrived outside, and they are undoubtedly all ninjas. Xianglin suddenly becomes aware of this situation. After all, her heightened senses are not always active. The automatic activation occurs at a distance of approximately 500 meters, a state she refers to as unconscious activation. This mode consumes minimal chakra, particularly for members of the Uzumaki clan, who possess an inherently vast reserve of chakra, making such consumption negligible. The meal has yet to commence, and already they find themselves embroiled in such circumstances. Kai let out a resigned sigh, and then slowly rose to his feet. You all stay here. I shall go take a look first. Kai stepped away from the dining table and turned to them just as he reached the entrance. Despite the considerable distance, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be Might Guy. The individuals standing outside the door had also taken note of Kai's approach. Although he had instructed Dajan and the others to remain behind, the moment he moved forward, they all followed suit, save for you, who, unbeknownst to anyone, had already procured another drumstick. You stay back to protect them. I will assist Lord Kai, Dajan said, cautiously glancing back at you as both parties began to advance toward the center of the bridge. What is there to protect? They bear no ill will. It seems they must be acquainted. You replied nonchalantly. At the bridge's midpoint, both groups finally converged. They halted, merely 10 meters apart. Might Guy's expression appeared remarkably serene, as did Uchiha Kai's. They stood in silence for a considerable time. Uchiha Kai took a deep breath, then bent down. Teacher Kai, it has been a while. Indeed. Might Guy nodded gently, bowing his head. The members of Team 3, initially pondering what might unfold, were taken aback as they observed tears cascading down Might Guy's cheeks. I am so relieved to see you safe, little Kai, Might Guy exclaimed, lifting his head, his eyes brimming with tears, almost allowing his nose to drip into his mouth. He rushed forward and enveloped Uchiha Kai in a heartfelt embrace. I apologize for not being in contact all this time, he confessed, a deep sense of guilt welling within him. Having lost his parents at a tender age, Might Guy had acted like an elder brother, illuminating Kai's life in many ways. Now 12 years older, Might Guy had imparted invaluable lessons, earning Uchiha Kai's profound respect. Let us speak no more of that. I am simply overjoyed to see you unharmed. Might Guy exclaimed excitedly, his voice resonating through the air. Behind him, Rock Lee, perhaps sensing his mentor's emotions, could not help but shed two streams of tears, overwhelmed by the poignant atmosphere of their reunion, weeping like a heartbroken soul. After a round of pleasantries, the modest long table originally intended for their meal had been replaced by a grand circular table. Although Ing had not anticipated such a gathering, she nonetheless conjured her doppelganger to hastily prepare dishes in the kitchen. The initial budget had only accounted for a few individuals, but with the sudden addition of 7 or 8 more, the situation had dramatically changed. The clinking of wine glasses echoed, creating a lively ambience that reached its zenith. As everyone momentarily forgot their individual purposes, the significance of their reunion took precedence. Yet, amidst the jovial crowd, there were always one or two who felt out of place. Sasuke Uchiha scrutinized this fellow member of the Uchiha clan, feeling the weight of his rival's strength, which instilled in him the conviction that he could surpass Itachi Uchiha. The mere thought of that face made Sasuke's expression shift to one of discomfort. Sitting together, Uchiha Kakashi and Might Guy heard the sound of clinking glasses. And in that instant, Sasuke could no longer contain the turmoil within him. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and loudly called out, "Uchiha Kai." The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, all eyes converging on him. The clinking glasses gradually ceased, and Kakashi wore an expression of knowing anticipation, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected turn of events. "Sasuke," Sakura Haruno murmured softly, "tell me, how is it that your strength is so formidable?" Sasuke, gritting his teeth in anguish, raised his voice in inquiry. His clenched fists pounded the table, yearning for answers. Kakashi refrained from intervening, and the others followed suit. As the silence enveloped the gathering, Suki continued her actions, nonchalantly stuffing food into her mouth while speaking. "Do you understand what it feels like for someone to stand at the pinnacle of this world yet still strive harder than anyone else?" Her seemingly casual remark redirected everyone's attention back to Uchiha Kai. Having indulged in a bit too much drink, he sensed the weight of their gazes and realized that some truths needed to be uttered. "I apologize, Master Kai, for deceiving you all this time." He stood up, bowing respectfully. This revelation left Might Guy utterly bewildered. It seemed to pertain to the issue of his chakra. Even now, it was evident that young Kai possessed little chakra. The only plausible explanation was that he had been sealing away his own powers all along. Kakashi took a moment to elucidate the situation. Ever since their mission in the Land of Waves, where he encountered Uchiha Kai, the latter's two contrasting extremes had aroused his suspicion. Initially, Kai exhibited an apparent lack of chakra. However, during the course of battle, an overwhelming surge of chakra emerged, plunging Kakashi into a state of self-doubt. Ultimately, the only plausible explanation was this. Indeed, he had been sealing away his chakra from the very beginning, thus deceiving you while learning from Teacher Guy. "I sincerely apologize for that," Uchiha Kai expressed remorsefully. The past is behind us. I am not concerned about such matters. Moreover, your strength, Kai, is purely a testament to your unwavering perseverance. The presence or absence of chakra is inconsequential." Might Guy scratched his head, seemingly indifferent to the issue. When he first heard of Kai's formidable prowess while residing in the Hidden Leaf Village, he had already contemplated this matter. Tsunade had briefed him on all of Uchiha Kai's circumstances before his arrival. Though puzzled at first, Tsunade, having lived there for several months, certainly grasped the intricacies of Uchiha Kai's methods. Even if Kakashi refrained from explaining, Might Guy was well aware of the unfolding events. Why seal away one's own chakra? What could possibly warrant such an action? Hinata Niji inquired, bewildered. Indeed, why would one do such a thing? Tintin echoed, equally perplexed. After all, if one possessed great chakra, why exert such effort to master taijutsu? Uchiha Kai, noticing that Might Guy was unfazed by his predicament, smiled gently and settled in his seat. He then began to address everyone's inquiries, stating, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down." Observing the puzzled expressions around him, Kakashi's gaze transformed, filled with a newfound astonishment. He could hardly believe that a child, merely a few years of age, could contemplate such profound thoughts at such a young age. Kai promptly began to respond to Sasuke's words, gazing steadily at him and stating with measured calmness, "In the future, you shall become powerful beyond your own wildest imaginings. It is merely that the time for such greatness has not yet arrived. The strength of an individual is contingent upon several factors, diligence, fortune, and inherent talent. If one possesses only talent without the accompanying effort, then such gifts are but squandered potential. Likewise, there are countless instances where individuals, despite their talent and hard work, have faltered due to a lack of fortune. Each person traverses a unique path, necessitating a recognition of both one's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, do not allow temporary frailty to instill feelings of inferiority. I was born with luck. I was endowed with talent. Yet what do I lack? It is the absence of effort. I possess what others of the Uchiha clan do not, an immense reservoir of chakra, a quantity of chakra energy that perhaps even the Uzumaki clan would envy. As Kai spoke, he resolutely dispelled the seal on his chakra. The overwhelming chakra emanated from him, almost taking on a palpable form. Hyuga instantaneously activated his Byakugan, his eyes widening in astonishment at the formidable chakra energy. Even Kakashi found it incredible, for the difference between this moment and their last encounter was nothing short of extraordinary. After resealing his chakra, Kai continued, with such a vast reservoir of chakra, I can conjure any ninjutsu I desire, should I choose to do so. This is a gift of my talent. However, I do not wish to rely solely on it. I sealed away my chakra to rigorously train my body and unexpectedly encountered Teacher Kai. This is my fortune. Thus, one should never take pride solely in their strengths, but rather contemplate the flaws that reside within. Before striving for one's goals, one must first interrogate oneself. Have I truly exerted effort towards my dreams? With such formidable talent, have I considered the aspects beyond mere ability? Is my response to your satisfaction? Kai inquired. Sasuke, with his fists pressed against the table, began to tremble. Others too felt a profound impact from this discourse. Had they considered the elements beyond talent? Hyuga echoed Kai's words. Reflecting on his past, do I possess talent? Have I put forth effort? Am I fortunate? Humph. Might Guy suddenly inhaled sharply, tears streaming down his face like a relentless river. Overcome with emotion, he embraced Kai tightly, exclaiming through his tears, You are truly remarkable, young Kai. Your words are simply outstanding. Oh dear. Teacher Kai, there are so many watching us. Uchiha Kai wore an expression of utter incredulity as he observed the surroundings, which had once again returned to their lively state. In truth, Sharon had been deeply moved by the earlier conversation, and she silently began to internalize those sentiments. After the meal, the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, infusing the winter air with an unexpected warmth. Beneath the sun, Uchiha Kai, Might Guy, and Kakashi sat together in a pavilion overlooking the tranquil surface of the water. The pavilion extended a considerable distance, initially designed merely as a resting spot for fishing during leisurely moments. However, it seemed quite fortuitous to utilize it for this purpose at present. Having indulged in copious amounts of wine during their meal, a rosy hue adorned each of their faces. Gazing at the serene waters, Might Guy could not help but exclaim in admiration, remarking on the exquisite beauty of the place and expressing a desire for such tranquility to endure. Indeed, it was a splendid location, and if possible, Teacher Kai, you too could linger here. After all, this expanse is vast enough to truly relish the pleasures of life. Kai smiled faintly, fully aware that these two individuals would not approach without reason. Although the specifics eluded him, he was certain it was not a matter of good fortune. Noticing their continued silence about the topic since the beginning of the meal, Kai himself was reluctant to broach it first. Kai, what is your perspective on Konoha village? Kakashi suddenly inquired. Might Guy recognized that Kakashi was steering the conversation towards the heart of the matter. He composed himself, adopting a more serious demeanor as he regarded Uchiha Kai. Konoha village. Honestly, I harbor no particular opinions. However, having grown up there, I cannot deny a semblance of sentiment. I cherish a tranquil life, devoid of conflict and disturbance. Yet, it is rife with deceit and darkness. Everything seems far from the idyllic image one might envision. While such circumstances exist elsewhere as well, I currently revel in everything this place offers. Kai smiled as he responded to Kakashi's inquiry. Given the topic at hand and their shared acquaintance, he had almost deduced their intentions. Little Kai, as much as I am reluctant to say this, I sincerely hope you can return to the village. Might Guy inhaled deeply, yet he spoke earnestly. Rather than dancing around the subject, it would have been more straightforward to articulate the question directly and gauge Uchiha Kai's reaction. Teacher Kai, he paused, then continued. I do not wish to return to that place. I hope you can understand. After having lived in darkness, those of us who have emerged from such shadows do not wish to tread upon that cursed ground again. Darkness? Kakashi hesitated but quickly grasped the meaning behind his words. Taking a deep breath, he stood and declared, "The darkness of the past has dissipated. At least the third Hokage has passed. Wherever you go now, there's light. And your return to the village could bring a glimmer of that light to illuminate the surrounding darkness. Given your current circumstances, even if you remain here, once the news spreads, you will likely face endless disturbances. While being immensely powerful can be advantageous, it also attracts attention. Others from different villages will undoubtedly seek to draw you to their ranks." Kakashi, though not intimately familiar with the Uchiha clan's tragic history, understood the predilections of the Umbu all too well. With the pieces combined, it was not difficult to surmise what had transpired in the past. "Indeed, little Kai, the fifth Hokage has assured us that upon your return to the village, there will be a place for you. While you reside there, you will not be restricted in your freedom, and I sense you have compelling reasons to return." Might Guy grinned, revealing his characteristic white teeth. Even Kakashi momentarily reverted to his usual deadpan expression, knowing that Might Guy was about to unveil his ultimate persuasion tactic. If this failed, they would truly be at a loss. With that, Might Guy produced a letter from his pocket, which Tsunade had entrusted to him. He then stated, "Peruse the contents of this letter. Perhaps it will ignite within you the desire to return." What? Kai wore a puzzled expression. Although he was uncertain about the antics of the two individuals, he naturally opened the envelope and extracted the paper within. Buzz. Upon glimpsing the content, Uchiha Kai's mind momentarily ceased its rapid operations. He was engulfed by a buzzing sound reverberating in his thoughts. With a face devoid of expression, he lifted his gaze to the two, who, in an astonishing display of synchrony, simultaneously turned their faces away, pouting to convey their bewilderment. Kai slowly rose to his feet, still somewhat dazed as he turned around. Splash! Seizing the moment when the two were distracted, he dashed headlong into the lake. "Hey, Kai!" Might Guy exclaimed in a panic. Just as he was about to leap in after him, Kakashi yanked him back, remarking that someone of Kai's caliber could hardly be drowned by mere water. It seemed some matters required a moment of calm reflection. After spending several minutes submerged, Uchiha Kai emerged from the water, his demeanor transformed entirely. He harbored no doubts about the truth of the situation and found it implausible that someone like Tsunade would jest about such matters. Sitting there with a glum expression, Might Guy placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Sensing his student's melancholy, Guy, with a proud smile, remarked, "Oh, what is the big deal? Besides, you are already ahead of others. How many would envy you for that?" His words were delivered lightly. Even Kakashi managed an awkward chuckle from his seat nearby. During their mission, Tsunade had already instructed them. If it hadn't been for this individual's stubbornness in staying put, they wouldn't even need to present this letter. Now, not only had they revealed it, but it had also left the individual considerably despondent. "But Kai-sensei, you both are of an age where you still have no girlfriend. You cannot comprehend the anguish of my youthful years." "Nanny?" Might Guy's mouth twitched slightly. Had it been anyone else, he might have shrugged it off, for he had never contemplated such matters. Yet, hearing it from his own student struck a painful chord. "What do you intend to do?" The issue regarding the child would likely not remain secret in Konoha for long. Within a few months, the prominent clans would surely catch wind of it. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine the fifth Hokage, which could lead to considerable complications. Thus, the fifth wished for us to bring you back to the village. Not just for your sake or for the Hokage's, but because, although the specifics remain unclear, if the child truly is yours, you, as a father, must shoulder this responsibility. Kakashi's persuasive skills were indeed commendable. He recognized that he was being subtly manipulated, yet the gravity of the situation compelled him to accept it. Even if that incident had not been by mutual consent, the reality was that it had transpired, and regretting it now held little value. One can win a lottery overnight. Although he was uncertain how many times such luck might occur, it seemed that this was not the issue at hand. "Kai, everything else may be manageable, and I, as your teacher, can stand by you. But if you neglect your own child, that is something I, as a teacher, cannot condone." Might Guy wore a grave expression. Yet in the corner, the despondent Uchiha Kai, crouched in utter gloom, lifted his head, startling both with his countenance. "I understand now," Uchiha Kai exclaimed, feeling as though his entire world had plunged into darkness. At merely 17, such a tender age, his youth was just beginning. The notion that a woman in her 50s could still conceive had utterly shattered his worldview. Sitting there in despair, Uchiha Kai's mind began to overflow with lamentations. There's no need to rush your decision. After all, we aren't in a hurry to complete this mission. It's a rare opportunity to be out here. So let us take the time to enjoy ourselves and truly relax. Might Guy flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Upon arriving here, he finally grasped the essence of true tranquility. Compared to the bustling life in the village, such moments of respite were the very definition of relaxation. After a month of struggle, Konoha village ultimately chose to return for a visit, though uncertain of how to confront the memories. Standing at the gates of Konoha after several years, a surge of emotions washed over him. The village remained unchanged from a few years prior. The grand tree at the entrance still stood, the only difference being that it was now blanketed in a layer of snow. As the new year approached, the gentle snowfall had cloaked all of Konoha in pristine white, retaining its original charm. The only notable alteration was the Hokage rock in the distance, which had transformed from 4 statues to 5. This, perhaps, marked the village's singular and most significant change. Returning to this place after several years, he had once thought he would never set foot here again. Yet, fate had led him back to the starting point. The mountains stood resolute, and he reflected on his departure from this place, overwhelmed by nostalgia. When he had left, it was done stealthily. Now, he returned with boldness and pride. Once frail and powerless, he had been merely a boy of little strength. Yet now, though not formidable, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Indeed, he had come full circle, back to the initial starting point. Kai was filled with a sense of nostalgia. The village remained unchanged, yet everything had been transformed by the passage of time. The most significant alterations were undoubtedly within the people. This time, only the 2 of them had come, while the other 3 stayed behind in the short book street. There was little need for concern regarding safety, as during perilous moments, you could effortlessly lead them into the wet-bone forest. Their intention in visiting was merely to observe the current situation. How do you feel? It must evoke fond memories. Little Kai? Might Guy stepped down from the carriage and approached Uchiha Kai, firmly patting his shoulder as he inquired. I do not particularly feel nostalgic, yet I am overwhelmed with sentiment. Nevertheless, since we have arrived, let us take a look. Kai sighed, feeling both familiar and alien in this place. In terms of emotions, there was not much to speak of. As he prepared to enter the village, he was halted just before crossing the threshold by 2 guards stationed at the gate. Despite knowing that among these individuals were teams led by Might Guy and Kakashi, the guard approached with a notebook in hand and politely requested, Kai, we must adhere to protocol. Please register your names. The entrance of strangers into the village was a procedure that could not be overlooked. Uchiha Kai, without a trace of pretentiousness, inscribed both his name and that of the mountain in the book. Upon receiving the notebook back and glancing at the names inscribed within, one of the guards momentarily froze. However, they held no suspicions. After all, Uchiha Kai had been designated an S-rank rogue ninja, a fact even these Chunin were well aware of. Observing Kakashi perched atop the cart in the distance, one of the guards looked at Might Guy with a resigned expression and said, Guy, the village has yet to lift the bounty on him. If possible, we would appreciate it if you could provide a mission order for verification. Allowing entry without it puts us in a precarious position. This is a direct order from the Hokage. Would you like me to escort you to meet the Hokage personally? Might Guy responded with a tone of casual ease. Let us hand him over to you before we meet the Hokage. Since he is a rogue ninja, let us take charge from here. Just as the discussion continued, 3 individuals approached at a leisurely pace. This alone would have sufficed, but suddenly nearly 20 to 30 people appeared around them. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi, who had been seated atop the cart, became somewhat unsettled, swiftly leaping down and positioning himself before Uchiha Kai, anxious that these individuals might create a significant disturbance. Despite their numbers, the newcomers exhibited no discernible emotions, their expressions impassive as they advanced. Tans, this matter is under direct orders from the Hokage. We must escort Uchiha Kai to meet him, so he cannot be handed over to you. Kakashi interjected, his brow furrowed in a serious gaze directed at the approaching Tans. In this moment, it was clear that within the entirety of Konoha, Tans was the only one particularly invested in Uchiha Kai's situation. Given the presence of dozens of elite shinobi from Konoha, it was evident that they were determined to take Uchiha Kai away at all costs. With such intentions, Tans was unlikely to be deterred by the likes of Might Guy and Kakashi. With a cane in hand, he approached step by step. The scent emanating from him was discernible even from a considerable distance. Behind this individual trailed only 2 companions, one resembling Kakashi, adorned with a mask and oversized sunglasses obscuring his expression, while the other similarly bore a mask. Uchiha Kai, classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, was currently a fugitive, and it was naturally our responsibility to address this matter. Do you two harbor any objections? Danzo's chilling words resonated, his demeanor reminiscent of a predator eyeing Kakashi and Might Guy. Lord Kai, there are a total of 32 individuals in the vicinity, and based on the chakra signatures, they all appear to be elite jounin. Dyson stood behind Kai, vigilant, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to discreetly assess and meticulously count each one. At such close range, I too can sense their presence without your prompting. Kai wore an expression of exasperation. The moment they appeared, he had already sensed their presence. After all, within a radius of 200 meters, he could perceive people and things quite clearly. Teacher Kai, may I eliminate these individuals? Uchiha Kai inquired, tilting his head towards a stern-faced Might Guy. The question left him momentarily bewildered. Almost immediately, frowning, before he could respond, Danzo seized the opportunity to shout, "Arrest Uchiha Kai." Lord Danzo, this is our mission. If you wish to detain someone, please let the Hokage issue the command. Might Guy steadfastly positioned himself in front of Uchiha Kai, fists clenched, ready for a confrontation. Lord Danzo, this matter could escalate significantly. Have you truly considered your actions? Kakashi asked, his demeanor equally grave. The other young ones had already rushed down, mimicking each other as they shielded Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Daisuhan from all sides. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, Teacher Kai? May I speak with him for a moment? Kai, with an air of nonchalance, stretched his head towards Kakashi and Might Guy, declaring, You need not involve yourself in this matter. We shall resolve it swiftly. Kakashi, however, found himself genuinely concerned, not for Uchiha Kai, but for the potential danger that might arise if this individual were to become incensed. What are you still standing around for? Seize Uchiha Kai at once. Danzo bellowed once more, prompting the surrounding root ninjas to spring into action. Just as Kakashi prepared to make a move, Uchiha Kai suddenly called out, Danzo, I am all too aware of your true nature. With eager anticipation, I was ready to enter the village of Konohagakure, yet the surprise you have delivered is truly overwhelming. Kai could hardly contain himself any longer. This fellow repeatedly dared to lay hands on him, truly believing himself to possess an immortal body that could be trifled with at will. Releasing the chakra seal that bound him, a tremendous force began to surge in all directions. He pushed aside Kakashi and Might Guy, advancing forward with his gaze fixed intently on the nonchalant Danzo, continuing, We harbor both new grievances and old grudges. Let us proceed in this manner. Let us all engage in a battle, including you. Should you emerge victorious, I shall willingly submit to your whims and research, whether it be my eyes or my life. I shall not object. However, should you fail, not only shall everyone present perish, but I shall also eradicate your entire Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan of the third Hokage. Furthermore, should anyone in Konoha dare to intervene, I shall raise the entire village to the ground. What say you to this wager? If you lack the courage, then let your life serve as the compensation for our enmity. With his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. There was no need for further combat. The sheer terror of his presence began to pervade the atmosphere. Uchiha Kai was not jesting. He held no affection for this village. Even if he were to annihilate every soul within it, he would feel little remorse. As his words fell, Uchiha Kai took a step forward. In that instant, Might Guy and Kakashi rushed to seize him. Yet, as they made contact, he vanished without a trace, his presence undetectable. By the time Danzo sensed the shift, a crimson mark had already appeared upon his neck. In a state of panic, he had yet to collapse, but in the blink of an eye, he was resurrected as if nothing had happened. Nevertheless, this assault caused him to draw a sharp breath, for despite the considerable distance between them, it was inconceivable that he could not defend himself, even against such speed. Izanagi. Kai returned to his original position, gazing at Danzo with a sly smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He then inquired, I wonder how many more times you can wield that power? I must admit, I am rather impressed. Despite the fact that your clan's eyes have long been extinguished, you still manage to harness such strength. Given your physical condition, you can likely summon it no more than 10 times, correct? Shall we proceed to fulfill our earlier wager? Uchiha Kai regarded Danzo with a mocking gaze, resolute in his intent to eliminate him without mercy should he dare obstruct his path again. After all, in the vast realm of ninjas, it is this scoundrel who occupies his thoughts. Danzo, oblivious to the nature of the previous attack, furrowed his brow, fixating his gaze on Uchiha Kai. Kai, what exactly are you doing? Kakashi and Might Guy were still reeling from the startling scene they had just witnessed. They had feared such an occurrence from the outset. Yet it had come to pass. The battle might indeed escalate, for although the village was relatively small, the distance from the main gate to the cargo office was no less than 2 kilometers. Simultaneously, they were intrigued by Danzo's condition. How could he have his throat nearly severed yet appear to return to normal in the blink of an eye? Only Uchiha Kai was privy to Danzo's true state. However, Danzo's expression had begun to betray a sense of unease. He had not anticipated that his well-concealed secret would be so easily uncovered. Yet, instead of fear, a wicked smile crept across his face. The singular question that plagued him now was how Uchiha Kai had managed to assault him. The only plausible explanation lay in the realm of speed. A sinister chuckle echoed through the air as Danzo dismissed Kakashi and Might Guy entirely. His gaze remained fixated on Uchiha Kai. Taking a step back, he signaled to his root members, who swiftly formed a circle, encasing Uchiha Kai within. Sealing technique, retreat. Kakashi shouted, instantly recognizing their intent as they began to perform hand seals. However, with only 7 or 8 individuals engaged in the formation of the barrier, the rest remained watchful, ensuring that these interlopers would not escape. Boom! A voice resounded as the individuals pressed their hands against the ground, followed by the emergence of an immense barrier. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped everyone present. The formidable gravity compelled the weaker ones to succumb to the ground. Even Kakashi and Might Guy, both esteemed jonin, found themselves bending under the weight, struggling to maintain their stance. No matter how swift one's movements, how rapid could they truly be beneath such a gravitational domain? Toanzo inquired with a hint of mockery, observing those ensnared within. Do you truly comprehend your actions, Toanzo? Might Guy began to emanate blue steam, gradually straightening his posture, as the intense gravity caused cracks to form in the earth beneath him. With unwavering determination, he delivered a powerful kick to the ground, causing an even larger fissure to spread towards those controlling the barrier. Cease this at once. Just as Might Guy prepared to strike, a furious voice echoed, accompanied by the swift arrival of several figures. The voice belonged to Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Followed by her companions clad in black tactical uniforms, their faces obscured by masks. These were the elite Umbu from Konohagakure. Toanzo, you had better provide an explanation for today's events. Tsunade confronted Toanzo with palpable anger, her voice resonating with authority. What is there to explain? An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha suddenly appears within the village, wielding immense power. Should he inflict significant harm? Can you, as the 5th Hokage, bear the burden of responsibility? Everyone heard his words. He even harbored thoughts of annihilating the entire village. How could I possibly allow such a person to remain here? Uchiha Kai is someone I summoned back. It was I who tasked them with this mission. The matter has yet to reach my jurisdiction. So by what right do you presume to judge? And is it not excessive for you, old man, to act in this manner? I am the Hokage. When you occupy this position, then you may speak to me of such matters. Tsunade's formidable presence shone through, a brand of authority unmatched by the 3rd Hokage. Her words struck Toanzo with unyielding force. After all, the ultimate power within the village resided with the Hokage, not with you, Shimura Toanzo. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence as the Root and Umbu stood in confrontation, the situation teetering on the brink of irretrievable chaos. The gazes of Toanzo and Tsunade locked in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. The tension in the air was palpable, as neither party showed signs of backing down. Truly, what a tiresome village. Uchiha Kai gazed at the situation before him, rendered almost speechless. The barrier surrounding them remained intact, and as he observed the great mountain struggling to endure, Kai calmly addressed the individuals sustaining the barrier, inquiring whether it was not time to cease their efforts. However, it seemed as though these individuals were entirely oblivious to his words. Not only did they fail to respond, but they did not even cast a glance towards Danzo, disregarding any inclination to heed his counsel. Lowering his gaze to the dagger in his hand, which gleamed menacingly with a cold light, he adjusted his grip. Assuming a different stance, Kai sighed and spoke slowly. I am not yet a member of your Konoha village, so killing you should pose no consequence. Let me see if you possess the ability to resurrect, like Danzo. Kai, don't. Might Guy instantly grasped the implication behind his words. Before he could even shout a warning, the barrier they had maintained suddenly vanished. In an instant, the 8 individuals who had supported the barrier began to clutch their throats in agony, blood gushing forth between their fingers. Danzo showed no remorse for this turn of events. Death was merely a part of the cycle. However, his features twisted into a sinister expression as he glared at Tsunade and demanded, "What do you have to say now?" "What can I say? The filth of this village is the result of your machinations and that old coot of the third Hokage. It is you, lurking in the shadows, who has truly transformed this village into a realm of darkness. You revel in its decay, Danzo, so let me witness just how much you cherish this place." In a sudden burst, Uchiha Kai leapt into the air, stretching out his arms as if to embrace Konoha itself. Yet, as he descended, he swiftly began to weave hand signs, unleashing the fire release, firefly explosion. Channeling the majority of his chakra, a massively compressed fireball materialized above Konoha, radiating a blue hue, evenly distributed across the sky, effectively enveloping the entire village. "Kai, what are you doing?" Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling. Even Kakashi had lifted his eye patch, revealing a three-tomo Sharingan. The entirety of Konoha was shrouded in impending doom. Hyuga, peering through his Byakugan, trembled as he sensed the overwhelming chakra. "Uchiha Kai, stop this at once!" Tsunade shouted furiously. In truth, her heart was gripped by fear, raising her head in panic. She understood the sheer magnitude of the attack Kai was about to unleash. In an instant, he could obliterate the entire village with merely a motion of his hand. "Danzo, I want you to choose the fate of this village." Kai gently descended to the ground, still raising his right hand. With a mere clenching of his fist, the entire village could be engulfed in a silent explosion. With a mocking expression, he gazed at Danzo and continued, "I shall not dwell on the matters concerning the Uchiha clan from years past, nor will I inquire further. After all, the deceased held no significance to me. Their lives and deaths are of no consequence, and I harbor no familial grudges. However, your incessant provocations have greatly irked me. Now, let us see what sentiments you possess for this village and whether you hold any attachments. The fate of this village lies in your hands. You are presented with two choices. First, disband the Konoha Elder Council, including yourself and those two old geezers. You are well aware, as am I, who has orchestrated the darkness that has plagued our village for so many years. Fetch those two old fools to me. Otherwise, should they voice any objections later, I would rather not witness such a distasteful scenario. The root organization, a cesspool so foul it could breed maggots, should never have been preserved. Transfer the knowledge of the tongue root destruction technique to Tsunade and submit a complete list of all root personnel. As for you, Danzo, your future choice is to remain within the confines of your home, whether in times of trouble or peace. This world requires no antiquated relics like yourself to sustain it. The second option is quite straightforward. With but a thought, I could make the entire Konoha village vanish from this ninja world. I do not jest, nor do I wish to engage in trifles with an imbecile such as yourself. You have 10 minutes to contemplate your decision. Do not even entertain notions of resistance. I could end all of this with a mere blink." Such words cast a profound silence over the scene. The sheer terror of the moment caused the two guards at the gate to falter on their feet. It was the first time in their lives they had witnessed such a tumultuous spectacle. Not only the other root members, but even the Umbu who had arrived fell into a hushed reverence. Even Tsunade, the Hokage, remained motionless, fully aware that Kai would not truly obliterate the village, yet uncertain of his intent. The dissolution of the Elder Council and root was something she had long desired. However, despite being dubbed Princess Tsunade, after 20 years away, how many in Konoha would still recognize her? Tuanzong clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Uchiha Kai. At that moment, chaos reigned throughout the village of Konoha. People scurried at a frantic pace, seeking refuge, their minds haunted by the terrifying scene unfolding around them. One by one, they hastened towards the safety of the caves. The ninjas within the village spared no effort in assisting the ordinary citizens. The Umbu and the J-ni not on missions hurriedly made their way towards the main gate. Leaders of various clans also began to move swiftly, each aware that something monumental had transpired in Konoha, an obvious conclusion that required no deep contemplation. In just 10 minutes, most had managed to evacuate, and those rushing to the scene had already arrived nearby. This was indeed a tremendous upheaval, leaving everyone in a state of unease and confusion, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As the other two elders approached, a subtle smile crept across Uchiha Kai's lips. Might Guy, feeling slightly anxious, had intended to speak but was promptly silenced by Kakashi. "What on earth are you planning to do?" he inquired, pausing momentarily. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki, in a fit of agitation, immediately demanded answers. Naruto, be quiet. This is not a matter for you to interject, Kakashi responded sternly, casting a serious glance at Naruto. This was a delicate game of strategy, and he seemed to have gleaned some insights into the situation at hand. As for Uchiha Kai, he dismissed his opponent's words entirely. Upon seeing Mito Monin and T-Rin Kosh approach, he smirked mockingly at Tuanzong, declaring, all the necessary parties have arrived. You should inform those two old fellows that the decision lies with you. Destroying this village seems inconsequential to me, does it not? There is only 1 minute left before the 10 minutes are up. With that, Kai's expression transformed into one of icy resolve. He raised his right hand slightly once more, inhaling deeply as chakra surged forth, causing the fireballs hovering above Konoha to double in size. Tuanzong gritted his teeth, consumed by an anger that knew no bounds. Kai, possessing knowledge of all matters, was acutely aware that despite Tuanzang's numerous shortcomings, his affection for the village was genuine and profound. As the crowd at the village entrance swelled, it became evident that such a spectacle was rarely witnessed. What could be the cause of this gathering? Turning to Tuanzong, Xiao Chun approached with a furrowed brow and a tone of chilling severity. They understood all too well the catastrophic implications should the chakra contained within those fireballs erupt. This scoundrel was bargaining the annihilation of the entire village for the position of the Elder Council. Though Tuanzong was reluctant, he dared not gamble with the village's fate. Ah, I see. Mito gaped and glanced at Tsunade, who was at a standstill in her career, took a deep breath, and managed a smile. He shook his head with resignation, acknowledging that at his age, it was indeed time to step back and allow the younger generation to take the reins. If the safety of the entire village could be secured in exchange, then it was time to withdraw. Without much reluctance, the old man accepted this reality with relative ease. Xiao Chun also cast a glance at Tsunade, uncertain of her connection to the situation. However, exiting this position in such a manner was certainly more favorable than leaving a tarnished reputation through forceful means in the future. The affairs are now entrusted to you. I am weary. You scoundrel. Tuanzong cursed in fury. Just as his words faded, Kai subtly moved his right index finger, and an explosive force erupted violently in a corner of the village. Mind your demeanor. There are still 15 seconds remaining until the final moment. What is your answer? Kai furrowed his brow and inquired. I concur. Reluctantly and filled with indignation, he felt the weight of all the pressure resting upon him. Should the village face destruction, it was likely that the one to bear the brunt of the blame would not be Uchiha Kai, but rather Danzo himself. Since Kai had already contemplated coming to Konoha, he had considered various matters concerning this place beforehand. He even pondered what issues would be most complex and challenging for Tsunade. Undoubtedly, all matters pointed towards two main aspects, one being the Elder Council, a group of old men whom even skilled individuals could easily handle. However, in terms of significant decisions, it was far beyond the capabilities of a woman who had been absent for over 20 years. He had no intention of paving the way for her. Yet if she were to have a child after that encounter, the troublesome matters would still need to be addressed. Upon reaching the entrance, the moment he spotted Danzo, a bold thought surged forth in his mind. After all, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, a lineage that had been vilified extensively. A few more insults would hardly matter to him. Observing the discomposed expressions of those old men, a smile began to form at the corners of Kai's mouth. Since you have already consented, it is likely that there is no need for me to elaborate further on the forthcoming matters. With a serene expression, Kai surveyed the individuals surrounding him, yet he did not cease his actions. Instead, he proclaimed loudly that the Elder Council was indeed a necessary institution, albeit populated by a group of unsuitable old-timers. Let me now present a list, he continued, and it is your turn, Fifth Hokage, to speak up. The crowd stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, before Tsunade could respond, Kai pressed on, declaring that the future members of the Konoha Elder Council would be the Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, the Nara clan leader, Nara Shikaku, and Yuhi Kurenai, who would serve jointly. As for the forthcoming purging and list concerning route, it would be managed collectively by the Hyuga clan and the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. What do you think? In such a distasteful village, this arrangement might provide me with some degree of solace. This statement was directed at Tsunade, but equally addressed to the other clans present. The Elder Council represented the upper echelons of Konoha, thus granting participation in significant decision-making processes. Not far off, Hyuga Hisashi stood in stunned silence. And he was not alone in his astonishment. Nara Shikaku shared the same sentiment. Most notably, Yuhi Kurenai was equally taken aback, unable to fathom how such a fortunate turn of events had befallen them. Just moments before, Nara Shikaku had been on high alert, only to instinctively cross his arms in disbelief, a subtle smile creeping across his lips as he regarded the fifth Hokage. It felt as though they were performing a well-rehearsed duet. Regardless, the advantages now bestowed upon them were too enticing to decline. The allocation of a council seat to the Hyuga family was hardly surprising, given that they had become the most prominent clan in all of Konoha. As for Shikaku's own seat, it indirectly granted him oversight over the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, while Kurenai's involvement, after some contemplation, led Shikaku to a chilling realization. He had not anticipated that the young man before him had considered the implications so thoroughly. As a commoner ninja, Yuhi Kurenai would naturally represent a vast community. Not to mention, as Asuma Sarutobi's fiancée, the son of the third Hokage, her position in the council would likely draw no objections from the Sarutobi clan or their allied families. The inclusion of a commoner ninja in such a capacity was a strategic maneuver of the highest order. Although Tsunade felt a fleeting sense of joy at the dissolution of the previous council, she was taken aback by this new formation and the peculiar composition of its members. Nonetheless, she sensed that Uchiha Kai would not betray her. Surveying the assembly, she stepped forward with righteous resolve and declared, "For the safety of our village, I accept this proposal. However, you must remain in the village, and I shall rescind the bounty placed upon you. Is that agreeable?" Excellent. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. It seemed that those with clear minds had already discerned a particular truth. The conclusion was one of universal joy, with only a couple of individuals bearing the brunt of suffering. Initially, the Council of Elders had been disbanded, yet now it had reformed, and astonishingly, the instigator of this predicament appeared to be unscathed. Danzo was already engulfed in fury, and the unexpected outcome only fueled his ire. He fixed a steely gaze upon Tsunade, yet felt utterly powerless. In a fit of anger, he clenched his teeth and turned to leave the scene. Ultimately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Guy offered a faint smile as he ceased his actions. At the moment, he lowered his hands. The ninjutsu that had been hovering over the entire village of Konoha vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the crowd remained utterly bewildered, still grappling with the unfolding circumstances. The assessment of the events in front of the Hokage's office had reached a conclusion, with no dissenting voices. After all, the majority had come to accept this outcome, leaving the few dissenters unable to stir the waters. Sitting calmly on the sofa, Guy observed the furious expression on Tsunade's face, while he himself maintained an air of tranquility. Meanwhile, Might Guy and Kakashi appeared as if they were glued to their seats, visibly uncomfortable in their predicament. Tsunade, with a stern expression and furrowed brow, directed her gaze at Uchiha Kai and demanded, "Shouldn't you provide a proper explanation regarding the events that transpired at the village entrance? What exactly were you trying to accomplish?" Kai smiled calmly, and then with a swift gesture, he formed hand seals and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. In the next moment, the entire room was enveloped by a transparent chakra barrier. He then began to speak. "I have resolved two significant troubles for you. Yet it seems you have yet to express your gratitude." "Gratitude? You imbecile. Have you any idea how perilous your actions are? If Danzo disapproves, are you truly prepared to annihilate the Hidden Leaf Village?" Tsunade exclaimed, her agitation escalating as she slammed her palm onto the desk before her. The force of her strike created a gaping hole in the center of the table. In silence, Shizen stood beside her, bemused, as she picked up a pen and began to document the incident. It was evident that such occurrences were not unprecedented. After her fury subsided, Tsunade forcibly tempered her emotions and slowly seated herself, her tone less fervent as she inquired, setting aside other matters. "Why have you appointed those three as the Elder Advisory Council?" Noticing the conversation had shifted to a serious topic, Kakashi and Might Guy began to regard Uchiha Kai with earnest attention. Initially, they had been the two most anxious individuals present. However, as the situation unfolded, it appeared to be veering towards a favorable outcome. Though they did not fully comprehend the intricacies, they refrained from intervening. The three of them truly seemed to be the most suitable candidates for the Elder Advisory Council within the entire village. As the Hokage, one cannot shoulder every responsibility alone. Consider the items before you. It is likely that since the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hokage has been managing all trivialities personally, hasn't he? How do you know this? Tsunade furrowed her brow, questioning him. How do I know? Because this plan is my own creation. Kai Weiwei smiled, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She did not directly respond to Tsunade's words, but continued on to express that the pressure from the three of them in the Council of Elders was comparatively light. To begin with, let us discuss Hyuga Hizashi. The Hyuga clan has been marginalized since the inception of Konoha, and few are aware of the circumstances surrounding this exclusion. The Uchiha clan's ostracism stems from the issues associated with Uchiha Madara. Since the era of the second Hokage, the focus has been on the Uchiha clan. Although the third Hokage maintained a somewhat ambiguous stance towards them, he never denied the unchecked actions of Danzo. However, have you ever pondered why the Hyuga clan has endured similar treatment? This matter may delve too deeply into the past, thus it suffices to highlight their advantages. The Hyuga clan has now emerged as the largest family in all of Konoha, encompassing numerous aspects including commercial and military prowess. With their vision holding immense value, a most treasured asset for Konoha. Were it not for their branch family system, it is likely that the Hyuga clan, long relegated to a subordinate status, would have been the first to instigate an uprising. This arrangement serves to pacify the inherent shortcomings that have never allowed higher-ups to emerge from the Hyuga clan, thereby enabling better governance of their lineage, which will significantly enhance the village's defense and future capabilities. Involving Hyuga Hizashi in the village's decision-making process ensures that, once matters are unified, the vast populace of the Hyuga clan will raise no objections. Next, let us consider the Nara clan. I believe it requires little elaboration from me. The trio of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans has always been closely intertwined, with the Nara clan's intellect leading the way. These three families have consistently adhered to loyalty solely to the position of Hokage, rather than to any individual. In the course of several decades of consumption within Konoha village, the three prominent clans have managed to retain their strength remarkably well. When it comes to combat prowess, should these three families join forces, it is likely that no other clan could rival them. Nara Shikaku, possessing an exceptionally astute mind, plays a pivotal role in the decision-making of the Elder Advisory Council, thereby instilling greater confidence in the execution of various tasks by the three clans. As for the final member, Yuhi Kurenai, her situation is somewhat unique. My decision to select her was not made lightly. Fundamentally, she embodies the rights of the common folk. The civilian ninjas constitute the majority in Konoha, shouldering the most arduous and perilous responsibilities. Neglecting to provide them with a voice could have significant repercussions in the future. Another critical reason for choosing Yuhi Kurenai is her status as the fiancée of Asuma Sarutobi. Following the demise of the third Hokage, she would assume the role of head of the Sarutobi clan, thereby stabilizing the long-standing families, who would naturally have no objections to her leadership. A single individual capable of balancing the interests of two factions makes Kurenai the optimal choice. I wonder if our esteemed fifth Hokage is satisfied with such reasoning? Listening attentively, Kakashi beside me widened his eyes in astonishment. Despite not residing in the village, his understanding of it is remarkably profound. What transformation would Konoha undergo if he were to become Hokage? Not only Kakashi, but even Tsunade and Shizune, seated across from him, were left speechless. Only Guy, who could not grasp the conversation, sat there looking utterly bewildered. Guy? I was calling Uchiha Guy. Tsunade, initially serious, was taken aback when Might Guy suddenly snapped back to attention and responded. This action created an awkward moment in the blink of an eye. You can call him Little Guy. That would help distinguish between them. Might Guy murmured softly. What is it? Uchiha Guy inquired. After a moment of silence, Tsunade asked how he was so certain that Danzo would agree to the proposals he had put forth. This topic, indeed, was the most concerning when we were present. Who could fathom what dark thoughts Danzo harbored? He will undoubtedly agree, Uchiha Guy asserted confidently. Although Danzo has engaged in many underhanded and even repulsive actions, his genuine affection for the village is undeniable. If loyalty to the village were to be ranked, Danzo would surely be among the top 3. Perhaps even at the very pinnacle. How can you be so sure? I've mentioned it before. I know everything, so what is there to question? Kai reclined on the sofa, his demeanor remarkably nonchalant. However, as if a thought had suddenly struck him. A subtle smile graced his lips as he addressed Kakashi and Might Guy, saying, Teachers, there are certain matters I wish to discuss privately. Understood. Kakashi immediately rose to his feet. Understood what? Might Guy inquired, his expression one of innocent bewilderment. Before he could react further, Kakashi seized his collar and pulled him up with little ceremony. Thus, they departed from the Hokage's office in a rather forceful manner. As for Ino, once the two had left, Uchiha Kai's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by an expression of awkwardness as he sat there, uncertain of what to say. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Kai's words were directed at Shizune, simultaneously suggesting that she should briefly vacate the premises. He cast a glance at Tsunade, who remained seated with an expression of serene composure. Shizune pursed her lips, placed the documents she held onto the table, and turned to leave. The moment the door closed behind her, without waiting for Uchiha Kai to inquire further, Tsunade stated, "Indeed, I am pregnant, over 3 months along, and it appears to be a girl. However, there is no need for you to worry. I shall not use this to manipulate you, nor will I impose any responsibilities upon you." Oh, Kai lowered his head in silence, truly at a loss for words. However, after a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Is it really possible to conceive at such an age?" Just as the words escaped his lips, a tremendous force struck him, and in the next instant, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the room and sent sprawling into the street below. "You scoundrel!" Inside the room, there were only 2 individuals, each wholly engrossed in the other. Though their voices were barely above a whisper, it did not escape Tsunade's keen ears. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy had just descended the stairs. Before they could even step out the door, they were taken aback as someone suddenly tumbled before them. Initially stunned, Might Guy rushed forward upon recognizing the fallen figure. "Little Kai? Huh. So it appears our 2 esteemed teachers have yet to depart." At that moment, Kaiten sprang to his feet, an awkward smile gracing his face as he scratched his head. "Are you all right?" Kakashi inquired, observing his friend's demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just seems like my arm is broken." Kei, of the Uchiha clan, wore a casual and nonchalant expression. The 2 exchanged glances, each understanding the gravity of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. "Haha, as long as you're fine, let us go. I'll treat you to some grilled meat." Ignoring the concern of a broken limb, Might Guy draped his arm over Kei's shoulder, laughing as he led him away. The once tranquil Hidden Leaf village had transformed into a bustling hub with the arrival of such an individual. If previously, Kei of the Uchiha clan had been an unknown, his emergence as an S-rank rogue ninja had already made his name known to many. Now, scarcely an hour since his return, his presence was recognized by all. Ultimately, the recognition stemmed more from fear than admiration. After all, he had demonstrated formidable jutsu capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire village should he so choose. How could such a figure not instill trepidation? Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Hyuga clan, a dozen individuals were seated, all appearing to be members of the clan, predominantly elderly men. The eldest among them appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. Hinata Hizashi, the clan leader, naturally occupied the foremost position. The atmosphere in the hall was relatively subdued. Eventually, an elder seated at the forefront could no longer contain himself and posed a question to Hizashi regarding the young Uchiha. "What are your thoughts on that little fellow from the Uchiha clan? It is surprising that upon his return, he disbanded the existing advisory group and has now allowed you to join the advisory council for retirees. This indeed seems advantageous for our Hyuga clan. However, his terrifying prowess compels me to carefully consider our next steps." Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath and leaned against the wall, refraining from providing a direct response. Instead, her mind began to ponder the enigmatic Uchiha Kai. The moment he returned, she had already identified the individuals who had escorted the 2 members of the Uchiha clan away. One undeniable fact emerged. Among those who left, Uchiha Kai was not among them. The Uchiha Daisen beside him was certainly one of the males, while the other was a girl, thus it could not possibly be Uchiha Kai himself. The only figure she could conceive was that mysterious individual who orchestrated the departure of the 2 young Uchiha. Yet, the thought seemed implausible. When Hinata was nearly 4 years old, this person had already made their move, which would imply they were merely 7 or 8 years of age at that time. How could such formidable strength manifest in a child? However, apart from that enigmatic member of the Uchiha clan, no other possibilities aligned with this occurrence. After a prolonged silence, Hinata Hyuga finally spoke, suggesting that the Hyuga clan refrain from any action and simply observe the unfolding events. Indeed, this seems prudent. Who would have imagined that not all of the Uchiha clan perished during the massacre, and that such a powerful individual would arise? Judging by this boy's capabilities, he appears to surpass even the legendary Uchiha Itachi from back in the day, which is truly astonishing. The elder spoke to himself. as the various clans had already initiated their respective strategies in response to Uchiha Kai's unexpected return. The Hyuga clan's explicit stance likely mirrored the sentiments of most clans, to refrain from taking the lead and merely witness the developments. Hinata's rationale was to ascertain one critical point, whether Uchiha Kai was indeed connected to that mysterious Uchiha clan from years past. Hinata, what troubles you? In a training ground nestled within a grove, where Team 8 convened, Inuzuka Kiba, the future heir of the Inuzuka clan, approached her with curiosity as he observed her sitting quietly in the distance. He dashed over, leaning forward to inquire. Today's atmosphere had dampened everyone's motivation to train. It was not just them. Even their supervising teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, appeared preoccupied with her thoughts. A day had passed since the incident, and she had not attended training, remaining alongside these young ones. Yet, unexpectedly, she had found herself elevated to the ranks of the Elder Advisory Council, a transition that felt bewildering. One moment, an ordinary citizen. The next a dignitary. The abrupt change left her in a state of confusion. As for Hinata, her thoughts were entirely different. When faced with Kiba's inquiry, Hinata shyly turned her head away, offering a faint smile as she swiftly waved her hand and replied, "I'm fine." The atmosphere today was rather dismal. She lacked the motivation to train, and even Lady Tsunade seemed distracted due to yesterday's events. Shino typically focused solely on his own training, making it quite tedious for her to train alone. Kiba plopped down a meter away from Hinata, propping himself up on his hands as he gazed at the sky. Although he had no depressive thoughts, the monotony weighed heavily on him. After a moment of silence, Kiba suddenly seemed to recall something and swiftly leaned toward Hinata, asking if she knew the recently appeared Uchiha Kai. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face instantly flushed, unsure of how to respond to such a topic. She nevertheless slowly nodded at Kiba's eager expression. "What? I can't believe you actually know him?" Kiba exclaimed. "I've asked several people since yesterday, but none recognized someone named Uchiha Kai. How do you know him, Hinata?" His anticipation was palpable, mirrored by the expectant gaze of the little dog perched on his shoulder. Hinata's mind flooded with memories, recalling their first meeting when he had saved her and her subsequent visits to watch him train. She then turned to Kiba and said, "I first met him when I was just 3 years old. Naruto was with me then." "That early? How surprising. But I've heard he is incredibly powerful. My father told me that no one in the entire Hidden Leaf village would stand a chance against him, and he advised me to keep my distance when I meet him, as if he were truly terrifying." Although Kiba had yet to meet Uchiha Kai, the indoctrinating words had instilled a deep sense of dread within him. He lowered his voice as he spoke. "Brother Kai is really nice and gentle. He is not as exaggerated as you say." Hinata smiled as she clarified, but then added, "He is indeed formidable, yet he has endured trials beyond our imagination. He was once a student of Gai-sensei, and his level of dedication is incomparable to that of Rock Lee. You understand what I mean, right?" "No way. That guy, Rock Lee, has an outrageous amount of physical training," Kiba protested. "But Rock always takes 2 days off after training, and sometimes when he gets slightly injured, he rests even longer. However, Brother Kai has never behaved that way. Every day after training, he diligently adheres to the same regimen the following day, consistently increasing the weight he bears each month. According to him, such rigorous increments can shatter mental barriers, instilling greater resolve to pursue a particular endeavor. In our situation, we ought not to envy others' strengths, as we simply cannot attain their level of prowess." "Hey, Hinata, you seem quite familiar with him?" Inuzuka Kiba initially paid no heed, but upon hearing Hinata refer to Uchiha Kai in such a manner, he suddenly seemed to grasp something. "Me?" Faced with the abrupt shift in conversation, Hinata appeared utterly flustered, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. "What are you two doing here?" Just as Kiba was about to delve deeper, a voice interjected between them. A hand rested on one person's shoulder, and a pair of exquisite crimson eyes gleamed in their direction. "Teacher Red," Hinata exclaimed, her embarrassment palpable. "Never mind. I believe everyone has worked hard these past few days. A little rest won't hurt. Let's go out for barbecue at noon." With a gentle smile, she affectionately ruffled their hair. "Teacher Red, I heard you've joined the Elder Advisory Council. Does that mean you can no longer accompany us on missions?" Kiba queried, puzzled. Such matters were beyond his contemplation. He would only learn from family or hearsay upon returning. Red fell silent for a moment before gently inquiring, "Who told you that?" After all, Teacher Red might also have times when she couldn't extricate herself from her responsibilities. "Huh, no need to worry. Today, I will speak with Lord Hokage about it. You must understand the weight of this burden. If possible, I will certainly refuse such an obligation. Asaka Red replied with a smile. Initially, when this matter arose, she had been utterly bewildered. The sudden fortune that had seemingly descended upon her was astonishing. It was only after Asuma Sarutobi approached her to discuss the situation and assured her that the Sarutobi clan would unconditionally support her that she began to comprehend the significance of her representation. However, upon realizing that when she approached the fifth Hokage, she was to represent the common ninja, the enormity of this responsibility weighed heavily upon her. Sigh. With a hint of resignation, Asaka Red smiled softly, suggesting they refrain from discussing this matter for now, for the future would reveal itself in due time. Two individuals stood upon the remnants of what was once their home in the Uchiha clan's territory. Despite the passage of numerous years, the scars of devastation remained visibly etched into the landscape. The charred remnants of timber lay scattered across the ground, stark and unmistakable. It was uncertain how many years had elapsed since anyone last ventured into this area once inhabited by common folk. The once pristine stone pavement was now entirely engulfed by a wild tangle of weeds. Even the homes that had once provided shelter were now overrun with moss and verdant grass, presenting a scene of desolation. With eyes closed, one could almost inhale the lingering scent of the past, a potent reminder of the bloodshed that had transpired here. After 5 or 6 years, the return to this place was unexpected, evoking a sense of fate's cruel irony. Never had one imagined the opportunity to revisit their birthplace. Observing the scene before him, Kai could not help but express his sentiments. Time had indeed weathered many things. 6 years, while not excessively long, had been sufficient to alter the lives of many. Lord Kai, why the sudden melancholy? Daisen inquired from behind him. Melancholy? What is there to be sorrowful about? Are you not reflecting on our former neighbors? After all, they have been gone for many years, he replied, gesturing to the surroundings. Though a few dilapidated houses still stood, they bore the marks of time and decay, rendering them uninhabitable. Yet, memories of past neighbors lingered. Upon hearing Daisan's remark, Kai's lips twitched in disdain as he retorted, "Do not utter such sentiments. I feel nothing." Those individuals, aside from plotting to pilfer my family's wealth, were intent on seizing my estate. Their demise holds no significance for me, as I was never acquainted with them. Indeed, Daisen replied with an awkward smile, his gaze drifting to a nearby structure that appeared exceedingly decrepit. Once, it had been a place of disrepair, but now, after just 5 or 6 years, the roof had collapsed. Despite the ruin, it had once been a site of cherished memories. In the distance, a building that still appeared relatively intact and somewhat opulent caught their attention. It was the former residence of the Uchiha clan leader. Now, only Uchiha Sasuke resided there. The Uchiha clan's dwellings were situated on the outskirts of Konohagakure, in a remarkably expansive area. After absorbing the atmosphere around them, Uchiha Kai made a resolute decision, proclaiming, "Since we have resolved to return, let us construct a new home here, one that belongs to us." Lord Kai, are you truly intending to come back? Daisen questioned, astonished. Daishin initially thought it was merely a jest or an excuse to revisit the past. However, he was taken aback to discover that Kai genuinely intended to return to this once haunted place. Kai felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was impossible to disclose the entire truth to him. Nevertheless, he patiently remarked that life inevitably comes with disturbances, and returning to Konoha village is akin to returning to our roots. However, I do not intend to become a ninja here. I shall maintain a home in my previous location while establishing another here, allowing for moments of respite when I choose to return. Thus, let us endeavor to transform this place into a more ideal living environment, which, in any case, would be considerably more comfortable. Observing Kai's smile, Deshaun also smiled in return. He had no significant objections. After all, decisions made by Uchiha Kai were seldom contested. Presently, the entire Uchiha clan had dwindled to nothing, and the civilian district could be considered an expansive area, albeit overgrown with weeds and dotted with remnants of dilapidated houses. Kaiwei raised her hand briefly, leaving behind 2 imprints, and then swiftly expelled a fireball from her mouth. As the fireball emerged, it instantly transformed into a much larger sphere of flames that engulfed the entire area. Once the flames ignited, thick smoke billowed forth, alerting the hidden members within the village. Before the fire had even subsided, a group of masked individuals swiftly arrived at the scene. They surveyed the surroundings intently, confirming that no battle had taken place. However, Upon spotting Uchiha Kai and Uchiha Dasha, a sense of unease gripped one of them, who wore a fox mask. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fear within, he approached with an air of respect and politeness, inquiring of Lord Kai, "Might I ask what brings you here?" Although taken aback by the unexpected address, Kai simply replied, "I intend to clear this area and prepare to construct my own living quarters." The masked man was momentarily taken aback, then somewhat dazedly remarked, "Wasn't the Hokage supposed to provide you with housing? Too small. I do not favor such dwellings. I am not lacking in wealth, so why should I settle for less?" Kai smiled lightly. However, the flames before him burned with an exasperating slowness. The entire area of the civilian district spanned approximately 1,000 acres. Yet, the portion he intended to utilize was not particularly vast. Initially, he contemplated constructing directly upon this terrain. But then, a sudden thought struck him. He still possessed the design blueprints from his time residing on Short Book Street. "Keep your distance," he commanded. "I shall commence clearing this section." As Kai spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a fireball encompassing a vast area of 100 acres suddenly materialized above the ground. The distance between them and the members of the Umbu was considerable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Kai clenched his fist, igniting flames. There was no smoke, nor the sound of an explosion. Yet, on the ground, the results were unmistakably different. In an instant, a pit with a depth of approximately 10 meters had formed, its square shape appearing remarkably orderly. "Lord Kai, it seems you intend to construct a dwelling similar to that over there?" Deshawn, ever perceptive, quickly surmised Kai's intentions. With a grin, he turned to give Deshawn a thumbs up. Cleaning the surrounding area would be excessively troublesome. Instead, he decided to issue 10 C-rank missions to have them cleared entirely. Why complicate matters? After all, wasn't there a natural solution available in Konoha? At first, he contemplated having them plant some flowers and trees here, but who knew how long that would take? Midway through his thoughts, Kai suddenly remembered that there was someone skilled in wood release in Konoha. Summoning him could expedite the resolution of the situation in no time. As the Umbu ninjas approached, still marveling at the recent display of power, Kai turned to the masked man and inquired, "Where is Tsunade, the Hokage now?" "She should be in her office. It seems there's a meeting scheduled for today. If Lord Kai wishes to see the Hokage, it would be more appropriate to visit in the afternoon." The masked man replied promptly. He finally understood that the jutsu unleashed by Uchiha Kai the day before, which had the potential to obliterate the entire village, now appeared to be a very real possibility. After all, the area engulfed had vanished entirely, encompassing hundreds of acres. If such an attack were to envelop the entire village, Konoha could very well disappear in the blink of an eye. Swallowing hard, the masked man felt an urgent desire to leave. He turned to Kai and said, "Lord Kai, we have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave for now." Oh, Kai scarcely paid attention to their arrival. His mind was already occupied with thoughts of how to employ that tool to create his exquisite abode. The commotion that had just begun also attracted the attention of Uchiha from afar, who swiftly made their way here, gazing in awe at the breathtaking scene before them. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape. The shock reflected in his gaze was unmistakable. Clenching his fists with palpable excitement, he observed two individuals not far away, seemingly engaged in an intense discussion. Taking a deep breath, as if he had made a monumental decision, he sprinted towards them. "Please, tell me how to become powerful." The hastily approaching Uchiha Sasuke humbly lowered his proud head before Kai, kneeling before him without uttering a word, and fervently bowed his head in respect. The sudden display caught Kai by surprise. He had not anticipated that such an arrogant youth would be willing to make such a significant sacrifice for the sake of strength. "I implore you." After a moment of silence without a response, Sasuke once again bowed and cried out, "Rise." Kai slowly crouched down, gazing at the young boy before him, whose face bore an expression of determination, having chosen to kneel in pursuit of formidable strength. A wave of emotion stirred within him. "You have made a promise." Uchiha Sasuke remained on his knees, lifting his gaze to Kai, his face reflecting both eager anticipation and a palpable fear of rejection. "How powerful do you wish to become?" Kai inquired in return. "Is it merely to eliminate that wretch? For whom have you strengthened yourself? Is it solely to accomplish such tasks?" His persistence is indeed commendable. However, one must accept a profound truth. The destinies of individuals are governed by immutable laws, and you are no exception. I can offer guidance, yet I cannot impart knowledge. If circumstances permit, The one who leaves a mark upon your neck shall be the one to aid you in reaching that pivotal juncture in your journey. Kai's predominant thought is to bring everything back onto the right track. In doing so, at the very least, he would possess knowledge of all matters. Unlike the present, where the timeline has deviated excessively. Orochimaru, Sasuke exclaimed, incredulous. How is it possible that you lack the courage to leave the village? My own strength has burgeoned precisely because I ventured beyond its confines. Who would permit a member of the Uchiha clan to become so powerful while remaining here? Kai spoke in an ambiguous manner, then smiled gently and continued, in a couple of days, I will be leaving. I shall inform that fellow when the time comes. As for you, simply make your way to the Valley of the End, and their people will guide you from there. The desire to grow stronger lies within you, and the path you take is something no one else can assist you with. I understand, Sasuke replied, his voice resolute. I will strive diligently. I must become powerful. He rose to his feet, his gaze unwavering as he clenched his fists and bowed deeply, exclaiming to Kai, thank you. What an intriguing little fellow. Kai gazed at Sasuke, then raised his right hand. In the next moment, a piercing sound erupted, and Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Chidori, just as Sasuke exclaimed. The Chidori in Kai's hand transformed into a striking spectacle. A lightning bolt approximately 5 meters long materialized, resembling a laser, leaving behind a trail on the ground that appeared as if it had been meticulously sliced. Chidori is merely a change in the nature of chakra. You will spend the next year mastering its form, while the rest can be shaped through your imagination. This will undoubtedly expedite your growth and strength. It is essential to understand that lightning relies not solely on your chakra, but also on nature itself. This encompasses the power of ground lightning and that of the skies. Reflect on this deeply upon your return. I shall inform you when the time comes for you to venture forth, provided you are adequately prepared and possess the requisite courage. Uchiha Kai genuinely did not mind offering guidance to this young lad, who was over 3 years his junior. Although the boy's demeanor was rather arrogant, it had not reached a level that irked him. Thank you. Sasuke's gaze began to grow increasingly vacant. He had previously only considered the power of Chidori, never realizing that such strength could be infinitely expanded. The notion that one could harness the forces of nature to enhance a jutsu was a revelation. Though it was merely a few simple words, they had imparted profound knowledge to the young boy. Let us return. We must now attend to our own affairs. Kai gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and departed from the place, taking Dashi with him. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he promptly turned around and called out to Sasuke, Sasuke. Huh, Lord Kai. In an instant, the son of the former Uchiha clan leader altered his form of address. If you are truly set on leaving, it seems there is little purpose in remaining there. Would you allow me to purchase your estate? This unexpected proposal momentarily left Sasuke taken aback. Yet, he swiftly responded, if you desire it, it is yours. However, I hope you will refrain from disturbing my parents' graves. Oh, I have no interest in that place, and I assure you, your ancestral home will remain undisturbed. Kai mused, envisioning the future where he would construct a splendid abode. After all, the location of the Uchiha clan is rather remote, yet there is a certain charm in that. It is not too far from the heart of Konoha village. Lord Kai, our current location should suffice. Why do we require that place as well? Deshaun inquired curiously. I have had a change of heart. Kai responded with an air of indifference. Suddenly, an idea emerged in his mind, to construct an expansive lawn before him, with a grand tree positioned at its center, and a house built horizontally, seamlessly connecting to a pavilion at the middle. This vision seemed to epitomize an ideal and perfect existence. As he pondered this, a subtle smile graced Kai's lips, and he began to envision the life that lay ahead. My Lord Kai, what occupies your thoughts? As they strolled away from the Uchiha clan grounds, Kai's gaze remained fixed upward, arms crossed, clearly lost in contemplation. Even upon reaching the streets of Konoha, he maintained this demeanor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Daisuke inquired, do you have something on your mind? No. I am merely contemplating the kind of business we should pursue in the future. Even with abundant wealth, it seems unwise to merely rely on it without a plan. As Kai walked along, he pondered deeply. Given their current expenditures, the amount of money they possessed seemed substantial. Yet, how many years could it sustain them? It was imperative to contemplate the long-term implications. When the family eventually entered a phase of rapid growth, would they not find themselves in dire straits? Clinging to outdated methods was simply not feasible, and such actions could lead to catastrophic repercussions. It appeared that Master Kai had some thoughts brewing, didn't he? Daxian inquired. Indeed. There were some ideas, yet such matters were beyond our capacity to address. It seemed that we truly needed to devise a more thoughtful approach moving forward. As Kai spoke, a sense of relief washed over him. He then raised his finger towards a distant stall and said, "Please, allow me to treat you to some ramen. It seems I have never invited you before. Come and savor the quintessential delicacy of Konohagakure." Even though he had not returned in 5 or 6 years, the ramen stall still occupied its original spot. Upon seeing the location, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but wonder what connections the owner must possess to secure such a prime position for their establishment. With his hands tucked into his pockets, the two of them proceeded towards their destination, one following the other. "Boss, we'll have 2 large bowls of ramen, with all the toppings included." Kai took a seat directly upon arrival, casually calling out to the bustling owner within. Although the location was open air, the chill was not as biting as one might expect. The perception of temperature among ninjas is not as exaggerated as commonly believed. Even with much snow yet to melt, on this cloudy day, Uchiha Kai donned merely a simple hoodie layered beneath a casual jacket. "Ah, it's you, Kai? It has truly been many years." The ramen shop owner instantly recognized Kai, despite the significant changes in his appearance since their last encounter. Remarkably, he could still identify him at first glance. Impressive that you can recognize him. Well, after all, the familiar faces frequenting this place are quite few. Your return yesterday certainly caused quite a stir, and only you possess such a carefree demeanor, distinct from the others. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen grinned widely, turning to address his companions. "Please wait a moment. Handmade ramen, please bring us 4 bowls. Certainly, please hold on." The handmaid referred to the name of the ramen shop owner, Ichiraku. The 4 of them then settled in side by side. "Wait, weren't we supposed to eat barbecue? Why are we having ramen instead?" A small fellow next to Kai immediately expressed his discontent, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. A glance in his direction revealed something unexpected. "Oh dear." Kai, grinning widely, pressed down on the head of the individual beside him, then called out to Hinata, who was seated a person away. A single address instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The individual whose head was being pressed was none other than Kiba Inuzuka, who forcefully opened his eyes and, rising in anger, shouted, "You bastard, who are you calling little wife?" Kiba mistakenly believed the remark was aimed at him, causing this large young man to feel quite displeased. Kai, big brother. Despite the many years that had passed, the only person Hinata could think of to address in such a manner was him. She was genuinely surprised to encounter him in this place. "It truly is you." With a broad grin, Kai stood up and effortlessly grasped Inuzuka Kiba by the collar, lifting him with ease and spinning him around before placing him back in the spot he had just vacated. Approaching Hinata, he appraised her, surprised to see that she had grown up so much and developed quite an admirable figure. Upon hearing this, Hinata's expression turned blank, and her face flushed a deep crimson from her neck up. Hey, who the hell are you?" Kiba exclaimed angrily, rising to confront Kai. "My apologies. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Kai, a resident of this village, I suppose," he said politely, directing his introduction primarily towards Yui Kurenai, who was seated nearby. The other 2 youngsters hardly warranted a formal introduction. Kiba's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, as he licked his lips in disbelief. Reminiscent of a dog caught off guard, memories flooded his mind of warnings from his father and others at home. Never approach Uchiha Kai, or he might devour you. At the mere thought, Kiba's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. "What's wrong with you?" Yamashiro asked, observing Kiba's peculiar demeanor with curiosity. "I am a bit cold," he stuttered, his speech trembling, eliciting laughter from the others at his comical appearance. "I was actually planning to find you. But who would have thought we'd run into each other here? Is this fate? Destiny has brought us together again. So I've decided to have a chat with Hinata's grandfather about this," Kai said, casually draping his arm over Hinata's shoulder, oblivious to her blushing face, which was nearly suffocating her. Only then did he notice the others, his expression softening slightly, and he addressed Kurenai. "You must be Yi-sensei, I presume?" Kurenai had been quietly observing the young man, intrigued by the apparent closeness between him and Hinata. Although she had just learned of their acquaintance, she had not anticipated the depth of their familiarity. Throughout the interaction, she refrained from interrupting, curious about the young man before her, someone she had never seen, but who could potentially alter the course of her current life. "I had always been curious about what Uchiha Kai looked like," Kurenai remarked playfully after a moment, resting her chin on her hand, her crimson eyes exuding an alluring charm. Yet, such an unexpected comment from her left everyone momentarily taken aback. Kai's movements abruptly halted for a moment. With an awkward smile, he responded, "Asuma is probably more handsome than I am." The moment he spoke, Hinata could no longer contain her shyness and fainted from her chair. Just as she was about to fall, Kai swiftly caught her in his arms. "Haha, you've grown up and learned to feel shy, haven't you?" With a broad grin, Kai laughed heartily, reminiscing about how he had affectionately referred to the other as Little Bride during their childhood, and how that individual had always responded warmly. Now, not only was there no reply, but circumstances had drastically changed. Observing Uchiha Kai cradling Hinata in his arms, Kiba Inuzuka seethed with rage, his teeth gritting in anger. However, having never met him before, Kiba had already been demonized by his family's narrative, and the deep-seated fear suppressed all his thoughts. Ramen has arrived. The owner of Ichiraku swiftly served 2 bowls of ramen, adorned with an array of toppings that were tantalizingly reminiscent of his memories, evoking an insatiable appetite. Gently placing Hinata back into her seat, the young girl slowly began to relax, her shyness causing her to bury her face in her arms. That scoundrel! How utterly audacious! Upon arriving at the forest where they had previously trained, a profound silence enveloped them during the journey. Hinata walked with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, still maintaining her bashful demeanor even in the serene glade. Kiba, too, was the epitome of a well-behaved child, walking quietly beside her. Yet, as they entered the woods, he swiftly adopted a different attitude, feeling secure in the belief that the other could not overhear him. With a furious punch against a tree, he expressed his wrath, his small dog on his shoulder barking incessantly. Why didn't you curse in front of him? Shino's incisive comment struck like a bolt. Typically quiet and brooding, the usually taciturn Shino rendered Kiba speechless with his words. Kurenai Yuhi observed these young ones, knowing it was her duty to monitor them. Reflecting on the earlier events, she felt no aversion towards Uchiha Kai. "Hinata, don't you think that fellow is excessively arrogant? Addressing you so boldly upon first meeting. Who behaves that way?" Kiba's irritation surged as he confronted the situation, turning to the still shy Hinata standing nearby. "He has always called me that since we were children," Hinata replied softly. This revelation left Kiba utterly flabbergasted, realizing that the issue lay entirely with him. "I heard there's another girl from the Uchiha clan around our age. When he returns, why not challenge her?" Shino, ever the strategist, immediately offered this suggestion upon noticing Kiba's expression. "Nanny, is that true?" In an instant, he seemed to regain his spirit and inquired. "Yesterday, my family mentioned that many people are now privy to their information, which is not something particularly concealed. Teacher Hong should know even more." Shino remarked. "Teacher Hong, I heard you." Observing Ya's excited demeanor, before he could voice his question, Yugao walked over from a distance. Leaning against a tree beside them, she regarded Ya with a gentle smile beginning to form on her lips. "Are you perhaps considering challenging that young lady from the Uchiha clan?" Yugao inquired. "If you cannot best the elder, you wish to take on the younger?" Yet, this statement struck a chord within Ya. Unable to surpass Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Kai, he was resolute in believing there was no member of the Uchiha clan he could not conquer. "Indeed, I shall challenge the members of the Uchiha clan," he declared, brimming with confidence. Hinata, having listened to their discussion, shyly approached, curious about how the conversation would unfold. After appraising Ya, Yugao shook her head and replied, "You truly must put in considerable effort. If you cannot defeat Uchiha Sasuke, do not even mention besting the young lady." "Nanny, yesterday, I discussed this matter with Lord Hokage, which included information about their side. If you wish to know, I can certainly share it with you." Although he sensed it was not particularly favorable news, he mechanically nodded his head. Could it be that the other party is even more formidable than Uchiha Sasuke? Shino asked in confusion. "Ultimately, what have you been learning here?" "The ninja school primarily teaches you about chakra, its understanding, and some general cultural knowledge. The remainder consists of combat techniques and philosophy classes." Lord Hokage resided there for 4 months, grasping their regular study patterns. While you were still comfortably asleep in the morning, they had already risen to commence physical training, which includes running with weights, routinely covering 200 miles. Upon hearing this figure, the 3 youngsters' mouths fell agape in disbelief. However, none interrupted. The morning sessions are entirely focused on close combat training to prevent being unable to strike when enemies approach. The reasoning behind this need not be elaborated, as it has been previously taught to you. After lunch, They dedicate 2 hours to cultural studies, encompassing far more than what we cover here. In the afternoon, they practice ninjutsu, which signifies that the training projects we will undertake post-graduation have already been initiated by them at the tender age of 6 or 7. This implies that from the very onset, their training lacked any philosophical discourse. Instead, they immersed themselves entirely in rigorous combat courses. Additionally, they were fortunate to have the formidable Uchiha Kai personally instructing them in both physical techniques and ninjutsu. Thus, even that young girl, who is of the same age as you, now possesses strength that is at least at the Chunin level. In terms of physical prowess, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan, she surpasses even Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, if you, Kiba, wish to challenge her, it appears that you must truly exert yourself. Kurenai Yuhi did not intend to discourage her students. Rather, she seized the opportunity to motivate them to recognize the disparity that exists between themselves and their peers. Was she jesting? In an instant, Kiba seemed to retreat into himself, his proud demeanor drooping. He never anticipated such an outcome. He had hoped to flaunt his skills. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Woof. Yes. From now on, I must diligently enhance my abilities and then challenge them. The little dog perched on his shoulder barked, and Kiba appeared as though he had been invigorated, radiating a powerful aura. Almost immediately, to the astonishment of everyone around, he began to sprint energetically. As a sensory-type ninja, he was now eager to train his physical skills, yet in less than 10 minutes. Both he and the dog on his shoulder were panting heavily, tongues lolling out. At this moment, the door to the Hokage's office was wide open, allowing anyone outside to clearly observe the happenings within. Uchiha Kai and Deshaun were just about to knock when Tsunade, seated inside, called out loudly, "You too. Come in quickly." Subsequently, she stood up from her seat. Since there was nothing pressing to attend to, she had been lounging with her feet propped up on the desk, embodying a rather leisurely demeanor, far removed from the responsibilities of a Hokage. Upon entering the office, they casually took a seat on the sofa, gazing at the nonchalant Hokage. "I need to speak with you," Kai spoke directly, stating, "You have arrived at an opportune time, as I have matters to discuss with you. Here are 2 headbands of the Leaf Village ninjas. From this day forth, you shall be designated as a special Jonin of Konoha. As for Yamashita, he will commence as a Chunin, and once he has amassed sufficient mission experience, he may ascend to the rank of Jonin." With that, he retracted his legs from the table, while Tsunade effortlessly retrieved 2 Leaf Village headbands from the adjacent drawer and placed them before him on the desk. Furthermore, she stated this with an air of certainty. "I have no interest. I am not in need of this money. Why would I want to be a ninja?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kai flatly rejected the proposal, stating, "This is beyond your authority. Not only that, but due to your reckless actions, the 8th Squad, currently led by Sunset Red, lacks a suitable Jonin to take over. Therefore, you shall assume command of the 8th Squad until they attain the rank of Chunin." Tsunade had no intention of allowing Kai any room for refusal. After all, it was widely acknowledged that this predicament stemmed from his misdeeds. As a member of the Elder Advisory Council, he could not leave the village. Despite holding a high-ranking position, it was hardly appropriate for him to lead 3 lower-ranked ninjas. Are you jesting? With the multitude of ninjas in Konohagakure, you claim there is not a single suitable Jonin available? Moreover, why should I acquiesce to such demands? You have no choice. Tsunade slammed her palm forcefully upon the table and rose abruptly. She then placed her right hand upon her abdomen, her gaze seemingly conveying to Uchiha Kai that this task was not one she had chosen for him. The implication was unmistakably clear. In the span of 3 months, her belly had begun to show a slight bulge. Although not overtly visible, the sensation was palpable. Kai's lips twitched slightly, a perfect expression of exasperation. This woman would go to any lengths to achieve her goals. "You are ruthless." Kai gritted his teeth, summoning his last ounce of strength to rise from his seat. He walked directly to the desk and retrieved 2 ninja headbands. With his back turned to his companion, the veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. When he finally turned around, he wore a serene smile and gently said, "It's all right. I have agreed to this matter, but I require you to lend me Yamato for a while." "Nanny?" Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly. She was aware of who Yamato was. Given the unique circumstances surrounding him, she inquired, "What do you intend to do? What possible use could he have? Aside from constructing buildings, he appears to serve no other purpose. Furthermore, the territory of the Uchiha clan will henceforth belong to me. Thus, I asked to borrow him, as I plan to make some modifications to that area." "Absolutely not. Unless you issue a formal mission, even as Hokage, you cannot command any ninja to assist you. Unsurprisingly, for the events that transpired earlier that morning had already been communicated to her. Creating such a commotion would be utterly absurd if the Hokage remained unaware of it. Kai contemplated for a moment and realized that it indeed appeared to be the case. It seemed that ninjas certainly required remuneration for their tasks. Thus, the most straightforward approach was to issue missions. After a brief reflection, Kai turned to Deshawn and instructed him to accept 2 C-rank missions from the mission hall, with the main objective being the eradication of all flora in the aforementioned area of land. Understood. Esteemed Hokage, he continued, I shall assign a B-rank mission from your end. Considering there is minimal danger involved, merely a matter of chakra expenditure, how about designating Yamato to manage this task? After all, funds are not an issue. A B-rank mission merely costs a few million ryo, compared to the expense incurred in constructing the buildings on Short Book Street. This price is a significant saving. The total cost for a single house there approached 1 billion ryo. Yet I estimate that replicating such a structure here would likely require no more than 50 million ryo. Very well, I accept your task. However, you must report to Team 8 tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with one another. You may commence accepting missions after a week. This is my stipulation. Do we have an understanding? Though somewhat reluctant, Kai did not refuse the assignment concerning Team 8. Instead, he promptly stated, for the next mission, assign us one near the land of rice fields. I must pay a visit to Orochimaru. What do you intend to do? Tsunade inquired, her expression momentarily betraying unease. What else could I do? I had prior dealings with him, and it is now time to retrieve what is rightfully mine. This item holds great significance for me. Hence, I shall proceed accordingly. Furthermore, please have Yamato come over tomorrow morning. The accommodations you have arranged are quite uncomfortable. One last thing. Kindly assist in locating a reputable contractor, one who can provide quality furnishings and appliances. I would greatly appreciate your help in ensuring all of this is taken care of. With that, Kai turned and departed from the premises. Tsunade found herself at a loss to oppose Kai's dealings with Orochimaru, despite being unaware of the specifics of their transaction. Yet he discerned from Uchiha Kai's gaze that there was something he must acquire. Unlike other ninjas, who were unwaveringly devoted to the so-called will of fire, this individual before him sought to compel him into concession. The simplicity of such notions had lost all efficacy. Resuming her seat, Tsunade gently caressed her abdomen. Within her lay not only the continuation of the Senju clan's lineage, but also, perhaps, the sole bargaining chip capable of restraining Uchiha Kai from remaining here. The following day, upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, the atmosphere appeared unusually vibrant. 2 C-rank missions had been announced, yet upon arrival, it became evident that both tasks had been claimed by familiar faces, Might Guy's Team 3 and Kakashi's Team 7. Moreover, those who approached bore an air of lethargy. Good morning, everyone. I greeted from a distance, waving my hand. As I drew nearer, both Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee from Team 3 seemed immensely excited. Naruto, practically leaping with enthusiasm, eagerly inquired of Kakashi, Sensei, what exactly is the mission this season? I can't believe even Guy Sensei is involved. Does that mean it's a combat mission? With a deadpan glance, Kakashi gestured toward the horizon. This left everyone in Team 7 momentarily bewildered. C-rank missions typically involved leaving the village, as such tasks were seldom issued within its confines. Moreover, they generally posed no life-threatening risks and involved no combat, primarily targeting civilians. Kakashi pointed ahead, revealing a desolate scene, aside from a collection of dilapidated buildings. The landscape was dominated by trees. By early morning, all had gathered, and the 2 teams received a clear directive. The missions were unified, implying that both teams were tasked with identical objectives. Under normal circumstances, this would surely indicate an undertaking of significant combat, even if not directed against ninjas. It would at least pertain to the eradication of bandits. Having been devoid of battle for an extended period, each of them felt a growing itch for action. As such, combat missions were precisely what they longed for. Just as Naruto remained brimming with excitement, Kakashi spoke. Our task this time is to level everything in sight, including those dilapidated structures and trees. Nani? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, while even Sasuke Uchiha found it hard to accept. The mission briefing had initially led them to believe there would be significant confidential matters at hand. Yet it turned out they were merely here to deal with this menial task. Guy Sensei, our mission cannot possibly be this, can it? Every day? A slight twitch at the corner of my mouth hinted at the knowledge that the two classes were assigned the same task. However, I was taken aback to discover that this task was precisely that. Indeed, our responsibility also entails the cleanup of these items. Thus, let us harness the fervor of our youth and diligently complete this task in a timely manner. Regardless of the circumstances he faces, Might Guy invariably wears the same expression. The members of both classes displayed their disdain for the assignment, each wearing a look of discontent. Among them, the one who appeared most troubled was the distant figure of Yamato. He was acutely aware of the true nature of this B-level task. Sitting there with a bitter expression, he listened to the commotion from both groups, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. Now that the tasks for both classes have been established, the coming days shall belong to you. Kai smiled gently and nonchalantly greeted them before turning to approach the visibly displeased Yamato. What does he mean? Haruno Sakura gazed wide-eyed and innocently inquiring of Kakashi. Little Kai, our current mission was assigned by him. Kakashi shrugged and, extracting a book from his pocket without even opening it, pointed to the area on the right. You all will be responsible for the right side, while Team 3 will handle the left. The deadline for this task is 5 days, so you must exert yourselves. Aren't you going to help? Sasuke asked, perplexed. Given their current strength, toppling a tree as thick as a person was far from the simplicity they had imagined. All right, let us complete this task in the shortest time possible. Uzumaki Naruto instantly perked up, raising his hand and shouting, and in an instant, thousands of shadow clones swarmed the area. Rasengan. The sound of 1,000 voices echoed, and in mere moments, each clone began to form the chakra ball. They then aimed at the roots of the tree, simultaneously creating a massive hole. For him, at least 2 attacks would be required to fell such a thick tree. However, with so many clones, the efficiency was indeed impressive. We can't fall behind. Rock Lee, invigorated, suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself forward and then spinning to deliver a powerful kick to the tree. The tremendous impact caused the tree to snap in one strike. As for Kakashi and Might Guy, their role as team leaders was solely to oversee their students, making it impossible for them to engage directly in the task. Little Kai, what was the purpose of assigning Yamato this task alone? Kakashi followed Uchiha Kai to Yamato's side. Out of courtesy, Yamato slowly rose, appearing as if he had just awakened. Without a word, he took a scroll from the hand of Deus Han, which contained remarkably detailed markings, including diameter, length, and even the designated opening locations. Just as I suspected. Receiving the scroll from Kai, Yamato's gloomy expression deepened upon examining its contents, and a bitter sensation surged within him. Hey, this can't be. Might Guy leaned in to take a look, and the remaining tasks were evidently clear. Yamato-sensei, we'll be relying on you for the next steps. With a broad smile, Kai bent down, and upon rising, immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, I'll treat you to barbecue at noon. The amount of wood required isn't too substantial. However, I'm uncertain whether we can produce timber of exceptionally high density. It is indeed possible, he continued, but I lack the requisite amount of chakra, and I'm not entirely clear on the specific density you desire. Yamato slowly lifted his head, and the scene was rather unsettling, evoking a sense of dread. This was the very expression of someone caught in despair. Chakra? That shouldn't pose much of a problem. Feel free to unleash your ninjutsu. I shall transfer my chakra to you. Kai completely disregarded the situation. Half an hour later, piles of wood, towering like small mountains, had amassed on either side of their position. Yamato sat on the ground, visibly exhausted, gasping for breath. Uchiha Kai, equally fatigued, stood there, lifting his gaze to admire the fruits of their labor, exclaiming in astonishment how unexpectedly taxing this endeavor was on their chakra. Remarkable. If Yamato-sensei were to pursue a career merely as a timber merchant, he would likely earn far more than as a ninja undertaking missions. Yamato shared this sentiment, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards them. However, for these ninjas, financial constraints were not a pressing concern. Take Kakashi, for instance. Aside from the inheritance from his family, the income from merely executing S-rank missions, after deducting expenses, amounted to nearly 3 million ryo per task. Over time, his savings would easily exceed tens of millions of ryo, not exceptionally wealthy, but certainly not impoverished. Yet, these earnings were purchased with their lives. As one could perish on any given mission, if that were the case, wouldn't it be faster to earn money this way? Yamato remarked that ninjas were not restricted from engaging in business. If feasible, it indeed presented a rather lucrative opportunity. Considering the costs of the raw materials and labor, the pile before them could easily be valued at nearly 100 million ryo. Kakashi set aside his book, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and inquired, 100 million? Does that mean Mike Guy began to contemplate, pondering how many S-rank missions he would need to undertake? The typical fee for an S-rank mission hovered around 10 million to 100 million ryo. For missions classified as Super S-rank, the prices were often adjusted based on the circumstances. Yet, the S-rank missions available to them usually ranged from 10 million to 20 million ryo. After the village's share of 30% was deducted, the remainder was to be divided among several individuals, leaving only about 3 million ryo. Moreover, such missions were not as plentiful as one might imagine. For the teachers leading the teams, guiding a group was tantamount to executing an S-rank mission. With prices generally around 10 million ryo, plus additional expenses incurred during the mission. Thus, for these lead teachers, as long as their students exhibited even a modicum of potential, they would simply allow them to participate in the Chunin exams. Once all students achieved Chunin status, the current mission would conclude. Forget it. I have no aspirations in that direction. I'm content with the way things are now. As I observed these two individuals descending into contemplation, calculating their means of earning, Yamato promptly interrupted their reveries. The pile of wood before us could not have been conjured solely by Kai, as he had nearly exhausted his chakra. While producing such a substantial quantity of ordinary wood posed no significant challenge, the crux of the matter lay in the creation of this exceptionally dense material, which required the compression of chakra to coalesce. Even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not replicate it. Let us conclude our endeavors for the morning. A brief respite is in order, after which we shall endeavor to amass 2 or 3 more such piles, which should suffice. Kai observed the expressions of his companions and inquired, shall we prepare 2 or 3 more piles? Yahiko's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a hint of trepidation regarding such matters. Meanwhile, the little ones in the distance appeared quite spirited, having cleared a vast expanse of land in just over half an hour. However, with their chakra depleting, it was estimated that they could only sustain their efforts for about an hour at most. Everyone is here, by the stream, surrounded by towering forests. Lay a patch of verdant land where the entire 8th squad had gathered. As Yugao strolled over at a leisurely pace, she noticed the 3 of them engaged in lively conversation. Approaching, she greeted them directly. Red teacher, are we starting our mission today? In an instant, Inuzuka Kiba posed his curious question, is there no mission today? Today, there is no mission. The reason I called you here is to discuss an important matter, Yugao replied, her expression turning serious as she regarded them. The gravity of the situation began to reflect in the trio's demeanor, prompting a smile to grace Yugao's lips at their earnestness. However, she continued, you are all aware of the current circumstances, and I regret to inform you that I will no longer be able to lead you on future missions. Thus, Lord Hokage has appointed another Jonin to take charge of your assignments. It has indeed come to this, Shino remarked nonchalantly, devoid of any surprise, with the other 2 maintaining equally composed expressions. Ever since Uchiha Kai's return to the village a few days prior, many changes had transpired, and their teacher had transitioned into a member of the Elder Council, making it impossible for her to continue guiding them. Which teacher will be leading us next? Kiba inquired with curiosity. You are all acquainted with him, so there should be no sense of unfamiliarity, Yugao replied gently. I will treat you to grilled meat at noon, and this time it is truly on me. We shall reconvene here in the afternoon, when your new teacher will arrive to outline your duties. Yugao, with a calm demeanor, settled cross-legged on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she added, your new instructor may be quite strict or perhaps lenient. However, there is no denying their formidable strength. While undertaking missions externally, it is unlikely you will encounter significant danger. Nevertheless, I encourage you to diligently enhance your abilities. After all, you are currently learning your family's secret techniques, and outsiders can offer little in the way of guidance. I truly hope to witness you all standing on your own soon. Red teacher, will we still be able to visit you when we have time in the future? Certainly. As long as you are willing, you may come to me at any time. Hong still wears that gentle smile. She has never shown anger or made any unreasonable demands. Teacher Hong, who exactly is the person that will take your place? We are familiar with many capable individuals. Yet I have pondered for quite some time and still cannot discern who it might be. He seems to care immensely about such matters. However, for him, it does not matter who becomes his teacher. It is not a matter of life and death, merely a change of instructors. After all, Such transitions are commonplace in the ninja academy, leaving little time for melancholy. Observing the inquisitive gazes of the three individuals, Hong Yue smiled faintly and then rose to her feet, stating that by afternoon, they would discover the answer. The purpose of today's gathering was twofold. First, to familiarize them with this place, and second, to inform them about the new teacher arriving soon. Lastly, she expressed her desire to evaluate their growth over this period, hoping they would gain a clearer understanding of themselves moving forward. Regarding the new teacher, she emphasized the importance of cooperating with him and clearly communicating their circumstances to avoid any risks during missions. Regardless, they had already spent a considerable amount of time together, nearly half a year. Although the number of missions they had undertaken was not particularly high, as their teacher, she had a rather profound understanding of the three of them. Her gaze fell upon each of them as she continued. In this class, your primary focus is predominantly on reconnaissance. From this perspective, each of you is a unique asset. Among you, Shino has performed exceptionally well. His abilities allow him to balance both offense and defense, though he does possess notable weaknesses. I trust you are more familiar with the habits and control of insects than I am, so I need not elaborate further. However, your greatest challenge lies in your physical abilities. Your speed and strength are significantly lacking. Should you encounter a ninja with superior mobility and perception, it could pose a grave danger to you. Yeah, your future direction should primarily revolve around tracking. With your exceptional sense of smell, you will prove invaluable. However, many situations may require you to operate solo, with only Akamaru as your companion. Thus, you must emphasize speed to gain a distinct advantage, and your future endeavors should focus on this aspect. As for Hinata, observing the girl, Hong paused, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I am not well acquainted with the Hyuga clan's teachings, but I believe that under their guidance, you may achieve breakthroughs more rapidly. The reason I refrain from commenting is that, as a princess of the Hyuga clan, you will likely face little adversity even with your eyes closed. Therefore, it seems unnecessary to delve further into evaluations. Hinata had initially been filled with anticipation, eager to hear insights about herself, but what she received was unexpected. Just as she was about to inquire further, a tremendous tremor suddenly surged from afar, accompanied by a resounding boom. Although their location was not particularly close to the village, the intensity of the vibrations was still palpable. Something had transpired in the village. They needed to return at once. Yuhi Kurenai promptly grasped the gravity of the situation, rising without hesitation and propelling herself swiftly towards the village. At that moment, nearly everyone in Konohagakure was in a state of shock, uncertain of what had occurred. The majority hastily made their way towards the source of the disturbance. In the Uchiha clan territory, Might Guy and Uchiha Kakashi were enveloped in blue steam, mirroring each other's appearances. The two figures, both shrouded in steam, charged at one another with astonishing speed. Their movements, strikes and kicks, were nearly indistinguishable. Onlookers, including Yamato, Kakashi, and even the 6 young ones, stood in awe, unable to perceive the rapid exchanges between the two combatants. Only Niji and Uchiha Sasuke, one with his Sharingan activated and the other with his Byakugan, attentively observed the clash. Even Kakashi had removed his mask, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the unfolding battle. With each impact on the ground, the sole indication of their ferocity was the downward strikes. The sheer force created a crater approximately 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters deep. The surrounding earth cracked under the strain. Are they both employing the 8 gates? Tintin, unable to discern the specifics of their assault, curiously inquired of the excited Rock Lee standing nearby. Indeed, that must be the 6th gate, the Gate of Joy, Lee exclaimed with fervor. Given that the battle was obscured from view, Tintin remarked, you're doing quite well yourself. You reached the 5th gate during the Chunin exams. It won't be long before you achieve this level. No. Opening the 5th gate comes at the cost of one's life. If it weren't for Lord Hokage's return, I might be confined to bed for the foreseeable future. I simply need to train harder. Rock Lee clenched his fists, almost bursting with the urge to perform countless push-ups on the spot. Tintin found it challenging to comprehend his enthusiasm. Yet, with utmost seriousness, they began to meticulously observe the combat unfolding between one another. Nothing was visible, and the only sound that resonated was the tremendous vibrations. Although the battle was not yet concluded, an increasing number of onlookers began to gather around. Members of the Umbu, as well as the Hokage's personal guards, had arrived. To make matters more intense, Tsunade, the Hokage herself, had personally rushed to the scene. After the two combatants halted, they found themselves nearly 100 meters apart. Neither had succumbed to defeat, yet it appeared that Uchiha Kai had ultimately lost the encounter. Clapping her hands softly, Tsunade's demeanor shifted to a gentle expression as she approached Uchiha Kai. However, as she drew closer, her countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a predatory glare. With a sudden burst of energy, she surged forward and delivered a powerful kick to Kai's abdomen. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and managed to defend himself. Yet the force of the blow sent him flying back 100 meters. You insufferable brat. In just 2 days, look at the chaos you've wrought. Can you not settle down for even a moment? Tsunade exclaimed furiously. If she could, she would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few more kicks. However, the moment her gaze fell upon Might Guy, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt an icy sensation creeping up the back of his neck. He was young, and his reckless antics could be excused, but what about someone of Guy's age? Tsunade would not treat him with the same leniency she afforded Uchiha Kai. Having leverage over Uchiha Kai, she felt powerless regarding Might Guy. After reprimanding Kai, her gaze shifted slowly to Kakashi and Yamato. The two, who had been spectators moments before, stood to attention. And you too, sitting idly by and watching this spectacle without intervening. Do you not comprehend the commotion you've stirred? Look at the scale of the disturbance you've created. Everyone believes the village is under attack. What on earth are you two doing? Tsunade berated them collectively. She was acutely aware of the significant repercussions that arose from their sparring match, and despite having scolded them, her fury remained unabated. Yamato, inform Uchiha Kai that from this day forth, all forms of combat and dueling are strictly prohibited within the village. Regardless of where that fellow Kai has been kicked off to, one thing is certain, the opponent's strength would undoubtedly not falter under the circumstances of being sent flying by my kick. Thus, the only one left to clarify matters is the towering mountain standing with them from the outset. Having confirmed that there are no unforeseen circumstances, the members of the Umbu gradually began to depart. Tsunade remained until the end, surveying the chaos strewn across the ground and the vast expanse surrounding her. She pondered what Uchiha Kai intended to construct in this area. Ultimately, after casting a disdainful glance at those present, she too began to leave. Just as Tsunade had taken her leave, Uchiha Kai, having been kicked away, suddenly leaped before the crowd. His gaze lingered in the direction Tsunade had departed, and upon confirming her distance, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Only Kakashi and Might Guy understood why this lad was unafraid of anyone, save for Tsunade, who could keep him in check. Lord Kai, are you all right? Dyson inquired with concern as he noticed the tattered state of Uchiha Kai's attire. What could possibly be wrong? No need to worry. I simply lost this round to Teacher Kai. Uchiha Kai grinned widely at Might Guy, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up. You performed remarkably well. To be able to contend with Kai in taijutsu like this, you are the only one in the entire village. Kakashi generously praised him. Indeed, truly impressive. Yamato concurred from the side. The few youngsters in the distance were left utterly astonished, especially Rock Lee. None of them could quite comprehend the magnitude of such an event. The activation of the eighth gate during a duel had transcended the realm of ordinary human capability, leaving Lee both shocked and envious. As for the others, their feelings were even more pronounced. Afternoon. Really, why must the assembly be held in this desolate place? With his hands shoved into his pockets, he surveyed the surroundings where the colors were strikingly uniform. He found himself at the edge of the forest of death. Although he was quite familiar with the interior of the forest, this area closer to the village remained largely unknown to him. As Kai ambled along, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming their designated location, he navigated around a thicket, finally gaining a glimpse of the scene ahead. The ice and snow on either side of the stream had nearly melted, revealing patches of green grass sprouting upon the winter ground, perhaps a testament to the essence of perennial greenery. From a distance, he could discern 3 figures lingering by the stream, engaged in animated conversation. However, before he could take more than a few steps, all 3 turned their gazes in unison towards him. Truly, they were the elite reconnaissance team. Hey, little wife. Upon noticing their collective attention directed at him, Uchiha Kai waved his right hand and called out loudly. This guy? Ye's expression twisted into one of clenched teeth. He was taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Since Uchiha Kai's return to Konoha, it had only been 2 or 3 days. Yet he had already stirred up so much commotion, even from a distance. The fact that the other party could track him down suggested to you that Uchiha Kai was solely intent on Hinata. Why are you so angry? Are you jealous? Jina inquired curiously, observing Ya's demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever be jealous of him? My insects have informed me of your jealousy, and the aura of envy surrounding you is quite palpable. So do you want to fight? Before Jina could finish his words, Yi could no longer contain himself and stood up, loudly questioning. As for Hinata, her thoughts were far removed from the antics of those two. Instead, she found herself intrigued by why Uchiha Kai had chosen to come here. I didn't expect you all to be so lively. Kai stepped forward, observing the trio's expressions with a smile. He then knelt before Hinata, leaning in to gaze at her delicate face, and inquired, why did you choose this desolate spot? It took me ages to find you. Hinata, feeling his closeness, lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. You jerk, we didn't summon you here. So why does it matter where we are? In an instant, Kiba, dissatisfied, pointed an accusing finger at Kai and exclaimed loudly. However, Kai, unperturbed by the child's words, leisurely lifted his head and replied, you are correct. You did not invite me. However, the Hokage sent me here. Did Tsunade not inform you? Nanny? The three seemed to grasp the situation at once, with Hinata and Shino sitting up, their eyes wide with astonishment. Kai, are you really here to take over as the Jonin instructor for Team 8? Hinata asked incredulously. Kiba's mouth dropped open, and even the dog on his shoulder lowered its head. You are spot on. From now on, I shall accompany you until you all become Chunin, Kai declared, reveling in their shocked expressions as he snapped his fingers, grinning. Seriously? Their astonishment was palpable. Each of them reacted differently. Kiba felt as though his life had plunged into darkness. Even Shino struggled to accept this news. While he could tolerate a Jonin instructor who was considerably older than himself, the prospect of having a young man only 3 years his senior as their teacher stirred feelings of discontent within him. Kai, you're not joking, are you? Hinata, though inwardly accepting this reality, sought further confirmation. How could someone who had just returned 3 days ago possibly be a Jonin? And how could he become their direct instructor? Indeed, the Hokage herself sent me. Tsunade is about to take on the role of elder advisor, and with so much on her plate, I've been assigned this task, he said, reaching out to affectionately ruffle Hinata's hair, causing her to blush once more. The one who will replace me is a powerful teacher whom you all know. Though surprised by the outcome, the individual beside could not help but let out a heavy sigh, recalling the words spoken by the brilliant Sunset the day prior. Silently accepting the reality, the prowess of Uchiha Kai is beyond question. His formidable strength was evident to all upon his return to the village, showcasing an overwhelming power that left onlookers in awe. It is precisely this terrifying capability that stirred a ripple of emotions within them. Well then, it appears that there are no objections among you. Henceforth, let us take a moment to reacquaint ourselves, as I have chosen to assume the role of your mentor. I hope each of you will heed my guidance diligently. I shall arrange a curriculum that is both reasonable and effective, empowering you to cultivate your abilities and swiftly ascend to the rank of Chunin. With more than half a year remaining, let us strive to ensure that all of you attain the rank of Chunin by the autumn of next year. Kai gently withdrew his hand that had been caressing Hinata's head and turned to sit on a relatively clean stone a few meters away. One must admit that the environment here exudes a delightful charm. Surrounding them, verdant greens intertwine with splashes of white, while a nearby stream flows gently, as if tenderly caressing the earth. The soft murmur of the water has, at this moment, transformed into enchanting melodies. Observing the trio before him, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but feel somewhat overwhelmed. Sitting there, he almost leaned entirely onto his legs. With a slight smile, he began to introduce himself, saying, I am Uchiha Kai, the last remnant of the once mighty Uchiha clan, and I believe little introduction is necessary. You are likely already somewhat acquainted with my story. I am a person who cherishes tranquility and seeks the pleasures of life, devoid of grand aspirations. Initially, my simple wish was to find a wealthy patroness to support me for a comfortable life. However, my perspective has since evolved. Little Hinata here is rather promising. Hailing from a well-off family, and if she has ambitions in the future, perhaps she could nourish me. Oh, I digress. Moreover, as your teacher, is it truly appropriate for me to speak in such a manner? Kiba rolled his eyes in exasperation, utterly bewildered as to why the Hokage would assign such an individual to guide them. Even Shino shared a sense of perplexity, having never encountered a teacher who would express such sentiments in front of students. As for Hinata, She remained largely silent, her cheeks flushed and her gaze cast downwards. Haha. My apologies, just a jest. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves. Kai awkwardly smiled for a moment before raising his hand to point at Shino. The latter instantly understood, and although she felt somewhat exasperated with her unreliable teacher, she earnestly stated, "My name is Shino Yunyu. I do not have any particular hobbies or dislikes, and I am currently uncertain about my future aspirations." Is that all? Indeed. Huh. Quite an impressive expression. Kai sighed but did not dwell on it excessively. Instead, his gaze shifted to Inuzuka Kiba. I am Inuzuka Kiba, aspiring to become a Hokage in the future. Haha. I find that quite delightful. There is nothing I particularly detest. My greatest joy is simply spending time with Akamaru. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled the fur of the puppy perched on his shoulder. I am Hyuga Hinata, she murmured, barely managing to utter her name. Her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. She kept her head bowed, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. Little Hinata, do you think your clan harbors any secrets? Hinata replied, bewildered. Why is it that, despite being so young, you possess such an enviable figure? What? Hinata's expression was one of confusion. The other two turned their attention towards Hinata, curious to discern what was being implied. After a brief pause, as Inuzuka Kiba's gaze rose, he immediately noticed the two distinct features. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he sprang to his feet, angrily pointing at Uchiha Sasuke, exclaiming, "Can you not behave normally?" Shino sighed in exasperation, patting his head with his hand. Hinata, too, became aware of the implications of the words spoken, initially feeling somewhat at ease. Her heart raced once more with anxiety. If another comment were to be made, she feared she might faint on the spot. Haha, just a jest. You all seemed rather dull. Now that introductions are complete, let us begin to devise a plan for your training and development in strength moving forward. After a playful smile, Kai's expression returned to one of tranquility. He began by gazing at Shino, appraising her before commenting on the unique insect manipulation technique of the Aburame clan, acknowledging its merits. However, he noted that this ability is significantly intertwined with insects, which presents numerous challenges for her. Nevertheless, he believed that Shino could excel as an assassin, specializing in covert elimination. If executed adeptly, she could eliminate targets from a distance, undetected. Therefore, her primary task moving forward would be to master the meticulous control of her chakra. She should distribute a small amount of chakra to each insect to gather intelligence. Henceforth, her focus must be on regulating the chakra quantity, ensuring that the amount on each insect is minimal. Only then can she conduct reconnaissance and strike without arousing suspicion from her adversaries. In the coming days, she should utilize her chakra to manipulate the needle and string together the beads. Kai spoke as he pulled a plastic bag from his pocket, revealing a single needle and a multitude of small beads. How could this possibly be accomplished? Shino's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking that Kai must be joking. Upon hearing this, Kai didn't even bother to refute. He simply opened the bag and poured a handful of beads into his palm. He then picked up the steel needle and casually tossed it, instantly connecting it with chakra. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of beads in his hand were swiftly threaded together. The subsequent support for these beads was entirely maintained by chakra threads. This technique is known as chakra control, a rather tedious and monotonous skill to master. The puppet technique of Sunagakure employs this very training method, refining chakra control to an exceedingly delicate degree. Once you reach that level, you will be able to perform tasks in your surroundings with minimal chakra expenditure. Striking before the enemy even perceives the chakra within their own bodies. After mastering this, I will guide you further on the necessary control methods. Kai harbored no secrets, casually placing the remaining beads into a bag before tossing it to Shino. Witnessing the extraordinary control over chakra displayed moments earlier, Shino remained silent, acutely aware that achieving such mastery over his own chakra was an impossibility. As for you, Kiba, your circumstances are quite different. Your innate talent lies in tracking. With your keen sense of smell, coupled with your family's secret techniques, you possess exceptional advantages in this domain. Thus, your next objective is to enhance your speed of movement. You need not become a warrior or an assassin. Your sole task is to track and ascertain your target. Therefore, in this endeavor, it is prudent to avoid combat whenever possible. I will teach you the body flicker technique, which, when combined with your companion, it's not a dog, it's a partner. Kiba interjected, somewhat displeased. However, upon realizing that the lesson would involve the body flicker technique, He quickly set aside his grievances and began to listen intently. Regardless of whether it is a dog or a partner, what you need to strengthen is not your offensive capability, as that would be counterproductive for you. In truth, the village's decision to group the three of you was a rather poor choice. You all possess only reconnaissance abilities without robust defensive or offensive skills. With such a combination, advancing into enemy territory would only lead to certain demise. However, before that, you and your little partner must engage in physical training to enhance your stamina while simultaneously increasing your speed of movement. Kai expressed his insights. Yet he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "You may have your opinions. If you can accept them, then so be it. If not, feel free to withdraw from this team." As Kai continued, Hinata, who was prepared to share her thoughts, suddenly halted and curiously inquired, "Oh, little wife, how could I possibly forget you? Rest assured, regardless of their matters, I shall certainly make special arrangements for you. Hey, I must insist that you do not overstep. We have two other individuals present." Ya, who had just been touched by the moment, suddenly found himself shouting as he witnessed the other's abrupt change in demeanor. Such comments could be made elsewhere. However, could you perhaps consider the feelings and emotions of the two of us? Shino, equally perplexed, echoed the sentiment with a silent query. You? A swarm of insects and a dog. Why should I concern myself with your emotions? Kai, with a hint of bewilderment, inquired, Indeed. It seems he does not regard us as human. Tears streamed down Yato's face, a testament to his despair. He began to doubt whether this individual was truly capable of guiding them effectively. Since preparations for training were underway, it was decided that the training would commence the following day. At dawn, all would gather at the Uchiha clan's territory. In just a few days, we would embark on our mission, and I sincerely hope none of you will hinder our progress. As we anticipate spending time together, let us celebrate this occasion. I kindly ask the three of you to treat me to dinner tonight. Kai stood up and stretched lazily. Upon witnessing the expressions of sheer disbelief on the faces of the three individuals, he refrained from uttering any further words, allowing a grin reminiscent of Mike Guy to spread across his face, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. Upon realizing that he had truly departed, Kiba picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it into the stream with considerable force. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, then turned to the other two and questioned, "Are we really expected to follow such a guy on a mission? His strength is formidable. Accompanying him on tasks would at least ensure our safety. And he is willing to teach us things, a rarity among other instructors." Shino maintained his usual calm demeanor as he responded. The reality was indeed as he described. No matter which teacher was assigned, none would be inclined to impart knowledge. Their sole responsibility was to lead the students on missions, ensuring their survival throughout the process. This was the harsh truth. Each individual bore the secret techniques of their clan, knowledge that others could hardly hope to grasp, let alone provide guidance concerning their strength and circumstances. I think Kai is quite nice. At least he is around the same age, and we can discuss various topics. Hinata said softly, her cheeks still flushed. The dynamics among the three shifted to a 2-1 ratio, and Kiba, feeling outnumbered, lowered his head and conceded, "Fine, let's go with that." In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed since their return to Konoha, with everything progressing in an orderly fashion. Regarding the training of Team 8, Kai had entrusted the management almost entirely to a shadow clone, showing little inclination to intervene himself. Now, the entire team stood neatly in the Hokage's office, while Uchiha Kai casually plopped down onto the sofa without a care in the world. Today, the Hokage's office seemed to host a few unfamiliar faces, especially the boorish individual seated beside him, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a cup of water and squinting slightly. He appeared to regard everyone with disdain. He seemed to be around 20 years old, clad in extravagant attire, adorned with multiple gemstone rings, his presence reminiscent of a nouveau riche. "What are you staring at?" the young man questioned, visibly irked by Kai's unwavering gaze. "Oh, you scoundrel, you truly know how to provoke," Kai retorted. "If you don't look at me, how could I possibly keep my eyes off you?" Kai continued to glare at the other person, his expression one of hostility as he inquired, "Do you wish to die?" The young man's demeanor shifted abruptly. He frowned, narrowed his eyes, and uncrossed his legs, adopting a fierce countenance as he retorted, "Hey, Tsunade, may I eliminate this individual?" As Kai listened to the inquiry posed to him, he turned and directly addressed Tsunade, who was seated nearby. The room, apart from the young man, contained two elderly gentlemen who appeared to be of considerable age. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were mere ordinary individuals, devoid of any trace of chakra. It was astonishing that such a fool would dare to utter such menacing words in his presence. This was unequivocally a threat. What are you thinking? He is none other than the employer for this mission, Prince Rainer of the Land of Fire. The task bestowed upon you is to escort him to the Land of Earth, ensuring his safety throughout the journey. The mission is classified as B rank. Though this is merely a provisional classification, should any unforeseen incidents arise, the mission's rank will be elevated accordingly. This is your inaugural mission, and thus, it is imperative that no issues arise during its execution. Tsunade had been signing documents with her head bowed, and she subsequently placed the two mission orders on the far end of the desk. Upon hearing Tsunade, the Hokage, introduce herself, Prince Rainer immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor, tilting his head slightly to regard Kai with disdain. However, upon learning that this task would be entrusted to a group of youngsters, Rainer stood up, his face contorted with reluctance, exclaiming, "Fifth Hokage, you cannot possibly be sending such a bunch of children to protect me for such an important mission. Protecting such a fool? What on earth were you thinking?" Kai, equally displeased, inquired. Being in the company of such an insufferably arrogant individual, he feared he might lose his composure and deal with Rainer himself before any enemy could intervene. "Do you both have objections?" Tsunade asked, her expression serious as she regarded the two of them. "Well, Aunt Tsunade, could we possibly switch to someone else? I'm willing to pay more." Rainer's demeanor instantly wilted at Tsunade's gaze, his tone shifting to one of pleading. "It is decided then. All of you will depart tomorrow. Do not express any dissent in my presence. Especially you. If anything happens to him on the way, do not expect to return," Tsunade stated firmly, fixing her gaze on Kai. "Huh? If I don't return, then so be it. With such an insufferable individual, I might very well take matters into my own hands before any enemy has the chance." Kai curled his lip in disdain and remarked, "Brother Kai, this is a mission." Hinata quickly approached him, whispering a reminder. Observing Tsunade, who wore an expression of exasperation, he ultimately shrugged and acquiesced. "All right, I understand. I assure you, the mission will be completed." This journey would span 4 months, so they needed to expedite their preparations for the items they would require. "We shall commence our preparations bright and early tomorrow." Tsunade, relieved by Kai's agreement, let out a sigh of relief. She then reinstated her authoritative demeanor and proclaimed loudly, "As for Reno, do not be deceived by his silence." The moment those individuals exited and closed the office door, he sprang up and hurried to the desk, leaning forward with his hands pressed against it, expressing his discontent. "Aunt Tsunade, could we not replace him? That fellow gives off an unsettling vibe, and given his tender age, the journey ahead may not be as smooth as anticipated. What if I elevate the mission rank to A level and cover the expenses to appoint 2 new jonin instead? That lad possesses the strength to annihilate a nation. There is likely no one in the village stronger than him. What kind of personnel do you expect to assign for this task? You are undoubtedly more aware of the inherent dangers of this mission than I am. Just focus on him, but refrain from speaking recklessly along the way. If he were to truly eliminate you, we would be powerless to intervene." "Nanny?" Reno's voice trembled slightly. At that moment, the 2 elderly figures flanking them stepped forward, immediately questioning, "Lord Hokage, this is no jest. Can someone so young truly possess the power to single-handedly wipe out a nation? What do you think of Uchiha Madara's strength?" Tsunade retorted, "Uchiha Madara? He is someone who can contend with the god of shinobi. His name is Uchiha Kai, and he is likely not much weaker than Madara. Do you now comprehend? Uchiha Kai? Is it not true that the Uchiha clan has been reduced to a mere remnant?" The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, it had only been half a month. The news had not yet reached the capital. Even upon their arrival, they had heard no rumors of any surviving members of the Uchiha clan. The fact that one so formidable was still alive was a bitter pill for them to swallow. "He is quite amiable, provided you do not provoke him during this process. It will ensure the smooth progress of your negotiations. Furthermore, you must understand that your mission will ultimately evolve into an Ultra-S level task. We will assess the circumstances you encounter along the journey to determine the nature of your subsequent tasks. Thus, your priority now is to return and rest. Prepare for departure early tomorrow." Tsunade had no desire to prolong the conversation with the 2 elderly men. As for the little prince, though he frequently referred to his aunt, this marked the first occasion he had actually encountered her. Were it not for the direct decree issued by the kingdom, The village of Konoha would undoubtedly refrain from taking on such a burdensome task. Who knows what might transpire next? At the break of dawn, as the first light emerged, the streets were nearly deserted. After all, in such frigid weather, few would be inclined to rise early. The morning breeze was indeed quite fierce in sheltered areas. It was somewhat bearable, but once one stepped onto the street, the wind against the face felt akin to the sting of a blade. The biting cold had caused icicles to form along the eaves of nearly every house in the village. At this gathering point, all had arrived, including the proud little prince. Renaud, accompanied by 2 elderly gentlemen and 2 maidservants, a total of 5 individuals awaiting the proceedings. Rising early was already a considerable inconvenience for the little prince. Yet he was taken aback to find that the others had yet to arrive. Just as he was about to unleash his frustration, he spotted 3 young figures sprinting toward them, and his intended scolding was promptly swallowed. Feeling the sharp sting of the cold wind against his face, Prince Renaud hastily wrapped his garments more tightly around himself. Perhaps sensing that this would be of little use, he opened the door of a nearby luxurious carriage. Once seated, he lowered the glass window and, noticing the 3 approaching figures, glanced around, only to find no sign of Uchiha Kai. He craned his neck and called out loudly, inquiring about the whereabouts of the missing companion. Has Brother Kai not yet arrived? Hinata began to scan the surroundings as well, and upon confirming his absence, promptly replied, "He should be here shortly." An hour passed, and impatience grew among those waiting. Those standing outside the carriage were beginning to shiver from the cold. Just then, a figure appeared, ambling leisurely toward them, carrying something in hand. Initially, due to the cold, the streets had been nearly empty when they arrived, but by now, the early risers had already opened their shops. As the familiar figure strolled over in a relaxed manner, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Renaud, as the little prince, was accustomed to having others wait on him. He had never had to wait for anyone else. To his surprise, he found himself waiting for so long this time. Just as he contemplated stepping down from the carriage to express his displeasure, he suddenly recalled the earlier words. As long as he did not provoke the other, there would be no issues to contend with. Possessing the power to single-handedly annihilate an entire nation, and uttering such words from the lips of the 5th Hokage, Reynolds felt no inclination to believe that his counterpart was jesting. Despite being engulfed in a state of profound fury, he ultimately chose to sit obediently within the carriage. After taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly to recalibrate his emotions, he addressed the 2 elderly gentlemen standing outside the carriage, stating that since they had already arrived, preparations for departure should commence. Prince Reynolds, this is utterly excessive, is it not? Is it not imperative that we prioritize our mission over such trivial matters? With a mere glance, Reynolds silenced the elder, who could only bow respectfully before turning to walk towards the carriage at the rear. Is this not outrageous? We have already waited over an hour for you. Why do you arrive only now? Upon reaching the scene, Ye immediately expressed his dissatisfaction in a loud voice. Hinata, you must not have had breakfast, correct? I brought you a portion. With a bright smile, Kai approached Hinata and casually handed her a lunchbox. He then turned to Kiba and inquired, "What are you all waiting for? Didn't we agree to set off at dawn?" The term dawn for a ninja mission typically refers to around 7 o'clock, yet here we are, nearly 8. Kiba, looking exasperated, added, "We haven't had breakfast either." "Did you bring any for us?" Kai responded with surprise. "Oh, you haven't eaten? My sincerest apologies, I hadn't realized." Kai responded calmly, "Why don't we dine together? There is an abundance of food here, and I cannot possibly consume it all by myself." Hinata inquired, extending her hand to hold the food box. "Please. The hour is already late. Can we not hasten our departure?" The little Prince Renaud, unable to contain his impatience yet fearful of raising his voice, could only exclaim in exasperation, "What a magnificent carriage!" As Kai turned his gaze towards the sound, he beheld the carriage in which Rainer was seated, a truly exquisite sight. Far grander than his own, it measured no less than 5 or 6 meters in length, supported by 4 sturdy wheels. It was evident that this belonged exclusively to the royal family. "Let us be on our way. The hour is indeed growing late," Kai said, casually waving his hand. "So, Hinata, how does the taste of this bun strike you? It's from a place I stumbled upon yesterday. I made an effort to rise early today to bring it for you to enjoy." Kaido now seems to be rather fond of Hinata's blushing demeanor. Ultimately, regarding such a young girl, he harbors no complex emotions within. Each time he affectionately calls her little wife, it is merely a fleeting whim. "I have dined at this establishment. Every morning, a multitude of patrons queue, and indeed, the flavors are exquisite. However, during missions, I typically rely on military rations, seldom carrying breakfast directly. Is this truly suitable for our current situation? Hinata gazed at the person opposite her, who appeared quite distressed, and quietly expressed her concern. Sitting across from them was none other than the young prince, Reno. He was curled up in his seat, filled with anxiety and trepidation. Never did he anticipate that this fellow would be occupying his carriage. However, one must admit, this carriage possesses its own unique charm. It boasts ample space and features a small table in the center. The interior is adorned with exceptionally soft cushions. In any case, it is undoubtedly far more comfortable than trudging through the frigid outdoor environment. Do you deem this appropriate? Kai gazed at the feigning sleep Renault and inquired. Why do you not respond? Why do you not respond? Renault kept his eyes shut, continuing to pretend to slumber, disregarding the question. Echoes of those words reverberated in his mind. Perhaps we should toss this fellow onto the carriage behind and remain here, just the two of us? Kai, observing the lack of response from the individual, suddenly conceived another idea and turned to Hinata, saying, I must insist that you do not overstep your bounds. I am the employer of this mission. Is there any task executor who behaves as you do? Ren, feeling dissatisfied, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and, in a fit of anger, opened his eyes wide, raising a finger to point at Kai, exclaiming, You are absolutely correct. Kai displayed a visage of remorse, yet almost immediately broke into a grin as he remarked, If my memory serves me correctly, there exists a provision within the execution of this directive, aimed at ensuring the safety of our employer, which allows for tasks to be conducted in accordance with the methods employed by the leading ninja. Therefore, I surmise that any potential threats may inevitably be directed towards this carriage. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to consider relocating to the rear carriage, which may offer greater security. What do you think? I vehemently disagree. Reino gasped, clearly exasperated. The individual before him bore no resemblance to a ninja. Rather, he appeared to be a scoundrel. Kai, shall we not disembark? This scenario seems rather inappropriate. Disembark for what purpose? The journey ahead is still extensive, and merely reaching our destination would likely consume a fortnight. However, in the interest of safety, we shall navigate through the land of rice and subsequently pass through the land of waterfall to avert any potential threats to our young prince. Kai embarked on this journey with a clear purpose in mind. Considering the length of time involved, he deemed it more prudent to first visit Orochimaru and ascertain the current status of affairs. As for the young prince before him, this so-called mission held little significance for Uchiha Kai, resembling more of a jest than a serious endeavor. Brother Kai, does this mean we will have to take a considerably longer route? Hinata inquired, her confusion evident. Precisely. Our visit is intended for dialogue and collaboration, and we cannot afford any delays in the interim. Reino interjected hastily, concerned about the possibility of taking an unnecessarily lengthy detour. For your safety? Do you think your life is more important than being delayed by 4 or 5 days? Thus, let us proceed accordingly. As Kai spoke, he leaned back against the soft cushions of the sofa, a look of utter enjoyment gracing his features as he slowly closed his eyes, completely disregarding any opportunity for conversation from the two others. In another realm, within the pitch-black confines of a cavern, several ethereal figures stood atop a colossal finger. It resembled a fusion of science fiction and reality, appearing as if projected by light and shadow. Nevertheless, the general outlines of each individual were discernible. At that moment, as the last finger illuminated, the instant of opening one's eyes revealed a gaze distinct from the ordinary, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Both eyes were circular, embodying the essence of the Rinnegan, and upon the emergence of this figure, the previously cacophonous surroundings fell into a profound silence. This was indeed the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Though its members resided in various corners of the world, they could converge here through a unique means for a meeting. What gathered them was merely their collective intent, akin to a summoning technique manifesting a form of doppelganger. With all present, they proceeded to discuss matters, which were divided into two primary topics: the future development of the organization and the individual known as Uchiha Kai. Pain, the wielder of the Rinnegan, was the first to speak. In this obscured setting, where individual expressions remained concealed, he sought merely a response. The issue of organizational development was a familiar discourse. Currently, their ranks comprised 10 individuals. Thus, the recruitment of personnel would be of utmost priority moving forward. Additionally, the handling of various tasks was crucial. as the organization's financial state was far from ideal, still distant from their goals. Hence, the collective focus would center on this matter. Though it had been discussed on numerous occasions, for now, they would temporarily set it aside in favor of deliberating on Uchiha Kai. Many among them had encountered him, and so it was decided that Itachi Uchiha would provide an account of the situation. Beside Pain, the sole female figure in the organization, Konan, reiterated the task at hand, directly designating individuals for responses. Me? I have little to contribute. Uchiha Kai has always been the underachiever in our class. Yet, in terms of physical prowess, he is undeniably exceptional. Who would have thought that when the Uchiha clan faced annihilation, he seemed to possess foreknowledge and managed to evade this calamity? Itachi spoke with a calm and composed demeanor. Are you jesting? Kakuzu immediately voiced his discontent. Reflecting on the moment when he had begun to prepare to wield his power in combat, he realized he had not yet been adequately ready. In the blink of an eye, I had already lost 4 hearts. If the other party so desired, my life could be extinguished. Under such circumstances, you dare to tell me that he is the bottom of the class? At least, from what I recall from those years past, this was the situation. And it has only been a few years. Therefore, my impression of him remains vivid. For he was the first in our entire family to independently finance his admission into the Ninja Academy. We are aware of the reactions that ensued. At that time, he possessed virtually no ninja talent. This is an undeniable fact. As for what transpired afterward, I cannot provide an answer. Uchiha Itachi once again offered his response. Not only were those fellows feeling dejected, but I, too, found it incredible. During our initial encounter, it was entirely normal for him to perceive my presence at such a close range. However, I was unaware of when he had unleashed his attack around us. The tremendous chakra that coalesced into an assault seemed to emanate from an entirely different person. He might indeed be speaking the truth, based on my previous impressions. That fellow Uchiha Kai is truly formidable. The masked figure began to speak, hesitating briefly before continuing. Ordinarily, we should not have encountered him, nor should he have seen us. Yet he possesses detailed knowledge of each one of us, not targeting a single individual, but all of us. That is how he was able to obliterate Kakuzu's 4 hearts in an instant. There is even information that many of our internal members are unaware of. Such matters are indeed terrifying. Jay, how goes your investigation? The Rinnegan-wielding Pain turned to the black and white-faced Jay. There is truly little to investigate. That fellow appears to have joined Konoha. Although the reasons remain unclear, something significant must have transpired during this process. The area where they reside is utterly inaccessible. A vast natural force has enveloped the entire region. Once we approach that vicinity, concealment becomes impossible. Moreover, there seems to be a powerful presence within. As for Konoha, I ventured a glance. He is currently preparing to construct a larger dwelling at the original site of the Uchiha clan. What purpose this serves is still uncertain. But I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from provoking him for the time being, at least until our mission is complete. It is wise for us to deal with him afterward. That is our rightful course of action, no matter how one puts it. Kurizetsu is adamantly opposed to allowing these individuals to involve themselves in matters concerning Uchiha Kai. As for that fellow's whims and antics, they are of no concern to him. Even if he were to upheave the entire ninja world, it would not pertain to their organization. The reason Kurizetsu articulates such sentiments is due to his apprehension that Uchiha Kai might indeed be privy to all the relevant information, with his objective so tantalizingly close. Poised for realization within mere years, any complications arising from the other party could thwart his aspirations, given that all intelligence within the organization is provided by him. As long as the members avoid direct contact with that individual, the likelihood of encounters in the vast ninja world is virtually non-existent. Should such a formidable entity remain outside their control, he would find himself in a perilous position. Thus, I believe the options are to either incorporate him into the organization or eliminate him outright. Pain exhibited a distinct emotional response. From the words of these few individuals, he gleaned a singular truth. The other party is undeniably dangerous. At the very least, he poses an incalculable risk to his plans. Following this pronouncement, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The mere notion of a masked man feeling the weight of the opponent's overwhelming strength alongside Jubi, this premier intelligence expert, advising against any engagement, speaks volumes about the psychological pressure they faced. Having already witnessed Uchiha Kai's prowess, Kakuzu harbored no thoughts of confrontation. For Pain, the immediate focus must remain on other matters. As for Uchiha Kai, The consensus among them was to defer the discussion until later. There was no need to invite such a formidable adversary into their fold prematurely. Therefore, as a member of the organization, I cannot endorse such a course of action. After an extended period of silence, the masked man promptly articulated his differing perspective. I concur with Akatsuki. This matter should indeed be postponed. If he does not impede our plans, there is no necessity for us to target him. We may, at a later stage, cautiously approach him to ascertain his views on our organization. Jubi immediately aligned himself with the masked man's stance. After all, they are the principal architects of this endeavor and wish to avoid any unforeseen complications at this critical juncture. What are your thoughts? Payne inquired, eager to hear the opinions of others now that two had expressed their dissent. I too disapprove, one voice chimed in. That individual possesses an alarming level of strength. I doubt even Itachi could emerge victorious against him. His speed is astonishing, far beyond our capacity to react. Moreover, he wields the Manjiki Sharingan, and to this day, we remain unaware of the full extent of his ocular abilities. If possible, I would suggest adhering to the approach proposed by Fei and Chu. Jiaodu promptly expressed his stance. This time, it was not about allegiance, but rather a fear of the task falling upon himself. Although he possessed an immortal body, such a trait had been thoroughly discerned by others, who also knew how to bring about his demise. Immortality does not equate to an absence of fear of death, nor does it imply invulnerability to death itself. Shall I first make contact? Let us gauge his understanding of our organization, and we can decide the next steps based on the circumstances. Uchiha Itachi spoke up, having acquired a crucial piece of information. The opponent possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. During their initial encounter, he had sensed the formidable strength of the other, coupled with the fact that this individual was the last of the Uchiha clan. Hence, Uchiha Itachi had considered turning a blind eye. However, the unexpected awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan in the opponent compelled him to take the matter seriously. Since so many of you oppose initiating combat with him, let us follow your suggestion, Itachi. Should the opponent pose any threat or adverse influence upon our organization, we shall eliminate him without hesitation. Payne concluded the discussion. Nonetheless, he harbored thoughts of eliminating Uchiha Kai, as prolonging this matter could prove detrimental to all involved. Yet, he remained unaware of Uchiha Kai's current situation. At this moment, they had arrived at the very location that Kai had been so eagerly anticipating. Indeed, each nation possesses its distinct environment. It was quite surprising to witness such a stark contrast in climate between these two neighboring countries. In front of the carriage, Shino and Kiba, who should have been walking, felt a surge of discontent upon seeing Hinata and Kai comfortably seated inside. Thus, shortly after departing from the Hidden Leaf Village, although they did not sit within the carriage, they accompanied the driver on either side at the front, enjoying the warmth of the land of rice. Kiba removed his outer coat, as the surrounding greenery made it seem as though they were in the midst of spring. It was indeed astonishing. This was my first time undertaking a mission so far from the village, and perhaps I might discover unexpected insects in another locale, Shino mused. Yet, as the two of them engaged in their amiable conversation, the driver suddenly halted the carriage. Kiba, intending to inquire about the situation, looked up only to realize that two individuals had unexpectedly appeared before them. Shino, did you not scout ahead? Kiba asked in astonishment. Did we not agree that I would scout in the morning and you in the afternoon? Shino's eyes widened as she swiftly leapt from the carriage, adopting a combat stance. The weather here was quite temperate, neither excessively hot nor overly cold. Yet, beads of sweat were already forming on the foreheads of the two individuals. This was not due to the warmth of the day, but rather a consequence of their failure to fulfill their duties. Ninjas? For a moment, I mistook them for merchants who had lost their way. Since they are indeed ninjas, they shall leave their lives here. A mere dozen meters ahead, two peculiar figures spoke. One possessed 6 arms and bore a terrifyingly fierce expression, while the other appeared considerably more unremarkable. When he smiled, he extended a long tongue, attempting to mimic that of Orochimaru. Yet his tongue fell short in length and failed to convey any significant emotion. Why have we stopped? Inside the carriage, Kai was diligently perusing a book to alleviate his boredom when he suddenly noticed the vehicle had come to a halt. He inquired briefly, and his senses instantly expanded. Although the distance was not particularly great, he could discern the situation ahead. Kai, there are 2 individuals ahead with exceptionally strong chakra. Hinata activated her Byakugan, effortlessly penetrating the objects in front of them. Even from within the carriage, she could perceive the external circumstances. Indeed, I see them, he replied. Kai spoke calmly. Oh, did you not mention that taking this route would shield us from any attacks? Reno's heart began to race, and he asked loudly, losing his composure. What on earth are you talking about? Kai, with an expression of exasperation, pulled open the side door of the carriage. Stepping down, he raised his hand and shouted, Hey, Kentoki, make way. The two individuals, who had been preparing to take action, suddenly halted upon hearing their name called. The one with 6 arms momentarily paused, and then his gaze shifted towards the source of the voice. In the next instant, he jolted, initially taken aback, but swiftly donned a smile, bowing respectfully and exclaiming, Ah, it is Lord Kai. Please, lead the way. Even if I were to visit this cursed place a dozen times, I doubt I could ever locate your village. Kai spoke leisurely, then closed the carriage door and settled back inside. Do you know him? Reno inquired, relaxing slightly, yet still astonished. I suppose I have seen him once. Hinata asked curiously, Where are we headed, Brother Kai? Their current path bore no resemblance to their original mission, leaving Hinata perplexed. It was likely that she was not the only one confused. The two little ones outside were also filled with questions. Why were ninjas present in this place? And how did Uchiha Kai know them? Judging by the demeanor of those two towards him, it was evident that he held a significant position here. Kai gazed at Hinata's adorable visage, unable to resist the urge to gently pinch her cherubic cheeks. Prior to embarking on my mission, I had already communicated with the Hokage regarding my personal matters. Thus, I am about to meet someone you have likely heard of. I trust you will understand upon our arrival. Upon my return, I shall lodge a complaint against you. Was it not stated that ninjas prioritize the execution of missions? Why must you attend to your own affairs first? Reno is already in tears. As the son of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he has always been rather arrogant, yet he now traverses the journey with the demeanor of a well-behaved child, scarcely daring to breathe. Who could have imagined that after nearly 10 days of travel, we would not be attending to our own matters? Pray, can you not exhibit a semblance of masculinity? I assure you of your safe passage. Consider this journey a leisurely excursion. Are you not pleased? What amusement could possibly be found in this desolate backcountry? The palace of the land of earth has undoubtedly prepared countless beauties for our enjoyment, and yet you compel me to linger in this forsaken place. Reinu's voice was not particularly loud. In such a wretched locale, he genuinely feared that this unpredictable individual might bring about his demise. Given the other's erratic temperament and their utter lack of responsibility towards this mission, such a scenario seemed all but inevitable. Why the urgency? With your status, you cannot possibly be a daimyo, can you? This appearance of a debauched youth, solely preoccupied with frivolity, lacks any semblance of ambition. Kai observed the incessant chatter of the other party and, rendered speechless, inquired directly. The words pierced like daggers into the other's heart. In the next moment, Reinu began to retreat into himself, murmuring, I too aspire to be a great lord, yet it seems the opportunity eludes me. Why not allow me to assist you? Once your esteemed father has passed, I could help you ascend to greatness. How does that sound? Kai's interest was piqued as he grinned. Previously, during his conversations with Dasha, they had discussed the ambitious prospect of establishing a commercial empire. After all, no matter how abundant his current wealth was, it would eventually dwindle if not wisely invested. Rather than allowing his resources to diminish, he preferred to employ his intellect to create something of substance. If this fool were to ascend to the position of daimyo, would it not render the realization of all his ideas considerably simpler? Kai, you must not utter such words. A ninja ought not to interfere in the power struggles of the royal family. It could lead to grave consequences. Hinata exclaimed, startled by his audacity. For he was indeed the only one bold enough to voice such a thought. No worries, for ninjas are part of this nation as well. Of course, this is contingent upon his willingness. After all, facilitating his rise to daimyo is hardly an intricate endeavor. Kai remained there, exuding an air of profound tranquility. Meanwhile, Renaud was utterly taken aback by the words, his mouth agape in astonishment, at a loss for words. Yet, almost immediately, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he inquired, Are you truly capable of this? To which Kai replied, What is there that can or cannot be done? This matter appears exceedingly intricate for you. Yet for me, it seems hardly a concern at all. Kai observed that the other party had developed an interest. For who among the royal offspring could resist the allure of such a position? However, the current moment was neither the time nor the place for such discussions. If you could truly assist me in achieving that step, feel free to request anything in the future. Hey, surely you do not intend to deliberate on such matters here? Hinata felt a tinge of embarrassment. astonished that a prince and a formidable ninja would dare to engage in such discourse within a carriage, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for this information to be leaked. What do you desire? Indeed, as long as I occupy that position, even your ambition to become Hokage would be entirely feasible. Uchiha Kai had been contemplating the conditions he desired for the future, only to be taken aback when Reiner openly stated his terms. To this individual, the Hokage wielded authority over an extensive village, representing the pinnacle of power within the ninja realm. Kai, without a moment's hesitation, waved his hand and declared his lack of interest in that position, expressing no inclination whatsoever. He mentioned that he intended to return to business. But it was too early to discuss such matters. Perhaps once you find yourself in that position, we can talk then. Should you require my assistance, feel free to inform me directly. All right, no problem. Reno replied eagerly, and internally he began to revel in a sense of triumph. He was uncertain about the true strength of the other ninjas, yet he held some awareness of Tsunade, the Hokage. The sheer magnitude of her power was such that even someone like her acknowledged the limitless prowess of the individual before him. To be recognized by such a formidable figure indicated that the person in front of him undoubtedly possessed extraordinary strength, inadvertently igniting within him a yearning for that position. As for Kai, his current musings were merely playful banter, teasing Reno in front of him. If this fellow were to truly harbor ambitions and capabilities in that direction, then lending a hand would not pose a significant challenge. Hinata, seated nearby, listened to their exchange and instinctively wanted to cover her ears, simultaneously casting a resigned glance at Uchiha Kai, sensing that his return to the Hidden Leaf Village might not bode well. So many ninjas. What kind of place is this? 3 hours later, the carriage, following the lead of Kitumaru, finally arrived at their destination, given that it hadn't been long since their last visit. The place still bore its grim visage, unchanged in the slightest. If one were to note any difference, it was that the ground, having recently experienced rain, was now a muddy mess. As soon as he arrived, his keen sense of smell quickly informed him that this so-called village was predominantly inhabited by ninjas. Even the sound of conversation began to tremble slightly. In this unfamiliar territory, he longed to depart as swiftly as possible. Finally, they had arrived. He opened the carriage door and stepped onto the ground. The disheveled environment caused Kai's lips to twitch in dismay. Looking at Kitumaru, who awaited them ahead, Kai couldn't help but voice his irritation, questioning why, given that the inhabitants of this place were ninjas, they couldn't manage to tidy up the ground a little. Earth release, rock transformation. Raising his hand, he swiftly formed a few hand seals. Given the simplicity of their numbers, it was an effortless task, not meant for attack. As his fingers touched the ground, the chakra spread, rapidly altering the color of the earth beneath them. In a short while, the entire muddy surface of their village transformed into a rocky state. Arranging accommodations for them should pose no problem for you, right? We will stay here tonight, ensuring their safety, as this is my mission objective. Kai, oblivious to his surroundings, approached beside Kintamaru without even a glance, abruptly stating, Lord Kai. This is the domain of Lord Orochimaru. Only he can command me. Before Kintamaru could finish his retort, Kai suddenly raised his hand and seized the other's throat. This startling display caused those who had just disembarked from the carriage to gasp in shock. You see, even if I were to end your life here, Orochimaru would not utter a word in your defense. Do you believe me? With a gaze as cold as ice, Kai regarded Kintamaru, prompting his companions to immediately take a defensive stance, while other ninjas from the village swiftly gathered around. There were only a few dozen of them, each one appearing fierce and menacing. To their surprise, the arrival of Lord Kai was not met with a proper welcome, and one bespectacled individual stepped forward from the crowd. His demeanor genteel. With an innocent expression, he stood there and spoke with a surprisingly composed tone. Kai released his grip on the figure known as Gitangwan, then, with a gentle smile, he softly patted the other's shoulder. On the third tap, however, his palm suddenly exerted a force as chakra coalesced in an instant. Boom. At that moment, the ground beneath Gitangwan's feet, transformed into stone, cracked open. Puff. Blood gushed forth from Gitangwan's mouth with great intensity. Do. Let us not forget that we are still in collaboration. If your subordinates behave in such a manner, showing no semblance of decorum, I would not hesitate to assist in correcting their conduct. Releasing his hold on Gitangwan, the latter slumped to the ground in utter defeat. How could Kai possibly be unaware of the thoughts swirling within these individuals? He surmised that they had received the news at least half an hour ago, yet they still dared to utter such words. While others may remain silent, he certainly would not address it outright. Instead, He cast his gaze upon the 6 fallen figures on the ground and remarked, I may not possess the authority to command you. Yet I certainly have the right to end your life. Consider this a warning. Upon observing the eager expressions and clenched jaws of those present, Kai felt a surge of interest. He raised his finger, pointing at the angriest among them, and inquired, Come, your countenance suggests a desire to kill me. I shall grant you the opportunity. Lord Kai, these individuals lack understanding. I beseech you not to stoop to their level. Pharmaceutisto, confronted with such a situation, slightly bowed while struggling to suppress the fury bubbling within him. Ensure they are properly arranged. Should any issues arise, I will annihilate your entire village. The atmosphere around Kai has grown increasingly frigid. Approaching D, he spoke softly before making his way towards the concealed cave of Orochimaru. The onlookers, including Reino, stood in stunned silence. What had once been fear of Uchiha Kai had now morphed into a profound admiration. To accomplish such feats in the presence of formidable individuals was an astonishing display of prowess. If one could attain such heights, surely the position of power would be effortlessly within reach. With his head bowed, D's fury manifested in the tension of his muscles, yet upon raising his gaze, a serene smile graced his face as if nothing had transpired. Calmly, he directed the others, gesturing for them to carry away the fallen Gatonmaru for treatment. Within the dimly lit cave, Orochimaru's domain revealed an unexpectedly vast expanse. The foul, elongated passageway was stifling, its noxious odor overwhelming even on the second visit. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, one found it devoid of any illumination, a pitch-black void where visibility was non-existent. Opening one's eyes offered no advantage. Only the instinct of perception allowed for progress in this darkness. Arriving at what was once Orochimaru's primary laboratory, Kai raised his right hand, channeling chakra to conjure a fireball. He then inquired, This place is dreadfully dark. Shall I summon some light, Uncle Snake? With a sharp crack, the surroundings erupted into illumination, transforming the previously oppressive darkness into a brightness surpassing that of the outside world. As he retracted the fireball, Kai casually placed his hands in his pockets and approached Orochimaru, who reclined on a chair. All that was visible was his silhouette, which bore an unsettling resemblance to a woman with long hair and a slender frame. Long time no see, Kai-kun. Orochimaru slowly rose from his seat. Upon turning, Kai felt a sharp discomfort in his eyes, an unsettling sight indeed. I never imagined you would transition so swiftly. Yet, I wonder at your peculiar inclinations. No matter the perspective, the form before him was unmistakably feminine, leaving Kai at a loss for words. My old body has served its purpose. I am now compelled to continue my research in this new form. I presume your visit is to obtain the results of my experiments? Orochimaru inquired. As per our agreement, the deadline was set for 2 years. Time has passed, and it is only natural to examine the specifics of the situation. Please do not tell me, Orochimaru, that you have yet to complete your research on that matter. Of course not. It was finalized 2 months ago, simply awaiting the arrival of Kakashi. As he spoke, Orochimaru turned and approached the experimental table. He bent down and used his elbow to open a box situated beside the table. The moment the box was opened, a chilling aura began to emanate from within. When the frosty vapor dissipated, 4 vials of white, tubular serum were revealed. This was the culmination of his research. It had been explored previously and had even met with success. However, just as the breakthrough occurred, turmoil ensued within the village, forcing the research to be halted. The cells you provided, Hashirama, have now allowed this segment of the research to continue. This is the very substance you seek, enabling the fusion of additional cellular material. Orochimaru declared with a beaming smile, his gaze fixed on Kakashi, his lips curling upwards as he performed his signature gesture. Could this truly be real? If anything were to go awry, your hands would be irreparably lost. Uchiha Kakashi stepped forward, reaching into the box to retrieve all of the vials. Their pure white appearance suggested something extraordinary. As he sensed the energy radiating from these substances, Kakashi remained somewhat skeptical of Orochimaru. Rest assured, Kakashi, not only have I discovered a means to resolve your hand's predicament, but our collaboration has also been quite enjoyable, Orochimaru said with a grin. This revelation, however, surprised Kakashi. He hadn't anticipated that Orochimaru had already found a solution. Yet, he promptly returned the vials to the box, remarking on how rare it was to discover that Uncle Snake had even found a method, implying that they were now merely left to ascertain which mask was required. Orochimaru had previously doubted that Uchiha Kakashi could discern the method to liberate the corpse sealing technique. For months, while he had been researching Hashirama's cells, he had also been seeking a way to restore his own hands. Just a couple of days ago, he fortuitously stumbled upon the means to address the corpse sealing technique, knowing only that it was linked to the masks of the Uzumaki clan. However, he had yet to determine their exact locations or the process required to wield them. Those masks are currently in my possession, hidden away in a place no one can find. Moreover, even if I were to give you the mask, how would you summon the Shinigami bound within the corpse sealing technique? The price of summoning that entity is the sacrifice of the caster's soul. I wonder if you are aware of that. Kai gazed at Orochimaru with a smile, pondering whether he still wished to engage with him. All of this, he had collected everything by the third day of his arrival in Konoha, motivated by the fear that Orochimaru might genuinely discover a solution. In that event, would he not find himself lacking in assurance? Kai was merely jesting. Their transactions had always been of paramount importance to him. To his surprise, Kai indeed possessed knowledge about the method to lift the Shikifuin. Just as you mentioned, I have indeed found a resolution, but thus far, I have only just acquired it. The intricate details remain elusive, though it is known to be related to the masks of the Uzumaki clan. It appears that Kai has indeed gotten ahead of me. For the first time, Orochimaru felt thoroughly ensnared by another. Simultaneously, he felt the chilling essence of the little figure before him. The claims made previously, which seemed like mere jest to someone of his vast experience, took on a new gravity. The other party had discerned how to lift the seal without comprehending the specifics. This capability left Orochimaru utterly impressed. We currently have 2 transactions pending. I have already provided you with the subject of the second transaction. It is now time for you to fulfill the first transaction and present the genuine Hashirama cells. After all, we have much collaboration ahead of us. The expression on Kai's face gradually grew solemn. In the face of Orochimaru's deceit, he refrained from displaying any particular emotion. Instead, he turned and seated himself leisurely in the recliner where the other had just been, crossing one leg over the other. Truly, Kai is remarkable. At present, the only thing that Orochimaru seems to believe is that the other party appears to possess boundless knowledge. After I hand over the items to you, will you indeed fulfill your promise to inform me about the mask and the subsequent methods? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of skepticism directed at Kai. Do not presume that everyone thinks as you do. I have always valued transactions. As I mentioned earlier, there are many aspects of our collaboration yet to come. Ultimately, I hold great admiration for individuals like you, persistent, resilient, and equipped with a brilliant mind. Therefore, as long as you provide me with the items, once their integrity is confirmed, I will promptly divulge the information regarding the mask and will likewise instruct you on the next steps to take. Following that, we can thoroughly investigate the Death God mask. Perhaps through this opportunity, you could genuinely attain immortality without the need for reincarnation. Regardless of whether Orochimaru was moved or filled with anticipation by these words, he suddenly raised his hand. Despite his hands being damaged, it did not imply that his arms were incapacitated. With force, he bit into the tip of his finger. And at the moment blood dripped to the ground, Orochimaru swiftly traced a circle with his foot, exclaiming, "Summoning Jutsu." With a puff of white smoke, a moment later, a black snake materialized before the two, though it was not particularly large, measuring around 1 meter in length. Upon its appearance, the snake nodded at Orochimaru, and shortly thereafter, it wriggled its belly and expelled a vial of white liquid from its mouth. Kai, this is the substance designed for fusion with the cells you provided, Orochimaru remarked, eyeing the vial on the ground. Though feeling a sense of disdain and revulsion, Kai rose and approached the snake, bending down slowly to retrieve the vial. How is this to be used? Kai inquired. Is it sufficient to inject it directly into the body? However, he expressed his reservations regarding the immense chakra energy contained within, cautioning that he could not guarantee absolute safety. Based on prior experiments, the success rate stood at 70, which ominously indicated a 30 chance of fatality. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kai momentarily closed his eyes, hesitating slightly. After a deep breath, he placed the vial on the table and began to remove his garments. Standing bare-chested, he caught Orochimaru's intrigued gaze. Raising his hand, he summoned Wind Attribute Chakra, and in the next moment, he inflicted a deep gash upon his left arm. Blood gushed forth in a sudden, violent torrent. Kai merely parted his lips without uttering a sound. He then grasped the potion resting on the table and bit off the cork with his teeth. The foul odor reminiscent of something decaying within the snake's belly made him recoil slightly, yet he unhesitatingly poured both vials over his wounds. Enveloping the white liquid with his chakra, he swiftly infused it into his bloodstream. The moment the entire potion coursed through his body, His chakra began to rapidly mend the damaged flesh. Just as he prepared to continue conversing with Orochimaru, an inexplicable force suddenly engulfed his mind. His body's chakra was uncontrollably unleashed, and with the last vestiges of his awareness, he concentrated the majority of it around his heart to shield it. Lightning release. Just before his consciousness faded away, Kai swiftly transformed the chakra surrounding his body into the lightning attribute. The potent electrical stimulation reignited some of his awareness, while the lightning chakra also promoted cellular activation and decomposition. It was in that very moment of stimulation that Kai activated his Manjiki Sharingan and vanished in an instant. Just as he left, Kabuto entered the room, surveying the area and finding no trace of Uchiha Kai. Kabuto was about to inquire when Orochimaru took a deep breath and stated, "No need to look, he is already departed." Though I am uncertain of his reasons for injecting Hashirama's cells, for someone who might know everything, when he reappears, he will undoubtedly be transformed into an even more formidable being. Orochimaru-sama, should we take any actions next? What actions? Just remain quietly here. Orochimaru was well aware of the happenings outside. Some matters could simply be overlooked as long as they did not affect him. In an unknown location, Kai awoke from his slumber to find the day had brightened considerably. "You're awake." A melodious and comforting voice suddenly reached his ears. As his blurred vision gradually cleared, he realized he was lying on a bed. He quickly sat up and turned his head, noticing a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. One hand held a cup while the other wielded a spoon. With a gentle smile adorning her face, she inquired, "Where is this place?" Kai inquired, "Here. This is Lolo Village." Lolo Village? Kai felt a moment of perplexity, as it seemed he had never heard of this place before. After a brief hesitation, he inquired again, "This is still the land of rice, isn't it?" "What land of rice?" "This area falls within the domain of the Iron Kingdom. However, I must ask why you are here, and in such a state of unconsciousness at our doorstep." The young girl, though filled with curiosity, chose to sit at the edge of the bed and extended the medicine in her hand towards Kai, saying, "Though I am unaware of how you arrived here, you should take this medicine first. How long have I been asleep?" 2 days. 2. Kai found himself overwhelmed by the pressing matters at hand. After disappearing for 2 days, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Hinata and the others. This was his inaugural mission, and while setbacks could be expected, the potential peril facing Hinata and her companions rendered the situation markedly more grave. He sprang to his feet, intending to rise from the bed, only to realize he was without his shoes. "Do not fret, your shoes are outside. I shall fetch them for you. Are you all right?" inquired the young lady with striking beauty. "My apologies for startling you. I am quite well, but there are pressing matters I must attend to. By the way, may I ask your name?" Kai adjusted his emotions and inquired, for there was no immediate urgency to the matter at hand. Given that he had yet to comprehend his own physical condition, it was prudent to first assess his state before proceeding. "As for me, I am called Crescent Moon, a name most melodious." Kai smiled and offered his praise. However, the young girl merely pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. She then opened the door and fetched Kai's shoes from outside. Unfortunately, there were no garments suitable for him to wear. Thus, he had no choice but to remain bare-chested and step outside. The scene that unfolded before him instantly filled Kai with a sense of tranquility. The area where Uchiha resided was perched upon a hillside, and as far as the eye could see, a lush expanse of greenery stretched out, evoking a profound sense of relaxation within him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he began to notice certain peculiarities. It appeared that he was the only inhabitant here. Why was there not a single soul nearby? Kai inquired with a hint of perplexity. "Indeed, I am the sole inhabitant here, with no one else around. Even the name Luo Village was bestowed by me," Uchiha proclaimed with a sense of pride. It cannot be denied that this young lady possesses a remarkable beauty. Her long, cascading hair, adorned with merely 2 small braids, exudes an air of innocence. Admittedly, her attire appears somewhat wrinkled, and the colors have noticeably faded, likely due to prolonged wear, giving the fabric a yellowed hue. Kai discerned the underlying melancholy in the other person's proud expression. So that is it. Moreover, the name of this village is quite melodious. Living here, one can relish such splendid scenery. From another perspective, this embodies precisely what I yearn for. Kai initially wished to express his desire for a more tranquil existence, yet upon hearing him, the young lady seemed to perceive a completely different sentiment. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she swallowed hard, gazing at Kai's profile. Such a handsome, radiant young man. It had been ages since she had encountered someone like him. "Do not grow fond of this lifestyle. I am a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, I must reside here alone." The sudden utterance of these words stemmed from her belief that she was unworthy of his company. However, in the midst of this melancholic reflection, the once clear sky underwent a peculiar transformation. Dark clouds began to gather swiftly, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if a luminous sword were poised to pierce the heavens. "By the way, you have yet to reveal your name." She quickly retracted her despondent emotions, forcing a bright smile as she inquired of Kai. Strangely, the moment her mood brightened, the ominous clouds above vanished without a trace. Witnessing this uncanny phenomenon, Kai couldn't help but recall that the great serpent had once conjured a similar figure. Could it be that such beings were fabricated from the circumstances of others? "I am Uchiha Kai." Kai revealed his name and cast a scrutinizing glance at the young woman before him. The ability to wield the forces of nature felt akin to exploiting a glitch in this world. "Uchiha Kai?" Sukagetsu echoed, a sense of familiarity lingering in the air. Before he could utter a word, Kai inquired, "Did you ever realize you possess the power to control the weather?" "Nani?" Sukagetsu was taken aback. Seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind his words, Kai walked directly to the steps of the small house, which contained nothing more than a single bed. Who could have known where this girl had slept during the 2 days he had been unconscious? Sitting on the wooden steps, Kai inquired, "If I am not mistaken, when you weep, it must rain. When you are disheartened, thunder must roll. And when joy fills your heart, the skies surely clear." "How do you know?" Yueya's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly settled beside Kai, gazing at the boy she had just met with astonishment. This was a formidable gift, a power capable of commanding the elements. If wielded wisely, one could potentially reshape the world. "Is that true?" "Back in the village, they always regarded me as a harbinger of misfortune. Since my birth, I have cried incessantly, bringing floods upon the village. Thus, I was seen as a calamity. And throughout my childhood, I had scarcely any friends. At the tender age of 6, I found myself alone here. Even my parents rarely visited." As she spoke, her spirits began to plummet once more. What a dismal childhood it had been. Observing her demeanor, Kai gently patted her shoulder. He then recalled the present moment and suddenly asked, "Would you care to join me? I could teach you when time permits." "Is this a proposal?" Yueya's eyes sparkled with affection, and she scarcely heard the latter part of his words. Her heart raced, and to her astonishment, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Unbeknownst to Kai, who remained silent for a while, he mistakenly assumed that Yua had declined when she did not respond. Rising to his feet, he took a deep breath and descended the steps, treading upon the soft grass. He asked once more, "Are you unwilling?" Of course, I am willing," Yuya exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, eager to embrace Kai. After exchanging casual conversation for several minutes, Kai moved to a spot about 100 meters from the little house. During this time, he had thoroughly examined his body, confirming that there were no abnormalities. He then took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them wide, fully experiencing the passage of 2 minutes. A smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. In the past, whenever he had employed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had felt a pressure in his eyes, but this time there was none. Everything within his field of vision appeared remarkably clear. Taking a step forward, as his foot met the ground, he found himself instantly transported 100 meters away. After experimenting several times, he confirmed that his eyes bore no burden and felt perfectly normal. The eternal eye. Kai could hardly contain the tumultuous excitement within. Having reached the age of 18, he had finally taken this significant step. Possessing the eternal eye signified that he currently had no rivals in this world. Although he remained uncertain of the extent of his newfound power, he was at least one step closer to achieving his aspirations. "Kai, it's time for dinner." He marveled at the astonishing ability to traverse 100 meters in an instant and to move back and forth with such ease. Yueya's astonishment lasted but a moment, soon eclipsed by admiration. The first person willing to engage in lengthy conversation with her, who would accept her despite knowing her circumstances, rendered Yueya indifferent to his identity. The lunch was rather humble, consisting merely of a few leaves of vegetables. Nevertheless, Kai managed to consume the unappetizing meal. Gently setting down his bowl, he declared, "I must prepare to leave. There is a multitude of matters awaiting my attention." "Oh," Yuya interjected, lowering her head before he could finish his sentence. She had feared he might abandon her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the weather outside mirrored her emotional turmoil. "I simply wanted to inquire if there was anything you needed to gather. We are about to depart." Kai placed his hand upon the other's head and, in a moment of utter bewilderment, exclaimed, "Ah?" Is that so? Yuya promptly lifted her head, breaking into a wide grin. After glancing around, she swiftly dashed to the corner of the wall, retrieving a wooden board that lay atop it, from which she extracted a small cloth pouch. All right, let us be off. It appeared that the young lady held considerable regard for the contents enclosed within. Kai did not inquire further. What mattered now was the mess left by Orochimaru. It remains uncertain what those individuals have become. Hold me close and close your eyes. Kai gazed at the crescent moon that was already prepared and remarked, "Is it truly the Swift?" The crescent moon displayed a look of panic, her hands fidgeting awkwardly, uncertain whether to embrace or refrain. What are you contemplating? Surely, you cannot simply depart by walking away. Kai now finds himself pondering whether accompanying the girl is right or wrong. Yet, having already made a promise, he can only reluctantly continue to keep her by his side. After all, he has inadvertently ended up in this place, hundreds of miles away, and has been saved by her. In a sense, this could be deemed fate. Despite the gravity of their conversation, Yuya still feels a tinge of shyness. Ultimately, she tightly shuts her eyes and leaps forward, embracing Kai's neck. As for Kai, he activates his eternal eye, and in the blink of an eye, they both vanish from the room. Moments after their departure, the small house suddenly erupts into flames, engulfing the entire structure in mere seconds. In this desolate area, devoid of any human presence for miles, it is hardly a place where one could reside for an extended period. The distance of several hundred kilometers feels both distant and near, especially for Yuya, who, with her eyes closed, perceives only the simplicity of holding on to Kai. A wave of dizziness washes over her, but quickly dissipates. When she finally opens her eyes, the surroundings have transformed dramatically. The Hidden Sound Village. Indeed, they have returned to this place. This is the power of his right eye, capable of transporting him instantly to any location he has previously visited. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, this ability is akin to possessing an infinite array of enhancements. When faced with any formidable foe, as long as he can escape, no one could possibly hinder him. With the awakening of the spatial abilities of his right eye, Kai feels that the power concealed within it extends far beyond mere mobility. He simply has yet to fully grasp this strength. Now is not the time for him to delve into such matters. Observing that, as he anticipated, they have arrived at any location in the blink of an eye, he gazes down at Yuya, who remains clinging to his neck. Gently patting her back, he says, "We have arrived." Oh, initially, Yuya feels nothing amiss, merely comforted by the warmth of the man before her. However, upon releasing her grip and witnessing her surroundings, her mouth falls open in astonishment. Kai, brother, standing at the entrance of one of the houses in the village. The girl sees the sudden appearance of Uchiha Kai and is momentarily taken aback before uncontrollably rushing towards him. Upon hearing her cry, the others inside the house hurriedly emerge. Hinata dashes forward, throwing herself into Kai's embrace, tears streaming down her face like raindrops. In that moment, her grievances and sorrows seem to be known only to him. Shino and Kiba, appearing weary from several days without rest, join the scene, with Shino still donning a thick pair of glasses. The expression on his face was utterly inscrutable. Ya's spirit had dwindled to an extreme low, with dark circles under his eyes spreading over a considerable area. However, that little Prince Renard seemed to be reveling in his own delight. "You scoundrel! This time, you truly are despicable. Shino, and you happen to stroll by." Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed at Kai, hurling an insult. To his surprise, Shino echoed the sentiment from behind. "Kai, where have you been?" Hinata, realizing her own predicament, hurriedly took a couple of steps back. She wiped her tears and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry." This time it was an unforeseen circumstance, and it won't happen again. Kai gently caressed Hinata's head. "Hey, shouldn't you provide an explanation for this? Do you have any idea where we are? We haven't dared to sleep here for 2 days, you scoundrel, leaving without a word." Kiba was seething with anger. Just as he was about to say more, the little dog Akamaru on his shoulder let out a soft whine. In an instant, Kiba felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He mechanically turned his head, and upon seeing that figure approaching, he swiftly retreated to the side. "Orochimaru, I can no longer bear to undertake missions with this scoundrel." Kiba's heart began to weep. A terrifying figure like Orochimaru was indeed a nightmare for someone of their age. Many times in childhood, family members would warn that if one misbehaved, they might be taken by Orochimaru to become a test subject. And now here they were, right in the lair of this horror. Just a glance from him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Not only Kiba, But Shino and Hinata were equally unsettled. Even the distant young prince, Reno, hesitated to approach, let alone anyone else. Where could Kai have gone these past 2 days? Orochimaru stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he licked them, inquiring, "Well then, you can stop with the theatrics, Uncle Snake. I appreciate your care for them these past few days. Seeing they are unharmed puts my mind at ease. Kai's matters are my concerns. I will ensure your safety regardless of how long you remain here. It seems Kai has succeeded. May we converse in a different location?" Orochimaru eagerly asked. "Of course. That is not a problem." Kai smiled calmly for a moment, as beside him, the pharmacist Do approached along with the injured Kintomaru, whom he had previously harmed. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Orochimaru that Kintomaru, the six-armed figure, displayed his unmasked fury in his gaze. If looks could kill, Kai would have perished countless times already. Kai, Sukuna had immediately hidden behind Kai the moment so many individuals appeared. Upon seeing Kai preparing to leave, she gently called out to him. It was then that he remembered he had brought someone along, turning to Hinata and instructing her to find a place for a bath, assuring her that he would attend to some matters before they set off. Kai-kun, this is... Orochimaru's attention was drawn to Tsukihha. His curiosity piqued as he inquired about her. Tsukihha, she is likely a descendant of a clan capable of controlling the weather, thus her emotions can also influence it. This should not be unfamiliar to you, right? Uncle Snake? Kai inquired him. It appears that the first use of the impure world reincarnation was indeed by members of their clan. However, such matters are not for contemplation at this moment. Please, follow me. Orochimaru displayed little interest in these affairs. His curiosity now lay elsewhere, as matters that did not pertain to him elicited no desire for inquiry. One day, I will surely end your life. Kido glared at the retreating figures of the two, fists clenched and teeth gritted, his gaze icy enough to freeze the very air around him. Such a palpable aura of murderous intent, yet he believed others were oblivious to it. Kai halted his steps, silently turning to gaze at Goetong Maru, and calmly inquired, "Do you wish to slay me?" Orochimaru was no fool. He had undoubtedly sensed the murderous intent moments earlier. Me. Boom. Goetong Maru had intended to defend himself, especially since Orochimaru was now looking directly at him. Just as he uttered a single syllable, the eternal eye abruptly activated, unleashing a colossal force that pressed him firmly into the ground. The overwhelming impact caused the earth beneath them to crack extensively. Moreover, the entire area sank, forming a massive, deep pit. Goetong Maru appeared as though he might burst under the pressure, blood streaming from his body. The spectators were genuinely startled by this spectacle, and even Orochimaru looked on in astonishment at Uchiha Kai, though he had anticipated the terrifying strength of his opponent. The aura emanating from Uchiha Kai was reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Swallowing hard, Orochimaru felt a pang of regret for having entrusted that object to this individual. In Madara's era, there had at least been Hashirama. If he had inadvertently created a new Madara, who could possibly stand in his way? Yet, now that the deed was done, what could be changed? However, upon turning away, Uchiha Kai wore a gentle expression, as if the preceding events had never transpired. It was only after their departure that the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. Goetong Maru had not perished, but was left in a state of near death. Kabuto's reaction was swift. He had already moved away the instant the incident occurred. Approaching the edge of the pit, he observed the scene with a furrowed brow, acutely aware of the fear and oppression emanating from the other party. If their strength was this formidable, one could only imagine the plight of his own people. The dimly lit underground chamber remained unchanged, yet the dynamics within were evidently different this time. Orochimaru sat opposite Uchiha Kai, scrutinizing him intently. Before Orochimaru could speak, Kai took the initiative, saying, "Uncle Snake, since our bargain has been sealed on your end, I shall, of course, honor my commitment. All the Shinigami masks of the Uzumaki clan are in my possession. However, you must discover a method to summon the Shinigami without having your soul devoured. This should not pose too much difficulty for you. Simply prepare a spare body in advance, placing your cursed seal and soul within it. Then, unseal the Shiki F gene, allowing you to manipulate the Shinigami to cut open its belly with its own blade. Once the belly is opened, you must swiftly transfer your consciousness into the other body. Should you falter in your timing, your soul will be consumed by the Shinigami once more." As he spoke, Kai gently bit his finger, and at the moment when blood dripped onto the ground, a colossal sealing rune was instantly formed. Subsequently, 2 scrolls appeared directly on the ground. He picked up one, unfurled it, and gazed at the white ceiling inscribed upon it. In the next instant, as chakra surged forth, a white humanoid entity materialized beside them. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. White Zetsu. This being had long piqued his curiosity, and he had yearned to study its nature. However, capturing such a creature proved to be a daunting challenge, far more complicated than he had imagined. To his astonishment, not only was there one present today, but it was also in a living state. Indeed, this was White Zetsu, a perfect specimen for his research. Yet, as a price for this gift, he hoped that one could adequately care for the Uchiha clan. After all, hadn't you previously expressed interest in that fellow Sasuke? Perhaps you could send someone to bring him over for a thorough mentorship under your guidance. It need not take long, just 2 or 3 years would suffice. Are you not concerned about me taking possession of his body? What is there to fear? If you possess the courage, then go ahead. If he perishes, it is merely a reflection of his inadequacy. However, should you meet your demise, that would indeed be unfortunate. His body harbors secrets that cannot be uncovered, so it is advisable that you refrain from attempting to delve too deeply. Kai did not explicitly clarify his intentions and promptly picked up another scroll. The circumstances within this one were entirely distinct from the previous. What was summoned was merely a mask. Crucially, this item was extracted from the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. And it was not the only one. Indeed, all the masks had been taken. He placed the object before Orochimaru, stating its nature. While the method of utilization would require his own diligent study, as I mentioned earlier, how one could evade the grasp of the Shinigami is a matter no one can assist you with. Of course, if you are ruthless enough, having someone else act in your stead is not out of the question. After all, as long as the Shinigami's belly is opened, your issue with these hands will be resolved. I firmly believe, Uncle Snake, that you possess the means to manage that. Haha, as you say, Kai? I shall devise a solution for the subsequent matters myself. Hearing Orochimaru's laughter, Kai realized the course of action this individual was inclined to take. The simplest method would undoubtedly be to delegate such tasks to another. After all, death is but death. It holds no significance for him. He stored away the scroll containing the other masks and stood up nonchalantly, declaring that their transaction had concluded. He reminded Orochimaru not to forget their other agreement, though it would not require him to undertake anything overly complex, merely to employ his intellect to assist in the study of an object, the specifics of which he had yet to determine. Once he had formulated a plan, he would naturally return to seek his aid. I shall eagerly await your promising news. Do not hold your breath. Summon your spirit beast, that great serpent, and have it escort us forth. Kai turned around, facing away from Orochimaru, and spoke. This is unacceptable. Summoning that being comes at a significant cost. I will communicate with him. All you need to do is comply. Is that so? This is truly intriguing. Orochimaru did not refuse. At this moment, his primary desire was to free his hands while simultaneously avoiding offending the formidable Uchiha Kai before him. After all, his power had reached astounding heights. Despite his envy of Kai's physique and his own aspirations, Orochimaru's instinct for danger likely surpassed that of anyone else. Orochimaru, you scoundrel. If I do not receive the contributions of 100 individuals, this matter will not end well for you. In the center of the village, Orochimaru summoned his summoning beast. An enormous serpent. Its diameter was no less than 5 meters, and its length approached 100 meters, as its colossal form emerged amidst a cloud of white smoke. It was accompanied by a thunderous roar. Raising its head, flicking its tongue, the serpent was a striking purple adorned with black stripes. The sight was so formidable that even Kai felt a momentary shiver. With its massive head lifted, the serpent, Manda, fixed its gaze intently upon Orochimaru. Apologies, Manda, but today, it is not I who has summoned you, but rather that individual over there. Manda slowly turned its gargantuan head, following Orochimaru's line of sight to settle upon Uchiha Kai. Just as it lowered its head, poised to speak, Kai's hair color transformed instantaneously. Not only that, but black markings also appeared upon him. Sage mode. Orochimaru was once again taken aback. This revelation was a profound shock to his worldview. Wait a moment. Please carry us a distance, placing those 2 carriages inside your mouth, and transport us to a location several hundred miles away. Tilting his head, Kai gazed at the colossal serpent, Wan Shi, and inquired, Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? Prepare to face the consequences. Instantly, the serpent, poised to attack, halted in its tracks. Upon meeting the gaze of those eternal eyes, it became acutely aware of the formidable presence before it. Gradually lowering its head, the previously arrogant creature seemed to vanish, replaced by an air of submission. Well, it's just a few hundred kilometers. I want to accompany you too far. Once she appeared almost like a well-behaved child, a picture of grievance. The enormous serpent's head boasted dragon horns, a testament to the countless years it had existed. Its newfound docility stemmed from the last encounter, where it had glimpsed Uchiha Madara through the white snake sage of the dragon cave. The terrifying power of that single individual could likely obliterate their entire lair. Even if Wanshi wished to boast, it was now devoid of any real capability. Following the command, Wanshi obediently opened its mouth wide, swallowing the carriage and horse in one swift motion. What are you waiting for? We must set off now, Kai exclaimed, leaping onto the serpent's head. To his surprise, the space was indeed quite ample. It could easily accommodate a dozen individuals without issue. Observing the group below, each member trembling in fear, Kai shouted, "Who wishes to ride upon this magnificent beast?" Trembling, he raised his hand and asked loudly, "Can we choose not to ride? Considering the insects on me are terrified of it?" Similarly, Shirji echoed his sentiment, albeit in a much quieter tone. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and get on. Kai was truly at a loss for words. It was rare to encounter such convenient and swift transportation, which could at least help him catch up on the journey he had fallen behind over the past 2 days. To his surprise, these fellows were remarkably timid. "Kai, can I join too?" Yuya displayed no trace of fear. Instead, her face radiated excitement and eagerness, almost yearning to leap aboard immediately. Hinata felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, but ultimately took a deep breath. She gazed at the man firmly seated on her forehead, gritted her teeth, and with a sudden burst of determination, leapt directly onto the head of the giant snake beneath Yuya's feet. "Lord Kai, is it truly necessary for us to proceed like this? Besides, we are not pressed for time. Perhaps we should continue on our way instead of lingering here for another 2 days. I have refrained from voicing my concerns thus far, so why not? Silence." Kai now feels an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes as he gazes at the weeping little prince, Rainer. It is truly a spectacle of someone who possesses sight but lacks the capacity for thought. This singular individual displays a visage of terror. Yet the 2 elderly men and the 2 young girls accompanying him exhibit a palpable excitement. They are even eager to take action, but alas, the serpent is far too lofty to ascend. In the end, they are left with no choice but to create 2 duplicates, forcibly dragging each one up. "Hey, everyone. Now that all have ascended and preparations for departure are underway, I assure you that should the opportunity arise, I will bestow upon you a fitting reward." Kai gently patted the forehead of the colossal serpent and called out. In such circumstances, he would need to conjure several clones. Those devoid of chakra would likely be left behind in the wake of the serpent's swift movements. Upon receiving the command, the great serpent cast a glance at Orochimaru that was tinged with menace, before commencing its motion with the speed of an arrow released from a bow, astonishingly rapid. As it traversed the landscape, there was no concern for any obstacles. The massive trees that obstructed its path were effortlessly shattered by its formidable bulk. "I want to go home," Rainer cried out, his eyes shut tight and mouth agape, wailing loudly. Though a ninja, T was equally gripped by fear. The others, however, were filled with excitement, with even Tsukuyami reaching out to gently touch the scales on the serpent's forehead. The entire scene felt dreamlike to him, and not much different for the others. An hour later, the great serpent had swiftly transported them to the border between the land of rice and the land of iron in a remarkably brief span of time. As for the long journey that lay ahead, that was no longer his concern. Once all had disembarked, the serpent opened its mouth and expelled 2 horse-drawn carriages. For horses, now utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the ground. They would likely never wish to encounter such an ordeal again. They had not perished, perhaps due to their nerves being numbed or simply out of sheer terror. They lay motionless on the ground, with a resounding thud, upon reaching their destination. The serpent offered no farewell, leaving all belongings behind before vanishing in a plume of smoke. "Mom." Rainer's fear was alleviated in that moment, and he began to cry out loudly in excitement. An indistinguishable liquid could be seen trickling down his pants. He was utterly drained, resembling the fallen horses in his fatigue. "Let us rest for a while, and once the horses have recovered, we shall set forth." Kai observed the expressions of those around him, each revealing a distinct emotion. Some were gripped by fear, while others displayed a lingering sense of anticipation. "You are truly remarkable, Kai. I admire you so much." Yuya embodied that sense of unfulfilled eagerness. Her excitement still palpable, she leaned closer to Kai, her hands clasped together before her chest, her eyes shining with unabashed affection. "There are many who admire me, so take a moment to rest there. Soon, we shall begin our preparations for departure. The journey ahead remains long." Kai raised his hand and gently tapped the crescent-shaped head of his companion, remarking, "What was once a promising mission has devolved into this. If it were another person, I suspect Reno would have lodged a formal complaint against them. It was fortunate enough that they were not being forced to compensate the hidden leaf village for their troubles. Yet, faced with such a formidable character, with only a short distance yet to traverse, none could predict whether they would encounter further thrilling and perilous events. Regardless, it was evident that the journey ahead would not be as serene and tranquil as one might envision. Having bathed and donned fresh attire, Reno could only seethe silently within, too intimidated to express his frustration or even to cast an angry glance. He feared that revealing such emotions might subject him to the same crushing disdain as that which the individual among them could wield with merely a glance. Despite harboring significant discontent, he could only suppress it within, for the current companion defied all norms and exuded an unsettling aura. The subsequent days passed in a relative calm, marked by an uneventful tranquility. During this time, Uchiha Kai opted not to sit within the confines of the carriage, but rather chose to perch atop it, legs crossed, eyes closed as he attuned himself to his current strength, occasionally utilizing his ability to teleport for practice. The contrast between now and the past was stark. His eternal Mangeki Sharingan, once a tool for intimidation and emergencies, had become a source of immense power. He had previously feared overusing his eyes, concerned about the potential onset of ocular ailments or even blindness. Moreover, the strain of using them under suboptimal conditions had often resulted in excruciating pain. Though the discomfort lessened over time, excessive usage still risked similar repercussions. However, the situation had transformed. Now, possessing the eternal Mangeki, using his eyes bore little difference from employing ordinary sight. As long as he wished, he could utilize them daily without significant consequence. This shift heralded entirely different outcomes. "Where have you gone now?" After a peaceful 10 days, as noon approached, Uchiha Kai vanished once more. Upon his return, however, he bore a substantial burden upon his shoulder. Hinata observed the extended absence of her instructor, contemplating his adequacy in fulfilling the responsibilities of this mission. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "It appears we shall not reach the town today. The land of waterfalls is far worse than I anticipated, with scant settlements. Yet this item is rather plentiful." With a heavy thud, he dropped his load onto the ground. Kai explained briefly and then immediately shouted loudly at Inuzuka Kiba, "Kiba, come over here and deal with this wild boar's carcass." "How is that possible? We have our own matters to attend to." "Then just say whether you want to eat or not." "You scoundrel." Despite his protests, Kiba obediently approached in the end. It seemed that reaching the town today would be unlikely, but this sizable wild boar should suffice for our meals for 2 days. Perhaps this old fellow, should lend a hand as well, one of the two elderly men following Reno suggested. During their time together over the past few days, Kai had come to understand the identities of these two elderly men. To his surprise, they were actually ministers from the Land of Fire. Although unexpected, it was still within the realm of reason. 2 kilometers ahead, there are 2 individuals with a noticeable amount of chakra approaching. Should we consider relocating? Shino rushed over to report the situation. 2 kilometers? They might just be passing by inadvertently. What does it have to do with us? Kai extended a hand, 2 fingers raised, with wind attribute chakra coalescing around them as he meticulously dissected the wild boar before him, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Ji was momentarily rendered speechless. Byakugan. Hinata rose to her feet, activating her Byakugan. Even through the dense forest, she could distinctly discern the silhouettes of 2 individuals. The drawback was that the entire spectrum of color within her field of vision was reduced to stark black and white, rendering it impossible to discern their features. However, she could sense the substantial chakra emanating from them. "Brother Kai, it appears that 2 individuals with significant chakra presence have indeed arrived. They seem quite formidable, and judging by their direction, they are approaching us," Hinata quickly explained as she deactivated her Byakugan. "Oh no, does that mean we are about to encounter danger?" Kaitun feigned surprise, promptly rising to his feet. He turned to Reno, who was seated on a stone, leisurely enjoying the massages from 2 maidservants, exclaiming, "Reno, you scoundrel! What mischief have you wrought?" The arrival of 2 formidable individuals elevated the task from mere B level to an unequivocal S level mission. "Very well, I shall pay." Reno, now devoid of any inclination to argue, simply wished to resolve matters swiftly with his monetary resources. He was weary from the tribulations of their journey and preferred silence on any issue that money could alleviate. Facing Uchiha Kai's remarks, Reno, eyes closed and hand raised, responded with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the three individuals dismembered a wild boar, their chakra manifesting as razor-sharp blades, executing their task with unparalleled speed. Even the bones yielded effortlessly to their touch, resulting in deep, penetrating wounds. In a short span, the colossal boar was reduced to manageable pieces. As for the tusks, their sole responsibility was to skin the boar. Gathering some wood, one raised his hand, igniting the fire chakra in an instant. The remainder of their time was devoted to skewering the boar's meat for roasting. For ninjas, such leisurely dining during a mission was indeed a rarity, as they typically subsisted on rations or soldier pills. Kai-sensei, those two are approaching. Shino hurried over to inform Kai, who was engrossed in grilling the meat. His tone lacked urgency, especially upon witnessing Kai's calm demeanor. He realized that his own anxiety was futile. The others, having witnessed Kai's prowess, also exhibited no signs of concern regarding the impending danger. Understood. Kai responded calmly, but immediately turned to Ya and exclaimed, "Can you flip it over to grill the other side? This side seems to be burning." "I know, no need for your reminders," Ya retorted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Nonetheless, the light-hearted atmosphere during their task execution was something they had never experienced, even during sea-level missions. As two figures emerged from the distant tree line, they became clearly visible from their vantage point. Clad in garments of black adorned with crimson clouds, their attire was identical. For these individuals, it was essentially their first encounter with the Akatsuki organization, a group that remained utterly foreign to them. However, the formidable aura radiating from the newcomers caused a bead of sweat to form on Shino's brow, who was assigned to keep watch. It was evident that their opponents were exceptionally powerful beings. The attire they wore unmistakably indicated their affiliation with the same organization, while their identities remained unknown. The intensity of their presence was palpable. Shino took cautious steps backward, and even Hinata and Ya had entered a state of heightened vigilance. The palpable fear began to seep into the hearts of even Reno and his companions. Yet, there were two among them, Uchiha Kai and the unfamiliar Tsukuha, who continued to roast the wild boar meat, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of the two figures. As the newcomers drew nearer, the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable for the three younger companions. Their hearts raced with dread, rendering even the act of speaking a daunting challenge. "Hey, Reno," one of them finally managed to utter, "the people you've stirred up this time are no ordinary foes. This is no longer an S-level mission." Kai smiled faintly and turned to call out to the terrified Reiner. "Uchiha Kai, I wish to have a word with you." Approaching were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. As they neared, stopping a few dozen meters away, Uchiha Itachi shouted directly at Kai, who was roasting wild boar meat. "What S-rank? I'm merely here to talk to you. You rascal." This time, Reiner finally burst forth in an angry roar, having genuinely believed these two individuals were there to cause trouble. After enduring a prolonged sense of dread, it turned out they were not there for him at all. "Who are you?" Kiba demanded, maintaining a combat stance, though tinged with fear as he boldly inquired. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi activated his Mangeki Sharingan. A powerful sense of oppression washed over them once more, causing Kiba to stagger and fall to the ground in terror. If they could not discern the identities of these individuals at this point, it would be utterly absurd. Hey, they're still just children. Using such intimidation tactics seems rather inappropriate." Kai firmly planted the stick bearing wild boar meat into the ground. He then straightened up and addressed the two approaching figures. "I wish to have a conversation by any means necessary," Itachi Uchiha stated with renewed gravity. With his Mangeki Sharingan retracted, his gaze was solely fixed upon Kai Uchiha. Even at this moment, as he found himself compelled to take the younger individual seriously, he struggled to comprehend the source of his opponent's strength. How had the Mangeki Sharingan been awakened? This enigma, the greatest secret of the Uchiha clan. How had it been unraveled by him? With these questions lingering in his mind, Itachi had come prepared, eager to seek clarity. Their previous encounter had been fleeting, and Itachi had not paid it much heed. However, the circumstances of this visit were markedly different. Was he to converse with Kai alone, or with them collectively? The crucial matter at hand was how to ensure the safety of these individuals. Kai inquired, "No one will pose a threat to them." "I have no interest in those people. I merely require a secluded place for our conversation." Kisame will ensure their safety, and I guarantee that not a single hair on their heads will be harmed. Uchiha Itachi sensed that his patience was waning. Even though the opponent had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, it appeared to be a recent awakening. If he so desired, the other party would certainly not stand a chance against him. Very well then, let us converse swiftly, for I cannot afford to delay my lunch. Kai brushed the dust off his palms and then addressed the others, saying, "You all carry on with your tasks. I shall step aside for a moment to engage in conversation. In the future, it is imperative that this rascal does not accompany me. What should have been a safe journey now feels perilous due to his presence." Renu, once again, succumbed to tears. Throughout this journey, there have been no actual threats. Yet it seems that the dangers are conjured by none other than me, Uchiha Kai. Alas, I sighed, acknowledging that some matters must inevitably be resolved. Kai wore an expression of helplessness. Approaching them, he scrutinized Kisame from head to toe before remarking, "I shall rely on you to keep them safe." "Rest assured," Kisame replied with a nonchalant tone. "Now, let us proceed. What would you like to discuss?" Facing the once seemingly unattainable Uchiha Itachi, Kai now found it somewhat humorous that he exerted such effort to seek him out. Itachi, however, remained unhurried, trailing quietly behind Kai as they advanced forward in silence. The distance they traveled was uncertain, yet the eerie stillness enveloped them, devoid of even a single bird's call. Nonetheless, one could not deny the beauty of their surroundings. A small lake lay not far off, surrounded by lush trees that adorned the earth like strokes of an artist's brush. Vibrant wildflowers bloomed at their sides, each seemingly imbued with its own spirit, competing relentlessly for the sunlight. Enormous white clouds drifted across the sky, transforming the scene into a living canvas. "How did you awaken your Mangeki Sharingan?" Itachi was the first to halt, directly addressing the matter at hand. "Do you believe you are the only one permitted to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan? Are you aware of the true origin of these eyes?" Kai also paused his steps, gazing at the tree before him, which was roughly the thickness of a person. With his right hand, he pressed against the trunk, the immense force causing his fingers to embed into the wood. He then lifted his right leg and forcefully struck the base, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. The colossal tree succumbed and fell. Yet, Uchiha Kai grasped the entire tree with one hand, directing its descent towards his desired trajectory. After brushing off the dust that had settled upon him, Kai seated himself comfortably, observing the Uchiha before him and recalling the inquiries posed earlier. He found the situation rather amusing. Under normal circumstances, residing in the civilian district of the Uchiha clan, one would be unlikely to grasp the profound essence of the Mangeki Sharingan. Genetically, they should not have the ability to awaken such eyes. Hence, I am quite curious. Could you enlighten me on how you achieve this? Uchiha Itachi, undeterred, inquired once more. Please do not tell me that you exerted such effort merely to ask this question. Kai had no desire to engage with this individual, especially given his absurd demeanor. His face bore the expression of someone who felt entitled to compensation from all. Such a response was far from what Itachi Uchiha had anticipated. A slight frown creased his brow, and his countenance grew cold and grave. Reflecting on the moment he had entered the civilian district to eradicate members of his own Uchiha clan, he pondered the purpose behind his actions. Was it not to prevent the emergence of particularly formidable adversaries that could pose a threat to the village? Yet, in the end, only a few had managed to escape. And those few were extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, a thought crystallized in Itachi's mind, to seize this opportunity to eliminate his opponent. If answers were unattainable, he would seek them himself. As Itachi spoke, he observed that his adversary was entirely unguarded. In a flash, he activated his Mangeki Sharingan and declared, "Tsukuyami." This was the might of Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan, an immensely potent jinjutsu. However, at the moment of their gaze meeting, Kai was instantly ensnared within the illusion. Bound upon a crucifix, he found himself before Itachi, who, undeterred, asked one last time, "Tell me, how did you awaken your Mangeki Sharingan?" The surroundings transformed into a blood-red illusionary realm, imposing a tremendous psychological burden upon him. Kai was bound there, yet there was not a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he inquired, "Uchiha Itachi, are you aware of your greatest weakness? I would be intrigued to hear your thoughts on this matter. Although the outside world experiences merely 3 seconds, here you must endure a span of 3 days. I am genuinely curious to learn what you perceive my weakness to be." "Oh, how utterly conceited you are." Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile, and in the next heartbeat, his body surged with power. The constraints that had bound him were effortlessly shattered. Uchiha Itachi stood in disbelief, witnessing this extraordinary scene. For years, it had seemed impossible for anyone to escape from his Tsukuyomi. To him, it was a feat beyond comprehension. Yet, here it was, unfolding right before his eyes. Do not tell me you are unaware of the greatest flaw of this illusion. As long as one's mental prowess can utterly overpower yours, your Genjutsu becomes largely ineffective. Moreover, within your illusory realm, I could easily bring about your demise. Speaking with an air of indifference, he promptly exited the illusionary space. The repercussions of forcibly breaking free were severe, though such consequences were of little concern to Uchiha Kai. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi collapsed to the ground, engulfed in dizziness, and uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. "Look at me," he remarked. "I warned you, yet you dared to strike without knowing anything about me. You only recognized that I had activated my Manjiki Sharingan, but are you truly aware of the abilities that accompany this pair of eyes? You do not know. You have no understanding of why I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, with no intelligence regarding the nature of your opponent, you recklessly engaged in battle. I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for your audacity, Uchiha Itachi." Kai did not hold back in his scorn. Once, such derisive words had escaped the lips of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, and now, returning the favor amused Kai greatly. However, he had never contemplated eliminating Uchiha Itachi. A person who posed no threat to him, whether to kill or spare him, was utterly inconsequential. "Uchiha Kai, you are exceedingly dangerous, so today, I must ensure you remain here." He rose swiftly, pondering what deep-seated enmity could possibly exist. The crimson Susanoo manifested instantaneously, and even as blood tears streamed from his eyes, he displayed an expression of utter indifference. "Amaterasu!" Uchiha Itachi shouted, unleashing the power of his left eye. Black flames engulfed Uchiha Kai, a fire capable of incinerating a person to ashes, one that could only be extinguished by the wielder themselves. Observing the flames licking at his adversary, Itachi furrowed his brow and began to pray internally. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Kai rose leisurely from his seated position, untouched by the flames, encased in a layer of chakra. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he concentrated all his chakra into his right hand, forming a colossal sphere. Oh, so it is. The black flames ultimately manifest as a form of Kekkei Genkai, combining yin, fire, and wind attributes. Indeed, this fire is exceptionally formidable. Decoding this intricate ratio, Kai casually flicked his hand, casting all his chakra into the nearby woods. The black flames consumed an entire tree in an instant, leaving no trace of its existence, showing no intention of extinguishing. The sight of the crimson Susanoo excited Uchiha Kai. Dubbed the strongest defense, the Susanoo made him recoil slightly, mindful of the hidden trump card in his opponent's hand. How could this be? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed as though his opponent were a demon. Such an attack had been effortlessly neutralized. Do not rely on those eyes any longer. Since you are so fixated, allow me to enlighten you. My Manjiki Sharingan awakened far earlier than yours. Only fools like you would regard the Manjiki Sharingan as overwhelmingly powerful. You are aware only of the 1, 2, and 3 Tomo Sharingan, believing emotional turmoil leads to the evolution into the Manjiki. In truth, it has little to do with emotion. These abilities stem purely from a formidable mental strength, leading to a natural progression. The reason why such profound emotional stimuli can awaken these eyes lies in a more pivotal issue: the inadequacy of your mental fortitude, or rather, the deficiency of your soul's strength, which results in the manifestation of bloodline maladies, much like your current ghastly appearance. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is merely the beginning of these eyes, not their culmination. Above it exists the eternal eye, and even beyond that, there exists a higher echelon. A person who can only awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan through mental stimulation. Had it not been for that scoundrel, do you truly believe you could have annihilated an entire clan? You would likely falter even against your own father, let alone anyone else, undoubtedly a mere waste. For the sake of a so-called village camaraderie, you resorted to the massacre of your entire clan. With your disposition, I truly wonder how you still deem yourself worthy of existence. Kai has truly entered a mode of verbal assault, ruthlessly tearing open the wounds of his adversary while simultaneously showering them with metaphorical chili powder. Little did he anticipate that his words would incite the wrath of Uchiha Itachi, who, in a fit of anger, clenched his fists and once again augmented the power of his Susanoo. Although it initially manifested as a mere half-formed Susanoo, Appearing to be only a flesh and blood entity, it swiftly transformed into a colossal figure clad in crimson armor. Yet, being a half-formed entity comes with inherent limitations. Its greatest shortcoming lies in its immobility. No matter how formidable its offensive capabilities, it remains confined to a fixed area. Fool, Kai disdainfully scoffed, his interest in continuing the conversation evaporating. He took a step forward and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Itachi, observing this scene, relied on his formidable perception and quickly realized that Kai's presence had entirely dissipated. Releasing his Susanoo, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He must die. Itachi's expression softened slightly, yet his brow furrowed deeply as he uttered these words. When he staggered back to his previous location, he found Kai and his companions leisurely indulging in grilled meat, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Upon Itachi's arrival, Kai remained unfazed, having shown little regard for the earlier confrontation. Kisame, noticing Itachi's disheveled state, quickly moved closer and inquired, "Are you all right, Itachi?" Shaking his head slightly, Itachi's gaze remained fixated solely on Kai. He began contemplating how he might eliminate this individual before him, based on the information he had gathered thus far. His opponent possessed extraordinarily potent ninjutsu, remarkable speed of movement, and an exceptionally strong spiritual force, along with the Sharingan. Yet, this was all he knew. The full extent of the eye's capabilities remained elusive. Nevertheless, this knowledge rendered him incapable of mounting an effective counter. His most powerful Tsukuyami illusion was met with disdain by his adversary, who could even counteract it with his overwhelming spiritual strength. Amaterasu, a unique offensive technique, could be effortlessly extinguished by his opponent. Susanoo, immobilized and confined to a fixed space, he faced an opponent with unparalleled agility, rendering him incapable of inflicting any harm. In light of this predicament, he realized that he could not prevail alone. All pertinent discussions had been exhausted. "Did you have any other matters to address?" Kai inquired nonchalantly, casting a glance at the man whose eyes burned with murderous intent. Meanwhile, he continued to devour the grilled meat, grease oozing from the corners of his mouth. Hinata thoughtfully offered him a napkin, as both girls sat beside him. At present, it seemed that no one harbored any fear regarding the presence of these two individuals. They continued to eat and drink, seemingly indifferent to the fact that the two men lingered in their midst. "Let us depart." After much hesitation, Itachi ultimately resolved to adopt a different approach. After all, he could not confront them head-on. Uchiha Kai had naturally discerned the intentions of his adversary. For one who sought his life, he found himself yearning to extinguish that very existence. Yet, he was also curious about the unfolding of future events. However, certain individuals and circumstances held him back. He lifted a piece of paper to wipe his mouth, and as he discarded it, his entire being vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood directly in front of the two individuals attempting to depart. Although Kisame was unaware of the events that had just transpired between them, he could ascertain from the current state of Uchiha Itachi that a confrontation had indeed occurred. Thus, the moment Uchiha Kai manifested, Kisame immediately adopted a defensive posture, even resting his hand on the hilt of the large sword sheathed upon his back. "Itachi, suppress your insincere thoughts. I shall spare you this time. But consider it a warning. Should there be a next time, not only will I eliminate you, but your foolish brother shall meet the same fate. I am not one to leave threats lingering in the open. This is both the first and the final warning." Kai issued a brief warning before turning back towards the direction from whence he came. Ahem. Throughout the encounter, Uchiha Itachi remained silent, but soon after, a violent cough forced him to bend over. Kisame swiftly hoisted him onto his back and took off at an astonishing speed. "Kai, many ninjas are approaching." After nearly a month of travel, they finally reached the transit station. As Hinata alerted him, Uchiha Kai abruptly emerged from his slumber. However, as the carriage continued its journey, he flung open the door and stood atop the roof. Before him lay an endless expanse of mountains, a desolate landscape he found utterly uninspiring. Barren and rocky, devoid of any vibrant hues, the entirety of the region was laid bare before him from this elevated vantage point. A group of ninjas swiftly approached, clad in matching uniforms, their attire differing only slightly, yet all adorned with masks. Suddenly, a dozen of them leaped forth, positioning themselves directly in front of the carriage. Before they could utter a word, Uchiha Kai, filled with excitement, shouted, "Hey, at last, we've arrived at your forsaken place. What on earth is this? Why hide in such a remote corner of the world?" This desolate location was undoubtedly challenging for anyone unfamiliar to find. Yet, Not far ahead lay the village of Awagakure. His loud declaration left the approaching ninjas momentarily dumbfounded. How audacious to speak so boldly in front of their own doorstep. After regaining their composure, the foremost figure, a robust man, approached them without the anticipated ire. Gazing at the young man atop the carriage, he inquired, "You must be from Konohagakure, specifically the newly inducted Uchiha Kai. Am I correct?" How did you know?" Kai replied, astonished that someone from such a distance was aware of his identity. "Kai-sensei, it's customary for missions like this to be communicated in advance, so knowing your identity is hardly surprising," Shino, seated in the front, reminded him. As they were about to enter the village, the man continued, "We hope you will adhere to the regulations of Awagakure. My name is Tsuchi, and we will handle the security from here on." Tsuchi? Kai indeed had a faint recollection of this individual's name. Yet he could not summon any memories of the person himself. If one were to speak of Yellow Earth, could this not be the father of the future fourth Tsuchikage? It was quite unexpected that this fellow would come personally to greet him. After all, he seemed to be the son of the third Tsuchikage. No problem. As he executed his mission within another's home, Kai finally grasped why that woman insisted on his involvement in this task. He had never considered it before. But now it was clear that a different narrative lay beneath the surface. The name Awagakure was truly fitting for its environment. The surroundings were barren, devoid of any greenery, resembling a desolate, arid expanse. It was hard to fathom how these individuals could subsist in such a harsh locale. As the cart progressed, the Awagakure shinobi closely flanked it on either side. The pace of their journey was not particularly swift, as Huangtu and two others ambled ahead of the cart. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Apart from the sound of the cart's wheels rolling over the stones, not a whisper of noise could be detected. Awagakure was not as diminutive as one might imagine. After all, it was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. While its size may not rival that of Konohagakure, it was not significantly less impressive. Perhaps in response to the arid environment, the buildings shared a similar hue, with the tallest structures reaching no more than 3 stories. Most rooftops were arched, possibly to mitigate the erosion caused by the winds and sands. "Apologies, but all ninjas must disembark and follow us to another location. We shall ensure the safety of your mission's objective. Allow me to escort you to your resting place." Upon reaching the village gate, Huangtu positioned himself in front of the cart and turned to Uchiha Kai, commanding him with an imperious tone. Attitude, this fellow exhibited none. His tone was entirely one of command. "Rest? They had yet to dine. Why don't you first show us around your Awagakure? Let us at least glimpse the customs and culture of your land." Kai leaped gracefully from the top of the carriage, a serene smile gracing his lips as he raised a hand in greeting, subsequently intent on making his way into the village. Upon reaching the earthen path, he was met with nothing but a frigid stare from his opponent, who immediately raised an arm to obstruct his advance. The individual coolly inquired, "If you wish to avoid conflict between the 2 villages, you would do well to comply." A threat. It was indeed a blatant intimidation. The occupants of the carriage had already disembarked, and even the young prince, Rainer, perhaps weary from the prolonged journey, desired to witness the unfolding scene of the village. To his surprise, he was met with this tense standoff. The other small companions were so stricken with anxiety that none dared to utter a word. Yet, in the face of such menace, Uchiha Kai remained remarkably composed, posing the question, "Have you truly contemplated the price of initiating war? Do you genuinely intend to provoke a conflict between our villages? Do not invoke the specter of war lightly. Surely you do not believe that Awagakure remains the same as it once was. Perhaps it is time to reconsider your approach." Kai leaned closer to his opponent's ear and, with a relaxed tone, inquired about the possibility of initiating a devastating war against the village, one from which no soul would emerge unscathed. Huangtu observed the mocking expression on his adversary's face, realizing that he had merely intended to intimidate with his words. To his astonishment, the other party seemed entirely impervious to threats and appeared quite earnest about the notion of war. After a brief pause, he remained silent. Kai, discerning the meaning behind Tsunade's demeanor, confidently patted Huangtu on the shoulder and nonchalantly remarked that he intended to explore the village, curious to discover whether it possessed any culinary delights, suggesting that even the most hidden corners would likely yield nothing worthy of distinction. "What nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel?" Huangtu retorted, though he found himself at a loss for words. The others, however, could no longer contain themselves and prepared to pounce upon Kai for a thorough beating. Drawing a deep breath, Huangtu released a heavy sigh, his gaze shifting to them as his expression suddenly turned serious and icy. "What is it? Have you forgotten my surname? He questioned sternly. Just because you bear the name Uchiha does not elevate you to the status of Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan is rife with ineptitude. And who is to say you are not among those failures? After all, none of the outstanding members of the Uchiha clan bear the name Uchiha Kai. In response to the derisive remarks, Kai vanished from sight in an instant, reappearing to deliver a powerful kick to Huang Tu's chest. The forceful impact sent him hurtling backward for several meters, crashing heavily against the nearby rock wall. Uchiha Kai, you seek your own demise, Huang Tu exclaimed, unable to restrain himself any longer. He swiftly drew a kunai from his person and, with a fierce shout, engaged in a direct assault. All of you stay put. I shall warm them up. Kai, while evading, shouted directly at Hinata and the others. Earth release. Rock collapse. Just as the two had barely dispersed, the masked individual behind them suddenly employed a jutsu, forcefully slamming them down to the ground. At the moment of Kai's landing, the rocks beneath him seemed to collapse like fragile parchment, creating an abyss that appeared almost bottomless. In the next instant, the stones above began to plummet into the chasm. Is it resolved? The others had initially presumed that Uchiha Kai had plummeted into the depths. However, in the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the who had cast the ninjutsu. Be careful, Huang Tu shouted. Kai, upon entering the territory of others, had no intention of directly eliminating his adversary. Instead, he raised his leg and brought it down with tremendous force. The impact caused his opponent to collapse to the ground, leaving a deep indentation in the rock beneath his knee, from which blood began to flow rapidly. First, capture those few, commanded one of the masked individuals, situated closer to Hinata and her companions, intent on seizing all the ninjas from the village hidden in the leaves. Huang Tu, let us engage in a duel. Afterward, we can claim it was merely a contest. However, should your people dare to lay a hand on them, I assure you, it will lead to a war of annihilation against your village. Kai gazed calmly at the imposing figure of the man before him, his voice cutting through the tension. Even those nearby, poised to strike at Hinata, paused, their attention drawn to the unfolding confrontation, eager to witness how the situation would unfold. You speak of annihilating villages and engaging in battle, yet who do you think you are? Huang Tu retorted with a disdainful expression. After all, this was his territory. And it was he, Uchiha Kai, who had initiated this conflict. Regardless of the circumstances, he possessed ample justification for his stance. However, he refrained from hastily issuing orders. As the adversary had rightly pointed out, if matters escalated too far, the aftermath could prove troublesome. The squad that had arrived had already received intelligence from Konoha village even before their departure. One represented the Hyuga clan, another the Inazuka clan, and the last was from the Yamanaka clan, each a definite heir to their respective families' legacies. As for Uchiha Kai, they were merely aware of his recent designation as an S-rank rogue ninja, and given his youth, they presumed he was not particularly formidable. Yet, upon witnessing their comrades kneeling, their legs seemingly rendered useless, Huang Tu furrowed his brow and demanded a satisfactory explanation for this incident. Should Rock Village find the response lacking, they would not hesitate to issue a declaration of war against Konoha. Such arrogance was indeed astounding. It left one to ponder just how combative the denizens of this village truly were, so quick to resort to conflict as if their strength could effortlessly overpower others. You seek an explanation? Very well, I shall provide one. Kai walked steadily towards the yellow earth, his demeanor calm and unhurried. In an instant, his eyes transformed into the eternal eye, and a tremendous force began to radiate outward from his body. This sudden display left Huang Tu utterly stunned, as he possessed no prior knowledge concerning Uchiha Kai. However, upon witnessing this scene, particularly the gaze of those eyes, he could not help but comprehend the significance of what he beheld. As he remained in shock, peculiar changes began to manifest around Uchiha Kai. Skeletal structures rapidly emerged, followed swiftly by the appearance of muscles connecting to them. Before long, a blue half-formed Susanoo materialized, continuing to advance with Kai's steps. The colossal Susanoo pressed its hands firmly against the ground, and in the next moment, it abruptly lifted one leg from the massive rock. The enormous Susanoo had yet to fully rise, yet many of the masked individuals surrounding it could no longer withstand the overwhelming aura and collapsed in fear. Not only them, but even the young prince, Reinu, widened his eyes in astonishment and sat down on the ground, while others around him were equally paralyzed by terror. Hinata and her companions also stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard with anxiety. Their fear was somewhat mitigated, however, as they recognized that this was a creation of their own ally, posing no threat to them, though the astonishment they felt was undeniable. Huang, too, at that moment, dared not even breathe, as the sound of his racing heartbeat seemed to envelop him entirely. When he lifted his gaze and beheld the towering figure standing at least 100 meters high, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Were it not for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have crumpled to the ground like the others. What an atrocious color! He exclaimed. This was Kai's first usage of Susanoo. Upon entering the Eternal Eye, he was able to directly utilize the third stage of Susanoo, which was the full armored mode he now exhibited. Susanoo is categorized into 4 stages. The first is a mere skeletal form, offering defense and area attacks, albeit not particularly potent. The second stage, demonstrated by Uchiha Itachi previously, is also a half-formed Susanoo, but it is enveloped in heavy armor. This stage boasts immense defensive capabilities while exerting absolute attack power within a specific range. The form unlocked after attaining the Eternal Eye is this complete embodiment, possessing the ability to move its legs and reaching a height of over 100 meters. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the entirety of Awagakure. What an unsightly village! Kai once again voiced his disdain and then lowered his gaze to the almost invisible figure in the yellow earth below, asking, "What now? Pray tell me your answer. Are you truly intent on initiating a war of annihilation against my village? If so, I would not mind joining you in a battle, to see whether you are eradicated first or I shall meet my demise." Such audacity. Now it was his turn, Uchiha Kai, to be brazen. This, perhaps, was precisely the scene that woman wished to witness, compelling him to undertake this task. The yellow earth beneath was rendered speechless by the shock. Had he known of the opponent's strength in advance, he might have prepared himself accordingly. However, the sudden appearance before him was a shock that anyone could comprehend. Uchiha Madara. At that moment, a loud roar echoed, followed by the sight of a small figure swiftly approaching them from the air. As it drew nearer, Kai finally discerned the figure hovering about 100 meters away. An elderly man, a rather short one at that. It was Noki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure. "Old man," the yellow earth shouted loudly. Noki, of course, had already taken notice. Initially, he had presumed it was Uchiha Madara who had suddenly arrived in their village. But upon getting closer, he realized it was not so. "You must be Uchiha Kai, correct?" Although Noki was astonished, he maintained his composure. Having experienced the first, second, and third shinobi wars, he was relatively well aware of the caliber of individuals he faced. "You are indeed correct. I am Uchiha Kai. However, your son has challenged me to a battle of village annihilation. As the Tsuchikage, will you accept your son's proposition?" Kai calmly inquired. Even if it were truly Uchiha Madara standing before me, he would scarcely dare to utter such words. Moreover, one must acknowledge that the old man's demeanor was far more resolute than that of his own son. "So what say you? Care to engage in a little experiment? Dust release, separation of the original realm." Yet, scarcely had Kai's words faded when the old man launched an immediate assault. A beam of white light surging forth in his direction. "Allow me to demonstrate what Uchiha Madara lacks," Kai called out, and immediately, the colossal Susanoo vanished without a trace. As it departed, Naka's attack struck the mountain behind him. The ferocity of this assault was undeniable, earning its reputation as one of the most potent offensive techniques in the realm of ninjutsu. However, in the following moment, Kai reappeared, suspended in midair. As he plummeted rapidly, the immense Susanoo brought its hands together in a prayer-like gesture, its 10 fingers gradually forming intricate seals. Noki was left dumbfounded at this sight. Could it be possible to unleash ninjutsu while in the Susanoo state? The reality was precisely as he feared: fire release, hell dance. This ninjutsu bore a striking resemblance to those that Kai typically studied, conjuring a gigantic fireball from the center of his palms, which then arced outward in a barrage of attacks. Yet this demonstration served merely as a warning. All the assaults were directed at the periphery of the village. A tremendous explosion ensued, and the shockwave alone seemed to conjure a formidable tempest. As Hinata and her companions felt the storm approaching, they hastily crouched down, shielding their heads. The sheer power of this ninjutsu elucidated why Kai had singularly compelled the Hidden Leaf village to acquiesce to his demands. When the colossal Susanoo crashed to the ground, the earth around its feet buckled, creating deep fissures that extended toward the village. Following this, Uchiha Kai astonishingly dispelled the Susanoo's power, not due to an inability to maintain it, but rather because his ostentatious display had served its purpose. Continuing would hold little significance. After all, he had no intention of annihilating an entire village. His earlier demonstration was merely to convey that he possessed the capability to obliterate their village, urging them to refrain from frivolously invoking war. In this ninja world, there were indeed several individuals capable of eradicating an entire village single-handedly, with Uchiha Madara perhaps being merely one among many. Kai clapped his hands, his fingers tucked into his pockets, and tilted his head to gaze at the stern-faced Inoki, who remained suspended in midair. The Uchiha clan had produced another creature more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. It baffled Inoki why such a being had not been eradicated when the Uchiha clan faced annihilation. Even Uchiha Madara, at that age, likely did not possess such formidable power. Even when Inoki encountered Madara at his peak, it was inconceivable that he could unleash ninjutsu through Susanoo. The only reason he felt bold enough to engage in combat was his certainty of the limited range of Susanoo's attacks and his uncertainty regarding the opponent's mobility. The sudden appearance in midair had left him perplexed. He had not anticipated the ability to release ninjutsu through Susanoo, prompting this old man to reevaluate his understanding of the world. As he descended from the sky, Inoki scrutinized Kai closely. After a considerable pause, he finally inquired, "What brings you to Konohagakure?" "What do you mean, what brings me here? I am merely here to execute a mission," Kai retorted. "Yet, your villagers incessantly speak of war, as if instilling fear in others is their sole purpose. Initially, I merely wished to tour your village, but your son's obstinate demeanor is quite unsatisfactory." Kai calmly observed the elderly gentleman before him, intrigued by the peculiar relationship with the young man beside him, who bore no resemblance to the diminutive and frail figure of his supposed father. The stark contrast between the tall and robust young man and the short, slender elder raised questions about their genetic connection. "Huang Tu, since you wish to explore this village, why don't you personally guide them?" Daimyo cast a sidelong glance at his son before directly speaking up. "Wait." Noticing the old man's intent to depart, Kai quickly raised his hand to halt him. When the elder paused and turned his head, Kai smiled and inquired about a particular matter that piqued his curiosity. "Since you're here, I wonder if I might learn that flying ninjutsu of yours?" "What on earth are you thinking, you rascal?" Daimyo retorted, his composure swiftly unraveling in indignation. "I'll pay for it. Not for sale." "Very well. I've heard that you have a lovely granddaughter who is about my age." Kai spoke with a smirk that was utterly contemptible. Before Inoki could utter a word, the enraged Tsuchi surged forward, aiming a powerful punch at Kai. However, despite the formidable strength behind it, the speed was woefully lacking. With a mere step back, Kai effortlessly evaded the attack. "Uchiha Kai, you scoundrel. If you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, I will risk my life to eliminate you." Tsuchi's eyes blazed crimson as he shouted indignantly. "If Kuratsuchi is willing, I have no objections," he thought, bemused by the fact that Inoki also wore a similarly contemptuous expression. After calmly replying, he turned to leave. Yet, at that very moment, a distinct sound echoed, and the old man's posture abruptly changed. One hand pressed against his waist while he tilted to the side. As Inoki remained, those with slightly greater strength in the village began to converge upon the scene, and within a short span of time, over 100 individuals had gathered around, their expressions a mix of wariness and bewilderment. "Father, what on earth were you just saying?" Tsuchi exclaimed in anger, watching Inoki stagger back towards the village. "Look, your father has no objections. How can you possibly have any?" Kai smiled calmly, and then turned to Hinata and the others, exclaiming that they were about to embark on a journey to a place they might never have reached before. Indeed, how many ninjas from the Hidden Leaf had ventured to such a location? Likely none, and they were to become the first to visit another village. "Lord Kai, you are truly remarkable," Yueya exclaimed excitedly as she dashed over, quickly adopting a demure pose beside him. Her feet moved swiftly towards Kai, and her enthusiasm triggered a chain reaction, causing heavy snow to begin falling in the surrounding area. This spectacle left the others momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? "Are you going to seek out that Tsuchi's granddaughter?" Hinata stepped forward, stammering with uncertainty. "Impossible. I would never allow such a person to approach my daughter." Huang Tu shouted fiercely once more. "Just kidding, you are still my favorite." Kai affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, oblivious to the startled expression on Suki's face, which swiftly transformed into a melancholic demeanor. Suddenly recalling something, Kai promptly raised his hand to conjure a protective barrier. As anticipated, a torrential downpour abruptly descended from the heavens, striking their immediate vicinity. At this moment, Kuratsuchi also took notice of the young lady Suki, but refrained from making any excessive remarks. At the very least, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the words spoken by Uchiha Kai. As they walked ahead, Kuratsuchi found himself contemplating that if the entire world were to achieve peace, it would not be such a bad thing for his daughter to wed this formidable individual before him. In comparison, Iwagakure appeared to pale in significance alongside Konohagakure, lacking any remarkable streets or features. After all, Konohagakure was home not only to ninjas, but also to a multitude of ordinary citizens. The vibrancy of commerce there was striking, housing hundreds of thousands of residents. Conversely, this village seemed rather deficient in comparison, especially considering its remote and desolate location, where aside from ninjas, there were only ninjas. Reno and his companions had been taken to a different location altogether. As for safety, Kai had no cause for concern if issues were to arise in this village. It could only indicate that their nation was truly on the brink of war. Though Kuratsuchi was ostensibly guiding them on a tour of the village, he was accompanied by a dozen masked ninjas. The rooftops on either side were a stark reminder of the high level of threat posed by Uchiha Kai, clearly marking him as a significant target. The martial spirit of this village was palpable. Even the smallest children could be seen practicing ninjutsu or taijutsu at every turn. Such scenes were not commonly witnessed in Konohagakure. You are welcome to explore at your leisure. There is no obligation to follow me closely. Kai observed these little fellows clinging to him incessantly, their proximity so close that it felt as though they were fearful of losing him. While having a young girl by his side would have been tolerable, the fact that these two were so attached made Kai somewhat uncomfortable. It was amusing, though, after all. The concern about getting lost was valid, for moving together truly constituted the best course of action. He offered an awkward smile, for it was hardly feasible to voice the anxiety of being abruptly eliminated by the ninjas of this village. After all, they found themselves in two villages that harbored mutual animosity, and one could never predict what unforeseen events might transpire. Kai wore a look of exasperation. Yet upon noticing the rather disconcerted expression on Hinata's face, a wave of concern washed over him as he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Oh, I'm perfectly fine," she replied. "You aren't perhaps in need of a restroom, are you?" Kai leaned down and whispered softly into the other's ear. This caused Hinata to shudder. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Although it was quite awkward, she ultimately nodded in affirmation. The guide ahead, Huang Tu, was oblivious, merely leading the way without any introductions. Lost in his own thoughts, the others behind were unable to see the expressions on their faces. "Excuse me, could you direct us to the nearest restroom?" one of them inquired. "Must you be so troublesome?" Huang Tu halted, displaying visible impatience as he retorted, but soon followed up with, "Let us move. The place where you'll be staying is just ahead. There's a restroom inside." "Oh dear. Can you please refrain from wearing such a sour expression?" "As if I owe you money?" Kai strode forward with purpose, casually draping his arm over Huang Tu's shoulder, as if they were old acquaintances. "Do not call me that," Huang Tu exclaimed, brushing Kai's hand away with an air of impatience. "Such words only serve to enhance the camaraderie between our two villages. Moreover, considering our visit, should not your village arrange some form of banquet or celebration?" Kai, undeterred, placed his hand once more upon the other's shoulder, inquiring once again. Huang Tu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His once naive expression now appeared even more foolish. Clenching his fists in a fit of anger, he truly wished to slam the nearby individual to the ground and unleash a torrent of blows upon him. Yet, knowing he was no match for him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "What are you thinking? Just look at the throngs of people ahead and the multitude trailing behind. Wandering through this village seems rather pointless. Perhaps I should just meander on my own?" Kai inquired. "I advise you against it. Otherwise, it may easily lead to conflict." He had initially contemplated warning against igniting a war, but upon reflection, he realized that an individual so formidable, capable of annihilating an entire village with ease, was hardly someone with whom meaningful dialogue could be established. Uttering such threats seemed futile. "We have merely come to the village to fulfill a task. Why do you maintain such a stern demeanor? Perhaps we may become acquainted in the future. Although much of this is jest. What if your daughter develops an interest in me? At that point, we would be akin to family. So why the need for division? You scoundrel, be silent." Huang Tu felt as though he might explode. His roar could probably be heard 2 miles away. Truly, he dared to speak so boldly. He was likely the only one who would do so. "I concur. Despite this individual's extraordinary power, he was not as terrifying as one might expect. However, his incessant chatter could certainly drive Huang Tu to drink. The two masked figures trailing behind were quite entertained by the exchange between the two, particularly noting Huangtu's rare display of fury, which must have been a sight to behold. It was indeed surprising that someone could provoke such a fierce reaction from him. Just as Huangtu was consumed by anger, a fellow nearby, who had been dining, approached with his bowl in hand, eager to join the fray. Old Z, what business do you have here? Hurry and leave. Huangtu, already frustrated and seeking an outlet for his ire, was taken aback by this individual's audacity to come and witness the spectacle. Old Z, Kai gazed at the crimson hair of the individual before him, and coupled with the attire they donned, he found himself tempted to offer a rather peculiar assessment. However, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to lean closer for a better look. Ah, this must be the Four Tails, he mused. What are your intentions? The earthy terrain is not one that blurs the lines of discernment. Observing that Uchiha Kai had fixated his attention on the old man, wary of any ulterior motives, he immediately inquired with a vigilant expression. The old man was a Jinchuriki, the host of the Four Tails beast. The aura emanating from him was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. Kai certainly did not discern the identity of the other person merely through their aura. He was already acquainted with him. Suddenly, the expression on old Z's face grew grave, and he swiftly retreated 2 steps. Upon witnessing the situation, Kai did not require much contemplation to discern that the entity within his body must have conveyed the information. He harbored little interest in such matters. Rising and offering a brief smile, he observed Hinata's complexion gradually pale and sighed, promptly urging, "Quickly, lead us to our lodgings." Huangtu also exhaled in relief, fearing that the individual before him might harbor intentions towards Old Purple. With the assurance provided, he hastened his pace, eager to depart. Even after having traversed a considerable distance, Kai could not resist the temptation to glance back at Old Purple, who wore an expression of vigilance. Only after they had vanished from his sight did Old Purple release a heavy sigh. I witnessed the earlier events. That individual is undoubtedly formidable. After uttering this, Old Purple resumed his previous seat, continuing his meal. The 3-story structure was entirely constructed from stone, devoid of any semblance of embellishment. From the exterior, it appeared utterly unremarkable. In another setting, such a dwelling might evoke a different sentiment. However, in this locale, where such architecture was ubiquitous, it was indeed lacking in visual appeal. Nevertheless, this was their abode for the evening. Both from the outside and within, it was rather plain, lacking any aesthetic charm. It served merely to shield them from the wind, with little else to offer in terms of functionality. Viewed from a different perspective, one might find it somewhat satisfactory. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to sleeping outdoors. Previously, you reported a party of 4, but now there is an additional member. Thus, we have only arranged 3 rooms. As for the subsequent allocation, you may decide among yourselves. Each room is equipped with a restroom, and should you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask. We shall accommodate your needs. However, I hope you will adhere to the customs of our Konohagakure village. After nightfall, refrain from wandering about. Our village does not possess the vibrancy of Konohagakure, and there is little of interest to explore. We will arrange for your meals to be delivered. Huangtu's tone had shifted significantly from their initial encounter, now embodying a spirit of negotiation rather than the earlier commanding demeanor. I shall retire to my room. Hinata, seemingly unable to contain herself and disinterested in their ensuing conversation, swiftly turned and ascended the stairs. Then I shall begrudgingly accompany our esteemed teacher Kai for the night. Kiba remarked with a feigned reluctance. You two needn't be so embarrassed. I intend to sleep alone, and I shall not share my bed with either of you. Seeing that Shino shared the same sentiment, Kai was rendered speechless in an instant. He then turned to Tsukikage, who was standing nearby, and exclaimed, You and Hinata are in the same room. You too. Please, no? In this unfamiliar place, I would be terrified to sleep with this guy. He is infested with bugs. I also do not wish to share a space with someone reeking of dog. The two immediately began to bicker, while Kai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old man of the Lus, I have told you not to call me that. Lus shouted in frustration, raising his voice before lifting his head and patting his forehead. Please don't take offense. I merely wish to inquire how Reno and his group are managing. Our task seems to be merely to deliver him here. The rest should be your responsibility, correct? Kai inquired. At that time, there were 2 tasks on the list, and Kai had no inclination to examine them one by one. Thus, he simply inscribed his name upon it, inadvertently catching sight of the task's content, which was to escort them to the Hidden Rock Village. It appeared that these individuals had come to engage in negotiations. Although the nature of the matter remained unclear, it seemed reasonable to assume that dispatching a young prince for negotiations could not be of significant consequence. Even in the event of a mishap, the worst that could occur would merely entail the demise of a young prince. As the leading instructor, could it be that you neglected to review the task? Such a mission naturally involved coordination between the two villages. The safety along the route to the Hidden Rock village had undoubtedly been the responsibility of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village. However, with the handover now complete, the subsequent security would undoubtedly fall under their purview. Thus, Huangtu had indeed perused the details concerning this mission. Although the perspectives of both sides might differ, it was evident from the demeanor of the individual before him that he was entirely unaware of the specific details of the task at hand. Kai indeed responded as he had anticipated, offering an awkward smile before inquiring, "I genuinely have not examined the specific details of the mission. What exactly does it entail?" "You see," Huangtu responded, somewhat at a loss for words, "this mission is divided into two parts. The first part involves what you will deliver, but the subsequent journey will be undertaken by us personally to escort them to the palace. Therefore, you are welcome to partake in the journey ahead if you wish, but it is entirely acceptable if you choose not to. After we retrieve the individuals from the palace, we will require your assistance to escort them back." "Nanny, does this not equate to two separate missions? Was it not merely a matter of escorting that plus sign here to conclude the task? I truly do not comprehend why that woman from the Hokage would dispatch someone like you for such an endeavor. It appears incredibly irresponsible," Huangtu lamented. At that moment, both Ya and Shino, who stood behind Kai, nodded in unison. Their instructor, Kai, seemed exceedingly negligent, bringing forth dangers at every turn, each more perilous than the last. Reflecting on this thrilling yet treacherous journey, you could not suppress the urge to cover his face and weep. "Very well, since you claim this responsibility, I shall leave it to you. I do not wish to pry into the matters of the mission. However, this essentially amounts to executing two missions in disguise. I shall need to have a serious conversation with that woman upon our return. But according to your words, does that imply I must reside here for an extended period? We shall commence preparations for departure tomorrow, expecting to return in about half a month," Huangtu declared. All right. I shall remain here dutifully, causing no trouble for your village. However, I kindly request that you prepare some of your local delicacies for us. Will you genuinely remain so obedient?" Huangtu could hardly believe what he heard, as the current Uchiha Kai, with his exuberant personality, hardly seemed the type to remain in one place for long. That thought lingered only in his mind as he turned and walked towards the door, remarking, "I understand what you said." Once Huangtu departed, he glanced around at the surroundings near the entrance. It seemed that, even the Tsuchikage building within the entire Konohagakure village, could not match the safety of this location at that moment. Their concerns, however, did not stem from external threats, but rather from the potential of those inside to attack the outside. This situation was entirely a different matter altogether. Each individual wore a vigilant expression, even the two shops nearby. At present, the doors have been closed, and upon closer inspection, one could discern at least a dozen ninjas lurking within the premises, all vigilantly watching over that fellow, Uchiha Kai. This location, at the farthest end of the rock-hidden village, can be considered the largest edifice in the entire village. While it may not boast the highest stature, its size is undeniably impressive. The exterior of the building bears a striking resemblance to the place where Kai resides. Yet the interior is markedly more refined, adorned with a touch of decorative flair. Within the grandest chamber at the top, a circular dome encompasses an area no less than 100 square units. A ring of seating surrounds the room. Although all the chairs are crafted from wood rather than the plush sofas one might find in the Leaf Village, nevertheless, such furnishings align well with the aesthetic of this establishment. The room is filled to capacity with individuals, particularly the elderly man seated behind the desk. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, occupies a chair far superior to the others, an opulent swivel seat. The countenance of all present is grave, and the atmosphere is eerily quiet, allowing one to hear the breath of each individual. Why the silence? Aren't you all clamoring for war with the Leaf Village? Haven't you been seeking a justification to strike? Anoki's voice cut through the tension. Now that I've granted you an opportunity, why the hesitation? If I recall correctly, just yesterday several of you lamented the lack of resources here and expressed a desire to use this mission as a pretext to eliminate the prince from the Land of Fire, thereby igniting a conflict between our nations. So, who among you is prepared to act? I've arranged everything according to your desires. Tonight, You may commence your assault. Inoki, seated on his luxurious sofa, wore a frigid expression, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the assembly before him. His words left the gathered individuals feeling thoroughly chastised, with nearly all of them bowing their heads in submission, not daring to utter even a word of dissent. After a brief pause, observing their demeanor, Inoki slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. Perhaps due to a twinge in his aged back, he grimaced slightly. Yet he suppressed the pain and pointed an accusatory finger at them, his voice brimming with indignation. Look at yourselves. Has merely a few years of peace caused you to forget the agony of war? If not for battle, you should at least possess some awareness of other villages' situations. Who is Uchiha Kai? How formidable is his power? Why does the Leaf Village still embrace this former S-rank rogue ninja? And why would he return to the very place that saw the annihilation of his clan? Why is he here to undertake this mission? Have you considered any of these matters? Have any of you even bothered to investigate? Look, he now stands right under our noses. A being capable of rivaling the legendary Uchiha Madara, who could obliterate our entire village with a mere gesture. In the present moment, remaining within the confines of our village. None possess even the slightest inkling of the situation beyond our borders. What right do you have to incessantly clamor for battles against this foe or that? It is utterly disgraceful. As Inoki spoke, his words flowed like a torrent, and upon closer inspection, one could observe the sheen of his saliva reflecting across nearly half of the desk before him. This was the first time many had witnessed such ire emanating from the Tsuchikage. However, upon reflection, if today's predicament remains unresolved, it would mark the closest our village has ever been to total annihilation. Each individual kept their gaze lowered, not daring to utter a sound, let alone offer a rebuttal. The enraged Inoki, casting a disdainful glance at this ineffectual group, sank back into his seat and took a large gulp from the cup beside him. Perhaps due to the scalding temperature of the water, he immediately expelled it in a fit of discomfort. Father, this time the fault lies with me. I underestimated the seemingly youthful Uchiha Kakashi. I initially believed he lacked formidable strength, yet he has proven otherwise, said the remorseful K-Ri, lowering his head in contrition. Lord Tsuchikage, should we devise a strategy to retain him in the village? Perhaps employing some unorthodox means to eliminate him? Suggested a fellow seated beside K-Ri. His voice dripping with irresponsibility, despite his evident age of over 50. Inoki's gaze bore into him, and in comparison to his son's apology, the words of this man were utterly unforgivable. And if we fail? K-Ri countered. If we truly follow through with this notion of annihilating the village, how confident are you in your ability to vanquish him? K-Ri continued to press, confronting such reckless propositions. There was no need to await further rebuke from his father. No one could guarantee a swift and certain method of defeating their adversary. Silence. Inoki commanded, striving to temper his earlier fury. Even so, his voice remained raised. After a deep exhale, he moderated his tone slightly, declaring, "We shall proceed with the conventional approach. Tomorrow, K-Ri, you will personally lead a contingent to escort the young prince of the Land of Fire to the palace. Inform them of the gravity of the situation, urging them to expedite their response. Ensure that no complications arise during the process. Rest assured, father, at the break of dawn, I will lead the charge." Huangtu rose to his feet, solemnly assuring everyone present. Given the current state of the village, Dame Yu found little hope in the group seated before him. He had summoned them solely out of a profound anger, wishing to chastise these fools. His fury was not directed at Uchiha Kai's overwhelming strength, but rather at the laziness of his peers, who had failed to gather even the most basic intelligence. The village's passive predicament was the ultimate reason for Daemu's ire. However, with circumstances as they stood, they could only proceed step by step. In the small building, there were 3 rooms, apart from Uchiha Kai residing alone in one. The others accommodated 2 individuals each. Within their shared space, the occupants remained animated, still electrified by the recent event. Even as they lay there, the shock seemed to linger in the air. "Hey, Shino, do you think we could ever reach Uchiha Kai's level?" Yato asked, lying on the bed, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at Shino, who was preoccupied with organizing various items nearby. Shino merely cast a brief look back at Yato, his face inscrutable. Before replying, "Don't even think about it. Such terrifying power already overwhelms an entire village. Do you truly believe you could attain his level? He's only a little more than 3 years older than us." Yato lamented, unable to contain his tears. He had always aspired to catch up with his stronger peers, believing that he too could achieve similar prowess by the time he reached their age. Yet, witnessing Uchiha Kai, who was merely 3 years his senior, wielding such immense strength, left him feeling utterly crushed. How disheartening. To think this guy has achieved such heights at such a young age. It's a sorrowful reality that others may never even come close to matching him. Indeed, you're not alone in your sadness. Many others might feel even more despondent, Shino remarked, seemingly unfazed by the situation, lacking a strong desire for power. He was naturally unaffected by the overwhelming pressure of Uchiha Kai's might. Just as he was about to say something curious, Yato's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "Can you pull up your pants? Bugs are crawling out." "Nanny?" Shino exclaimed, glancing down to see the little creatures emerging from his pants, quickly brushing them away. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, silence reigned. Having returned from her errand and changed into her pajamas, Hinata settled into her space. As for the crescent moon, she remained clad in her original attire. The two lay in tranquil silence upon the bed, gazing up at the ceiling above. "Do you harbor feelings for Lord Kai?" The crescent moon inquired suddenly, breaking the stillness. Hinata, who had been lost in contemplative reverie, turned her head slowly, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she processed the question. I suppose I am not yet of an age to ponder such matters," Hinata murmured shyly. "What a pity. If you do not hold affection for him, I am prepared to make my move. Not only is Lord Kai strikingly handsome, but he possesses a charm that is utterly engaging, unlike anyone else I have encountered. If given the chance, I would gladly remain by his side. I have heard him affectionately refer to you as his little wife. Have you not already been betrothed?" The crescent moon asked. "Indeed," Hinata replied, her cheeks reddening further as she unwittingly told a fib. Immediately, she buried her face beneath the covers, concealing her embarrassment. In another room, Uchiha Kai found himself in a situation reminiscent of the bleakest of landscapes. He was confined within this desolate room, devoid of any comforts or amenities. Outside, a throng of individuals lingered, their presence amplifying his discomfort to the point where even lying in bed felt unsettling. He drew back the curtains, only to find that the view was limited to the rooftops of the adjacent buildings. However, at that moment, as he peered outside, he noticed 5 or 6 pairs of eyes fixated intently on him through the window. The sensation was akin to imprisonment. In exasperation, he swiftly closed the curtains once more and lay back upon the bed, feeling utterly despondent. It seemed that every aspect of his existence was laid bare before those outside, and he surmised that even the slightest movement he made would be meticulously recorded. Kai was not dissatisfied with the actions of the other party. After all, if he were in their position, he would undoubtedly conduct himself with the same meticulousness against such a formidable opponent. The crux of the matter was that he simply detested this feeling. To carry out every endeavor under the watchful gaze of the other party was a level of discomfort that was almost beyond articulation. With a swift leap from the bed, he seized the coat hanging on the rack. Such a simple gesture instantly heightened the tension among those outside. They wondered what this individual might do next. However, Kai proceeded directly to the door of the room and opened it. Observing that the other 4 individuals remained motionless, he casually began his descent down the stairs. Ultimately, the scene below left much to be desired. If it were merely individuals watching from the sides and surroundings of the building, it might have been tolerable. Yet, the sight of a dozen people seated below was utterly perplexing. A sense of frustration enveloped him, and he found himself at a loss for whom to vent his thoughts upon. "I wish to take a stroll and see if there are any local delicacies or specialties in your area. Would anyone interested in accompanying me be willing to show me around?" With no clear person to approach, Kai boldly addressed the entire assembly. "I will take you." A bright voice chimed in, and soon a girl with black hair stepped through the doorway. She was indeed quite striking, with a fair complexion and the unique forehead protector of the rock village, which lent her an air of distinction. Especially noteworthy were her large, deep-set eyes, which perfectly aligned with Kai's aesthetic preferences. If I am not mistaken, you must be Kuratsuchi, correct?" Kai had long contemplated that the 3 of them, grandfather, father, and granddaughter, would likely possess distinct and unique appearances. However, when he finally beheld them, he was genuinely taken aback by the remarkable reality. Grandfather Daimyu was short and unattractive, while his father Huangtu was tall and robust. Yet, when it came to his granddaughter, she was surprisingly exquisite, a notion that was indeed difficult to fathom. "You are aware of my findings, aren't you? It seems your investigation into a Wagakure has yielded some astonishing revelations," Heitu remarked solemnly. "Well, let's not delve into that. There is little worth investigating in your village, and do you truly believe I have any reason to do so?" Kayla displayed a look of disdain, for she truly found such matters beneath her. However, upon observing the exquisite appearance of her companion, she remarked, Do you genuinely wish to accompany me to explore the distinctive locales of your region? Let us go. Hey, Haito, this matter requires Lord Suchikage's consent. Haito turned resolutely to lead Keilu away, prompting immediate concern from the others, who hastily exclaimed, "What you are doing is rather excessive. I am here as a guest, not a prisoner. Surely, I should retain my own freedom to venture outside, given the rare opportunity to be accompanied by such a beauty." Not even that old man Anoki could deter my desire to step out. Calmly, Kai gestured with a gentlemanly demeanor towards Kuratsuchi, saying, "Please. You are quite peculiar," Kuratsuchi remarked. Observing Kai's behavior, his sole reason for approaching was curiosity, for many had already encountered Uchiha Kai. By the time he arrived, the crowd had dispersed, driven by intrigue. He wished to behold the individual who could rival the legendary Uchiha Madara. Although he was already aware of the opponent's youth, he was taken aback by how remarkably young he appeared. The two walked side by side, flanked by the vigilant Rock Village ninjas swiftly navigating the rooftops beside them. Meanwhile, those inside the building could hear the commotion outside and hurriedly descended the stairs. Moments ago, a dozen individuals occupied the lower floor, but now only two remained. Upon the sudden arrival of the four, they seemed oblivious, continuing to sip their tea leisurely. "Who would like to go out too?" Yagura inquired of the two seated figures. "Oh, feel free. Just avoid places you shouldn't go, and do take care not to wander off." The nonchalant demeanor of the pair prompted Yagura to express his discontent. "Aren't you going to send someone to accompany us?" "Huh." The response was akin to hearing something amusing. With an exaggerated eye roll, they disdainfully replied, "If you possessed even half their strength, you could have a multitude of people accompanying you around this village." It is evident that he harbors a demeanor of disdain. After all, these individuals collectively pose little threat to the village, as long as they remain within the confines of the village and refrain from wandering aimlessly. They are disinclined to meddle in matters that do not concern them. However, upon stepping beyond the threshold, one cannot escape the presence of followers. It feels as if he has been struck by 1,000 critical hits, though his heart is not particularly pleased. He cannot help but reflect on the formidable prowess of Uchiha Kai, realizing that he is truly incomparable. Iwagakure may be considered a street of sorts, for it boasts a variety of goods along its sides. There are fruit vendors, breakfast establishments, dining options, as well as shops selling clothing and various ninja tools. While it may possess the essentials, it lacks the vibrancy one might expect. In stark contrast to Konohagakure, the commercial atmosphere here is severely lacking, barely meeting the ordinary needs of its inhabitants. Perhaps this locale has long suffered from relentless winds or other erosive forces, resulting in houses with notably small windows and doorways. Even a person of slightly larger stature must either bow their head or turn sideways to enter. Uchiha Kai walks ahead, while Kuratsuchi follows closely behind, her gaze scrutinizing the man before her. She is filled with curiosity about this seemingly age-matched individual. "What exactly are your intentions? Having brought you out, it appears that you possess little interest in the myriad of occurrences around you. What, then, is the purpose of this outing?" After meandering for quite some time, Kuratsuchi can no longer contain her inquisitiveness and poses the question. They have traversed what she considers the more prosperous areas, yet the man shows no inclination to pause, seemingly indifferent to the surroundings. "You are asking me?" Kai turned his head to gaze at the other party, but in the blink of an eye, four masked figures swiftly positioned themselves in front of Haito. This scene left Kai utterly speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Were they truly that anxious? "There was nothing of interest to me in this place. Therefore, there was no need for you to send anyone to follow me. I had no intention of destroying this locale or engaging in any actions you might deem malevolent." Kai observed the wary expressions of the individuals before him, feeling a profound sense of exasperation. Yet, he spoke up, "Your very existence is already the worst predicament for us. I sincerely hope you will refrain from making things difficult." One of the masked figures replied with a tone that was surprisingly respectful. This was not a matter of age, but rather an expression of reverence towards the strong. "Well, you have a point," Kai conceded. "However, it is quite uncomfortable to remain cooped up indoors all day. How about this? I am genuinely intrigued by a particular technique. The light and heavy rock technique employed by the old man Yemu for flight. Perhaps I could exchange it for an S-rank ninjutsu from my repertoire? It is still a form of earth release, so you wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After all, it is merely a B-rank ninjutsu, lacking any formidable offensive capabilities and offering no defensive qualities whatsoever. What do you say? It seems like a worthwhile trade, doesn't it?" before Kai arrived in this village. He had long desired to acquire this object, yet he could not conceive of a suitable method. Since you claim this ninjutsu is utterly useless, what do you expect him to accomplish? Asked Kuroto. How cool would it be to soar through the skies? It would be truly magnificent. However, that old man Oyamaki is far too aged and lacks the refinement in his appearance. Consequently, he presents an awkward impression. What are your thoughts on this? Kai inquired once more, attempting to approach a step closer, yet the masked men swiftly pushed back the dark earth. All right, do not be anxious. I harbor no ulterior motives. Of course, I can demonstrate that jutsu for you, should you find it agreeable. Perhaps you might inquire of old man Yagi regarding a possible exchange? What do you think? Are you certain it is an S-rank jutsu? Heitu asked in disbelief. The true formidable attacks of a Wagakure are scarce. As for S-rank jutsu, there are hardly more than 10 in the entire village. If it truly is possible to trade a rather inconsequential B-rank jutsu for something of such immense power, it seems rather advantageous. Look, the rank of the jutsu I created is known to me. Do you think I would be unaware of it? Kaiten cast a slightly disdainful glance at the foolish girl before him. Though she possessed an undeniable beauty, her silly demeanor left him entirely unmoved. It was evident that Kuratsuchi had taken a liking to her. He glanced around and declared, "All right, if it truly is as you say, I shall speak directly to my grandfather. It should be done this way. If necessary, you could also invite that old man, that Tsuchikage, to come and experience it himself. Wouldn't that be wise? No need for that. First, allow me to witness the so-called powerful ninjutsu you claim to possess. After all, I am well versed in the technique of light and heavy rock as you mentioned earlier." Kuratsuchi was clearly provoked, but this was precisely the reaction Kaiten sought. A faint smile graced his lips, yet at that moment, the masked individual hastily whispered to Kuratsuchi, "I believe it is imperative to inform Lord Tsuchikage about this matter. You cannot make unilateral decisions here. There will be no issues. We are merely going to observe. What could possibly go wrong?" Kuratsuchi firmly believed that he would not be easily deceived. Even if he ultimately disagreed after witnessing the opponent's formidable ninjutsu, it seemed there would be no detriment to him. "Kuratsuchi," he decided, "why not have you all accompany me to see?" He interrupted their discourse, then smiled at them and inquired. Not long after, they found themselves far from the village. The desolate expanse of the wasteland was swept by howling winds, with shattered stones stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground beneath their feet was somewhat loose, and the entire area exuded an exceptionally arid atmosphere. "Here, let me see what your S-rank ninjutsu entails." Upon bringing a dozen or so individuals to this site, Kuratsuchi immediately made his demand. "Rest assured, doing business with me will undoubtedly be advantageous for you." With a subtle smile, Kai raised his hand and, before the astonished crowd, deliberately slowed his movements to form hand seals. Turning his back to them, he suddenly pressed his hand against the ground in a desolate area devoid of any life. Ninjutsu, Earth Release, Rock Spike. As the incantation echoed, a multitude of sharp rocks erupted in a frontward area approximately 20 meters wide and 200 meters long, each resembling a fong and measuring around 2 meters in length. Such a ferocious assault could potentially claim countless lives in a sweeping strike against a large group. The air seemed to freeze, and all the inhabitants of Awagakure, including Kuratsuchi, widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet, amidst their shock, Kai reformed the previous seals and once again pressed his hand firmly against the ground, calling out with renewed vigor. This time, however, he concentrated all his power into a single force. Immediately, a fawn-like structure, soaring to a height of at least 100 meters, burst forth from over 100 meters away. The speed was so astonishing that it surpassed the capacity of human cognition to react. Observing his creation, Kai stood calmly, dusting off his hands, and turned to the astonished onlookers. "So what do you think? How does it strike you, young lady?" Calmly, Kai approached Kuratsuchi, their faces so close that one could almost sense the warmth radiating from their skin. Startled, Kuratsuchi instinctively stepped back, his expression a blend of panic and disbelief. Although he had witnessed the formidable prowess of Uchiha Kai from a distance, the sheer intensity of that power, now within arm's reach, was truly astonishing. "Are you certain you wish to exchange such a potent ninjutsu for a B-rank technique?" Kuratsuchi inquired, perplexed. "We must inform Lord Tsuchikage about this matter." The masked figures interjected hastily. Yet, it seemed as if Kuratsuchi had not heard them at all. His overwhelming desire for strength rendered him deaf to their words. He stepped directly in front of Uchiha Kai and asked, "Do you truly wish to proceed?" Absolutely. Kai responded without hesitation, I agree. Hei too remarked, disregarding the objections of others. However, reflecting on the hand seals the opponent had just performed, he questioned, it is impossible. How could 3 seals possibly unleash such a formidable ninjutsu? What 3 seals? Kai replied, it requires an exceptionally skilled technique. In total, there are 36 seals. If you are willing, I can teach you right now. With a grin on his face, Kai observed the scene, while the masked individuals beside him wore expressions of helplessness. Ultimately, 2 of them swiftly departed, heading towards the village, undoubtedly to inform that old man, that Tsuchikage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai was instructing Karatsuchi on the hand seals for the ninjutsu he had just demonstrated, while the remaining spectators fixated intently on each gesture. Eager to commit the sequence to memory, might I inquire about your so-called B-rank ninjutsu? Kai asked Karatsuchi during a brief pause in instruction. I know, you needn't rush me. She replied, still absorbed in the sequence of hand seals, her face betraying a hint of displeasure. Nevertheless, she hastily demonstrated the hand seals for the B-rank technique. Light heavy rock technique, in front of Kai. Does this really require such exertion? I've memorized it just by glancing at it, he remarked, and in the next moment, he repeated the motions, gently touching a stone, which began to levitate effortlessly due to immense buoyancy. Karatsuchi was at a loss for words. Having grasped the B-rank technique with such ease, just as she delved deeper into her studies, another group arrived at an accelerated pace. Uchiha Kai, what mischief are you up to now? The old man Inoki shouted from a distance. However, upon seeing the traces of ninjutsu in the vicinity, his reaction was less fervent than anticipated, his brow furrowing instead. Grandfather. Karatsuchi lowered her head, lacking any ire towards the elder. When we return, I shall deal with you. Inoki was evidently seething with rage, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Kai, who appeared entirely nonchalant. As night fell, earth release, rock spike. In a location on the outskirts of the village, Karatsuchi executed the hand seals in order, the process taking nearly 10 seconds. As her hand pressed against the ground, excitement surged within her. Boom. Observing her own release, she recalled Kai's earlier demonstration. While the techniques appeared similar, the disparity in their effects was staggering. The height of her ninjutsu barely reached 2 or 3 decimeters, with a range limited to a mere straight line, scarcely spanning 10 meters. This level of destructive power could hardly be deemed akin to an S-rank technique. It might even pale in comparison to a D-rank one. Could it be that she had not mastered it properly? He murmured to himself, once more raising his hand to form seals, his mind retracing each step of the sequence. Fearful of making a mistake or facing other unforeseen consequences. No need to try anymore. Daiki had arrived unbeknownst to him. In truth, he had been a silent observer of the previous events. After concluding that matter in the afternoon, he refrained from excessive reprimand, acknowledging that the deed was already done, which served as a lesson for Haito. Daiki was acutely aware of how that attack had come to be. Grandfather, Haito exclaimed, surprised by Daiki's presence, yet still addressing him with politeness. Daiki responded with a sigh, commenting, what they bestowed upon you is indeed an S-rank ninjutsu. Its power is undeniably formidable, yet you cannot unleash it, which has resulted in the predicament before you. Perhaps if you were to concentrate all your chakra into this single attack, its might would equate to merely half of what Uchiha Kai could unleash. What do you mean? Although Haida voiced ignorance, he certainly grasped some understanding of the implications. Internally, he might have comprehended the message, yet he stubbornly refrained from articulating it, standing there with his head bowed in a posture of remorse. Daiki did not reproach his granddaughter. Instead, he compassionately approached her side and remarked, the current Uchiha Kai bears a striking resemblance to the former Uchiha Madara. In terms of prowess, he is not far from the Madara I once knew, possessing an extraordinary chakra. Thus, even a C-rank ninjutsu could yield results comparable to an A-rank for him. As for how this ninjutsu performs for him, it might genuinely exhibit the effects of S-rank. But for us, it may well be merely a C-rank. The former Uchiha Madara had a straightforward mind, seeking to resolve matters solely through strength. However, this young lad strikes me as perilous. Despite wielding such immense power, he resorts to cunning to obtain what he desires. Such unscrupulous individuals are the most formidable adversaries we face. A mere ninjutsu does not present us with a substantial loss, at the very least. It serves as a reminder that in the future, one should not solely rely on what is visible to the naked eye. I cannot sustain this village for many more years. Your father is unwilling to take the reins, and it will inevitably fall into your hands. I understand your desire to grow stronger, but Haito, leading a village is not as effortless as you may imagine. I acknowledge my mistakes, grandfather. Upon hearing these calm words, Haida finally recognized her errors, not merely understanding, but openly admitting them. With her head bowed, tears began to fall freely. Others wielded this ninjutsu to deceive a girl who had never ventured far from her home. For Haito, this blow is quite severe. Moreover, such matters cannot be disclosed. After all, it was a decision made willingly. At best, it can merely be regarded as a transaction. If others can wield this ninjutsu with such terrifying power, it is evident that one is either unskilled or lacks the necessary prowess. Thus, this is entirely a transaction, and discussing it elsewhere would likely hold no merit. Daimyo sighed once more, especially upon witnessing his granddaughter's sorrowful expression. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Uchiha Kai and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet what is he doing now? In his room, he has already begun to delve into the study of this ninjutsu. This is precisely what I desire. Suspended in midair, he can adjust various postures at will, completely unfazed even when inverted. However, his mastery over this technique has yet to reach a profound level. Sitting cross-legged in the air, Uchiha Kai could not suppress a grin. The exhilaration of flying is simply unparalleled, and the chakra consumption is negligible for him. The sensation of being airborne feels no different from transcending to immortality. Is everything all right next door? In the adjacent room, Hinata and Suki, lying on the bed, could hear the commotion and laughter emanating from Kairu's room. Each was more curious than the last, itching to rush over and discover what mischief Kairu was up to. What could it be? It seems he transformed after returning from his outing with that individual named Haito. Could something have transpired between the two of them? Suki's remark instantly shifted the atmosphere. After a brief mental imagery, Hinata's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "And no, it can't be." Little Hinata, what are you thinking? Nothing. Perhaps realizing she had overthought, Hinata hurriedly covered her head with the blanket. Just then, a knock resounded at their door, prompting Hinata to swiftly emerge from her cocoon. After exchanging glances, Suki approached the door and opened it to find Kiba standing there. "Is there something you need?" Suki inquired. "Could I kindly ask one of you to inform Kaira-sensei to keep it down a bit? It's already late at night." Kiba appeared utterly dazed, his expression drained. "You can hear it too?" Suki asked, bewildered. After all, their room was situated in between. Although there was some noise, it was not excessively loud. My acute sense of hearing has become a torment, particularly due to that scoundrel, Teacher Kai, who is rumored to have employed despicable means to deceive a young lady. Consequently, his boastful voice has become increasingly grating to my ears. Despicable means? Yuya paused for a moment, casting a glance at the individual before her, before decisively slamming the door shut. Taking a couple of deep breaths, as if she had uncovered an astounding secret, she swiftly turned around and dove into the covers to share her revelation with Hinata. The following day, everyone appeared lethargic, gathered around a round table for breakfast, with only Uchiha Kai seeming remarkably spirited. The spread was not particularly abundant, yet it sufficed for their small group. "Why aren't you eating?" he asked, holding a bowl of soup in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, feeling slightly awkward under their collective gaze. "Not everyone shares your cheerful disposition." "You enjoy your meal," you replied sarcastically. "There shouldn't be any pressing matters today, right? If not, I'll just head back to bed for a while," Hinata remarked, her demeanor reflecting her disappointment. "Yes, I shall return as well." Upon noticing Hinata rise, Shino also stood and began to ascend the stairs. Although he claimed to lack an appetite, he mimicked their actions, getting up but hastily grabbing 2 buns and a bowl of soup before heading upstairs. "What on earth is happening?" Kai, somewhat bewildered, inquired. Fortunately, beside him was Yuya, whose presence added a layer of complexity to the situation that left them all rather perplexed. "What on earth is happening? I heard you spent yesterday with a girl, indulging in dubious escapades, and now it seems everyone is aware of it. Truly, what a scoundrel." Despite the harshness of her words, Yuya wore a smile, resting her arm on the table and propping her chin with her hand, quietly observing the profile of Uchiha Kai. After hearing this, Kai was even more confused. What was going on? Common knowledge? It appeared he was the only one oblivious. With a dazed expression, he set down his bowl and fixed his gaze intently on Yuya. "What are you talking about? What do you mean, what?" "I heard you went on a date with a girl yesterday, and then deceived her, leaving her quite upset. This incident has already spread throughout the entire rock village. Do you still not want to admit it? Deceived? I did not deceive her, all right. It was merely a transaction. Kai initially believed they were discussing something entirely different. Upon hearing the other party's words, he found himself at a loss for words. However, it seemed that the two of them were grappling with issues on completely different levels. Yuya was taken aback, never imagining that such a young lady would engage in a transaction for any reason. Her mind was suddenly flooded with vivid images of the two of them lying together. And a peculiar sensation washed over her. Why don't you trade with me? Am I somehow inferior to her? After pondering for a while, the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she became, prompting Yuya to directly pose her question. Ahem. Even a fool would likely grasp the implication of her words. The contents within Kai's mouth had yet to be swallowed, and the intense stimulation caused him to expel everything he had just consumed. Taking a deep breath, he gazed incredulously at the young lady before him. Hey, are you aware of what you were saying? My transaction with him was merely concerning ninjutsu. Where on earth did your thoughts wander, Nanny? The previously somewhat despondent Tsukigata, upon hearing this, slightly parted her lips, her gaze fixed in a daze upon Kai. What ninjutsu? I merely exchanged a technique they were unable to unleash for an B-rank ninjutsu from their village. How could this lead you to think in such a direction? Kai rolled his eyes, the expression seemingly conveying to Yuya his utter exasperation. The latter's face flushed instantly, for neither of them had ever been informed about the nature of the so-called deception between them. Their subconscious minds had filled the void with notions of romantic entanglements. Now that this was brought to light, Yuya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Could it be that those three fellows were also skipping breakfast due to such issues? Curious, Kai inquired. Well, it seems quite accurate. The crescent moon smiled faintly, leaning forward slightly. One cannot deny that her figure is indeed remarkable. The generous curves subtly nudged the table forward. She then leaned in, asking, Lord Kai, if you ever have any intentions in the future, perhaps you might consider seeking me out? Do enjoy your meal. It was rather unexpected to encounter such bewildering matters so early in the morning. Kai was still exhilarated until the midnight hour yesterday. He truly wished to uncover which scoundrel had distorted the words to such an extent. Hey, Haitu. As soon as Kai's words faded, a sudden sound of struggle emanated from the doorway. Almost immediately, a figure strode in. Upon seeing the two individuals seated at the table, engrossed in their meal, Haitu exclaimed loudly, Uchiha Kai, you truly came. Yuya assumed a posture of curious anticipation, holding a bun in hand, gently taking a bite, and savoring it slowly. Kai glanced back at Haitu, realizing that this girl likely hadn't slept a wink throughout the night. Observing her dark circles and the overall lack of vitality on her face, he inquired, what is the matter? Kaido responded briefly. Haida stood there in silence, biting her lip, her expression one of profound grievance. Her eyes, unwittingly clouded with tears, sent droplets cascading down her cheeks to the ground. This young woman seemed to be valiantly holding on to her strength, yet upon encountering this individual, it appeared that such fortitude was utterly insufficient. Enraged to the point of helplessness, she found herself overwhelmed by the first deception of her life, leaving her with no room to resist. Suddenly, she squatted down, disregarding her dignity, and burst into tears. It seemed she had endured a night of anguish, and at this moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. A throng had gathered on either side of the doorway, witnesses to this poignant scene. The onlookers were equally incensed by Kaido's actions, as the little princess of Konohagakure had been so cruelly deceived on the very first day of his arrival. Such a betrayal was indeed enough to stir the ire of gods and men alike. In the face of this turmoil, Kaido's heart appeared remarkably undisturbed. Mimicking the demeanor of Tsukiyomi, he sat there, nibbling on a bun, quietly observing the unfolding drama. After several minutes, the cacophony gradually subsided into silence. Haitu remained seated on the ground, still bearing her forlorn expression, though she continued to sob intermittently. Who could fathom the extent of the blow that yesterday's incident had dealt her? Would you like to share something to eat? The food is still warm. Kai gazed at the girl, her eyes brimming with tears as she fixed her gaze upon him. He then lifted a bun and directed his attention towards Kuratsuchi. To his surprise, Kuratsuchi actually stood up, wiped away her tears with her sleeve, and approached Kai, taking a seat beside him. Without hesitation, she seized the bun and began to eat. How despicable! To deceive someone in such a manner, wielding such formidable strength. It is truly baffling how you can bear to do so. Even with her mouth full, Kuratsuchi continued to mumble between bites. Kai refrained from offering a rebuttal, instead opting to remain quietly seated. At that moment, he resembled a girl who was both angry and aggrieved, uncertain of what might transpire next. Being on someone else's territory, having already acquired what he desired, there seemed little reason to foster animosity further. He was likely to linger in this desolate place for another fortnight. Thus, it would be prudent to minimize complications. Should this matter become widely known, it could potentially lead to greater misunderstandings. "Come with me," he commanded, stuffing the last remnants of a bun into his mouth. Kuratsuchi was entirely indifferent to the porridge before her, and after taking a sip, she abruptly rose and fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Kai. "What? Do you have something to say?" she inquired, her tone laced with impatience. Kuratsuchi had no desire to engage with the individual before her, her expression stern as she continued to scrutinize Kai. All right, I will accompany you." Kai, feeling helpless, had just risen to his feet when the young girl had already begun to stride towards the door. "Go for it. She is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage." Yuya immediately made a gesture resembling a fist, grinning as she whispered encouragement to Kai. "Get lost." This woman's thought process always diverged from the norm, finding peculiar avenues to explore in every situation. Nevertheless, he found himself ultimately following in the footsteps of the girl who had already exited the room. Having traveled quite a distance, he pondered, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" He had returned to the very spot from yesterday, specifically the location where he had unleashed his ninjutsu, thereby acquiring the B-rank technique that would enable him to soar through the skies. The remnants of the stone fangs he had conjured still lay vividly upon the ground nearby. Observing how she had once again led him back to this place, he realized that this time, he was accompanied by no one else. When he had arrived here the previous day, he had been surrounded by a modest gathering of dozens of ninjas. Little did he expect to find himself so comfortably accompanied by a young girl today. Kai was filled with curiosity about what the other party intended to do, which compelled him to inquire. "Let us have a duel." Haida turned around, gazing at Kai with a serious expression. "Are you out of your mind?" Kai had initially assumed there was a matter of significance prompting his summons, only to be confronted with such an absurd request instead. He mused that, rather than indulging in frivolous antics with a young girl, he would be better off introspecting on the sensations of soaring through the air. With a disdainful exclamation, he turned to leave the scene. However, it was evident that Kuratsuchi had no intention of letting him go. He swiftly produced a shuriken from his pocket and, disregarding Kai's consent, charged forth with remarkable speed. While his velocity was impressive, it was merely relative to the average person. With a single step, he instantly covered several dozen meters. Yet, as he launched his weapon, he realized that the opponent had already distanced himself significantly. Kuratsuchi could distinctly sense the disparity between them. Nevertheless, undeterred, he pressed on with another assault. "I must inquire. What exactly has provoked this young lady?" Kai watched as the other person approached him once more, asking in a rather disinterested manner, "You?" Hekata truly paused, his head bowed, as tears continued to stream down his cheeks. It appeared that the experience of being deceived yesterday had indeed left a significant impact on the young lady. "If you don't fight me, I shall tell others that you have slept with me." Perhaps unable to think of a more compelling reason, he suddenly lifted his head, wiped away his tears, and blushed as if he had made a momentous decision. Hekatu immediately contemplated using such a matter as a means of intimidation. Kai stood rooted to the spot, a frown creasing his brow, his lips twitching in disbelief at the unexpected words that had escaped the young woman's lips. This was no longer merely a matter of surprise. "I apologize, but I am not interested. If you wish to speak, feel free to do so," he thought to himself. The idea of casually acquiring the granddaughter of a local shadow master was not without its merits, especially considering her appealing appearance. With a hesitant sigh, he turned away, continuing to move forward while mulling over what they might name their future children. Kai was indifferent to the so-called matters of reputation. He was even less inclined to engage in a scuffle with such a young girl. It would be utterly beneath him. Observing her walk away without a backward glance, he could no longer bear the immense grievance within, and once again found himself weeping amidst the chaotic pile of stones. There were no places for leisure or entertainment in Konohagakure. The locale was deplorably desolate. Aside from rocks, only fierce winds prevailed. Fortunately, their dwelling was nestled within a valley, thus reducing the onslaught of the gales. Nevertheless, the environment was far worse than one could imagine. Anyone with a modicum of sense would hardly consider residing in such a place. During the ensuing days, Uchiha Kai seldom ventured outside, even having his meals delivered directly to his room. This was primarily due to a girl who persistently sought him out, arriving at dawn and remaining until dusk. The initial days were tolerable, but as time passed, Uchiha Kai could no longer endure the disturbances caused by Kuratsuchi. At first, their conversations revolved around battles and strategy, but soon they devolved into trivialities. Kai and the young Prince Rin has returned. As the door swung open, Hinata called out, not yet catching sight of anyone. However, upon entering, she found the room devoid of his presence. Noticing the half-eaten meal left on the table, she curiously surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of Uchiha Kai. Despite her curiosity, she took it upon herself to tidy up the used dishes. How strange, where could he be? She murmured to herself as she departed. Initially suspecting he had gone out with Kuratsuchi, she descended the stairs only to find Kuratsuchi still seated with her eyes closed. Where's Kai-sensei? Now that the old prince has returned, doesn't that mean we can set off home tomorrow? Ya, having come down, urgently inquired of Hinata. He isn't here, Hinata replied calmly, placing the dishes on a nearby table. Impossible. I have been downstairs the entire time. How could he have left? Moreover, there are so many people outside watching. Kuratsuchi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. But he truly is not here. Hinata insisted, yet Kuratsuchi, unconvinced, dashed upstairs. In a flash, she hurried back down and bolted out of the hotel, only to find those fellows engaged in a game of cards. You lot, Uchiha Kai is gone. And yet you still have the leisure to play here. Upon entering, Haida noticed 4 or 5 individuals gathered, engaged in play. Instantly displeased, he bellowed, where is he? One among them displayed a moment of surprise, yet swiftly reverted to a calm demeanor, smiling slightly as he waved dismissively. It's not a significant issue. As long as he doesn't cause trouble in the village. Is that truly responsible? Haita retorted. It is not that we are unwilling. Lord Suchikage instructed us just days ago that as long as Uchiha Kai does not stir chaos within the village, we need not concern ourselves with the rest. Consider that there were dozens assigned to monitor him, and now only a handful remain. Moreover, once he exits the village boundaries, with his power, he can do as he pleases. This is beyond our control. As he spoke, he glanced at the cards in his hand, placing one upon the table. Although Haida felt a surge of anger at this scene, she found herself powerless. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists in fury and, gritting her teeth, ultimately departed from the scene. Meanwhile, Kai had already reclined leisurely upon the surface of a lake. After confirming the absence of others nearby, he relaxed, basking in the sunlight. The distance from Konohagakure was unknown to him. Ah, the comfort! That wretched place made even bathing a laborious task. With his eyes closed, he shouted joyfully, stretching his arms across the water's surface, savoring this moment of blissful ease. After indulging in this tranquility for a considerable time, he inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Adjusting his emotions, he moved his body, and in the next instant, activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, vanishing from his spot. However, he reappeared in his own room, expecting solitude. Unbeknownst to him, his quarters were currently bustling with activity. 5 individuals sat in silence, 4 from his side and Haito. What was crucial was their shared desire to uncover the whereabouts of Uchiha Kai. Suddenly, the room was charged with a surge of chakra, and in the blink of an eye, Kai's figure materialized before them. Their gazes locked in mutual astonishment. Black Soil was the first to exclaim, causing even Hinata's face to flush crimson up to her neck. Only Uchiha was gazing at the captivating scene before her with keen interest. In contrast, Ya and Shino's eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, the returning Uchiha Kai was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the multitude of people within his room. Casting a glance at his naked self, he realized he had unwittingly become the center of a rather mortifying spectacle. What are you all doing in my room? He swiftly covered himself and turned to snatch the bed sheet, wrapping it around his form. He had assumed no one would enter his quarters, so he had returned in his natural state, intending to change into fresh attire. However, he never anticipated things would escalate to such an extent. At that moment, even the thick-skinned Uchiha Kai felt as if struck by lightning. Well, it seems Teacher Kai is quite the partygoer. Ya, still in shock, slowly stood up, awkwardly waved his hand, and hastily exited the room. Shino, wearing an embarrassed expression, had initially planned to wait for Kai's return to discuss their departure. But now he found himself witnessing an unexpectedly thrilling scene. Without uttering a word, he too stood up and quickly left the room. As for the others, the 2 women covered their faces and stumbled out hurriedly. Uchiha, however, remained unhurried, gesturing with her hand to indicate length. Kai felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Moments later, in the hall on the first floor, everyone was seated, awaiting his arrival. Upon Uchiha Kai's entrance, Hinata's face was still noticeably flushed. Black Soil, feeling too embarrassed to meet his gaze, kept her head down. Teacher Kai. We actually meant to say that the little prince has returned. When shall we depart? Huh, you all are leaving? As you raised this question, Black Soil expressed surprise and reluctance. Since that guy has returned, we should prepare to set off tomorrow. Although he noticed Black Soil's downcast expression, Kai couldn't fathom the reason for her discontent. Yet, considering the desolate and inhospitable surroundings, he was well aware that staying here was a test of his patience. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent half a month in this place, and compared to his home, let alone the Hidden Leaf Village, this was akin to living in utter squalor. Life had become exceedingly burdensome. I shall go prepare, Hinata said, lowering her head as she quickly stood up. As she approached Kai, he had intended to reach out and ruffle her hair. However, Hinata's mind was inexplicably occupied by the image of the naked figure she had just witnessed. Swiftly maneuvering her body to evade her opponent's grasp, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. I had nothing to tidy up, ready to depart at any moment. At this juncture, Sukiha's demeanor resembled that of an experienced veteran, devoid of any semblance of a young maiden. Unlike the other two girls, she fixated her gaze unwaveringly on Uchiha Kai, as if she were about to devour him whole in the next instant. They were leaving. Astonishingly, they were actually leaving. Kuratsuchi muttered to herself, her mind drifting back to the past fortnight spent together, filled with a mix of reluctance and newfound knowledge. Seizing the moment when Uchiha Kai turned his head, she caught a glimpse of his profile, and unexpectedly, she felt an inexplicable connection to this man before her. The night sky here seemed to darken unusually early. Although the higher altitudes still revealed clear clouds and bright light, the village was shrouded in darkness, obscured by the massive mountains to the west. Thus, residing in this place had its pros and cons, the advantage being that the mountains shielded them from biting cold winds, while the downside was that while other regions basked in light, they were already enveloped in shadows. As the lights flickered on, a rather spacious house appeared especially warm and inviting. What day is it today? I can't believe so many dishes have been prepared. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, sat at the table, gazing at the feast laid before him, unable to suppress his curiosity. Father, your son has returned today after spending over half a month away. I had no idea what life outside was like, so of course, I wanted to enjoy a hearty meal at home, said the middle-aged woman, her face radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi, having returned after a half-month absence, immediately changed into fresh attire, likely having just taken a bath, as she settled into a chair in her pajamas. Would you like a drink? The middle-aged woman inquired, glancing at the father and son sitting together. Oh, yes, please. Ultimately, this family did not quite resemble a typical one. The differences in their physiques were striking. The boisterous Anoki, the broad-shouldered Kuratsuchi, the gentle middle-aged woman, and of course, the despondent young girl sitting forlornly on the sofa. Kuratsuchi, what troubles you? Kuratsuchi filled their glasses with wine, then turned to see her daughter's melancholic expression, immediately feeling a wave of curiosity. After all, although her daughter was usually quite strong-willed, she had never displayed such a demeanor. As for Anoki and the middle-aged woman, they were well aware of Kuratsuchi's true state of mind. As the Earth Shadow, he is privy to all matters within the village, especially concerning his granddaughter. The middle-aged woman, being the mother of Kuratsuchi, hears about her daughter's affairs almost daily. As a woman who has traversed similar paths, she comprehends her daughter's thoughts with clarity. With a resigned sigh, she sat across from Huangtu and remarked that her daughter had her own concerns, which were not theirs to fret over. Upon hearing his wife's words, Huangtu paid little heed, taking a swig from his cup, savoring the moment as he picked up his chopsticks to taste his meal, nodding in approval. I have resolved to send envoys to Konohagakure next month to sign a peace agreement. At least during my tenure as Earth Shadow, there shall be no disputes between our factions. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany them, he declared. Unlike Huangtu, Anoki, the Earth Shadow, sighed with resignation upon observing his granddaughter's despondent demeanor and called out, "Is it truly happening?" Kuratsuchi, instantly intrigued, sprang to her feet and eagerly inquired. This decision was made a few days prior, though we are still deliberating the finer details. We expect to dispatch someone to Konohagakure in about a month, during which we will send a message to the 5th Hokage. If you find yourself with nothing to do, you might as well see the village for yourself, Anoki replied, lifting his cup and quenching his thirst as he noted Kuratsuchi's eager expression. He mused that Uchiha Kai, someone of similar age and formidable strength, harbored no significant bias against the Uchiha clan, merely because they were from Konohagakure. After decades of conflict, resulting in countless casualties, peace had finally returned following the Third Great Ninja War. Who could have anticipated that such a powerful figure would emerge from Konohagakure? Onoki now understood why the fifth Hokage would call back a rogue ninja. Although the specifics of their agreement remained unclear, it was not difficult to fathom the price of restraining such a formidable presence. Yet, Onoki was merely overthinking. No cost had been incurred by them. Upon learning of her impending journey to Konohagakure, Kuratsuchi's previous melancholy transformed into exuberance. She swiftly sat beside her mother, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she relished her meal. "What is going on with this girl?" Huangtu inquired, looking at his wife. "You will come to understand in due time," she replied. The middle-aged woman uttered a remark without much attention, delicately placing a piece of fish into the bowl of black earth. The following morning, the familiar sight of two horse-drawn carriages reappeared, accompanied by those well-known faces. Renault had been absent for more than half a month. Although the reasons for his departure remained a mystery, Kai felt no inclination to inquire further. After all, it was time to commence the journey home. Having spent an ample amount of time in this desolate place, 2 months had swiftly passed since leaving the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, gazing at the familiar carriages, he was aware that the path back to the city lay ahead. My Lord Kai, one of the 5, standing beside the carriage, remarked, "I have spent every day on the carriage. It would be a shame to finally have 2 days of rest and not extend our stay a little longer." Renault, waiting by the carriage, appeared drowsy as he interjected, "What are you thinking? We must hasten our return so I can fulfill my duties. We cannot afford any delays." As Kai spoke, he abruptly swung open the car door, ready to step inside, only to close it once more in an instant. Turning around, he wrapped his arms around Renault's neck and inquired, "Who is that inside?" The young man, in his 20s, responded with an awkward smile, scratching his head. "Well, that is the very purpose of my journey. She is the daughter of the daimyo of the land of Earth, and she shall soon become my wife." "Impressive. After all our toil and effort to come here, I never imagined you would have already secured yourself a bride. Truly remarkable." He grinned and patted the other person's shoulder, never anticipating that this mission would undergo such significant changes. "You two are seated inside the carriage, while I shall remain outside." Kai had originally thought that there would be just enough space in the carriage to accommodate him. However, it turned out that there was ample room for one more person, leaving him with no choice but to perch atop the vehicle. Uchiha Kai, just as he finished issuing instructions and had yet to board the carriage, a voice called out to him. Presently, there were quite a few ninjas lingering nearby. The Hidden Stone Village was deeply concerned about any potential complications arising from this journey. It was imperative that no issues occurred within their jurisdiction. Consequently, he spotted Kuratsuchi, fully armed, unexpectedly present at the scene. "What brings you here?" Kai gazed at the disheveled appearance of Heitu and inquired, "What is this state you are in?" Heitu glanced at his own attire, finding nothing amiss, then promptly lifted his head to meet Kai's gaze. "Our immediate task is to safeguard our princess as she departs from the border. We shall escort you to the realm of grass. As for the journey beyond that, you must traverse it on your own." Is it truly possible to proceed in such a manner? Kai did not refuse. It was their prerogative, having little to do with him. "Are you reluctant to leave this place?" Heido suddenly inquired, seemingly struggling to find a more suitable topic. The surrounding individuals were all observing this exchange. Reno had begun to gradually approach Yato, even softly asking who this girl was. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. Impressive. Reno couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. This was not the ordinary feat it appeared to be. The fact that he could take the daughter of the Tsuchikage was a matter of mutual interests between their nations, a carefully orchestrated arrangement. Yet, this particular pair was entirely different. As Kai faced Heido's unexpected question, he slightly bent down, bringing his face closer to hers, which rendered the proud girl momentarily bashful. Uchiha Kai quietly remarked, "What is so great about staying in this desolate place, rather than being reluctant to leave here? It is you I cannot bear to part with." In an instant, her face turned crimson. Heido stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond, swallowing hard, even daring not to lift her head. This was a complete capitulation. During their time together, those in Konohagakure who had been tasked with monitoring Uchiha Kai had clearly discerned Heido's feelings. Who would have thought that a mere phrase could leave her so flustered? The onlookers, initially there to witness the spectacle, were now thoroughly entertained. "All right, prepare yourselves. We shall depart." For reasons unknown, Uchiha Kai suddenly extended his hand, gazing at the shy girl, gently ruffling her hair, and spoke with a soft tone. Witnessing this scene, one of the Konohagakure villagers immediately displayed a disapproving expression, muttering to themselves, "This is doomed." In his recollection, the last person who had dared to touch the head of the dark-haired individual had been met with a fierce punch, leaving him bedridden for days. The man before him, however, seemed destined to share a similar fate. Yet, to his astonishment, the dark-haired figure displayed no sign of resistance. Seemingly reveling in the caress, drawing a sharp breath, he realized that the truths he was meant to grasp had become clear, while those he was not meant to understand had also revealed themselves. The journey to the borders of the land of Earth would require at least 3 days by carriage, a relatively swift passage compared to others. This route differed markedly from the previous one. Now, they were approaching the land of fire from an alternative direction, with only the land of grass to traverse in between. To return home directly would take nearly half a month, given the linear distance they intended to cover. As the carriage began to roll forward, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred, perhaps influenced by the guardianship methods of the Leaf Village. The 3 companions from the land of Earth began to mimic their behavior. While the interior of the carriage was too cramped for seating, they adapted by perching atop the vehicle, much like Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai and the dark-haired figure sat atop the carriage of Reno, while the other 2 from the land of Earth settled atop the carriage of the Fire Nation's minister. Thus, the group gradually departed from the village they had inhabited for the past fortnight, with relative tranquility. The environment of the land of Earth proved to be far harsher than anticipated. It was no wonder that other villages had long sought conflict with the Leaf Village. The primary reason lay in the abundant resources of the land of fire, which far surpassed those of its neighbors. From a national perspective, the disparity was glaring. The land of Earth was dominated by rocky mountains, the land of wind was mostly desert, the land of water frequently faced catastrophic floods, while the land of thunder, though somewhat better off, remained largely mountainous. In stark contrast, the land of fire could be regarded as an unequivocal paradise among the 5 great nations. "Here, this is for you." On the carriage roof, the dark-haired figure produced an object from her pocket, a sky-blue item that could easily be mistaken for a pendant. However, the cord appeared rather short, resembling more of a bracelet. Throughout this exchange, she had fought an internal battle, suppressing her shyness as she extended the gift to Kai. It was a beautiful object, surely possessing special significance for him. Kai did not refuse, as it was a kind gesture from a beautiful woman. It is likely that no man would entertain the notion of decline. Holding the object in his hand, he examined it closely. It resembled a sapphire, shaped like a droplet, adorned with a red string. The color of the string suggested it had been worn for quite some time. "This was a gift from my grandmother on my 3rd birthday," Haida shyly remarked. "It appeared to be quite precious, and I truly cherish it. So rest assured, I will take great care in preserving it." Kai smiled brightly, exuding a sunny disposition as he addressed Haito. However, the carriage was far from soundproof, and their conversation atop the vehicle was easily audible within. The 2 young women inside exhibited distinctly different expressions, yet those seated opposite them could observe clearly. The little princess that Reno had brought back appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years of age. Her true features obscured beneath a pallid layer of makeup that rendered her complexion alarmingly white, concealing any semblance of her natural skin tone. Apart from the fair skin visible at her neck, there was little else to glean. Her dark hair was present, yet her figure hardly suggested refinement, possessing a slightly rounded shape that could rival Reno's stature. She sat there, clutching a fan, having spent nearly a full day shielding her face from view, as if terrified of being seen by others. Although their progress had been slightly slower than anticipated, it seemed they could only take her thus far. 5 days had passed, and the journey had been relatively uneventful. Initially, they had estimated a 3-day trip to reach the border of the land of Earth. Yet they had overlooked a significant consideration: whether the princess from their homeland could endure such a long and arduous journey. The reality was that she could not. Their route had been marked by frequent stops, and as they approached the land of grass, the surroundings had improved considerably. Lush forest lined either side, obscuring distant views. Yet the road ahead appeared remarkably straight. The carriage came to a gentle halt, and Kai turned to face Haitu, inquiring, "Indeed, we can only take you this far. The remainder of the journey must be undertaken by yourselves." Haida lifted his gaze, fixated on the road ahead, and replied, "It won't be long before I visit your village of Konoha. When the time comes, I hope you will be the one to show me around." "You would be most welcome," Kai responded enthusiastically. I will ensure you experience the vibrancy of Konoha. Haida nodded, inhaling deeply as if making a momentous decision. Seizing the opportunity while the carriage stood still, he leaned in closely to Kai's face. In such a situation, Kai could easily have evaded him. But he chose not to disappoint the allure of being a rogue. Life is fleeting. And how could one not indulge in a bit of recklessness in this newly acquired world? I shall take my leave. With a quick kiss, Heitu leaped off the carriage and turned to dash towards the approaching figures. The remaining two, momentarily bewildered, waved their hands before hastily following suit, jumping off the carriage and racing after Heitu's day. Without a moment's pause, the carriage continued its journey down the unmarked road. The landscape on either side, whether belonging to the land of earth or the land of grass, was entirely ambiguous. I resolved that upon my return, I would diligently cultivate my skills to attain unparalleled strength. Ya, seemingly struck by an impulsive whim, suddenly let out a loud roar, startling even the individual beside him who was tending to the horses. Shino, observing Ya's sudden outburst, could not discern the expression hidden beneath the high collar of his coat. However, this fellow abruptly inquired, "What is wrong with you?" I too yearned for formidable strength, to venture to other villages and attract the attention of fair maidens. Hearing Ya's earnest declaration almost convinced Shino. Just as he was about to flaunt his bravado, a branch unexpectedly fell from above, striking him. Wincing in pain, he rubbed his head, initially intending to retaliate with a few choice words. Yet, upon encountering Kai's disdainful expression, he promptly abandoned that notion. Nevertheless, unable to contain himself, he muttered under his breath, "It was bound to happen. If you possess such prowess, you should first deal with the villagers." Kai spoke with a calm demeanor. He then reclined on the roof of the carriage, taking in the towering trees on either side, while also admiring the vast azure sky. How tranquil it was. With his eyes closed, he savored the stillness around him. Not a whisper of wind stirred, though the chill in the air intensified as they ventured further toward the Fire Nation. Alas, he sighed, sitting up and placing his right hand on the carriage roof before leaping off the moving vehicle. "What are you doing?" Ya immediately turned her head to inquire. "You all carry on. I have a matter to attend to." Kai's expression remained unchanged as usual, showing no significant alteration. Observing the trees on either side, one could indeed say that the ambience here was quite pleasant. "There is a reaction from the chakra." Shino responded with a serious demeanor. Kiba had also shed his earlier jesting attitude, and the small dog perched on his shoulder barked in response. "Do not disembark. Continue onward," Kai called out. But it seemed rather late to do so now. Not far ahead of the carriage, two figures stood silently. One resembled an old man, stooped and indistinguishable in age. Yet, the garments they wore were all too familiar to Kai. The other, seemingly of a similar age, appeared to be merely a teenager, dressed in black adorned with red clouds. One was a scorpion and the other Deidara. They had only just parted ways with the individuals from the land of Earth, and to his surprise, these characters had already surfaced. To claim that it was unexpected would be a falsehood. He had sensed no presence prior to this moment. Moreover, it was quite troublesome. Why did they persistently linger? As Kai spoke, two individuals suddenly emerged from behind. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, with four figures now present. It was needless to say that others were likely nearby as well. "Come forth. There is no purpose in remaining in the shadows," Kai shouted loudly. As his voice faded, the remaining figures began to emerge one by one. Indeed, they were exactly as he had envisioned. He was surprised to find so many people waiting here. "Hey, you two. Step aside and let them pass," Kai called out to Scorpion and Deidara. Naturally, those inside the carriage also noticed the situation. However, none of these individuals appeared particularly flustered. After all, they had witnessed Uchiha Kai's prowess firsthand. In their hearts, they believed that Uchiha Kai could handle everything with ease. Nevertheless, Hinata and her companions immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Is he speaking to the two of us?" Deidara inquired of Scorpion beside him. "It would seem so," Scorpion replied nonchalantly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite the distance of over 100 meters between them, he responded directly, "We refuse." A cold chuckle escaped Kai as he rolled his neck, but in the next instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing to seize Deidara by the throat. A surge of lightning chakra enveloped Deidara's entire body. Just as Scorpion prepared to make a move, Kai, surpassing his opponent's speed, delivered a powerful kick to Scorpion's body. "You all are being rather excessive. Do you truly wish to fight to the death today? Or do you believe that I am incapable of eliminating you?" Kai's demeanor had begun to grow frigid, his right hand tightly gripping Deidara, whose face was turning crimson, clearly teetering on the brink of life and death. Just as Deidara appeared on the verge of asphyxiation, Kai forcefully flung him away. Observing Hinata and the others, who bore expressions of wariness, Kai furrowed his brow and said, "You burdens, take them and leave this place. Do you think you can simply depart?" Sasori immediately raised his hand, and in the next moment, 2 puppets materialized, launching an assault toward Kai. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a swift motion, 5 or 6 clones emerged, and one of them instantaneously appeared behind Sasori. A person who has forsaken their own body, relying solely on a mechanical box and their soul, dares to challenge me? Do you truly believe I hesitate to eliminate you? As he spoke, a surge of lightning flickered in his hand. He was well aware of how this individual manipulated the puppets, merely through a connection via chakra. Thus, all that remained was to sever that link. Meanwhile, Deidara, having regained his composure, instantly succumbed to a fit of rage. To avert a recurrence of such a scenario, he conjured a large white bird, soaring high into the skies. "You bastard! I will personally. What will you do personally?" Before Deidara could complete his sentence, a voice echoed in his ear. As he turned in terror, a bolt of lightning pierced through his body. Even the great bird he had summoned was struck through the head by the same lightning. In less than a minute's confrontation, Deidara had yet to showcase his true capabilities before being forced offline. "What are you waiting for? Leave this place. Do not hinder us here." Seeing that their 2 carriages had not yet departed, Kai called out with evident displeasure. He was not noble enough to sacrifice himself for these individuals, nor would he relinquish his own survival for the threat against their lives. "We will stay and accompany you," Hinata shouted loudly. While the 2 carriage drivers hastily urged their horses onward, their speed noticeably increased. "Leave this place. Do not come and cause trouble." Kai let out a low growl. These individuals were far beyond their capacity to confront. At present, he had merely managed to contend with Deidara and Sasori. Although it appeared deceptively simple, the prowess of those 2 was formidable. He had merely seized the initiative to restrain them, yet a vast number of others loomed behind. Hinata could undoubtedly perceive the immense strength emanating from each person. Not only she, but even Kiba and Shino could sense the overwhelming power of these individuals. This was a level of challenge that they simply could not face. "Let us go." Calmly, Kaiben approached Hinata, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. He gently expressed, "In this situation, where defeat looms, I cannot even contemplate leaving. Thus, it is prudent to depart now. My desire to leave is unwavering, and none can obstruct me." Hinata, though yearning to remain, even to the point of fighting to the death, reflected on his words and recognized their validity. Uchiha Kai possessed such formidable strength that, should he choose to escape, no one could hinder him. Swallowing hard, she resignedly declared, "Let us go." Observing the swift retreat of the 3 figures, Kaiben inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, gradually allowing himself to relax. With a clap of his hands, he could not contain his amusement as he beheld 6 individuals emerging from the nearby woods. Truly unexpected. The leader of the Akatsuki had come in person. It seemed he held me in considerable esteem. As Kai spoke, he advanced towards the other party. "It appears you possess an extensive knowledge and remarkable strength. Thus, I wish to personally extend an invitation for you to join our organization. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Adorned with a black staff, he was clad in garments of crimson clouds against a black backdrop. The individual at the forefront was rather handsome, and it was evident that he was paying from the 6 paths, given his ability to articulate himself at this moment. While listening to his words, Kai began to scrutinize these 6 individuals intently. Among them, the one trailing at the back seemed to be the most vulnerable. Repeatedly, this encounter had sparked a growing ire within Uchiha Kai. All he desired was a tranquil and harmonious existence. Yet this marked the 4th time he had crossed paths with a member of their organization. "What if I were to refuse?" Kai halted his steps and inquired of Pain. "You pose a considerable threat to our plans. Should you refuse to join us, I shall have no choice but to request your demise." Pain, with a grave expression, uttered these words, while several others gradually encircled Kai. The only exception was Deidara, who had been severely injured upon arrival, for Kai had no intention of taking a life. To do so would necessitate the elimination of everyone present, a course of action he wished to avoid. Yet, he could not permit them to pose a threat to him. How lively it is! Nagato, also known as Pain, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Kaku, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, Kagaya, and the Masked Man. However, Your desire to conceal your identity does not compel me to utter your name. Ah, we are still missing Conan. She is likely nearby, accompanying her true form, I presume. This time, your team is remarkably well coordinated, but Pain, do you truly dare to gamble? Eliminating them would be a trivial task for me. However, at that moment, your Jinjutsu, the Nine-Dragon Seal, will find no ally to assist you in its execution. Kai exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, he regarded Pain with a mocking gaze and inquired. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces had turned gravely serious. Although they had surrounded Uchiha Kai, rendering him seemingly trapped like a fish in a barrel, none dared to advance directly. When Uchiha Kai cast his glance toward the masked man perched on the tree, the latter abruptly gestured dismissively and proclaimed, "Do not misunderstand. I am merely here to join the fray. Frankly, if your coalition were to flourish, it could indeed revolutionize the entire shinobi world. The might of your organization is beyond doubt, but are you truly resolved to bring matters to a conclusion here?" Kai lifted his head, inhaling deeply as he cast a glance at the sky. The hue of his hair began to transform into a celestial blue. The black markings on his face emerged in tandem. Sage mode. This was indeed a battle of life and death. Kai would not act with negligence, for he possessed formidable strength and could escape at any moment. However, when confronted by this group of individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their aims, conventional discourse held no relevance. The powerful aura he emanated caused several present to falter in an instant. Although Scorpion had not sustained significant injuries, the events that transpired in the blink of an eye had already inflicted severe damage upon him. His gaze remained fixated on the man at the center. Having previously heard of the opponent's formidable prowess, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming degree of strength. This situation arose largely due to the information that Uchiha Itachi had conveyed to them previously. For Pain, Uchiha Kai had become a substantial threat. Thus, the options were either to recruit him into the organization or eliminate him outright. The determination of whether to engage in battle rested upon the condition that if he joined their ranks, then conflict between them would indeed be unnecessary. Pain spoke once more, yet the formation on their side had already assumed an aggressive posture. Very well. Once this matter is resolved, it would mark the conclusion of the affair, would it not? Kai contemplated deeply. If he were to annihilate them all, what hope would remain for the entire ninja world? More importantly, there was something within him that he had yet to attain. The reason he had held back all this was precisely for this moment. With a heavy sigh, Kai raised his hand, and the Azure Susanoo materialized instantaneously. From bone to muscle, and then to the outer armor, it seamlessly transitioned into its second stage. Just when they believed it was over, his legs slowly emerged from the earth. This spectacle shattered their perceptions entirely. Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes in disbelief, finally grasping the significance of their last encounter and the disdainful words spoken then. Surprised? This is merely the third stage of Susanoo. There exists a fourth, but it is entirely unnecessary to deal with you. Kai smiled faintly, yet in the state of Sage Mode's chakra, could it truly be so? Before him, the fully formed Susanoo, which had merely been an armored shell, now manifested a bow in its left hand. How was this possible? Itachi Uchiha swallowed hard, believing himself to be the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, even before the massacre. However, standing before this individual, he felt an insurmountable chasm of difference. Was this truly Uchiha Kai? He appeared to be nothing less than the embodiment of Uchiha Madara. Did they truly stand a chance against such a being? Kakuzu had already begun to retreat, unable to contain his apprehension. While others had never encountered Uchiha Madara, he had. He had witnessed the immense power firsthand. The oppressive aura emanating from this formidable presence left even the masked man speechless in shock. Black Zetsu, too, was incredulous. Could someone without such a bloodline truly reach this pinnacle? In that moment, Uchiha Kai exhibited a level of strength that instilled terror in all present. They could all palpably sense this overwhelming power. Towering at a height of over 100 meters, the fully formed Susanoo revealed the presence of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, the masked man could not fathom how this individual had acquired such knowledge. Itachi was equally perplexed. All present were engulfed in astonishment. Even Kakuzu, who had contemplated battle moments ago, found his last vestiges of fighting spirit utterly extinguished. However, Kai paid no heed to their thoughts. He raised the colossal hand of Susanoo and drew back the bow. As immense power began to stretch backward, a flaming arrow engulfed in black flames materialized upon the bow. The flames of Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes widened once more. This should have been an ability exclusive to the Sharingan. How could his adversary wield it? With the bowstring drawn taut. The aim was singular. The sheer force even distorted the surrounding space. The most stunned among them were undoubtedly the 6 paths of pain. Boom. Before the arrow was released, the black flames at its tip suddenly expanded. Terrifying power coalesced in its entirety. Everyone held their breath, eager to discern what Uchiha Kai intended to do. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly retracted his hand, and everything vanished into thin air, including the massive Susanoo. He landed gracefully on the ground, gazing at the astonished onlookers, unable to suppress a slight smile. In terms of strength, he could easily overpower everyone present. Yet, he had no desire to do so. With his hands once again plunged into his pockets, the arrogance that had previously enveloped the crowd had dissipated, replaced by a quiet stillness as they gazed at the encircled Uchiha Kai. What now? It would be effortless for me to eliminate you all. You've witnessed my display of prowess. All I desire is to live in tranquility, uninterested in your intricate affairs. I have no concern for what the future holds in the world of ninjas. Be it your ambitions, Black Zetsu's goals, or even the aspirations of you. The masked man known as Akatsuki or Uchiha Obito, and Pain, along with the rest of you. My sole wish for the future is a peaceful existence. Should any of you dare to disturb my peace again, I will not hesitate to send you all on your way. I have already issued a warning. If you remain unrepentant, there will be nothing more to discuss. After surveying the crowd, Kai spoke with a measured calmness. Resolving this matter promptly will simplify future affairs. Yet, I am curious to see if events will unfold as they have in the past. Truthfully, it is driven by my own aspirations. As long as that entity remains hidden, my potential will be forever confined. With such formidable power concealed within, I fear it may eventually lead to my own demise. Uchiha Kai, you possess such incredible strength. Why do you not join us in forging a peaceful ninja world, where no one needs to suffer through turmoil and everyone can enjoy a stable life? I am confident that if you choose to unite with us, this world will inevitably transform into our envisioned paradise. Pain stepped forward, his tone earnest as he regarded Uchiha Kai, having summoned all members of his organization. Pain had believed this would be the moment they could either recruit Uchiha Kai or eliminate him. Yet, before the battle had even commenced, the power displayed by Kai had instilled a sense of despair in everyone present. Nevertheless, Pain was determined to make one last attempt. I understand the world you envision. Rest assured, I will not obstruct your path. However, I shall not join you, so pursue your desires. With that, Uchiha Kai turned away, prepared to depart. Just then, Deidara, battered and leaning against a distant tree, raised his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. In the air, invisible white particles began to converge around Uchiha Kai. Die! Deidara bellowed with all his might, swiftly raising his hand as he shouted, "Go!" Boom! With a resounding explosion, the location where Uchiha Kai had just been transformed instantaneously into a chain of explosive devastation. As the final remnants of smoke dissipated, the site revealed a cylindrical pit, at least 10 meters in diameter and nearly 20 meters deep. Impressive, Deidara. As Haiden was about to commend him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment at the sight behind Deidara. You certainly know how to play. Kakashi had long arrived behind Deidara, who, sensing this presence, had relinquished his struggle, allowing his hands to fall limply at his sides. As soon as he felt Deidara's hand resting upon his head, the latter began to silently close his eyes. What a pity, my ultimate art will remain unexhibited. He sighed, a blend of resignation and reluctance in his voice. Earth Explosion Star. Just as Kakashi was poised to witness what more this individual might utter, an abrupt gesture from Pain, who clasped his hands together and released a black sphere into the sky, interrupted him. In the next instant, Kakashi felt an overwhelming pull above him. The surrounding earth could no longer withstand this immense attraction. The ground began to fracture rapidly, and massive boulders were drawn towards the ominous sphere. Although he had dispelled the Susanoo state, Uchiha Kakashi did not relinquish his sage mode. As the land beneath him, along with the trees, began to ascend, he swiftly formed hand seals. He gazed upward at the colossal sphere that was gradually coalescing, concentrating all his power into that singular point. Sage art, fire release, firefly explosion. Focusing his strength, just as he was nearing the climax, he clenched his right hand tightly. Boom! The ensuing shockwave radiated outward, accompanied by a blinding light that engulfed the surroundings. The trees nearby could not withstand the force and were sent soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, The once dense forest had transformed into a vast chasm, spanning a radius of 1 to 2 kilometers, which would instantaneously fill with water to become a lake. However, in the aftermath of the explosion, no trace of anyone could be discerned in the vicinity. Kai could hardly believe that these individuals had perished so easily. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing that after their conversation had reached such a critical point, they would suddenly launch an attack. The only casualty was Deidara. Although he was reluctant to eliminate his opponent, it was clear that this individual was courting death. It seemed prudent to remain discreet in the future. Otherwise, that scoundrel might appear unexpectedly and take his life. The thought of a hidden boss lurking in this world made Kai glance at his current masterpiece with a sense of unease beginning to creep into his mind. He stood still for a moment, shaking his head slightly, before meandering towards the direction in which Hinata and the others had departed. In a dimly lit place, devoid of any sunlight, a figure sat upon a large chair, his body impaled by numerous long black rods. With crimson hair and a bare torso, he appeared exceedingly emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. His Rinnegan exuded an eerie chill as he gasped for air, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Beside him stood a remarkably beautiful young woman, seemingly in her 20s, with elegantly flowing green hair. Nagato, we had reached an understanding. Why did you suddenly launch an attack? It was Conan speaking. Their location was at least 5 kilometers away from the site of the incident, perched atop the highest peak. Prior to this, they had already experienced fear, as Uchiha Kai had unleashed that colossal Susanoo arrow aimed directly at their position. Despite the considerable distance, they could clearly observe the unfolding events. Conan was bewildered, having nearly reached an agreement. Why had Nagato acted so impulsively? Should the adversary truly become serious, they would stand no chance against him. After catching his breath, Nagato, appearing weakened, replied with resignation, I did not anticipate that Deidara would strike so suddenly, effectively undermining the discussions we had. If we had not launched an attack to compel their retreat, we might have all met our end here. Each individual harbored different thoughts and perspectives. As the leader of the organization, I cannot gamble the lives of my subordinates on whether one individual might become enraged. All our plans remain uninitiated. Should all these individuals perish, the endeavor would inevitably come to a halt. I understand. However, do not act so recklessly next time. Such power, when unleashed, exacts a toll on your life. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from such actions in the future. After offering some comfort, Xiaonan did not step forward. Instead, she peered through a narrow gap to observe the outside world. This time, they truly faced the most terrifying enemy since the establishment of their organization. Uchiha Kai had reached a level of power akin to the legendary Uchiha Madara. However, their own so-called Uchiha Madara was, in comparison, woefully inadequate. Hey, what on earth is happening? You had better explain this to me. The members of the Akatsuki who had managed to escape had now gathered in one place, their faces smeared with grime, revealing an unmistakable semblance of trepidation. It was the first encounter with Uchiha Kai that left Scorpion, despite his long-established reputation, feeling a sense of fear. While some individuals may be unafraid of death, it does not imply they are devoid of fear. The situation they were currently facing exemplified this reality. With an angry shout, he looked at several people, his expression unchanged, yet the fury in his tone was palpable. Eternal Eye, interjected the masked man. Previously, it seemed the opponent had merely awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, but it turned out that he had activated the Eternal Eye. And what more, a pair of them? Uchiha Kai had mentioned this concept before. What exactly was the Eternal Eye? Even Uchiha Itachi, who typically remained indifferent to such matters, furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired. Clearly, this topic had touched upon his knowledge gap regarding the Uchiha clan. Now that the masked man had brought it up, Itachi was naturally curious to learn more. The Eternal Eye was a superior existence compared to the Manjiki Sharingan, and its usage would not yield any adverse effects on the eyes. This meant that as long as he wished and possessed sufficient power, his Manjiki Sharingan could be utilized an infinite number of times. The complete Susanoo, under the circumstances, should have evolved to its third stage. However, what kind of power had the opponent ultimately employed? As the masked man pondered this, he too was perplexed about Uchiha Kai's situation. They had clearly observed that Deidara's attacks had enveloped him. Even if the opponent was not killed, they should have sustained significant injuries. Yet, in the end, not even a thread of his clothing had been harmed. Space-time ability. One aspect of the opponent's ocular prowess must be spatial manipulation. I had been observing Uchiha Kai, who had instantaneously teleported behind Deidara without any trace of chakra, indicating he had directly traversed space. Thus, he must have sensed the attack before Deidara unleashed it. It was not difficult to deduce that this individual possessed another power, foresight. As Black Zetsu articulated this revelation, he seemed incredulous, questioning how such a power could possibly awaken in someone. Do not merely attribute this to Kurizetsu. Others around him are equally astonished. As their encounters deepen, this astonishing phenomenon seems unceasing. It is beyond comprehension. A being endowed with foresight, capable of spatial manipulation, and possessing such formidable strength transcends the very definition of humanity. Even the legendary god of ninjas from yesteryears would likely falter in comparison. Haiden exclaimed loudly, his mouth agape. The expression on Kakuzu's face was hardly more favorable. A single individual, relying solely on intimidation, has rendered this group introspective. In their prime, determining who among them is superior is a matter of speculation. If they were of the same age, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by Uchiha Kai. It is difficult to imagine who could attain such extraordinary prowess at that age. Kurizetsu remarked once more, reflecting on his own lengthy existence. He was astonished to be so profoundly moved by someone of a distant bloodline. In his long-standing beliefs, members of the Uchiha clan, lacking the pure lineage of their ancestors, rarely awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Even the most exceptional geniuses would struggle to reach such heights. Yet Uchiha Kai has shattered this preconceived notion. The activation of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is known to only a select few. Had it not been for Kurizetsu's prior disclosure to Uchiha Madara, the existence of such a power would remain unknown to the world. Moreover, Madara ultimately divulged this information solely to his masked companion. How the latter came to comprehend such capability is left to conjecture. The others fell into a contemplative silence, as they began to grasp the true nature of the individual before them. Meanwhile, the situation with the team had become increasingly dire. Though the assailant had retreated, the residual power of the earlier attack was palpable. They appeared disheveled and distressed, with the remnants of their carriage lying in ruins nearby. Tension gripped the group as they anxiously peered toward the site of the explosion. The immense shockwave generated by the blast had thrown them all off their feet. Even though they were not at the epicenter, the force of the shockwave inflicted varying degrees of injury upon them. Fortunately, no lives were lost. Yet the magnitude of the explosion instilled terror and apprehension in their hearts. Standing in the middle of the road, they anxiously awaited a glimpse of the area behind them. At long last, a figure staggered into view, prompting Hinata to shed tears of relief. Even Kiba, usually brash, was moved to tears, with snot trickling down to his lips. "Ah, it seems you all are safe." As he drew closer, Kai naturally noticed the scattered remnants of the carriage strewn across the ground. Instantly, a powerful attack he had unleashed flashed through his mind, and he wondered if he might have caused this. Embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile and raised his hand in greeting. The two women, along with that fellow Ya, swiftly approached him, calling out, "Brother Kai, Lord Kai, and Teacher Kai." Kai opened his arms and embraced the two young ladies. However, faced with the oncoming teeth and the dog, he showed no mercy and delivered a powerful kick that sent them flying. "Are you all right, Brother Kai?" Hinata quickly released her embrace and circled around Kai. Apart from a bit of dust on his clothing, he appeared to be unharmed. The recent massive explosion caused Tsukiyomi to express her concern. "Haha, my sincerest apologies. The situation we encountered was exceedingly perilous, and I inadvertently unleashed a significant attack." Kai awkwardly chuckled and remarked. This was his first encounter with the Earth Explosion Star technique, and he had unleashed its power to the utmost. To his surprise, a miscalculation in controlling the force resulted in an explosion that should have imploded, instead expanding outward. This indeed exemplifies a catastrophic loss of control over a formidable jutsu. It is evident that being in your company is the most perilous situation. Upon my return, I shall report this to Lord Hokage. You felt tears welling in his eyes, as he realized that the attack that nearly led to the annihilation of their team was instigated by none other than their own leader. Throughout their journey executing a B-rank mission, had it not been for Uchiha Kai, they likely would have encountered no peril at all. Yet, due to having such a powerful mentor, they had faced countless trials along the way. Now, they had narrowly escaped death once more. And this calamity was not even a consequence of their mission objective. "Is everyone all right?" Kai, noticing Reno seated on the ground with bandaged legs, inquired. "Huh? The little prince found himself at a loss for words in response to such a remark. The others shared a similar sentiment. The thrilling and perilous nature of this journey had utterly surpassed their expectations. If those individuals were indeed targeting them, this mission could not merely be classified as S-rank. It would likely warrant 3 S-rank assignments, and even the Hidden Leaf Village would find it challenging to accept such a task. Each of them was rendered speechless, overwhelmed to an extreme degree. What was meant to be a pleasant journey had unexpectedly been fraught with so many dangers. Fortunately, the path ahead seemed clear, leading them directly into the territory of the Land of Fire after traversing the Land of Grass. During this passage, they encountered no further threats. In the Hokage's office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade was clad in a voluminous robe, her appearance not markedly different from before. She sat with a leg crossed, observing the 3 individuals who had arrived and taken their seats. Tsunade handed over a letter stating, "Please take a moment to examine the contents of this correspondence from Iwagakure. They intend to send representatives in a month to sign a peace treaty with the Hidden Leaf Village. As esteemed members of our council, I wanted to consult you on this matter and gather your thoughts." The individuals seated across from her were Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and Yuhi Kurenai. As prominent figures within the Council of Elders in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was only natural that they be involved in significant matters. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the 3 initially paused. Then Hyuga Hizashi swiftly opened the envelope to reveal its contents. The letter detailed which individuals would be sent, their numbers, purposes, and the time frame for their arrival. Given the implications for both nations, the information was remarkably thorough, even specifying the items they would be bringing along. It clearly outlined the strength of the individuals coming, aimed at ensuring the Hidden Leaf Village could adequately prepare in advance. Why would Iwagakure suddenly make such a request? After the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, they had been the Hidden Leaf Village's most significant adversary, seemingly eager for conflict. This unexpected turn of events was indeed surprising. Hyuga Hizashi expressed his confusion, sensing an underlying motive. If I recall correctly, teammates' mission was to go to Iwagakure, wasn't it? Yuhi Kurenai inquired. At this moment, Nara Shikaku comprehended the situation, widening his eyes as he looked at Tsunade, then tentatively suggested, "Could this matter be connected to Uchiha Kai?" Although he was uncertain of the specifics, it was likely that this individual was involved in some capacity. Tsunade contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the formidable power of the opposing side, especially in the preceding days, upon discovering that the other party had indeed mastered the Sage Mode. It became plausible that they orchestrated certain events within their village, prompting the need to sign this agreement. Yet, the specifics remain inconclusive, leaving them unaware of the true circumstances at hand. The initiative taken by the Iwagakure to propose a peace agreement is undoubtedly a significant opportunity for our Konoha village, as it will considerably expand our options for future missions. Among the visiting delegation, one individual is likely the granddaughter of Inoki, and notably, their party comprises 6 Jonin and 5 Chunin. Even if there are elements of discord, we should be well equipped to manage the situation. Thus, the signing of this agreement will undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for us. Kajiku carefully placed the letter back into its envelope, rising to set it upon the Hokage's desk. You are correct. I share your sentiments, as this peace is a rare attainment. Therefore, I shall entrust this matter to you, Kajiku. I will respond shortly to grant their request. Meanwhile, please draft a list of attendees for the forthcoming peace agreement signing. They mentioned departing in a month, which suggests their arrival here will be approximately a month and a half later, Tsunade stated with a grave expression. Although this is not a war, the intensity of addressing such matters can surpass that of armed conflict, primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the sudden nature of their request. Since its establishment, Iwagakure has never proactively sought to forge a peace covenant with any village. For Tsunade, as the Hokage, this occurrence undeniably stabilizes her current position. Having only recently assumed the role, dissatisfaction within the village still lingers. However, if she can achieve what previous Hokages could not, her position will remain unassailable. Thus, it is imperative to approach this matter with utmost caution, as any unforeseen developments could jeopardize her leadership. Despite the present tranquility enveloping Konoha, it does not imply the absence of dissenting thoughts. Among the attendees, Hinata represents the commoners, holding the least authority, merely a nominal elder advisor, being the youngest. She lacks the capacity expected of the upper echelons, rendering her a passive listener in the discourse without the means to contribute. After a moment of silence, Hinata suddenly inquired, Hokage-sama, now that the Uchiha clan has returned, albeit with few members who have distanced themselves from the power center. Could we consider integrating their family's position closer to the inner workings of Konoha? I have no objections to this matter. Indeed, Uchiha Kai possesses the requisite strength at present. With Uchiha Sasuke having betrayed and departed, it is only natural that Uchiha Kai ascends to become the inaugural clan leader of the Uchiha family. I find such an arrangement to be quite necessary. After all, the Uchiha clan is rather distant from the village at this juncture, and many of the arrangements appear somewhat unreasonable. Nara Shikaku, in agreement with Hinata Hisashi's words, readily affirmed this sentiment. These two individuals are left with no choice. Their current positions are entirely a result of others' efforts. Since this matter has been broached, it is only fitting that actions be taken. Regardless, the Uchiha clan is indeed somewhat removed from the village. You need not worry about this. It is best for them to remain in their current position, and matters concerning the Uchiha shall be left for that rascal Kai to handle himself. Tsunade was rather surprised, not expecting the two of them to possess such a unified opinion. However, her understanding of that individual far surpassed that of the others present. Having said this, Tsunade stretched her neck and then continued the conversation that had been left unfinished last time, now addressing the fact that the Konoha Guard Division was entrusted to the civilian ninjas for management. Thus, the upcoming matters would be subject to approval by Yuhi Kurenai. Should you encounter any particularly troublesome issues, feel free to present them to me. Oh, Kurenai found herself unable to refute this throughout the discussion. She felt like merely a listener. Suddenly mentioned, she could only nod in agreement, somewhat dazed. As for other matters, I have a few requests to discuss, so please gather together to deliberate on them. Within the office, several individuals were engaged in intense discussions. However, in another corner of the village, an unsettling presence lingered. In a shadowy area, only the silhouette of a person leaning on a cane could be discerned. In the illuminated space outside, two individuals knelt on one knee, their heads bowed as they awaited instructions from the person within. How have you progressed with the tasks I assigned? The voice emerged, strikingly familiar. Danzo. As the figure slowly turned and stepped forward, a serious expression adorned his face as he regarded the two kneeling before him. Lord Danzo, we have nearly identified over 50 trustworthy individuals from the former root members, including 20 Jonin, who are now distributed among the Umbu. We will receive intelligence promptly, and in special circumstances, they will be capable of executing any tasks for us. The individual's black mask obscured nearly half of their face, leaving only the nose and mouth visible. Clad in a voluminous garment, their entire form was shrouded in darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a few insects crawling across his face. However, this individual appeared utterly indifferent to such occurrences, kneeling on the ground and reporting the situation with unwavering focus. For Danzo, this level of detachment was clearly unsatisfactory. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath and then spoke with a fierce expression, declaring that Tsunade was unworthy of her position, as she would only lead the village into ruin. Therefore, he insisted that any intelligence regarding the village must be relayed to him without delay, leaving no detail overlooked. Understood? Understood. Furthermore, he instructed to devise ways to incite conflict between the villages, ensuring the execution of these plans with utmost discretion, so as not to arouse any suspicion. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to displace that woman from her position. Yes, after issuing these directives, a slow smile finally graced Danzo's lips. With a sardonic grin, he gazed up at the sky, for this was in alignment with his modus operandi. Even without occupying that position, he could still manipulate the village's affairs. At last, they had returned. As the 5 individuals approached the entrance of Konoha village, they bore expressions of profound fatigue. They had never anticipated that this mission would culminate in escorting the young prince, Riano, to the royal capital, a journey that had consumed nearly 3 months of their lives. Nevertheless, returning to the capital was not entirely undesirable, for at least he had the opportunity to visit his home in Shurut Street. However, upon his return, he discovered that only a few individuals responsible for cleaning remained, while the others had long since departed. Once again standing at the village's entrance, he noticed that many new buds had begun to emerge from the trees. It seemed that this time he could afford to rest for several days. If there were no pressing matters, he would take his leave. Yara appeared no less weary than the others, with even Akamaru resting his head in exhaustion. Good day, Lord Kai. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, 2 guards stationed at the gate swiftly approached, forming a line and bowing deeply while exclaiming loudly. The sudden display startled Kai, who turned to regard them, asking, "What is the meaning of this? Lord Kai, it has been so long since your last return. Seeing you now is the only way to express our admiration." Indeed, observing their demeanor, Kai pouted in disdain. Had they been two beautiful women? He might have been more amenable. However, these men appeared to be of a similar age to Kakashi, and such adoration from them was not something Kai wished to witness. Very well, very well. He dismissed them with a wave of his hand, stating, "I will return to check on the progress of the house. You may head back on your own. Brother Kai, you must pay a visit to Lord Hokage to report on this mission before you can return. This has always been the established rule." Hinata hastily reminded him. "What nonsense is this? However, I shall let it go for today. I am utterly exhausted. So I will return home to rest properly and address it tomorrow." Kai waved his hand dismissively and then, cradling his head with both hands, strode purposefully out. Uchiha followed closely behind, gradually retreating from the silent gazes of the three individuals. "Hey, I have no desire to associate with this guy any longer. Shall we personally seek out Lord Hokage to request a different Jonin instructor? If all else fails, we could undertake missions on our own. Staying with him is far too perilous." As he watched Uchiha Kai walk further away, he reflected on the arduous journey of the past few months and, overwhelmed, plopped down on the ground. "I think this is quite satisfactory." Shino chose not to respond, instead relishing the experience. As for Hinata, she simply waved her hand and said, "Well, I shall take my leave first." "Wow, splendid. Just as I imagined." The surroundings were indeed shrouded by a dense forest, with merely a narrow pathway leading inward. The entire route was constructed of wooden walkways, approximately 50 centimeters above the ground and about 2 meters wide. Exquisite railings adorned both sides, creating a seemingly endless vista. As they emerged from the thick woods, a vast expanse of lawn unfolded before their eyes. In the midst of the grassy area stood 2 grand trees, proudly erect. The buildings in the distance had been fully erected. After 3 months, they were nearly completed. The overall architecture exuded a sense of grandeur, unmistakably akin to high-end luxury residences. "Lord Kai, where is this place?" Uchiha inquired, trailing behind and feeling somewhat awestruck by the environment, particularly the impressive scale of the buildings, which she had never encountered in her life. "Ah, this is my home. To be precise, it will be our home. Our home." The words resonated pleasantly, and as soon as she uttered them, Uchiha found herself envisioning her own wedding gown. Imagining herself holding Uchiha Kai's hand, the two of them leisurely strolling across the lawn. Embracing and kissing each other, the once audacious girl felt her cheeks flush with shyness. Just as she realized the intensity of Uchiha Kai's gaze upon her, she was taken aback and hastily retreated several steps. "What on earth has been occupying my thoughts day after day?" Kai was momentarily speechless, turning around with his hands tucked into his pockets, savoring the architectural beauty surrounding him. He then proceeded directly towards the direction of his new home. "Welcome home, Brother Kai." A few individuals rushed out even before he reached the door. Their attire was rather peculiar, notably Uchiha Dai-san, who surprisingly wore an apron, the kind that hung around the neck. As for Hikari, upon spotting Kai, she dashed towards him, but, perhaps feeling a bit unkempt, halted abruptly before him instead of leaping into his embrace as she used to. "Lord Kai, you have returned," Dai-san greeted with a smile, stepping forward to acknowledge him. "I took a brief trip and, noticing your absence, presumed you would be here." Kai gently ruffled Ying's hair and inquired, "What are you all doing dressed like this?" It was not just the two of them wearing aprons. Even Xianglin and that girl, Yu, were clad in the same attire. "Of course, we are tidying up. Your return today is quite timely. We just completed the handover a few days ago. If all goes well, we can move in tonight," Ying exclaimed with an adorable expression. However, she also noticed the crescent moon pendant that Kai wore, and Yu's carefree demeanor revealed her lack of shyness. When you noticed their gaze upon her, she stepped forward with a slight smile and introduced herself loudly. "I am Yu, and I shall become Kai Darren's." "Be quiet. I am the one who will be Kai Onaikan's wife," Ying interjected, her voice rising in protest. "What?" Before you could finish her sentence, Ying's loud outburst interrupted her. Uchiha Kai's eyes nearly bulged out, and even DSHN was left agape. The onlookers were equally astonished. "I merely meant to say that I will undoubtedly become Kai Darren's right hand," you muttered in confusion, her unfinished thought lingering in the air. Ying averted her gaze slightly. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention upon her, she felt as if she could easily conjure a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Yet, after a moment of awkwardness, Laughter and merriment ensued. Raising her eyes to the three-story building, she perceived it to be far more opulent than what she had glimpsed on Short Street. The expenditure here was less than that spent over there, yet the quality received was immensely superior. The construction pace here was significantly swifter than she had anticipated. After all, there was no need to procure or manufacture timber. Here, one merely needed to issue a task, and people would scurry over to accomplish everything. Come on, let us go home and take a look. Kai once again affectionately ruffled the head of Ing, who was caught in an awkward moment, and with a subtle smile, he spoke. All that lay before him were his family, his sole connection to this world. Taking a deep breath, he stepped over the threshold. My Lord Kai, everything here has been designed and constructed according to your wishes. We are currently tidying up. Would you like to take a look around? Dajan inquired as he followed closely behind Kai. Why not assign a task for others to handle? He mused. His sister insisted that since this was their home, the initial cleaning must be done by themselves. Thus they had no choice but to roll up their sleeves and get to work. That's quite a commendable thought. Upon entering the house, Kai gazed at the living room, which soared at least 10 meters high. This was the grandeur he had envisioned. The grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling reached approximately 5 meters, while another crystal chandelier dangled directly to the floor near the upward spiral staircase. The furniture within was meticulously arranged, all harmoniously styled to complement the decor. Kai, I want the room at the very top, you exclaimed, suddenly appearing before him, pouting and pointing at him. Huh, which room at the top? They said that room is yours, but I like it, so could you possibly let me have it? Changing her demeanor, you tugged at Kai's arm, playfully asking. Huh, you might as well forget it. How about becoming the lady of the house and living here together? Are you out of your mind? After Kai finished speaking, you was momentarily taken aback, but she soon grasped the meaning behind his words. She threw a punch. Yet Kai merely sidestepped in a symbolic manner, narrowly evading her blow. Realizing she had missed, you launched another attack, but even with Uchiha Kai's back turned to her, he was still able to deftly avoid her strikes. You scoundrel, just you wait. I will occupy that room. Seeing that Uchiha Kai paid her no mind, you pouted in frustration. I've already told you not to set your sights on that room. It was specifically reserved for Lord Kai during the planning. Bang. DSHN, standing nearby, made a sarcastic remark, and as soon as he finished speaking, you, filled with indignation, landed a punch on his face. I can still hit something, she murmured, looking at her own fist. The top floor room had been meticulously cleaned, immaculate and spotless, with even the bedding neatly arranged. The spacious room, adorned in blue, imbued a sense of serenity. Pulling open the adjacent glass door revealed a vast terrace, complete with sofas and other furnishings. From this vantage point, one could clearly see the 100-acre lake she had crafted with her own hands. A central pavilion had been established within the crystalline waters, where fish could be seen swimming back and forth, surrounded by blooming trees and lush greenery. Although certain aspects fell short of her expectations, overall, it closely resembled her vision. She collapsed onto the sofa, leaning back and gazing up at the sky. At times, everything felt almost dreamlike, as the scene before her was both tangible and real. Yet, even so, Kai still had yet to comprehend the circumstances of his arrival in this world. Everything appeared aimless. Was his presence here merely to instigate change? His thoughts had always been simple: to spend this lifetime leisurely, free from worries and concerns, living a life of tranquil solitude. If possible, he would marry an elderly woman or even several wives. That would constitute a truly leisurely existence. However, all of this remained confined to the realm of fantasy. Sitting there, enveloped in tranquility, with not a hint of discordant noise, he could faintly discern a medley of fragrant aromas. There was the earthy scent of the soil, the fresh fragrance of newly sprouted trees, and the essence emanating from the newly constructed house. In every aspect, if one were to savor it closely, this tranquility was precisely what he ardently sought, an escape from the chaos of a mundane existence, devoid of tumult and strife. You're awake, Brother Kai? To his surprise, he had unwittingly dozed off while reclining on the sofa. It had been an eternity since he had last experienced such serenity. Though I have been diligently executing my tasks over the past few months, undisturbed even during slumber, this tranquil existence feels entirely different. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld Ing sitting beside me. I swiftly rose, stretching my shoulders, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I just arrived," Ing replied, puffing her cheeks and turning her face away, her hands seemingly at a loss for where to rest. She then continued, "It's time to eat. Perhaps you should have your meal before returning to sleep?" Staying at home is indeed a different experience compared to being outside. Kai rose, rubbed his face, and took a deep breath, his expression instantly relaxing as he gazed at Ing. He reached out and affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "Let us be off. Brother Kai, now that we have just settled in, should we not extend an invitation to Teacher Kai and the others? Indeed, it is only proper to invite them, along with the heads of the prominent families. Although we no longer reside here under the Uchiha name, we still bear this surname. Now that we have returned to the village, we must tend to these interpersonal relations. Tomorrow, you and Daxian should prepare and arrange for a more formal invitation. Let Daxian personally deliver it, and we shall set the date for 7 days hence. Additionally, please extend an invitation to Teacher Kai and Teacher Kakashi, and let us have them over for dinner tomorrow evening to celebrate." Kai paused momentarily, yet without any hesitation, he proceeded to make arrangements. "All right, I understand. I will go with my brother tomorrow," Ing remarked, gazing at the earnest expression of Uchiha Kai. At the age of 14, she felt an abundance of fluttering emotions within her. How delightful it smells. The sun had yet to descend. To be precise, it was still the afternoon. Kai had already returned for a day, and one must admit that the comfort of being at home is an indulgence utterly absent in the outside world. The previously tranquil mansion suddenly erupted into a lively atmosphere. Although dinner was scheduled for the evening and the sun had yet to set, Might Guy had already arrived. Not only him, but he had also brought along several classmates. "Teacher Kai, this place is truly opulent." Lee Rock's reaction contrasted sharply with that of Might Guy, as he was immediately awestruck by the grandeur before him. It far surpassed any place he had ever visited, standing in stark contrast to his own humble abode. "Lee, if you wish to live in such a house, you must exert considerable effort. You would need to undertake at least 100 S-rank missions to even dream of residing in a place like this. Moreover, you'd need to maintain a good rapport with the Hokage to secure such a vast estate." Never mind. Upon hearing Niji Hyuga's words, Lee Rock's excitement swiftly diminished. "Teacher Kai, everyone please have a seat. Do you know what you'd like to drink today? We have coffee, lemonade, tea, and various beverages." "Teacher Kai, would you prefer lemonade? The iced version, perhaps?" Xianglin, adorned in an exquisite Lolita princess outfit, her red hair cascading elegantly and complemented by black-framed glasses, appeared particularly refined. Devoid of the typical demeanor associated with a ninja, her delicate makeup and courteous manners radiated warmth through her gentle words. Both Niji Hyuga and Lee Rock found their gazes inadvertently drawn to the side, where Ten stood. "What are you two idiots staring at?" Ten, well aware of their thoughts, immediately raised her fist in a display of disdain. "Haha, Xianglin looks stunning today. If the opportunity arises, she might make a perfect match for my little disciple." The sudden compliment caused Xianglin's face to flush crimson, leaving her awkwardly rooted in place. "Apologies. I'll just have a glass of lemonade. What would you like to drink?" Might Guy cheerfully redirected the conversation, turning to the 3 little ones he had brought along. "I want a soda." "Coffee. I want a soda too." Upon hearing their drink preferences, Xianglin politely nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. This place is truly remarkable." "Teacher Kai, may I explore it?" Lee Rock could no longer contain his excitement and curiously inquired of Might Guy. Seated on the sofa, Might Guy bounced around like a child, but upon hearing Lee Rock's request, he paused and replied, "I cannot make that decision. You should ask little Kai when he arrives." "No need to ask. If you wish to explore, go ahead. Even if you wish to stay here tonight, that is perfectly fine." As Might Guy finished speaking, Uchiha Kai descended directly from the upper floor, observing the few individuals who had arrived. He was somewhat surprised at their early arrival, though such occurrences seemed rather commonplace. At least for Might Guy, this was undoubtedly a familiar situation. "Ah, young Kai," Might Guy exclaimed, raising his hand in greeting upon seeing Uchiha Kai approach. "My apologies, Kai-sensei, I did not expect you to arrive so early. I regret not coming out to welcome you. It feels rather impolite." Uchiha Kai stepped forward, sat beside Might Guy, and lowered his head, expressing genuine contrition. "There's no need for such formality. Before your return, I frequently visited this place. After all, this is your residence, and lately, I have been engaged in nothing but trivial tasks that hardly necessitated my departure. I have become quite familiar with this locale." Might Guy waved his hand dismissively, flashing a broad smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. "I truly appreciate your hospitality. I wonder, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" It seems I have no particular engagements. Then let us enjoy a few drinks together today." Kai smiled, exuding the essence of a sunny boy. "How polite. Every day." He quietly observed the older brother before him, who was only a few years his senior, mirroring the gaze of Lee Rock and Niji Hyuga. Their interactions were limited. Yet the other party not only possessed remarkable strength, but also displayed such courtesy at every encounter, particularly from their very first meeting. The demeanor of the other had taken her by surprise. After all, ninjas are primarily trained for killing, and their strength is often aimed at that very purpose. Those who exhibit such etiquette typically reside among the nobility, a rarity in their usual experiences. As she turned her gaze towards Niji Hyuga and Lee Rock, she found that these two had little room for rebuttal. Their familiarity with each other, having grown up together, left little space for formality. Tea had arrived. Xiang Lin approached with a tray, politely placing the requested glass of lemonade before Mike Kai. Subsequently, she set down the remaining 3 cups of tea beside the other seats. Little Kai, I hear that you are hosting a banquet in 6 days. Ah, Kai, you arrived quite early. Just as Mike Kai was about to speak, a voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Following the sound, they turned towards the entrance to find Kakashi standing there, clutching his little yellow book. Upon entering, he promptly closed the book and tucked it away. Kakashi-sensei. Uchiha Kai stood up to greet him. Kakashi-sensei, have you come alone today? Without needing many words, Xiang Lin approached with a smile, her tone gentle as she inquired, well, it seems that only 2 of us remain in our class, and Sakura likely has little desire to partake in such an event. Kakashi hesitated before responding. In the past few months, Konoha had not been devoid of changes. After all, Uchiha Sasuke had indeed departed the village, in line with the original storyline. Naruto had also begun his journey with Jiraiya, and it seemed that for the next 2 years, their figures and voices would be absent. Kakashi-sensei, please come inside. I hope we haven't disturbed your time. Such matters should be communicated in advance. However, I only just returned yesterday and humbly ask for your understanding for this abrupt invitation. Uchiha Kai approached Kakashi, offering a slight nod while gesturing an invitation. The spacious hall could easily accommodate dozens of individuals, and even a casual conversation within such an expanse seemed to echo. Kakashi, seated there, did not share the buoyant spirit of Might Guy. The two had been rivals for a lifetime, with Guy consistently initiating their contests. However, since Uchiha Kai's return, Guy seldom broached the subject of their competitions. Recently, perhaps on a whim, while in each other's company, Kakashi inquired if Kai was interested in a match. Perhaps not. Let us wait until you cultivate a disciple as exceptional as young Kai, then we shall compete. The memory of Guy's bright, beaming smile caused Kakashi to involuntarily twitch his lips, even as he held a cup of water. Indeed, observing Uchiha Kai, who sat there conversing amiably and exuding politeness, Kakashi felt at a disadvantage. His former Team 7 could merely be deemed his students, a stark contrast to the bond between Uchiha Kai and Might Guy. A few days later, the Uchiha clan returned to Konoha, a fact known to virtually every villager. This development stemmed from the Hokage's decree, leaving little room for dissent. However, today the typically tranquil village was abuzz with excitement. Days prior, the prominent families had received invitations from Uchiha Kai. Although their new residence was established, and it was made clear they did not represent the Uchiha clan, the weight of their surname and formidable prowess commanded respect. Konoha housed many prominent families, alongside numerous smaller ones, some of which had begun to decline over the decades of village development. Today, Hinata Hyuga donned a particularly formal attire. A long robe complemented by flowing hair, bestowing upon him an air of elegance. Is everything prepared? He inquired, glancing at his 2 daughters, who were busy with their tasks. All set, Hinata replied, holding a gift box as she turned to face her father, only to follow up with, are we really just delivering this? Indeed, he answered succinctly. Since we are ready, let us proceed. I anticipate that the gathering will be quite lively. Today, Hinata appeared especially radiant, a rare departure from her usual mission attire, embracing a more casual ensemble. Aside from her slightly chilled expression, she exuded the grace that a standard beauty should possess. Standing beside her was none other than Hinata Hanabi, the youngest daughter of the Hyuga clan, who now appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age. As for the topic of discussion, Uchiha Kai, the young girl could confidently declare that she had never laid eyes on him. However, in just a few short months, even a child like her had become quite familiar with his name. Sister, what kind of person is Uchiha Kai? Hanabi inquired softly, glancing up at Hinata, who was walking ahead. Before she could receive a reply, the little girl continued, I heard he is an incredibly powerful individual. Is that true? She gestured animatedly as she spoke. At that moment, Hinata's husband, Hayashi, turned his gaze toward his daughter, his expression growing slightly stern. The etiquette within the Hyuga family was far more stringent than that of the Uchiha. With just a single glance, Hanabi immediately lowered her head, refraining from speaking any louder. Yet, Hinata smiled gently, bending down to whisper in her sister's ear, "You'll meet him soon enough. You can ask him yourself then." "Humph. How stingy." Hanabi pouted. Her cheeks puffed in mild irritation. The Uchiha clan's territory, in truth, now belonged solely to Uchiha Kai, spanning thousands of acres. This land was seldom visited by either ordinary citizens or ninjas, especially following the near extermination of the Uchiha clan. Since the clan's return, however, their influence on the entirety of Konoha village had been substantial. During the interval from the Uchiha massacre to Kai's return, the general consensus was that only Uchiha Sasuke remained of the clan. Yet, with Kai's emergence, perceptions of the Uchiha began to shift anew. It was unexpected to learn that 3 members of the Uchiha had managed to escape the calamity of that massacre, and they had returned to reclaim their former residence with remarkable success. With the absence of their once numerous kin, the vast space now housed only their family, transforming into a sprawling meadow. The opulent structures and exquisite decorations, as well as the beautifully manicured lawns outside, had all become relics of the past. For those who have arrived, every detail exudes a sense of comfort. As they traverse the wooden walkway, the alterations made just the previous day are evident on this side of the path. Uchiha Kai has thoughtfully constructed a pink corridor within a 1-meter radius on either side of the walkway. The area is adorned with a profusion of pink flowers that seamlessly extend into the residential zone. Even the pathway has been meticulously laid with a tidy red carpet, creating an extraordinary ceremonial atmosphere that renders the first step into this space simply astounding. "Teacher Kai, it seems a bit inappropriate for us to come today, especially since we weren't invited." The third class remains as it always has. Mike Guy, accompanied by his students, gazes at the still empty area ahead, clearly the first to arrive. However, upon hearing Tian's remark, Mike Guy swiftly turns around, revealing his broad smile and flashing his thumbs up, exclaiming, "Oh, Tian, there's no need to worry. We've brought gifts today. Indeed, these 2 items are rather costly." Dialogue raises his gifts high, swiftly approaching Mike Guy, grinning and mimicking his enthusiasm. Niji, Hyuga, and Tian exchange bewildered glances at this scene, utterly perplexed by the antics of these 2 fools. Why bring 2 dumbbells to celebrate? And what else with the red ribbons tied around them? Who gives such things? Yet, recalling their first encounter with Mike Guy, when he insisted on gifting each of them a set of spandex, this peculiar offering seems somewhat more fitting. With an exasperated sigh, Niji lowers his head and ponders aloud. Is it truly appropriate to arrive so early when the event doesn't commence for quite some time? Well, since there's nothing pressing. I heard this banquet is a buffet style. Aren't you curious? Arriving early allows us to see if there's anything we can assist with. Mike Guy sees no issue with this, as such occasions are not unfamiliar to him. Lee, with nearly an hour and a half until the event begins, let us seize this time to revel in our youth and proceed with 5,000 steps of handstands. In an instant, he transforms from a contemplative figure into a muscle-bound enthusiast, devoid of any rational thought. Oh, upon hearing Rock Lee's exuberant shout, Tian and Niji genuinely wish to distance themselves from this spectacle. This situation would surely embarrass their leader. Observing their excitement, they refrain from voicing any objections, silently trailing behind. If possible, I too wish to one day inhabit such a place, cultivating flowers and plants, and savoring a more leisurely existence. Having taken only a few steps, I gazed at the scenery on either side, feeling the gentle spring breeze caressing my face. I leaned against the road railing, inhaling deeply, and looked into the distance before turning to Hinata Niji and saying, "You are right. I too yearn for a life of freedom." Yet, some things seem predestined from the very beginning. In contrast to my daydreams, Hinata Niji appeared somewhat withdrawn, burdened by a profound sense of helplessness regarding life. How can you harbor such thoughts? How could everything possibly be predetermined from the outset? I turned to lean against the railing, intrigued by his words. "It seems you do not know enough about our senior Kai. Just yesterday, my father expressed his immense feelings about this matter, recalling that he was merely 11 when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Yet even in such dire circumstances, he took the Uchiha siblings, Deus-han, and changed their fateful demise, leading them away from this village. Before their clan's destruction, Kai was an inconspicuous individual in the village, notable only for his talent in taijutsu. with few even aware of his existence. However, upon his return, he had transformed into a celebrated figure, possessing formidable strength and living a life that many envy. Thus, fate is not fixed. It depends on whether you genuinely desire to change it. Can it be changed? Hinata Niji echoed my words, poised to express his thoughts when suddenly, Lee Rock, who had been running on his hands ahead of us, shouted, "You two, hurry up." These two fools. Just as a man and a woman were poised to engage in a heartfelt conversation, their moment was abruptly interrupted by those two muscle-bound figures. Is this for real? Brother Kai, I have never seen you cook before. I never expected you to be in the kitchen today. The kitchen in the villa was astonishingly vast, likely larger than the homes of many others. The space alone measured at least 100 square feet, with stone countertops surrounding it, all impeccably clean and orderly. At that moment, the entire assembly had gathered here, eagerly anticipating today's celebration. Even little Suki was perched on the counter, watching with great excitement. Kai looked on in disbelief at Uchiha Kai, who donned formal attire yet wore an apron. With deft and delicate hands, he swiftly sliced the cake into exquisite portions, presenting them on plates with such artistry that one might hesitate to indulge. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. The Uchiha Kai, who had never set foot in a kitchen before, was now crafting such elegant desserts. If it were just this one creation, it might have been forgivable, but the cart beside him was already filled with an array of intricate confections. May I sample one? The moon could no longer contain herself, and her mouth had already begun to water profusely. The exquisite aroma emanating from the dessert seemed to offer her no respite. Do not indulge in those over there. We have prepared enough for each of you. Given the larger than usual turnout today, it appears we will need to prepare even more. As previously arranged, Dashin, please step outside to greet the guests. I estimate it will not be long before they arrive. You, Xianglin, and Yuya, you three are responsible for welcoming them in the hall. Shortly, all the hot dishes will be entrusted to your care. It seems you shall indeed bear a heavier burden. Kai spoke, gently flicking the top of Ying's head as he inquired, "What shall I do?" Little Yu, still shorter than the cabinet, made a special trip to ask, "You, how about you take charge of serving the dishes? Rest assured, this task is entrusted to me," Little Yu declared with utmost confidence. "As for you, my Lord Kai, I shall step out to welcome the guests. I will leave a clone here. Should anything arise, feel free to summon me," Dasha stated, promptly creating a clone. As for his original self, he made his way to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan, specifically the entrance of their grand residence, to prepare for the arrival of guests from various families. A total of over 130 invitations had been filled out and delivered to each individual. The vast quantity of families in Konoha village is arguably the highest among the 5 great shinobi villages, although some clans may now be dwindling. Like the Hitaki clan to which Kakashi belongs, now merely represented by him alone, it is undeniable that they hold a noble status among the ninjas of Konoha. You all should tend to your tasks. The guests will be arriving shortly, so be prepared for their reception. Since our numbers are few, each of you will create 3 clones to assist in the welcoming. I shall also leave a few clones in the kitchen to lend a hand. As Kai busily attended to his tasks, he addressed those around him, inquiring why they did not summon some servants to assist. Absolutely not. You interjected immediately, countering her suggestion. This notion had crossed her mind during their previous stay in the short book street. Had it not been for the fact that everyone was destined to leave that place for this new life, Hinata likely would not have considered recruiting anyone to guard it. Despite not fully grasping the reason behind the girl's steadfastness, they chose not to press the matter further. As time progressed, individuals began to arrive from the outer regions, both familiar and unfamiliar faces alike. It was undeniable that the number of attendees was quite substantial. "Welcome, Teacher Kakashi." Mike Guy, who had been resting inside for over half an hour, approached with a small gift box in hand. As he neared, Yamashita, dressed in formal attire, slightly bowed and greeted him. "Yamashita, I didn't anticipate your presence here today." Kakashi replied with a broad smile, gently patting Yamashita on the shoulder. "I sincerely apologize, but Lord Kai is currently occupied with other matters. Thus, I shall express our gratitude on behalf of everyone. Please, Teacher Kakashi, step inside. Tea and refreshments have been arranged, and Kai is awaiting you for a chat." Yamashita gestured invitingly, mindful that others were gradually arriving and that lengthy conversations with Kakashi were not feasible. "Oh, I hadn't realized that fellow had already arrived. You carry on. I shall head inside." Kakashi waved dismissively and stepped onto the crimson carpet that had been laid out. Regardless of the circumstances, the leaders of various clans had indeed gathered for this occasion. Following closely behind were the Hyuga clan, succeeded by the Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans, with other families trailing closely behind. What had been a tranquil atmosphere moments ago began to transform into a lively bustle. Within a mere 10 minutes, the previously quiet hall became increasingly animated and boisterous. Many attendees arrived, with each clan bringing along their kin. For instance, the Hyuga clan, led by Hisashi, often brought their children along. Such gatherings in this village were indeed rare, especially with so many prominent families in attendance. Although mixed motivations may have accompanied their presence, the current atmosphere appeared quite vibrant. The clan leaders inside were engaged in leisurely conversation, a rare luxury for them. Indeed, absolute unity within a family is a myth, often interwoven with a tapestry of grievances and affections. During this gathering, as they sip tea and engage in light-hearted banter, the air is filled with laughter and joy. Sister, the ambience here is truly serene and beautiful, exuding an aura of complete tranquility. How delightful it would be if we could reside in a place like this. If such sentiments were expressed by anyone else, they would hardly raise eyebrows. However, these words emanate from none other than the petite princess of the illustrious Hyuga clan, the most formidable and populous family in the entirety of Konohagakure. The Hyuga clan, renowned not only for its numerical strength and exceptional prowess, but also for its substantial wealth, derives its affluence from lucrative business ventures, in addition to undertaking ninja missions within the village. Thus, the Hyuga clan can undoubtedly be classified as invisible magnates. Yet, even amid such opulence, Hinata's candid admiration for their surroundings in the pavilion at Hanabi Lake evoked envy among her peers. Those privileged to be present are primarily her contemporaries, many of whom were once classmates. Upon hearing Hanabi's envious remark, the expressions of the others transformed, revealing their own sentiments of longing. The surrounding environment is indeed exceedingly pleasant, with the pavilion nestled closely by the lake, creating a refreshing atmosphere. After returning from a mission, they heard rumors of an unexpected arrival from the Uchiha clan, someone whose strength was rumored to be astonishingly formidable, yet they had yet to lay eyes upon this individual. The speaker was a young woman, with fair skin and golden hair, unmistakably a person of noble lineage, Ino Yamanaka, the esteemed daughter of the Yamanaka clan. As a member of the revered Inoshikacho trio, the Yamanaka clan stands as a pinnacle of aristocracy in the village. Since Uchiha Kai's return, they had been engaged in missions, returning only recently. Thus their knowledge of his sudden appearance was limited. Among the dozen or so individuals seated in the pavilion, several piqued their interest in response to Ino's unexpected inquiry. What is so special about him? When on a mission, one should avoid associating with such fools. Just the thought of it is disconcerting. Upon hearing that someone wished to meet Uchiha Kai, Kiba felt a mix of confusion and trepidation, recalling the harrowing experiences of the past few months, which felt akin to having one foot in the depths of hell. What on earth is happening? Akimichi Choji, munching on chips, inquired with curiosity. Don't mind his ramblings. Kai is genuinely impressive. Hinata quickly responded. Brother? It seemed that some significant gossip was afoot. Previously unaware of these matters, and having never encountered Uchiha Kai or even heard of him, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji found themselves incredulously craning their necks, eager to indulge in the unfolding intrigue at Hinata's sudden address of Uchiha Kai. After all, her sister had known Uchiha Kai since she was 3 years old, so such a form of address was entirely fitting. Hinata Hanabi observed her sister's sudden blush with a hint of disdain, yet she still took the time to elucidate the situation to the others. It was surprising to learn that she had known him for so long. She had never heard of Uchiha Kai before, except for a brief mention from their father a few days prior, noting that he had always been at the bottom of the class. It was only after studying physical techniques under teacher Kai that he began to gain some recognition. You guys must know more about this than I do, right? Nara Shikamaru inquired, glancing at the three who were playfully teasing the fish in the water from the opposite side of the pavilion. No wonder they were placed in the same class, engaging in such frivolity. If it were just Lee and Tintin, it would be one thing, but even Hinata Niji was following suit. Although they were still youthful, they were no longer mere children. Had this been in the past, they would have long been on the battlefield. Yet here they were, playing in the water, seemingly oblivious to the childishness of their game during these peaceful times. However, upon hearing his name called, Lee quickly turned around, pondering briefly before stating, I don't know much about Brother Kai. I only trained with Teacher Kai for 2 months before returning, and that was the first time I met Brother Kai. On that very day, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and he vanished from sight. I initially thought he had perished, only to hear news of him years later, having transformed into a figure of admiration and strength. I've only gathered bits and pieces from Teacher Kai, who mentioned that Brother Kai trained harder than I did back then, though I'm uncertain of his methods. He would engage in the most rigorous training possible every single day. Isn't that not much different from you? Asked Choji. But after such intense training, I need at least 3 days to recuperate, while he manages to do so daily. That is the gap between us. Li Lok spoke earnestly. Indeed. He could not compare to the other party's extraordinary regenerative abilities, which were simply astounding. The reason for their superior strength lay in the fact that Uchiha Kai stimulated every cell of his body through chakra attributes after each training session. Such an endeavor was fraught with risks. Not everyone could endure it. Since you were so curious, it seems the time has come for us to proceed and observe the event. If you have any thoughts at that moment, feel free to inquire directly. Niji, after a final splash of water, swiftly rose and straightened his attire before exclaiming, "Let us go. I too wish to see what the young man my father deems the most formidable in the village is truly like." Ino took a deep breath. She held no significant opinions about the Uchiha clan, nor had she ever harbored any hostility, particularly considering that Uchiha Sasuke was also a member of that clan. Her curiosity about this so-called powerful youth intensified. The gathering was not held indoors, but rather on a flat expanse of grass outside. Near the villa, a square stage had already been erected, devoid of excessive decorations, simply serving as a platform. To the right of everyone, 5 or 6 rows of tables, approximately 15 meters long and 1 meter wide, were neatly arranged. Each long table was adorned with exquisite red tablecloths, and one table bore over 100 elegant stem glasses. Within this venue, no chairs were placed. However, at the back of the grassy area, about 50 meters from the stage, there existed a seating area approximately 40 meters in length. Inside the villa's hall, a voice rang out, "I apologize, esteemed guests, but the main event will be held outdoors. I kindly ask everyone to move outside." Yamashita, clad in a refined suit with his hair neatly styled, approached the gathering of family heads engaged in conversation. He placed his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect and addressed those present. "I sincerely apologize for the interruption. The main ceremony is about to commence, so I kindly ask you to proceed outdoors." Other hosts, including Yu, Yuetai, and Xianglin, began to notify everyone. Among them were some who had already started to tour the villa. Aside from the prohibition of access to the 3rd floor, the remaining areas were open for exploration. After all, being in someone else's home is a privilege granted by the host, and it is only natural to adhere to their wishes. No one voiced any objections as they rose from the plush sofas, some still holding the tea that had been previously served. The weather today was neither hot nor cold. The sky was devoid of sunlight, and with a gentle breeze caressing them, it was far more pleasant to be outdoors during this vibrant spring season than to remain indoors. It seemed that the time was drawing near, prompting someone to suggest that they should conclude their discussions for the day and venture outside. In the room sat a rather distinguished group: Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure; Hayashi Hyuga, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan; Shikaka Nara, the head of the Nara family, and another member of the Elder Council, Waihai Kurenai. The reason for their gathering in a separate room was Tsunade's desire to address some other matters during this occasion. The letter from Awagakure, requesting to sign a peace treaty, was an exceedingly favorable development for Konohagakure. Furthermore, it had dawned upon them that Uchiha Kai's strength was nearly capable of suppressing an entire village, compelling the very village that yearned for conflict to seek a peace agreement. This display of power was immensely advantageous for Tsunade and, by extension, for all of Konohagakure. Hence, the purpose of having Uchiha Kai present was due to his habitual disregard for the orders of the Hokage. Even though he had acquired the headband symbolizing his allegiance to Konohagakure, he had yet to don it on his forehead or even keep it in his pocket. Who would know he was a member of Konohagakure when he stepped outside? The aim of their gathering was straightforward: to await the completion of the peace treaty with Awagakure and to encourage Uchiha Kai to visit other villages. The overt rationale was simple: merely to pay visits to other villages, but the underlying intentions were understood by all. As the conversation remained unfinished, Uchiha Kai stood up, prompting Tsunade to furrow her brow in dissatisfaction and inquire, "Just give me a clear answer. Do you agree or not?" I must say, this isn't the topic for today, is it? I have numerous matters to consider. At the very least, allow me some time to ponder this before I inform you whether I will visit the other villages." Kai spoke, his expression a portrait of exasperation. He had no desire to engage in such endeavors, for they held no significance for him and merely encroached upon his leisure time, proving to be a thankless task. Even though each mission dispatched to other villages was classified as an S-rank task, the monetary reward held little allure for him. By not overtly accepting the proposition, he was essentially declining it. Each person present was astute. The implications of their dialogue had long been deciphered, given that they had been conversing for nearly half an hour. Uchiha Kai neither explicitly rejected nor accepted any statement made, which only fueled Tsunade's ire, making her wish she could physically reprimand him. However, she ultimately suppressed her discontent and patiently articulated that this matter bore significant implications for the peace of the ninja world and for the future relations of Konoha. Thus, she urged him to contemplate the issue thoroughly. There was no immediate urgency. There remained ample time for discussion once the Konohagakure delegation arrived. Nara Shikaku interjected, taking on the role of mediator, and with a smile, addressed Uchiha Kai, emphasizing that haste was unwarranted. A detailed plan and a clear objective were essential, for venturing into other villages without a valid reason could lead to detrimental consequences for them. Hyuga Hizashi echoed this sentiment, affirming that it was indeed early, and he would take time to reflect on the matter. Now, they should transition into the formal proceedings, ensuring that their guests were not kept waiting, as exquisite culinary delights awaited them outdoors, and he hoped they would join him outside. As the topic was deftly sidestepped, Uchiha Kai beamed with a courteous smile, inviting the others to step outdoors. Only Tsunade voiced her discontent, yet even she found herself powerless to change the situation. 10 minutes later, a dense crowd had gathered outside, exceeding expectations in terms of attendance. Most of these individuals had come with their families, eager to seize the opportunity to engage with others in the village. The presence of children among them left Uchiha Kai somewhat unfamiliar with the majority of those present. Once all preparations were complete and the brief meeting concluded, Kai returned to his room to change into a new outfit. He emerged clad in a gray suit, complemented by a light blue shirt, sans tie or bow tie, with the top button left unfastened. Paired with black trousers and polished shoes, Uchiha Kai exuded an air of maturity. After all, living in such an environment necessitated maintaining a certain elegance, regardless of circumstances. As the protagonist made his entrance, the once boisterous venue began to quiet. So handsome, Ino, who had been waiting eagerly, couldn't contain her thoughts upon seeing Uchiha Kai, her admiration erupting uncontrollably. It seemed that her former infatuation with Uchiha Sasuke had paled in comparison. At that moment, she nearly blurted out her desire to marry him. The attention of the crowd shifted entirely to the individual poised to take the stage. However, not everyone welcomed Uchiha Kai's presence. Many among them harbored hostility towards the Uchiha clan, despite the clan being reduced to a mere handful following its tragic downfall. The strength of this family was not determined by numbers but rather by the prowess of its individuals. The legacy of Uchiha Madara, followed by Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, now found a formidable successor in Uchiha Kai, whose power rivaled even that of Madara. The formidable lineage of this family instilled a sense of dread among several clans. Many who attended the banquet did so with ulterior motives, each harboring their own intentions. Yet, sincere well-wishers were few and far between. Standing upon the stage, Uchiha Kai first surveyed each individual present with earnestness. He then smiled gently, taking a courteous step back and bowing slightly with his right hand placed over his heart. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your presence. This is indeed the warmest welcome I have felt since returning to this village. I appreciate your willingness to join me for this gathering. The primary purpose of this occasion is to get to know each of you better. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Uchiha Kai, and I trust most of you are already acquainted with my name. Upon finishing his statement, Kai briefly paused, his gaze fixed on the positions below. The expressions of those gathered revealed their underlying sentiments. Among the crowd, there were faces of discontent, disdain, and aversion. Yet, such reactions mattered little to him, for he anticipated no significant interactions in the future. In truth, there were few who listened with genuine seriousness and anticipation as he spoke. Stepping forward, he placed his hands crossed at his waist and continued, I was born in this very place. After living here for 11 years, I departed, only to return after several years. Although I wish to clarify that the individuals residing here do not return under the auspices of the Uchiha clan, I cannot deny my lineage. I bear the Uchiha name and the blood of this clan flows through my veins. Therefore, I wish to convey one simple message. I, Uchiha Kai, have returned. From this point forward, I shall live as an ordinary person, wishing to disengage from any further intrigues or deceptions. As for the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan's demise, since the day of our clan's downfall, the matter has faded into obscurity and need not be revisited. I hope that in the future, we can coexist amicably. The hatred once directed at the Uchiha has diminished, as the majority of our clan has perished. I urge you all to cast aside any lingering grievances. Today, our intent is to reintroduce ourselves, those of the Uchiha clan who once resided in the common district. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence, and I hope the forthcoming banquet will be to your satisfaction. Given the large number of attendees, we have opted for a different approach, self-service. I trust you will find it enjoyable. After Kai concluded his remarks, he once again bowed politely, regardless of the spectators' perceptions. His gesture adhered commendably to the etiquette expected of the host family. Accompanied by a solitary applause, an overwhelming wave of clapping soon erupted. Whether genuine or feigned, the attendees had gathered at this location, and with the host's speech having reached its end, such applause was a fitting response and display of courtesy. As the applause gradually subsided, several ethereal manifestations of Xianglin gracefully appeared, each bearing trays as they approached the buffet table. Not only he, but even you personally engaged in arranging the items, meticulously positioning the elegant iron racks. Though small in stature, the diminutive you possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly carrying 5 or 6 cases of wine, which momentarily obscured her view as she advanced. Nevertheless, she managed to place the beverages aside with ease, carefully arranging the bottles of red wine upon the iron shelves. After setting down several plates of food, you seized the opportunity, ensuring no one was watching, to swiftly pop a piece of pastry into her mouth. Yet, the slight bulge in her cheeks would have been evident to anyone with keen eyesight. "Delicious," exclaimed Hinata Hanabi, as she lifted a platter of pastries, marveling at their exquisite layers, and could not resist tasting one. The sweet, yet non-cloying flavor instantly tantalized her palate, prompting her to exclaim in sheer delight. Hinata, standing nearby, was startled by her exuberance. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, surrounded by esteemed guests, such public displays could be somewhat embarrassing. "Lower your voice," she quickly admonished. Despite her caution, this scene did not escape the notice of Hyuga Hayashi. Feeling her father's gaze upon her, Hinata lowered her head and softly inquired if the pastries were truly that delectable. "Absolutely. They were all made by Kai himself." As the banquet officially commenced, you had somehow emerged with another platter of pastries in hand, savoring the treats as she addressed Hinata. "Brother Kai made them himself." Hinata seemed to have heard something quite extraordinary. Despite feeling embarrassed in front of such a large crowd, she could not restrain herself and picked up a plate of pastries covered in a dark layer, holding it in her hands. Bowing her head, she took a bite, and rich cream oozed out. The flavor was so delightful that, were it not for her status as the head of the main branch, she would have liked to exclaim in joy. While she maintained her composure, it did not imply that others were equally restrained. Pastries were undoubtedly the favored delicacies of those slightly younger. The sweet taste instantaneously captivated everyone, even Tsunade, the Hokage. This woman displayed no semblance of modesty. Although her ample attire could hardly conceal her burgeoning belly, she seized a plate of pastries and stuffed them into her mouth, pausing momentarily before inquiring of Cheyenne, who had just delivered more pastries, about their origin. "You mean the cake? These are all handmade by Lord Guy. The process is far too intricate for us to master." Tsunade could hardly believe what she had just heard. She turned her gaze toward Guy, who was animatedly conversing with other clan leaders while holding a glass of wine. Perhaps it was the influence of her unborn child or Guy's undeniably handsome appearance that prompted her to chuckle self-deprecatingly and murmur, "If I had met you in my youth, I might have truly fallen in love with you." The heads of the prominent clans largely held glasses of wine, while the majority of the food, both main courses and side dishes, remained largely untouched, with only a few individuals sampling a few items. The remaining guests were predominantly young boys and girls, whose desire for sweets was undeniably robust. Fortunately, this time, there was an ample supply of pastries, enough to cover 2 long tables, each variety offering a distinct experience. The main dishes were not plentiful, as these individuals had not gathered primarily for a feast. With no chairs available, everyone stood while drinking and savoring the delectable treats, a novel approach that was indeed unique. For those with entrepreneurial instincts, this concept might soon inspire the establishment of a restaurant. After all, most ninjas hardly had the luxury of time to sit and indulge in a lavish meal. particularly during lunch and breakfast when many were tasked with missions. If a fast food establishment were to open in a prime location, one could only imagine the thriving business it might attract. Yet, the lively occasion would inevitably come to an end. The festivities lasted merely a little over 2 hours, with some attendees appearing only briefly to make an appearance. After Kai's speech concluded, many guests began to depart one after another. Those who were meant to leave after the meal had mostly done so, and the villa area once again returned to a state of tranquility. Observing the disarray around him, with fallen cake staining the green grass and a hefty stack of plates piled beside the table, was enough to induce a sense of overwhelm. The gathering had not been devoid of purpose. It at least conveyed the stance of Uchiha Kai, or rather, the current Uchiha clan. Although Konoha was home to over 100,000 residents, the actual decision-makers numbered merely in the hundreds. Regardless of the reception's success, it had at least expressed their intentions to others, whether met with goodwill or hostility. Such matters were of little consequence to Uchiha Kai. He relished living in a place that was close to the bustling crowd, yet enveloped in profound silence. "Hey, what are you thinking about? I barely had any of the cake today. It was simply delightful, and now it's all gone. You need to make me some more." Observing Uchiha Kai, who was quietly admiring the distant scenery while leaning against the sofa, Suki leaped up from downstairs and landed on his terrace. She plopped down beside him, pouting, and exclaimed, "Do you think I'm blind? You probably devoured half the cake all by yourself, and now you have the audacity to claim you're still hungry?" Kai found himself at a loss for words. After finally enjoying a moment of tranquility, trouble came knocking once more. "I want to eat too. I am utterly exhausted and haven't even had a taste." Ing stood below, having witnessed you leap above, and thus could hear their conversation with crystal clarity. If one were to determine who partook the least in this grand feast, it would undoubtedly be the poor Ing. From the very beginning, she had been bustling about, only to find the event concluded. When she emerged, the scene outside was a chaotic mess. What chance did she have to savor anything? Perhaps feeling a peculiar warmth. An innate protectiveness stirred within her. To her surprise, Uchiha Kai did not refuse. Instead, he leaned over the glass railing and called down, "If you want to eat, go prepare the ingredients. You know what you need, right? Get everything ready, and I will come down to cook for you." "All right." Ing, who had not held out much hope, was taken aback by his agreement and immediately leaped with excitement. Yu, seated nearby, also felt a flicker of surprise, a smile blooming on her face as she dashed to the edge of the railing, gently pressing her right hand against it before leaping down in one bound. "I will help too. What are you standing there for? They are all busy with their own tasks, so this mess is yours to clean up." The girls who had initially intended to tidy up the disarray suddenly rushed back into the house. Only Oyamada remained, slightly lifting his head to gaze at Uchiha Kai, who was perched on the railing. Yet, faced with that expression, Kai promptly assigned him his duties with a commanding shout. In the kitchen, even for those who had seen it before, the spectacle was astonishing. Utilizing ninjutsu to prepare culinary delights was something they had never dared to imagine. A large vat of egg mixture was present, and with a swift motion, he formed a chakra sphere, immediately incorporating it into the egg mixture with a speed that was absurdly efficient, far superior to any blender. The dough and other ingredients were similarly processed with ninjutsu, culminating in the use of fire-style chakra to envelop a contraption resembling an oven. This showcased an exquisite level of chakra control. Before long, the sweet and fragrant aroma began to waft once more through the house. "Kai, why have you dressed us so formally today? Where are we headed?" In the grand hall, gazing at the exquisite gift boxes elegantly arranged upon the table, and observing the overly formal attire worn by Kai and his sister, it became evident that they were preparing for an occasion of a different nature. Thus, curiosity compelled him to inquire. Even now, more than half a month since the banquet, the conversation surrounding that day continued to resonate throughout the village of Konoha. In fact, numerous individuals can still be heard discussing this topic in the streets and alleys. Kai surveyed Dasha and Ing before rising to speak. "Today, we shall pay a visit to the Hinata family. After all, they once took you both in. Albeit as part of a transaction, yet it undeniably preserved your lives. Moreover, considering the generous gifts they bestowed upon us during their last visit, it is only fitting that we reciprocate." "I understand," Dasha replied earnestly. "Xianglin, Yueya, I entrust today's training to you. Ensure he does not become overly complacent and swiftly harness the power within his own body." "Understood, Lord Kai," Xianglin responded. "Rest assured, Lord Kai, I will master this power as swiftly as possible," Yueya added. "Unless there are any further matters to discuss, Let us take the gifts and be on our way. Kai glanced at the gift box resting on the table. In truth, even if he chose not to visit this time, it would not pose a considerable issue. After all, the initial willingness of the Hyuga clan to rescue the two siblings was merely a transaction with Kai. Yet, the Hyuga clan now stands as the most prominent family within the Hidden Leaf Village, although Uchiha Kai possesses sufficient strength to instill fear in anyone, allowing him to live without concern for others' opinions. Certain realities are not as favorable as they seem. In the past, the Uchiha clan, empowered by their formidable abilities, similarly lived without regard for others, indulging in their whims. However, the ultimate outcome was all too evident. Despite Kai's current prowess being comparable to that of the legendary Uchiha Madara, what does that truly signify? That formidable individual was forced to endure life in squalor for decades. In this era, personal strength holds little significance. While it can serve as a deterrent and enable one to pursue their desires, such power inevitably incites envy, potentially leading to irreversible harm to those close to oneself. 3 individuals from the Hyuga clan arrived at this venerable place, a testament to centuries of lineage. The expansive grounds of the Hyuga clan, when measured by area, far exceed those of the Uchiha clan. The imposing black doors, adorned with the plaque bearing the name Hyuga, have witnessed many a visitor over the years. Unlike the Uchiha, their residence is strategically positioned near the very heart of the village. Clan leader Uchiha Kai is waiting outside with the remaining 2 Uchiha clan members, expressing a desire to visit you. In the grand hall of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi was engaged in discussion with a group of elder members when a young clan member approached the entrance, respectfully reporting the situation. Uchiha Kai? What brings that fellow here? Inquired an elder seated prominently to the right. He mentioned coming to pay his respects to the clan leader and to express gratitude for various matters. If the clan leader wishes not to meet, I shall decline on your behalf. The young man at the door, oblivious to the subtle nuances, failed to notice the shift in Hyuga Hayashi's expression. After a moment of silence, Hyuga Hayashi replied, "Then let them enter." Understood. Let us pause our discourse for today regarding the arrangements of the Hyuga clan. I shall assert my opinions. However, for the sake of maintaining stability within the Hyuga clan, certain matters cannot be compromised. As esteemed elders of the Hyuga clan, I trust you will consider these issues thoroughly and refrain from blindly following every directive. Hyuga Hizashi did not regard the group of elders with particularly amiable eyes as he spoke. As the patriarch of the family, the words of the main house left little room for rebuttal among the elders of the branch families. Although it was evident that some of these elderly gentlemen wore expressions of discontent, with a hint of fury flickering across their faces, in the end, they dared not voice any opposition. Let us set this matter aside for now. Family affairs shall be left to Hizashi's discretion. Should you have any opinions, feel free to convey them directly to me. The speaker was Hyuga Tenkin, Hizashi's uncle, who, despite being merely 2 years younger than Hizashi's father, now held the esteemed position of the chief elder of the branch family. Though part of a subsidiary branch, Tenkin's authority likely surpassed that of Hizashi, given that the main family comprised only a handful of individuals, while the majority belonged to the branch families. Thus, the power wielded by this chief elder was indeed formidable. And within the clan, his word was nearly law. Even Hizashi would have to consider his perspective. After admonishing the others, the silver-haired Hyuga Tenkin turned to Hizashi, expressing his astonishment that remnants of the Uchiha clan still existed, especially one rumored to be quite formidable. When he arrives, I wish to meet this young man. What say you, Hizashi? Of course, uncle. If you wish to meet him, then it shall be so. Humph. The Uchiha clan, regardless of the generation, remains the same, arrogant and contemptuous, disregarding all others. This generation is no different. They flaunt their strength and stir trouble upon returning to the village. Such individuals should have been eradicated long ago. Hyuga Tenkin's disdain for the Uchiha clan was palpable, and one could sense a deep-seated grudge against them. Hizashi found himself at a loss for words, pondering why the elders of his family harbored such animosity towards the Uchiha clan. This hostility was a stark contrast to previous indifference, leaving him bewildered. It seems I have stumbled upon something quite extraordinary. I wonder why the esteemed elder harbors such strong prejudices against my Uchiha clan? He was also unaware that Hyuga Tenkin had not noticed the arrival of Uchiha Kai, who stood in the hall, listening intently to the conversation, every word distinctly audible to the 3 Uchihas present. Dajan furrowed his brow, yet refrained from expressing his discomfort. Given that Kai was positioned in front, Kai's words were devoid of any malice. Rather, They carried a hint of playful intrigue. Hinata Tenkin turned to observe the three individuals who had just entered, showing no signs of regret or embarrassment regarding his earlier remarks. After appraising them thoroughly, he inquired, "You must be the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan's massacre, Uchiha Kai? It is indeed surprising to see someone of your caliber emerge from the Uchiha commoners." One cannot help but feel astonished. After a brief pause, he noted the elegant attire worn by the other, exuding an air of nobility, as though they were of aristocratic lineage. Were it not for the knowledge of his identity, Tenkin would scarcely believe that this individual belonged to the Uchiha clan. You are truly an anomaly among the Uchihas. While everyone else dons the distinctive garb of the Uchiha clan, or at the very least bears the family crest, here you are, making it impossible for anyone to discern your lineage. How amusing. Tenkin mocked with a smirk, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Hinata Hirazuku, unable to endure any longer, slowly rose to his feet, yet was at a loss as to how to intervene. However, Uchiha Kai exhibited little emotional response. Instead, he stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the elder with measured composure. If your Hinata clan is down to these few members, I doubt you would still choose to carry your family crest. Do not mock those who have fallen. After all, who knows when such misfortune might befall your own lineage? What do you say, old man? At the conclusion of his statement, Uchiha Kai mimicked the elder's posture, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes locked onto Tenkin's. The two men stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere crackling with the potential for conflict. Suddenly, Tenkin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he queried, "Do you truly believe that the Uchiha clan can still shine under your command?" No. You have misconstrued my perspective. The Uchiha clan is merely that, a clan, and I harbor no deep-seated emotional ties to it. I have no intention of brandishing the Uchiha name at every turn. Such behavior is characteristic of cowards. True strength is what matters, and why should one concern themselves with ephemeral notions? Kai remained composed in his response. Yet his expression gradually shifted to one of sternness and coldness as he remarked, "When one is uncertain of their opponent's strength, it is unwise to boast or utter words that ought not be spoken. Such folly may not affect you directly, but do not drag your entire clan into the abyss." Hyuga clan. Presently, it stands as the most formidable family in the entirety of Konoha. To bring such a revered lineage into decline, one must reckon with the multitude of adversaries that would arise. As one matures, it is time to relinquish power. Clinging tightly to authority in this chaotic era may lead to one's demise in battle, which could ironically serve as a form of tribute to oneself and the clan. Such audacity. Hyuga Tenjin felt an immediate surge of indignation upon hearing these words from someone he least favored within the clan. Yet, he soon erupted into laughter. Praising Uchiha Kai. Setting aside other matters, it was undeniable that Kai's courage at such a young age was formidable. Though Tenjin was unaware of the true extent of Kai's strength, the audacity of his words evoked memories of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Should I be grateful for your praise? However, today, I merely came to pay a visit to the head of the Hyuga clan. After all, our collaboration has been quite agreeable, and upon returning to this village, I felt it necessary to express my gratitude to those who have aided me in the past. In the presence of Hyuga Tenjin, Uchiha Kai boldly declared this. He then waved his hand lightly, allowing Oyamato to gently place a gift box upon the table behind Hyuga Hizashi. After stepping back, Kai addressed Hizashi, "At your age, you should be enjoying your twilight years without the burden of holding a significant position in the clan. Grant the younger generation an opportunity, otherwise, the Hyuga clan will only remain a relic of its former glory." Such a bold statement from a young lad. Your arrogance rivals that of the legendary Uchiha Madara himself. I am eager to see just how capable you, a survivor of your clan's near annihilation, truly are. Hyuga Tenjin's beard bristled as his white hair, imbued with a commanding aura, floated in the air. This display of presence was indeed impressive, suggesting he was at least somewhat more powerful than Hyuga Hizashi. As an established clan with a history spanning centuries, the Hyuga family's depth of heritage was not something smaller families could easily compare. It was remarkable to consider that they had withstood the turbulent times of the warring states, standing firm against both the Uchiha and Senju clans for so long. Now, they had risen to become the largest clan in the village and the entire shinobi world, seeking stability. Thus, one must wonder what hidden capabilities lay beneath the surface of such a venerable family. Engaging in combat with an old man holds little appeal. Should I win, others would claim my victory was unearned, and should I lose, well, you would undoubtedly mock me until my dying breath. You insolent wretch. Even if you were to strike me down, who would dare claim your victory to be just? Hinata Tenkin felt as though his body had been ignited like a powder keg, bursting forth in an instant. It is indeed a bitter irony and a deep insult to be confronted by such a young scoundrel. Allow me to interject. Today, young Kai is a guest. Regardless of his affiliation with the Uchiha clan, at the very least, he has come bearing gifts for our esteemed Hinata family, and thus, it is only proper that we extend our hospitality in accordance with our traditions. If word of this incident were to spread, where would that leave the dignity of the Hinata clan? Hinata Hizashi could scarcely contain himself. Should this continue, it seemed that even before any confrontation commenced, Uchiha Kai's mere presence could provoke the aged Hinata Tenkin, over 80 years of age, to the brink of apoplexy. Here stands an elderly gentleman, irascible yet venerable, contrasted with a youth of formidable prowess who delights in verbal sparring. It is enough to make Hizashi ponder the shifting tides of fate. Moreover, he harbored no illusions that his uncle could possibly best Uchiha Kai, a figure capable of subduing the entirety of Konohagakure. Were this old man possessed of such might, it is likely the Hinata clan would have ascended to the position of Hokage long ago. Though he spoke delicately, Hizashi indirectly conveyed his sentiments, expressing a desire to avoid antagonism with this formidable young man, a principle the Hinata family has long upheld. I must admit, young one, I find you quite intriguing. It seems the Uchiha clan is capable of producing such a unique individual as yourself, and I eagerly anticipate your future. Hinata Tenkin chuckled softly, then turned to Hizashi, saying, the remaining matters are for you to discuss. After all, this old fool has no place here. I apologize, dear uncle, for my age renders me somewhat lacking in decorum. I hope you will not take offense. Upon witnessing Hinata Tenkin's departure, Hizashi promptly shifted his tone. I harbor no ill will. Uchiha Kai replied with a serene smile, then turned his gaze toward the Dyson siblings. They, too, demonstrated their understanding by stepping forward, bowing respectfully to Hizashi as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Hinata clan, for rescuing us 6 years ago. So it was you two who left back then? Hizashi mused, casting a surprised glance at Uchiha Kai. Since learning this information, specifically upon the return of Uchiha Kai and his companions, Hizashi had been plagued by a singular question. Who was that individual from years past? The masked member of the Uchiha clan who not only saved his daughter, but also brokered an agreement with him. Who could that person possibly be? Only two had ventured forth back then. If those two were indeed the Dyson siblings, how then had Uchiha Kai made his exit? And who was it that sought him out? A series of events seemed to defy explanation. During this period, Hyuga Hizashi contemplated whether the masked man who had sought him out years ago could possibly be Uchiha Kai. However, the moment this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. His daughter had been abducted at the tender age of 3, and by calculating the years, Uchiha Kai would have been no more than 7 at that time. How could a mere child of 7 possess such formidable strength? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Furthermore, based on the ninjutsu exhibited by Uchiha Kai at that time, the opponent's prowess must have been at least that of a jonin. There was no way a 7-year-old could achieve such feats. Thus, as he observed the Uchiha siblings, who were bent in a respectful bow, Hyuga Hizashi momentarily paused before smiling gently and saying, there is no need to thank me. After all, there were other matters at play back then. Today, I brought you both here primarily to express gratitude for the life-saving assistance your family extended to the Hyuga clan. Regardless of the circumstances, this remains an undeniable truth. Additionally, I wish to thank you for attending the recent banquet hosted by the Hyuga clan. Although I possess a modicum of strength, I am not particularly adept in matters of social etiquette. I hope you can forgive any shortcomings in my hospitality. As he spoke, Kai lowered his head slowly in a gesture of humility, a sign of respect and decorum. Hyuga Hizashi observed this and felt a surge of emotion. Such words were profoundly sincere. The strength displayed, coupled with politeness and adeptness in social interactions, was far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. If only he had a son of such caliber, he could readily pass on the leadership of the clan without hesitation. With a sigh, Hizashi reflected on the future prospects of Uchiha Kai, envisioning the heights he would surely reach. Please, take a seat. Hyuga Hizashi gestured, and then he too settled into his chair. Looking at Uchiha Kai, he remarked, although the Uchiha clan has fallen, at least a few of you remain. Uchiha Sasuke has defected from the village, and regardless of your feelings toward the Uchiha legacy, the perception from outsiders is quite different. Therefore, you may very well be regarded as the head of the surviving Uchiha clan. Though the Uchiha may no longer shine as they once did, I believe that with your presence, It will not be long before your clan becomes even more radiant than before. There is no need to maintain this humble demeanor. We can converse as equals. How could I? Kai replied. Let us not speak of status. My age dictates that I must treat you with the utmost respect as my elder. His words were measured, polite, and demonstrated a clear understanding of propriety. Hinata Hizashi observed the other party with a sense of intrigue, sensing an undeniable depth to their character. Initially, their acquaintance had been brief. Having returned to the village only a few days prior before embarking on a mission, the past half-month had afforded them a few opportunities to engage. As their understanding deepened, Hizashi could not shake the impression that this individual was remarkably exceptional, perhaps surpassing anyone previously encountered within their village. Despite the historical animosity between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, which was often more hostile than one might imagine, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan left many within the Hyuga still grappling with ingrained prejudices. Nonetheless, Hizashi found himself undeniably fond of the young man before him, setting aside all else. The fact that this individual had swiftly elevated his clan's status within Konoha through decisive action instilled in Hizashi a sense of gratitude towards Uchiha Kai. As he listened to Kai speak, Hizashi felt a warmth enveloping him. Curiously, he inquired whether Kai's visit was merely a social call. He had heard that the scenery of the Hyuga clan was quite beautiful and suggested they explore, cautioning them not to stray too far or venture into restricted areas. Kai did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the Oyam brothers, who stood nearby. Understanding the implication of his words, Oyam nodded, while Akira, momentarily perplexed, was swiftly pulled outside by Oyam, who seized his collar. Once they had departed, Kai turned to Hizashi with a smile, stating that he had a penchant for negotiations and had indeed come to pay a visit to the Hyuga patriarch. However, since the conversation had taken this turn, he proposed a trade. Oh, Hizashi remarked, pleased that they had finally broached the main topic. He adjusted his posture, crossing his legs, and picked up the teacup resting beside him, responding with a measured silence. I can divulge the secrets of the Byakugan, including the origins of these eyes. In exchange, I require the assistance of your Hyuga clan to accomplish a certain task. Naturally, I will cover any associated costs, Kai continued. Hizashi had anticipated a different revelation, but was taken aback by the mention of the Byakugan secrets and origins. The teacup paused at his lips as he furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. He placed the cup back on the table and uncrossed his legs, fixing his gaze on Kai, particularly noting the latter's nonchalant demeanor as an Uchiha. There exists a certain understanding and various legends regarding the origins of the white eye. Yet, he could hardly fathom that a foreigner might possess knowledge of its secrets. The reincarnation eye. Observing the expression of the other, it was clear that distrust was deeply rooted in their demeanor. Kai could at least surmise that there must be some legends regarding the origins of the Byakugan within the Hyuga clan, yet the specifics were beyond their comprehension. What did you say? Hyuga Hizashi suddenly rose, his expression a mixture of terror and disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Kai. His agitation stemmed from those three words, reincarnation eye, a term that existed solely within the lore known to the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, and yet, after so many years, it had become obscured in Hizashi's memory. The only thing he was certain of was that if this pair of Byakugan could indeed evolve, it would transform into the immensely powerful reincarnation eye. This notion was so far-fetched that not even the elders of the clan would fully grasp it, as it had only been imparted to him by his father before his demise. However, this legend was generally dismissed, and no one knew how to actualize it. Yet now, to hear it spoken from the lips of an outsider, how could it fail to astonish Hizashi? Given the reaction of the clan leader, it was evident that he too had heard those three words before. Kaira gazed intently at the other party and inquired, "Speak. What do you wish for the Hyuga clan to do? However, how much do you truly know?" Hyuga Hizashi wore a serious expression, frowning as he settled into his seat. This matter demanded his utmost attention. Since the other party dared to propose such terms, it was clear they had their own agenda. I require the Hyuga clan's assistance in seizing the land of rivers. What? Hyuga Hizashi's composure faltered once more. It is well understood that ninja involvement in national affairs could ignite a colossal conflict, potentially destabilizing the entire ninja world. Historically, such matters have remained unspoken. Otherwise, ninjas would have already ascended to the pinnacle of power, no longer reliant on the support of feudal lords. The most notable example is the former land of whirlpools, where the establishment of a ninja nation culminated in its utter annihilation. Who could have anticipated that someone would dare to propose such a notion today? Yet, considering the youth of the individual before him, Hyuga Hizashi suppressed his inner shock and replied, "Perhaps you are unaware, but ninjas are prohibited from participating in national affairs. This has always been the regulation. I do not intend to meddle in the affairs of a nation. My aim is merely to gain control over the land of rivers, to become the unseen force behind its governance. Why do you desire this territory?" Hyuga Hizashi gradually rose and approached the entrance, surveying his surroundings. Not far off were the Dyson siblings. In this location, the Hyuga clan had no reason to fear eavesdropping. Nevertheless, out of prudence, he closed the grand hall's door. In an instant, the entire hall was shrouded in darkness. "I have my own motives. I seek to find something within the land of rivers." With a serene smile, Kai remarked, "As for the nation he has frequently mentioned, the country of rivers, it is not an island nation like the country of waves, but rather a substantial inland territory nestled between the country of fire and the country of wind. Similarly, while this nation lacks a ninja village, it does not imply the absence of ninjas. Such endeavors are beyond our capabilities, and certainly, the Hyuga clan would never engage in such matters. Let us narrow our focus. Utilizing the abilities of your esteemed Hyuga clan, I require a detailed map of this nation, with particular emphasis on the locations and depths of all lakes. I truly cannot fathom your intentions. If that is all you seek, then I shall acquiesce." Hyuga Hizashi hesitated briefly. Compared to the notion of attempting to control a nation, this task was far simpler for the Hyuga clan. Yet, an undercurrent of doubt lingered within him. What exactly was this individual planning? Possessing such formidable power, he could easily overwhelm not just the country of rivers, but even the country of fire, should he desire. Yet, he insisted on having the Hyuga clan undertake this task through such a peculiar arrangement. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that a concealed secret lay within. Having already consented, and recognizing that this matter was not as urgent as initially perceived, I shall stipulate a time frame of 5 years to procure a comprehensive map of the entire country of rivers, marking the locations of all lakes with precision. Not even a mere pond should be overlooked. Any area containing water, regardless of its size, must be meticulously illustrated on the map. Initially, I contemplated seizing control of the nation and compelling its lord to dispatch individuals for this task, which would undoubtedly simplify matters. However, since the Hyuga clan is unwilling, we must proceed in this manner. Uchiha Kai certainly harbored his own motives. As one endowed with the eye of the god, he was acutely aware of many developments. Yet, this did not imply he possessed knowledge of every detail. At the very least, he was cognizant of certain phenomena existing within a broad range, but lacked specificity regarding their precise locations. The simplest approach would be to obtain this information and explore each facet methodically. "Speak. I am eager to learn how you came to know about the Rinnegan," Hyuga Hizashi inquired, with palpable anticipation. "Oh, not a problem." Kai lifted his teacup and took a sip before placing it down. He then stood and addressed his companion, explaining that the origin of the Byakugan was quite simple. The ninja world has long been rumored to have a figure known as the Sage of Six Paths. However, this is not merely a legend. He indeed existed. Merely over a millennium ago. Currently, all ninjas in the ninja world, including the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans, are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, albeit inheriting different legacies. The Uzumaki clan inherited a vast reservoir of chakra, the Senju clan acquired the Sage body, and the Uchiha clan inherited the Rinnegan. With this explanation, you should grasp the essence of their lineage. The Senju clan possesses remarkably rapid healing and regenerative abilities, while the Uzumaki clan's immense chakra energy undeniably places them above other clans in the ninja world. Even a side descendant like Naruto Uzumaki can wield such formidable chakra, let alone those of the true Uzumaki lineage. Alas, these great clans have dwindled significantly due to various circumstances, now barely numbering beyond a handful. This is the origin of their 3 great clans. However, what relevance does this hold for the Hyuga clan? Indeed, it bears none. For the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is inherited from the Sage of Six Paths brother, a figure known as Tsutsuki Himura. At this point, Kai paused, casting a calm glance at Hinata Hizashi to observe his reaction. Judging by Hizashi's indifferent demeanor, it was evident he was unaware of the significance of this name. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan can undergo continuous evolution, and so too can your Byakugan. The only distinction lies in the fact that your evolution leads directly to the ultimate state, the Rinnegan, possessing overwhelming power capable of obliterating the world with a single blow. However, the awakening of such a power is exceedingly stringent, requiring the convergence of thousands of pure Byakugan to manifest a pair of Rinnegan. Unfortunately, the Hyuga clan is unlikely to ever uncover this secret. Thus, for you, the Rinnegan remains an unattainable pinnacle. Kai chuckled softly. Even if he were to divulge the information to the other party, what difference would it make? If it cannot be done, then it simply cannot be done. Such is the nature of rigid conditions. How do you know all this? Hinata Hayashi inquired. I possess a wealth of knowledge. Kai, with a hint of arrogance, responded to the pensive and somewhat helpless expression of his companion. Suddenly, he took a seat beside him, exuding a shameless demeanor as he remarked. If the Hyuga clan were to obtain a pair of Rinnegan, your family too could ascend to the pinnacle of the world. From then on, even if you were to walk sideways, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to utter a word against you. Shall I create a pair of Rinnegan for you? However, this would come at a price, a different kind of transaction, if you will. Can you truly create them? Your words imply that you indeed possess the ability to do so. Do I seem like the type to fabricate lies without preparation? Indeed. It was quite surprising how straightforwardly this old fellow responded. Kai found himself at a loss for words, yet he still managed to respond, if I lacked capability. How could I have evaded the annihilation crisis faced by the Uchiha clan? How could I have attained the prowess once possessed by Uchiha Madara at such a tender age? With the power I currently wield, I can achieve anything I desire. Do not speak of merely wanting a country like the Land of Rivers. Even the dominion over the entire shinobi world is within my grasp. However, sitting here today conversing with you, the head of the Hyuga clan, I feel a certain affinity between us. After all, we have engaged in more than one transaction, have we not? That masked man from back then, was he not of the Uchiha clan? Indeed. I wonder if you were satisfied with the dealings of that time? Hinata Hayashi was taken aback. How old was this individual 6 years ago? And what of 10 years past, when he saved Hinata? He was but a child in the eyes of everyone, yet possessed such formidable strength. How could anyone possibly believe such a tale? Nevertheless, it was the only plausible explanation. After all, the Uchiha clan had been eradicated. Yet that powerful masked figure had stealthily infiltrated their Hyuga clan. What transpired after the transaction remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai had quietly appeared thereafter. If this were indeed the case, everything would make sense, yet there were still inconsistencies that left one perplexed. I am curious, Hinata Hayashi inquired. Given your immense power at that time, why did you choose to appear so unremarkable within the village? What does it matter? Have you forgotten that I warned you 10 years ago about the impending doom of the Uchiha clan? I knew these events would unfold. The same applies now. I am aware of all that exists. It was a moment of grandiosity for Uchiha Kai, truly a highlight in his life. The head of the greatest Hyuga clan in the shinobi world was utterly captivated in his presence. A mere utterance from Kai could leave Hayashi wide-eyed and incredulous, even instinctively swallowing his own disbelief. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that everything unfolded precisely as Kai had predicted. Was it indeed possible to foresee the future? Or was he manipulating fate with his formidable prowess? Whichever the case, it was a chilling notion to contemplate. As Hayashi sensed Kai was about to propose another transaction, one he found exceedingly difficult to refuse, he hesitated momentarily before asking with a serious demeanor, "Very well. What terms do you wish to propose this time?" "Aha." Kai chuckled softly, as if discerning the true thoughts of an individual had become an effortless endeavor for him. Leaning slightly forward and tempering his expression, he remarked that this particular transaction was rather simple. The Hyuga clan boasted 2 daughters. The elder was rather unremarkable, while the younger was a prodigy of exceptional talent. Thus, if it were agreeable, he could create an individual with the Rinnegan for the Hyuga clan, in exchange for marrying his elder daughter to him. "What did you say?" Hyuga Hayashi exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table and rising in indignation to glare at the audacious fellow before him. All this time, he had aimed for such a proposition. "If you are unwilling, consider it merely a jest, and I trust you will take no offense." Noticing his counterpart's fury, Kai quickly offered a conciliatory smile and waved his hand dismissively. "I agree, provided that Hinata has no objections." Hyuga Hayashi, who had been seething with anger just a moment ago, swiftly altered his demeanor. Despite being from a previously rival clan, the excellence of Uchiha Kai was undeniable. Upon reflection, the Uchiha clan as it once existed was no more. As Kai had eloquently articulated at the banquet, he had become a living embodiment of the clan. Thus, should his daughter marry Kai, from any perspective, be it strength or familial advantage, the match would present an extraordinary opportunity for the Hyuga clan. There was no urgency in this matter. Ultimately, it would depend on Hinata's own wishes. For now, they should focus on completing the initial transaction. Concerning the origins of the Byakugan, I have already conveyed this information to the Hyuga clan leader. Therefore, I hope the subsequent matters regarding the map can be resolved within 5 years. Kai spoke leisurely. Merely a piece of news could come at such a significant cost. Even if it were shared with the Hyuga clan, ultimately, their family would still be unable to effectuate any substantial change. It was nothing more than a simple acknowledgement of a lineage, a recognition of one's origins. May I inquire, what is your true objective? Hinata inquired once more. Objective? Taking a deep breath and pondering for a moment, he realized that his future aspirations were quite clear to him. Having abruptly transitioned from a mundane, corporate life to this new world, he found himself experiencing a distinctly different existence. Given the circumstances, he could only accept reality. What lay ahead was straightforward: to cultivate a life of comfort and tranquility. He had no interest in power or authority. Those pursuits held no allure for him. Instead, he yearned for a lifestyle that was pleasant and worry-free, free from the burdens of anxiety. His future aspirations were simple: to live the life he desired, to embrace the freedom he sought, unencumbered by the judgments of others and free from any semblance of pressure. What Kai expressed this time resonates deeply with his innermost thoughts. In this world, possessing formidable strength undeniably allows one to act with impunity. However, the possession of vast wealth similarly affords one the same liberties. When both of these attributes converge within a single individual, it is certain that all pursuits driven by personal interest will face no constraints whatsoever. Although I remain uncertain of your true intentions, since you have made a promise, I shall endeavor to complete the mapping of the River Kingdom within the 5 years you stipulated. However, the Hyuga clan shall refrain from engaging in any supplementary matters. While I am unaware of your ultimate objectives, it is perplexing that someone endowed with such immense power would opt for the most convoluted approach when all tasks could be accomplished independently. It is easily understood that what you perceive as intricate may be quite simple for me. At least the forthcoming endeavors need not be undertaken by myself, would they not? Kaiwei smiled, fully understanding Hinata Hayashi's caution. Lord Hokage, the visitors from Awagakure are expected to arrive in about an hour. Kakashi has already gone to receive them with the umbu. However, given your current condition, it would be prudent to send a shadow clone to handle the situation if possible. In the Hokage's office, Shizune looked at Tsunade, whose pregnancy was unmistakable even beneath loose clothing, and expressed her concerns. Tsunade was now over 8 months along, and her growing belly could no longer be concealed. For the past couple of months, she had been relying on shadow clones to manage village affairs. Thus, Shizune felt compelled to remind her of the circumstances. That's not an option. Tsunade sighed in resignation, fully grasping Shizune's concerns, but still refusing. Turning to Shizune, she emphasized the significance of the matter between the two villages. Having been in a state of hostility for so long, such an opportunity was rare. If she were to send a clone now, it might be perceived as disrespectful. Therefore, she insisted on participating in the meeting herself. So you should prepare accordingly. Tsunade felt a sense of helplessness. The weather had grown increasingly hot. During the colder months, she could mask her condition with thick clothing, and it had not been so apparent then. However, in this sweltering heat, donning heavy garments was simply impractical. With shadow clones out of the question, transformation jutsu was also not an option. Any discerning eye would easily detect whether she had used chakra to conceal herself. Outside the village, a group of a dozen individuals was approaching at a rapid pace. However, as they entered a certain area, they began to slow down and moved onto the main road. Each person wore a forehead protector adorned with 2 mountain-shaped symbols, making them particularly conspicuous as shinobi. The delegation from Awagakure gradually entered the territory of Konohagakure. Not far ahead, another group of a dozen stood waiting. The two factions were separated by approximately 200 meters. Leading the Konoha side was Kakashi, flanked by Umbu shinobi, all wearing masks. With the former Team 7 having disbanded, Kakashi had naturally returned to the Umbu. There is no longer any necessity to live behind a mask as we once did. As for the visitors from Awagakure, they are led by a portly individual adorned with a red hat, upon which their village's forehead protector is prominently displayed. He possesses a nose as pronounced as that of Inoki, and perhaps due to the environmental factors of their village, he appears somewhat shorter in stature. Regardless of their destination, every individual from their party is clad in the attire of a shinobi. Among them, the most striking presence is undoubtedly that of Akatsuchi, who stands behind the leader. Although the two groups are merely 200 meters apart, one must not underestimate this distance. Should an incident or even a fatality occur within that span, the repercussions would not fall upon Konohagakure. As long as the aggressor is not a resident of this village, it would not escalate into a significant diplomatic incident. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that upon reaching their designated area, they effectively enter the territory of Konohagakure. Should they incur harm or be attacked thereafter, the responsibility would rest entirely with Konohagakure. This explains why Uchiha Kai does not engage in combat within Iwagakure. At most, he is subjected to their surveillance. However, confrontations tend to erupt outside the village. Even if Akatsuchi wishes to test Uchiha Kai's prowess, he opts for the village's periphery. The rationale is consistent. After all, any incident within the village is not only challenging to explain to another village, but also difficult to justify to outsiders. This also elucidates why, despite the tumult that transpired between Kumogakure and Konohagakure, the latter ultimately produced a scapegoat, sacrificing another's life to mitigate the fallout. Welcome, esteemed guests. I am Hatake Kakashi, the guardian assigned to ensure your safety during your visit to Konohagakure. The individuals accompanying me are here to protect you within the village. As the crowd draws nearer, Kakashi steps forward to introduce himself, then turns to acknowledge those masked figures. I am Akatsuchi, a guardian beside the third Tsuchikage, and I serve as the principal representative for this visit to Konohagakure. Standing tall, despite his slightly corpulent form, he does not lose the dignity of his village. Meanwhile, the vigilant Akatsuchi, although appearing similar, is constantly darting his large eyes around. Here is the list of our visiting delegation and the matters at hand, which have already been communicated to the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. I kindly ask you to review it, and if there are no issues, we shall proceed to enter the village. Chita spoke as he handed a document directly to Kakashi, perhaps due to procedural matters. Kakashi promptly opened the file to verify its contents. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he closed the folder and handed it back to Chita. With the verification complete, he extended a warm welcome to everyone as they entered the village of Konohagakure. Although uncertain whether the customs of the two villages were the same, he expressed hope that all would adhere to the rules of their village, refraining from entering restricted areas. He encouraged them to appreciate the beauty of Konohagakure, gesturing for them to follow. Although several kilometers lay between their current location and the village, there was no need for anyone to utilize ninjutsu for travel. A contingent of over a dozen Umbu from Konohagakure formed a protective formation, ensuring the safety of the Iwagakure delegation as they proceeded through the sides and rear. No one voiced any objections to this arrangement, as the treatment they received in Iwagakure was quite similar. For the sake of safety, it was a necessary precaution. Should any danger arise, accountability would be a shared burden. Here we are, Konohagakure. The distant side of the village left Karatsuchi momentarily awestruck, prompting an exclamation. The vibrancy before her was incomparably more magnificent than that of Iwagakure. Particularly striking were the 5 colossal Hokage stone faces, which were visible even from afar. For those present, while they had many tasks to fulfill, it was their first visit to another of the 5 great shinobi villages, and the sense of wonder was palpable, though unspoken. Karatsuchi's excitement did not go unnoticed by her companions. Kakashi squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he affirmed, "Indeed, this is Konohagakure. How beautiful!" Karatsuchi exclaimed in admiration. Quickly following up with a question, "Mr. Kakashi, may I inquire if Might Guy is present today?" As she spoke, her face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. Chitu, the team leader, appeared momentarily speechless. Kakashi was taken aback, surprised that she would mention Might Guy so readily. However, observing her bashful demeanor and noting their similar ages, the implications were clear without the need for further elaboration. "Yes, he is. If you're interested, once we arrive in the village, I can take you to his home." Kakashi mused, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing their interaction. If this were to be a significant event, it would surely warrant documentation for the Hokage. "Really?" she asked, her excitement evident. "Of course, accommodations have already been arranged for everyone. If there are no objections, let us all proceed to our place of residence," Kakashi remarked. But then he seemed to recall something and continued, "The village is quite prosperous. If anyone is interested, you may stroll through the streets of the village. However, for the sake of safety, there will undoubtedly be someone by your side, and I hope you do not mind. That is only natural and understandable," Chit replied. After all, visiting another's village, such matters are to be expected. Moreover, they were not Uchiha Kai. Just thinking of that fellow wandering recklessly in his own village made his lips twitch slightly. However, It is true that if one possessed such formidable strength, one could also roam freely in Konoha at will. Thus, this illustrates the disparity. Upon entering the village, the group surveyed their surroundings with curious eyes, not wishing to miss any detail. The young woman, Kuratsuchi, appeared as if she had stepped into a new world, glancing around like an inquisitive child. Everything here was so unfamiliar to her. It is worth noting that although both villages had been established for decades, they had never interacted. From the very beginning until now, they had always been in a state of heightened tension. Yet now, standing on the soil of Konoha, this feeling might evoke considerable sentiment for the older generation. Although the streets were not particularly wide, they were vastly superior to those of their own village. The bustling commerce and throngs of people, along with the dazzling array of goods, were things that one could scarcely imagine in a Wagakure. After traversing the lively streets for a short while, Kakashi led the group to a certain location. Here, opening the window would reveal the prominent Hokage rock, allowing one to behold most of Konoha's scenery at a glance. Conveniently, it stood in clear view of the Hokage building, with a distance of approximately 300 meters between them, undoubtedly placing it at the very heart of the village. You shall reside here from now on. All necessities for your stay have already been prepared. Should there be any inadequacies, please do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall procure what is needed without delay. There are a total of 8 rooms. As for the arrangement and allocation of the rooms, I hope you will decide amongst yourselves. Kakashi brought the group to the front of the building, where the entrance featured a simple long slope, devoid of excessive ornamentation, and the surrounding area lacked significant structures. Although it was a central location, this place seemed intentionally isolated from the rest. That indeed poses a challenge for you, Kakashi. If possible, we hope you could inform the Hokage that we wish to expedite the signing of the peace treaty. Chidu handed his backpack to the person behind him and turned to Kakashi, speaking with a serious countenance. However, he also sensed another gaze beside him. Upon catching a glimpse of Kuratsuchi's pitiful expression, Chido instantly felt a sense of helplessness, and he shifted his stern demeanor, addressing Kakashi once again. Of course, if possible, and if you could communicate with Lord Hokage in advance, we hope to stay in the village for a while longer. But rest assured, we will not pry into any confidential information regarding Konohagakure, nor will we engage in any unnecessary actions. Kakashi smiled faintly, his eyes resting on the young woman, as if he comprehended something in that fleeting moment. No problem. I shall report your requests to Lord Hokage. You may also discuss your concerns with him directly. Kakashi's words had barely left his lips when Kuratsuchi stepped forward, awkwardly lowering her head, her fingers fidgeting together, at a loss for words. Faced with this situation, Kakashi hesitated briefly before continuing. Next, I need to report the circumstances here to Lord Hokage. As he spoke, Kuratsuchi visibly deflated. Yet Kakashi pressed on, shortly. I will have my companions escort you to Uchiha Kai. However, he is quite particular about his rules, and his residence is rather distant from the village. Typically, apart from invitations, few venture there, and we can only ensure your safety. Others may not accompany you. That is fine. I can go alone, Kuratsuchi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, Chitu appeared somewhat displeased, as his mission here extended beyond merely signing a peace treaty. A crucial hidden task was to ensure the safety of this young woman. Don't worry, Chitu, I will be perfectly fine, Kuratsuchi reassured him, devoid of any apprehension. Reflecting on the past month, Chitu recalled that every time he encountered Kuratsuchi, she seemed to be planning her visit to Konohagakure, as though under a spell. Very well, but do be cautious on your own. Return immediately if anything arises. Remember, we are here for serious business, so do not let anything distract us from our purpose. Rest assured, I will head inside to pick a room and change. With an air of anticipation and excitement, she bounded swiftly up the stairs. As for the room, it mattered little to her. She would consider any nearby space she could easily access as her own. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chido slightly bent forward, addressing Kakashi and the others with an air of apology. I can understand that you have traveled a long way. It would be best for everyone to rest for a while. If possible, I hope you can stay here today, and tomorrow I shall show you the sights of Konoha. Allow me to first report to Lord Hokage and see what he has to say, which will help us avoid any potential inconveniences. Thank you. Chido nodded in response to Kakashi's words. After exchanging a few light remarks, Kakashi was about to take his leave, as were the members of Wagakure, who were preparing to rest. However, at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps from within suddenly drew everyone's attention. The Iwagakure group watched in astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they had encountered something utterly inconceivable. Some even held their breath, as if faced with an unimaginable reality. Cheeto's lips quivered slightly as he softly called out, "Kurohi? Nanny?" In an instant, the crowd erupted in a commotion. Even Kakashi, who had yet to depart, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The architecture here is simply exquisite. Walking along the wooden corridor that connects the villa, the flowers planted on either side continue to exude their delightful fragrance. The elegant and romantic ambience instantly transformed Kurohi into a charming young lady. As she traversed the dense woods, the opulent villa came into view, leaving her momentarily speechless. This was a luxury she had never encountered before, a sensation she had never felt. The expansive vista on either side, the lush lawns, and the distinctive building in the distance captivated her entirely. In her mind, she was instantly transported back to a time when she wore a wedding gown, stepping along a red carpet on this very corridor towards the villa. As a gentle breeze tousled her hair, Kurohi realized why her appearance had left the people of Iwagakure in such astonished disbelief. She had changed her attire and makeup, transforming into a vision altogether different. Who would have imagined that a girl, often seen in ninja garb and shouting battle cries, could be so strikingly captivating in special attire? Adorned in a tailored black skirt paired with chic black sandals and a form-fitting top, her exquisite figure was on full display. Even her hair, which was usually tied back, had been styled anew, unveiling a side of her that was utterly enchanting. After all, such an appearance could seem rather cold, making the execution of tasks considerably more convenient. However, today, she allowed her hair to cascade down completely. Her lustrous black short hair endowed this young lady with an undeniable allure. In stark contrast to her previous commanding and shrewd demeanor, she now exuded a playful charm, coupled with a gentle beauty. Ahead lies our destination for this venture. Yet for the sake of safety, I shall proceed first to notify them and gauge Uchiha Kai's response. If all is well, you may follow afterward. For now, I ask you to remain here. Accompanying Kuratsuchi are two ENBU members. One, adorned with a blue-striped mask, raised his hand to halt further progress and turned to address Kuratsuchi. He then exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself swiftly toward the villa ahead. Enthralled and excited, Kuratsuchi was oblivious to the actions of the other individual. Clad in a pure white mask, this figure, once the first had departed, swiftly drew a shuriken from his sleeve. The arrival of the Iwagakure contingent would undoubtedly carry specific orders. It was imperative to thwart their sinister designs, particularly concerning the woman among them, whom they must find a way to eliminate at all costs. Recalling the commands he had received, it was evident that they were targeted. Observing the charming yet slightly anxious young lady before him, he subtly shifted his footing to the right. Noticing her lack of awareness, he raised the shuriken with lightning speed, aiming it directly at Kuratsuchi. She remained completely oblivious, and by the time she sensed the danger, the attack was already upon her. The time for her to resist had vanished, leaving her with no means of defense against the impending strike aimed at her heart. Just as all hope transformed into dread and Kuratsuchi resigned herself to her fate, an unexpected gust of wind swept past her, and in the next moment, the ENBU member who had attacked was sent flying by a single, powerful kick. In truth, while they approached, someone within the villa had grown weary of waiting. Specifically, it was Kagaya, whose primary duty was to monitor the surrounding security. Once anyone entered a designated area, everything within his perception became clear. Thus, when the two figures accompanied by a young lady appeared, all of his senses were fixated on these three individuals. We have visitors. It appears to be two ENBU members along with another young lady. I remain uncertain of their true identities, but they seem to be here for a reason. One of them is approaching. Lord Kai, another individual has drawn a weapon, intending to assault that young lady. Inside the room, several individuals were engaged in a card game. Ying's face was already plastered with notes, while Yu's visage was entirely obscured, rendering her original features unrecognizable. DSHN was not in a much better state, but Uchiha Kai, with his extraordinary abilities, remained unchanged, his face devoid of any markings. Only 4 of them were playing, while the remaining 2 stood by as spectators. In response to Xianlin's remarks, Kai offered a brief reply. Yet the moment the mention of another UMBU member's intent to attack arose, a realization struck him. By the timeline, it seemed the individuals from Iwagakure had indeed arrived. A girl accompanied by 2 UMBU members, Her identity required no further elaboration. As for the intentions of the other individual, Uchiha Kai had no time for contemplation. In an instant, he vanished from his position, delivering a kick to the assailant's chest just as the attack commenced. The powerful impact sent the assailant flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a hole in the wooden pathway beneath. Before the assailant could rise, Kai teleported directly above him, only to find that the assailant still possessed the strength to retaliate, hurling a kunai at Kai. Simultaneously, he attempted to roll away, disregarding his injuries as he sought to flee the scene. With a loud thud, as the assailant covered 2 to 3 meters, Kai swiftly repositioned himself in front of the assailant, delivering another powerful kick that sent him soaring once more. This blow was significantly stronger than the first, visibly caving in the assailant's chest. When he landed, his mask shattered, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood upon impact with the ground. Sensing the commotion, the other fleeing individual hurried back, only to witness his fallen comrade. Although unaware of the events that transpired, the fact that Uchiha Kai had personally intervened suggested that the situation was far from simple. As for Kuratsuchi, frozen in place, the moment she caught sight of Uchiha Kai, an inexplicable sense of safety enveloped her mind. Regardless of her usual assertiveness and decisiveness, at that moment, she was entirely lost in the throes of infatuation. Meanwhile, the assailant, having suffered another attack, lost the ability to resist. Kai moved swiftly toward him, ready to interrogate, when another Umbu member rushed in, shouting, "Uchiha Kai, stop. Do you have any objections?" Kai indeed came to a halt, raising his gaze to interrogate the other individual. Although the circumstances were unclear, the matter at hand should be entrusted to our Umbu operatives for resolution. Should it be discovered that this individual indeed harbors ill intentions, the appropriate course of action would naturally be relayed to Lord Hokage. We shall report today's incident to him, and subsequently hand over this individual to the interrogation department. The newcomer, despite being unaware of the unfolding events, could not help but discern the gravity of the situation, especially given the expression on Kuratsuchi's face, which clearly indicated that something significant had transpired. The masked figure quickly positioned himself in front of the severely injured Umbu member lying on the ground, fearful that Uchiha Kai might strike again. The audacity to commit murder on my territory is unacceptable, even if I were to eliminate him. It is likely that the 5th Hokage would have little to say. Since you have articulated your stance so clearly, I trust that the Umbu will provide me with a definitive explanation moving forward. Kai furrowed his brow, his gaze, though seemingly indifferent, fixated on the masked operative before him. The implications of his words unmistakable. Rest assured, we in the covert division will provide a clear account of this matter. As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward the distant figure of Kuratsuchi, and he continued, "That girl has come seeking you. I trust you are acquainted with her. Therefore, I shall leave matters of security in your capable hands while I escort this individual to the interrogation department for further investigation." With that, he grasped the collar of the incapacitated figure on the ground and swiftly departed. Such a simple task failed to be accomplished, and yet it had drawn the attention of others. However, the prowess of Uchiha Kai was indeed formidable. Once away from the area, the masked man surveyed his surroundings before peeling off his mask, exhaling heavily, revealing a visage of resignation as he glanced at the burden he carried on his shoulder. The feeble figure beneath him managed a faint, awkward smile in response. Yet, in the next moment, the injured individual produced a knife, plunging it into his own heart. "Now that you have been exposed, your existence holds no value. It is time for you to embrace your demise." The victim, likely never anticipating that his end would come not at the hands of Uchiha Kai but from a comrade, could only widen his eyes in shock before his head tilted. Lifeless. Even after death, the other individual showed no intention of relenting. Placing a hand upon the deceased's forehead, he summoned his chakra, causing blood to seep from the eyes and ears of the fallen. Having achieved this, he rose, stretching leisurely as if unconcerned. But after a moment of silence regarding the corpse at his feet, he seized the collar and began to drag it forward. As for Uchiha Kai, the recent ordeal had been overwhelmingly intense. Although this encounter had brought him perilously close to death, Kuratsuchi remained undeterred, her emotions unaffected by the earlier events. Watching the approaching Uchiha Kai, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her gaze, her hands fidgeting nervously before her. "I can't believe you actually came." Kai approached Haidu, a hint of resignation gracing his features as he spoke with an air of indifference. "Did you not anticipate our meeting would come so swiftly?" Or is it that you wish to avoid seeing me? Haida lifted his gaze slightly, yet dared not meet Kai's eyes, puffing out his cheeks in a playful and endearing manner as he inquired, "How could that be? Your presence here is most welcome. However, the Hidden Leaf Village is not as idyllic as you might envision. There are internal conflicts as well. As the granddaughter of Inoki, your safety here could be at risk." As Kai spoke, he turned and took a couple of steps toward the villa, pausing to glance back at the still stationary figure of Haitu, calling out, "Let's go." "Oh." The girl responded with a bright smile, quickly matching his pace as they made their way toward the house ahead. Have any investigations revealed the situation? In the Hokage office, Tsunade furrowed her brows, looking solemnly at the two individuals before her. Naturally, her first inquiry was directed at Kakashi, the one responsible for the reception. The other man, marked by two prominent scars on his face, exuded an aura of depth and terror, even in silence. "Hokage-sama, the opponent's actions were exceedingly decisive. They even obliterated the brain, rendering any information retrieval impossible. However, this does indicate that the Umbu are not as clean as they seem." Mori no Ibiki, the head of the interrogation unit in Konoha, stated his primary duty was to extract answers, even from the deceased. Yet, given the state of the brain, it was impossible to unearth any prior information. Kakashi stood nearby, equally grave, surprised that such an incident had transpired among the reception personnel. Since extracting information from the deceased was futile, it should be relatively easy to investigate the current circumstances. We must ensure that we uncover the identities of all involved. Tsunade's anger was palpable. The occurrence of such a significant event in Konoha, particularly concerning the granddaughter of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, could jeopardize the relations between the two villages, leaving no room for mediation. "I believe there is a matter worth mentioning." "Speak." Tsunade's gaze shifted to Kakashi as he made this sudden declaration. The deceased was likely killed by a kunai piercing the heart, which subsequently led to the destruction of the brain. At the time of the mission, only two individuals were present, the deceased, Tetsu Wa, and another, Aburame Yui. The attack was thwarted by Uchiha Kai. If Uchiha Kai intended to kill someone, he would not resort to a kunai. He despises using such weapons. If he truly wished to employ a weapon for murder, it would undoubtedly be his dagger, delivering a clean wound directly through the neck. Yet, the method of death was a kunai through the heart, a tactic Uchiha Kai would never employ. Kakashi regarded Tsunade with seriousness, for the implications were alarmingly clear. With the conversation having reached this point, the other two individuals were quick to comprehend. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate Aburame Yui, that old rogue, who would have thought he would still attempt to stir trouble even in such dire circumstances. Regarding the previous members of Root, it is imperative to supervise each one of them thoroughly. We must wait until the situation in Awagakure concludes before addressing subsequent matters internally at our own pace. Tsunade, seething with anger, clenched her fists tightly. She truly wished to strike that old scoundrel with a single blow. The outcome of this situation was already evident. Both individuals were former members of Root and were likely well aware of such matters. If only one person were responsible for this, it would be worth contemplating the identity of the mastermind. However, with two involved, it is evident that only a select few could command them. "Understood. We will immediately take control of the situation," Kakashi stated before hastily exiting the Hokage's office and swiftly distancing himself from the Hokage building. "You have no further business here. Return at once. Additionally, send someone to fetch Uchiha Kai," Tsunade exclaimed, her voice still laced with fury as she regarded the remaining Ibiki Marino in the office. "Yes, that scoundrel." As the last person departed and the door to the room closed, Tsunade, consumed by rage, forcefully struck her desk with a fist. The immense power of her blow left a substantial crater on the surface, revealing yet another gaping wound on the desk. The other side bore an even more pronounced dent, a testament to the countless torments this desk had endured over the years, evidenced by the dust lingering on the scars. Yet, her inner fury was impossible to conceal. It was crucial to understand the significance of the peace treaty between the two villages. Its success was paramount to her. Prior to her ascension as Hokage, she had already commanded a certain level of respect within the village. In the few months since she had taken on the role, the villagers' regard for her had only grown. Particularly in recent times, with the announcement of Awagakure's intent to sign the peace treaty, the village's atmosphere seemed to ascend to new heights. However, this did not imply unanimous support. Should the treaty fail, her standing within the village would undoubtedly plummet, and only a scant few would share such sentiments. Though she knew the identity of the culprit, Her hands were tied. Danzo, lurking in the shadows of the village, had amassed a reputation over the decades that rivaled her own. Gritting her teeth, she felt a wave of discomfort arise in her stomach, likely a result of her anger. Sitting back in her chair, she inhaled deeply, placing her hand on her abdomen and gently massaging it until she sensed a slight alleviation, then leaned back and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Kakashi led a small group of 5 or 6 individuals swiftly to a house. Upon their arrival, they observed 2 children joyfully playing while a woman in her 30s sat nearby, mending clothes. For the members of the Umbu, a single salary sufficed to sustain an entire household. From their vantage point atop the roof, they refrained from intruding immediately. Instead, Kakashi dispelled his disguise and leaped down. This scenario seemed routine, as neither the woman nor the children displayed any surprise at his arrival. "Kakashi-san, you're here?" the woman exclaimed, hastily placing her belongings on the table and rising to greet him with courteous enthusiasm. Is oil fire at home?" As dusk gradually envelopes the sky, the light of evening slowly fades away. The courtyard, save for the playful banter of 2 children, has fallen into an almost profound silence. The others on the roof have assumed a state of readiness for battle, yet none utter a sound. Although the woman is unaware of the unfolding events, she can discern the expression on her husband's face upon his return. It is unlikely that Kakashi would personally seek someone under ordinary circumstances, but after a moment's hesitation, she raises her hand and gestures towards a nearby room, stating, "He is in there." "How fortunate. I shall go and find him," Kakashi replies with a squinted smile, immediately adopting a cautious demeanor as he turns away from the woman. Approaching the door, he initially intends to knock, but the moment his hand touches the surface, the door swings open. Peering through the crack, Kakashi's brow furrows at the sight within. A pungent scent of blood wafts through the opening, revealing a gruesome scene inside. The woman, perhaps driven by curiosity at seeing Kakashi linger at the entrance, steps forward and pushes the door wide. Upon witnessing the harrowing tableau, she freezes momentarily before letting out a piercing scream filled with terror. She crouches on the floor, gasping for breath, yet no tears fall. Perhaps she had long anticipated such a fate for her husband. Inside, the man lies in a horrific state, his body seemingly torn apart as if by a frenzy of blades. Even one of sound mind would recognize that this is unequivocally not a case of suicide. After all, who could take their own life in such a gruesome manner? Taking a deep breath, Kakashi quietly closes the door. His expression is grave as he observes the 2 children in the courtyard, who, drawn by their mother's terrified scream, approach with curiosity. However, the woman swiftly gathers the small children into her embrace. The others descend as well, and upon witnessing the bloody scene within, an eerie silence falls over the group. Not a single person dares to speak. "Truly brutal," Kakashi remarks, then turns to those beside him, instructing, "Secure the scene. I must report back to Lord Hokage." Understood. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan's villa, Kuratsuchi gazes upon the opulence surrounding her, instantly captivated by the grandeur of the place. She closes her eyes, inhaling the atmosphere, imagining herself adorned in a wedding gown, the mistress of this splendid abode. Yet, this delightful reverie is abruptly interrupted as Uchiha Kai gently taps her shoulder, inquiring if she would like something to drink. Suddenly jolted awake, she initially focused solely on the houses around her, entirely oblivious to the presence of several individuals nearby. When she felt Uchiha Kai's hand on her shoulder, Kuratsuchi was struck by a realization. As she turned to respond, she was met with the gaze of several pairs of eyes fixed upon her. This moment of awkwardness was perhaps known only to her. "It's all fine." After a brief silence, she awkwardly replied, "Those are my family members. The day is drawing to a close, so let's discuss what we agreed upon tomorrow. After dawn, I shall take you on a tour of the Hidden Leaf Village." Kai responded briefly, displaying little attachment, before turning and ascending the stairs. It has been a long time. Black Earth, you, the only one among the group familiar with him, smiled and waved in greeting. It has indeed been a while. Her somewhat bewildered demeanor as she stood still sparked Yu's inquisitive nature. With a swift motion, she tore off the papers adhered to her face and approached Black Earth, circling around him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Just as Black Earth was at a loss regarding her intentions, Yu suddenly grinned and inquired, "Is that the scent of love I detect?" "What?" Black Earth blushed instantly, at a loss for words, awkwardly introducing himself. "I am Black Earth, hailing from Rock Hidden Village." "I believe I have heard of you," Yu replied. "I am Yu, and there is no need for further introduction for Crescent Moon. The others, in order, are Deshawn, Ying, and Xianglin. Her introductions were indeed succinct, encompassing the entire group. Have some water. It must have been quite a journey to come all this way. Xianglin, holding a cup of beverage, approached Black Earth with a warm smile. The others also wore smiles, and although Deshawn appeared somewhat stern, he exuded an approachable and amiable aura. For a fleeting moment, Black Earth genuinely wished to consider them all as his family. Thank you. Accepting the drink offered by Xianglin, Black Earth responded with a smile. There's no need for such formality. It will be dark soon. Do you have any cravings for food? Xianglin inquired. I suppose I don't have any particular cravings. Anything is fine. Black Earth had not anticipated that these individuals would invite him to stay for dinner. He had initially thought of merely visiting to see Uchiha Kai and then leaving. Considering the time of day, however, faced with their invitation, he found it difficult to decline. After all, his purpose for traveling to Konoha village was not to sign any peace treaty, but rather to catch a glimpse of someone he yearned to meet. I'll prepare a room for you. The accommodations here will surely be far superior to what the village offers. They assured him. Consider this your home during your stay. Let us enjoy ourselves for a while. Each individual expressed their willingness, effectively unearthing the deepest desires hidden within Black Earth as subconscious. Confronted with such care and concern, he could not bring himself to refuse. Since he could reside here, how could he possibly return to that place? She remains utterly indifferent to the tasks at hand, as they bear little significance to her. What she truly desires is to be in the company of those she cherishes. This time, regardless of how long it may take. It is likely that the duration will not exceed half a month. After this period, they will once again be separated by vast distances. Yet this moment undeniably signifies a promising omen. Without uttering a word, she nodded heavily, fully enveloped in the warmth of her blissful joy. Is the information you have gathered credible? In another location, an office situated far from Konoha, a robust figure, whose temperament radiated volatility, immediately inquired loudly of the individuals before him upon receiving the news. His tightly clenched fists and furrowed brow suggested an electric tension emanating from his very presence. This was none other than the renowned Fourth Reikage, within the village of Konohagakure in the Land of Lightning, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Much like the Iwagakure of the Land of Earth, it was populated by those who valued brute strength over intellect. To them, everything was resolved through sheer might. However, today, he had received news that ignited an explosive reaction within him. The notion that Iwagakure would forge a treaty with Konoha was simply too absurd to fathom. Reikage-sama, there is no mistake about this matter. When we first received the news, we too were taken aback and instinctively deemed it to be a fabrication. However, upon further investigation, we discovered that it is indeed true. Based on the current timeline, the envoy from Iwagakure should have already arrived in Konoha. If these 2 villages were to reconcile their past grievances and unite, it could spell trouble for our own village. The speaker, a white-haired individual with dark skin, wielding a long blade across his back, exhibited a somewhat nonchalant demeanor, yet his words struck the Fourth Reikage, with profound disbelief. Although they currently reside in a period of peace, only a few years have passed since the Third Great Ninja War, and they are among those who have lived through its horrors. Thus, the gravity of this situation is all too apparent. The crucial question remains, why would 2 historically adversarial villages suddenly choose to sign a peace treaty? Has there been any investigation into the reasons behind their agreement? The Fourth Reikage inquired, pondering the matter. It would likely take this group 2 more years to comprehend it fully. Although the specifics eluded him, he sensed it was connected to an individual. According to our investigations, prior to this, a team of ninjas from Konohagakure had been dispatched to the village of Iwagakure for a mission, during which a conflict seemingly erupted. Following this incident, the village began to harbor such sentiments. Among the rumors we uncovered, the leader of that team was a young man named Uchiha Kai, a survivor of the Uchiha clan's massacre, who had been the subject of a bounty issued by the 3rd Hokage over a year ago. Several months prior, this bounty was abruptly rescinded by the current 5th Hokage for reasons unknown, and inexplicably, the 5th Hokage summoned him back to Konohagakure. It is said that he possesses formidable strength, with reports suggesting he could rival Uchiha Madara. However, such assertions remain mere rumors, and without first-hand evidence, our skepticism lingers. Darui, the man with white hair and dark skin, maintained his composed demeanor while relaying this information. With an air of nonchalance, He noted that the claims surrounding Uchiha Madara were numerous and that it was rather dubious for anyone to suddenly emerge from the Uchiha clan and declare themselves possessing such extraordinary power. Darui fundamentally believed that this situation stemmed either from gossip between the two villages or from someone exaggerating the truth. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to report the matter at hand. Uchiha Kai, the fourth Reikage, suddenly found the name strikingly familiar. He flipped through a stack of documents beside him, pulling out the bottom sheet and examining its contents, furrowing his brow involuntarily. Indeed, there was an Uchiha Kai. Who was this individual? The fourth Reikage murmured to himself, having no recollection of such a person. What is it that you hold in your hand? Darui asked, noting the paper that had led the Reikage to mention Uchiha Kai. He instinctively assumed it contained detailed intelligence. To his surprise, the fourth Reikage dismissively slapped the paper onto the table, stating that it was a message from the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, indicating that in 2 months, they intended to send a delegation to visit Konohagakure, hoping for improved communication between the two sides. Furthermore, they expressed a desire to participate in the CHNIN exams hosted by Konohagakure, with Uchiha Kai leading the team. Is it true? Those individuals from Konohagakure dare to come to Konohagakure? Darui remarked, smirking as if he had heard something astonishing. Regardless of the circumstances or the identities of the visitors, it was imperative to swiftly ascertain the nature of the dealings between the two villages. The Reikage dismissed the topic, once again raising his voice in agitation. For them, the village of Konohagakure held little significance, as the distance between the two villages was exceedingly vast. However, the individuals from Awagakure were particularly bothersome, frequently instigating conflicts with their own village, Yunin. It was not uncommon for skirmishes to occur several times a year, rendering the relationship between the two villages contentious. Thus, upon receiving the news, the Reikage felt overwhelmed. Should the two villages unite, even the formidable strength of Yunin would be inadequate to withstand their combined might. Therefore, the most pressing concern was to ascertain why Awagakure had suddenly chosen to sign a treaty with Konoha. Failing to comprehend this matter could place their village in jeopardy. Understood. I will dispatch personnel immediately to conduct a thorough investigation. It is imperative to uncover the circumstances surrounding the alliance of these two villages. Darui nonchalantly extracted a toothpick from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and calmly exited the Reikage's office. Today marked a momentous occasion for Konohagakure, as the long adversarial Awagakure had signed a peace agreement with them. This development signified that they would no longer have to fear attacks or threats from that village, at least for the duration of the treaty's validity. In light of this, it was indeed a cause for celebration. In the streets, nearly everyone was discussing the situation. While the majority of the inhabitants of Konohagakure were shinobi, a significant portion were also merchants, making this a mutually beneficial scenario. Within the Hokage Tower, today was notably exceptional. The gravity of the situation was palpable, and all parties approached it with utmost seriousness. The conference room, featuring a large rectangular table, could accommodate around 20 individuals. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade had arrived early and occupied the foremost position at the table. From her vantage point, no changes were discernible. Her upper body rested on the table, concealing her abdomen beneath it, ensuring that no one would rudely intrude by peering underneath to observe the Hokage's midsection. This arrangement effectively obscured her condition. Among the attendees from Awagakure, 3 individuals occupied the right side of the table, while the remaining members waited outside the building. In addition to the Hokage, 3 others from Konohagakure were present, making it technically 4, as Uchiha Kai had been brought along merely as a form of support, rendering the matter unrelated to him. Thus, I paced back and forth at the entrance. The 3 esteemed advisors took their seats directly across from me, and the atmosphere instantly shifted. As the 5th Hokage, I felt compelled to issue a prior warning. Our visit today is in accordance with the peace treaty we are set to sign. I am uncertain what opinions these 3 hold. It takes courage to speak boldly. Tsunade rolled her eyes and fixed her gaze upon Akatsuchi, exerting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon him. After all, we were not here to engage in battle. The strength of the Awagakure delegation was, in essence, somewhat limited. In another's territory, there can be no particularly arrogant presence. It would be impossible to maintain composure. Nevertheless, representing a village, Akatsuchi composed himself and earnestly inquired when your village had changed its advisory council. Enough with the rambling. Will you sign or not? If not, begone. You are wasting my time. Nara Shikaku was about to retort, but he found himself interrupted by the increasingly impatient Uchiha Kai, who raised his voice in annoyance. Had he not been dragged here against his will, he would have preferred to avoid this wretched place and such matters altogether. Since we were here to discuss important issues, it was disappointing to witness such trivial distractions. Akatsuchi's lips twitched as the hard-won air of authority he had strived to maintain crumbled in an instant. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi stifled a laugh beside him. Kai was correct. Since we were here to negotiate, as the fifth Hokage, did I not have the authority to converse with you? Henceforth, let us focus on the matters at hand, saving the rest for later discussion, shall we? Seizing the moment before the sharpness of my words faded, Tsunade followed up with a question. She was genuinely invested in this matter, deeply concerned about the potential complications that might arise. However, at such a critical juncture, it was imperative for a leader to maintain a calm demeanor. If others were to perceive any cracks in her composure, it could prove detrimental to the village of Konoha. Fixing her gaze firmly upon Akatsuchi, she recognized him as the individual designated by Inoki to sign the treaty. Since the conversation had taken this turn, let us proceed in accordance with the wishes of the Hokage. Chida cast a glance at the Hokage, simultaneously turning his head to observe the standing figure of Uchiha Kai. Among all present, it was merely Uchiha Kai who inspired a sense of trepidation. Even the Hokage failed to evoke any apprehension within Chidu. After speaking, the individual seated at the farthest end promptly opened the bag he had brought and presented a document to Chidu. Upon opening the file, he extracted a substantial stack of papers and handed one to Tsunade, stating, "Lady Hokage, you may review this first. It outlines the conditions proposed by our Hokage." He continued, "If agreeable, we can proceed to sign this agreement forthwith." Absolutely not. The first page delineated the terms, and Tsunade, having merely cast her eyes upon the initial clause, swiftly dismissed the proposal. She was taken aback by the audacity of a Hokage who dared to boldly demand their book of seals right from the outset. Was this not utterly preposterous? How could such a condition be entertained? "Lady Hokage, you haven't even reviewed it yet. Isn't that somewhat hasty?" Chidu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the immediate rejection upon presenting the document. "Review? Is there truly a need for scrutiny over such a demand? The first stipulation blatantly seeks to acquire our Book of Seals, and you would be so bold as to propose that we, the Land of Fire, open a one-way trade route. Are we here to negotiate a peace treaty or to discuss the commencement of hostilities?" Such confidence. Tsunade's remarks decisively cornered the opposition. Furrowing his brow at Chidu, the individual closest to Tsunade, Jukyu, curiously pulled the document toward himself. The three of them leaned in to scrutinize the content, which left them utterly speechless. After all, it was a Hokage that had initiated the request for a peace treaty, and yet they had the audacity to impose such conditions. "Do not waste our time. Promptly present your bottom line. If we can sign, we shall. If not, you may take your leave immediately." Kai could hardly contain himself. He had already discerned the true nature of their negotiations the previous evening. The first document presented was deliberately crafted to include terms that the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly reject. Following that, a second document would be introduced, serving merely as a fallback, containing provisions that the Rock Village fervently hoped the Leaf Village would endorse. Regardless, the second agreement would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for their village. Moreover, a third document had been prepared, designed to foster mutual benefit. However, from certain perspectives, it might be seen as favoring the Leaf Village more. After all, the resources of the Land of Fire far surpassed those of the Land of Earth. Thus, signing that particular accord would predominantly advantage the Leaf Village. Nevertheless, both villages were engaged in negotiations on an equal footing. Before the discussions had even commenced, the situation had already been laid bare. Akatsuchi took a deep breath, glancing helplessly at Kuratsuchi, who was bowing her head in silence. One could easily surmise that this young lady had leaked the contents of their agenda. Despite his exasperation, he waved toward the individual seated at the periphery, who, appearing somewhat bemused, retrieved the innermost document. At this juncture, Tsunade and her companions were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? However, upon Akatsuchi unveiling the final agreement, its contents were starkly evident, particularly the stipulation that both villages would establish a peace treaty founded on principles of equality and harmonious coexistence. It is essential to recognize that such a peace treaty encompassed far more than merely refraining from hostilities. It also involved mutual exchanges, task execution, and commercial interactions. After a brief perusal, Tsunade, who typically found such texts somewhat daunting, promptly pushed the document toward the three elders. "Lord Hokage, if it is agreeable. May we extend our stay in this village following the completion of the treaty? She inquired, assuring Tsunade, rest assured, we harbor no ulterior motives. Of course. If Kuratsuchi wishes to remain in the Leaf Village, there is no objection to her extended stay. Although Tsunade had never married, she was perceptive enough to recognize Kuratsuchi's intentions. With a gentle smile, she directed her gaze toward Uchiha Kai, exclaiming, Kai, for the time being, you shall accompany Kuratsuchi in exploring our Leaf Village thoroughly. When they depart, we can also present them with some specialties from the Pastoral Village or the Land of Fire. Are you footing the bill? Kai came to a halt, his expression dark as he turned to Tsunade and inquired, what do you have to say for yourself? Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. There's no need for that. When the time comes, we'll purchase what we fancy with our own funds. However, she added, I will need you to guide me around your village, Kai. Haida stated succinctly. As for Aikido and the other individual, they now seemed to serve merely as ornaments, having little to say when the discussions veered away from the agreements. That hefty stack of documents would take an eternity to scrutinize thoroughly. Yawning, Aikido appeared to lose much of his energy. After all, he had not slept a wink, perpetually worried that Haita might encounter some peril in this village. The repercussions would not only be difficult to explain to Konoha, but he would also struggle to account to Noki. Half an hour later, Uchiha Kai reclined in a chair, his feet propped on the table, and had fallen soundly asleep, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. The others were in no better shape. Aikido, sprawled on the table, was snoring away alongside him. Meanwhile, the three individuals poring over the agreement were still flipping through the pages, having barely made it halfway. Their anxiety was palpable, and even Tsunade had grown somewhat impatient. Nevertheless, she remained seated in silence, aware of the immense implications this agreement held for both villages. A single misstep could lead to Konoha losing something significant. Hence, the trio was exceedingly cautious regarding this matter. However, Hinata Hizashi and Yuhi Kurenai were merely there for support, with the primary responsibility resting upon the astute Narashikaku. Initially, he pondered whether the Owagakure would engage in any underhanded tactics. Yet, after observing the proceedings, he found nothing amiss within the contents. Overall, it appeared to be highly beneficial for Konoha. Closing the agreement in his hands, Narashikaku took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Upon noticing the two slumbering figures at the table, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. He promptly turned to the cautious fifth Hokage, Tsunade, and declared, Lady Hokage, I have thoroughly reviewed the contents of the agreement. He then slid the document toward her. At the same time, Aikido, alerted by the commotion, quickly rose to his feet. Although still groggy, he hastened to regain his composure. What is the verdict? This document is a peace treaty drafted with a spirit of mutual goodwill. Chida gazed at Tsunade and remarked, the content indeed holds substantial merit. It encompasses matters that both our villages would undoubtedly wish to witness. Should your village adhere to the stipulations of this accord, it would be a most advantageous circumstance for both of us. Subsequently, regarding the tasks to be executed in the Land of Earth, once the treaty is signed, we shall provide prior notification should there be a need to enter the territory of the Earth country, along with the predetermined routes and destinations. Conversely, the same applies to your side. Neither village shall engage in mutual surveillance thereafter. However, there is one aspect that leaves me somewhat perplexed. I wonder if your village has genuinely deliberated this matter. Narashikahiza, displaying a look of confusion, turned to Chitu and solemnly inquired about the seriousness of the mutual military cooperation and the establishment of a ninja military framework, questioning whether this had been thoroughly discussed. You need not worry about this. All the content within the accord has been meticulously contemplated by our village as higher-ups. Therefore, there is no cause for concern regarding this matter. As stipulated in the agreement, should either village face potential annihilation, only then would we call upon the other to fulfill the commitments of this treaty. Although Chida's explanation was not entirely clear, Shikahiza had grasped the essence of the proposal. The villages would not engage in conventional warfare unless confronted with dire circumstances. For instance, if Owagakure were to falter in a conflict with Kumogakure, and should they continue their advance, the Hokage would recognize the village as being in a precarious state, thereby necessitating support from Konohagakure. I comprehend your points. We have no objections to the contents of the accord, Shikahiza stated, then turned his gaze to Tsunade. For as the Hokage, it was she who would ultimately decide. Are you capable of acting as the head of your village? Tsunade's question was direct and incisive. After all, Such a treaty typically required the signatures of both villages' leaders. Although they were present in a representative capacity, Tsunade was uncertain about the binding nature of the Accord's stipulations. Rest assured, the village's seal has been brought along, and the Accord is fortified with a chakra seal. Once your side agrees, we shall immediately lift the seal, and the mark left by our third Hokage will undoubtedly manifest. Unfortunately, there have been numerous matters within the village, which is why we were chosen to represent it in signing this agreement. Chidu spoke with a serious demeanor, articulating a truth that was self-evident to all. Given their identities and status, it was utterly impossible for them to represent their village in the signing of such an agreement. Thus, prior to their departure, all necessary preparations had been made, leaving no room for concern regarding the remaining matters. Tsunade herself was indecisive and had not even glanced at the contents of the treaty. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the members of the Elder Council. As they nodded slightly in agreement, the fifth Hokage immediately expressed her stance. Taking a deep breath and proclaiming, "We consent to this matter. Let us proceed with the signing." The morning swiftly passed, and all present in the conference room endured a measure of discomfort. Upon returning to their residences in Iwagakure, the villagers settled wearily onto their sofas. Notably, the young lady Karatsuchi was the only one absent. However, within the confines of the village, concerns about safety were non-existent. One could easily surmise that she was currently in the company of Uchiha Kai, and thus, her absence was not overly concerning. On the sofa, a weary individual beside Chidu suddenly inquired, eyes closed, "Why are we compelled to sign such an agreement? It seems that this arrangement benefits them from Konoha more than us." Chidu, well aware of the implications, sighed softly, revealing a hint of exasperation. Leaning forward, resting his head on his knees, he replied with a hint of resignation, "Hongyan, how could I possibly be unaware of what you speak? The higher-ups in our village are certainly cognizant as well. The reason for entering into this treaty is due to the emergence of an extraordinary individual in our village. If both villages continue to harbor animosity, should war erupt once more, do you believe our village possesses the strength to withstand that formidable opponent? Lord Third is aging, and we must inevitably seek a successor in the coming years. Do you truly think anyone in our village could stand against that individual?" Upon hearing these words, those present instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could they truly withstand such a threat? When all their strengths are combined, they remain no match for that individual. Recalling the towering Susanoo, which stood over 100 meters high, its mere casual attacks had completely enveloped the surrounding areas of the village in ninjutsu. The existence of such entities looms over all villages like a nightmare. During the formulation of this treaty, Akatsuchi had been closely following Inoki's side. Fully aware of the concerns harbored by the higher-ups, he had gathered considerable insight into the unfolding events. Despite being a rogue ninja, he ultimately summoned his counterpart back at an unforeseen cost, enjoying privileges reminiscent of his family's former stature. Such occurrences are indeed rare in any village. This implies another significant matter. Konoha's summoning of Uchiha Kai necessitates bearing the consequences of his actions during his time as a rogue ninja. Yet, it is understandable. Even in their village, the cost of bringing back such a formidable individual is not without merit. After all, a single person can fend off all threats, and it is evident which burdens are worth bearing. Thus, the signing of this treaty is a decision made out of necessity. Akatsuchi, along with others, comprehends the rationale behind relinquishing one's interests to forge such an agreement with Konoha. The relationship between Kumonagakure and Iwagakure has historically been fraught with tension, especially in recent years as talented individuals have emerged in that village while their own talents have begun to dwindle. Should the third Tsuchikage Inoki perish, there would be no one left in Iwagakure capable of standing against those who train solely their muscles without nurturing their intellect. In this context, it may appear that the agreement favors Konoha, but in reality, it is Iwagakure that stands to gain the most. After all, no village leader is a fool. They are acutely aware of the current situation. In this world of ninjas, strength is forever the paramount concern. What did you say? After assisting you in achieving such a monumental task, you now wish to cast me aside? Within the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kai's roar could be heard from afar. Despite having spent the entire morning dozing off, it is undeniable that he is the pivotal figure in this peace treaty. Without even having lunch, these individuals expect him to lead a team of genin to Kumonagakure for the Chunin exams. Is this not a ridiculous jest? The decision has been made, and he is not to depart immediately. They will set off in a month. This Chunin exam is crucial for the pride of our entire village. Kakashi and Might Guy will accompany you. Therefore, this matter is one you cannot decline. You must attend. Tsunade's demeanor was resolutely unyielding, her gaze firmly fixed upon Uchiha Kai, who stood there with a look of discontent. The crux of the issue is that this decision had already been finalized, regardless of whether Kai agreed or not. It had been irrevocably determined. Might I implore you to consider my perspective? Is it not rather excessive to proceed with such significant matters without prior notification? Kai's furious hand slammed down on the Hokage's desk as he leaned forward, casting a piercing gaze at Tsunade, this enigmatic woman. The others, however, appeared completely indifferent to the situation, particularly Hyuga Hizashi, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Nara Shikaku, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. As for you, there was no real loss. Consider it a holiday. After all, there was no need for combat. You merely had to visit the hidden cloud village and ensure the little ones were well taken care of during the journey. Tsunade's tone began to soften, even as her lips curled into a gentle smile. Little ones? I am merely a few years older than them. Am I to be regarded as a mere child in your eyes? Kai was utterly speechless, as this group of individuals seemed to have conjured reasons out of thin air to extricate themselves from their current situation. After finally enjoying a brief respite of 2 days, the most pressing matter at hand was to continue relishing this comfortable existence. Moreover, he was not foolish. The recent actions of Awagakure, having directly signed a peace treaty, would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. The implication was quite transparent. Were they suggesting he venture to the village of Youngakure to instigate further turmoil? Would it not mean that after dealing with that village, he would still have to confront the remaining two? If circumstances permitted, he too would be inclined to go. He had heard that Youngakure was situated in a breathtakingly beautiful locale, a place he had never visited. It could serve as a delightful getaway. Perhaps, upon arrival, he might even discover something that piqued his interest. At that juncture, he could employ some clever tactics, much like he did in Awagakure, to procure whatever it was he desired. After all, the risk to him was minimal, was it not? Nara Shikaku wore an expression of regret, his words subtly hinting at the allure of this assignment. Yet, Kai could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. The matters he had orchestrated in Awagakure had evidently reached here with surprising speed. Thus, the decision was made. The mission list had already been dispatched to Youngakure. Upon his return, he could prepare accordingly and voice any requests he might have. The village would strive to accommodate him as best as it could. If the departure in a month had been solidified, this was not a proposition he could refuse. Moreover, he must understand that he was designated as the leader of the team, with Kakashi and Might Guy serving to assist him. Tsunade reiterated, emphasizing that, were it anyone else, they would not have indulged in such superfluous dialogue. A mission assigned to a ninja was simply that, a task, with no room for refusal. Yet, this individual before her was indeed a rare exception. Before every mission, there was always thorough communication, especially for those that required leaving the village. That old woman truly had no kindness in her heart. Kai's gaze was fixed intently on the other party, and internally, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. How audacious to impose such matters upon himself. Truly, he was endowed with an abundance of vigilance. Very well, I have understood your words. I shall depart punctually in 1 month's time. Kai suddenly changed his demeanor, graciously acquiescing to the request. After all, engaging in idle chatter with this group would yield no fruitful outcome. Ultimately, they would insist on his participation, rather than resist. It was more sensible to accept the situation with composure. This unexpected shift left the 3 individuals seated nearby in a state of astonishment, particularly Nara Shikahisa. He had prepared extensively for the ensuing conversation, only to be taken aback by the other party's agreement, abruptly halting his contemplations. Nevertheless, this turn of events could be deemed favorable, as it aligned with their intended objective. However, I do have one condition, since we are to embark on a journey. I wish to bring my family along, allowing them to witness the unfamiliar world as well. What do you think? Kai seizes the opportunity to propose a condition. Among his former dreams was to behold the world's visage, and this presents a perfect chance. He had often heard that Yuin Village is indeed a remarkable area. Since the intention is to immerse oneself in the environment, there is no need for excessive selfishness. The others were momentarily taken aback by his words. However, Tsunade showed no hesitation. With a decisive clap of her hands, she promptly agreed to his request, stating that it would be fine for them to participate in the examination under the guise of being mere subordinates, especially since the list had not been submitted to Yuin Village. What? Such a maneuver is indeed possible? Kai was taken aback, surprised by the unexpected idea. Viewed from a different perspective, their ages certainly aligned. However, it was quite unimaginable to have someone of Uchiha Daishan's caliber participate in a Chunin exam. One could only wonder what kind of environment the examination venue would present. If the teams consisted of 3 members, with Daisuhan, Hikari, and Suki in one group, what would become of Kei Rin and Suki? Would they need to find another companion? As he pondered while walking, Uchiha Kai stood out distinctly from the crowd. His attire, which bore no resemblance to that of a ninja, coupled with the absence of a forehead protector from Konohagakure, rendered him conspicuously different from the others, dressed in exquisite clothing. "Boss, I would like 2 skewers of dumplings." Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at a dumpling shop and hesitated, eventually taking a seat on a chair at the entrance, all the while contemplating the matters that lay ahead. "Kai-sama, what a delightful coincidence." Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young girl standing before him, also holding 2 skewers of dumplings. He recognized her well enough. "Sakura? What a coincidence. I didn't realize you would be here." Kai gazed at the young lady before him, offering a gentle smile as he greeted her. "How fortuitous. I never expected Lord Kai to indulge in such delights. Do have a taste. I've yet to try it myself." Observing her radiant smile, Kai spoke with an air of nonchalance. He appraised the young woman before him, when suddenly a thought crossed his mind. With a broad grin, he inquired, "Sakura, you are still a genin, aren't you?" Haruno Sakura blinked in surprise, then awkwardly nodded. She was now alone, yet she had proven to be a promising talent, learning under Tsunade's guidance. However, she found herself solitary at this moment. Wouldn't that mean the number of those she had long hesitated about was now sufficient? With this realization, Kai burst into laughter, raising his gaze to the nearby Sakura. "I've made up my mind. In a month's time, I shall find you a team, and we will head to the Hidden Cloud Village for the Chunin exams." "Nanny?" Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. Yet, she awkwardly waved her hands, saying, "Lord Kai, at present, I am engaged in learning under the Hokage. Therefore, I may not be able to acquiesce to your request." "No worries. I shall speak to that woman on your behalf." Kai spoke directly here, as he presented the plate adorned with 2 skewers of 6 dumplings each. Before Haruno Sakura could utter another word, the proprietor of the dumpling shop had already placed the dish upon the table. The interruption of her artwork left Sakura at a loss for words, particularly as she was about to venture into another village. She could only reiterate, "I will discuss this matter with Lord Hokage. If she consents, I have no objections. I shall not trouble you further, Lord Kai. I will take my leave now." With that, Sakura swiftly gathered her packaged dumplings and departed, anxious that Uchiha Kai might concoct some unpalatable scheme in the next moment. It was evident that the title used to address him was not solely derived from strength. The Uchiha clan, regardless of its current state, was once a noble family that helped establish the Hidden Leaf Village. Even if Uchiha Kai chose not to identify himself with the Uchiha lineage now, and despite the clan's near extinction in the context of Konoha, the surname still denoted a distinguished lineage among the ninja elite. This noble status surpassed that of all clans, save for the Senju clan. After all, it was the Uchiha clan that, in partnership with the Senju clan, founded this village. Thus, whether it was a common ninja like Haruno Sakura or the restaurant owner, they would invariably prefix their address with the respectful title Lord. Seizing a skewer of dumplings, she took a hearty bite. "Owner, please pack another 10 skewers for me to take home." After savoring the exquisite flavors, Kai shouted loudly towards the interior. "What? You cannot be serious. You expect me to participate in the Chunin exams?" Upon returning to their lodgings, several individuals held skewers of meatballs, enjoying their meal while listening to the tales recounted by Uchiha Kai. The others displayed no particularly remarkable reactions, except for Suki, who, not even truly human, was taken aback by the notion of being invited to partake in the Chunin exams. This topic genuinely astonished her. "What? Do you not wish to venture out for a stroll?" Kai asked with a face full of disdain. "Is that really appropriate? Given my capabilities, I could easily eliminate everyone in mere moments. With my strength, I would certainly be more than sufficient to serve as a jonin in Konoha, wouldn't I?" You rolled her eyes and responded, "Indeed, Lord Kai, should we not carefully consider this matter? My abilities are also on par with those of a jonin. Engaging in battles against chunin under such circumstances seems rather unfair, doesn't it?" The San couldn't help but interject, regardless of age. "Isn't it akin to wielding a maxed out account to dominate those novices? May I opt out as well? After all, I still feel quite weak." Yueya timidly inquired. Unlike the other two, who hesitated due to their overwhelming strength, This young lady was reluctant to participate because she felt inadequate. However, over the course of the past month, under the guidance of others, Uchiha had already mastered chakra and was now merely practicing precise control over it. Their clan possessed an extraordinary ability to manipulate the weather, a power that was indeed formidable, albeit not yet fully realized. At the very least, during this month of training, she had progressed to a point where the weather did not fluctuate with her emotions. You need not worry so much. This event is merely a formality, a chance for us to enjoy each other's company. After all, I would feel somewhat reluctant to go alone. I have heard that the environment in the hidden cloud village is quite pleasant. A stroll there would serve as a delightful respite. Kai spoke with remarkable composure. For him, the outcome of victory or defeat held no significance. What truly mattered was the mere act of participation. This opportunity to venture out, particularly to other villages, was essential. While they relished the prospect of engaging in activities where they could dominate effortlessly, it certainly promised to be an intriguing experience. Despite the slight awkwardness upon hearing Kai's words, everyone felt an immediate release from any psychological burdens. We must go, regardless of the distance. It is of no consequence. Ing exclaimed with enthusiasm. What about you all? Kai gazed at the others and inquired, is there a problem? Not at all. Since we are going, let's proceed. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to. Deshawn replied. Indeed, there was little of consequence at hand, for among the numerous individuals present, only the two of them belonged to the esteemed ranks of Konoha's ninjas. The others, in the current state of affairs, lacked even the status of official ninjas within Konoha, and they were indifferent to such distinctions. Having reached a decision, Deshawn continued, now, you three, Deshawn, Ing, and you, will form one team. Xiang Lin and Yuya, I will find another partner for you to complete your team. Over the course of the next month, dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Particularly you three, while victory and defeat may not be your primary concern with your current abilities. If you cannot secure first place in the CH exams, then you might as well remain in the land of clouds and not return. I cannot afford to bear the shame of such a loss. Kai organized the teams, but upon observing the current demeanor of you, he took the opportunity to issue a warning. Just as everyone was absorbed in the effort required for their impending journey to the hidden cloud village, a voice resonated in their ears. Sitting on the sofa opposite Kai, with a pout and her hands propping up her head, the adorable Karatsuchi listened intently to the conversation. With a mix of curiosity and slight disappointment, she remarked, such matters are beyond our control. You might discuss it with that old man Ohimu when you return. If he agrees, perhaps we could indeed venture together into this so-called Chunin exam. You plopped down beside her, wrapping an arm around Karatsuchi's neck. Their affectionate demeanor suggesting a familiarity that was palpable. It was evident that the relationship between the two villages had long been adversarial, rendering such cooperation nearly inconceivable. Speculating on the potential events that might unfold upon their arrival at the hidden cloud village seemed futile, thus Karatsuchi's envy was tempered by a pragmatic understanding of their circumstances. All right, the arrangements are settled, so everyone should put forth their best efforts. This afternoon, I will take you on a tour of the village, Kai announced. Experience the allure of Konohagakure. Yay! Karatsuchi exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her into the air at the prospect of exploring the village with Kai. The village itself was secondary. The company was what truly mattered. Time passed swiftly, and a month later, a group sat languidly at the village entrance. Upon lifting their heads, they noticed the sun had climbed high, the sweltering heat beginning to take its toll on the earth. Even in the shade of the trees, they were compelled to wave their hands continuously, seeking a modicum of relief from the oppressive warmth. Kai, we were supposed to set off today, right? Why have we yet to see Kakashi and Uchiha Kai? One impatient figure, hair tied back and a sword slung across his back, stared vacantly at Might Guy, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Indeed, it was decided that we would depart today. Might Guy replied after a moment's contemplation. If it were merely one person who misremembered, that could be overlooked, but surely not so many could be mistaken about the date. The students have already arrived, and only the two main characters are missing. However, during their moment of uncertainty, a figure with white hair and a mask over his face, cradling his head with both hands, began to saunter toward them, swaying as if just awakened from slumber. Everyone is here so early. Have you all had breakfast? Kakashi called out, waving his right hand in greeting as he approached. How can you still say that? What time is it already? The explosive-haired one retorted loudly. Seeing Kakashi maintain his usual nonchalant demeanor left him momentarily speechless. What time is it now? Indeed, Kakashi, ordinarily, a little tardiness can be overlooked. But today you were over an hour late. Might Guy expressed his disbelief. Huh? Am I late? I suppose little Kai hasn't arrived yet, right? Kakashi replied with an air of indifference, glancing around. His expression soon shifted to one of realization. I knew he wouldn't show up. That guy has never arrived on time for a mission, so I guess my arrival is considered early, Kakashi said with a playful grin. This left the explosive-haired one unable to contain a twitch at the corners of his mouth, almost wanting to give him a good thrashing. Considering what was said, it was indeed puzzling that they had yet to see a single trace of Uchiha, leaving them to wonder what he could possibly be up to. Could it be that he is taking a carriage again? Might Guy pondered aloud, absent-mindedly picking his nose as he contemplated the usual antics of that fellow. Regardless, the number of participants for this trip was indeed substantial. If they were to travel by carriage, they would require at least 3, which would undoubtedly be an expense the village would not cover. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. He glanced at the gathered individuals. The number of those attending the CHNIN exams was certainly not insignificant. From the former teammate, there were Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. From Team Guy, there were Rock Lee, Tintin, and Niji Hyuga. The remaining members belonged to the nameless 12th team, who were once classmates of Hinata. For Jonin instructors were accompanying them, the explosive-haired Yamato, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha Kai. However, they were unaware that Uchiha Kai intended to bring his entire family along, thus complicating the specifics of their numbers. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei, and Yamato-sensei. What brings you here? Are you heading out of the village on a mission? Uchiha Kai did not wait long, but instead, he was met by another familiar figure. The arrival of Haruno Sakura drew the attention of others, and upon greeting her, both Kakashi and Might Guy expressed their bewilderment. Huh? Weren't we supposed to be together? This left Sakura momentarily perplexed. They were all assigned the same mission. Yet these individuals seemed unaware of her presence. Together? Tintin approached Sakura, her brow furrowed in confusion. But then, as if struck by a thought, she tilted her head and inquired if there might be additional participants involved this time. The one providing the answer had already arrived. Tintin's confusion was swiftly clarified by Kakashi. As a group of individuals approached from a distance, it left both Kakashi and Might Guy speechless. Uchiha Kai maintained his usual demeanor. Yet Uchiha Daisuke was hoisting an enormous object. It resembled a boat, albeit not entirely. Its front was sharply pointed, the middle bulged outward, and the rear tapered inward. All eyes were drawn to this peculiar sight, filled with curiosity regarding what this individual intended to undertake. Everyone has arrived, surprisingly early, Uchiha Kai called out from afar, waving his hand in greeting. The moment these words were uttered, the group erupted in a flurry of agitation, akin to startled chickens. If they could, they would gladly strike this fellow down. Little Kai, what on earth are you doing? Might Guy, ever intrigued by unusual contraptions, approached, gazing at the object that Daisuke was lifting with keen interest. From a distance, he had failed to discern its true nature, but upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to resemble a vessel. Yet, what kind of boat bore such a shape? It was entirely cylindrical, with several seats inside. But how could it possibly navigate the sea? Moreover, it seemed wholly impractical, given the craftsmanship evident in this creation. It was not difficult to surmise that it bore the hallmark of Yamato's expertise. Ah, this, Kai explained, is our means of travel for the journey ahead. We have recently perfected a certain invention, allowing us to traverse more swiftly while also having the opportunity to explore other areas along the way. With a broad grin, Kai lifted his hand and struck heavily upon the vessel-like contraption. The resounding thuds elicited a twitch at the corner of Kakashi's mouth, leaving him perplexed about the device's purpose. Setting that aside, it was clear that they were all acquainted. Kakashi's inquiry was straightforward. Why had they come along? Oh, I see what you mean. They intend to participate in the Chunin exams as well. In a trio, we have Ino, Shikamaru, and Sakura, while the remaining 3 form another team. They are heading to the Chunin exams. Are you joking, Lee? Mato Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. If it were just the trio of Ino, it might be somewhat understandable. But the prospect of Daisuke and his 2 companions forming a team raised questions about the involvement of others. While Hinata's abilities were likely at the Chunin level, not particularly remarkable, Daisuke, with his 3-tomo Sharingan, undoubtedly possessed strength on par with the Jonin, perhaps even surpassing many. To have such a formidable individual participating in the Chunin exam seemed absurd. If one were to consider this, it could be somewhat comprehensible. However, then there was that girl. Kakashi and Mato Kai were acutely aware of her identity. To put it in their terms, she was a sage. a being endowed with extraordinary prowess. If she were to enter the fray, it would indeed render others inconsequential. The thought of someone with such power competing in this event left the others feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, given that they hailed from the same village, they did not dwell on it excessively. Hey, aren't you a bit late? We need to set off immediately. It's one thing to bring so many people along, but why are you carrying such a large object? Yuya had grown impatient, for considerable time had elapsed. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and they could hardly travel far before noon. Come on, everyone, hop on. Get ready for a unique journey, shouted Uchiha Kai. As the group stood in bewilderment, Uchiha Daisuhan was the first to leap aboard, claiming a prime seating position. The interior, though not expansive, was certainly not cramped. Lacking wheels may not denote luxury, but this contraption undoubtedly held a distinct purpose. Each family member carefully selected their preferred spot to settle in. To others, it might seem perplexing. However, Hinata was unwilling to be left behind. She approached the towering structure, easily 2 meters high and measuring at least several meters in length, and leapt onto it with great vigor. Kakashi and Might Guy followed closely behind, and most had already ascended, leaving only a few who had nothing to say. Once everyone was aboard, 3 or 4 seats remained unoccupied. Yet Uchiha Kai did not rush to claim one. Instead, he concentrated his chakra and pressed his hand against the colossal object. Earth release, heavy stone technique, he declared, as a massive surge of chakra enveloped the giant structure. In the next moment, everyone felt the object beneath them begin to rise slowly. The towering trees on either side rapidly diminished in size. The 2 guards at the entrance, intrigued, hurriedly emerged to witness the unfolding spectacle. Ah, so this is the technique of the third Tsuchikage. Kakashi immediately recognized the origin of this marvel. As they ascended higher, eventually reaching just below the clouds, Uchiha Kai had somehow taken a seat at the rear. Everyone, please hold on tight. You are about to experience the sensation of flight, he shouted, swiftly forming a hand seal. A tremendous gust of wind surged towards them. Ah, the sound of fear spread across the flying vessel. Its speed was beyond description. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from above Konoha. Ahahaha, this is exhilarating, exclaimed Might Guy, reveling in the sensation of the wind striking his face. Despite his features being contorted by the gales, he continued to laugh heartily. Yet, his voice was likely inaudible to those beside him, as all that could be heard was the howling wind. With nothing above to shield them from the breeze, the forward shield deflected much of the wind pressure. Although a small portion still pressed against their faces, it was comparatively bearable. The speed was indeed astonishing, marking a new frontier that Uchiha Kai had discovered during this time. By utilizing the heavy stone technique to levitate a massive object, it effectively achieved a state of weightlessness. Thus, all that remained was to employ wind release, generating a significant volume of wind with chakra, allowing them to propel forward rapidly like a jet. Wow, this mode of travel is truly remarkable. The airship descended steadily onto the ground, having traversed the skies for what felt like an eternity. The occupants were oblivious to their current location and the distance they had covered. Once they landed, Uchiha Kai experienced a moment of respite. Despite having expended a considerable amount of chakra, he stretched languidly as he expressed his contentment with a sense of self-satisfaction. However, upon observing the others, it became apparent that they were far from sharing his state of ease. Their disheveled hair was tousled backward in disarray. Apart from Might Guy, who appeared notably unique and was in an unusually exuberant mood, the rest of the group had their eyes wide open, still reeling from the experience. Hey, don't you all feel quite all right? Kai looked at them and immediately asked with a smile, what is going on? To his surprise, Ing was the first to become enraged. She stood up, grasped Uchiha Kai's hair, and, baring her teeth, shouted in anger, what are you doing? Couldn't you just run slowly? We're not in a hurry. Why run so fast? I truly apologize. I nearly had a heart attack, she whimpered, releasing her grip on his hair and collapsing back into her seat, overwhelmed with fear as tears streamed down her face. The thrill and danger they had encountered along the way were perhaps known only to them. Had they anticipated such an outcome? They would have preferred to spend more time progressing step by step rather than enduring this discomfort. The expressions of the remaining individuals were equally grim, their faces pale, devoid of any color, leaving one to wonder if it was due to the altitude or genuine terror. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their composure and staggered off the flying vessel, plopping down onto the damp grass, having reached a point where too much was no longer worth concerning themselves with. Little Kai, this ride was far too exhilarating. In such a short time, we've traveled so far. At this rate, We could reach the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning in just 2 days, saving at least half a month. Madokai exclaimed, running to Uchiha Kai and grinning broadly. Let us reconsider. At our age, our hearts aren't what they used to be. Although this method is quicker, it's truly unnecessary. We have ample time to reach our destination. Look at those youngsters. Can any of them truly handle this? Kakashi pointed towards the group, who were lined up, some of the more resilient looking pale and seated. As for those with lesser endurance, such as Suki and Ino, along with the members of Team 12, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Even seated, the feeling of dread seemed to linger. The crux of the matter was that while this mode of travel was swift, it lacked stability. Despite the rapid pace, the vessel shook violently, leading to an intense sense of vertigo, which was a significant factor in their discomfort. Lord Kai, I must advise against this method going forward. While it may facilitate quick travel, the experience could very well take years off our lives. Let us proceed step by step instead. Uchiha Daisuke approached, looking worn and weak. In truth, even merely sitting there had consumed a considerable amount of chakra, as they needed to use it to secure themselves in their seats, preventing being swept away by the powerful gusts. Moreover, should anything go awry, even the strongest among them could face a fatal fall. We shall reconsider our approach. However, it seems that I have conceived a rather promising business idea. Kai suddenly broke into a wide grin, gazing at the group seated on the ground, their faces etched with silence. He raised his right hand, extending his index finger, and with a flicker of flame materializing at its tip, he propelled it directly onto the flying vessel. In an instant, the enormous craft was engulfed in flames. More than a month had passed since the departure of Kai and his companions from the Hidden Leaf Village, and today, the hospital there was abuzz with activity. A piece of news had swiftly swept through the entire establishment, one that would undoubtedly soon ripple throughout the entire village. Those who were privy to the information widened their eyes in disbelief. As the fifth Hokage, Tsunade was set to give birth at the Hidden Leaf Hospital. And it was well known that many events could not remain concealed, particularly in such a vast village. Even the news of an ordinary ninja would be documented, let alone that of the Hokage. While it was feasible to obscure certain details during her pregnancy, this particular moment was bound to be known by all. Tsunade-sama, with your arrival at the hospital for childbirth, will this impact your position in any way? In the delivery room, before others could enter, Shizen, clad in a white coat and wearing a mask, quietly inquired. What is there to fret about? My giving birth is none of their concern, Tsunade retorted. Her expression pained yet defiant. Just then, 5 or 6 individuals rushed in, their faces tense and uncertain. What are you all waiting for? Get to work. The procedure remains the same, Shizen shouted at them, her voice cutting through the chaos. Amidst the flurry of activity, they managed to orderly transition into their roles for the delivery. Despite the gravity of the situation, they were assisting the Hokage, a woman in her 50s. Such an occurrence was beyond their comprehension, yet they pressed on, sweat beading on their foreheads as they dutifully commenced their tasks. While the hospital bustled with fervor, the Hokage's office remained a hive of activity, even in Tsunade's absence. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hizashi were seated before imposing stacks of documents, diligently addressing the affairs of the village. At this moment, neither of them had the inclination to examine the content before them. Nara Shikaku sat silently on the sofa, profoundly shaken by the revelation, while beside him, Hyuga Hizashi appeared notably more at ease. It seemed that he had been aware of this matter for some time, and thus was not particularly disturbed. Despite both being seated in silence, their expressions spoke volumes. Did you already know about this? After a prolonged silence, Nara Shikaku could not suppress his curiosity and turned to Hyuga Hizashi with the inquiry. Yes, without hesitation. Hizashi nodded affirmatively, openly acknowledging his prior knowledge. He continued, I stumbled upon this over 2 months ago while using my Byakugan to scan for potential dangers. To my surprise, I noticed something concerning Lord Hokage's condition. Honestly, I was quite astonished at that moment, and my curiosity was piqued. You are curious about whose child this is? Nara Shikaku probed further. Exactly. I cannot fathom whose child it could possibly be. Do you think it could be Jiraiya's? But I haven't heard of any connection between them. Hizashi expressed his thoughts and speculations, only to ultimately refute his own suggestion. As the wisest individual in the village, Nara Shikaku's mind began to retrace its steps. Given the timeline, Tsunade's pregnancy must have occurred before her return to the village. Could it possibly be him? A figure suddenly emerged in Shikaku's mind. However, he quickly shook his head, muttering that it could not be him. The reason for this denial stemmed from the fact that the image that flashed in his mind was none other than Uchiha Kakashi. The denial arose from Kakashi's formidable strength and youth, rendering it implausible for him to be involved with an older woman. Even though Tsunade appeared no different from a woman in her 20s, reality was undeniable. Yet, even such a perceptive individual could not deduce who the father of the child might be. Nevertheless, this matter was not the crux of their discussion. The act of a woman giving birth is, after all, a natural occurrence, not warranting excessive scrutiny. However, given that the individual in question was the fifth Hokage, the implications of the situation were vastly different. Taking a deep breath and furrowing his brow slightly, Narashikaku raised his gaze to Hyuga Hisashi and asked, "How do you propose we handle the current situation? There will undoubtedly be individuals seeking to exploit this for their own advantage. Handle it? Does this situation even require handling?" Hinata Hinashi wore a calm expression, revealing a rather mocking demeanor, although he did not articulate any particular sentiment. Narashikaku instantly comprehended that they were both testing each other's stance. Hearing Hinata's response, a slow smile began to curl at the corners of Narashikaku's mouth. "You are correct. This matter does not require much intervention. This is the perfect opportunity to uproot those individuals entirely. For far too long, the leadership roles have been monopolized by a handful of families, while we have existed in this precarious environment. The arrival of Uchiha Kai has disrupted the status quo. Yet it does not imply that everything will unfold seamlessly. Now that we find ourselves in this position, our two clans must be acutely aware of one critical truth, should Tsunade step down. The first order of business for her successor would be to eliminate the leadership positions held by our two clans. Even if we may never ascend to the position of Hokage, it is imperative that we maintain our influence within the upper echelons to control the narrative of the village and safeguard our families. We are, after all, tethered together like grasshoppers on the same string, even if the identity of that child's father remains a mystery to us. Nevertheless, this knowledge bears little significance to our objectives. Thus, it is evident what we must do next, is it not?" Narashikaku inquired with a slight upward curve of his lips. "Indeed. The child's paternity is of no concern to us. Our focus should be on leveraging the strength of our two clans to eliminate those hindrances while we have the chance. These two individuals. 1. The leader of the Nara clan commands the existence of the three major families, Ino, Shika, Cho. Narashikaku has, due to his astute intellect, often found himself devoid of any true influence in the village. The reason for this is his keen awareness of the circumstances surrounding him, leading him to the most prudent course of action, silence. Thus, he has often been overlooked by members of other clans within the village. As for Hinata Hinashi, the head of the largest clan in Konoha in the entire shinobi world, while his individual strength may not be particularly formidable, the prowess of the Hyuga clan is undeniably formidable. Together, these two nearly command half of Konoha, not to mention that they currently hold prominent leadership positions within the village. In fact, the initial intention behind Uchiha Kai's decision to appoint them to these high-ranking roles was not solely to enhance the prosperity of the village, but, more critically, due to their lack of opportunities to penetrate the upper echelons themselves. Once they gain entry, both will strive to retain their grasp on power. However, the means to maintain such power is quite straightforward. They must ensure that the current fifth Hokage faces no challenges, thereby binding their fates together. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade. It's a daughter. Gazing at Tsunade, whose face bore the marks of a recent struggle, Shizen cradled an infant in her arms, her heart enveloped in warmth. The moment Tsunade opened her eyes, Shizen hurriedly approached, crouching down to place the baby beside her, a broad smile adorning her face as she exclaimed, "You rascal. Giving birth is far more exhausting than battling for 3 days." Tsunade, appearing rather frail, uttered these words. Yet, for her, such weakness was hardly significant. It was merely the toll of childbirth that had rendered her temporarily unconscious. Now that she had awakened, handling the subsequent matters would prove much easier. With a feeble lift of her hands, she began forming hand seals, and in an instant, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead radiated outward. Dark patterns swiftly spread across her face, and in the next moment, a surge of blue chakra enveloped her, restoring her body to its former vigor in mere seconds. As she released her hands, the marks faded, returning to the original diamond shape, and the once weak Tsunade abruptly sat up, stretching with a yawn. It was only then that she remembered her child, the maternal instinct overwhelming her as she gently lifted the baby she had placed beside her. Having never experienced motherhood before, she marveled at the unexpected joy of this moment at her age. Observing the infant's slightly wrinkled features, though not as adorable as she had envisioned, she felt an overwhelming glow of maternal love for her own child. "Lady Tsunade, have you decided on a name for the baby? Or shall we wait for his father to return?" Shizen inquired softly, casting a cautious glance toward the closed door, ensuring no one outside could overhear their conversation. With the door securely shut, the whisper was of no concern. Tsunade hesitated for a moment while cradling her child, then smiled gently as she declared, "Let us name her Chiyo." This name had been on her mind for quite some time, even considering the surname Senju for the child. However, she refrained from hastily revealing the father's last name. Regardless of her thoughts, the notion lingered in her mind. If the father were to perish, it would be no issue for the child to take her surname. Yet, the child's father was alive, and even if she wished to keep his identity a secret, the child would inevitably grow and learn the truth about her lineage. Thus, it was better to decide on a name now, leaving the complexities of the future for another day. What a beautiful name. I can't wait to see what talents this little girl will possess in the future, Shizen remarked, her words brimming with sincerity. The offspring of the Uchiha and Senju clans, whom would they resemble more? With Uchiha Kai already exhibiting such formidable strength, one could only wonder how extraordinary his child's genetics might be. From the moment of her birth, it was apparent that this girl might ascend to greatness. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's countenance reflected a similar sense of anticipation. Yet, she ultimately sighed and remarked that it mattered not what she might become in the future. By the way, Lady Tsunade, while you were napping, I ventured outside and noticed that someone is exploiting the situation regarding Chiyo to garner publicity. Although only a little over an hour has passed, it seems the entire village is already aware that the fifth Hokage has unexpectedly given birth. How should we respond to this? In a serious tone, Shizen inquired. What is there to respond to? My giving birth has no bearing on them. As if they are not also destined to have children, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Thus, there is no need for any special measures. I suspect that old man is merely stirring up trouble again. However, it is of little consequence. It will hardly create any significant upheaval, so we need not dwell on it. Tsunade's demeanor remained calm, for she had long since devised a strategy in light of such matters. Therefore, prior to the child's birth, she intended to send Uchiha Kai and the others to the hidden Cloud Village, effectively hoping to leverage this opportunity to compel the Cloud Village to make a choice akin to that of the Rock Village. Should this occur, her position as Hokage would be unassailable. Look, just a moment ago, we were discussing village affairs with grave expressions, and now, upon witnessing the infant slowly opening her eyes, Tsunade couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "Little Chiyo, I am your Aunt Shizen." Shizen leaned over and waved her hand above the tiny baby. Tsunade, unable to contain her joy, beamed at the infant before her. This sensation was both nostalgic and almost forgotten. Since the passing of those dear to her, her heart had been shrouded in emptiness. However, since learning of her pregnancy, that sense of void seemed to gradually dissipate. This was why, despite the immense pressure she might face, she resolutely chose to give life. Lady Tsunade, should we inform Kai of this matter? Shizen asked. Before leaving, Kakashi did leave his summoning dog here. In that case, we should notify him. They ought to have reached the hidden Cloud Village by now. Additionally, it would be prudent for Kakashi to urge Uchiha Kai to ensure that the Cloud Village agrees to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Shizen nodded and promptly exited the room. At that moment, the corridor outside had gathered a multitude of people, all eager to catch a glimpse of Tsunade's child. Within this scene, one can find either medical personnel or ordinary individuals standing nearby. It is somewhat acceptable to remain in the corridor, as there exists a certain distance from the doors of the rooms, presumably out of concern for disturbance. However, upon descending to the lower levels and stepping outside, one discovers an overwhelming number of people congregated here. It seems that even the orchestrators of this gathering remain unaware of the profound impact brought forth by the birth of the fifth Hokage's child. Yet, this influence is not as adverse as one might anticipate. Rather, it resonates deeply with many. Once the esteemed Princess Tsunade, she is no longer alone. Her transformation into a mother instantly humanizes her in the eyes of the villagers. In another locale, one gazes upon towering mountains, each peak seemingly imbued with its own narrative and essence. The outskirts of the hidden Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning reveal a landscape that aligns perfectly with the legends. The sight of cascading waterfalls and cloud-piercing summits creates a tableau akin to a masterful painting. It is exquisite, undoubtedly the kind of unique beauty that every soul yearns for. The mountains are magnificent, the waters enchanting, and the scenery breathtaking. To dwell in such a place feels akin to an endless vacation. This group of muscle-bound individuals could not have chosen a more splendid environment. With his hands clasped behind his back, Haruno inhaled deeply the fresh air of this region, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. The path before him is entirely paved with gravel, meandering alongside the bases of the mountains, crafting a locale of distinct aesthetic appeal. Predominantly comprised of rocky hills, the landscape appears uniform at first glance. However, the awe-inspiring sensation that envelopes one here cannot be found in the Land of Fire. The slate-gray mountains, with the tallest peak shrouded in a veil of white, elicit a profound sense of wonder. Simply standing beneath and absorbing the contrasting features of the surroundings is enough to evoke a formidable sense of awe. The artistry of nature is truly beyond the capabilities of human creation. It is indeed a sight of unparalleled beauty. In a soft murmur, he expressed a desire to linger in this place for a while, as simply being here instilled an unparalleled sense of relaxation. It was likely that few among the villagers possessed the appreciation for the beauty that surrounded them. Do not merely admire. The inhabitants of Yunin village are approaching. Kakashi interjected. From the not overly dense woods on either side, figures began to dash swiftly towards them. Moments ago, they had appeared leisurely, yet in an instant, they shifted into a state of tension and vigilance, albeit not yet fully engaged in combat. After all, for many years, Konoha and Yunin villages had exchanged little more than hostilities. Despite his youth, Uchiha Kai bore the weight of leadership on this expedition. Upon seeing the approach of individuals from Yunin village, he calmly stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. Should conflict arise, it was his responsibility as the leader to address it. It was not for the younger ones to contend with such matters. Kai, strive to avoid any altercations. The people from Yunin village are not known for their intellect. Do not jeopardize our mission, Kakashi cautioned. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals had landed on the road, approximately 100 meters away, before they began to approach. Honestly, since the inception of our Yunin village, we have never heard of another village participating in our Chunin exams. You from Konoha are the first. It truly comes as a surprise, remarked the leader of the group, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. His demeanor casual and devoid of courtesy. He even regarded them with sidelong glances, and it was remarkable that they refrained from hostility. Darui, the bodyguard of the 4th Reikage, seemed to harbor considerable disdain for Konoha, and his arrogant demeanor raised questions about his qualifications for such a leadership role. Unlike other villages, Reikage's domain did not establish a covert operations unit. Their missions were conducted in the open. Without masks obscuring their faces, their expressions of disdain were unmistakable, provoking a sense of irritation. Quite intriguing. Kai's lips curled into a subtle smile, leaving those behind him somewhat perplexed. He strode forward with a swagger, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding a charmingly rebellious aura. Fixating his gaze on the approaching Darui, Uchiha Kai wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of scornful words. It's one thing to lack proper reception etiquette, but we are here as representatives of our respective villages, taking a step towards peace. I've heard rumors that the folks from the Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning are all brawn and no brains, but the audacity you display is truly baffling. With the recent peace treaty between Konoha and IWA, we may find ourselves standing shoulder to shoulder in battle in the future. If it weren't for the restrictions on ninjas participating in various matters, your village would likely be reduced to mere rubble. Consider yourselves fortunate that this era of peace has spared you. Should war ever erupt, I would show no mercy in obliterating your entire village. Hey. I specifically said no provoking conflict, Kakashi exclaimed, face buried in his hands, utterly exasperated. The others were equally taken aback. Having just met, they were already confronted with hostility. And to their astonishment, Kai was even more brazen than his adversary, launching into such a tirade. Even Darui's companions, standing behind him, were left in disbelief, their mouths twitching in incredulity. The last person to speak such arrogant words in their village had likely long since departed this world. Who would have thought another would dare to follow suit? You must be Uchiha Kai, a youth with quite the audacity. And you must be Darui, correct? Why does your village raise you to grow physically, yet neglect to teach you humility? Kai's defiance was palpable. In our village, even the likes of Uchiha Madara would not have spoken so brazenly. Surely if he were here, you would have fled long ago. He was not one to hurl insults. Instead, he would have leveled this place without a second thought. A battle would have been more fitting than mere words, wouldn't it? Kai, ever the skeptic, merely chuckled at the exchange. The distance between them had dwindled to less than a meter, both standing eye to eye, their heights nearly equal, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Darui, initially intent on establishing dominance, found himself at a loss, having been outmatched in verbal sparring. It was truly surprising that Konoha had produced such a tenacious individual. Yet, the question lingered, did his prowess match his bravado? Darui spat out the grass he had been chewing, his expression unyielding as he fixed his gaze on Kai. You raise a valid point. if possible. I too would like to witness whether your strength is as formidable as your tongue. What a coincidence. My prowess indeed mirrors my audacious demeanor. Darui let out a cold chuckle as the individuals trailing behind him commenced their preparations for battle. Shall we wager something? Let us ascertain whether it is my physical fortitude or your arrogance and strength that prevails. If you emerge victorious, I shall bestow upon you 50 billion Rio from the hidden cloud village. Should you falter, however, I demand your village's treasured banana fan. Uchiha Kai, having engaged in only a brief exchange, was already poised to unleash his ultimate technique. Initially reluctant to come, he reconsidered upon realizing the potential treasures that lay within this place. After all, visiting another village necessitates adherence to certain courtesies and decorum. It is only fitting to extend greetings before engaging in combat, a customary practice indeed. Yet, in Darui's eyes, legends remain mere tales. He harbored doubts about the strength of this brash boy, seemingly no more than a decade old. Nonetheless, the prospect of the wager intrigued him. Though the banana fan was not his to offer, he could only mockingly inquire, "Do you truly possess such wealth?" "Oh, is that what you mean?" Uchiha Kai replied with a derisive smirk, then gestured toward the towering mountains behind him. The response from the other party was both direct and forceful. He formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. With the emergence of chakra, a scroll materialized in his hands. Unfurling the scroll, he pressed chakra onto the sealing mark in its center. In an instant, a substantial sum of money appeared before everyone's eyes. Whether it amounted to 50 billion Rio was uncertain, but the sheer volume was undeniably impressive. This revelation left Darui momentarily speechless. This young lad was astonishingly affluent, possessing wealth that seemed portable. While I am tempted to accept your wager, the banana fan is a sacred treasure of our village, overseen solely by the rakeage. I lack the authority to gamble with it in this manner. The display of strength and stakes from the other party only served to highlight Darui's inability to reciprocate, leaving him with no choice but to lower his head in embarrassment. With evident dissatisfaction, he spoke up, inadvertently underscoring a significant truth. This initial confrontation between Konohagakure and Konohagakure had culminated in a resounding victory for the Leaf Village. Very well, I shall not press you further. Since you have stated it so clearly, if you wish to engage in battle, please inform your rakeage. If you are unwilling to risk even this modest sum as a wager, it casts your so-called hidden cloud village in a rather dim light. He raised his hand and patted Darui on the shoulder. This mocking gesture ignited a fire of indignation within Darui. Had it not been for the prior notification of his companions, he would have eagerly confronted the audacious individual before him, eager to measure their strength and challenge such brazen arrogance in their own village. Come, allow me to guide you into our village. Turning around, he took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. Darui spoke indifferently, impressive. Kakashi, who had been genuinely worried moments ago, did not anticipate such a turn of events. He stepped forward, giving Uchiha Kai a thumbs up, squinting his eyes with a smile as he whispered, "Truly worthy of being my student." Might Guy also approached, but with a hearty slap on Uchiha Kai's shoulder, flashing a wide grin that revealed his bright white teeth. Compared to these mindless muscle-bound men, he could only boast. Uchiha Kai embodied this arrogance to perfection. The only ones who seemed bewildered were the group of youngsters behind them, still trying to comprehend the situation. However, they paid little mind to it. As long as the mentors moved ahead, they would follow. The Hidden Cloud Village is a settlement entirely nestled within the mountains. This place, while somewhat barren, showcases its essential features splendidly. The surrounding scenery is breathtaking, with majestic peaks and cascading waterfalls that truly qualify as picturesque. Moreover, the overall architecture of the village is quite commendable. For a long time, the Leaf Village has proclaimed itself the foremost village in the ninja world. While this may have held true in the past, from the current perspective, the Hidden Cloud Village undoubtedly claims the top spot. Had it not been for the considerable distance separating it from the Leaf Village, along with several countries in between, the outcome might have been quite different. The vibrancy of the streets is nearly akin to that of the Leaf Village, with the entire thoroughfare paved with smooth stones, exuding a distinct aesthetic appeal. The buildings, predominantly wooden like those in the Leaf Village, differ in that the bases of the structures in the Hidden Cloud Village are constructed from stone, rising about 1 or 2 meters high. Despite being situated in the mountains, the overall humidity in the Hidden Cloud Village seems significantly greater than that of the Leaf Village. Nevertheless, the lively atmosphere here is undeniably remarkable. The array of goods lining the streets is splendid, rendering the likes of the rock-hidden village incomparable. When outsiders enter this village, the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village regard them as rare specimens. Those strolling along the streets pause to observe the visitors from the Leaf Village with curious eyes. perhaps influenced by the education they have received since childhood. Even the ordinary citizens seem to harbor a sense of animosity towards the Leaf Village. What business do you people from the Leaf Village have in our hidden cloud village? As they were advancing, a man who appeared to be around 30 years old, with a robust physique and bare arms, stood by the roadside. Upon confirming that the approaching group hailed from the village hidden in the leaves, his countenance darkened, and he voiced his discontent in a loud tone. The likes of Darui and his companions made no effort to intervene. They remained silent, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Bah, fool, with all that talk. Why don't you assume the role of Reikage? Uchiha Kai disdainfully snorted, spitting a glob of phlegm in the direction of the man. Whether by accident or design, landing it at his feet, and followed it up with a tone laced with contempt. Arriving in our village. And yet you dare to be so arrogant? Do you believe we lack the means to ensure you never leave this village? A young man on the opposite side, filled with indignation, seized a scythe from a nearby vendor, gripping it tightly in his right hand, his eyes blazing with anger as he directed a question at Uchiha Kai. Hey, this guy's wielding a weapon to attack. Do you think I could kill him? Pausing to glance at the young man, Uchiha Kai tilted his head and called out to Darui, who was poised to enjoy the spectacle. Such arrogance! How dare you come here and act so brazenly? Drive these people out of the village. It seemed to incite the wrath of the crowd, as within moments, the surrounding individuals raised their hands and began to hurl insults. Lightning release. Raising his right hand, without even forming seals, a massive arc of lightning materialized above his palm. What are you planning to do? Darui, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly became tense and rushed over, furrowing his brow and shouting. As he spoke, the others quickly adopted a defensive posture, ready to annihilate the inhabitants of the village hidden in the leaves at a moment's notice. Not only was Darui visibly anxious, but even his companions widened their eyes in alarm. Kakashi hurriedly stepped in front and called out, Kai, what are you doing? Might Guy, though unaware of the man's intentions, could sense the gravity of the situation and realized that Uchiha Kai might indeed resort to harming the villagers. Sweat began to pour from him, and the tension among the others was palpable. Meanwhile, the previously vociferous townsfolk fell silent, with many fleeing in terror. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to observe the ordinary citizens of the village hidden in the clouds in their true nature. Within the safety of their village, they seem unthreatened. Yet their bravado crumbles into cowardice. Look at those who were once so vocal. How many remain now? Kai, with a mocking tone, withdrew his hand, causing the lightning to vanish instantaneously. He then turned and approached the young man who had initially hurled insults while standing by the roadside. One must admit, this fellow exhibited considerable courage. After his outbursts, he remained unfazed by the earlier commotion. What do you intend to do? The young man, appearing to be merely 18 or 19, bore a somewhat youthful demeanor, yet perhaps due to the village's unique characteristics, his physique was notably robust rather than frail. However, as Uchiha Kai drew nearer, the young man instinctively took a step back, a hint of apprehension evident in his voice. It seems you were the most vociferous in your insults just now. The village may not take action against you, but outside its borders, I possess myriad ways to end your life. Do you believe that? A slight smirk played upon Kai's lips as he uttered these chilling threats to an ordinary individual, effectively startling the young man into a seated position on the ground. It turned out he was a merchant, spending 8 out of 10 days away from home. If the threat were genuine, his life might very well be on the precipice of a countdown. Uchiha Kai, this is the village hidden in the clouds, not your leaf village. Therefore, do not grow too arrogant, lest you provoke my displeasure, Darui interjected, his face a mask of anger as he stepped forward. The man's earlier confrontational stance had left him feeling utterly embarrassed, and the audacity displayed within the village was truly infuriating. Impolite? How do you intend to be impolite? He turned his head, the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan manifesting in his eyes, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, Kakashi and Might Guy chose silence, for the very purpose of bringing Uchiha Kai here was to incite conflict. Whether it was prearranged or simply the nature of the situation, it was certainly an outcome that Leaf Village would welcome. Why don't you two intervene? It appears a fight is imminent. Is that truly wise? Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Yuan Yisong immediately approached Kakashi and his companion, expressing his concern. He remained oblivious to the intricacies of the matter at hand, desperately wishing to conclude the task at the earliest opportunity. The demeanor exhibited by Hinata and her classmates appeared to be entirely expected, devoid of any surprise. After all, a similar incident had previously transpired in the land of Earth, making a recurrence here seem far from extraordinary. Meanwhile, those accompanying Uchiha Kai displayed a remarkable sense of calm. with even Suki engaging in the purchase of fruits alongside a few other girls. Should the delay extend, they would not hesitate to acquire some nuts to enjoy while observing the scene. The oppressive aura emanating from the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was undeniably formidable. Although he had never encountered Uchiha Madara, Darui had certainly heard tales of the legendary figure. However, the individual before him was an enigma. The overwhelming pressure caused his palms to sweat, and the blade gripped tightly in his right hand began to tremble slightly. "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do in my village?" A thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by a flash of lightning that surged through the crowd. With a resounding boom, a tremendous impact unleashed shockwaves, propelling several individuals into the air. The ninjas were largely unfazed. Yet the young man who had previously collapsed on the ground was hurled against the wall by the force of the blast, meeting his end. Uchiha Kai summoned the first stage of Susanoo, a skeletal figure that stood resolutely against the lightning-infused adversary. The sheer strength of the opponent nearly overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat, though he managed to react in time. Nevertheless, a fissure appeared on Susanoo's skeletal frame. Before them stood the current fourth Reikage of Konohagakure. Radiating with lightning, his ebony skin accentuated by an intimidating muscular physique. His eyes were aflame with fury, suggesting that he had been observing the events unfold. Thus, he charged forward to attack without hesitation. "Ah, this must be the esteemed fourth Reikage." Kai's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the man before him and inquired, "What on earth are you doing in my village, you scoundrel?" The fourth Reikage, still seething with anger, repeated his question and delivered a powerful punch against the Susanoo's armor. The tremendous impact created a hollow within the skeletal structure of Susanoo. Had he breached the Uchiha's absolute defense? Should they seize this opportunity to strike? The individuals behind him could hardly contain themselves, their weapons already poised to be unleashed. However, others arriving at the scene had also readied themselves to cast ninjutsu attacks. Just then, the fourth Reikage bellowed, "Everyone, halt." While others may have been unaware of the specific circumstances, he, the Reikage, was not. He had long studied the eyes of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans concerning Konohagakure, observing Uchiha Kai's seemingly effortless demeanor. The fourth Reikage surmised that matters were perhaps not as straightforward as he had presumed. If the opponent possessed only this level of ability, how could they act with such arrogance in his cloud village? Coupled with the intelligence he had received, it was evident that this individual was extraordinarily formidable. "Come with me," he called out, retracting the lightning coursing through him. Despite his fury, he furrowed his brow as he addressed Uchiha Kai and his companions. After all, the chaos that had erupted within the village was undesirable for him, regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Kai, however, remained nonchalant, turning casually to smile at the others, signaling them to follow the fourth Reikage. The tumult in the heart of the Cloud Village came to an abrupt halt at that moment. The Susanoo technique, wielded by the Uchiha clan, was renowned for its unparalleled defensive prowess. Yet, the opponent had simply unleashed it without the anticipated spectacle. The fourth Reikage, walking ahead, wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed as he pondered these thoughts. He had never witnessed the true extent of Uchiha Madara's power. As the era of Madara bore no relevance to him, the legends surrounding him were tales from his childhood. Although he had seen Uchiha Madara once in his youth, he had not grasped the magnitude of his strength. Nonetheless, he had encountered Uchiha Itachi, whose overwhelming power left the fourth Reikage in awe. When attacking, that individual would also utilize Susanoo, yet it came at the cost of shedding tears of blood, and the process was not as seamless as one might imagine. In stark contrast, today, Uchiha Kai wielded his Susanoo ability with such ease and nonchalance. Moreover, it appears that there are no adverse effects after use, which undoubtedly leaves the Reikage in a state of perplexity. The office of the Reikage in Konohagakure is housed within a rather opulent villa, nestled against a mountain, from which a delicate waterfall cascades down from halfway up the slope. The primary area features a modest pool of crystal-clear water, not extensive in size. Yet it exudes a unique ambience. The architecture here is distinctly vintage, yet upon entering, one feels an undeniable comfort. It is simplistic yet sophisticated. The arrangement of the furniture speaks volumes about the fourth Reikage, who, despite his brawn over brains, has demonstrated commendable taste in lifestyle matters. The expansive office of the Reikage is indeed more than twice the size of the Hokage's office. The DCOR is somewhat similar, consisting of a desk accompanied by a cabinet, surrounded by a circle of sofas, with an additional pair of coffee tables in the center. At that moment, the room is bustling with people. Sujiba Kai enters with a group of over 10 individuals, while the Reikage arrives with his own subordinates. However, only he and Darui step into the office. Even with so many individuals crammed into one space, there is an astonishing absence of crowding. Upon entering, Uchiha Kai seems to feel right at home. He approaches the coffee table, picks up an apple, and casually sits on a nearby sofa, indulging in it. Witnessing Uchiha Kai's demeanor, the fourth Reikage is filled with an urge to reprimand him at once. Nevertheless, some matters are not as urgent as they might seem. Konohagakure has never had other villages participate in the Chunin exams before. This time, you all have come to join us. While I am unaware of the nature of the Chunin exams in your village, now that you are here, the ensuing rules will naturally follow those of Konohagakure. I trust you have no objections to this? The Reikage inquired. Of course not, as we have indeed come to Konohagakure voluntarily. However, we hope to be informed about the format of the examination in advance, so we can prepare accordingly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This has always been the established protocol. The Chunin exams held by Konohagakure are often not conducted solely by their own village. Many times, they invite other villages to participate as well. Naturally, the examiners from Konohagakure also partake in the examination processes of other villages. Thus, upon arriving here, it is imperative to adhere to their customs and examination methods. For this reason, neither Kakashi nor any of the others would harbor any dissent. If there are no objections, you shall remain here for a period. However, you are restricted to designated areas. Please refrain from wandering aimlessly through Konohagakure, and do not inquire indiscriminately. The examination is set to commence in 2 weeks, and the overall duration of the exams will span from 2 weeks to 1 month. Thus, the duration of your stay here should not be particularly brief. At this juncture, the Reikage turned to glance at Darui and inquired whether the arrangements for lodging had been made. His question instantly rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. It was evident that he had not prepared in this regard. After all, we are guests, and the situation had been communicated a month or 2 in advance. It is quite unexpected that even the accommodation has not been arranged. If this matter were to become known, it would certainly pose a challenge for your village. The hidden cloud. The apple within the mouth of Kai had already been mostly devoured. Yet, at this moment, he continued to chew while entering a mode of sarcastic banter. In our hidden cloud village, we do not require others to manage our affairs. We are indifferent to external opinions. Reikage furrowed his brow and retorted angrily. Though Kai's earlier remarks had left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all, he had not been mistaken. They had issued a notification 2 months in advance, yet even now, there was no arrangement for a place to reside. Should this news leak, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow upon their village's reputation. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, he turned to Darui and said, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and prepare." "Reikage-sama, Darui replied, a look of exasperation on his face. He leaned closer to Reikage, whispering softly into his ear. Reikage's expression shifted to one of surprise, a moment witnessed by all present. "Go find a solution." Though he felt helpless, he still commanded Darui, his voice barely above a whisper, yet his anger was palpable. Darui, resigned, cast a cold glance at the individuals from the Leaf Village. At this juncture, where could he go to address the issue of accommodation? The matter of lodging was indeed a lapse on the part of their hidden cloud village, and they were hastening to rectify it, promising to have arrangements in place before nightfall. However, the commotion caused by this individual in their village surely warranted an explanation. Reikage, demonstrating a measure of accountability, acknowledged his oversight. Yet, he swiftly regained his imposing demeanor, directing a pointed inquiry at the apple-chewing Uchiha Kai. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Aside from Kai, none remained seated. The overwhelming presence of the third Reikage caused even the younger ones to tremble slightly. Even formidable figures like Kakashi and Might Guy could not suppress their furrowed brows. After all, historically, the Reikage had always been among the most powerful of the 5 Kage. What does Lord Reikage intend to do? Uchiha Kai asked nonchalantly as he rose and approached the Reikage's desk, placing his hands upon it and leaning in to gaze at him. The distance between them was merely a few centimeters, and the clash of their auras was vividly palpable. It is truly hard to believe that the Uchiha clan has been reduced to such an extent, yet here stands someone who has grown so formidable. Truly, you are a chosen one. Your principal rivals the legendary Uchiha Madara, and having seen Uchiha Itachi, I can confidently assert that you are among the most powerful of the current Uchiha clan. The two individuals locked eyes for several seconds, and under the immense pressure, those around them held their breath. However, the Reikage suddenly burst into laughter, nonchalantly praising Uchiha Kai. It was truly perplexing how this man could think. The abrupt shift left Uchiha Kai momentarily bewildered. Just a moment ago, tensions were high, and now the atmosphere had completely transformed, leaving one at a loss for understanding. You must admit, some of the delicacies in this village surpass those from our own. As dusk fell, a large group encircled an outdoor dining table. specifically on a terrace on the second floor. The expansive round table could comfortably accommodate their party of over 10. The dishes laid out were exquisitely crafted, particularly the culinary delights that could be deemed top tier. Upon tasting a piece of fish, Uchiha Kai was immediately struck by the remarkable flavor. "I still find grilled meat to be more delectable," Mitsuki remarked, holding a drink. Although he voiced this opinion, his hands were busy indulging in both the food and drink, creating an impression that he derived greater joy from the meal. "Indeed, there's a distinct quality here. Why does the fish taste so much better?" Hikari pondered, savoring a piece of fish and realizing that it was indeed superior to her usual preparations. It was that the food here was overly noisy, but rather that her own cooking fell short. Despite her meticulous studies in culinary arts, there remained an ineffable difference. "It must be the water quality," Kakashi interjected, observing that every time this fellow brought food to his mouth, he merely lifted the cloth covering it. After all this time, he still had seen what this person truly looked like. "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" Hikari inquired, puzzled. Although the land of fire is rich in water, it often contains sand and silt, resulting in fish from such ponds carrying a muddy taste. Here, however, the environment was distinct, predominantly rocky, with a significantly higher elevation compared to their homeland. Thus, the water here was naturally filtered, producing fish that could be simply prepared and yet taste remarkably delightful without any special seasoning. "Impressive, Kakashi. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable about such matters," Might Guy exclaimed, giving Kakashi a thumbs up, his smile revealing a set of bright white teeth. "You fool. This is basic knowledge. Haven't you ever been informed during missions?" Kakashi retorted. "Nanny? Such a thing exists?" Might Guy instantly donned an expression of innocence and exclaimed, "Oh." Just as everyone was savoring their meal, a sudden, thunderous shout startled them all. Haruno Matsukata, seemingly struck by a peculiar impulse, abruptly placed his chopsticks on the table and turned to face his 3 students. Given the atmosphere had reached this point, it was evident that this time, you all should be able to pass the CHNEN exam. Therefore, as your teacher, I shall impart to you one final lesson. Yes. The 3 little ones hastily abandoned their chopsticks, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at Haruno Matsukata. This scene instantly reminded Uchiha Kai of how Might Guy behaved when calling upon his students. The resemblance between the two was strikingly uncanny. The final lesson for the ninjas revolved around the selection of ingredients, for during missions, the most they could carry would be the soldier pills. However, such items merely served as auxiliary support. Thus, it was imperative to learn to identify food in the vicinity when undertaking missions. The easiest way to do so was to recognize the various fish in the water. Freshwater fish were rarely toxic, and under such circumstances, it could not only satisfy little Hinata, but also, "What's the matter, Hinata?" While Haruno Matsukata continued to elaborate, Uchiha Kai noticed something else. Hinata, seated to his right, had not touched her chopsticks at all, and her complexion appeared rather pallid. "I need to use the restroom, but I've searched high and low and haven't found one," Hinata murmured, her face flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on their arrival in the hidden cloud village, Uchiha Kai realized that even though accommodations had been arranged, he had not paid heed to such matters, as he had yet to require those facilities. "Excuse me for interrupting. Everyone, the final dish has arrived. I hope you all enjoy your meal." In the midst of his contemplation, a young lady in her 20s approached, carrying a large platter of food, which she gracefully placed in the center of the table. One must commend the portions served in the hidden cloud village. Each dish was undeniably generous and honest. However, just as she prepared to depart, Uchiha Kai suddenly grasped her arm and inquired, "Excuse me. Could you please tell me where the restroom is?" "The restroom?" Her response was momentarily bewildered, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I'm sorry, but our village does not have one. If you need to relieve yourself, you would have to go behind that mountain. Therefore, we usually keep a chamber pot at home and empty it every couple of days." Kai found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that such a beautiful village could be lacking in this regard. Nevertheless, it is, after all, a local custom, entirely detached from his own concerns. Having arrived in this place, one cannot possibly hold personal opinions on every matter. With a resigned sigh, he smiled and nodded in understanding. His gaze shifted toward the mountain adorned with cascading waterfalls. The breathtaking scenery belied the underlying filth, a juxtaposition that was momentarily hard to digest. Since he was already there, he decided to embrace it. "Allow me to take you there." Kakashi gently placed his right hand on Hinata's shoulder, and in the next moment, the two vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Upon their reappearance, a wave of unpleasant odors instantaneously engulfed their senses. It was utterly unexpected that the inhabitants of this village would engage in such activities. It was akin to a natural, sprawling restroom. Go ahead. I shall keep watch here for you. Kai casually pointed to a random spot, but the thought of spending over a month in this place was utterly dreadful. He never imagined the villagers lived with such nonchalance. In urgent situations, one would have to trek miles just to relieve themselves. What an absurd inconvenience. By the time that moment arrives, the golden daylily will likely have already wilted significantly, accompanied by a series of swift and whistling sounds. 5 or 6 individuals swiftly arrived at this location. Hinata, already feeling quite awkward as she faced the direction pointed out by Uchiha Kai, suddenly noticed several figures rushing towards her before they even had a chance to crouch down. What are you all doing? One of the approaching men immediately spoke with hostility. 5 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon Uchiha Kai, while the 6th remained transfixed on Hinata. Yet at this moment, Uchiha Kai still had his hand raised, covering his nose. Observing this sudden confrontation, he had long been aware of the surveillance maintained by the hidden Cloud Village shinobi surrounding them. Never had he anticipated matters would escalate to such an extent. Observing the expressions on these individuals' faces, Kai calmly inquired, "Do you also meddle in the most trivial of matters? You must remain under our surveillance at all times. None of you are permitted to stray beyond our watchful gaze. Whatever actions you undertake must be conducted within this unwavering vigilance." The leading man declared, "Bang. What purpose does all this idle chatter serve?" Uchiha Kai lifted his leg and instantly teleported beside his opponent, delivering a devastating kick directly to the chest. The tremendous impact sent the 200-pound man flying backward through the air. As he crashed heavily onto the ground, unidentified substances immediately clung to his body. "We came here for potential collaboration, not to be treated as your prisoners. I suggest you recognize the reality of this situation. Should such incidents occur again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you all." Uchiha Kai gazed at them with an icy demeanor, his words dripping with frost. This situation had truly ignited his anger. Even if this place had numerous rules, surely they couldn't expect people to relieve themselves under their watchful eyes? "Uchiha Kai, do you intend to oppose our hidden cloud village?" The leader had just been kicked flying. Though he had scrambled back to his feet, he had yet to approach. Another fellow immediately brandished a kunai, knitting his brows into a combative stance as he demanded, "TCH." A sigh escaped him. Spotting Hinata still standing in the distance, Kai exhaled wearily before suggesting, "Let's discuss this matter later. However, regarding the matter of relieving oneself, remember, this is the hidden cloud village, not your Konoha. Here, all matters abide by our rules." The fellow who had just been kicked out reeked of excrement as he stumbled back in, his acerbic demeanor now even more pronounced than before. Taking a deep breath, he furrowed his brow and suppressed his rising anger as he inquired, "Are you certain this is what you desire?" With a disdainful scoff, "Regarding the recent assault against me, I shall most certainly report this matter to the Reikage. You would do well to contemplate how to justify your actions. Should your explanation prove unsatisfactory, we would not hesitate to declare war upon Konohagakure." Humph. How utterly predictable, the same empty threats as always. Kai spread his arms wide, exhilaration coursing through him, as he had not anticipated that someone would dare to utter the words "declare war" in his presence. The chakra within his body was instantaneously unleashed, and a tremendous force began to radiate outward like a powerful current. The audacity of these individuals stemmed primarily from their perception that Uchiha Kai harbored little chakra, leading them to the subconscious conclusion that even if this individual had activated his Mangeki Sharingan, it would not pose a significant threat. Without the support of immense chakra, this individual would merely be a paper tiger. However, now everyone is momentarily taken aback by the chakra-formed airflow, which even causes the others behind to instinctively swallow. Since you have declared war, would it not be exceedingly disrespectful to your hidden cloud village if we fail to respond? Even the most private of acts must be conducted under your watchful gaze. You have truly gone too far. The body began to gradually levitate, and at the moment when the feet left the ground, the Eternal Eye appeared, gazing upon them as if observing a congregation of the deceased. "Eliminate him." The individual, reeking of filth, immediately reacted. Not to mention anything else, the inhabitants of Unying village indeed possess a commendable courage. In the face of such circumstances, they exhibit little fear and even contemplate a counterattack. However, just as the words left that fellow's lips, the group behind him was abruptly sent flying, each one propelled through the air. This time, unlike the earlier kick he received, which was forceful yet lacked significant aggression or harm, this kick was different. With a single strike, it sent them plummeting down from the mountainside, and should fortune prove unkind, such a kick could potentially prove fatal. After all, from such a height, a fall could indeed result in death. In an instant, everyone vanished, leaving only the individual reeking of foul odors. He remained oblivious to the unfolding events, hearing only a few sounds of attacks, while Uchiha Kai continued to hover in place, exhibiting not even a hint of movement. What exactly have you done? This individual boldly questioned aloud, a flicker of fear beginning to stir within his heart. You. Few can provoke my anger. Yet you possess the remarkable ability to incite my wrath with mere words. Such a talent is indeed something to take pride in. Thus, I extend to you an invitation to depart this world. In his hand, he brandished a gleaming dagger, its surface polished to a mirror-like shine. A faintly malevolent smile graced his lips as he raised his right hand, the one clutching the knife, and pointed it menacingly at his adversary. This scene seemed to convey a chilling message. The time of the Grim Reaper's arrival was imminent. Just as he was poised to strike, a bolt of black lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. In an instant, a figure appeared to shield the assailant. Uchiha Kai, do you intend to commence battle once more? The individual who arrived was Darui, but scarcely had he spoken when a figure enveloped in lightning, the Raijin, manifested before them. Following closely, the guardians of the hidden village of Kumo began to assemble rapidly at the site. On the mountainside, already teeming with an unusual atmosphere, an impressive number of individuals had gathered in such a brief span of time. Uchiha Kai, it would be prudent for you to provide me with an explanation regarding this matter. Otherwise, I shall personally seek out the 5th Hokage to inquire about such affairs. The 4th Raikage's tone was rather conventional. Instead of immediately questioning anyone, he expressed a desire for the other party to elucidate the matter at hand. An explanation, perhaps? What on earth are you cultivating in the entire Yoni village? Even the most mundane of acts, such as relieving oneself, must occur under your watchful gaze. Is it conceivable that the 4th Raikage, engaged in his daily routine, is accompanied by a dedicated observer? You speak of your comrades, who insist on not allowing surveillance, resorting to the pretext of war. Is it any wonder that the present-day Hidden Leaf Village is consumed by anxiety over the prospect of your conflict? If you harbor the same sentiment as I do, then let us commence the battle today. A village that cannot even accommodate a single foul deed is of no use to remain. In the calmest of tones, the most piercing words were uttered at this moment. Uchiha Kai truly epitomized this sentiment to the fullest extent. What further thoughts could possibly be necessary? In an instant, Raikage comprehended the entirety of the situation. He turned to glare at the individual exuding a foul odor, his eyes filled with indignation. Lord Raikage, the others have only sustained minor injuries and are not in any mortal peril. A fellow swiftly ascended from below, landing before the 4th Raikage, and promptly recounted the circumstances of those who had just been sent flying by Uchiha Kai. I understand, furrowing his brow and exuding an air of authority. He let out a sigh before turning to Uchiha Kai and remarked that this matter had not been handled appropriately on their part, and that those individuals had misconstrued the directives from above. He assured that such a situation would not recur. As for the customs of the village, that was a matter for them to manage. Although it posed some inconvenience, all of them were willing to embrace it. Let this evening's events conclude here. Lord Raikage. That fellow. Boom. Upon hearing the sudden declaration from the Raikage, the individual, covered in filth, was immediately displeased and stepped forward, eager to incite discord. However, the Raikage showed no leniency towards such a character, delivering a powerful punch straight to his face. The sheer force of the blow contorted the man's features in an instant, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. This method of handling the situation was indeed swift and decisive. Kai had never anticipated that the Raikage would resort to such measures, which genuinely took him by surprise. Originally contemplating stirring up some mischief, given that Kakashi had already received the missive from Konoha village, through the mystical conduit of summoning beasts, messages could be instantaneously delivered in the blink of an eye. Guy, this is the message from Konoha village. Congratulations to you. At such a tender age, you've already surpassed us all. Kakashi discreetly pulled Uchiha Kai aside and handed him the letter, which contained but a few words. Uchiha Kai then realized, to his astonishment, that he had a daughter. Particularly striking was the implication in Tsunade's words. What surname would the child ultimately bear? Whether the Hidden Cloud Village ultimately signs a peace treaty with the Hidden Leaf Village remains to be seen. The implication is already quite evident. If the Hidden Cloud Village is willing to sign a peace treaty, then the child shall bear the Uchiha name. However, should they refuse, the child shall instead inherit the Senju surname. Although the child's arrival was unexpected and not what he had envisioned, she was still his eldest daughter after all. How could she bear another man's surname? Moreover, this was an utterly unacceptable existence. Yet unexpectedly, matters had escalated to such an extent and the fourth rakeage before me showed not the slightest intention of provoking conflict. Evidently, beneath that muscular physique lay an astonishingly astute mind. Observing the crowd gradually dispersing into the distance until the excrement-covered individual was dragged away by two men clutching his unsoiled sleeves, it seemed this incident had truly reached its conclusion. Initially, I had presumed the rakeage to be devoid of intellect. However, given the present circumstances, it was clear that one could not ascend to such a position of power through brute strength alone. Are you unharmed? I just stepped out for a moment, and it seems quite a commotion has occurred during my brief absence. Once more seated at the dining table, barely a dozen minutes had elapsed. Yet the commotion that had transpired behind the mountain could not have escaped their notice. When that colossal chakra manifested, its presence permeated every corner of the village. Even without sensory abilities, none could have remained oblivious to its emergence. In that particular direction, only one individual possessed the capability to unleash such formidable disturbances, none other than Uchiha Kai himself. Look at yourselves. You heartless lot were fully aware of our perilous situation yet chose not to assist, and to add insult to injury, you've devoured this entire feast without leaving a morsel. Is this any way for decent folk to behave? Observing their demeanor, Uchiha Kai could only express sheer speechlessness. You've already accompanied the young lady on a date, yet managed to create such a commotion that even the villagers noticed. How could we possibly dare to interrupt such a delightful affair? Moon gnawed on a chicken leg while grinning at Uchiha Kai and exclaimed, "Exactly. This is utterly preposterous." Ing pouted, seemingly harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. When she glanced at Uchiha Kai, she rolled her eyes. The dishes on the table had nearly been devoured in just a matter of minutes. Only remnants of the meal remained. Kai couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, even lacking the will to refute their notions. Hinata, too, found herself at a loss for words, lowering her head in embarrassment and refraining from conversation. Since they hadn't eaten, they decided to order more. It was a rare outing, and the cost was inconsequential. Today, they would indulge themselves. If they did not leave satisfied, the blame would rest on him. Let us revel in this moment of celebration. Mike held a beer glass in his hand, simultaneously grinning widely and exclaiming, "Well, what Kai has said is indeed quite accurate. This marks my inaugural experience of executing a task in another's village. Therefore, let us take a moment to commemorate this occasion." Kakashi also rose to his feet, similarly holding a wine glass in hand. The remarkable thing was that these two individuals paid no heed to the gazes of those around them. Their cups clinked together lightly before they began to drink. Nevertheless, the atmosphere at that moment was rather pleasant. Today, I too shall break my abstinence. I shall indulge in wine. Lilac seemed to muster an immense amount of courage as he poured himself a full glass of beer. Just as he was about to take a sip, his companion, Hinata Niji, swiftly seized his head and slammed it onto the table, promptly snatching the drink from his hand. Recalling the mischief that ensued each time this fellow indulged in intoxication, they were filled with trepidation. Perhaps it would be best for you to stick to milk. Every day. I found myself consumed by worries, and I directly handed a box of milk to Liluaka, saying, "I don't want this. I wish to indulge in wine instead. Perhaps you should reconsider. This is not your village. If you were in your own village, the atmosphere would surely be welcoming, and no one would hinder you. However, you find yourself in another's village. What if something were to go awry?" Hinata Niji asked in silence, "Come on, let us drink together. What time is it now?" Inazuka Kiba was swaying slightly from the effects of his libations. It is understandable, considering that opportunities for such indulgences are scarce within the confines of his village. Although there are no strict prohibitions against underage drinking, it is quite rare for youngsters like him to find themselves in such situations. The accommodation is indeed quite splendid, a luxurious single room. In terms of surroundings, it surpasses the humble offerings of a Wagakure by a considerable margin. While it is somewhat unfortunate that there is no restroom, arrangements have been thoughtfully made to address this. A large black wooden tub, adorned beautifully, is entirely enclosed, yet features a removable wooden panel at its center. Beside it stands a rack, allowing for ease of use while seated atop the tub. Each morning, the staff diligently collects this apparatus. Thus, whether in terms of service facilities or the overall environment, it can certainly be regarded as commendable. This minor imperfection, however, deserves respect for the cultural practices of each locale. After all, their differences were evident, yet the presence of equipment here wasn't as unsightly as one might have imagined. Early in the morning, Uchiha Kai was abruptly awakened by knocking at his door, rousing him from his sprawled and disheveled sleeping posture. Assuming it was someone from his own side, he strode to the door with careless ease, bare-chested, clad only in loose shorts, his hair tousled from the previous night's indulgence. His weary demeanor a stark contrast to his usual vigorous and spirited self. Hey, directly pushing open the door. He turned around intending to collapse back onto the bed for more sleep. Yet an unfamiliar shout abruptly pierced the silence, instantly jolting him awake. Swiveling his head rapidly toward the doorway, this time it was a woman standing there, and moreover, boom, with a swift spinning motion. He raised his leg and kicked the door shut with a single forceful strike. Still exuding an air of weariness, he made his way to the bedside, picked up a bathrobe, and draped it over his shoulders. Only then did he reopen the door to find two figures standing before him. Uchiha Kai regarded them with puzzlement and inquired, "What brings you two here at this early hour of the morning?" Through the gap in the curtains, the sky outside had not yet fully brightened. Yet these two individuals had already arrived with such eagerness, leaving him at a loss for words. "The Reikage requests your presence and hopes you can come over immediately." The druid still donned that same ornamentation, even in the early hours of the morning, preferring to chew on a blade of grass. His lifeless eyes, reminiscent of dead fish, betrayed either a restless night or a disdain for Might Guy. Regardless, he spoke with an air of disinterest, questioning, "Do you, the Reikage, not require sleep? You arrive at such an ungodly hour to summon me. Could you not have waited until dawn to speak your piece?" Kai inquired. "Lord Reikage wishes to discuss a transaction with you. Did you not previously express a desire for the banana fan? Thus, it is precisely this matter that Lord Reikage seeks to negotiate with you." Druid maintained his usual expression, exuding an air of tranquility. Before Kai could respond, he nonchalantly turned away and declared, "We shall await you downstairs." With a casual wave of his hand, he led the woman away from the scene. The astuteness of a ninja is not to be underestimated. Just as the two departed, Uchiha Kai was about to close the door of his room to change his attire. Suddenly, a pair of hands abruptly halted the door from shutting. In an instant, three figures materialized outside the room. "The Reikage seeks you? Are you truly willing to go?" Kakashi inquired with a serious expression. There are only two households left, those of Might Guy and Yamato. These three individuals seem to be up to something inscrutable. Could it be that they fear being lured away by others? Go, why not? Moreover, there is nothing to be overly concerned about. Some matters must be confronted directly in order to discern their outcomes. Kai smiled faintly and promptly closed the door behind him. After a brief interval of merely 10 minutes, he emerged once more, now clad in fresh attire that accentuated his vigorous demeanor. To his surprise, Kakashi and the other two still lingered patiently outside. "Little Kai," they cautioned, "the Reikage possesses formidable strength. Even if you proceed, utmost caution is imperative." Might Guy spoke with concern. "We all know very well what the Cloud Village has always been like, so it's only natural to issue some extra warnings." Hayama Matsu didn't know what to say and could only stand there obediently. "If you sense something is wrong, leave immediately. Coming to this village isn't very safe for us. Especially you and Hinata. Your formidable strength is likely to arouse their apprehension. Consequently, they may attempt to ensnare you when you are alone. This is a contingency you must anticipate in advance." Kakashi reminded once more. Of course, Uchiha Kai understood. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he spoke with quiet assurance. "Rest easy, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei. Should the situation turn perilous, I shall withdraw without hesitation. Find a way to facilitate the matter from yesterday." "What matter?" As Kakashi finished speaking, Might Guy immediately tilted his head with a puzzled expression and inquired. "None of your business. All right, you three chat. I'll go assess the situation." As Kai spoke, he shook his hand and proceeded directly down the stairs. Meanwhile, Darui and his companion, awaiting below, maintained their indifferent expressions upon witnessing Uchiha Kai descend and emerge in a change of attire. Regardless of the circumstances, Darui held no favorable sentiments towards this individual. After all, Uchiha Kai had already visited the Reikage building the previous day. Thus, the moment he appeared, Darui and his companion turned and made their way towards that direction. "Reikage building, 4th Hokage. What are your true intentions? How could one possibly think to entrust the most confidential matters of our village to outsiders?" At this moment in the Reikage's office, there sat 4 or 5 individuals who had arrived earlier that morning. Judging by their appearances, they seemed to be of varying ages, with the older ones notably graying. However, it must be acknowledged that their vitality remained remarkably intact. The elder speaking wielded a cane, and despite his white hair and beard, his well-built physique suggested he was once a formidable force. His authoritative tone directed at the 4th Reikage indicated that he held a significant position within the village. The other 4 elders remained silent, casting hesitant glances towards the seated 4th Reikage. "Lacking the strength of my father, I found myself incapable of subduing the 8 tails. If we aspire to enhance the village's power, the foremost priority is to suppress the 8 tails, regardless of whether outsiders uncover our secrets. Without possessing that divine artifact, What purpose does knowledge serve for them? Thunder Shadow undoubtedly appeared resolute and unwavering. Confronted by the gazes of several elders, he remained steadfast in his convictions. No way. Regarding your thoughts, I find them utterly untrustworthy. The matter of the Eight Tails is our own concern, and it is certainly not within the purview of outsiders to interfere. Furthermore, how can you be so certain that that individual possesses the capability to subdue the Eight Tails? The old man with the cane once again questioned and even directly refuted the claims of Reikage. This matter is for me to decide, and I shall bear any consequences that arise. Nevertheless, the issue regarding the Eight Tails must be addressed with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, our village will suffer significant losses merely from internal strife over this matter. At this juncture, we have no alternative but to utilize this situation to elevate the strength of our village, alleviating any concerns regarding conflicts with the denizens of Awagakure. We find ourselves with no path of retreat. Konoha has already risen, and Awagakure has forged an agreement with Konoha. If this matter is not resolved, can you truly expect our village, Youngakure, to become the target of scorn? The tone of the fourth Reikage's speech had gradually become discordant. Having strived to attain this position and now wielding the power over the entire village, how could he possibly allow a few old men to question his decisions? Since you, as the Reikage, have already made your decisions, what purpose does summoning us old relics serve? Our opinions hold little significance now. It would be more prudent for Lord Reikage to make the decision independently. The elderly man beside the cane-wielding elder staggered to his feet, took a deep breath, and offered little rebuttal before turning directly toward the doorway. He would rather spend this time catching some extra sleep. After all, at this advanced age, certain matters are beyond his control and no longer his to manage. The village is now entrusted to you. As the other elderly men rose to their feet one after another, only the old man with the cane remained seated. Faced with their departure, he was evidently displeased. He stood up abruptly, slamming his cane heavily onto the ground with such force that it cracked the floor, leaving a visible fissure. Look at this. Just look. Is this the course of action you have chosen as the fourth Reikage? Since your decision is already made, there was truly no need to summon us old relics here. The elderly man with a cane furrowed his brows and stormed off in anger. As for the fourth Reikage, he took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. Had he not considered utilizing the strength within his own village to resolve its internal affairs? Precisely because it is unattainable, one resorts to such methods. The Eight Tails' devastation upon the village has grown increasingly severe. As the fourth Reikage, at best I can only contend equally with that colossal beast. Each encounter merely pacifies it temporarily before it inevitably resumes its rampage in the same manner. Dawn approaches, the nascent sun timidly unveiling its first golden tendrils. The eastern horizon blushes with crimson hues, like a bashful maiden gazing upon the earth. Konohagakure truly lives up to its reputation as a formidable village. At this hour, were one in Konoha, most would still be ensconced in slumber. Yet here, not only have the merchants already opened their stalls, but even ordinary villagers have begun their rigorous training. Though the streets lack the usual bustle of commerce, they teem with muscular men and sprinting children. Under Darui's guidance, Uchiha Kai once again stands before the Reikage. The man appears to have risen early. Weariness faintly etched upon his features, whether from placating the council of elders or prolonged sleeplessness remains unclear. You've arrived. The Reikage observed Uchiha Kai striding boldly through the doors. He found himself rather fond of the man's temperament, recognizing a kindred spirit in their shared disposition. At this early hour, he remarked, "What matter brings you to seek my audience?" Plumping onto the sofa, he immediately fixed his gaze upon Reikage once more and inquired, "Shouldn't we perhaps prepare some breakfast first? I indulged in excessive drinking last night, and now, with an empty stomach this early morning, hunger gnaws at me." "You scoundrel, is this truly all you have to offer?" Reikage was utterly speechless. "You guys chat first. I'll go prepare breakfast for you." Darui wore a look of disdain. Yet he understood that the Reikage summoning someone at such an early hour must entail matters of importance. His presence would be entirely inappropriate. As he turned to leave, he deliberately closed the door behind him. The crux of the matter lay in the woman who remained in the room with them. Through the aura emanating from her, Guy could perceive a familiar essence, one that bore the same resonance as that of Uzumaki Naruto. It was the unmistakable presence of a tailed beast. That visage was unfamiliar. Yet this inexplicable sensation coupled with her feminine form made it unmistakable. She must be the two-tails beast from Konohagakure. "I have summoned you this time for a different matter. Although it is difficult to broach, I am uncertain of your knowledge regarding the tailed beasts." Reikage intended to be forthright and directly posed his inquiry. Occupying his position, it is strength that prevails in this village. Thus, Reikage harbors a disdain for circumlocution. He prefers to address matters with candor. "Understood. What you must be referring to are the 8 tails of your village and the 2 tails standing beside it, correct? Reikage and the 2 tails Jinchuriki Ujido, who stood beside him, were momentarily taken aback. Their astonishment did not stem from the revelation about the tailed beasts, but rather from the fact that this individual could discern Yujito's identity as the 2 tails host at a mere glance. If one were not deliberately observing, Yuki standing here would appear no different from an ordinary person. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have been recognized at first glance. What is there to be astonished about? The aura emitted by the tailed beasts is predominantly similar. Particularly, the manifestation of chakra is striking. Even the mere presence of the 2 tails was sufficient for immediate recognition upon their initial encounter. Kai cast a disdainful glance at Ujido, or more precisely, at the tailed beast residing within her. Since you're already aware, I shall speak without circumlocution. I wish to extend an invitation for you to assist in suppressing the 8 tails. What say you? Reikage rose from his seat, placing both hands firmly upon the desk as he fixed Uchiha Kai with an intensely serious gaze. Oh, this is what Darui meant when he said you were willing to trade the banana fan as the price. Kai turned his head and inquired. Indeed. If you can suppress the 8 tails, then as I mentioned when you arrived in this village yesterday, I shall grant you the banana fan. This leaves me deeply perplexed. Could it be that you remain oblivious to the functions of these objects? The 6 paths tools possess formidable power, yet they prove rather impractical for our purposes. Even with vast reserves of chakra at one's disposal, the weapons unleash disappointingly feeble effects while draining an exorbitant amount of energy. Thus we consider their value rather negligible. Should you desire them, we would gladly part with these artifacts in exchange for your assistance in this matter. Reikage's words were not entirely unfounded. If the 6 paths tools truly possess such formidable power, wouldn't the Hidden Cloud Village have already dominated the entire shinobi world? However, the pragmatic dilemma lies in the fact that while the 6 paths tools are immensely powerful, they were designed for the 6 paths themselves. Merely wielding the banana fan requires chakra expenditure equivalent to unleashing an S-rank ninjutsu. Yet the resultant force barely matches that of a B-rank technique, a disproportionate exchange that has rendered these artifacts largely neglected throughout history. When Uchiha Kai first arrived, his interest was purely academic, a fleeting fascination with these relics. Yet as his crimson eyes narrowed in contemplation, several ingenious schemes swiftly crystallized within his mind. Perfectly feasible. You merely seek to extract the pure chakra of the 8 tails, a matter that holds no relevance to us, nor do we wish to concern ourselves with it. However, should you proceed with such actions, wielding such formidable power will inevitably lead to further complications. Therefore, upon the conclusion of this mission, I propose that your Hidden Cloud Village and our Hidden Leaf Village forge a pact, one founded upon mutual equality in the absence of war. What say you? Is this request of yours excessively unreasonable? Yakido noticed a subtle shift in the Reikage's expression and immediately confronted Uchiha Kai with a pointed inquiry. There's no need to rush into giving an answer for such matters. I agree to what you've proposed. Though I wonder when we should assist you in dealing with the 8 tails? Setting aside the matter of the 8 tails for now, shouldn't you first explain how you came to know of our objectives? Reikage's words were uttered with an icy chill, his fist involuntarily clenching in suppressed fury. He had never anticipated that Uchiha Kai would possess such extensive knowledge, even the clandestine extraction of tailed beasts' youthful chakra. What more do you wish to uncover? I can tell you with certainty that in this world, I comprehend all matters. The Eye of Providence grants me the ability to perceive the very essence of everything. To me, nothing in this universe holds even the slightest veil of secrecy. This is nothing but sheer nonsense, attributing every issue to one's own gaze. This could be considered the finest explanation and justification. Each member of the Uchiha clan awakens a unique Manjiki Sharingan. And who can truly ascertain the nature of one's awakened power? What a perilous individual! Reikage pondered this while gradually easing his vigilance. He then remarked that after finishing breakfast, they would proceed. As for the matter you mentioned regarding signing a contract with Konoha, it is imperative that I first observe you, to determine whether there exists a necessity for such an agreement. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, Hinata Hyuga is my fiancée. You have already harbored intentions while residing in our village. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding her eyes while I am engaged in dealings with you. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control and obliterate your entire village. Caden issued a warning, his tone casual and almost playful. Reikage sneered slightly. After all, events from over a decade ago had no bearing on him. Those orders had been given by the third Reikage, of which he was entirely unaware. Yet, the words spoken by Uchiha Kai instantly heightened his vigilance. He recalled that a few days prior, the old-timers had mentioned the arrival of the Hyuga clan's heiress, whose Byakugan held significant importance for them. Missing that opportunity in the past, They could not afford to let this one slip by. The list of names had already been delivered to the Reikage, and the senior members were certainly aware of it. Thus, they perceived this situation as an opportunity. Although Reikage ultimately declined, it did not imply that these old men would hesitate to wield their power to harm Hinata Hyuga and seize her precious eyes. You can rest assured about what you mentioned, except for any potential issues that may arise during the Chunin exam in half a month. I will ensure that no harm comes to anyone visiting our hidden cloud village during the remaining time. His words rang with conviction. Yet Reikage himself could not guarantee their efficacy. Turning his gaze to Yumi, he instructed, "You are to personally oversee this matter. Pay special attention to Hinata Hyuga. Should anyone dare to interfere, seize them immediately. If they resist, do not hesitate to eliminate them." "Understood, Lord Reikage." Yumi nodded in affirmation. "Now, can you rest easy? If there are no further issues, we can depart promptly. It's quite a distance away. Even if we leave now, it will likely take an hour or two to arrive." After finalizing the arrangements, Reikage eagerly turned to Uchiha Kai and inquired, "What is the rush? Let us discuss it after breakfast." Calmly, Kai spoke, yet he rose from his seat and took 2 steps towards the door before pausing and turning to Reikage, stating, "Since I have promised, I shall ensure the task is completed. However, I advise you not to go back on your word once I have fulfilled my end of the bargain." Reikage was momentarily taken aback by these words, for he had no such intentions and thus could not refute them. 2 hours later, they departed from the hidden cloud village. Under the guidance of Reikage and Darui, the trio traversed the distance by consuming chakra. Although their pace was swift, it took them over 2 hours to reach their destination. This place appeared entirely different. Situated on an island, the surrounding environment was not nearly as favorable as that of the hidden cloud village. It was dominated by forests, with the ocean bordering the outer regions. However, just as they arrived, still some distance from their objective, they felt a tremendous tremor. "We are close to our destination," Reikage warned. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when a beam of black light descended from the sky, rapidly approaching, obliterating the very spot they had just occupied. "Be cautious. This is an attack unleashed by the Eight Tails." Darui, though skeptical of Uchiha Kai's ability to assist them, felt compelled to issue a warning now that they had arrived. "Let us move," Reikage shouted, and they swiftly advanced forward. Before long, upon exiting the wooded area, they were confronted by a colossal creature, an octopus with 8 tentacles. Yet its upper half resembled that of a human. "Killer Bee, you fool, snap out of it." Upon arriving, Reikage was enveloped in lightning and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the seemingly unconscious figure. The blow sent the half-human, half-octopus Killer Bee soaring through the air. This is our Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Over the past 2 years, as the seal has weakened, the tailed beast has increasingly taken control of its host. We now face 2 options. Either reseal the tailed beast or adopt a unique method to extract its power. Since you are aware of this, I presume you also understand the means. Darui turned to Uchiha Kai, inquiring, "What a colossal sight." This was undoubtedly the first encounter with a near-complete tailed beast. Its massive form, merely half of its entirety, towered nearly 10 stories high. Just imagine how immense it would be in its complete form. "Are you even listening to me?" Darui exclaimed in frustration, baring his teeth as he shouted. "Very well. Pray, enlighten me on your forthcoming intentions." Gazing upon such a formidable entity, in this semi-tailed beast transformation, it is utterly inconceivable that the Reikage would falter against such a creature. Even though the tailed beasts possess formidable power, their strength merely approaches that of a Kage. It is implausible that a being of the Reikage's immense prowess would be unable to prevail. As this thought lingered, a group of the Reikage's elite, having dispatched the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, returned once more. Upon landing beside Uchiha Kai, he succinctly conveyed the simplicity of the task at hand. Once Killer Bee regains consciousness, I shall instruct him to unleash the full power of the 8 Tails. Your role will be to endeavor to bring the 8 Tails to the brink of death. The remainder will be handled by us, thereby rendering your mission accomplished, contingent upon your capacity in this regard. Just that? I believe I shall respectfully decline. What if I inadvertently cause his demise? Kai never anticipated that this mission would unfold in such a manner. Is it complicated? Indeed it is, yet one might argue it is simple, primarily hinging on one's ability to regulate the intensity of their actions and discern whether the opponent is on the brink of death. Go ahead and make your move. I shall remind you when the time comes. Reikage was at a loss for words. But he was also curious to gauge the true strength of Uchiha Kai. Seizing this opportunity to test his capabilities seemed most fitting. You said it. If you strike too hard and accidentally kill him, I shall not bear any responsibility. Understood. Spare me your incessant chatter. Rakich's expression was one of disdain. Yet at that moment, the recently sent flying killer bee began to regain his senses, with the 8 tails swiftly retracting back into his body. In their place lay a normal person, quietly resting upon the surface of the water. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Suddenly sitting up, Killer Bee rubbed his face vigorously in a rather comical fashion. Upon noticing Rakich from a distance, he immediately expressed his displeasure, bellowing, "Big brother, could you please go a bit easier on me next time? It's not my fault. That bastard over there keeps getting controlled by the 8 tails. And I ended up losing my men." Rakich showed no signs of leniency, launching directly into a tirade of insults. Hey, suddenly realizing that there was an additional person present, Killer Bee chose not to dwell on the earlier incident. He stood up from the water's surface and swiftly moved beside Rakich. He scrutinized Uchiha Kai from head to toe, then took a step back, adopting a peculiar stance. He looked upwards for a moment, leaped while singing in a strange tone. "Oh, we have a newcomer today. Who might this person be? Following Big Brother here, they must be remarkable." Bang! "You idiot, can you keep your mouth shut?" Before he could finish his song, Rakich, veins bulging, landed another punch on Killer Bee's head. The force of the impact left one questioning the nature of their brotherhood. The collision with the ground created a massive crater. For an ordinary person, Rakich's punch might have very well shattered their skull. Darui, standing to the side, took a few steps back, unable to suppress a smirk at the spectacle. For him, this place might well be the least desirable location for any mission. Observing this bizarre pair of brothers was always an experience bordering on the absurd. "You rascal, get up. Let the 8 tails manifest fully. Today, we shall assist you in resolving this matter." Rakich seized Killer Bee by the scruff of his neck, lifting him up while incessantly tapping on his head, saying, "Huh?" Despite having just endured a fierce blow, Killer Bee appeared utterly unfazed. He wore a look of bewilderment, yet there was no opportunity for him to voice his thoughts. Before he could even comprehend what was expected of him, the Rakich unceremoniously hurled him away. "Uchiha Kai, the remaining matters are entrusted to you." The Rakich called out loudly to Uchiha Kai, who stood nearby. For him, this endeavor promised boundless advantages. Primarily, he would have the chance to witness Uchiha Kai's true prowess. Was it genuinely as formidable as the legend suggested? If not, then perishing under the assault of the 8 tails would provide him with a convenient explanation to the outside world. After all, there existed a mutual agreement between the parties. Thus, even in the event of the opponent's demise, the Hidden Leaf Village would not retaliate against him. Conversely, if the opponent survived, he could always inflict a few additional blows. To the 4th Rakich, even if the adversary could withstand the 8 tails, he would likely possess little energy remaining. More critically, considering the considerable distance from the Hidden Cloud Village, once events transpired, the aftermath would be entirely within his control. However, the situation had yet to unfold. And for the Rakich, resolution was imminent. As Killer Bee plummeted into the ocean, an astonishing transformation began. His garments disintegrated in an instant, and a fiery red tentacle emerged from his body. The moment that tentacle struck the ocean surface, it was akin to an iron rod heated to thousands of degrees, plunging into the water. Instantly, the seawater vaporized into gas. Moreover, from the billowing white mist, numerous tentacles became visible, rapidly revealing their full form. In less than a minute, a colossal creature emerged prominently above the sea, standing approximately 100 meters tall. It resembled a small mountain. While its tentacles suggested an octopus, the upper half astonishingly took the form of a bull, presenting an extraordinary amalgamation of 2 distinct beings. Roar. A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by the dissipating smoke, revealing the fully formed 8 tails before the onlookers. To the Rakich, even a complete 8 tails was an opponent he could contend with. However, the ultimate outcome would result in a stalemate, with neither side able to vanquish the other. Not to kill, was it? Kai gazed upon the colossal creature before him. Despite his unwavering confidence in his own abilities, the sight of such a magnificent being momentarily caused his heart to race. However, this sensation swiftly dissipated. Murmuring to himself, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, leaping gracefully into the air. Whoosh! The 8-tailed beast was not devoid of intellect. It too possessed a keen wit. Upon witnessing this unexpected leap into the sky, it instinctively opened its mouth wide, gathering strength around its jaws. Various attributes of chakra began to coalesce, culminating in the formation of a dark orb at the forefront of its maw. Goodness! Was it truly necessary to resort to such an aggressive attack, right from the outset? This was utterly excessive. Kai's lips twitched slightly, astonished that the eight tails would immediately resort to the tailed beast bomb. One must understand that such a force, if unleashed upon a small nation like the Land of Waves, could effortlessly submerge the entire country beneath the sea. Witnessing this immense power, Reikage furrowed his brow in alarm. He began to emit crackling lightning and urgently shouted to Darui to adopt a defensive stance, warning that this was the tailed beast bomb, an extraordinarily potent attack. Understood. Darui replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation as Reikage's seriousness indicated that any lapse in his vigilance could lead to his demise under such an assault. Taking a deep breath, he mirrored Reikage's demeanor and promptly elevated his defensive capabilities to their maximum potential. However, their efforts appeared to be in vain. As Uchiha Kai observed the impending launch, he vanished from midair and reappeared as a nearly 100-meter-tall, sky-blue Susanoo, standing directly before the eight tails. The colossal creature widened its eyes in disbelief, likely never anticipating that such a formidable attack would be thwarted before it could be unleashed. With deft control, Uchiha Kai commanded the Susanoo to swiftly suppress the powerful attack within the eight tails' mouth with a single palm strike, followed by a rapid punch that landed squarely on the creature's head. The overwhelming force of the assault reverberated through the eight tails, causing its own attack to rebound upon itself, sending it tumbling towards the ocean. Four-tailed beasts, even a severe blow to the brain triggers an instinctual response to retaliate. The eight tails' eight tentacles surged towards Uchiha Kai with alarming speed. Unfazed, Kai simply raised his right hand, and amidst a puff of white smoke, eight colossal Susanoo emerged, each one grasping a tentacle of the eight tails. Reikage stood dumbfounded at this spectacle. The intelligence reports had suggested that Uchiha Kai resembled a reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, possessing a strength comparable to that of the legendary figure. Reikage had been skeptical, initially contemplating using the eight tails to eliminate Uchiha Kai, or to bring about mutual destruction, allowing him to step in personally. Yet, he had not anticipated that this confrontation would devolve into a one-sided thrashing, with the eight tails having no room for counteraction, especially against the Susanoo. Reikage inhaled sharply, realizing how fortunate he was not to have acted rashly due to Uchiha Kai's arrogance. Such overwhelming power, within the context of an entire village, would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Darui, too, was wide-eyed, utterly astonished that Uchiha Kai truly possessed such extraordinary strength. Who was his opponent? That is indeed a tailed beast, specifically the formidable eight tails. A single-tailed beast possesses the power to wreak havoc upon an entire nation, a testament to its incredible combat prowess, a symbol of formidable military strength that has long been coveted by various villages. Yet, in the presence of such might, it appears as nothing more than a mere toy, subjected to unrelenting torment. This scoundrel. The Reikage is filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Not only have all his multifaceted strategies failed, but he is also faced with the prospect of paying a price that will only compound his discomfort. However, in light of the circumstances, finding a solution to the eight tails' threat to the village hidden in the clouds could be seen as a silver lining. Yet, this simultaneously signifies something far more alarming. The opponent is truly unfathomably powerful. It had already been suspected that Uchiha Kai's Susanoo was far beyond what he had initially perceived. To witness such a Susanoo, capable of swift movement on its own legs, dealt the Reikage a staggering blow. The magnitude of such power can only be fully comprehended by those who have experienced it firsthand. Previously, merely encountering Uchiha Itachi and his formidable Susanoo had left many with lasting psychological scars. However, the current adversary dwarfs Uchiha Itachi's strength by an incalculable measure. With a heavy sigh, the Reikage listened as the deafening sounds of the strike subsided, replaced by the towering figure that effortlessly lifted the eight tails. In that moment, he realized the truth of what he had witnessed. It was no mere illusion. Darui, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, had long since slumped to the ground. In the brief moments prior, he had conjured countless scenarios of battling Uchiha Kai, yet each envisioned outcome invariably concluded with his own swift demise. Such overwhelming power and fearsome strength are beyond the reach of an ordinary individual. Hey, Reikage, this should be enough already, right? If this continues, you might just kill it. Observing the intense gaze of the two, Uchiha Kai lifted the eight tails to scrutinize it closely, confirming its utter inability to retaliate, and then called out to the dazed individuals nearby. Let it be. In an instant, the Reikage teleported forward, channeling a surge of potent lightning energy to press down upon the eight tails. Within mere seconds, the beast vanished, replaced by the now completely vulnerable Killer Bee. Though injured, at least he retained some semblance of consciousness. Despite suffering grave wounds, this would not significantly impede the forthcoming plans. Leave the rest to me. You can remain here for now. Once I conclude my task, we shall return together. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise. Reikage emphasized his point, wary of any extraneous thoughts the individual before him might entertain. No worries, such trivial matters at least inspire my trust in Lord Reikage. With a serene smile, I reverted to my original demeanor, appearing once more as the seemingly harmless youth. My clear visage remained untouched, even in the midst of battle, my hair unruffled. As for Reikage, he seized Killer Bee and departed with the swiftness of lightning. What mischief this individual might be plotting did not concern Uchiha Kai in the slightest. After all, it bore no relevance to him. He approached Darui, who sat nearby, with a nonchalant air. Upon locking eyes, the previously arrogant Darui unexpectedly averted his gaze. Ah, that formidable creature is indeed quite challenging. The power of the tailed beasts is undeniably formidable. Kai unceremoniously plopped himself onto the fallen, desiccated trunk upon which Darui was seated, reflecting on the recent battle with a tone that suggested it had been a formidable challenge. The crux of the matter was that Darui had witnessed the entire ordeal. The grotesque spectacle was somewhat beyond his comprehension. A colossal tailed beast had been nearly bested by a mere human. Even during the clash between the third Reikage and the Eight Tails, although victory was ultimately achieved, it was not without considerable sacrifice. The third Reikage was lauded as the most physically formidable of his time, having fought against thousands of ninja from Iwagakure for 3 days and nights until his chakra was utterly depleted, leading to his demise. Such terrifying prowess would be deemed extraordinarily powerful anywhere. Yet, this Eight Tails, which could contend fiercely with the third Reikage, had been so thoroughly vanquished in a remarkably brief span. Not to mention the derision heaped upon it by the victor. Noticing Darui's silence, Uchiha Kai shifted his position slightly closer, his face alight with anticipation as he inquired. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the wielder of the storm release, are you not? What are your intentions? When we first met, we spoke of battle. I am now willing to concede. However, I possess nothing to offer as compensation. In any case, what you desire will naturally be provided by Lord Reikage upon our return. No. Do not misunderstand. Darui retorted suddenly, his expression one of wariness, likely reeling from the earlier humiliation, for conceding was not something he did lightly. Sensing Darui's discomfort, Uchiha Kai quickly countered, waving his hands in a gesture of reassurance. I merely wish to witness the nature of storm release. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it? I have no interest. Darui replied without a moment's hesitation. Do not be so dismissive. Just show me a glimpse. Hey, do not put your luck. I am not a mere plaything for your amusement. If you continue this way, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall fight you with all my might. Darui rose, seemingly affronted, and roared in fury. What? I only wish to observe the composition of storm release. I harbor no desire for battle. However, if you insist on engaging in combat to showcase it, I would not mind exchanging a few moves with you. What say you? With a grin, he asked, you scoundrel. The druid recalled that it was said through gritted teeth. Yet, ultimately conceding, he exclaimed, Look, I shall show you. He then raised his right hand, and a surge of black thunderous energy materialized in the palm of his hand. Is this the art of storm release? Kai promptly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the dark lightning in his opponent's hand. He extended a finger, gathering a portion of chakra, eager to probe further. However, at that moment, Darui suddenly withdrew his hand, his expression filled with anger, mistakenly believing that Uchiha Kai regarded him as a mere jester. Hey, let me just touch it. I mean you no harm. My curiosity simply compels me. Silence. I have no such inclinations, Darui retorted, turning to depart. Yet, with his adversary standing directly before him, Uchiha Kai was not about to let him escape. In an instant, he teleported in front of Darui, blocking his path. With a pleading tone, he implored, Please, just once more, let me experience it. Is that too much to ask? This scene ignited Darui's fury. Though he felt he might not be able to defeat Kai, he nevertheless wished for this insolent individual to suffer some injury. He swiftly retreated a step, gathering chakra and beginning to form seals. Wind release. Yet, just as his chakra began to coalesce, Uchiha Kai appeared before him in a flash, raising his right hand to envelop Darui's hands with a spherical chakra orb. Seeing this, Darui disregarded everything else, quickly retreating a distance of several dozen meters. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai remained in place, attentively sensing the fusion properties of Darui's chakra. With his eyes closed, he stood there, seemingly awaiting Darui's attack. However, Darui, now hesitant, refrained from any further actions, wary of potential schemes. After a tense minute of stalemate, Kai finally opened his eyes, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. So that is how it is, Kai shouted with exhilaration. Following this, under Darui's watchful gaze, the opponent began to gather lightning chakra. Initially, there was nothing amiss, however. The once normal lightning chakra rapidly transformed into a dark hue. At this moment, Darui's composure began to falter. His eyes widened in fear. Could he truly replicate a bloodline limit? This scene was utterly astonishing. When had an individual's power become so formidable? Lightning release, Chidori. The unmarked ninjutsu was unleashed, and regardless of the circumstances. Lightning release inherently dominated with lightning chakra. Thus, those lightning-based ninjutsu could be executed with effortless ease. Yet, the magnitude of this power was astounding. The moment Chidori manifested, a piercing sound erupted, and the mere sparks emitted were sufficient to pierce through the surrounding trees. The sheer penetrative force startled even Uchiha Kai himself for an instant. Incredible! Kai could not restrain himself and let out a curse. Feeling the immense power, the penetrative and destructive capabilities of this technique were nearing the pinnacle of excellence. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. He transformed the Chidori in his hand into a spear, devoid of any piercing sound. In an instant, it morphed into a long spear and was hurled forth. With breathtaking speed, it struck a tree ahead, at least 2 meters in diameter. The moment the chakra enveloping the Chidori sharp spear began to expand, everything within a 50-meter radius vanished without a trace. A deafening roar erupted, and in the next instant, the entire island beneath his feet began to tremble violently. It was only then that Uchiha Kai realized that he was standing on an island. What had transpired? Darui, recovering from his earlier astonishment, felt the tremors beneath him and immediately inquired with a hint of perplexity. From his tone and demeanor, it was evident that he was oblivious to the true nature of the island. The tremors persisted for a considerable time, and it became increasingly clear that the island was shifting. Although the movement was not swift, it was apparent that they were drifting further away from the land ahead. Truly, it was an extraordinary journey. Kai's lips curled into a smile. As for whether this island would move, it bore no significance to him. He felt no concern for such matters, for it was not as if he could not return. Remarkably, the island was teeming with life. The most intriguing aspect was that the majority of the creatures possessed the ability to utilize chakra. However, as Uchiha Kai casually dispatched a creature resembling a chicken and casually ignited a fire to roast meat, the curious animals, upon sensing impending doom, fled in a frenzied panic. Having lingered here for several hours, Darui, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, occasionally cast glances at Uchiha Kai. His curiosity piqued by the latter's ability to replicate the bloodline limit. Yet, he remained silent, too apprehensive to speak, fearful that a mere misstep might provoke the other. In such a scenario, would he truly harbor no secrets? Hey, would you care for a bite? He inquired, glancing at the ample food in his hands while noticing Darui, who was salivating at the enticing aroma wafting from the fire. Regardless, Darui had already consumed his breakfast, though he remained uncertain if the other had eaten. Never mind. If Lord Rakage were to discover that I feasted upon the beasts of this land, he would surely have my head, despite his desire to sample the delicacies. Darui was apprehensive about provoking Rakage's wrath. This place had always belonged to the Rakage, remaining the village's greatest secret. Are you familiar with the circumstances here? Curious, Kai inquired. I am not certain. I merely happened to notice some information regarding this place while sorting out documents. However, I do not know the specifics. This area undoubtedly belongs to the exclusive domain of the Yue clan, and others have no authority to inquire about it. This time, Darui was not lying. This location is indeed a closely guarded secret for the entire Yunin village. Typically, apart from the Rakage, few have the privilege to enter such a place. Therefore, the nature of the secrets that lie here remains unknown even to Darui himself. Despite having visited this place numerous times, he has mostly come to deliver items, leaving him with no opportunity to gather intelligence on the core matters. How unfortunate. Given your ignorance of the situation, perhaps I should enlighten you? Inside Kai's heart, a sudden eruption of emotions surged forth. Even the villagers were oblivious to the peculiar situation unfolding. In an instant, Uchiha Kai felt compelled to enlighten the others about the circumstances. Just as he was about to articulate the situation, a voice resonated from a considerable distance away. Though the speaker was several hundred meters distant, their words traveled swiftly, reaching Kai almost instantly. To his astonishment, it seemed that Rakage and Killer Bee had already resolved their own matters, and judging by their demeanor, the resolution appeared to have been quite smooth. Rakage-sama. Upon the arrival of the Rakage, Darui promptly rose and respectfully exclaimed, "It appears your conversation was quite enjoyable." Reikage, with a serious expression, regarded Darui while simultaneously noticing the colorful feathers strewn about the ground. His intended speech faltered, lips twitching as the aura of lightning began to emanate from him. His gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Kai. If eyes could kill, Kai would have perished 1,000 times over. Despite the fury reflected in his gaze, Reikage refrained from further commentary. Who is this person? Killer Bee inquired, his demeanor now vibrant and invigorated. Compared to before, his presence seemed even more potent, appearing more formidable than Reikage himself. Yet, he cowered behind Reikage, cautiously observing Uchiha Kai while whispering curiously to the Reikage. Although Kai had previously bested him while in a fully transformed state, it did not erase the haunting memories of that one-sided beating, which had instilled an unexplainable fear within him. This is Uchiha Kai, a resident of Konoha, who has come to participate in our CH9 exams. Nanny? Killer Bee's reaction indicated he had heard something remarkable. Considering Kai's strength, it seemed likely that even Reikage would struggle against him. In such circumstances, the notion of Kai participating in the CH9 exams was almost absurd. It would be more fitting to simply appoint him as the victor outright. What strange thoughts are you entertaining, you fool? He is here to lead a team, not to compete himself. Observing Killer Bee's bewildered expression, Reikage understood the confusion clouding his mind. Oi! Silence! Upon witnessing Kalabi preparing for yet another impromptu rap performance, Lei was immediately consumed by a surge of ire. Before the other could utter a word, he swiftly interjected. It seemed that matters had come to a conclusion, thus, perhaps it was time to take their leave. Kai held a wooden stick, with the other end skewering a creature that had been thoroughly roasted, resembling a chicken. The task was complete. Let us proceed, Reikage said calmly. At last, a bustling day had commenced. After lingering in the hidden cloud village for over half a month, the Chunin exams were finally set to begin. Perhaps this year's event appeared particularly lively due to the presence of individuals from the Leaf Village. Historically, the Leaf Village has been renowned for its abundance of talent. Yet the hidden cloud village certainly held its own merit. There were 5 teams registered from the Leaf Village, amounting to 15 participants. In stark contrast, nearly 100 individuals from the hidden cloud village were set to compete, though it was unclear if this number was merely to bolster their ranks. A significant portion of them appeared to be over the age of 20. Moreover, the enigmatic individual at the center raised questions about whether his gray hair was a sign of age or merely a peculiar trait. As the leader of the hidden cloud village, Reikage personally presided over this Chunin exam. On the expansive high platform, he sat in the central position, with several elder figures from the hidden cloud village also present to observe the proceedings. Not only were they seated, but the leaders from the Leaf Village, including Uchiha Kai and Kakashi, were also positioned above. Once preparations were nearly complete, Darui approached the edge of the platform, carrying a box with a measured pace. He glanced back at Reikage and then turned to face the participants spread across 3 tiers of the examination area. Taking a deep breath, he expelled a toothpick from his mouth and began to address everyone earnestly. The annual Chunin exam officially commenced today, structured similarly to previous years, divided into 2 parts. However, the format differed from that of the Leaf Village, and many present likely understood the village's examination rules. Yet, for those participating for the first time, as well as the entrants from the Leaf Village, he felt it necessary to clarify the rules of the first exam. The initial test would involve rendering all participants unconscious, after which they would be transported to the examination site, with each team's location chosen at random. Their task was to find a way to escape within 3 days. Only the top 20 teams would advance to the next round. Shortly, each team would be provided with a smoke signal stick, and should they choose to withdraw, a Jonin instructor would immediately assist them in leaving the premises. This examination primarily assessed their combat capabilities, adaptability, and observational skills. The druid spoke at length. Yet the only comprehensible information conveyed was the rules of this examination. As for the remainder of his vague discourse, it lacked clarity and seemed of little consequence. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was charged with excitement among all present. This time, nearly 40 teams participated, implying that half would be eliminated in the first round, a statistic neither exaggerated nor excessive. Uchiha Kai, our village of Konohagakure, places great emphasis on combat prowess. Thus, our examination methods diverge from those of your Konohagakure. What is your perspective on this approach? Seated on the high platform, Reikage turned to Uchiha Kai and inquired. A commendable notion indeed, regardless of the village conducting the CH9 exams. The ultimate outcome remains largely consistent. After all, it merely involves selecting the most capable individuals based on their strength and adaptability to undertake more perilous missions. Hence, I hold no particular opinion on this matter. Kai spoke calmly, acknowledging that their village had always prioritized strength, contrasting it with the incomparable prowess of Konoha. In light of this, let us look forward to what is to come. The corners of Reikige's mouth lifted into a subtle smile. The elderly figures beside him seemed to direct their entire attention not towards the students participating in the examination, but rather fixated on Uchiha Kai. This was presumably their first encounter, despite the fact that Kai had been in the village for over half a month, stirring up quite a commotion to the point where everyone recognized him. However, as high-ranking officials of Konohagakure, they had yet to formally meet the visitors from Konoha. It appeared that the examination had already commenced. Kakashi sat in astonishment. As the participants collected their smoke bombs, each individual also received a pill. Observing that many had already seized their items, a significant portion of them unhesitatingly swallowed the pills. Whether it was the potency of the medication or their inherent weakness, rows upon rows of people quickly collapsed to the ground mere seconds after consuming the crimson pills. Does this truly benefit me? Yoru pondered as she gazed at the red pill in her hand. Not only that, but this girl even contemplated how to deceive herself, reasoning that it was implausible for one pill to leave her unscathed while others succumbed. Witnessing Uchiha Daisen swallow the pill without hesitation, Yoru could only mimic his actions and place it in her mouth. Within approximately 2 minutes, all participants of the examination lay sprawled on the ground. You're awake. In a dense expanse of forest, the view from above was nearly obscured as the lush foliage blocked most of the sunlight, leaving only a few scattered rays to filter through. Each tree towered at nearly 100 meters, casting the lower area into a dark and damp environment. Shino observed Kiba sitting up suddenly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Huh, I'm not the first to awaken? Kiba quickly stood, nervously scanning his surroundings, only to have his excited expression evaporate in an instant. Hinata, so you're awake too? As he uttered these words, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. It was then that he realized he was the last to awaken. We've already been awake for over half an hour, Shino remarked. We have thoroughly assessed our surroundings, and currently, there is no danger within a 1-kilometer radius. Therefore, we must hasten our departure. Hinata reminded them, gesturing toward the ground where Akamaru lay sprawled out. This signified that the dog, much like its owner, possessed little intelligence. At present, their exact location remained uncertain. Therefore, to find a way out, the key would lie atop that towering mountain, from which they could survey their surroundings and likely discover an exit. Subsequently, it was anticipated that most individuals would head in that direction. Shino raised his hand, indicating towards the front. Through the scattered gaps, one could discern the distant silhouette of a mountain rising majestically into the clouds. Clearly, this location was beyond the confines of the hidden cloud village, for they had not encountered such a lofty peak within the village itself. What are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately, Kiba exclaimed, his impatience evident. However, upon uttering those words, the other two cast him disdainful glances. It was probable that most people were already making their way towards that mountain, and venturing there would likely mean crossing paths with them. If they encountered their own team, that would be manageable. But running into the members of the hidden cloud village posed a significant risk. With their current strength, would they not be swiftly eliminated? Shino inquired. Precisely. Furthermore, several teams from the hidden cloud village participating in this exam possess formidable strength, far from the capabilities of mere genin. They may very well be here to bolster their numbers, so we must not underestimate them. Hinata articulated her concerns, noting that ample time remained. What do you propose we do? Kiba asked. There's no need for haste. While you were asleep, I dispatched my insects, and it shouldn't be long before they ascertain the movements of everyone on the mountain. Once we identify a safe route or locate our team, our chances of success in this competition will greatly increase, Shino asserted with confidence. In terms of reconnaissance, the Aburame clan truly had no equal. Even the Hyuga clan fell short in this regard. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Kakashi had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him, particularly in chakra control, enabling him to utilize his insects for connectivity. This advancement had exponentially expanded the range of his reconnaissance, allowing him to create a vast network of insects capable of ensnaring any individual within a designated area, ensuring they could not escape his sight. Meanwhile, the other side wondered why Lord Kai had assigned them to participate in such a menial and simplistic task. Uchiha Yamashita found little interest in such an examination. They had already ascended to the midway point of the mountain, and if they so desired, the summit could be reached in no more than an hour. At that juncture, with a clear understanding of the direction, they could simply proceed towards it and escape this wretched place. Their ennui stemmed from the fact that, upon their arrival. They had swiftly regained a state of alertness. To be precise, they had not succumbed to unconsciousness at all. The pills they ingested had no effect on Suki. Nonetheless, they mimicked the behavior of others, feigning unconsciousness upon the ground. As for Yamashita and Akira, the ruse was even simpler. The moment the pill entered their mouths, they enveloped it in chakra and swallowed it whole. They then utilized their chakra to induce a state of faintness, yet their senses remained attuned to the happenings outside. They had not anticipated that the method employed to bring them here would involve sealing each team within a box, particularly since the seals on the exterior effectively blocked their perception, leaving them conscious yet unaware of their surroundings. I have a rather straightforward idea. I wonder if it could work? Suki, while munching on snacks during their journey, suddenly conceived a brilliant notion and grinned broadly. What idea? Akira inquired, suddenly intrigued. I have a summoning contract with Kai, so the simplest solution would be to reverse summon ourselves back, wouldn't it? Suki asked with a smile. Yamashita's eyes widened in astonishment. This method, if not outright useful, was undoubtedly extremely effective. After all, the rules had not explicitly barred such an approach. If this were the case, while others remained unconscious, they could simply return. Wouldn't that be a tad bit like cheating? Akira asked with a hint of concern. That question seemed somewhat unnecessary. From the outset, there had been no clarification regarding what constituted cheating. If one possessed a means to escape, they could depart at any moment, which was the ultimate objective. Ninjas have always employed various tactics. How many truly rely solely on their strength? In the plaza of Konohagakure, even after more than an hour had elapsed, Reikage and his companions remained seated. Initially, upon the commencement of the exam, Uchiha Kai and his team had intended to leave. After all, 3 days cannot possibly be spent in this place indefinitely. However, just as they contemplated leaving, Reikage suddenly called out to Uchiha Kai, inquiring if he wished to know who could depart in the shortest time possible. This led to the current scene. Everyone sat patiently, awaiting the arrival of the first group. Reikage's intentions were hardly a secret to others. After all, they were in another's territory, and the Konoha members had raised no objections. Fortunately, this competition prohibited any fatalities, alleviating concerns for the participants. Despite knowing the opposing team might engage in dishonest tactics, Kai and his companions were genuinely curious to see who would arrive first. The smug expression on Reikage's face was enough to provoke Kai's desire to land a few punches on him. Just an hour had passed, accompanied by a surge of chakra. Suddenly, Reikage's anticipation vanished, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. Even the elder members of the Cloud Village displayed expressions of disbelief. How could such a situation arise when everything had been meticulously prepared? We should be the first to return, right? The trio, including Suki, appeared suddenly, and the girl looked around before grinning at Uchiha Kai above. Harano Matsusato was momentarily stunned, then leaped up in excitement, pointing at the people from the Cloud Village and exclaiming that the first to arrive was indeed from their side. What on earth was happening? The elder to Reikage's left frowned, whispering seriously to him. It was truly embarrassing for them to allow someone from the opposing team to claim the first victory in their own domain. Reikage himself was baffled as to what had transpired, wondering how they had returned so swiftly. Just an hour had passed. Excluding the time spent on the journey, logically, these individuals should have remained incapacitated for at least another hour. From any perspective, it seemed utterly illogical. Turning to Uchiha Kai, Reikage's irritation grew at the playful expression on his face. Yet, at that moment, 3 figures quickly approached from a distance, panting heavily as they came to a halt. Among them was the young man with silver hair, who, after catching his breath, raised his hand and proclaimed loudly that he was the first to return. The remaining 2 teammates also revealed smiles. However, upon noticing the frowning expressions of the higher-ups from their village gathered around the stove, devoid of any semblance of joy, the trio was momentarily taken aback. It was then that they became aware of Uchiha Yamashita and his companions standing not far away. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had just encountered something utterly absurd. Could it be that Kakashi and his team had resorted to cheating? While those participating in the exam might be oblivious to the vast distance involved, the individuals present here were acutely aware that the exam site was nearly 20 kilometers away from their current location. It was evident that these few individuals had been teleported back through reverse summoning, a conclusion that was not lost on them. However, it was reasonable to assume that the opposing team had sprinted back, and considering the considerable distance, if they had truly been incapacitated, even locating the exit and returning would require far more time than what had transpired. Even Mike Guy, not known for his intellect, could articulate such a thought. How could Kakashi possibly overlook it? Yet, he merely smiled nonchalantly and leaned slightly towards Guy, saying, "What does it matter?" "Not at all," Guy interjected. "Just look at the expressions on their faces." Kakashi gestured towards the Raikage direction, where their faces bore the utmost expressions of dismay. Nonetheless, it appeared that this contest had not established any concrete rules. Thus, regardless of the means employed, as long as one could return, it did not constitute a violation. Yet, to have someone else claim first place on their home turf, especially in light of suspected cheating, felt rather unjust. However, those three individuals had consumed the red pills, which bore no medicinal effect, and had previously participated in the exam. Hence, they were already familiar with the route, knowing precisely how to exit even before they arrived. Consequently, the moment they touched down at the designated spot, they immediately set off to traverse that area and return here. Ironically, despite their initial belief that they were destined to secure first place, upon their return, they found their opponents calmly awaiting them. Raikage. It seems your initial setup was rather inadequate. Caden opened his mouth to inquire. The two individuals sat in proximity, allowing even the slightest whisper to be heard with clarity. That woman, by all accounts, could not possibly be a mere lower-ranking ninja, could she? And what of the one named Uchiha Yamashita? Raikage furrowed his brow as he posed the question. As for the woman he referred to, she was you. Her aura and abilities were unmistakably far beyond that of a lower-ranking ninja. You seem to be mistaken. They are both lower-ranking ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit with slightly enhanced abilities. After all, they have never participated in the Chunin exams. Therefore, our representatives have not breached any regulations, have they? This remark left Raikage momentarily speechless. Indeed, as long as Uchiha Kai had not been promoted to Chunin, he was free to participate in such contests if he so wished. This aspect of the competition could be rather awkward. It appears that those two need not partake in the forthcoming examination. We shall directly confer upon them the status of Chunin. The next round will be an individual match, primarily assessing strength, but if they were to compete, it would be exceedingly unfair to the others. Nonetheless, I am still eager to uncover the identity and capabilities of that young lady. Raikage's gaze had been fixated on you since their trio's return, as he sensed something distinctly unique about her. Yet he had not noticed, and only upon realization did he discover the profound differences that set them apart. Is such a fortunate occurrence even possible? Kai was indeed taken aback, nonetheless. This situation was ultimately beneficial for him, devoid of any adverse consequences. His initial intention was merely to fulfill a formality, and having acquired what he sought during this visit, he now needed to make efficient use of the remaining time before departing. It was evident that the time frame would not be excessively brief. According to the standard examination procedure, at least half a month would elapse after the first competition before the commencement of the second. No concerns arose if Lord Raikage believed that their abilities had already ascended to the level of a CH Nin. In that case, there would be no necessity for further participation in the exams. Should they wish to receive a detailed report from your esteemed village to take back, it would be prudent. As he owed a report to the esteemed former Hokage, Uchiha Kai inquired calmly. Absolutely. There should be no further matters at hand. The remaining issues will be managed by our village's jonin. Therefore, for the time being, you may return to rest. Once the final results are available, I shall dispatch someone to inform you. Wait. Observing Lord Raikage rise to depart, Kai hastily reached out to stop him. Then, with a slight smile, he asked, Lord Raikage, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed earlier? What matter are you referring to? Lord Raikage furrowed his brow, ruminating intently yet struggling to recall any specifics. Surely, the peace treaty between our two villages. Not yet decided. We shall revisit this matter at a later date. He maintained his indifferent demeanor, standing up with a face that revealed little emotion, still seemingly agitated from earlier. Lord Raikage, I implore you to deliberate on this seriously. Once we return this time, this issue will not be broached again. Should a conflict arise between Konohagakure and your village, it could pose significant danger for you. If I were the Hokage, given our mutual rapport, I might mediate. However, I have no interest in that position, should the time come. I hope that Lord Raikage will thoughtfully consider what is best for your village. Are you threatening me? Lord Raikage's eyes blazed with fury, crackling lightning around his arms, a testament to his barely contained rage. A threat? I would hardly classify it as such. After all, we are merely discussing a transaction, one that benefits us both. Setting aside the matter of Konohagakure, if a conflict were to arise between your side and Konoha, how confident are you in your ability to confront them? With an air of nonchalance, Kai demonstrated his firm grasp on the situation regarding the fourth breakage. Took a deep breath, revealing an expression of helplessness. In that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of options. Had he not witnessed the prowess of Uchiha Kai, perhaps he might have put up a struggle. The presence of such formidable power was palpable. Despite assurances of non-aggression, the insinuation of threat lingered in the air. "I shall consider this matter thoroughly and will provide you with a response before your departure," he stated, turning away without a backward glance. Observing the retreating figure, a smile involuntarily crept onto Uchiha Kai's lips. It seemed that the situation was well in hand. Kakashi approached, taking a seat in the spot recently vacated by, and inquired, "Is it resolved?" "Not yet. However, we certainly have time and opportunities ahead," Kai replied with confidence, at least a confidence in his own abilities. He was convinced that the other party would ultimately choose this path. After all, the entire ninja world would not plunge into conflict again until a significant event transpired. And several villages had united to sign peace agreements, ensuring that large-scale hostilities would not erupt. Thus, his actions merely served as a gentle nudge toward inevitable outcomes, hastening many matters along their course. Kakashi regarded Uchiha Kai, and an inexplicable wave of nostalgia washed over him. He recalled the days when Kai presented himself as a courteous and obedient child, a demeanor shaped by his lineage. Had he not belonged to the Uchiha clan, his future achievements would have been boundless. Yet, that was merely a reflection of the past. Looking at the present, Kai not only upheld the legacy of the Uchiha but also rekindled its former glory within the village of Konoha. Indeed, this dazzling presence now eclipsed the clan's previous splendor in ways hard to quantify. Ultimately, every era remembers a name or two. Decades ago, there was Uchiha Madara. Today, there is Uchiha Kai. These individuals were not merely products of their families. Rather, they were the architects of their legacies. Everything is transformed. Countless matters have been irrevocably altered. Will future events still unfold in accordance with their former patterns? As he lay in bed, Uchiha Kai reflected on the changes that had transpired over the past year. While many things had shifted, they did not resonate with the magnitude of the current transformations. Now, he felt a sense of disorientation. Where would his future lead him? He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, contemplating the path ahead. Gently closing my eyes, I endeavored to clear my mind of all thoughts. After a few minutes, I abruptly opened my eyes and sat up swiftly. Regardless of whose era this may be, living in this moment compels me to carve out my own brilliance, to pursue my desires, and to relish the ideal I yearn for. Though I am yet to marry, I find myself with an added daughter. Indeed, life seems quite promising. A smile crept across my face as I stood, slipping on my slippers. Clad only in shorts, I felt the cool air on my bare skin. But in the blink of an eye, I vanished from that spot. Upon reappearing, I found myself beneath a magnificent waterfall, distinct from the one behind the Reikage building. My son had glimpsed it from afar when he first arrived, observing the cascading waters from the mountains nearby, although I had only seen it from a distance. The beauty of this locale was undeniable. However, standing beneath the waterfall, the deafening roar enveloped me. The land of lightning is indeed a realm of extraordinary scenery. Much like the waterfall before me, towering mountains and flowing waters surrounded me, with gray marble stones imparting a unique ambience. Even at this elevation, I felt as if I stood on a lofty peak. The waterfall's flow was not particularly voluminous, leading to a deep pool whose depth remained a mystery. The overflow formed a charming brook that wound its way forward, despite being at such an altitude, approximately 1,000 meters above sea level. I was surprised to observe fish swimming in the pool, a sight that is truly rare. The weather here was neither sweltering nor frigid, but rather comfortably pleasant. As I dipped a foot into the crystalline waters, intending to savor the refreshing sensation, a chilling wave swiftly engulfed my entire being. I gazed upward, where the waterfall cascaded from mountains that seemed to pierce the clouds. Beneath the clouds, a vast expanse of white was visible, while the water at my feet stemmed from the melting glaciers above. Abandoning the notion of diving into the pool for a thorough cleanse, I sought out a flat, dry rock and settled upon it. Looking up at the towering mountains, I listened to the sound of the waterfall's descent. Everything appeared so serene and invigorating. What a delight! Occasionally immersing oneself in such an environment is truly a luxury. I mused that if it were possible, Uchiha Kai would love to build a home here, a retreat for leisure and relaxation. Such a life epitomizes comfort and enjoyment. Before the fantasy had the chance to commence, a stone abruptly plunged into the water pool ahead. Kai instinctively heightened his vigilance, swiftly rising to glance backward. Within a 200-meter radius, he could sense any presence, provided that he consciously exerted the effort. In such an isolated locale, who would waste chakra on perception? After all, one had come here specifically to unwind. Upon making eye contact, Kai found himself momentarily frozen in place, utterly astonished to discover that this desolate spot actually harbored another individual, a girl, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. But where exactly was this? Adjacent to the hidden cloud village, merely a dozen or so kilometers away, this area should typically fall within the village's patrol boundaries. Yet, in such circumstances, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar young woman was bewildering. She was concealed behind a large rock, her body partially hidden, with only her face visible as she fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Kai, as if she were observing some intriguing specimen. Her defining features included a striking blunt fringe, flowing long hair cascading over her shoulders, delicate facial features, and fair skin. Such beauty could hardly be understated. "Who are you?" A shy voice rang out from a distance. The girl, still hidden behind the rock, called out loudly. The sound of the nearby waterfall was so overpowering that it rendered her words nearly inaudible. Nevertheless, Kai could discern the essence of her inquiry. What a surprise! There was indeed another person here. As he contemplated this revelation, Kai raised his right hand, gathering chakra before pressing it firmly against the ground. This was an earth-style sensing technique, allowing him to utilize minimal chakra to detect everything in the surrounding area through the vibrations of the earth beneath him. To his astonishment, someone truly resided in the seemingly barren wilderness. Kai felt a moment of embarrassment. He had no intention of engaging with the other person and was about to leave. However, the girl, noticing his silence, stepped out from behind a rock. Her long legs were accentuated by a short, blue dress that showcased her fair, slender limbs. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she inquired once more. Perhaps it was her advancing steps or the elevation of her voice that caught Kai's attention, for he distinctly heard her words. Rising to his feet, he turned to face her. Her attire caused a blush to rise upon her cheeks, rendering her shy and endearing. Her demeanor bore a resemblance to Hinata's. It was quite surprising to find such a delicate and charming beauty in the vicinity of the brawny hidden cloud village. "I merely came for a leisurely stroll. From a distance, I spotted this waterfall and was curious to see it up close. I had no idea anyone lived here. If I have intruded, I sincerely apologize." Kai smiled gently and remarked, "It's quite all right." The young lady, blushing with shyness, lifted her hand to point at the waterfall, saying, "The water here is quite cold. You should be cautious in your light attire to avoid catching a chill." To encounter such concern upon their very first meeting was indeed remarkable. Even without knowing who the other was, she expressed such sentiments. This tenderness is likely a quality that most men would find irresistible, as long as one's mind is sound. A girl like her would undoubtedly be the kind whom anyone would wish to bring home. However, while pondering how to respond, a sudden sense of danger surged within Kai Uchiha. He swiftly moved several meters away, and just as he did, a white tiger appeared in the very spot he had just vacated. With a fierce gaze, it fixed its eyes intently on Kai. The striking red and white stripes rendered this tiger remarkably distinct. Before he could fully process the perplexity in his mind, the tiger unexpectedly opened its mouth, and at the moment it snapped it shut, a blade of wind materialized instantaneously. Goodness, so that is also possible? Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. This undoubtedly fell within the realm of the incredible. How could there possibly be a tiger in such an inhospitable place? Shawa quickly stopped. Although she had sensed that Uchiha Kai was no ordinary individual, the girl felt no malice emanating from him. As she observed the white tiger preparing to strike once more, she hurriedly shouted to command it to cease. To her surprise, the enormous white tiger sauntered over, its rear swaying gracefully. "I sincerely apologize for startling you earlier. This is my pet, Shawa." The young girl offered a gentle smile, revealing her charming demeanor as she quickly extended her apologies to Uchiha Kai. This creature must be a ninja beast, she pondered, though it did not appear to be a summoning beast. Although Kai was aware that his inquiry might be deemed impolite, curiosity compelled him to speak up. "Gur." The white tiger growled lowly, signaling to Uchiha Kai to maintain his distance, its fierce gaze serving as a warning. The intelligence of these summoned beasts had reached remarkable heights, with some exhibiting cognitive abilities nearly indistinguishable from those of ordinary humans. The creature before him likely did not belong to the category of summoning beasts, as such entities seldom allowed their true forms to be summoned. This practice was fraught with peril, as it could ultimately lead to the summoning beast's demise in battle. Only those summoned beasts that held profound trust in their summoners would permit their true forms to be materialized. In this world, an abundance of summoning beasts existed, many of which had encountered mortal peril during the summoning process or in subsequent battles. This predicament posed a significant challenge for the summoning beasts, as their true forms could not return, leaving them to exist in this realm indefinitely. The white tiger before him appeared to possess only moderate strength, however. For a beast capable of utilizing ninjutsu, it was undoubtedly a rare specimen. This is Xiaohua, a gift from my father. Having lived here for so long, I've had little exposure to the outside world. Therefore, my companions are predominantly these summoned beasts. She is quite obedient, perhaps only wary of strangers. So I hope you won't take offense. The young girl spoke, her lips curling into a radiant smile reminiscent of sunshine, gazing at the unfamiliar man. She introduced herself without a hint of trepidation. I am Yoon. What may I call you? Just call me Kai. But why on earth are you living in such a desolate place? Curious, Kai inquired, is this arranged by my father? The environment here is quite pleasant, isn't it? Although Yin spoke cheerfully, the despondent expression on her face was unmistakable. Do you live alone? Pretty much, she replied. For the most part, it's just me. My father occasionally finds time to visit, but lately, I've heard he's been exceedingly busy and hasn't been able to come at all. Only some other uncles drop by to deliver supplies, but they leave almost immediately after a brief chat. Essentially, it's just me here. The look of loneliness on her face became even more pronounced, a solitude that had persisted since she was 5. Though I was unaware of this girl's father's identity, it was evident that he had shown a lack of compassion. I understand now. Just as Yun finished speaking, the white tiger nudged her gently, perhaps sensing her sentiments. Yun smiled and then mounted the white tiger. Turning to Uchiha Kai, she waved her hand and said, It's getting late. I need to head back. Oh, I'll come to see you tomorrow. Kai responded calmly, Really? Of course. What would you like to eat? I'll bring some for you tomorrow, if that's possible. I would love something sweet. None of the others ever bring any, and my father doesn't allow me to have such things. Yun looked at Kai with eager anticipation, yearning for him to fulfill his promise and accompany her the following day. In truth, for Uchiha Kai, remaining in the village was exceedingly monotonous. The examination stretched over 3 days, and they had only just completed the first. Even at a brisk pace, it was likely they would not emerge until tomorrow evening. There was no imminent danger, as Kakashi was primarily in charge of overseeing the proceedings. The reason for Kai's role as the team leader was merely to attend to certain matters and ensure the safety of the others. With his responsibilities now concluded, he could occasionally take a leisurely stroll without facing any objections. All right, I will bring it for you tomorrow. Kai flashed a radiant smile, simply waving his hand before resuming his seat upon the large rock, captivated by the beauty of the waterfall. Have you delivered the items you prepared? Reikage inquired wearily from his office in the Reikage building. Yes, they were sent yesterday. There should be no issues on that front, came the reply. Indeed, Reikage responded, leaning back in his chair, massaging his forehead with a sigh, and uttering in resignation, there shouldn't be any major matters to attend to in the coming days. Currently, there were no pressing issues within the village. They merely needed to await the conclusion of the CH9 exams, after which the remaining matters could be managed independently. Darui remarked, the CH9 exams shouldn't warrant excessive concern, as long as we can ensure the safety of those individuals. Or rather, as long as they do not perish. Everything should be fine. Reikage-sama, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose, Darui continued. Lord Wantai is still harboring intentions towards the High GA clan. The girl from the High GA clan who has come this time is presumably the princess of the main family. Therefore, her eyes should be unsealed, and Lord Wantai, along with several J-Nin, is contemplating this situation. They have even considered seizing her eyes during the CH9 exams. Darui spoke with great caution, observing Reikage's expression closely. As anticipated, Reikage's countenance darkened, becoming increasingly frigid. If you were in my position, how would you resolve this? He asked, although still serious. The tension in his expression began to soften slightly as he scrutinized Darui, assessing his perspective. I may not be in a position to comment, Darui replied awkwardly. But since it is just the two of us here, feel free to share your thoughts. Clearing his throat, Darui continued earnestly, if I were in your position, I would absolutely not allow such a situation to arise. If they refuse to follow orders for the safety of the village, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. It is entirely inappropriate for us to provoke powerful enemies at this juncture. Recent intelligence regarding Uchiha Kai has revealed another development upon his return to Konohagakure. He altered the village's upper echelons, including the High GA clan, whose current leader has become an elder of the village. Therefore, should such an event transpire, irrespective of Uchiha Kai's involvement, this situation alone could potentially lead Konohagakure to declare war. Furthermore, with the recent alliance between Konohagakure and Iwagakure, there exists a significant risk of both villages launching an assault against us. Lastly, let us turn our attention to the current Uchiha Kai, a figure of extraordinary strength, whose prowess seems almost grotesque. It is difficult to conceive of any means to effectively restrain him. Therefore, as per my suggestion, it would be prudent to avoid any confrontation if at all possible. Darui's words likely resonate deeply with the thoughts of the Reikage. In comparison to their own village of Konohagakure, Konohagakure has undeniably weakened to a state where they can be easily manipulated, and even should war arise, it would scarcely affect them. The intentions of those in high positions are of little consequence. After all, even if circumstances spiral out of control, they possess the confidence to resolve such issues. Unlike the present, the existence of Konohagakure has become a significant threat to them. The mere presence of one individual has considerably heightened their sense of danger, especially with the recent peace treaty established between Konohagakure and Iwagakure. In such a scenario, harboring any hostile intentions would pose a grave peril to Konohagakure. Since you have already contemplated this, it would be wise to act accordingly. Some individuals are impeding the progress of the village, and their presence will inevitably lead the entire community into an inescapable abyss. Find a way to eliminate them without causing too much commotion. The Reikage hesitated momentarily, yet soon uttered these words with a chilling demeanor. The implication of his statements was quite clear. After all, Darui has been by his side for many years and understands his disposition quite well. Although somewhat surprised that the Reikage accepted his proposal, the sudden shift in action still astonished him. Reikage-sama, have you not already contemplated this matter? Proceed with your plans. I will eventually step down from this position, and the village will require a capable, responsible, and resourceful leader to rise to the occasion. I trust you comprehend this. The clarity of the Reikage's words was unmistakable. Despite Darui's usual calm demeanor, a sense of apprehension stirred within him at this moment. Understood. I shall act immediately. It was evident that the Reikage envisioned Darui as the next leader of Konohagakure. Regardless of the circumstances, he was one of their own, displaying commendable intellect, character, and potentials. Albeit his current strength might not be formidable. Given time, he might achieve remarkable feats. Have you truly come? The following day, as the gentle sunlight bathed the earth, a soft knock resonated at the door. Upon opening it, the young lady was momentarily taken aback to find Uchiha Kai standing at the threshold, holding 2 bags. Her surprise was accompanied by a multitude of emotions. Just the previous day, he had appeared before her clad only in oversized shorts, his torso bare. However, today, adorned in a new attire, I exude an aura that feels remarkably distinct. The prolonged solitude of living here alone seems to dissipate with the sound of knocking at the door and the arrival of this acquaintance known only by name, stirring an inexplicable flutter within my once quiet heart. Did I not mention that I would come to keep you company today? Kai smiled faintly as he spoke, raising his hand to gently shake the item he held. With a hint of resignation, he remarked that while Yunin village offered a plethora of goods, there were scarcely any establishments dedicated to selling desserts, and given the late hour, they were left with limited options. Thus, they could only procure these items. If you would like, or if you don't mind, I could prepare some for you myself, he added. Really? Yun inquired with a face full of anticipation and excitement. Of course. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of my coming here? Kai stood at the door, gazing at the young woman before him, and spoke. Perhaps she sensed something too. Quickly turning to the side, her cheeks flushed but excitement evident, she invited him in, saying, I apologize, please come inside. Inside the abode. The space was not particularly large, yet it was adorned with exquisite decor. The furnishings were fewer than one might expect, creating an ambience that was decidedly simple. Nevertheless, this simplicity bestowed upon the room an unmistakable sense of desolation. As Kai stepped further in and surveyed his surroundings, he could not help but inquire. It seems you truly live here all alone? Yes, she replied. My father occasionally visits, but he never stays long. He is usually quite busy, leaving little room for attention here. The only other visitors are those who come to deliver items. They simply drop them off and depart, sometimes without exchanging a single word. At this moment, as Yun spoke, she did not appear excessively forlorn. With her head slightly bowed, she cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Kai. Indeed, it was a rather solitary existence, but let us not dwell on that today. Where is your kitchen? She inquired. Kai turned his head to look at Yun and softly inquired, Is there any flour here? His voice was barely audible, almost a whisper meant only for her ears. Her bashful face seemed as if it could produce droplets of water from the embarrassment. Ah, your kitchen is quite simplistic. I wonder how you managed to cook for yourself, he remarked. Yun remained rooted in place while Uchiha Kai had already arrived at what she referred to as her kitchen. If it weren't for her words, one might struggle to associate the space with a kitchen at all. It was an exceedingly small area, had she not mentioned it. Kai might have thought it was merely a small storage room. The overall size of the kitchen was likely no more than 2 square meters, making it somewhat difficult for a person to turn around inside. Like the tidy and immaculate house, the kitchen was also organized and spotless. Everything was neatly stored away in cabinets and boxes. Kai crouched in the kitchen, rummaging through the contents while calling out to Yoon. The young lady remained in her spot. But upon hearing his words, she quickly replied, "Yes, yes." She swiftly approached and retrieved a glass jar from the side cabinet. The jar was not particularly large, yet it contained a fine white powder. One must admit, this girl truly lives life to its fullest. As long as we have flour, that's all we need. I've brought everything else. Kai spoke, subsequently removing his coat and unreservedly handing it to Yoon. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and simply washed his hands. Yoon, positioned at the periphery of the kitchen, quietly observed his actions. To her, this entire scenario felt like a surreal dream. Clutching Uchiha Kai's coat, the lingering warmth of the fabric assured her that this was not a figment of her imagination, but indeed reality. It seemed so effortless, as if there were nothing of significance present. Within the confines of the modest kitchen, Uchiha Kai muttered complaints while rummaging through drawers in search of ingredients. Faced with his simple grievances, Yin exhibited no signs of discontent. Given the limited conditions, this was the best she could offer. After all, there were only a few items at hand. It was merely a selection of simple pastries, so do give it a try. Half an hour later, Uchiha Kai emerged with a plate in hand, upon which rested a cake that appeared quite exquisite. Noticing Yoon still standing outside, clutching his coat, Kai made no attempt at politeness, placing the plate on the nearby glass table and settling onto the sofa. He then called out to Yoon, "What are you still standing there for?" Yoon remained motionless, her gaze lowered as if deep in contemplation. Kai once again called out, simultaneously wielding a small knife to slice the delicacies upon the plate. At the opposite end of the glass table lay a cushion, where Yoon leisurely placed her garments onto the adjacent sofa, exercising utmost caution before gracefully kneeling in the seat across from him. Upon lifting her gaze, Kai realized that her face was already streaked with tears. Large droplets cascaded down her cheeks, leaving him at a loss for words, uncertain of how to offer solace or comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Thank you. It has been years since I last tasted something made by another's hand." Yoon expressed her gratitude, lowering her head as she looked at the piece of cake now placed before her. She picked it up with delicate fingers and savored a bite. The sensation was exquisite. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, startling both individuals. Their eyes instinctively darted toward the entrance. A burly figure kicked the door open, fist clenched, his body crackling with electric energy. His expression was one of fury, and his icy gaze was unmistakable. "Reikage? Uchiha Kai, I can tolerate many things, but this is beyond the pale. I will not rest until you are dead." Without further ado, the Reikage raised his right hand, his body enveloped in flickering lightning that surged towards Uchiha Kai in an instant. Before Kai could fully react, the onslaught was upon him. Bewildered by the unfolding events, he struggled to grasp the rationale behind the fourth Reikage's madness. In a flash, he teleported to Yun's side, lifting her away from harm. Yet, even as he managed to respond, a gaping wound marred his shoulder. A direct hit. From the nature of the assault, Kai surmised it was the Reikage's most formidable technique. Had he not intervened, it was likely that even the Reikage would have met his demise in a single blow. "Reikage, what on earth are you doing?" Kai held Yun with one hand, perhaps fearful of her getting hurt, while gazing at Reikage in bewilderment. "You scoundrel!" he exclaimed through gritted teeth, his fury reaching its zenith. The crackling lightning emanating from his body even began to affect the surrounding furniture. "Father, what are you doing?" Yun suddenly shouted. "Father? You scoundrel! Do you think you can just call him that?" Despite his daughter being beside him, Reikage, consumed by rage, threw a punch, deliberately missing his target. However, the powerful shockwave created a massive hole in the rear wall, just a meter away from Uchiha Kai. "You two are father and daughter?" Uchiha Kai was utterly bewildered, having never heard of Reikage having a daughter. Setting aside whether he had a daughter or not, Reikage was dark-skinned and robust, whereas Yun, cradled in his arms, had fair skin and a charming appearance. The stark contrast between the two left Kai speechless, his astonishment evident without uttering a word. "Uchiha Kai, you scoundrel! What have you done to my daughter?" Reikage had initially approached with a tinge of guilt, intending to see his daughter. However, sensing another presence in the room from afar, he hesitated to enter, only to realize Yun had been silently bowing her head and shedding tears, initially thinking someone from his village had come to deliver something. The sight of his daughter in tears ignited a tempest of anger and impulse within him. Witnessing another embrace his daughter ignited a volcanic eruption of rage within Reikage. If not for Yun's presence, he would have likely unleashed his fury. "Father, what are you saying? Kai hasn't done anything to me." Instead, you cough. Before she could finish her sentence, Yun suddenly began to cough violently. The immense emotional turmoil triggered a drastic change in her body. Like Reikage, she began to emanate lightning, her skin reddening. "Father," she cried out in pain as she sank down from Uchiha Kai's embrace. The lightning surrounding her became increasingly pronounced, and the mere arcs of electricity that touched the ground left deep impressions upon it. "Uchiha Kai!" Reikage bellowed in fury, tears streaming down his face. The sight of such a formidable figure, now crying before Uchiha Kai, left him utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? Kai gazed at the crouching Yun and inquired of Reikage, "Are you capable of sealing? If so, hasten to seal the chakra within her body." In that moment, Reikage's tone lacked the earlier fury. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of helplessness that seemed to stem from a paternal instinct. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of the events unfolding, the chakra emanating from the other's body instilled a disquieting sensation within Kai. This feeling, however, did not pose a direct threat to him. Rather, it was the relentless surge of chakra within the other that evoked concern. If it merely escalated to such an extent, it might have been manageable. Yet, the chakra appeared to be uncontrollably transforming into a lightning attribute. Leading to an extreme predicament, the body in question was utterly incapable of sustaining such power. If this continued, it was likely that within 2 minutes, Yun would succumb to the overwhelming force and spiral into chaos. Even at this nascent stage, the sparks of electricity were already capable of inflicting considerable damage. Should this power persist, it could potentially obliterate the entire surrounding area. Given Reikage's swiftness, returning to Konohagakure would take but a few minutes. However, if he were to bring someone back with him, it was feared that all would be lost by then. Although Yun's chakra was escalating in tandem with her transformation, threatening to devastate a vast expanse, it was unlikely she could endure this colossal force for more than 10 minutes before succumbing to its might. Reikage's demeanor suggested one undeniable truth. He was utterly unfamiliar with the art of sealing. In contrast, Uchiha Kai was intimately acquainted with the intricacies of chakra sealing, as he was currently utilizing it himself. Raising his hand, he observed that Yun was already enveloped in a formidable electric aura, even before his palm made contact. Numerous wounds erupted across his hand and arm. In the blink of an eye, his skin had been completely torn away, perhaps due to the integration of Hashirama's cells. Even the wound inflicted by Reikage had fully healed. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, even with formidable regenerative capabilities, the situation remained dire. Yet, the excruciating pain that gripped his heart compelled him to furrow his brows. With a swift motion, he withdrew his hand and enveloped it in chakra before decisively pressing it against the back of Yun. In an instant, a sealing technique enveloped her entire body. The intense sensation of the previous electric current, upon being sealed, caused her garments to disintegrate into dust in the blink of an eye. The young woman then collapsed to the ground. Observing this, there was no need for Uchiha Kai to intervene. The Reikage rushed forward, alarmed at the sight of his daughter about to fall. In his haste, he even shattered the glass table with a kick. He gently laid Yun onto the bed, at which point the Reikage finally managed to temper his earlier agitation. He then surveyed the disheveled living room and chose a somewhat intact sofa to settle upon. "How did you come to be here?" he inquired, raising his gaze to Uchiha Kai as he took his seat. The anger that had initially surged was now tempered. Though his demeanor remained far from cordial, it was quite by chance. "I happened to notice the beautiful waterfall in the distance while passing by and thought it worth a visit. I never expected to encounter Yun." At this, Kai's lips twitched slightly, still grappling with disbelief. "I can't believe that girl is your daughter. Such a revelation is truly astonishing. What is there to be astonished about?" The Reikage's temper flared once more, his gaze fixated menacingly on Uchiha Kai. Setting aside that, how is it possible for her to possess such formidable power within her? Yet, her body seems utterly incapable of bearing it. It appears that the power had been sealed before, but the sealing technique employed was woefully inadequate. Kai was initially perplexed, but soon could not help but voice his thoughts. Is it truly terrible? The Reikage intended to counter, yet upon reflection, he found himself in agreement. However, witnessing the Uchiha's right hand, which had been a mangled mess moments ago, restored to its original state, he felt a profound sense of astonishment within. Taking a deep breath, he resignedly remarked that not everyone possesses such capabilities as his own. This force could only be sealed during its eruption, remaining undetectable in ordinary circumstances. Furthermore, not everyone is endowed with such formidable strength and regenerative abilities. The loss of several individuals while attempting to impose a seal upon him was already significant, based on projections. Should his full power be unleashed, it would yield a catastrophic explosion at the moment of demise, likely obliterating all existence within a 20-mile radius. This explains why she has lived in solitude for so long. If possible, he would desire to resolve this predicament in one fell swoop. Even if it meant never becoming a ninja in this lifetime, he would at least wish to live like a normal person. Uchiha Kai could discern that this time. The Reikage was articulating thoughts that resonated deeply within him. After all, who would wish for their daughter to endure such suffering? The solitude and loneliness of living alone. Unable to express too many emotions, and fearful of mingling in society, this, for many, would undoubtedly be a nightmarish existence. The power she possesses should be channelable. The only current drawback is her body's inability to withstand such immense energy. To be precise, it is the adaptation to this overwhelming force that poses a challenge. However, if this power could be gradually harnessed, once her body acclimates, it is entirely possible that your daughter may evolve into an even more formidable entity than you. The fourth Reikage. Kai sat there as well, despite the fact that the sofa had been left in tatters by Reikage moments earlier. However, there was no significant issue with merely perching on the edge of the side sofa. Upon hearing these words, Reikage's eyes momentarily sparkled with a glimmer of hope, only to quickly dim once more. It sounds simple when you say it. Do you think we haven't tried before? Yet in the end, it proved utterly futile. Consider your own perspective. It matters little to me. If you are willing to entrust it to me, perhaps I could offer some guidance. However, the chakra within the other party has been completely sealed. Thus, any emotional fluctuations in the future will pose no problem. My involvement here has concluded. With the first round of the examination over, your presence here is quite irrelevant. You scoundrel, this predicament is of your own making. Do you truly wish to walk away? Reikage once again rose in a fit of anger. Uchiha Kai could not fathom why this old man was so incensed. He had done nothing. The unfolding events held no relation to him whatsoever. What do you intend to do? Is her physical strength truly sealed entirely? After all this, Reikage merely sought to confirm such a trivial matter. It left Uchiha Kai somewhat speechless. Sigh. He exhaled, feeling somewhat at a loss, yet he spoke reassuringly. Rest assured. I have already stated that there is nothing to worry about, and thus, there truly is no cause for concern. Understood. Although I am not particularly fond of you. Little one, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in this matter. Reikage truly exemplified the stubbornness of a dead duck, for though he was uttering words of thanks, his demeanor conveyed nothing short of resentment. Kai was rather indifferent, simply waving his hand dismissively. His purpose in coming here was merely to offer comfort to the rather lonely girl, and he never anticipated that it would lead to such a convoluted series of events. Although the situation had devolved into an absurdity that was almost laughable, it inadvertently kindled a modicum of goodwill in Reikage towards Uchiha Kai. What began as a pleasant morning had taken an unexpected turn. The most astonishing aspect was undoubtedly Kai himself, even after leaving the mental realm. He found himself juxtaposing the images of Reikage and Yunin in his mind. The more he pondered, the more incongruous their connection seemed. To assert that they were father and daughter would likely elicit disbelief, even from the most skeptical. Yet, such is reality, and overthinking it serves little purpose. As for the venue of the first examination, it was situated within a relatively modest cave, which appeared remarkably unique, as if a colossal boulder had been hollowed out. The depth was approximately 5 meters, with a width of around 3 meters. Although the space was not particularly expansive, it functioned as an excellent concealment spot. At this moment, all 12 individuals from Konoha had gathered within the cave, aside from Uchiha Yamashita and his group, who had departed early. The remainder had only just convened on the second day. They were all covered in dirt, particularly the 12th team led by Haruno Sakura, who looked as if they had emerged from a mud pit. Their disheveled appearance was strikingly apparent compared to the others. Fortunately, the weather was quite mild, negating the need for a fire. The group of over a dozen sat in a circle against the wall, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence. What now? Haruno Sakura, sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, gazed at them with a look of distress. We've already found the way out, and the first examination poses no significant challenge for us. However, those guys from Yunin Village are clearly targeting us. They seem intent on preventing our escape, even conspiring to suppress us, which renders our departure impossible. With her eyes closed, Shino was attuned to the vision transmitted from the insects, allowing him to clearly perceive the situation on the other side of the mountain. A group was gathered there, feasting on roasted meat, quietly awaiting their arrival. I believe the solution is simple. We should charge out directly. Lilac remained as spirited as ever. rising to his feet and emphatically swinging his fists as he addressed those present. "You fool, they have long been awaiting your arrival. Currently, we are aware of 6 teams. Who knows where the remaining teams might be lurking?" Leaning against the stone wall, his expression appeared somewhat relaxed. However, the gravity of the topic at hand was undeniable. And with Tion's remarks, the atmosphere grew even heavier. "Next, we ought to discuss our respective situations and ascertain whether we possess the capabilities to venture forth. Therefore, we must maintain the dignity of Konoha at all costs. I shall commence by outlining our circumstances." Hyuga Niji surveyed the individuals gathered and continued. "We are a team endowed with the Byakugan, granting us a visual range of up to 2 kilometers. Thus, anything within this range can be perceived without any obstructions, allowing us to avoid all threats within that distance. Fortunately, both Hinata and I are present. On the other hand, Lee lacks sensory abilities but excels in taijutsu. However, due to severe injuries sustained last year, his current capabilities are significantly diminished. The remaining members, including Tion, are adept in close combat and can take on the role of protecting the group. Kiba and Shino also possess sensory skills but lack formidable offensive power. Our hopes now rest heavily upon your shoulders. The 3 of us primarily possess defensive capabilities, allowing us to create basic protective barriers and move swiftly. Regrettably, we also lack any particularly powerful offensive abilities." The speaker was a rugged-looking individual, notably muscular. Under the leadership of Nara Shikamaru, Team 12 was neither specialized in sensory skills nor combat. They were solely tasked with defense and barrier techniques, demonstrating proficiency in sealing arts. Hearing this, Haruno Sakura lowered her head, her inner frustration palpable. "What a coincidence. I can also handle sensory duties and sealing. Yet, it seems we truly lack individuals capable of delivering strong offensive attacks. If Lee is unable to fight, we will suffer a significant disadvantage when confronting those foes." Xianglin smiled, displaying little concern. After all, this so-called Chunin exam was merely a formality, a playful endeavor for her. She did not share the same fervor as others. The current situation was clear, evident from the expressions on each face. This group, relying on sensory abilities, could be deemed exceptionally talented, yet they lacked powerful offensive capabilities, especially when facing the muscular warriors of the Cloud Village. If captured, would they not be at their mercy? What then shall we do? Are we destined to meet our demise once more? Sakura Haruno rested her head upon her knees, murmuring softly as she posed her inquiry. It appeared that no other viable options remained. Thus we must rely on our forthcoming perceptual abilities to elude them. We can only hope that amongst these individuals, there are no formidable sensory-type ninjas. If so, our chances of departing safely would significantly increase. Henceforth, we must strive to avoid direct confrontations, as they would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Upon detecting any sign of danger, we shall initiate an immediate retreat. At the very least, we would clearly ascertain their positions, which would undoubtedly present us with an opportunity. Niji rose and addressed the group, expressing his remorse. "I am truly sorry. However, rest assured that when danger arises, I shall risk my life to ensure your safe passage." Rock Lee's expression was grave, feeling a profound sense of responsibility for their potential predicament. Although it was not overtly evident at present, the severe injuries he sustained during the last Chunin exam lingered in his memory. Should they resurface in this encounter, the likelihood of survival would be greatly diminished. This predicament was not solely one individual's fault. It was merely a situation none of us had anticipated. Moving forward, we must avoid every confrontation possible. While the individuals from the hidden Cloud Village may not individually match our strength, their collective power would undoubtedly surpass ours. Even if one remains unscathed, any battle under such circumstances would significantly impact us. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to wait until nightfall before we set forth. With our exit strategy already determined, we need only bide our time until we can depart. Niji Hyuga's leadership qualities undeniably exceeded those of his peers, as his words led the entire group to acquiesce. Regarding perception, nearly half of the 12 individuals present would be capable of maintaining vigilance. As long as we could evade their notice, we would naturally be able to vacate this location. Shall I lend a hand next? Ino Yamanaka proposed as everyone embraced Niji's plan, then slowly rose to her feet. She raised her hand and formed a simple hand sign, instantly conjuring a multitude of shadow clones. With each clone raising its hand, identical figures materialized before them. I can utilize the shadow clones to divert their attention. Since those ruffians aim to prevent our departure, once we lure them away with these clones, wouldn't our escape become considerably simpler? Ino tilted her head, seeking their thoughts. Impressive. Isn't that Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique? Tintin exclaimed, rising in excitement. They were exceedingly familiar with this method. After all, it was the signature move of Naruto Uzumaki, and employing such a tactic would indeed prove advantageous for them. How did you master the multiple shadow clone technique? Is it that Naruto fellow who taught you? Niji inquired, standing up with curiosity. Naruto? You mean the Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, right? Asked Karen. Don't you know him? Lee Rock interjected. I've heard of him, but I have yet to see what he truly looks like. Lord Guy mentioned that he does not belong to the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. I've also heard that he possesses an enormous chakra capacity. However, I haven't heard of his abilities. The multi-shadow clone technique was taught to me by Lord Guy. Karen elaborated. People are coming. Shino, who was vigilant in the surroundings, swiftly alerted them as he noticed their animated discussion. 2 teams from the Cloud Village are approaching our direction, roughly 1 kilometer away. Byakugan. Niji and Hinata of the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan to investigate. Their gaze could penetrate all obstacles, allowing them to perceive chakra signatures from afar. Wind release. Wind detection. Karen quickly formed hand seals, summoning a gust of wind from the cave. In such a vast location, how can we find the people from Konoha? Those guys actually expect us to locate the other teams. We still need to find 2 more teams before we can leave. Even if they manage to find the exit, they will still have lost, she remarked, noting the advantages of wind detection. No matter whose sensory abilities were employed, including Byakugan, they could only discern the movements of others, not the words being spoken. However, wind-based detection could convert the vibrations of speech into comprehensible language. It appears we must find a way to hasten our departure from this place. Those individuals have already gathered at the exit, waiting for us to fall into their trap, while simultaneously searching for the remaining teams to prepare for departure. Karen stated, how about we go out and defeat those guys? Lee Rock suggested, brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. Not yet. They surely have a way to communicate with the other teams. Once we engage, those individuals will likely arrive swiftly, Niji replied, then turned to Karen. Use your clones to lure them away, ideally within their line of sight. Only under such circumstances can we signal the remaining members to escape inward. We need to make those individuals lower their guard. From the current situation, it seems that those blocking the front lack sensory abilities. If we leave quietly, we should be fine. Understood. No problem. As Xianglin spoke, in the next moment, 5 or 6 clones swiftly dashed out of the cave. However, from the outside, the cave appeared no different from an ordinary mountain, rendering it invisible to those without perception abilities. This was a masterpiece crafted by the 12th Squad under the guidance of the Wildwood. Observing the individuals rapidly sprinting up the hillside, one of the team members from the hidden Cloud Village immediately pointed and shouted, Indeed, those are from Konoha. Alert the others. Another individual, intrigued, grinned widely and promptly instructed one of his companions while addressing the rest, Let us pursue. If we can capture those from Konoha, this exam will surely be in our favor. Except for one weaker member who turned back, the remaining 5, invigorated as if energized by a surge of adrenaline, quickly gave chase. Unbeknownst to them, as they hastily departed, the previously obscured cave returned to its normal state, and all within stealthily exited the area. Hinata Niji led the charge at the forefront, with the members of the 12th Squad trailing behind. Niji was tasked with observing the terrain ahead, while the teams on either side were vigilant within a certain range, ensuring they could avoid direct contact with the forces from the hidden Cloud Village. The presence of the 12th Squad at the rear was a precautionary measure. Their ability to create barriers was essential for defense. There is a team 3 kilometers to the right, informed Shino, positioned on the right flank, primarily responsible for monitoring the situation on that side. 3 kilometers was a trivial distance for their group, but the report was crucial for confirming their position. The team continued to advance methodically in the land of lightning. Numerous locations provided ample concealment. Towering mountains and dense forests could easily obscure their figures. Ahead lay a team that appeared weary, and avoiding them would be impossible. 1 kilometer to our right front, there are 2 teams, a distant team to the left. The nearest front team consists of 3 individuals. Hinata, Kiba, you will handle the farthest right one. Lee, Tintin, you 2 deal with the one in the middle. I will take care of the last one. Shino, maintain vigilance. The members of the 12th Squad must remain alert for any potential issues and be ready to provide defensive support. The others should adapt as needed. Our objective is to resolve this swiftly. Exercise caution with your strikes. This exam permits no fatalities. Incapacitating the opponents is our goal. Niji, accompanied by his companions, moved swiftly while articulating their strategy. The arrangement was indeed quite sensible, considering the multitude present. with only 3 adversaries to confront. There was no necessity for such a large group to engage simultaneously. In mere moments, they found themselves positioned above the trio, who ambled along nonchalantly, entirely devoid of any sense of urgency typical of an examination. Go. With Niji's command, the designated individuals surged downward. Lee, brimming with impatience, darted forward with remarkable speed, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful strike to the opponent's head. Bang! To their astonishment, as his foot descended, the target transformed into a wooden dummy. The other 2 had similarly employed the substitution technique. However, amidst the underbrush, 3 figures could not suppress their laughter, already concluding that none of the Leaf Village's ninjas were of any merit. Yet, outnumbered, the 3 dared not reveal themselves. Just as they began to relax, they sensed an ominous shadow looming overhead. One of them cautiously parted the grass to glance upward, only to discover that a circle of individuals had encircled them within the thicket. In the presence of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, what hope did they have of hiding? The Byakugan could see through all, rendering their feeble attempts at disguise utterly transparent. Niji stood before them, scrutinizing the trio. 3 against a dozen, with all parties being genin. The imbalance was apparent and required no further elaboration. After all, this was merely an examination, not a war. The trio complied and stood upright. Among them, a particularly frail individual, seemingly devoid of any substantial physique and clearly unrelated to the Cloud Village, spoke up. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is indeed formidable. I wonder how effective such eyes would be in the hands of others? Bang! Niji furrowed his brow, fixing an unwavering gaze upon the speaker. Just as the words left the individual's lips, he retaliated with a punch to the nose. Enough of your prattle. After delivering a sharp glance to Lee, he signaled for action. Bang! There was no need for further dialogue. The remaining 2 were swiftly incapacitated with decisive strikes, collapsing to the ground. Judging by our current position, the exit should be approximately 10 kilometers away. Let us expedite our departure. In the serene village of Yunin, 3 individuals reclined amidst the grass, with Niji Hyuga exhibiting no hesitation as he promptly instructed his companions to advance. Just as they departed, 2 figures materialized at the very spot where the trio had lain. A man and a woman observed the direction in which the inhabitants of Konohagakure had retreated, casting a glance at the 3 sprawled in the underbrush, their lips curling into a subtle smirk. The woman, her attire revealing a significant portion of her luminous physique, remarked that their efforts were indeed commendable. However, given that this matter pertained to the reputation of Yunin Village, should they not extend a hand to assist the young ones? Yet, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from intervening. If their actions were to be discovered, would not Uchiha Kai seek to exact retribution upon them? The man swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting that such conduct was unfathomable in any examination context, where mentors do not aid their students. Nonetheless, the thought of their village experiencing a complete failure in the first round was undeniably humiliating. With a soft sigh, he suggested that notifying them might not constitute a breach of rules. If we were to speak of regulations and examinations, breaches abound. With the first transgressor likely being Lord Rakage, the woman retorted. Thus, let us proceed as you suggested. I shall dispatch a shadow clone to inform the young ones ahead. Raising her hand, she emitted a sharp whistle. Almost immediately, a bird perched upon her shoulder, its beak slightly agape as if murmuring incantations. Upon completion of its task, the bird ascended swiftly, darting towards Niji and his companions. All settled. Let us assist them, the woman instructed, gesturing towards the 3 individuals on the ground as she bent to grasp one by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as though he were but a fledgling chick. The man, observing in silence, mimicked her actions, hoisting the other 2 with equal ease. Meanwhile, a group surged towards them, altering course to another location. Karen alertly called out. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can only perceive within a 2-kilometer radius, yet Karen's sensory abilities extend across the entire area, detecting chakra signatures up to 10 kilometers away. Indeed, 6 squads are advancing rapidly towards us within a 3-kilometer radius. Shino confirmed, following Karen's observation. Change direction and remain vigilant, Niji commanded, leading the charge to the right. The opposing forces continued their approach, suggesting that either they possessed sensory ninjas among them or that they had been under constant surveillance. Xianglin once again called out, reminding everyone. Their group had been moving at a considerable pace, keenly observing the direction of the individuals from Yunin Village. However, to their astonishment, despite the significant deviation in angle, those individuals continued to pursue them in a straight line. The bird overhead, Shino, while on the move, glanced up at the sky. Earlier, When they were in their previous location, they had noticed a bird circling above them. To their surprise, it had followed them to this spot and remained directly overhead. The only conclusion they could draw was that it was somehow connected to their predicament. The troubling aspect was that the numerous individuals present had no means to deal with the entity in the sky. This is troublesome. Haruno Sakura gasped. Leaping onto a large tree, pausing momentarily to speak. I will create a clone to divert the bird's attention. I will provide cover. Xianglin raised her hand, instantly preparing to conjure a clone. Meanwhile, Tsukiyomi also halted, closing her eyes. As a unique trait of their clan, there was no need for hand seals to unleash techniques akin to ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings were enveloped in thick fog. Even the bird hovering above could only perceive a pale expanse below. Suddenly, 3 identical groups of individuals began to sprint in different directions. Faced with this scenario, they initially believed they could entirely evade the bird's pursuit. Yet, astonishingly, as 2 puffs of smoke flickered in the air, the bird transformed into 3, with one following each group. 2 kilometers away, a substantial gathering of individuals could be seen. The men from Yunin village wore fierce expressions, most of them burly, with some even bare-chested. They leapt amidst the rocky terrain and foliage, swiftly advancing toward their target. Wait. At that moment, a bird perched on one man's shoulder suddenly opened its beak, emitting a series of sound waves. Instantly, he called out to the others in motion. Everyone halted, turning their gaze back as the man in the headscarf remarked that the opponent had employed shadow clones, now divided into 3 teams, with 2 heading inward while 1 moved swiftly outward. What should we do? What should we do? A bare-chested, muscle-bound man suggested without hesitation. Split up into 3 paths and pursue. No. Another countered, if we do that, our forces will be entirely dispersed, and we certainly will not stand a chance against such overwhelming numbers. Thus, all individuals gathered in one place, specifically targeting the team preparing to depart. If I am not mistaken, it must indeed be the true members of that group. The white-haired individual promptly articulated his analysis, indicating his considerable influence among the assembly. Upon seeing the nods of agreement from the crowd, the young man immediately gestured with his hand and instructed the man in the headscarf to proceed ahead to ascertain the direction, striving to outpace them. Understood. The man in the headscarf replied earnestly, swiftly springing from a crouched position and leaping into the foliage. The remaining individuals followed suit without the slightest hesitation. Moments later, at the location where the crescent moon had conjured a dense fog, the mist dissipated, revealing a swarm of tiny insects returning from afar. Following this, a layer of barrier was instantaneously lifted overhead, leaving several individuals still in place, while employing this ability amidst agricultural tasks. The 3 members of Class 12 quickly joined in and began to release the barrier. It effectively isolated all chakra perception and seamlessly camouflaged them all from above. It appeared indistinguishable from the normal area, enveloping everyone within and leaving no trace. They have departed. Now, they are all moving forward to the left, indeed following our portion of the clones. We simply need to exit along the path they took. Shino, drawing upon the feedback provided by the insects, promptly delineated the standard route. One cannot deny that the Oil Woman clan's method is remarkably effective to prevent detection by the enemy through chakra. All members had been instructed to refrain from extending their sensory perception. However, their clan operates differently. By retracting their chakra, all insects remain anchored in their original positions. Once chakra is re-established, they can swiftly gather information through the insect's vision. Currently, we have a maximum of 20 minutes after that. They should discover that all teams consist solely of clones. At that point, they will undoubtedly return to obstruct our path. Therefore, our upcoming objective is clear: swiftly navigate through their previous position while adhering to the prior method, Niji stated, disregarding any sense of fatigue as the group began to rapidly traverse the area, observing the path taken by their previous associates moving outward these fools. Shortly after the individuals from the Wood Industry Village departed, 3 figures materialized in the location they had just vacated. 2 men and 1 woman. The latter being the Konoha Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village who had previously engaged in illicit cheating. With a resigned expression, she lamented and critiqued, noting that she had sensed something amiss from the very beginning, based on the residual chakra information on the ground. It was not difficult to deduce how the young ones from Konoha had maneuvered. One cannot entirely fault them. It is indeed surprising that the current generation from Konoha has emerged with such a plethora of talent, and their ability to employ such methods is truly unexpected. It seems this time they may be unable to withstand it. The man standing beside the woman crouched down to examine the situation on the ground, then shook his head in a sigh of resignation. Should we assist them once more? The woman inquired of the other two. You must be joking. We have already breached protocol once. You even lent your summoning beast to that group. Should this matter be scrutinized, it could lead to unforeseen complications. This is merely a CH9 exam, not a war. Therefore, it is unnecessary to be overly meticulous about such matters, lest we tarnish the reputation of our village, Konohagakure. The man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly revealed a look of disdain. Is this batch of participants in the CH9 exam truly weak? That is far from the case. Our own people are not lacking in strength, yet they possess significant shortcomings. Their perceptive abilities are markedly inferior. In truth, this is not entirely their fault, as there are few sensory ninjas in Konohagakure. Consequently, when our ninjas engage with those from Konoha, they are detected long before closing in, which proves to be exceedingly detrimental. No matter how formidable one's strength, what value does it hold if one never even glimpses the enemy? Such combat missions are rendered utterly futile. Success. In a dark underground chamber, the air was thick with dampness, decay, and the scent of potions. The dim lighting lent an eerie ambience to the surroundings. Gazing at his creation, Orochimaru could not help but exclaim loudly. For him, this was undeniably an uncharacteristic display of excitement. Yet, the results of this experiment were indeed worthy of such elation. Observing his newly acquired form, even in his nakedness, Orochimaru felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He examined himself in the mirror, lifting his right hand to feel every inch of skin. However, his appearance still bore the pallor of death, as if he had risen from a grave, devoid of any color. Orochimaru was not concerned with such trivialities. What mattered was that his hands could move normally once more. Thus, all his cherished endeavors, including his experiments, would henceforth return to normalcy. Uchiha Kai upheld the agreement they had made with one another. It is undeniable that the esteemed individuals of the Fourth Ring undoubtedly rank among the most intelligent in the world, perhaps even perched atop the pinnacle of human intellect. In merely a few months, they have tackled the most formidable challenge posed by the Shinigami's curse, the means to return from the clutches of death. Previously, Uchiha Kai had divulged the simplest method, to have another carve open the Shinigami's abdomen, a tactic that poses almost no risk while allowing one to reclaim their own hands. However, the crux of the matter lies in Orochimaru's profound distrust of others. He hesitates to gamble on such significant matters, uncertain whether the mask's function is a one-time solution. Should that be the case, the only option left for him might lead to utter failure. Rather than risk it, he prefers to venture forth with his own approach. This time, he has once again exploited the Shinigami's flaw, and Orochimaru gazes at the present circumstances with exhilaration, as if experiencing a resurrection. Not only has he regained his hands, but he has also conducted research tailored to his own physique, absorbing the strangeness of this familiar yet foreign sensation. He casually grabs a piece of cloth from a nearby table to wrap around his body, simultaneously attuning himself to the dexterity of his hands. As everything appears to return to his former peak state. Upon completing these tasks, he turns to observe the culture dishes behind him. The azure vessels housing a collection of corpses, bodies cultivated from Hashirama's cells, intended for Orochimaru's future use in body replacements. He approaches the entrance of the laboratory, channeling chakra into the wall beside him, and as the seals begin to twist, the door slowly opens. Orochimaru-sama. The individuals waiting at the entrance, having anticipated this moment, exhibit no surprise upon seeing his current appearance. After years of following their master, they have grown accustomed to his frequent transformations. Yet, the aura he emanates remains unsettling, imbued with an unsettling scent from beginning to end. Kimimaro, it is time to address the impending troubles concerning your body. You two wait outside for a moment while you accompany me inside. At this juncture, Orochimaru harbors no interest in the Kagaya Kimimaro's body. Nevertheless, the individual in question had been by his side for several years, and all that this person had done was evident to him. Orochimaru treated him as if he were his own son. Now that the physical troubles had been resolved, the remaining tasks seemed trivial in comparison. Without a moment's hesitation, Jumaro bowed his head slightly and quietly followed Orochimaru into the fragrant chamber. As soon as they entered, the stone door behind them closed with a resounding thud. The light before Jumaro dimmed instantaneously. Yet, he continued to trail behind Orochimaru, not even glancing around, a testament to his absolute trust. This is the substance that can heal you, though I cannot guarantee its efficacy is 100%. Thus, whether it succeeds now depends solely on your fate. Upon reaching the designated area, Orochimaru retrieved a vial of solution from the table, gently cradling it in his hand before turning to present it to Jumaro. It bore the same color and opaque quality as the potion previously given to Kai. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Should any mishap occur, I shall repay your kindness in my next life. If all goes well, I will undoubtedly comply with your every command. When faced with the prospect of potential death, Junmaro exhibited no hesitation, eager to violently twist open the test tube, seemingly intent on consuming its contents. Observing this, Orochimaru raised his hand in exasperation to block Junmaro's approach, stating, "This substance fuses with flesh. It is not to be ingested." Junmaro looked bewildered. In the past, while following his master, he had sampled various potions, all in a similar manner, so why was this instance different? "Come now, allow me to assist you." Noticing Junmaro's confusion, Orochimaru took the vial back, grasping Junmaro's arm with his other hand. "Lord Orochimaru, your hands." Junmaro was astonished to see that Orochimaru's hands had indeed healed, yet the latter offered no response. Lacking the meticulous control over ninjutsu that Uchiha Kai possessed, Orochimaru promptly retrieved a dagger from a nearby table. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made an incision on Junmaro's arm. Blood flowed rapidly from the wound. After a brief pause, Orochimaru opened the vial and poured the white liquid over the cut. "Do you feel anything?" Orochimaru inquired eagerly as soon as the potion was applied. Perhaps the time was too brief. I do not feel anything yet." Junmaru, with a bewildered expression, responded. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru realized that perhaps he had been overly anxious. Just as Junmaru finished speaking, before Orochimaru could inquire further, a sudden transformation overtook him. He abruptly clutched the wound on his arm, and an excruciating pain surged throughout his body. Even for someone as resilient as him, he could not help but collapse onto the ground, beads of sweat and dark circles forming on his forehead. He initially wished to endure the agony without crying out, yet the intense pain swiftly commandeered his will, and his anguished cries reverberated through the surroundings. "Junmaru, all I can do is this. The rest depends solely on your willpower. No one knows the true effects of this medicine. If you can withstand it, you will undergo a profound transformation. If not, it signifies that you are not destined to survive." Orochimaru, standing to the side, felt no sympathy for Junmaru's cries of torment. Now that matters had escalated to this point, even if he had intentions to intervene, it was too late. He could only stand there, speaking to him, uncertain if the words would penetrate through Junmaru's suffering. An hour later, the cries gradually subsided. There were now two possibilities. One had successfully endured this perilous phase, or the other had succumbed and perished here. However, reality seldom aligned with the latter. Junmaru seemed to possess a destiny of his own. Leaning against the corner of the table, though appearing frail and gasping for breath, it seemed that he had indeed persevered. "Congratulations!" Orochimaru, now donned in a fresh outfit, indistinguishable from his usual style, approached Junmaru and bent down to offer him a glass of water, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Junmaru replied, his voice weak, almost inaudible. The wound on his arm had nearly healed. This was the remarkable power of the Hashirama cells, capable of rapidly mending most ailments and injuries in an instant. Rather than merely being a type of cell, it could be regarded as an extraordinary remedy. Enough of the gratitude. At this moment, you are still quite weak. Go home and rest properly. Take this. When you are certain of your well-being, deliver it to Konoha and personally hand it to Uchiha Kai. Orochimaru turned and retrieved a red box from the nearby counter, offering it to Junmaru. Yes. Despite his frailty, he raised his trembling right hand to accept it. Yet this individual resolutely accepted the task at hand. At that moment, Junmaru inquired of Lord Orochimaru, "Am I stronger than that fellow?" Despite his apparent frailty, the words he uttered exuded an unexpected vigor. Orochimaru, slightly taken aback, responded with a nonchalant smile. "Who are you comparing yourself to?" "Uchiha Kai," Junmaru exclaimed. That fellow? I advise you not to make such comparisons. Aside from the legendary Uchiha Madara, I have never encountered another quite like him within the Uchiha clan. The aura he emanates is terrifying, surpassing even your imagination. Although Orochimaru's words seemed somewhat exaggerated, they were grounded in the context of their previous encounters. It felt as though the opponent was acutely aware of everything, rendering any secrets non-existent in his presence. This sense of the unknown naturally instilled a feeling of dread. Weakly closing his eyes, Junmaru let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, he lacked even the strength to rise, relegated to sitting on the ground to regain some semblance of vitality. Several hours later, having somewhat restored his condition, Junmaru departed from the laboratory that had granted him a second chance at life. Upon stepping outside, he realized he was not in the land of sound. The afternoon sun blazed down upon the area where they had been confined. The cave was precariously situated in the midst of a cliff, with a sheer drop of over 100 meters below and an equally daunting height above. The entrance, rather inconspicuous, was nestled within this formidable landscape. One could easily overlook its existence if not carefully observed from below. Clutching a crimson box, Junmaru's expression bore little trace of joy. Though he had been reborn and would no longer need to worry about his physical form, his gaze fell upon the red box. And he pondered Orochimaru's words regarding Uchiha Kai, a peer of his. Was he truly as formidable as claimed? A power beyond even the limits of his imagination? Yet, this thought was fleeting. Soon, the resolute glint in his eyes and the tightening of his fist conveyed a different narrative. In the square from which the hidden cloud village had set forth, 3 elite ninja awaited, tasked with overseeing the safety of the examination candidates. As they observed a group approaching in the distance, identical expressions of concern crossed their faces, particularly that of the woman among them. I warned you to lend them aid. Yet you refused. Now look where we are, she lamented. Despite the transparency of her grievances, it was evident that they were at a disadvantage in this situation. However, this did not imply that they would be at a disadvantage in the subsequent examination. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, it was imperative to uphold their village's honor, as the current situation had indeed tarnished their reputation. With a deep sigh, the man beside him spoke with integrity. The first examination had concluded, and on the afternoon of the following day, the remaining teams from the Hidden Leaf Village, despite their disheveled appearance, had managed to complete the initial stage of the test. For them, such an examination was merely a trifling matter, devoid of any substantial challenge. Possessing formidable perceptive abilities, their collective presence rendered the remainder of the task almost effortless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai strolled along the path, yawning, his expression betraying a profound weariness, regardless of the circumstances. As an exceptionally powerful outsider, he was invariably accompanied by 2 individuals wherever he ventured. Though they maintained a considerable distance, Kai paid little mind to it. In stark contrast to his aimless wandering through the streets, Kakashi and his companions were reveling in their leisure. As mentors, the 3 of them lounged in a room, sprawled on small beds, clad only in loose shorts, basking in their comfort. Observing their expressions of sheer enjoyment, one could only imagine that if Uchiha Kai were present, he might be tempted to unleash some form of retribution upon them. Oh, at that moment, Might Guy suddenly exclaimed, his voice startling even the girl from the Hidden Cloud Village who was massaging him, causing her to blush. Kakashi, rising from his position, regarded Might Guy with a look of exasperation. After all, having finally settled into the middle bed for a moment of respite, he found Guy's exuberance unbearable. Could you refrain from shouting? You might be disrupting something here, he remarked. Ah, Kakashi, it feels simply marvelous. I can hardly contain myself, Might Guy replied, grinning broadly. Contain yourself you must. Just listen to the racket you're making. It's ruining our mood to continue. Yamado, still lying there, conveyed his discontent through his words. Apologies, apologies. I shall do my utmost to hold back. Kai could only awkwardly utter a few words. As they lay there, the 2 could only remain speechless while listening to the anguished cries. It was surprising that a girl's gentle massage could elicit such sounds, considering they wouldn't even murmured during a beating. Nevertheless, aside from the initial discomfort of adapting to life in Hidden Village, everything else was rather pleasant. The culinary delights and the overall ease of living here were, in fact, far superior to the experience in Konoha Village. After all, the lifestyles and rhythms of the 2 villages were distinctly different. Konoha was characterized by a fast-paced existence, while Hidden offered a refreshing slow-paced life. Unbeknownst to them, a month had already passed since their arrival. Although this village did not overtly showcase a hospitality tradition, it also lacked any particularly remarkable features. Today, however, marked a day of great excitement as the second and final round of the Chunin exams commenced. While the venue was not particularly large, it was substantial enough for the village's standards. Surrounding the central area was a tiered seating arrangement, with a platform of approximately 1,000 square feet at its heart. Both the ground and the stands were specially reinforced, and a protective barrier separated the arena from the spectators, ensuring that any residual force from the battles would not affect those watching. Early in the morning, everyone had already gathered at this location. The format of the battles was a personal competition, with combatants randomly selected to face one another. The advanced technology of Hidden Village was indeed more impressive than anticipated. Dominating the square was an enormous screen, complemented by microphones and speakers strategically placed around the venue, creating a distinctly modern ambience. Kai, appearing rather nonchalant as he entered the arena, had not yet taken the time to observe his surroundings when a loud voice called out to him. Wow, what a surprise! Who would have thought that within just a month, you've already made connections with other girls here in Hidden Village? A group of people, having arrived simultaneously, heard the shout. The woman, unabashedly raised her hand to tease Uchiha Kai, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she inquired, with such a beautiful woman by your side, why bother with anyone else? Wouldn't you agree? Kai directly wrapped his arm around the young woman's shoulders, drawing her close with a display of affectionate familiarity. Who is that girl? Ing inquired, pouting with a hint of jealousy. Oh, you mean her? She is the daughter of Reikage. In an instant, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuan Song widened their eyes in astonishment. While the others might not have felt much, for these three, the revelation was significant. I had never heard of the third Reikage having a daughter. Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. Not even a whisper of a marriage. The three exchanged their astonishment. Yet the young woman standing on the platform had already descended. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair meticulously styled, she presented a picture of elegance. Her fair complexion was enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, which added an extra layer of refinement to her already exquisite features. Let us go. Though Kai was quite intrigued by the reason this young lady had come into the public eye today, he nevertheless led the others onward. While speaking, he noticed that Hinata was bowing her head, seemingly troubled by the situation at hand. What was she pondering? The battle was about to commence, and one must be fully prepared. I believe you can overcome this challenge, but even if you falter, it is the effort that truly matters. He placed his hand gently on Hinata's head and gave it a light squeeze, bending down to encourage her. Yes. With that single word, the girl appeared to be rejuvenated. As if a surge of energy had coursed through her. The earlier gloom vanished in an instant, replaced by a rosy smile as she nodded vigorously. Kai. It's been such a long time, Yue exclaimed, coming to a halt about a meter away from the group, slightly out of breath. Her gaze was almost entirely fixated on Kai, while the others seemed to fade into the background, rendered almost invisible. It truly has been a while. But today's encounter has genuinely taken me by surprise. I did not expect to see you here. Why haven't you come to find me? Yun pouted playfully at Uchiha Kai. Find you? Your muscular father would probably want to take me down. As Kai reminisced about the previous encounter, he recalled how the fourth Reikage, that muscular brute, charged in without a shred of thought and began to strike. This marked one of the rare instances in his life as Uchiha Kai where he sustained injuries. Although such wounds were inconsequential to him, one could only wonder what the Reikage might do when provoked. Do I look good today? Yun suddenly shifted the topic, lowering her head slightly. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she posed the question to Kai. She remained blissfully unaware of the twitching lips of those around them. Not only them, but the Reikage's entourage had also approached from another direction. Their clenched fists, twitching mouths, and noticeably accelerated breathing betrayed their agitation. Darui and the others behind them quickly took a couple of steps back, astonished that their princess from the hidden cloud village would boldly venture into the realm of nature. This unexpected development left everyone in a state of disbelief. Kai certainly noticed the arrival of Reikage and his companions, yet in response to the young lady's words, he could not help but reply, "You are truly beautiful. In this venue today, I dare say no one can overshadow your radiant beauty." Really? Cloud exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward as if to leap into Uchiha Kai's embrace. Ahem. At that moment, Reikage quickly cleared his throat, prompting Cloud to halt abruptly and turn to look in his direction. Father, are you unwell? It was fortunate that he had not been injured, otherwise, that remark could have sent him spiraling away. Hey, Kai, you are quite the inadequate teacher. One glance at that face, and it is evident you did not impart any lessons in charm. Just look at your student. Little Kai's skills in wooing are simply unparalleled. Yamato stealthily approached Might Guy from behind, and as they conversed, he embraced Might Guy, whispering softly in his ear. Indeed, if Kai had such prowess, he would not still be a bachelor at this age. Kakashi interjected with a sly remark. Kakashi, are you two not in the same predicament? How dare you criticize me? Might Guy attempted to retort loudly, but noticing others engaged in conversation, he quickly lowered his voice and bellowed at the pair. Teacher Kai, what is your ideal type? Perhaps I could introduce you to someone suitable on another day? Rock Lee chimed in, his face brimming with enthusiasm, while Tintin and Niji Hyuga also leaned in to gaze at Might Guy. As for me, Might Guy fell into contemplation, hesitating momentarily, lost in thought, before breaking into a self-satisfied grin. This scene left the others feeling utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kai, though Reikage was conversing with his daughter, felt the weight of the latter's furious gaze fixed upon him, as if the man suspected him of harboring ill intentions towards his daughter. The emotions of paternal love swelled within him, intensified by the increasing number of attendees. As the Reikage, the leader of the entire Cloud Village, he could not afford to display any sign of weakness. You should wait a moment. It is about to commence. Perhaps you should return for now. The fourth Reikage said gently to his daughter. I wish to stay and watch. Not a problem. I will protect her. Cloud's words had scarcely left his lips when Darui, standing behind Reikage, immediately chimed in. I don't want to. My brother will keep me safe, won't you? She said, turning around and wrapping her arms around Uchiha Kai's. In that instant, the fury born of paternal love seemed to reach its zenith. Kai, his lips twitching, wore an expression of utter bemusement. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that any explanation offered would be ineffectual. We should head over now, as the event is about to commence. With an awkward smile, he gestured towards the seats at the very front of the observation platform. Although this location did not boast the best view, it certainly held a prestigious significance. Today marks the second round of the annual CHNIN exams, which operates under a revised set of rules this year, due to the presence of numerous ninjas from Konohagakure. The combat format has thus been altered to a selection mode, where opponents will be randomly matched. A total of 20 teams will participate, and notably, due to their exceptional prowess, Uchiha Yamashiro and Suki from Konohagakure have been granted a direct pass through the second round by Lord Reikage. Consequently, 58 participants remain in this examination. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the semifinals, and the finals, as decreed by Lord Reikage. Half of the participants will be eliminated in the preliminary round, with 30 advancing to the semifinals, where only 16 will move forward. Ultimately, 8 individuals will ascend to the rank of CHNIN, so all must strive with great effort. Unlike the first round, this examination demands that everyone unleash their full strength. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the J-NIN present will intervene promptly to ensure that no one faces life-threatening danger. All participants have taken their positions, and on the platform, a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village holds a microphone, elucidating the rules of engagement with clarity and detail. In essence, this examination is rather straightforward, significantly more accessible than those conducted in Konohagakure. Yet, this combat method aligns perfectly with the brawny disposition of the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. As the large screen flickers to life, within mere seconds, the roster of combatants is entirely established. None can ascertain whether there has been any deliberate manipulation. The first match features Inazuma from the hidden Cloud Village against Taiha, and both are urged to enter the arena without delay. The host, having confirmed the participants on the big screen, promptly announces their names to the audience. Currently, the competition venue is not as crowded as one might expect. Although it can accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 spectators, it seems that there are merely 300 to 400 present. Brother Kai, those competitors are roughly our age. Are you going to take part in the battle as well? The first pair of participants has already leaped into the arena. At that moment, Yue-Yun, seated beside the Reikage, abruptly rose and approached Uchiha Kai from behind. With his hands resting on the back of the chair, he curiously inquired, "This is a Chunin exam. To put it differently, I have already taken the test, thus I am not required to partake in the ongoing battle." Kai turned his head slightly and smiled, saying, I see. I thought you would join the battle as well. What a disappointment it turned out to be. Come back here. If you don't wish to watch, you may as well return home. The fourth Reikage was once again rendered speechless. The battle below had already commenced. Yet his daughter chose to engage in conversation with Uchiha Kai instead of observing the fight. This scenario was certainly not what he, as a father, wished to witness. Go on. Take a good look at the battle. How about I treat you to lunch once it concludes? Kai comforted Yun, asking, Really? I long to savor the cake you made with your own hands last time. I only had a mere taste and couldn't truly appreciate its flavor. Could you possibly make it for me again? Yun eagerly circled around to the front, leaning in closer to Kai. The girl seemed utterly unconcerned with her father's expression, whose clenched fists and furious eyes were nearly bloodshot. It felt as though Uchiha Kai was about to whisk his daughter away. Of course, Kai gently extended his hand, intending to caress the other person's head. However, an arc of electricity began to emanate from Reikage, and those piercing eyes seemed to convey a clear message. Should you dare to touch, I shall eliminate you on the spot. Faced with such a situation, Kai could only helplessly remark, Are you satisfied now? Just sit back. With an excited expression, Reikage's daughter took her seat. The elder, utterly at a loss for words, struggled to articulate the emotions swirling within him at that moment. Initially inclined to express anger, the sight of his daughter's joy softened his resolve, leading him to gently admonish, with so many people around, you must be mindful of your image. if you get too close to that fellow. How will others perceive your father? Eh? I want cake for lunch, and it's always your fault. If you hadn't barged in unexpectedly, I could have savored it properly. A slap resounded as Reikage, speechless, realized his daughter had completely disregarded his words, even going so far as to blame him for the previous mishap. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead, the extent of his exasperation reaching its zenith. Lo and behold, who would have imagined that this batch of ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village possessed such formidable strength? Kakashi had even removed his eye mask, utilizing the Sharingan to keenly observe the battle unfolding in the arena. The movements of the two combatants had become imperceptible to the naked eye, yet the arena was ablaze with lightning. Their speeds were nearly indistinguishable, and their terrifying offensive capabilities spoke volumes. Each bolt of lightning striking the ground left behind a charred mark. Initially disinterested in such a conflict, Uchiha Kai became intrigued upon hearing Kakashi's remarks and opened his eyes to watch. If this battle were to persist for another half hour, he mused, he might very well doze off in his seat. Indeed, it was quite impressive. It appeared that the new generation of young talents from the Hidden Cloud Village possessed considerable prowess. Kai did not hesitate to offer a compliment. I believe, dear Kai, that you are indeed more formidable. Despite our similar ages, you possess the capability to occupy this esteemed position, far surpassing them in strength. Speaking words that are out of place at an inopportune moment, when Reikage heard Kai's praise, a hint of mockery initially flickered across his face. However, to his astonishment, his daughter promptly countered the remarks made by Kakashi and Kai with fervor. While her words held a semblance of truth, they struck like a dagger into her father's heart, leaving him to cherish a breath yet feeling utterly helpless. Even Darui, standing a short distance away, sighed in resignation, lowering his head, concealing his face, uncertain whether to laugh or to express his disbelief. Could you possibly be quiet and refrain from speaking? Reikage rolled his eyes at his daughter. They truly are weak. If it were Brother Kai, this would have concluded long ago, wouldn't it? Ignoring her father's words once more, Yui continued unabashedly. Uchiha Kai, you scoundrel. You better provide me with an explanation later regarding what you have done to my daughter. Reikage's voice was not loud, yet it brimmed with suppressed fury. The two were seated closely, separated merely by an aisle. Thus, anyone with functional hearing could discern his words clearly. What do you intend to do? If you have any intentions towards Brother Kai, I will never speak to you again. Her exclamation rang loud and clear, faced with his daughter's retort. Reikage could no longer contain himself, disregarding the setting and his image, and raised his voice at Yui. He was utterly speechless. Whenever they conversed privately, she would not even listen, yet when it came to any topic concerning Uchiha Kai, her responses were swift and sharp. Pouting, she revealed a look of grievance, her large eyes gathering tears that seemed poised to spill over at any moment. You promised your mother to take good care of me. Yet you abandoned me for so many years, and now you shout at me over such trivial matters. I was wrong. I was wrong. Forgive me this once, dear father. Witnessing this scene unfold, Reikage could no longer uphold any semblance of authority and hastily offered his apology. Those below had already taken note of the commotion above. As for Yui's identity, everyone in Konohagakure was generally aware of it. After all, she was the grand princess of their village, although many had yet to see her. They at least recognized her existence. For many, this was their first encounter with her. Moreover, they were well aware that Reikage, despite his outward portrayal as a strong and robust figure, was far more complex beneath the surface. Yet, behind the scenes, he is merely a doting father. Even though one might observe the situation, not a single soul dares to voice their thoughts in the end. The murmurs of discussion are conspicuously absent from the gathering, as if they completely disregard the theatrical bond shared between father and daughter. Yun, would you consider visiting Konoha Village for a while? The residence of the Kai family is quite spacious, and I believe there are numerous vacant rooms available. If you are inclined to go, I can send a message to Lord Hokage. I anticipate there should be no issue. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what on earth are you saying? At a moment when the father and daughter are still providing each other with comfort, Kakashi seems to utter his words without regard for the appropriateness of the timing. Kaido's eyes widened. He certainly did not wish for his home to descend into such chaos. Is that true? Yun, who had just moments ago appeared tearful, instantly demonstrated the art of swiftly changing expressions. As for his father's apology, it was of no concern to him. He contemplated rising but, considering the circumstances, merely craned his neck to inquire. No. Reikage interjected sharply, raising his hand to interrupt Yun's question, casting a threatening gaze towards Uchiha Kai and his companions. His response was unequivocal, the rejection undeniable. It was one thing for Uchiha Kai to be involved, but he was taken aback that even Kakashi, the so-called copy ninja, seemed to harbor intentions towards his daughter. Such matters were inconceivable in the hidden cloud village. Dad, I too wish to venture out and experience the world. I do not wish to remain confined here. May I? With tear-filled eyes, Yun could easily win an Oscar for her performance. Having spent most of the past decade in solitude, perhaps to alleviate the monotony, her temperament had become rather unpredictable. Nevertheless, Reikage firmly insisted that she must not act recklessly. If she continued to misbehave, he warned, she would have to live alone, and returning to the village would be out of the question. His words were stern, and Reikage's expression reflected his seriousness. He turned to Uchiha Kai and Kakashi, admonishing them not to entertain any ideas concerning her, or they would face his wrath. What are you saying? We harbor no such intentions. Reikage, do not misunderstand. For now, let me simply observe this examination. Kai calmly shifted the conversation, raising his hand to point towards the distance. The ongoing battle was indeed quite spectacular. The two combatants seemed to have exhausted much of their chakra and strength. Standing a mere 10 meters apart, gasping for air, it was evident that one of them had blood seeping from his forehead, while the other was clad in tattered garments. The confrontation had nearly reached a stalemate. At the edge of the arena, two elite ninjas observed the situation intently, their purpose being to avert any potential danger. The one on the right is about to lose, Kakashi remarked, diverting his gaze to the two fighters in the arena. The dynamics of the battle were becoming increasingly clear. The individual named Yen, despite the blood trickling down his forehead, appeared largely unaffected. In contrast, the other fighter seemed relatively normal. Yet the slight tremor in his legs indicated that he would struggle even to move in the ensuing confrontation. Allow me to escort you to your final journey, Yen suddenly shouted, gathering his resolve as he surged forward with a powerful push from his feet. Moreover, the flickering lightning between his fingers suggested that he was preparing to unleash a final, desperate attack with his remaining chakra. However, at that moment, the two vigilant elite ninjas abruptly vanished from their positions, reappearing to swiftly carry away the incapacitated fighter, while the other adeptly defended against Yan's assault. The outcome of the battle had become evident. Even from a distance, the intricacies of the encounter were discernible. The victor of the first match is Yan, the host announced, microphone in hand, proclaiming loudly. A formidable opponent indeed. Likely, few will be able to rival him in the matches to come. Kai Jonkin remarked thoughtfully. Judging by the opponent's swift movements and combat style, it is evident that their strength is undeniably formidable. Even now, as a nin, it is likely that this individual possesses the prowess to excel. In times of peace, unlike the chaos of war, such capabilities could very well equate to that of a special nin. Uchiha Kai, what is your perspective on this battle? The Reikage calmly inquired, turning to Uchiha Kai. The second round of the examination features Niji Hyuga from Konohagakure facing off against Kumo's Yana. As Kai pondered on how best to respond, the host had already grasped the microphone, calling forth the next group of participants. In a leisurely manner, Uchiha Kai remarked on their commendable prowess, noting that achieving such a performance was indeed impressive. With further training, it was conceivable that during this era of peace, they could ascend to the ranks of elite jonin, possessing remarkable speed and incisive offensive techniques. Such individuals would be particularly suited for intelligence work, though their temperaments still bore a certain roughness, with a little refinement. They would undoubtedly emerge as exceptional beings. Well said. The Reikage responded with an approving nod. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of those within his own village, especially the standout talents. What is so impressive? They are merely of a similar age to my brother Kai, yet I doubt they could withstand even a minute in his presence. Yuna couldn't help but interject, her voice soft but not inaudible to those nearby. The Reikage found himself at a loss for words regarding his daughter, bemused by her propensity to undermine their own while lauding others. Niji is quite impressive. It seems he intends to conclude this swiftly, launching into his ultimate techniques from the outset. With his student taking the stage, Might Guy had already risen from his seat. If circumstances allowed, he would have eagerly dashed onto the battlefield to cheer for his pupil, but bound by the customs of another village and the rules in place, he remained rooted, observing intently. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan proved formidable indeed. It was surprising to witness its application at such a level. Darui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, also watching the duel unfold. Niji Hyuga commenced with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, offering no quarter to his opponent from the Cloud Village. His overwhelming offensive forced the adversary into a continuous retreat, undeniably signaling their impending defeat. Without delving into further details, one could not help but envy your Leaf Village, blessed with abundant resources. Yet reflecting on their actions over the years, the Senju clan now stands dwindled. Aside from the 5th Hokage, none remain. The Uchiha clan faces a similar plight. Once the most formidable in the ninja world, only a few of you remain now. It can be said that the illustrious clans of Konoha are destined to vanish entirely one day. Uchiha Kai, what are your thoughts on my daughter? Perhaps you might consider coming to our Cloud Village. I could arrange for her hand in marriage and bestow this position upon you. What say you? Silence. An instant hush fell over the assembly. No one anticipated that the Reikage would suddenly utter such words. The individuals present were momentarily rendered speechless. Sometimes, jokes are just that, jokes. But who could have imagined that this father would unexpectedly make such a declaration? This situation was quite absurd. Standing beside the Reikage, Yun stared, wide-eyed, at her father, unable to fathom how he could say something so outrageous. Slightly ahead, Darui twitched his lips, his expression one of sheer incredulity. In such a setting, he hastily stepped forward, attempting to counsel the Reikage. Lord Reikage, this is not the appropriate occasion for such jesting. What jesting? I do not indulge in such frivolities. As long as Uchiha Kai is willing to come to my hidden Cloud Village, I shall bestow my daughter upon him. Even if it means passing on the mantle of Reikage to him in the future, I wouldn't mind. The Reikage replied earnestly. This declaration left the individuals from Konoha utterly at a loss for words. Wasn't this utterly ridiculous? Even Yun gazed at Uchiha Kai with a look of eager anticipation, desperately wishing he would acquiesce. However, confronted with such a situation, how could Uchiha Kai possibly agree? He simply raised his hand to silence her, saying, I'm afraid not. Haha. The Reikage erupted into laughter upon hearing this. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. It seemed his daughter had already developed feelings for this fellow, and she was intent on heading to Konoha. Even if he obstructed her now, what would happen later? After pondering for quite some time, he devised this plan, to have Uchiha Kai personally deliver the rejection. Once that happened, any further discussions would be much easier. If the other party agreed, there would be no loss on his part. His daughter was fond of him, and this young man was undoubtedly exceptional. From any angle, bringing him to their hidden Cloud Village would yield no disadvantages. This was certainly a plan that achieved 2 objectives with 1 action, and he was grateful for his brawn, which allowed him to conceive such a strategy. If you are unwilling, so be it. Although I do have quite an affection for you. It seems that fate has simply not favored us. This statement was, in fact, directed at Yun, regardless of whether the response was a refusal or acceptance. The Reikage was unequivocally the victor. While Yun's face bore little expression, disappointment was evident in her demeanor, and she lowered her head slightly. A touch of melancholy etched upon her features. That old rascal! When did his mind become so astute? Kai gazed at the smug expression on Lei Ying's face, never anticipating that the machinations would turn against him. Given the current situation, it was apparent even to the most unthinking mind what this fellow's intentions were. Indeed, it was evident that fate had not favored them. Were it not for the myriad of ties binding him, what harm would there be in visiting Yun-in village? Alas, the first half of his life had not been spent in such a place, and he was not a solitary being. It was inconceivable to abandon everything he held dear. Kai reclined in his chair, crossing his legs with a leisurely response. His words were quite reasonable, thus I do not wish to press further. Reikage believed he had secured victory, feeling that anything Uchiha Kai might say was of little consequence. However, unbeknownst to him, Kai's words were not directed at this old man. As a grown man, he found no fault in what was said, dismissing it as merely an excuse. Yet, those words were intended for the young woman beside him. When it came to charming ladies, Uchiha Kai had never been outdone, particularly by those naive and simple-minded girls. Yun was instantly captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As she turned to look at Uchiha Kai, she felt he embodied the essence of a responsible man, precisely the type she admired. Kai brother is right. His past life was not spent with us, and he must have brothers, friends, and family. If he were to forsake them solely for my sake, I would not hold him in high regard. Yun expressed, genuinely moved. Reikage's lips twitched, slowly turning to gaze at Uchiha Kai, his clenched teeth audibly grinding. Focus on the battle. Refrain from discussing such trivial matters here. After a moment of inner turmoil, he forcefully shifted the topic. After all, It was he who had instigated this conversation. Within the Hidden Cloud Village, Lord Killer-Bee, you seem quite relaxed today. Why not attend the match? The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer-Bee was a character who thrived on excitement. With several swords strapped to his waist, he strolled leisurely down the street, rapping his clumsy lyrics to himself. He was well known throughout the village, undeniably a celebrity in the Hidden Cloud. As he ambled along, a figure suddenly leaped beside him, curiously inquiring. With white hair and skin as dark as coal, dressed in a hoodie and carrying a long sword, he appeared to be another ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Though still quite young, likely no older than 18 or 19. Ah, it's Omoy. What brings you here? Killer-Bee tilted his head, noticing that Omoy appeared even more laid back than himself. Me? I have my own mission, but I happened to pass by and saw Lord Killer-Bee. So I thought I'd drop by to say hello. I see. Well then, do continue on your way. I wouldn't want to disrupt my creative flow. Upon hearing this, Killer-Bee waved dismissively, hands tucked into his pockets, ready to depart. However, Omoy was not one to let him off so easily. He accompanied him for a few steps, asking, "Today is the second round of the Chunin exams. With such a lively battle occurring, why aren't you going?" Huh? Not interested. So it is. But Lord Karabi, aren't you the one who delights in joining the fray? Oh, Omoy truly lacks perception. As this fellow fell into contemplation, Karabi swiftly began to make his exit. By the time Omoy realized that the other had already vanished far away, he could only display a helpless expression, shrugging his shoulders and muttering to himself that he might as well attend to his own affairs. Meanwhile, Karabi had already dashed into the woods beyond the village in the blink of an eye. He found a large rock and reclined upon it, gazing at the clouds in the sky with a resigned sigh. Hey, Karabi, you secretly wish to join the merriment, don't you? Is it because of that guy? The voice of the Eight Tails resonated within him, unabashedly pinpointing the crux of the matter. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the mere thought of Uchiha Kai instilled a peculiar sense of dread within Karabi. This fear did not solely stem from him personally. It emanated from the Eight Tails itself. That individual is truly terrifying. Though he feels no fear, the moment he draws near, his legs tremble uncontrollably, a sensation he had never encountered before. Even in the presence of the third Reikage, he had not felt this way. Karabi lamented with a troubled expression. Indeed, such a situation was unprecedented. However, ever since the last complete manifestation of the Eight Tails was brutally defeated, this peculiar after-effect had arisen. In truth, it may not be entirely relevant to you. The Uchiha Madara I once encountered possessed similar strength. Thus, that little fellow is undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of this world. As such formidable beings often emerge from that clan. But do not dwell on it too much. I sense that individual harbors no ill will towards you. The Eight Tails reassured him once more, although internally, it entertained a different thought. Against that terrifying figure, it seemed there was no hope of victory. Never mind. I've heard he won't be around for long. After this examination concludes, he should be gone. At most, he'll linger for 6 or 7 days. Even if it's difficult, it's only a matter of enduring a few more days. In the grand scheme of things, it's not such a significant issue. Karabi consoled himself, grinning as he spoke. Sigh. With a sigh, Hachibi expressed his hope that the individual would swiftly depart. At this moment, the battleground had already witnessed several rounds of fierce competition, with a total of 58 combatants, over 40 of whom hailed from the Hidden Cloud Village. Thus, the earlier matches predominantly featured their own members. However, this particular bout featured a confrontation between Uchiha Hikari and her opponent. Hikari exuded a remarkable confidence, not even bothering to remove her coat, opting instead for a simple apron, which was her usual attire. Leaping from above, she surveyed her adversary, a youth approximately 15 or 16 years of age who appeared equally self-assured. I'm not particularly fond of striking girls, especially when you look rather appealing. How about you come to our Hidden Cloud Village, and in a few years, I might marry you. The dark-haired youth boasted arrogantly, his demeanor exuding arrogance and bravado. Hikari felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against his insolence. Of course, if you win, that is possible, but the price for losing will be quite steep. Hikari responded with a smile, extending her hand. The host on the platform inquired, "Are both sides prepared?" This question was customary before each match. The Hidden Cloud Village contender nonchalantly raised his hand in affirmation, and Hikari followed suit. Second round of the Chunin exams, 6th match, commence. The announcer's voice resonated. While the Hidden Cloud fighter maintained his dismissive expression, he likely possessed considerable prowess. raising his hand to begin forming hand seals. He was taken aback when Hikari swiftly vanished from sight. Amidst a cloud of dust, the youth stood in shock. He hurriedly intensified his hand seal formation. But Hikari had already materialized before him. With the toe of her left foot touching the ground, she executed a swift spin, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his chest. Boom. In an instant, the spectators were left speechless, enveloped in silence. The opponent collided forcefully with the edge of the barrier, rebounding and crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is there really a need for ninjutsu in such close combat? Hikari remarked, unable to resist embellishing her words as she observed her opponent's fallen form. This isn't merely about defeating you. It's about utterly vanquishing you. Can you still rise? She queried, just as the opponent stirred slightly, beginning to slide backward as his body slowly lifted. She prepared to launch another attack in a similar fashion. Before she could even begin, the two elite shinobi responsible for her protection swiftly dashed onto the arena. One commenced a rapid assessment of her injuries, while the other hurriedly shielded Hayu. My goodness, that little girl's kick was exceedingly fierce. The medic ninja couldn't help but voice his astonishment, then promptly stood up and shouted towards the host above, enough. I concede on this side. She has fractured 7 ribs, her sternum is shattered, and her internal organs have sustained significant damage. She is utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Upon hearing this, the other shinobi restraining Hayu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Upon closer inspection, he realized this girl appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, yet her combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. The remaining members of the Uchiha clan are indeed terrifying in their capabilities. I hereby declare the winner of the 6th round of the second preliminary match in the Chunin exams, Hayu of the Konoha village Uchiha clan. This should be considered the swiftest of the 6 battles. The host had initially intended to sit back and enjoy the spectacle of the fight. However, after barely turning around, he found himself witnessing one of the participants sprawled on the ground. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, the elite shinobi had already conceded on behalf of the opponent. This was undoubtedly the quickest match among the 6. It had ended before it even began. How impressive! At that moment, the spectators from Konoha widened their eyes in awe. Suki, in particular, grinned broadly in excitement. The one who felt the most astonished was undoubtedly Rock Lee. The opponent's attack was purely taijutsu, without any reliance on chakra. Lee, was that the 8 gates? Niji Hyuga, who had witnessed the entire battle, speculated considering that Uchiha Kai might utilize the 8 gates. Thus those accompanying him could also potentially possess the same abilities. However, Niji was not well versed in the 8 gates, prompting him to curiously inquire of Rock Lee. No, that was purely combat taijutsu. Rock Lee replied succinctly, shaking his head. He was well aware of what constituted the 8 gates. Once activated, a distinctive aura would emanate from the user. The opponent, however, exhibited none of the expected signs of the 8 gates. Yet this combat left them utterly dumbfounded. It had barely started before it was abruptly concluded with a single kick. Not only the spectators, but even the raikage seated at the highest point was taken aback. Is this a genin? The opponent belonged to the Uchiha clan, a lineage historically regarded as weak in taijutsu, though commendable in ninjutsu. Yet, the most formidable aspect remained in those piercing eyes, which now seemed to hold a remarkable power. Upon arrival, the individual found themselves utterly incapacitated. An unforeseen turn of events in this battle. As Ing listened to the host announce her victory, she displayed little excitement, merely extending her fingers in a peace sign towards the distant Uchiha Kai. In the second round of the Chunin exams, match 7. We have Raijin from the Hidden Cloud Village and Inuo on the left. The host proclaimed loudly, microphone in hand. All participants had already gathered in the stands, awaiting their turn. The moment the microphone fell silent, one competitor rose abruptly from their seat. Meanwhile, the opponents sat together, having shared laughter and camaraderie prior to the match, seemingly on amicable terms. However, fate had randomly paired them against each other. Are both sides ready? Ready, came the response, and the host, appearing quite casual, declared, then let the match commence. Upon seeing both competitors raise their hands in a simple acknowledgement, he promptly turned and returned to his seat. A look of enjoyment etched across his face. What is this aroma? Just as the expression of pleasure appeared, he was suddenly hit by a distinct fragrance. Unwilling to concede, he inhaled deeply a couple of times, then rubbed his nose, muttering about the overpowering scent of someone's perfume. Did you catch that? Where is this delightful fragrance coming from? Uchiha Kai also detected the scent, but, unlike the hostess' demeanor, sensed something amiss and immediately inquired. Reikage, seated beside him, had also noticed, but before he could respond. The two combatants in the arena, having gathered their chakra, prepared to attack, only to unexpectedly collapse to the ground in perfect synchrony. As confusion washed over the onlookers regarding the bizarre turn of events, several spectators in the stands succumbed to unconsciousness. "Do not use chakra," a sudden shout echoed. "The source unknown. This is bad. It seems they've been poisoned," Kakashi remarked calmly, uttering a rather ominous statement. Without a doubt, the intoxicating aroma was to blame. Which fool is responsible for this? Reikage, refusing to be deterred, attempted to channel his chakra. However, the moment a flicker of lightning danced along his arm, it extinguished instantly, leaving him completely drained, though not unconscious. What in the world is this? Observing the fate of those who had fallen, the remaining participants hesitated, wary of attempting to use their chakra. Uchiha Kai furrowed his brow, murmuring doubtfully whether the attack was aimed at him or the entire Hidden Cloud village. "Kai-sensei, I trust you're unharmed?" Kai directed his gaze towards Might Guy. Although this fellow possessed chakra within his body, it was not abundant. His combat style primarily relied on physical techniques. Thus, in the face of this situation, he might be affected, but the impact would undoubtedly be minimal. "Oh, rest assured, it will only limit my strength by at most 20%, so it shouldn't have a significant effect." Might Guy raised his hand to form an okay gesture, grinning broadly to reveal his gleaming white teeth as he spoke cheerfully. As for the others, while they appeared unperturbed on the surface, having not utilized chakra throughout, the moment danger arose, their response might not be much better than the rest. "Everyone from Konohagakure, quickly gather here. No one is permitted to use chakra." Uchiha Kai stood up and shouted. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to reiterate. Upon sensing that something was amiss, the villagers of Konohagakure had already begun to converge towards this direction. There were only a dozen or so individuals, and even without using chakra, their physical prowess was not as lacking as one might imagine. It was merely their movement speed that was somewhat sluggish. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi also rose to inquire. "Chakra may be restricted, but these eyes require no chakra, relying on mental acuity. Escaping from this predicament in times of peril would not prove overly challenging." Uchiha Kai stated candidly. "Kai, I'm fine." The first to bounce over was Suki, who immediately donned a beaming, expectant smile as she called out to Uchiha Kai. "Hey, can you heal?" Kai rolled his eyes and asked in exasperation. "Not yet. I just tested it with someone over there. The toxin has already entered the body. However, this toxin poses no real threat to the body, but once chakra is utilized, the situation changes. It is expected to take half a day to eliminate the toxin completely. And relying on external forces will not suffice." You pondered for a moment before sharing her knowledge. "First, we must ensure their protection. Give it your all. If danger arises, we will leave immediately. Even if it means using reverse summoning to enter the Wetbone Forest, this matter must be taken seriously." As the team leader, Uchiha Kai had an undeniable responsibility for the lives of his companions. There were multiple ways to escape, so they did not feel an overwhelming sense of crisis at the moment. "Uchiha Kai." Just as he finished giving orders, the Reikage called out weakly from his chair. If danger strikes, I do not ask you to save us. Just ensure that Yun is taken away. He must not be involved in such perilous circumstances. This substance was specially developed by our village, and as this young girl mentioned, medical ninjutsu will be of no use." The Reikage's words came with labored breaths. Despite his immense power, his strength was greatly diminished without chakra. "Dad, are you all right?" Yun, still not fully comprehending the situation, sensed that something ominous was about to unfold upon seeing the Reikage's condition. This substance had no effect on her, although she too caught a whiff of the peculiar scent. Her chakra was already sealed, thus shielding her from any harm. "Rest assured, if anything goes awry, I will take Yun and leave." Kai chuckled lightly as his companions approached. "Lord Reikage." It seemed that Darui had unwittingly activated his chakra. For the moment he drew his blade, he collapsed to one knee. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself against the ground, preventing a complete fall. While such a condition may not be life-threatening, it could severely diminish one's combat capabilities, potentially rendering one entirely ineffective. Even someone as formidable as the Reikage found himself incapacitated in his seat. It was perplexing why the Hidden Cloud Village would develop such a terrifying phenomenon. "Kai-sama, we have company," Ino shouted, and almost immediately, her body crumpled to the ground. Thankfully, Uchiha Yamashiro reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Otherwise, she might have tumbled down the steep steps. Your task is to safeguard everyone. It seems you are the least affected here. In the event of an emergency, evacuate everyone at once. Uchiha Kai commanded, his brow furrowed in concern. My guy retained some fighting spirit, yet this situation was hardly conducive to battle. It appeared to stem from internal discord within their village. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as a dozen figures leapt into the arena. Each wore gas masks, but even so, it was evident that the leader was an elderly man. It seems every village has its own Danzo. Kai expressed his exasperation with a slight remark. The ensuing events are likely to be easily comprehensible. Is that not the summoning beast of Lady Tsunade, the slug? Among the crowd, a voice unmistakably belonging to Sakura Haruno exclaimed in curiosity and surprise. However, it appeared that the others were not particularly attuned to this revelation. I am fully prepared, said Suki, as a slug crawled onto Uchiha Kai's shoulder. While he was not particularly fond of such creatures, finding them somewhat repulsive, there was little choice in the matter. This creature could indeed prove to be a lifesaver in critical moments. In times of urgency, as soon as Suki executed the summoning technique, they could all instantaneously return to the Wetbone Forest, a place that could be deemed relatively secure. Overall, the situation was not as cumbersome as one might envision. In fact, they could utilize this method to return to the Hidden Leaf Village as well, given its simplicity and speed, coupled with the fact that it posed no harm to their bodies and consumed minimal chakra. Since they were already prepared, it was time to proceed. Calmly, Kai spoke while offering a faint smile and gesturing to Kakashi and the others not to rush. Next, we shall witness a performance from the Hidden Cloud Village. Should any issues arise, we can depart then. His words, indeed, held merit. Typically, their endeavors revolved around executing missions, but this occasion was distinctly different, yielding unforeseen rewards. Feeling assured of his safety, he settled down, confident that no extraordinary events would transpire. As for the others, most were seated on the steps, perhaps due to a lack of confidence in their own abilities. Consequently, the majority chose to remain close to the lower steps adjacent to Uchiha Kai. Kid, whatever happens, make sure to take Yun with you. I implore you. Reikage's expression was grave, clearly recognizing the identities of those present. Kai, wishing to preserve the ambience, merely raised his hand to signify that all was well, and continued to observe the dozen or so individuals at the center of the arena. I apologize, Lord Reikage. I never anticipated they would actually emerge. Darui knelt on the ground, expressing his remorse. Darui, this matter does not concern you. It is my own indecisiveness that has led us here. Had I heeded your counsel from the outset, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Reikage neither cast blame nor felt any guilt. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, exuding an air of authority as he remained seated. Uehara, what exactly are you intending to do? Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding this affair? Reikage shouted angrily at the elderly man with white hair below. All eyes in the arena turned towards the old fellow. Wind release, great breakthrough. The elder waved his hand nonchalantly, and the two individuals behind him activated their wind shields. Though this was not an assault, instantly, a tremendous gust of wind swept across the entire arena. Once the wind subsided, the fragrant air vanished as well. At that moment, the elderly man known as Uehara leisurely removed his mask, saying with an air of nonchalance, I expected you to inquire about other matters. If you desire tape, I can provide it to you at once. Uehara remarked casually, then shifted his gaze towards Uchiha Kai. Hey, old man. Do not even think of suggesting that this has anything to do with me. Kai was momentarily unsettled by the gaze of the old man. His eyes, though not large, conveyed a profound depth, evidently shaped by the trials of time. This was no longer merely a matter of strength. Humph. Naturally, it concerns you. With a cold snort, I retorted, addressing Reikage. The coveted prize I once sought with great effort now lay before me. Yet, as the fourth Reikage, you allow such treasures to slip away. What makes you believe you still deserve to occupy this esteemed position? Since you ascended to the role of Reikage, has the village retained any semblance of its former vitality? Even Iwagakure dares to provoke us in ways they would never have considered before. In the past, the third Reikage could have single-handedly decimated half of their village. Do you possess such capability? Thus, what I wish to convey is that you need not cling to this role any longer. It should be entrusted to someone more capable. Someone who can lead our village back to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Surely, you do not mean to suggest that individual is yourself? Darui strained to rise. Gripping his sword tightly, his gaze fixed intently on me. That might not be out of the question, I am confident that within 3 years, I can restore our village to its former glory, making it once again the mightiest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Indeed, I commend myself without reservation. One must wonder where such audacity originates. TSK. Behold, the T-son of Konohagakure. With a playful demeanor, Kai turned to Kakashi and spoke, leaving those nearby momentarily bewildered. What connection could there possibly be between the Hidden Cloud Village and the likes of Kamizumi and Danzo? Yet, such banter was merely the jest of Uchiha Kai. It was only natural that others would struggle to comprehend it. However, it was surprising that such trivial dramas could be found in any village. In truth, most wars stem from internal strife, a phenomenon evident in every nation and faction, with few exceptions. Kamizumi, I am most curious to hear your thoughts on how the Hidden Cloud Village could ascend to the pinnacle of this world within 3 years, the 4th Reikage questioned earnestly, furrowing his brow as he regarded Kamizumi. As the Reikage, I have always heeded your counsel and acted upon your suggestions. If we are to meet our demise here today, I am eager to understand how you envision this so-called 3-year plan. The Reikage's expression was grave. He felt a deep sense of embarrassment as even the denizens of Konohagakure were present. Were he capable of harnessing his chakra to restore his strength, he would not hesitate to strike down that old scoundrel. Yet, anger served no purpose now. He had to temper his emotions and calmly inquire of Kamizumi, seeking to understand the motives and objectives behind the actions at hand. Would you like to know? Kamizumi replied with a teasing smile, surveying his surroundings. Although he lacked the ability to command every ninja in the Hidden Cloud Village, possessing control over a few was sufficient. At that moment, he felt an absolute confidence, believing he had a firm grasp on the situation. Thus, he continued nonchalantly, to wield such formidable strength, our first course of action must be to eliminate the weak. When that time comes, the entire ninja world will fall under our dominion. Why should we worry about remaining at the top of this world? Once the mightiest village, Konohagakure is now but a shadow of its former self. What we lack in our village are sensory ninjas. The moment they arrive, we shall eliminate that Hyuga family member and seize his eyes. This will play a crucial role in our future endeavors. As for this so-called Uchiha Kai, who was purportedly comparable to the Uchiha clan, he was merely a child yet to reach maturity and posed no threat to them. The Hidden Stone Village was left with only the 3rd Tsuchikage. How much longer could that old man Inoki survive? The Hidden Mist Village was even more pitiable. The strength of the village of Blood Mist had likely diminished to a fraction of what it once was. And then there was the Hidden Sand Village. Now led by a mere child of 10, what could he possibly accomplish? Thus, for the Hidden Cloud Village, this was undeniably a tremendous opportunity, a chance to unify the entire ninja world. Yet, as the 4th Reikage, you squander such an opportunity, showing utter disregard. It is a disservice to the legacy of your predecessors. Pray tell, what purpose does a person like you serve in this position? Clap, clap. Kai clapped his hands enthusiastically, a smile adorning his face. For a moment, the atmosphere became bewildering for everyone present. Even the Reikage could not help but cast a glance in his direction. What a brilliant observation. One must acknowledge that this old fellow has indeed assessed the situation astutely. The current strength of Konohagakure pales in comparison to its former glory, and Konohagakure is barely sustained by the wisdom of an elderly leader. As for the remaining 2 villages, their condition is even more dire. The might of Kurogakure today likely falls short of even that of Takigakure, which is considered insignificant. Your analysis is commendably insightful and incisive. Yet, I find myself curious about what exactly this young rascal finds unfortunate. Listening to Uchiha Kai, Uehara quietly inquired, shall we consider signing a peace treaty with Konohagakure? In doing so, we could assist you in resolving your current crisis. What do you think? Uchiha Kai did not rush to respond to Uehara's words. Was he seizing the opportunity to leer at the Reikage? Is this truly the time for such discussions, you scoundrel? The Reikage bellowed in anger, though lacking in strength. His voice resonated powerfully. Of course it is. Otherwise, you, the 4th Reikage, might very well meet your demise here. What do you say? This is quite a lucrative deal. Uchiha Kai pressed once more. What do you intend to do to assist? We are currently unable to utilize chakra. Kakashi whispered from the side. No need to rush. Just watch Teacher Kai from here. Me? My guy looked utterly perplexed. Though he could still exert 80% of his power, the crucial question remained. Who would protect them? Have you thought it over? If you have, speak swiftly. If not, we shall take our leave to avoid entangling ourselves in the affairs of your village. I suspect this old man's next course of action will be to eliminate everyone present and dispose of the bodies of our Leaf Village comrades, subsequently shifting the blame onto us. The remainder would see him temporarily seated in the Reikage-S position, declaring war on other villages. Regardless of the outcome, it would not take long for the strength of your entire village to diminish significantly, potentially leading to its obliteration. Such threats and enticements left the Reikage momentarily stunned. His intelligence was not particularly sharp, but he glanced down at Uehara, his heart sinking. Truly astute. It was unexpected that one could perceive such intentions. I wonder what other contingencies you have to escape this place, but it matters little. Whether you choose to stay or leave is inconsequential. In the end, it will suffice to cast the blame upon you. Shang had displayed a lascivious expression, provoking an intense desire in Kai to confront him with a punch. I have agreed to your terms. Under no circumstances must we allow the village to descend into war. However, I am quite curious about your intended resolution. Do you truly possess the capability to address such matters? Reikage inquired. It's quite simple. Kai nonchalantly waved his hand, then leaned on the chair, gazing at Reikage as he spoke. There are two approaches. One involves directly incapacitating them all, and then, once you have fully recovered, we can deal with them. The other option is to create a greater commotion to attract other ninjas. However, I am uncertain if the old man has other arrangements in place outside. If it were up to me, I would choose to incapacitate them directly. What do you think? He chuckled heartily. This is truly the most amusing thing I have ever heard. Nonetheless, this matter should come to a conclusion. Eliminate everyone. Shanka let out a loud laugh, and then immediately commanded the dozen or so ninjas who had followed him, as if they possessed no will of their own. Upon receiving the order, they swiftly began to spread out in all directions. Each individual wielded a kunai, effectively sealing off all 4 exits of the venue. Some attempted to utilize ninjutsu to escape, but at the very moment their chakra was activated, they instantly collapsed. Witnessing this one-sided massacre, Reikage clenched his fists in fury and, while feeling powerless, turned to Uchiha Kai and shouted, "You bastard! I have already agreed to this. Why do you hesitate to act?" "Ah, you do have a point. Kai here is truly unhurried. After all, it is not their people who are at risk. Teacher Kai, I leave the rest in your capable hands. However, rest assured, you will assist you. As long as the 8th gate is not utilized, no harm will befall you, regardless of the circumstances." Uchiha Kai had never contemplated taking action himself. He possessed chakra but understood that even while employing sage techniques, one must first harness chakra for exploration. Thus, he was no different from others at this moment. "What about me? If I follow him, what will happen to you all?" Yu inquired with a hint of concern. "Do not worry. I shall take care of the remaining matters." Kai smiled calmly and waved his hand. Although he might not be able to exert even half of his former strength, it was unlikely that he would be killed by such a group. "All right, it's my turn now." Might Guy took a deep breath and leaped abruptly into the center of the arena. The 7th gate, the open gate. In an instant, white steam erupted from Might Guy's body. His formidable power began to sweep across the area in the blink of an eye. While he could not reach the peak of his former strength, his physical techniques did not consume chakra. Thus, the poison inflicted by his opponent had little effect on him. Boom. He vanished from his original position and reappeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent flying a ninja who was poised to slaughter others. "Guy, can you control the direction a bit?" Kakashi said, not having done anything, yet calamity seemed to fall from the sky. The ninja kicked by Might Guy was hurtling directly towards Kakashi's position. However, the opponent did not heed Kakashi's shout. Their speed allowed them to weave effortlessly through the ranks of their fellow ninja. In mere moments, dozens had already perished on the battlefield, almost all from a single cut to the throat, and the stench of blood was becoming increasingly pronounced. Even the old man Uenaka would not have anticipated that. Despite being poisoned, such formidable fighting prowess could still be exhibited. "Change the original strategy," shouted Nima. "Everyone, attack that guy immediately. They are all jonin, so be cautious." The Reikage, though reluctant, reminded them. "Ah, this is what youth is all about." Might Guy exclaimed excitedly. He swiftly maneuvered through the throng of over a dozen, kicking another 2 or 3 out of his way. However, in his moment of exhilaration, he looked down to discover an unexpected wound on his abdomen. Kakashi was at a loss for words. Had prolonged combat dulled Guy's sense of vigilance? Yet, in the next moment, the mucus on Guy's shoulder began to release its power. And in the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely. Sage art, infinite healing. Yu clasped his hands together, and blue natural energy began to radiate around his body. Those slugs could be considered his true form, or perhaps his will. From any perspective, they possessed absolute power. Impressive. Haruno Sakura was utterly mesmerized. Even Tsunade's summoned slug could hardly achieve such a feat, and she couldn't help but wonder just who you truly was. All right, now let you all experience the power of youth. Might Guy was once again overwhelmed with excitement, gazing at the wound on his abdomen. He was astonished to see it restored to its former state in the blink of an eye, his eyes widening in disbelief. Clenching his fists, the white steam emanating from his body erupted once more with fervor. Bring it on. Even if your head is severed, I can restore it, he shouted boldly. With an exceptional healer at his side, he stood as an indomitable force, rendering any attempt to inflict damage futile. Even a dozen opponents seemed insignificant against such formidable resilience. Bending slightly at the waist, his fists resting on his hips, he gathered his immense strength as the throng of adversaries charged forward again. At that moment, Might Guy unleashed his power with sudden ferocity. Both fists thrust forward, coalescing into a massive shockwave that took the form of a white tiger's head. Daytime tiger. The colossal force radiated outward, decimating everything in its path, and even creating a vast breach in the arena. Such a commotion was bound to attract the attention of other ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, signaling the demise of Uehara's ambitions. Although the old man was initially taken aback, he quickly turned his gaze to Uchiha Kai, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he leapt into the air, roaring that he would take Kai with him, even in death. With a resounding crash, his hands unleashed a torrent of lightning, converging to form a razor-sharp blade. At the moment of his attack, a colossal Susanoo enveloped everyone present. One could not deny the sheer power of this old man. As the third stage Susanoo was punctured before him, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the hole, it was hard to believe that he lacked formidable strength. However, to everyone's astonishment, after merely executing that single attack, Uehara leapt down from the air, panting as if he had expended all his energy in that one strike. That was terrifying. Thankfully, there was no second attack. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to defend myself. All I could do was run. Kai gazed at the gaping hole and remarked, "That is the most formidable thunderblade of the upper river, a technique that rivals even the legendary one-handed mastery. I never imagined you could withstand it. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's Susanoo is unparalleled in its defense." The Reikage offered lavish praise while elucidating the power of the upper river. No wonder. It is indeed rare to encounter an attack capable of inflicting such damage on a three-stage Susanoo. In light of this, the power of this technique is undeniably formidable. Synopsis: The Night of Annihilation? What relevance does that hold for me? As a member of the Uchiha clan, my life is destined to cast a shadow over the entire ninja world. Reborn into the ninja realm, I shall break free from the confines of Konoha on the Night of Annihilation and embark on my own path to kingship. Uchiha Kai, a distinct and exceptional embodiment of the Uchiha legacy.